Amidst the ruins, a woman in a tattered red dress, with skin as white as snow, walked barefoot slowly, traversing the broken walls. Her figure was light and unsteady, as if she would collapse at any moment. Lin Mu reached out with all his might, trying to grab the fleeting red figure, but unexpectedly, what he grasped was a pair of fair, jade-like legs stained with dried blood. Using the pull, Lin Mu struggled to break free from the rubble. Covered in blood, he instinctively clenched his fist on the smooth surface in his hand, only to be met with a pair of murderous eyes the next second. Legs, do they feel good to touch? A cold female voice, carrying a chilling aura, came through. Before Lin Mu could react, the weak woman lost her balance due to his excessive force, and her red lips collided directly with his. In the instant their breaths mingled, their pupils contracted simultaneously. Lin Mu froze for a moment. His first kiss had been given to a woman of unknown origin, a woman who seemed like a calamity? The murderous intent in her eyes suddenly surged, but due to extreme weakness, she could only collapse beside him, gritting her teeth as she said, "I'm going to kill you. You're already on your last legs, and you're still talking about killing me?" Lin Mu replied weakly. The woman in the red dress clenched her fists and threw a punch at Lin Mu, but the force was so light it was like a tickle. Lin Mu completely ignored her, and with a sudden wave of his right hand, shouted, "Ice Domain." However, nothing happened, and an awkward silence filled the air. Sure enough, his body was already at its weakest point. Lin Mu smiled bitterly to himself. The woman in the red dress suddenly chuckled, her tone tinged with sarcasm. "So it's you. I didn't expect that one of the few people standing at the pinnacle of the central town of Yiding would be so young." She forced herself to stand up and look down at Lin Mu. "I have some news for you. After the great battle, all the awakened who were lucky enough to survive were wiped out by the awakened outside the city when they fled the city of Sin. Not a single one of them was left alive." Lin Mu remained silent. Such things weren't hard to believe. Like this final battle, it was destined from the start to be a path of no return. The moment they stepped into the city of Sin, everyone knew that this could very well be their death. But this heroic act of risking one's life has also become a tool for some to exploit. The central town of Calamity, where the vast majority of awakened beings perished, what did it ultimately gain? Was it the ugly faces of some people celebrating their victory? Or was it the power and personal gain they had gained at the cost of countless lives? Lin Mu supported himself on the collapsed ruins with his right hand and pressed his left hand against the ground, slowly straightening up. He stared intently at the woman in the red dress, their gazes locked in a silent, wary exchange. "So, you're going to bully a weak woman?" the woman in the red dress suddenly asked. Looking at the deep, bone-revealing wounds on her body, Lin Mu was momentarily speechless, unable to answer her question. The next instant, she suddenly appeared beside him, her delicate hand gently caressing his right cheek. Her red lips were almost touching Lin Mu's ear as she whispered, "But what if I wanted you dead right now?" "You can try," Lin Mu replied calmly, grabbing the wrist that was pressed against his cheek with his other hand, his eyes filled with chilling coldness. But the woman in the red dress had a defiant smile in her eyes. "You hurt me, how annoying." Her expression changed, her voice suddenly became coquettish, and her eyes reddened slightly, as if she had been wronged. Lin Mu flung her wrist away and turned to leave. "My name is Sun Yinha. And you?" The woman in the red dress suddenly spoke, breaking the silence, and Lin Mu paused slightly. Sun Yinha tilted her head and looked at him. Lin Mu." Lin Mu replied indifferently, then continued walking forward. Only after his figure disappeared into the distance did Sun Yinha vanish from the spot. Lin Mu dragged his mangled body through the ruins littered with corpses for an unknown amount of time. Along the way, he saw many bodies of members of the Zhenyi Ting, and the wounds were clearly not caused by the claws and fangs of the mutants. Ahead, a faint light gradually came into view. It was a searchlight from outside the city, sweeping across the restricted area again and again, the beams falling between the broken walls, casting interlaced shadows of light and dark. Suddenly, a beam of light swept across him, then stopped, precisely locking onto his figure. Immediately afterwards, two more beams of light converged, illuminating the area around him as bright as day. "It's right in front of me. I can't fall," Lin Mu whispered hoarsely, staggering forward with his last breath. A few seconds later, dozens of powerful auras suddenly descended. "Survivor detected. Calamity detected. Annihilate immediately." Some looked disdainful, some were indifferent, and one even had a fleeting glint of pity in his eyes. 3 whole days, and you've still managed to survive with this wretched body," the leader asked contemptuously. "And my lord, He is. A man in black suddenly shrank his pupils, his voice trembling with fear, unable to utter a complete sentence. The chief of the Genie court. The White Reaper. What's the panic? He's just a dying man. The leader suppressed his fear and unleashed the aura of a fifth-tier awakened being. He led dozens of his subordinates towards Lin Mu, his eyes filled with malice. Sorry, Chief Baiju. Thank you all, enough with the nonsense. Lin Mu finally exhausted his last bit of strength, took a step with his left foot, and crossed the boundary of the restricted area. The next moment, the power of fire within his body suddenly soared into the sky. Ice and fire, not bad. Crimson flames swept out like a judgment from hell, and in an instant, dozens of men in black were reduced to ashes. His battered body, too, healed rapidly within the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Mu tried to mobilize his internal energy, his brows furrowing slightly. The injuries have healed, but the power within me is so weak. Oh well, time isn't urgent for me. Once I recover, the blood debt owed to the holy capital will be repaid in blood. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he abruptly ripped off the human skin mask from his left cheek. The mask shattered instantly in the wind, turning into dust and dissipating into the air. There will be no more Baiju in this world. My name, from beginning to end, is Lin Mu. Luckily, this place is close to Jiancheng. Otherwise, in my current condition, I don't know how long it would take to get home. Lin Mu sighed helplessly, his figure gradually disappearing into the deep night. An hour later, at the edge of the restricted area, everyone stood frozen in place. 3 spotlights shone in unison in the same direction, and clearly visible scorch marks remained on the ground. Quick, report to the holy capital immediately. The leader's face was deathly pale, and even his voice trembled slightly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down their backs. If the wrath of the central government of the holy capital were to truly descend, the consequences they would suffer were unimaginable. They might not even leave behind their remains. Now that you're awake, tell me honestly why you collapsed on the main road in Anping district. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? If a kind person hadn't brought you here, you probably would have been run over by some blind driver. Also, your clothes are so torn, even your underwear is showing. What happened? In an interrogation room of the Anping District Public Security Bureau, a clerk in his 30s stared at the young man opposite him, his gaze never leaving him. Lin Mu looked at the other person with a serious expression, without any evasion. I was probably too tired from walking, so I lay down and slept for a while. As for the clothes, he paused, his tone still solemn. I cut them myself. It's a kind of art. Looking at Lin Mu's innocent appearance, the officer almost couldn't help but swear. Really? Before he could finish speaking, the interrogation room door was pushed open with a bang. A middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth walked in. Xiao Zhang, release him. His family has come to pick him up. Also, he's an awakened one. You didn't make things difficult for him, did you? Xiao Zhang's mind went blank for a moment. After a moment of stunned silence, he scrutinized Lin Mu again. He was about 1.8 meters tall and indeed quite handsome. But the problem was, could someone who could faint just walking be an awakened one? Were awakened ones really that weak? Director, his family came to pick him up right after he woke up. Isn't that a bit strange? Xiao Zhang asked tentatively, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. The director glanced at him, his tone impatient. Is your phone on 2G? Photos and videos of this kid sleeping on the street in tattered clothes have already spread throughout Anping district. The director glanced again at Lin Mu's tattered clothes, his lips twitching involuntarily. He simply couldn't appreciate the fashion sense of today's young people. He turned and left, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Officer, can I leave now? Lin Mu stood up, ready to leave. Xiao Zhang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Of course you can leave. Young man, take my advice, take care of your health. An awakened one can't be this weak. Outside the Public Security Bureau, a middle-aged man in his 40s was squatting at the door, wearing a floral vest, shorts, and flip-flops, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Hearing footsteps, the middle-aged man turned around, his face immediately breaking into a wide smile. He waved, stubbed out his cigarette, and grabbed Lin Mu's shoulder, saying, Hey kid, what's going on? Didn't you go off to make your way in the holy capital after you awakened? You haven't been home for 6 years, and the first thing you do when you come back is give us such a big surprise. Wow. You'd better think about how to explain this to your mom. She's probably got the frying pan already, just waiting for you to come home and take a picture of you, huh? Lin Mu's face stiffened instantly. His father hadn't changed at all. At this point, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and looked him up and down again. I really don't understand your style of dress. Are you trying to be unconventional? The clothes had a little mishap. But Dad, you've got it tough, still so energetic at your age. Lin Mu joked with a smile. Can we go home first? By the way, how did you get here? You drove here? Our family is at least moderately well off. We just bought a new Audi last year. Come on, let's talk on the way. Lin Yi pulled him to a black sedan, started the engine, and stepped on the gas, causing the car to launch into the air. Amping District, Wutong residential area. Lin Mu pushed open his front door and bent down to change his shoes when a figure suddenly rushed into his arms. It was his mother, Jiang Shuwan. She hugged her son tightly, her voice trembling. I've missed you so much. Let me give you a good hug. It's been 6 years, and you've grown so much. I have to stand on tiptoe to hug you now. The sentimental moment is over. Hurry up and change your shoes. Jiang Shuwan changed the subject abruptly, turning and walking towards the living room, leaving Lin Mu standing in the entryway looking bewildered. Mom, don't get agitated. This was really an accident, Lin Mu said with a pained expression, sitting down next to her. What accident could have brought you back from the capital city dressed like this? Couldn't you have called? Can't you even afford a few changes of clothes? Jiang Shuan's tone had become stern. Lin Mu took a deep breath, as if he had made a huge decision. The next second, his expression darkened, and his voice choked up. Mom, these past 6 years have been so hard for me. I've struggled in the capital for 6 years, hoping to make a name for myself and make you and Dad proud. But in the end, it's all for nothing. I couldn't even afford a train ticket home, so I had to hitch a ride everywhere, begging people to give me a ride, and then... As he finished speaking, Lin Mu's eyes reddened, and his voice choked up, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The living room fell silent, save for his suppressed gasps. Jiang Shuwan looked at her son's haggard appearance, her tense expression gradually softening, a flicker of heartache crossing her eyes. Her most precious son had suffered so much outside. Just as Lin Mu was about to continue acting, Jiang Shuwan suddenly hugged him tightly. Child, Mom doesn't blame you anymore. You're such a grown-up. Why are you still crying? Jiang Shuwan gently patted his back, her tone much softer. Don't worry. This time I'll stay home and spend more time with you all, Lin Mu said gently, leaning on her mother's shoulder. What do you mean by staying home for a while? Jiang Shuan's tone immediately became serious again. Are you still plotting something? Break it off now. 6 years of freedom is the biggest concession we can give you. She turned and shouted into the room. Lin Yi, your son is back. What are you hiding in the room for? Have you heard anything from the school? Upon hearing the word school, Lin Mu's heart sank, and an ominous premonition instantly washed over her. Lin Yi walked out of the room with a smile and quickly approached Jiang Shuwan. Everything's arranged. He turned to look at Lin Mu, his eyes conveying a good luck message. Isn't it a coincidence that today is the first day of school at Jiangxing University, and there's an opening ceremony this afternoon? If you go to school properly, maybe you won't be stuck at level 0, and you won't faint on the street. Lin Mu pointed at herself, looking at her parents with a bewildered expression. Wait a minute? What? Me? Go to school? But I'm already 24. Besides, Lin Mu tried to explain, but her mother interrupted her. Stop talking. Jiang Shuan's tone was firm. Any awakened person under the age of 25 meets the admission requirements for Jiangxing University. Let me tell you, my family emptied half of our savings to send you to school. When she mentioned half of our family's wealth, a hint of heartache still flashed in her eyes before her tone softened. Mom doesn't expect you to be very successful. I just hope you graduate smoothly and find a stable job. That's right, kid. Connections at the Awaken One school are very important. They'll be a huge help to you in the future, you know. Lin Yi chimed in from the side. Let me tell you, this time it was your sister who used her connections in Holy Capital City to get you admitted through special circumstances. Otherwise, do you think you could have just enrolled on the first day of school? Lin Mu sighed silently to himself. Lin Yin, thank you so much. In the end, he could only admit it dejectedly. But soon, Lin Mu frowned again, his tone filled with doubt. How come I didn't know anything about this? Hasn't Yin always been in contact with me? Yin didn't mean to discourage you. Think about it. She's not even an awakened, yet the Holy Capital City is still scrambling to take her in. Jiang Shuwan paused, as if recalling something, and continued. By the way, Yin also said that several top-tier research experts are vying to take her on as their last disciple. A moment later, Lin Mu returned to his long-missed room and lay down on the bed to rest. Scenes of life and death he experienced in the final battle kept flashing through his mind. From the kitchen, he could hear Lin Yi and Jiang Shuwan bustling about. Honey, your acting is getting more and more convincing. If I didn't know the truth, I would almost have believed you, Lin Yi teased in a low voice while chopping vegetables. If I didn't say that, would our son go to school obediently? Jiang Shuwan raised an eyebrow, her face full of confidence. If we tell him that getting into Jiangxing University is just a matter of a word for Yan Yan, do you believe it? As long as we don't see him enter the school with our own eyes, he can definitely disappear. She paused, her tone suddenly lowering. Husband, is our son really still at level 0? Yes. When he came out of the Public Security Bureau, I specifically checked him, and there was no fluctuation of power in his body at all. Lin Yi sighed softly. Afterwards, Lin Yi sighed. I originally thought that his awakening 6 years ago was due to his amazing talent, but now it seems that he will really be stuck at level 0 from now on. But this is also good. At least he won't have to get involved in those life-or-death situations anymore. Although humanity won this final battle, a complicated look flashed across Jiang Shuan's eyes. 3 days later, Jiangxing University was located in the most central area of Jiangxing. As the top university in Jiangxing, Jiangxing University recruits students from its 11 districts. Any young person who becomes an awakened before the age of 25 must go through layers of review, including application, political review, and home visits, before they can step through the gates of this school. Omping District is one of these 11 districts. Today is the day of the freshman commencement ceremony, but a small commotion has already broken out at the school gate. Groups of senior female students crane their necks, their eyes all falling in the same direction, their eyes shining with undisguised infatuation. Wow, our school actually has a guy this good-looking. A short-haired girl excitedly clenched her fist and shook her companion's arm impatiently. 1 minute. I want all his information. I love this guy so much. All right, be more reserved. The girl with glasses next to her glared at her. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look. Among the crowd of new students registering, Lin Mu, dressed in casual black attire, stood tall and slender, his neat black hair framing him, giving him a clean and efficient appearance. Just as he was about to step into the school gate, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. She blinked and said warmly, "Hello, Junior. My name is Li Sisi. The freshman ceremony starts in 10 minutes. You're new to the school, and it's so big, it's easy to get lost. Why don't you let me show you around?" There was a hint of ambiguity in her eyes as she looked at Lin Mu. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Mu's voice was calm and still, without a trace of emotion. Li Sisi's smile deepened, and she was about to turn around and lead the way when she saw Lin Mu walk past her, leaving only the words, "I can find the place myself. Senior, you should go and lead someone else." With that, Lin Mu turned and walked deeper into the campus without looking back. Li Sisi stood there, stunned, then stomped her foot in anger, her face instantly darkening. She was, after all, one of the top 20 most beautiful girls at Jiangxing University. Did she have absolutely no appeal? Was this guy even a man? The girls at the school gate were initially silent, but then burst into suppressed giggles. Their initial annoyance vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of triumphant satisfaction. Li Sisi felt her face burning, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "Senior, I'm a freshman." At this moment, a boy approached Li Sisi with an expectant smile. "I heard that Jiangxing University is really big and it's easy to get lost. Can you take me in? There are so many senior girls at the school gate. Go find someone else." Li Sisi waved her hand impatiently. After saying that, she strode away in her high heels, leaving the boy standing there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was walking briskly towards the auditorium, the venue for the opening ceremony. 3 years ago, he walked there accompanied by the principal, but now everything has changed. 3 years have passed, and Jiangxing University has really changed a lot. He looked at the brand new buildings on campus and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After passing through several teaching buildings, the hustle and bustle of the ceremony arrived. The auditorium was already filled with thousands of new students. Lin Mu walked straight to the last row and chose a corner seat. He looked up at the platform, and long-forgotten memories suddenly surged back. Back then, he was a first-class suppressor of the Suppressorate, a fifth-tier awakener, and the grand finale guest personally invited by the president of Jiang University. Lin Mu sighed softly in his heart, unaware that many girls were frequently turning around and whispering about him. The boys, their faces dark, muttered under their breath. So what if he's handsome? What's so great about that? These days, what good is being handsome, especially at the Awakener Academy? Only after all the new students had entered did a loud voice suddenly resound throughout the hall. Silence. The entire hall fell silent instantly. On the main stage, a middle-aged man dressed in a black outfit had sharp eyes and slowly swept across the entire audience. For this opening ceremony, we'll skip the opening remarks. Next, please welcome the principal to give a speech. Applause rang out, and a sprightly old man dressed in a black suit walked slowly onto the stage. His expression was dignified, but a fleeting hint of sadness crossed his eyes. The moment he spoke, the applause in the entire hall stopped abruptly. Welcome to Jiangxing's only awakened academy. You are both fortunate and unfortunate. Right now, you will feel that becoming an awakened is an immense stroke of luck. The freshmen below the stage looked at each other, completely bewildered. The principal's words left them scratching their heads. But when they remembered that the old man on the stage was not only the principal of Jiang University, but also a fifth-order awakened being, they tacitly suppressed their doubts, thinking to themselves, the principal's words must have a profound meaning. Let's remember them first. Only Lin Mu, sitting in the last row, looked at the familiar old man on the stage and couldn't help but shake his head and smile slightly. This principal song, he still speaks in such roundabout ways. At the same time, you are also an extremely fortunate freshman class. The principal changed the subject, and his voice suddenly became louder. 4 days ago, we witnessed a moment that will go down in history. 2 SSS-level calamities, 2 kings, perished together in the city of Sin. Thunderous applause instantly swept through the entire auditorium, and the freshmen were flushed with excitement. But a heavy but suddenly rang out, abruptly silencing all the cheers. The principal's gaze swept across the entire hall, his tone grave. Humanity has also lost nearly half of its awakened. This also brought an epic disaster to humanity. The only 8th-order awakener, the guardian of the nation, died in battle. The head of the central guardian of evil, who was hailed as the leader of the new era of humanity and was also known as the White Reaper, also fell in the city of Sin. Chapter 10. Dude, do you have 2G internet at home? The principal paused, took a deep breath, and slowly said, this devastating war, although we seem to have won, but it also seems like we haven't won. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp of surprise rang out in the room. Everyone was stunned. The glimmer of hope they had just ignited vanished instantly. Only today did they learn that even the White Death had perished, and only then did they truly realize just how devastating this war had been. The Guardian Envoy is one of humanity's most elite combat forces. Although they rarely show themselves, the title, White Reaper, is enough to inspire awe in everyone. For awakened ones, they are an existence that is almost untouchable. While the freshmen were still reeling from the shock, the principal spoke again. Although the SSS-level calamity has been destroyed, the current situation remains dire, and the turmoil to come will likely be even more terrifying. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the freshmen below the stage, but his eyes suddenly fell on the last row. There, a freshman leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The principal's tone remained unchanged. You might wonder why the world would be more turbulent after the fall of the 2 kings. The freshman below nodded, awaiting the answer. That's because the principal glanced at the freshman again, and seeing that the student still didn't react, he changed the subject. Let's ask one of the freshmen to answer this question and see how much you know about the awakened and the calamity. As soon as he said this, thousands of freshmen lowered their heads almost simultaneously. Lin Mu, however, remained leaning back in his chair, his gaze still fixed on the ceiling. The principal looked at him and said calmly, the student in the last row, with his head held so high, seems quite confident. Come on, stand up and answer the question. The entire room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lin Mu. Lin Mu was stunned for a moment. Why is it suddenly so quiet? What happened to me? A fat guy next to him quickly reminded him. Hey, bro, the principal wants you to stand up and answer a question. Lin Mu then realized what was going on, stood up and asked first, what's the question? A burst of low laughter immediately rippled through the crowd. The principal's voice was slightly cold. It seems this student wasn't listening carefully. I'll say it again. Why would the world become more turbulent after the fall of the 2 kings? Answer with your understanding. Lin Mu replied directly. Because with the fall of the 2 kings, the calamity has lost its ruler. People around immediately whispered among themselves, thinking his answer was too perfunctory. But to everyone's surprise, the principal nodded and said, not bad. The entire room was stunned. The principal then asked, let me ask you another question, one that has no standard answer. What do you think of the newly established daylight? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and asked seriously, Principal, what is daylight? His words were met with a chorus of soft laughter. Lin Mu glanced at the crowd, even more puzzled. After all, he had only just bought his phone and hadn't been following the news at all. But the next second, he still gave his judgment. Even without me, Generding cannot be replaced by a newly established small organization. The fat man muttered, "Bro, is your internet 2G? That was news from 3 days ago. It was even broadcast on TV." But as soon as he finished speaking, his neck suddenly twitched, and he quickly reached up to rub it in pain. He could only mutter under his head, "So annoying. I have to rub my own cramps when I'm in school." The principal was also taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's okay. It's normal not to know. Sit down." After Lin Mu sat back down, the principal continued his speech, which lasted for a full 2 hours. Near the end, the principal's voice suddenly rose. "Today, as the opening ceremony of Jian University, we have specially invited a very important person." As soon as these words were spoken, thousands of new students instantly perked up. The principal didn't keep them in suspense and announced loudly, "Next, please welcome the special envoy of the Zhenyi court, a sixth-order awakener, Lu Ping." Before his voice had even finished, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. A tall, rugged-looking man in a white uniform quickly walked up from one side of the platform. After a brief handshake, the principal turned and left, handing the stage over to him. The applause from the freshmen below grew even more enthusiastic. After all, the highest combat strength of the Zhenyi division guarding Jiangsheng was only at the 5th rank, and the 6th rank awakened one was usually only seen in the holy capital or during large-scale calamities. Lin Mu, sitting in the last row, looked at the stage with great interest. He thought to himself, "It seems Zhenyi Ting is fine, and Lu Ping can probably finish speaking in a minute." Suddenly, Lu Ping felt a chill down his spine. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, before letting out a sigh of relief, still somewhat puzzled. Chapter 11. The Tavern of Decluttering. The oppressive feeling from earlier still lingered in Lu Ping's mind, feeling exactly like when Chief Ting had been watching him train. Thinking of this, his gaze darkened again. He took a deep breath to suppress his emotions and said in a low voice, "Finally, remember, the blood flowing in our veins is that of China." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. Lu Ping strode down from the stage, leaving behind a hall full of freshmen who were still not fully recovered from their shock. As the opening ceremony ended, the crowd gradually rose and left, and the once crowded hall quickly emptied. In the third-to-last row, a fat man leaned over and called out to Lin Mu behind him, "Brother, the ceremony is over. Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Mu glanced at him and smiled. "No rush, no need to squeeze in." He paused, then added, "Thanks for reminding me earlier. Hey, we're all freshmen. Helping each other out is nothing." The fat man waved his hand, and just as he was about to leave, he turned back and asked, "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet?" "Lin Mu." "All right, Brother Lin. Let's get together another day. It's on me, no problem." Wang Yu patted his chest and swayed his round body as he walked out of the hall. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. That name really suited him quite well. When only a few people remained in the hall, Lin Mu slowly got up and left. Just as he stepped out the door, he bumped into Principal Song, who had been speaking on the stage. Principal Song was about to speak when Lin Mu instinctively raised his hand in greeting. He said casually, "Principal Song, please." Even he himself was taken aback by the words. This tone was clearly inappropriate for a student. Principal Song also paused for a moment, but quickly nodded and walked out first. He felt a sense of familiarity with the scene, and even Lin Mu seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. In the end, he could only sigh softly, shake his head, and smile bitterly. "I'm really getting old. My memory is getting worse and worse." Lin Mu watched Principal Song's departing figure, raised his hand to rub his forehead, and silently reminded himself that he needed to be more careful in the future. Since he was at school, he had to act like a student. With that thought, he walked out of the school. Although his father had already paid the accommodation fees, classes didn't officially start until tomorrow, so he decided to rent a place near the school first. After all, it would be easier to skip classes later, and he didn't want to waste too much time at school. As night falls and neon lights illuminate the area, the commercial street outside the Yunjing residential complex opposite the college is bustling with activity. The sidewalks are lined with electric tricycles, and the aroma of fried skewers, grilled cold noodles, and pancakes mingles together, filling the entire street. But just behind this bustling scene, a quiet, old-fashioned tavern sits on the street corner, completely out of place with the surrounding hustle and bustle. On the signboard at the entrance, only one of the 4 characters, Duansha Tavern, is lit, making the whole place seem somewhat eerie, as if it had been forgotten by time. The tavern was furnished with old tables and chairs. Half of the light bulbs were broken, and a thin layer of dust covered the liquor shelves. The dim, yellowish light, though not bright, inexplicably gave people a sense of security. At the bar, a man in his 30s, wearing a wrinkled black shirt, with greasy hair, a stubble beard, and an overall air of decadence, stood out. He leaned back, exhaling a puff of smoke, and said lazily, "Another day gone by. How boring. Boss, we're not short of money. At least change the lights, right?" The sign at the door only has one word lit up. "Who's going to come in?" A young girl dressed as a maid couldn't help but complain. The young man in the waiter's uniform next to him nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Brother Gu. This place needs to be cleaned up. It looks really shabby." Brother Gu glanced down at the cigarette, but that was about to burn his hand, then slowly took out another cigarette, lit it, and nodded leisurely. "You guys are right." Their eyes lit up, and just as they were beginning to feel a little hopeful, he continued, "How about this, Sanshur, Xiaoman? Since you're both free anyway, do the cleaning today until you're satisfied." "Fine, never mind." Xiaoman huffed and turned to go into the inner room. Gutsong watched her retreating figure and sighed. "Then let's do it tomorrow. Decorate it a little. But remember, don't make it too clean. If it's too clean, what if customers come?" "All right, Brother Gu." Sanshur immediately perked up and shouted into the inner room, "Xiaoman, Brother Gu has agreed to the decorations. Long live the boss. Long live Gutsong." Xiaoman's excited voice immediately came from the inner room. Gutsong sighed silently until his fingertips were burned by a cigarette, but before he came back to his senses. He looked up at the bustling commercial street outside the window, his gaze gradually darkening. After this great battle, few of his old friends remained. He silently lit another cigarette, letting the smoke fill his vision, as if he could see those familiar faces again. Meanwhile, in a spacious 200-square-meter apartment on the top floor of Building 12 in the Yunjing residential complex, a woman in business attire placed a contract on the coffee table. Monthly rent is 5,000, 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent in advance, minimum 1-year contract. If there are no problems, we can sign now. Lin Mu was about to haggle. "Can you lower the price a bit more?" Before he could finish speaking, Sister Wang waved her hand and interrupted with a smile. "Of course not. This is Yunjing community. You must know the market price. If it weren't for the fact that you're a student at Jiangda Awakener Academy, I would have already given you the lowest price. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't rent it for less than 10,000. Lin Mu smiled helplessly. "Okay, let's sign it. Sister Wang, you prepare first, I'll make a call." "All right." Chapter 12. Your master is gone. What else can't you rest in peace? Lin Mu walked into the second bedroom, closed the door, and took out his phone. He saw that he only had 2,000 yuan left in his account, which was the living expenses his family had just given him. As for the money in his original account, unless Baiju reappeared, he couldn't touch it at all. He sighed softly, pulled out his contacts, and dialed a number. The phone was answered almost instantly, after only a few seconds of ringing, and a sweet voice immediately came through. "Brother, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Did you miss me?" Lin Mu rubbed his temples and said directly, "I need your help urgently. Yin Yen, lend me 20,000. "Huh? 20,000? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly rose. "Brother, what happened to you? You didn't go to that kind of place to meet those people and get arrested, did you?" Lin Mu's temples throbbed with anger, and he said with a dark face, "What are you thinking about, you little brat? I rented a place across from the academy, and the landlord requires a deposit of 1 month's rent and 3 months' rent in advance." By the end, his tone was tinged with resentment. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you for arranging my schooling so clearly." Lin Yan's guilty laughter immediately came from the other end of the phone. She quickly changed the subject. "Brother, which card should I transfer the money to?" "I'll transfer it right away. I'll send you the card number. Hurry up, the landlord is waiting." "Okay, I'll come to the city to visit you when I'm on vacation. Send me the card number." Lin Yan hung up the phone hastily after speaking. Lin Mu looked at his phone screen, feeling both amused and exasperated. In a heavily guarded research and development base in Shengjing City, Lin Yan had just hung up the phone when she expertly transferred 30,000 yuan into the designated account. She tucked her phone back into her white coat pocket, a smile still playing on her lips. Even the sound of her high heels on the ground seemed light and cheerful. "Yin Yan, I heard you all from behind." A gentle voice came from behind, and an elderly man with gray hair walked slowly towards her, a kind smile on his face. These days, scam calls are so sophisticated. You're so naive, don't get fooled. Lin Yin turned around and gave the old man a sweet smile. It's not a scam, Grandpa Zhu. It's my brother calling. Your brother? Oh, I remember now. Isn't that Lin Mu you mentioned this morning? He should be at the Awakener Academy in Jiangxing by now. Yes, we've arrived. Lin Yin nodded, her voice full of gratitude. I have to thank you, Grandpa Zhu. What's there to thank me for? The old man waved his hand. Your brother was already an Awakened One. He just registered a little late. It's nothing. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice and chuckled. Perfect timing. I'll take you to a classified area. Usually only a few of us old guys can get in, but if you go, who dares to stop you? Great. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and she immediately followed. After walking a few steps, she noticed that the old man was holding a silver hilt, but no blade, and asked curiously, Grandpa Zhu, what is this in your hand? Why is there only a hilt? The old man smiled and said, You'll know when we get there. The two walked deeper into the base, and after passing through 3 layers of verification, a heavy metal door slowly opened. The room was filled with rows of glass containers, the light casting a chilling glow inside. Lin Yin was immediately stunned upon seeing it. In each container lay a weapon, swords, spears, halberds, and more. Even just displayed there quietly, they still exuded a sharp edge, as if retaining the aura of their owners. Wow, what are all these? Lin Yin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The old man's voice deepened. These are all sacred artifacts used by awakened individuals of the 7th rank or above within the last 100 years. Each one recognizes its master, and only the first user can truly unleash its power. He sighed softly as he said this. And the fact that they are placed here also means that their masters are no longer here. If someone else uses them, they're just ordinary weapons. Lin Yan's expression also darkened, and she said in a low voice, So that's how it is. Then, she looked at the hilt of the knife in the old man's hand and asked softly, Then who is the owner of this hilt? The old man sighed heavily, his eyes filled with regret. He was a child we old folks liked from the bottom of our hearts. And he was so young. If nothing had happened back then, and he had been given a few more years, China might have been a completely different place. Lin Yin was stunned. Grandpa Zhu, he's so young, and he's already a 7th level awakener? Yes, a high-level 7th level awakener. The old man looked down at the hilt of his sword, his eyes full of reminiscence, and he awakened the power of ice elements when he was in the initial stage. He paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. He is the leader of Zhen Yi Tingting, Bai Zhu. Grandpa Zhu, the White Reaper? Lin Yan's eyes widened immediately. Yes. The old man nodded, walked to an empty container in the corner of the room, opened the lid, and carefully placed the silver hilt inside. Just as he was about to close the container, he heard a clang, and the knife handle fell out by itself. Huh. The old man frowned, bent down, and picked it up. Could it be that I didn't put it down properly? He readjusted the position, making sure it was more stable, before slowly closing the container. The next second, with another clang, the hilt fell out again. Even the old man was stunned. He scratched his head, looking at the hilt in his hand with a puzzled expression. Your master is gone. What is there that can't bring you peace? Grandpa Zhu. Lin Yin stepped forward, her gaze falling on the hilt of the sword, and asked softly, Do these sacred artifacts have to stay here forever? The old man was taken aback. For the past 100 years, the sacred artifacts have been stored this way. But to be honest, there's no explicit rule that it has to stay here forever. Lin Yin looked at the knife hilt and said seriously, It's fallen twice in a row. Could it be that it doesn't want to be locked up in the container forever? This is truly the first time I've seen something like this. It's a bit eerie. The old man frowned and looked down at the hilt of the knife in his hand. Lin Yin said softly, Anyway, it will just be an ordinary weapon from now on, and it only has a hilt, unlike other complete sacred artifacts. If there are no problems, why don't I keep it for now? If there's a rule that it must be returned later, I'll give it back then. Is that all right? The old man was silent for a moment, thought carefully, and finally nodded. All right, what you said makes sense. Chapter 13. Are all the people in Zhenyi Court crazy? The old man looked at the expectation in Lin Yan's eyes, then at the silver hilt in his hand, and suddenly smiled. All right, I'll leave it to Yin Yin to keep. He added, If anyone else had said this, I definitely wouldn't have agreed, but since Yin Yin asked, I have no problem with it. As he spoke, he handed the sacred artifact to Lin Yin. Lin Yin took it with both hands, lowered her head to carefully examine the hilt, and her eyes softened. After all, this was the weapon left behind by the White Reaper, whom she had long admired. All right, little brother, feel free to call me anytime if you have any questions. On the other end, the mature woman smiled and handed over the contract. Lin Mu took the contract. Okay, take care, Sister Wang. The woman took a step closer and said warmly, if you renew the lease next year, I'll give you a discount. After saying that, she left in her high heels, the doors slamming shut, instantly shutting out the noise outside. Lin Mu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the neon-lit Jiangqing under the night sky, the traffic flowing slowly beneath her feet like a glowing river. He raised his right hand, a spark of fire flashing at his fingertips before vanishing in an instant. A chill swept through his body, disappearing just as quickly. So weak. He muttered to himself with a self-deprecating laugh, but quickly regained his composure. However, low-level mutants can no longer threaten me. From the day he awoke, the system's mechanical voice remained in his mind. But 6 years passed, and it didn't appear again until the final battle. Was there a hidden trigger condition, or had he simply never understood the system's purpose? So be it, external forces are just external forces after all. Lin Mu sighed softly, his mind flashing back to the historical documents he had accidentally seen in the central database, his brows slowly furrowing. He looked out the window at the night sky, his gaze gradually darkening. Having walked this bloody path to where I am today, how many times haven't I faced death? I will uncover the darkness of this world sooner or later. What exactly did the elders cover up 100 years ago? Did the awakened and the mutants really only appear 100 years ago? Just then, his stomach rumbled. Lin Mu smiled helplessly. Could it be that I've lost too much power? I haven't been this hungry in ages. He quickly tidied up the things in the bedroom, grabbed his coat, and turned to walk out the door. In the 22nd floor of the Baizhou building, a man in a black Baizhou uniform reported in a low voice, Chief Qin Jiang, the special team that went to the Forbidden City, is still missing. The air fell silent instantly. The next second, a loud bang came from the table, startling the man. Qin Jiang slammed his hand on the table and roared. It's been 4 days. Are there still living people in the restricted area? Chief, should we report this to the Central Command? The man asked tentatively. Report? You want me to step into that hellhole twice in 1 day? Qin Jiang looked coldly at the newcomer. Lu Ping, rebuild the special team's files and erase all information about the warehouse guard team. After rebuilding, report. No anomalies in the entire Forbidden City. Yes, Chief. Lu Ping immediately replied. Qin Jiang then asked, have you obtained the systematic training plan for Zhenerding? 2 first-class officers have already gone and should be back soon, Lu Ping answered. Qin Jiang paused, his gaze sharpening. Did you remind them to keep a low profile in Zhenyi Court? Lu Ping was silent for a moment, then respectfully replied. Chief, they are all experienced veterans. They shouldn't cause any trouble. Qin Jiang closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. I hope so. Nothing has gone right today. On the first floor of the Central Town Guardian Court, a fat man in a daytime uniform roared at the woman in front of him. It's just a training plan. Does your Town Guardian Court even respect the daytime court? The man next to her urged coldly. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't fix it by now, you'll face the consequences. The woman, however, poured tea unhurriedly, raising her eyes indifferently. Oh, can I take that as a threat? Have you forgotten where you are? These words completely ignited the 2 men. The obese man stepped closer, his face full of malice. A mere 4th-tier awakener, yet you dare to defy your superiors? The woman, on the contrary, laughed, her eyes full of mockery. 2 5th-tier awakeners, daring to run wild in Zhenyi Court. You've certainly learned something new today. You're asking for death, the obese man roared, raising his hand to grab her neck. Just then, a series of steady footsteps sounded, and his hand froze in midair. The 3 of them turned their heads at the same time, only to see a man dressed in the uniform of the chief of the Zhenyi Court walking slowly towards them, a long sword hanging at his waist, his face carrying a hint of evil. The 2 men's expressions changed instantly, cold sweat pouring down their backs. The woman immediately stood up. Chief Qinghe, they. Before she could finish speaking, Qinghe raised his hand to interrupt her. He walked straight to the 2 men. The fat man forced a smile and was about to speak when Qinghe grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Blood spurted from the man's mouth on the spot. The next second, Qinghe drew his longsword and pierced his palm. So, in Qin Jiang's eyes, Zhenyi Court is just a candle in the wind. Qinghe said coldly, then drew his sword and stabbed the man's other hand. A scream instantly echoed throughout the hall. The man kept begging for mercy. Chief Qinghe, please listen to me. But before long, his voice weakened, and he finally fainted. The other person, Bai Zhou Yi, was already scared out of his wits. But the next second, he immediately put on a fawning smile and stammered. Chief Qinghe, I failed to stop him. It was my negligence. The man was then kicked away, crashing heavily into the wall before falling to the ground, too frightened to even finish his sentence. Drag your companion back and tell Qin Jiang, Qinghe said coldly. Chapter 14. Excuse me, is the tavern still open? There's no good solution to this problem. I don't mind going to Baizhou myself to experience firsthand the way Zhan Yiting handles things. Qing he finished speaking and turned to leave, adding without looking back, put the documents away and wait for Qin Jiang to show his sincerity. Yes, Chief Qinghe. The woman nodded respectfully, then glanced at the two men from Baizhou, her eyes full of disdain. A moment later, the Baizhou member staggered to his feet, dragging the fat-headed man out of the Zhenerding building. A van was already waiting outside. The driver was stunned when he saw this scene and hurriedly opened the door to greet them. On the 32nd floor of Zhenyi Court, Qinghe had just stepped out of the elevator when she encountered a woman with a refined appearance. She was also wearing the Zhenyi Court uniform and calmly said, I saw it on the surveillance footage. Qinghe nodded. It shouldn't have been Qin Jiang's doing. He doesn't have the guts, so he just gave her a little lesson. The woman frowned slightly. If that's the case, why let them live? You're being a bit too merciful. With that, she stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Qinghe raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, merciful? Be more careful next time. The commercial street opposite Jiangda University was still bustling. In the Duansha Tavern, Gutsong slumped in a leather chair behind the bar, lighting another cigarette. He wasn't a heavy smoker. It was just that lately, he suddenly felt the world was becoming increasingly meaningless. Xiaoman and Sanshi were playing games in a corner. Just then, the old wooden door of the tavern creaked open, and the three of them looked up at the same time, their eyes filled with doubt. The tavern was in such a dilapidated state, yet someone was still coming? The man who entered was around 40 years old, pale-faced, and looked around after entering. A greedy smile slowly crept across his lips. Boss, this tavern is pretty good. It's so noisy outside. Even if there's some commotion inside, no one will know, he said, his smile growing increasingly strange. So you deliberately didn't renovate the tavern, otherwise who would come here? But none of the three people in the tavern paid him any attention. Xiaoman held up her phone and proudly showed off to Sanshi with a smile. Hey, I won. You're treating me to dinner today. Sanshi looked helpless. You're too shameless. You actually used a resurrection item to turn the game around. Gutsong remained leaning back in his chair, exhaling smoke rings, seemingly oblivious to the person entering. The man paused, clearly not expecting to be completely ignored. A moment later, his face contorted into a ferocious expression, his right hand instantly transforming into a sharp claw, his voice chilling. I've been starving for a long time. Today I can finally feast. The three remained unresponsive. The man let out a sinister laugh and lunged at Gutsong, who was standing at the bar. But just as his claws were about to touch Gutsong's eyes, a flash of cold light appeared, and a dagger sliced open his neck. The man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Xiaoman walked to the bar, slowly wiping the dagger with a tissue, and said casually, It's been a long time since I've seen such a weak E-rank calamity. It's probably starving. She smiled. I'll tidy it up and deliver a sales report to the Calamity Suppression Division. Sanshi muttered to himself, picking up a black sealed bag, preparing to put the corpse inside. Just then, the tavern door creaked open again. Xiaoman, your corpse packing skills have improved. Looks like we'll have to pack another one today, Sanshi whispered a reminder. Xiaoman looked at the bag and shook her head, saying, No, one bag can't hold two. As the two were talking, a steady male voice suddenly rang out. Excuse me, is the tavern still open? Upon hearing this, the three people in the tavern were stunned at the same time. Because this person possessed not a trace of calamity, this meant that he was either an SSS-level calamity king, undetectable even to 7th-tier awakened beings, or an SS-level calamity capable of concealing his aura. But clearly, neither of these beings could possibly be present in this dilapidated tavern. That leaves only one possibility, an ordinary person. Almost simultaneously, the three of them had the same thought. Could an ordinary person really come here? Sanshi was the first to recover, immediately tying up the sealed bag and dragging it aside. Xiaoman, on the other hand, sheathed her dagger and greeted them with a smile. Open for business. Of course we're open for business. What would you like to drink? But let me warn you, all the wines here are collector's items, and they're not cheap. You look like a student, so maybe we should go somewhere else. Lin Mu glanced at her, said nothing, and walked straight to the bar to sit down. He looked at Gutsong and said, "Boss, a glass of water, please, it's free." Gutsong stubbed out his cigarette, closed his eyes, and ignored him. Xiao Man and San Shi exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. Was this guy here to cause trouble? Just then, Gutsong suddenly spoke up. "Pour him a glass." Xiao Man frowned, but reluctantly poured a glass of water and handed it over. "Sir, here's your water." "Thank you." Lin Mu took the water and drank a sip, then added, "Boss, another serving of fried rice, please. I haven't eaten yet. I'm a little hungry, and of course, it'll be free." The atmosphere in the tavern changed instantly at these words. Gutsong suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Lin Mu. San Shi and Xiao Man also completely understood that this person was clearly there to cause trouble. Just as Xiao Man was about to lose her temper, Gutsong's hoarse voice rang out again. "Xiao Man, go make some fried rice." "Huh? Boss, he's been eating for free. Why are you cooking for him?" Xiao Man was stunned. San Shi was also completely bewildered, utterly unable to understand what was wrong with Gutsong today. "Make it for him." Gutsong finished speaking and slowly closed his eyes. But Lin Mu continued. "Boss, you might not have heard me clearly. I want to eat the fried rice you made yourself." The next second, Gutsong's hand suddenly grabbed Lin Mu's arm. This scene startled San Shi and Xiao Man. They thought Gutsong was finally going to personally teach this young man a lesson. Gutsong frowned, staring intently at Lin Mu, a zero-level awakener. Lin Mu remained calm, simply asking, "So, can we make the fried rice now?" "Okay, consider it an apology for your abruptness." Gutsong finished speaking, slowly stood up, and walked towards the second floor. Just as Gutsong stepped onto the stairs, Lin Mu's calm voice came from behind again. "Add 2 eggs to the fried rice, then fry an egg, add a ham, add a chicken cutlet, and finally, very, very, very spicy." Gutsong's pupils constricted sharply, and he stopped abruptly, turning back to stare intently at Lin Mu. Lin Mu simply smiled. "Hurry up, I'm really hungry, don't mess around with me." Gutsong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. "Wait." Chapter 15 is me. Soon, the sizzling sound of oil being heated in a wok came from upstairs. Xiao Man and San Shi exchanged a glance, their faces filled with shock. Both of them turned their gazes to Lin Mu, who was sitting on a high stool, their eyes filled with disbelief. The boss actually made fried rice? Xiao Man stared at Lin Mu's retreating figure, her understanding completely overturned. Having worked for the boss for so long, this is the first time I've ever seen him cook himself, especially for a stranger. San Shi suddenly snapped out of his daze, remembering the black bag he had dragged to the corner earlier, and quickly said to Xiao Man, "I'll go take out the trash first." Before he finished speaking, he had already picked up the bag and strode out of the tavern. Lin Mu suddenly turned around, his gaze meeting Xiao Man's, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think your boss did something unbelievable?" Xiao Man finally snapped out of her shock, her eyes filled with scrutiny, and stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Mu. "Are you a student at Jiang University?" "That's right." Lin Mu nodded in agreement. "I have a question. From the outside, what is it about this tavern that attracted you to come in?" Xiao Man asked with a hint of inquiry. Lin Mu pondered for a few seconds, then looked back at the dimly lit wooden door of the tavern and said seriously, "It looks rather eerie." Xiao Man frowned, even more puzzled. "It looks so eerie. How dare you come in? Aren't you afraid there are demons and monsters inside that will eat you up?" As she finished speaking, she deliberately revealed a sinister smile, the dim light making her expression particularly eerie. She just wanted to scare this seemingly overly calm student, since the boss treated him so specially. Lin Mu gave her a gentle smile and said calmly, "Because everything here is free. You and him." Xiao Man almost swore on the spot, but she swallowed her words and said, suppressing her anger, "This is a high-end tavern. Everything is very expensive. This time the boss is making an exception. From now on, everything in the tavern will have a fixed price. Even a plate of fried rice will cost you 50 yuan. Lin Mu looked at the exasperated Xiao Man and smiled helplessly. "Okay, I understand. If you charge for fried rice, I'll change to another dish next time, as long as it's free." Xiao Man's anger finally reached its breaking point. Just as she was about to put together a fluent string of curses, steady footsteps came from upstairs. A few seconds later, Gutsong walked up to Lin Mu with a plate of fragrant fried rice. He handed over a pair of disposable chopsticks, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. "A fried egg, a ham, a chicken cutlet, slightly spicy. It smells delicious." Lin Mu smiled as he took the chopsticks and immediately buried his head in the rice, eating heartily. He was really starving. Lin Mu originally planned to buy food from a roadside stall downstairs to eat at home, but when he got to the entrance of the tavern, he suddenly froze. He glanced at Jiangda College across the street and suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about him? Directly opposite Jiangda College, the Duansha Tavern. If only I had remembered an hour earlier, I wouldn't have needed to borrow money from Yin Yan. Wouldn't she be a free lunch? With that thought in mind, he lightly pushed open the tavern door. Seeing Lin Mu eating with such satisfaction, Xiao Man felt even worse. She immediately snorted and angrily walked to the corner to sit down. Before long, Lin Mu's plate of fried rice was empty, but Gutsong's gaze remained fixed on him, without uttering a word. Boss, you're being a bit stingy. Lin Mu took a sip of water, looked at the owner and smiled. The chicken cutlets we had before weren't this small, were they? You're even picking on free meals. Xiaoman stood up abruptly, her voice full of anger. Gutsong immediately waved his hand at her, signaling her to be quiet. He looked at Lin Mu, a hint of barely perceptible tension on his weathered face, his voice hoarse and trembling. How big was the chicken cutlet you had before? Lin Mu met his gaze and said with a smile, It's twice as much as it is now. You didn't cut a whole chicken cutlet in half, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, Gutsong's expression suddenly changed drastically. He suddenly put a cigarette in his mouth and lit it, slowly exhaling smoke rings, but the fingers holding the cigarette were trembling slightly, a trembling of excitement. He was almost 100% certain of the person's identity. Countless questions welled up in his mind, but he forced them back down. What if it isn't? What if the conversation just now was all a coincidence? Are you thinking, what if he isn't? What if the conversation just now was all a coincidence? Lin Mu's calm voice rang out, and Gutsong's eyes widened completely, unaware that the cigarette had slipped from his fingers. The next second, Lin Mu looked up at Gutsong's shocked eyes and said calmly, It's me. Boom. Countless emotions flashed across Gutsong's eyes in an instant. Shock, doubt, excitement, but even more so, endless joy. His eyes began to redden, and his lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word. Xiaoman, watching the interaction between the two from the corner, had a look of confusion on her face. Why is this person suddenly talking to himself? Is there something wrong with her brain? I should have known better than to argue with him. He's so young and already mentally unstable. It's pathetic. With a creak, the tavern door was pushed open, and Sanshur walked in. Xiaoman immediately gestured for him to come over. Sanshur walked over and sat down next to Xiaoman with a puzzled look on his face. Xiaoman pulled him close to her side and whispered in his ear. That person is actually mentally ill. He was talking to himself inexplicably before you came in. Sanshur instantly understood, and his eyes showed more sympathy as he looked at Lin Mu. Gutsong finally suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a hoarse voice, What's going on with this face? And how did you get out of there? This is who I truly am. I was before, I am now, and I will be in the future, Lin Mu replied calmly. In the corner, Sanshur leaned close to Xiaoman's ear and whispered, Didn't you say he was mentally ill? Why is Brother Gu chatting with him? We're too far away to hear what they're saying. Xiaoman looked equally bewildered. I don't know either. Gutsong lit another cigarette, and as the smoke swirled around him, he stared at Lin Mu and asked, Why is there no power fluctuation within your body? It's a long story, but recovery is only a matter of time, Lin Mu smiled. Gutsong suddenly laughed, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. That's a good thing. You've now moved from the open to the shadows. Is the knife still there? You treat it like your lifeline. Lin Mu's chopsticks suddenly stopped, his eyes instantly dimmed, and he shook his head and sighed. Gutsong took a deep drag on his cigarette, his voice trailing off with the smoke rings. If the unclaimed sacred artifact is found, it will be sealed in the base in the holy capital. I'll go take a trip there. There's no rush. Besides, those old men at the base haven't been corrupted by them. Chapter 16 Hiding a Mistress in a Golden House. Okay, I'll do as you say. Gutsong nodded, then pressed on. So what is your true identity now? Lin Mu pointed behind him with his left hand, and Gutsong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Jiangda College, huh? I'm a freshman this year. I just attended the opening ceremony today. Lin Mu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Gutsong's lips twitched instantly, his expression becoming incredibly complex. He leaned closer to Lin Mu, asking incredulously, Are you serious? Yes, it's the real deal. Lin Mu nodded, then, as if remembering something, added, Did Lu Ping come today? Gutsong was completely convinced this time, He just left 2 hours ago. He said the president of Jiang University invited him to speak at the freshman ceremony. Does anyone else know about this? His expression became serious. Lin Mu shook his head. If you hadn't already left Zhenyi Court, I wouldn't have told you. What about the three of them? Gu Song asked with certainty. I bet they don't believe you're dead, and they'll keep waiting for you to come back. The conversation at the bar continued, but Xiaoman and Sanshur in the corner were completely confused. No way. The boss is such a man of few words. How could we have talked for so long? Xiaoman stared wide-eyed, unable to believe her eyes. Sanshur thought for a moment and guessed. Is it possible that Brother Gu felt sorry for him because he was mentally unstable? Xiaoman punched Sanshur. Are you stupid? Do you think Brother Gu would have any compassion? Just then, Lin Mu got up from the bar stool and walked towards the door. As he passed by Xiaoman and Sanshur, he smiled slightly at them and said, Thank you for your hospitality. He pushed open the tavern door, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he said, Gu Song, you don't have much time left to wallow in despair. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slowly closed. Gu Song smiled and lit another cigarette. He lit a cigarette with a fancy gesture and muttered, There's still some hope in this world. Xiaoman and Sanshur were completely dumbfounded. They rushed to the bar at the same time, wanting to find out what was going on. But Gu Song had already returned to his usual dejected state. He slumped in the leather chair and waved to the two of them. You two clean up. Xiaoman and Sanshur exchanged a glance and fell silent at the same time. All the questions in my mind, I swallowed back down. The top floor of the White Day building. Two fifth-tier beings dare to run wild in Zhenyi Court. Who gave them the guts? Unable to contain his anger any longer, Qin Jiang slammed his fist on the hard, long table in front of him, instantly splitting it in two. Lu Ping was startled by the loud noise and trembled. He cursed the two idiots in his heart, but forced himself to continue reporting. There's one more thing. Chief Qinghe's original words were that you should personally go there with sincerity. Boom. The already broken long table was completely shattered into pieces by Qin Jiang's second punch. Veins bulged on his forehead. After a long while, his anger gradually subsided, and he asked in a deep voice, How are their injuries? Xiao Xing is all right, but Chang Ruan's hands were pierced, and he needs to rest for a while. Lu Ping replied respectfully. Qin Jiang sat back on the leather bench, slowly closed his eyes and sighed. You can go down now. I'll handle this personally. After Lu Ping left, he murmured to himself as he looked at the empty office. What day is it today? Is it really unlucky for me? Yunjing residential area. The rushing water stopped. Lin Mu dried her hair and returned to the master bedroom, where she changed into a loose black pajama set. I had just leaned against the headboard when my phone suddenly vibrated. Beautiful words and phrases come from the heavens. I've written 300 poems in a frenzy. The phone rang for only half a second before Lin Mu answered it. A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, what are you doing? Have you eaten? I just got back from eating. What's up? Lin Mu asked with a smile. It's okay. By the way, brother, just let me know if you ever need money. Your sister's salary is pretty high now. Wow. Our Yin has really made something of herself. I'm benefiting from it too. No way. When I was in school, I relied on my brother's allowance to eat whatever I wanted. Okay, hang up if there's nothing else. Get some rest, and don't overwork yourself. Your health is always the most important thing, you know? Lin Mu said with concern. Wait, don't hang up yet. There's something important I haven't told you yet. Lin Yan's voice suddenly became urgent. Then tell me. Lin Mu was amused. Humph, all you do is rush me to hang up, just like my parents. Lin Yan complained. I have 3 days off next month. I'll go home for 1 day and spend the other 2 days visiting you, okay? It's no fun being alone when you're not home. And another thing, I brought something that will absolutely shock you. I guarantee you'll be dumbfounded. She deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Okay, call me when you get back. The rented house has 5 bedrooms, all open to the public. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, an exclamation suddenly came. No wonder the rent is so expensive. Brother, how big is the house you rented? More than 200 square meters. Lin Yan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan lay on the soft bed in her dormitory, her brows furrowed. The next second, she suddenly jumped out of bed, her eyes shining. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Why would my brother rent such a big house? Could it be that he's keeping a mistress? Family group chat and emergency broadcasts. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu opened the official website for the first time in a long time and swiped his finger across the screen to browse the headlines. The top trending topic remains, the final battle, a resounding victory. The two Calamity Kings fall. The second item was news of the establishment of the Daylight Organization. Beep, beep, beep. A series of messages suddenly popped up. Lin Mu's lips curled up slightly as he opened the family group chat, named Raising Two Divine Beasts. Linyi, you brat, how was the opening ceremony today? I haven't heard from you all day. You didn't miss it, did you? Jiang Shuwan. I trust my son's character. He must be studying diligently. Linyi. Honey, didn't you tell me to ask this? A loud cry of pain suddenly came from a household in Wutong residential area. Lin Mu, don't worry at all. If I hadn't attended the opening ceremony, the school would have called my family long ago. Jiang Shuwan. I knew it. My son is the best. Linyi. Hey kid, how's the dorm? Getting along with your roommates? Lin Mu. Everything is fine. We get along well, and even had dinner together last night. Linyi. Let me record a video to check out the environment. Lin Mu. The lights are already off. My roommates all love to sleep. Lin Yan, huh? Lin Mu. What the heck? Lin Yan. Why are my brothers mean to me? Jiang Shuwan. Talk to your sister properly. Are you looking for a beating? Lin Mu. I was wrong. After the group chat ended, Lin Mu smiled helplessly and raised his hand to press the switch beside him. The room instantly darkened, with only the night view of Jiangxing visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Even lying in bed, you can overlook the entire neon-lit city. Chapter 17. No one would risk their life to gamble with a madman's brakes. He continued scrolling through official information when suddenly a red emergency broadcast popped up, and Lin Mu clicked on it. Urgent notice. A suspected S-level or higher disaster has occurred in the Huaiyun district of Shanxing, and 2 second-level calamity envoys have already been killed. Residents are advised to stay home unless absolutely necessary. Currently, all members of the Upper Town ESI have been assembled, and the daytime headquarters has dispatched a special class Town ESI envoy to provide support. Below the eye-catching title is a blurry video of the scene, in which traces of chaos can be vaguely seen on the street. As the video flashed by, Lin Mu's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly rewound the video and replayed it. A woman in a red dress can be vaguely seen in the scene, her jade-like feet lightly touching the ground as she walks by, with a few streaks of blood floating on the hem of her dress. Lin Mu frowned slightly. It was her? She actually came out of there? Could it be that she has recovered? The idea had barely formed when he shook his head and rejected it. If she really returns to her prime, who can stop her? By the time the official news gets out, Huaiyun district will probably be gone. He swiped to exit the video, but switched back a few seconds later, examined it carefully, and chuckled. Why would I pay attention to her? He swiped away again, but unconsciously switched back, his brow furrowed. How can someone so weak be thinking about anything? With a swipe of my finger, the video was gone again. 1 minute later, Lin Mu quickly changed his clothes, walked to the entrance, picked up his coat, and opened the door the moment he put it on. While waiting for the elevator, he quickly opened his contacts and made a call. The phone rang once and was answered. A weathered voice came through. Hello. It's me. Get a car ready. I need it urgently. I'll be right there, and remove the license plate. Do you still need a car? The person on the other end of the phone was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening. Your body definitely needs it right now. There's a Maybach parked on the side road right across from the pub. I told Xiaoman to remove the license plate and put the keys on the windshield. Where are you going? Do you need me to go with you? Before Gutsong could finish speaking, Lin Mu interrupted. No need. I'm in the elevator. Beep. Inside the Duansha Tavern, Gutsong exhaled a smoke ring, somewhat puzzled, but didn't think much of it, and called out, Xiaoman. What's wrong, boss? Xiaoman ran briskly to the bar. Put the Maybach key on the windshield and remove the license plate, Gutsong said in a hoarse voice. Huh. Xiaoman was taken aback, then exclaimed excitedly. Boss, are we going to do something big? Hurry up, someone needs to borrow the car urgently, Gutsong urged. Oh, Xiaoman pouted and walked quickly outside. Gutsong watched her retreating figure, his brows furrowing slightly in thought for a moment, before he chuckled softly. With your current health, there's nothing you can do even if you rush things. You must be overthinking it. He slumped back into his leather seat, his phone screen showing an emergency video from Huaiyun district. Soon, Xiaoman removed the license plate, muttering to herself. This is the first time I've ever seen the boss borrow a car. Wait a minute, the boss doesn't have any friends, does he? Thank you for your help. Lin Mu picked up the key from the windshield, unlocked it, and started the engine with fluid movements. Xiaoman stared blankly at the familiar figure, completely dumbfounded. Hey you. Boom. With a roar of its engine, the Maybach sped away, leaving only dust on Xiaoman's face. A light drizzle fell from the night sky over Jiangcheng, and a Maybach sped along the slippery road. Lin Mu slammed on the gas pedal, but his mind was filled with a bewildered question. Why do I need to borrow a car to go to the city? Huayan district is so big. Where will I find her once I get there? No, I shouldn't have gone at all. What does this have to do with me? Despite his confused state of mind, he pressed the accelerator harder and harder. 3 hours later, at 11 p.m., uptown, on the elevated highway in the Upper East Side, torrential rain poured down, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. On the road at the southern end, dozens of Zheng vehicles were wrecked and their bodies were scattered all over the ground. The woman in the red dress slumped to the ground, the bloodstains on her fair calves dissolving in the rain. Her chest heaved violently as she gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground. A cold smile curled across her exquisite face, her voice weak yet chilling. I had no intention of harming ordinary people, but you all chose to die. She staggered to her feet, but stopped abruptly after taking only 2 steps, her beautiful eyes surging with murderous intent. The southern entrance to the viaduct. A figure dressed in a black uniform for daytime is slowly approaching, a long sword drawn from its sheath, its cold light reflecting off the rain. To be able to kill 2 fifth-tier awakened individuals, it truly is an S-rank calamity. Lu Ping stared sharply at her. You are already at your limit. I, Lu Ping, will accept this credit. You. The woman in the red dress sneered, but at this moment, she couldn't even deploy her tail fins and was so weak that she could barely stand. Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. Before Lu Ping could finish speaking, he leaped forward, his long sword flashing coldly as he charged straight at him. Meanwhile, at the north entrance of the overpass, 5 kilometers away, in the pouring rain, a black Maybach sped along like a mad beast. The roar of the engine drowned out the sound of the rain, and the tires screeched as they rubbed against the wet road. The guards at the north entrance panicked instantly. Engineer Lee, a car is heading straight for the north entrance. Didn't this person see or notify them? Didn't they know the overpass was closed tonight? Engineer Lee, he doesn't seem to be stopping. The staff on duty took off without hesitation. Engineer Lee was also shocked and his scalp tingled. He cursed loudly. Are you crazy? Don't you want to die? But he dared not step forward to stop him. No one would risk their life to stop a madman from braking. Boom. The obstruction was instantly knocked away. The Maybach did not slow down at all. Its engine roared even louder as it charged toward the south like a beast. At the southern end of the overpass, the fighting continues. Lu Ping's long sword was deadly with every move, but the more he fought, the more terrified he became. This woman in the red dress has managed to survive until now without the disaster. Could it be SS rank? Thinking of this, Lu Ping's bloodlust intensified. If one can kill an SS-level calamity, the achievement will be enough to make the elders take notice and bring them great success. Bang! The woman in the red dress was struck by the long sword, her body flying backward with a thud, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. I really have to thank you for this achievement. Lu Ping walked slowly closer, his body bearing many wounds, yet he couldn't hide his excitement. I'll make you go to hell without pain. The woman in the red dress staggered and half-knelt, muttering under her breath. Should we use our final move on this ant? Lu Ping raised his long sword, about to strike, when a blinding white light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Boom! With a roar like thunder, the black Maybach burst through the rain. Just as the 2 men were standing beside him, the car suddenly drifted 360 degrees, its rear end slamming into Lu Ping. His body was instantly thrown into the air, arcing through the air before plunging into the sea below. The Maybach came to a complete stop at this moment. Just as the woman in the red dress was wondering what was going on, the car door opened. A figure dressed in black casual clothes and holding a black umbrella slowly stepped out of the car. Chapter 18 I Can't Leave, Hug Me. The woman in the red dress knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and let out a cold laugh. These filthy awakened ones are utterly disgusting in their quest for this so-called achievement. As soon as he finished speaking, the rain above suddenly stopped. She looked up abruptly and saw a black umbrella already opened above his head, revealing a young man in black casual clothes. What? Do I disgust you too? Lin Mu paused, then softly called her name. Su. Nianhe. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the 2 locked eyes, and the downpour intensified. Puff. Su Nianhe looked at Lin Mu's figure and suddenly chuckled. Is this what you were originally like? It looks much better than yesterday. After saying that, she staggered to her feet, took a step forward, and was now very close to Lin Mu. The next instant, Lin Mu's pupils shrank dramatically. Su Nianhe tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gently pressed her soft red lips to his. After a brief touch, Su Nianhe released the stunned Lin Mu. We're even now. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes due to exhaustion and fell straight backward. Lin Mu quickly embraced her delicate body and found that she had fainted and was breathing weakly. He gazed at the torrential rain, his heart filled with bewilderment. Why did I come here? And why did you save her? Glancing out of the corner of my eye in the direction where the person had just fallen into the sea, I thought to myself, high-level awakened ones are not that fragile, they won't die. Lin Mu carefully lifted Su Nianhe into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. He returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and the Maybach drove back along the same route through the rain. Lin Mu glanced at Su Nianhe's pale profile and sighed helplessly. What a mess, am I having a fit today? The downpour showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it grew even heavier, with large raindrops pounding against the glass. On the top floor of the Baizhou building, Qin Jiang leaned back in a large leather chair, his brows furrowed. The long table in front of him that had been smashed had been replaced with a new one. How come Lu Ping hasn't sent back any news yet about an S-level calamity? Could it be no, impossible? Qin Jiang's voice was low as his right hand pressed the red button on the long table. A moment later, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a knocking sound. Qin Jiang raised his eyes and said, "Go in." A woman in a daytime uniform gently pushed open the door and walked up to Qin Jiang, bowing respectfully and saying, "Chief, have you located Lu Ping's location yet?" Qin Jiang asked the woman, his tone grim. The woman replied in a low voice, "Chief, not yet. The final location was at the southern end of the elevated highway in Huayan District." She paused, then hesitated before adding, "Could it be that Lu Ping and the others fell from the overpass? The river under the bridge flows directly into Jiangcheng, and the current is swift." Qin Jiang interrupted in a deep voice, "Impossible. An S-level calamity is nothing to Lu Ping." "But what if it's an SS-level calamity? Then Lu Ping and the others really wouldn't be able to fight back." The woman looked up, her expression serious as she analyzed the situation. "SS rank." Qin Jiang sneered, his voice gradually turning cold. "Why would a calamity of this magnitude easily expose itself? Remember, the more powerful the calamity, the more cowardly it is." The woman opened her mouth as if to persuade him again, but Qin Jiang's firmness silenced her, and she could only ask respectfully, "Should the chief be handed over to Zhenerding for processing?" Qin Jiang frowned even more deeply, looked up at her, and said in a terrifyingly calm voice, "Are you treating Zhenyi Court as Baizhou's superior?" The woman trembled and quickly lowered her head. "This subordinate dares not." Qin Jiang slowly stood up, walked to the woman's side, and patted her on the shoulder. "Kong Nan, continue to find Lu Ping's location. I will go to Shanqing myself." "Yes, Chief," Kong Nan replied respectfully. By the time she looked up, Qin Jiang had already disappeared from the room. She strode towards the elevator, muttering to herself, "I hope it's just S rank. If it really is SS rank, then the chief is gone." 2:30 a.m. The city of Wuhan remains shrouded in torrential rain. A black Maybach cut through the rain and came to a steady stop on the side road directly opposite the dust-free tavern. Lin Mu turned off the engine and sent a message to Gutsong. Just as he put down his phone, a notification sound rang. He didn't expect Gutsong to reply so quickly at this hour. "Gutsong, you need a car more now, so you can keep the keys." "Lin Mu, there's something stuck in the back of the car. Please take care of it tomorrow." Gutsong, Gutsong, what?" "Lin Mu, that's all for now, we'll talk about it tomorrow." After getting out of the car, Lin Mu held up an umbrella and walked to the passenger side. The moment he opened the door, he first tucked the umbrella under his elbow and carefully swept Su Nianhe into his arms. Looking down at her pale face, Lin Mu took a deep breath and steadily tilted the umbrella over her head. His back was instantly soaked by the torrential rain, and the icy rainwater trickled down his collar. Cough, cough. Su Nianhe suddenly coughed lightly, and when she opened her beautiful eyes, their eyes met in the rain. "I don't understand. Why did you save me?" She looked directly at Lin Mu, her voice as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. "That's fine if you don't understand," Lin Mu said in a deep voice in the rain. A hint of doubt flashed in Su Nianhe's eyes. "What do you mean?" "Because I don't know myself. Just pretend I'm crazy. You're leaving first thing tomorrow morning." Lin Mu frowned. Even he himself felt that his actions today were absurdly ridiculous. Puff. Sun Yinha suddenly chuckled, then coughed violently, splattering blood onto Lin Mu's black coat. You're quite interesting. She raised her delicate hand and gently placed it on Lin Mu's chest. You still have the strength to raise your hand. Perfect, you can hold the umbrella and protect yourself. Before Sun Yinha could react, Lin Mu hugged her even tighter and shoved the umbrella handle into her hand. Sun Yinha was stunned for a moment. Then her lips unconsciously turned up. She slowly raised the umbrella handle and gently pressed her cheek against Lin Mu's soaked chest. Call. Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief and finally stepped into the elevator. He looked down at the person in his arms and said calmly, "Press the elevator, 29th floor." I don't like being ordered around. Sun Yinha's eyes suddenly turned cold. Lin Mu hummed in agreement and gently placed her on the ground. The moment Sun Yinha's delicate feet touched the ground, she stumbled and fell back into his arms, her voice weak. What? Have you had enough of hugging me? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He pressed the button for the 29th floor with his right hand. Bite. The elevator doors slowly opened, and just as Lin Mu was about to step out, Sun Yinha suddenly grabbed his arm. Lin Mu turned around, his eyes filled with doubt. It's only 2 steps, can't you walk? Sun Yinha was silent for a moment, then looked directly at him with her beautiful eyes. If you can't leave, carry me. What a hassle. Lin Mu sighed and picked her up again. After pushing open the door, Lin Mu gently placed Sun Yinha on the sofa. He took 2 steps back and looked at the woman curled up on the sofa, his brows furrowed no deeper than they could now. Chapter 19, I'm done washing, hug me. Because everything he did today completely shattered his self-perception over the past 24 years. It's utterly absurd. He actually went to save a king of calamity? He knew perfectly well that this action was incredibly stupid and might even attract some people's attention, but he still did it. Lin Mu stood in front of her for a long time, his mind swirling with thoughts. Why? Even though his internal strength hadn't recovered and he knew that Bai Zhou's people were nearby, why did he still rush over to save her? Didn't you ever think that you might encounter an accident because of this? Sun Yinha slowly raised her eyes, and 2 fair legs emerged from under her red skirt. What are you thinking? Don't you find yourself a little ridiculous? Let's pretend we never met. You can leave first thing tomorrow morning. After saying that, Lin Mu turned and walked towards the room. Wait a minute, Sun Yinha called out softly. Lin Mu turned around with a dark expression. What is it now? I want to take a shower. Sun Yinha's chest rose and fell slightly as she bit her red lips and said, I can't move. Lin Mu froze on the spot, his tone filled with helplessness. If you can't move, don't bother washing. Your injuries should be able to heal on their own, right? I want to take a shower, Sun Yinha repeated, looking at him earnestly. I haven't showered in months. After leaving Sin City, all I wanted was to find a place to take a good shower, that's all. And I didn't kill those awakened ones intentionally. Lin Mu looked at him as if he had heard a fairy tale, his eyes filled with disbelief. You mean, you came out of the restricted area just to find a place to take a shower? Sun Yinha pouted, looking even a little aggrieved. Lin Mu finally sighed in resignation. There's a bathtub. I'll fill it with water for you, and you can wash in it yourself. Is that all right? Okay. Sun Yinha nodded, a smile returning to her lips. After the sound of running water stopped, Lin Mu came out of the bathroom. The water temperature is adjusted. Hug. Sun Yinha uttered only one word. Lin Mu sighed, feeling as if he had truly invited a deity back. Just as he was about to reach out and hug her, Sun Yinha's voice lowered even further. My clothes, help me. Lin Mu stumbled and almost threw the person out. He stopped in his tracks, looked into Sun Yinha's clear eyes, and completely lost his temper. When the water temperature is just right, clothes, hurry up, Sun Yinha urged. Lin Mu closed his eyes completely. After a series of movements, he walked out of the bathroom with his eyes closed, still holding a tattered red dress in his hand. Inside the bathroom, Sun Yinha revealed her fair, jade-like shoulders, raised her hand to brush aside her hair, and gently traced her fingertips along her collarbone, moving downwards. She leaned back in the bathtub, her legs casually stretched out, her skin white and translucent as it soaked in the warm water. Lin Mu then returned to the shower room in his bedroom to wash up. As he washed up, he muttered to himself in the mirror, Lin Mu, you're really crazy. A moment later, as he sat down on the sofa, drying his wet hair, he heard Sun Yinha's gentle voice coming from the bathroom. I'm done washing, hug me. Lin Mu tossed the towel aside, took a deep breath, and slowly stood up. These are my pajamas. I live alone and don't have any women's clothes, so please make do with these. Shoes? I don't have any either. Have you dried yourself off? Inside the bedroom, Lin Mu had his back to Sun Yinhe, his eyes closed, and spoke. Don't rush me, it'll be ready soon. Aren't you afraid I'll suddenly attack if you keep your back to me like this? Sun Yinhe chuckled. Lin Mu frowned, turned around, and was about to speak when both of them froze. Sun Yinhe was sitting on the bed wrapped in a bath towel. Sorry, please don't provoke me with your words next time. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he immediately turned around and walked out of the room, shouting without looking back, You'll stay in this room tonight. If you need anything, shout for me loudly. Of course, I might not be able to hear you. After Lin Mu's figure disappeared, Sun Yinhe blinked and looked down at herself. She chuckled and said, Was he shy just now? She picked up her pajamas from the bed, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. In the master bedroom, Lin Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and lit a cigarette in the dim light. As he slowly exhaled the smoke, his heartbeat gradually calmed down, though a faint blush still lingered on his cheeks. 6 a.m. A light drizzle was still falling from the sky. The southern end of the elevated bridge in Huayan district. A man dressed in the chief's uniform for daytime walked slowly to the bridge. The bloodstains from last night have been washed away by the torrential rain, and the body and the wrecked vehicle have already been properly disposed of. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. The newcomer was a young man also dressed in a daytime uniform. He stood behind Qin Jiang, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Chief, the surveillance footage around the overpass, which was missing for 2 hours in the early morning, has been completely erased. Eliminate. Qin Jiang's face instantly filled with rage. His right-hand man is still missing, but the surveillance footage here has been erased? He turned around, his voice gradually turning cold. Upper town heirs, how dare you? This wasn't done by the upper city, chief. The young man paused, then added. It was eliminated by the holy capital city, and the source of the elimination cannot be found for the time being. The holy capital? Qin Jiang's face darkened. Only a handful of factions in the holy capital city have the authority to go this far. He was completely baffled and turned his gaze toward the direction of the capital city. Isn't he just an S-class calamity? Is there some unknown truth hidden in this matter? Thinking of this, Qin Jiang sighed helplessly. My own power is still not high enough. He then looked at the young man and ordered, Send more men and search along the river all the way to Jiangcheng. Yes, chief. The young man turned and strode away, while simultaneously relaying Qin Jiang's instructions. Qin Jiang paced back and forth at the sight of the conflict, feeling that the whole thing was strange. He sighed, Is fate really against me? Has nothing gone smoothly in just a few days since you took over the daytime? Even someone as strong as Lu Ping met with misfortune. It seems that my understanding of this world is far from sufficient. And let's go back to the early hours of the morning, a few hours earlier. Central town of Yiding, 32nd floor. Shinro, rewind the image. A middle-aged man with a cold expression said in a deep voice, pointing to the central screen. Yes, Chief Ningimo. Shinro immediately rewound the surveillance footage. A black Maybach sped through the rain, and the image of it hitting Lu Ping and sending him flying came back to Ningmo's eyes. The figure in black stepped out of the driver's seat of the Maybach, holding an umbrella, until he held it steadily over the head of the woman in the red dress, a figure of calamity. Shinro couldn't help but say, Chief Ningimo, this person is indeed very strange. A Maybach without license plates. It was as if he came specifically for her. In other words, if we follow the surveillance footage, we'll definitely be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. She analyzed the situation on her own, convinced that her point of view was absolutely correct. Chapter 20, I will leave within 3 days. Go back. Ningmo's voice was somewhat urgent this time. Yes. Shinro was instantly startled. This was the first time she had ever seen any other expression on Chief Ningmo's face. And so, under Ningmo's orders, Shinro rewound the scene 9 times. She was filled with doubt, not understanding why Chief Ningmo kept watching this scene. Shinro, Ningmo suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Delete all surveillance footage from 1 hour before and after the incident, including all surveillance footage within a 10-kilometer radius. Huh? Chief, you mean completely eliminate them? Shinro turned around blankly. At the same time, this footage is a top secret of Zhenyiding and cannot be known to any third party. No one is allowed, understand? Ningmo's eyes were icy cold. Shinro couldn't help but shudder. Although it's unclear why the chief suddenly upgraded this footage to top secret. But she immediately stood up and said respectfully, Yes, Chief Ningmo, Shinro will remember. Okay, do it immediately. Ningmo turned and left with steady steps. leaving Shun-ro looking bewildered. She stared intently at the screen, unable to make heads or tails of it. As the last keystroke sounded, the sound emanated from the elevated highway in Huayan District. All surveillance cameras within a 10-kilometer radius were wiped out at that moment. After doing all this, Shun-ro remained seated in front of the computer, lost in thought. Countless possibilities surged through her mind, but she shook her head and rejected them one by one. Never mind, let's go to sleep. Shun-ro stretched and walked towards the inner room. These chiefs are all eccentric in personality. Compared to them, Lu Ping and others are really quite gentle. The early morning hours were the time when the rainstorm was at its most intense. Ning Yamo held up a black umbrella and walked out of the Zhenerding building alone. He gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, "Could it be you?" 12 o'clock noon. A ray of sunlight finally pierced through the dark clouds, and the rain that had lasted all night quietly stopped. In Wudong residential area, Lin Yi tossed the wok in one hand and answered the phone with the other. But the next moment, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Yes, I am the child's father. What? You didn't go to the academy? I know you're right. I will definitely educate my child well. Okay, you're busy. Beep. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi even forgot to toss the pot. What happened? What? He didn't go to college? Did our son skip class? He dared to skip class on his very first day of school. You said you were easy to take care of last night, but today you've shown your true colors. Jiang Shuan had appeared behind him at some point, and Lin Yi could clearly feel the pressure and anger emanating from behind him. He immediately turned around with a smile. Don't worry, honey, let's make a call and ask what's going on. What if our son really has an emergency? Then what are you standing there for? Go ahead and hit me. Jiang Shuan shouted angrily. Give me the pot, and you can start hitting it now. Coming right away, honey, don't get excited. As Lin Yi spoke, he immediately dialed his son's number, silently praying in his heart. You'd better come up with a plausible lie, or you're really dead meat. At the same time, in the room on the other side, exquisite verses seemed to come from heaven. I've written 300 poems in a frenzy. The sudden, urgent ringing of the cell phone woke Lin Mu from her sleep. He rolled over, picked up his phone, and squinted at the screen with sleepy eyes. Lin Mu was somewhat puzzled. Why is Dad calling me at this time? He answered immediately. Hey Dad, what's up? Lin Yi on the other end of the phone was instantly stunned. Holy crap, how come this kid is so calm? Where have you been gallivanting off to, you brat? Don't you know it's the first day of school? The college has already called our home. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Jiang Shuan's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. Lin Mu instantly snapped back to reality. Oh no, I almost forgot I'm a student right now. He jumped up quickly and saw that it was already 12:02. I breathed a sigh of relief, because there was no use in being anxious. Get out of class had already ended at this hour. I fell asleep last night. Dad, believe me, this is the truth. Lin Mu explained as he prepared to leave the room. He's asleep? Lin Yi had barely finished speaking. Jiang Shuan's roar pierced through the receiver. Out of so many people in the dorm, you were the only one who fell asleep? Didn't your roommates wake you up? Well, wasn't there a heavy downpour last night? I'm at a lost child outside. Don't you understand your own son? Of course I couldn't just ignore this situation, so I took the child all the way home. That's absolutely true, Lin Mu said, her tone extremely serious. Stop talking nonsense. Where are you now? Are you at the academy? Lin Yi pressed. Of course I am. Lin Mu blurted out without hesitation. Your theoretical course instructor, Mr. Chun, just called and asked you to come to his office now. Hurry up. Remember, this must not happen again. I know, Dad, don't worry. As Lin Mu spoke, he had already walked into the living room, but he did not notice that Su Nianhe, who was wearing men's pajamas on the sofa, was looking at him curiously. Skipping class on the very first day? We have no confidence whatsoever. Just then, Su Nianhe's gentle voice suddenly rang out. Where are you in such a hurry to go in your current body? Lin Mu and Lin Yi on the other end of the phone both fell silent. Lin Mu reacted quickly, saying into the phone, Dad, the TV in the dorm suddenly started making noise. As he spoke, he made a shushing gesture to Su Nianhe, his eyes serious. Su Nianhe chuckled softly and said nothing more. Lin Yi on the other end of the phone immediately replied, Okay, I didn't hear anything else. Go to Coach Chin's office right away, don't keep him waiting. He hung up the phone after saying that, but thought to himself, this brat, he brought a girl back to his dorm on his first day of school? Why did you hang up? Jiang Shuan's voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. It's alright, honey. Our son is indeed in his dorm, but he overslept and is on his way to the office building now. Lin Yi smiled and covered for his son. Jiang Shuan looked at him with a mixture of belief and doubt, feeling that something was not quite right. On the other side, Lin Mu, his face dark, looked at Su Nianhe, who was wearing his pajamas on the sofa, and asked irritably, "Why haven't you left yet?" Su Nianhe leaned back on the sofa, her right hand supporting her chin, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "What? You've hugged me, you've looked at me, and now you want to kick me out?" Lin Mu's expression froze instantly. Just as he was about to speak, Su Nianhe slowly crossed her fair right leg and said softly, "Look at your indifferent expression, you're really quite boring." After saying that, she stretched, her voice suddenly lowering, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "I will leave within 3 days." Lin Mu hummed in agreement, then turned and walked helplessly toward the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Su Nianhe's voice rang out again. "Remember to buy me some clothes, something a girl should wear." "Why are you looking at me like that in chapter 21? Have you fallen for me?" Lin Mu paused, frowned slightly, and then slammed the door shut. The room returned to calm. Su Nianhe's eyes grew increasingly cold, and a sharp, killing intent emanated from her. She parted her red lips slightly. "My whereabouts are only known to that hidden SS-level mutant in the upper city. Are you trying to use someone else to do your dirty work? Are you so afraid of my life?" 12:15 p.m. Inside the Jiangnan University Administration Building, Lin Mu sat opposite Coach Chun and calmly explained the theory to him for an hour. Every word he said gave Coach Chun a profound sense of enlightenment. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he looked at Coach Chun and said calmly, "Instructor Chun, I don't need to attend the Academy's theoretical classes anymore, right?" Coach Chun was both pleasantly surprised and somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. "Okay, that's fine." He then changed the subject, looking at Lin Mu with concern. "But Lin Mu, I've seen your file. You became an Awakened One 6 years ago, but 6 years have passed, and you're still stuck at level 0, right?" "That's right," Lin Mu replied frankly. "You can skip theory classes, but you absolutely cannot skip physical education classes." Instructor Chin's tone became serious. Awakened beings can only break through by pushing the limits of the human body. The transition from 0 to 3 levels can be achieved through systematic, high-intensity training. But above the 3rd rank, one must fight on the battlefield and repeatedly pass through the gates of hell to have a chance to advance, and each rank is more difficult than the last. He looked at Lin Mu and offered words of heartfelt comfort. "The 3rd tier and above may be too far away for you, but for now, you should first step into the 1st tier to truly become a member of the Awakened Ones. Remember, theory is ultimately insignificant in the face of strength." "You're right. I will work hard and strive to reach the 1st level as soon as possible," Lin Mu said earnestly. After Lin Mu left, Coach Chin sat alone at his desk, lost in thought for a long time. He only snapped back to reality when a pair of calloused hands flashed before his eyes. Upon seeing the person who arrived, he immediately stood up. "Principal Song, you've arrived. I've been standing here for a while now." Principal Song sat down opposite him and waved for him to sit down as well. "If you're not feeling well, take a day off. Health is the foundation of everything." Coach Chin smiled and shook his head. "Principal, you didn't see that freshman just now. His theoretical knowledge was truly enlightening. I even think that the theoretical academics in the capital city may not be as good as him." "Oh." Principal Song immediately became interested. "Tell me more about it." 20 minutes later, Coach Chin sighed. "What a pity, this kid has been at level 0 for 6 years. Principal Song's gaze instantly turned cold. Since his theory is so good, if he hasn't reached the 1st level by the time he graduates in 3 years, let's recommend him to go to the Holy Capital to study theory. That's where he can broaden his horizons, and it might be the best outcome for him. No wonder the Awakened Ones from the outer city are scrambling to get into Jiangqing Academy. It's mainly because of your great support, Principal. You can guarantee admission to Shengjing City without hesitation." Coach Chin smiled and began to flatter him. "All right, stop with that." Principal Song feigned disdain, but his face lit up with a smile. He then added, "By the way, don't overload the children with poor talent with training. This is a lesson learned by other colleges at the cost of their lives. It would be terrible if it backfired." After saying that, Principal Song got up and left. Coach Chin stood up, looked at his retreating figure, and replied, "I know, Principal." 1 kilometer from the gate of Jiangnan University, a large shopping mall stands on the side of the street. In the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor of the mall, there is a shop full of dresses. Lin Mu's lips twitched as he scanned the price tags on each piece of clothing. After thinking about the balance on my card, I realized that I wasn't so poor that I couldn't even afford a new set of clothes. His gaze lingered on a red dress, and he stopped in his tracks. Sir, are you trying to surprise your loved one by buying her clothes? A female shop assistant in a suit skirt walked over quickly, smiling as she pointed to the red dress. You have excellent taste. This is a brand new arrival in the store, and the discount is amazing. How much of a discount? Lin Mu asked. After the 12% discount, it's only $2,999. Lin Mu sighed silently in his heart, but his face remained calm. Wrap it up. Get another set of black casual clothes. And 2 pairs of sneakers too. Sir, wouldn't you like to get your loved one a pair of high heels? The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she picked up a pair of silver white high heels with red soles. Such a beautiful dress looks even better with high heels. Lin Mu frowned slightly. Then a pair of sneakers and a pair of high heels. The shop assistant's smile instantly brightened. Okay, will you be paying by card or cash? Swipe the card. Lin Mu handed over the bank card directly. Soon, the shop assistant returned quickly with 4 shopping bags and handed the card back to Lin Mu. Sir, the total after the discount is 7,996 yuan. Lin Mu took the items and walked out of the mall, unable to help but sigh. Girls' money is really easy to earn. In the Duansha Tavern, only Gutsong was sitting on the leather chair at the bar. Lin Mu placed the key on the bar counter. Gutsong took the key and looked at him suspiciously. You last night. It's something personal, Lin Mu interrupted him. Then what are you carrying in your hand? Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes suddenly filled with unprecedented shock. What's wrong with the clothes I bought? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Did you buy those high heels for yourself? Gutsong stared intently at one of the packaging bags. What? It's marked on the bag. If your eyes are damaged, go see a doctor. After saying that, Lin Mu picked up the 4 bags and left without looking back. After Lin Mu left, Gutsong stubbed out his cigarette, lit another one, and his expression was extremely interesting. Holy crap, no way. Someone like you, can actually have such a surprising side. As soon as Lin Mu opened the door, 2 long, snow-white legs came into view. Sun Yinha was lounging on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, her legs casually propped up on the edge of the coffee table, her toes dangling slightly. Hearing the noise, she turned her head slightly, a smile appearing on her face. Oh, I thought you wouldn't buy it. Before she finished speaking, she pulled her legs back, gracefully sat cross-legged on the sofa, and her eyes lit up. Quickly, let me see it. Lin Mu walked up to her, gently tossed the 4 packaging bags onto the coffee table, and said calmly, Let's try it first. We can exchange it or return it. Sun Yinha chuckled. The head of Zhenyi, Tingting personally bought clothes for the disaster. It's funny to think about. She slowly unpacked the bag, and as her fingertips brushed against the black clothing, she suddenly looked up and teased. Your taste is pretty good. This black outfit isn't the same as yours, is it? No, they're just the same color. Lin Mu sat down on the single sofa next to her, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over her profile. Sun Yinha seemed to sense his gaze, and suddenly turned her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Why are you looking at me like that? Have you fallen for me? Chapter 22. According to my biological clock, I only wake up in the morning. Oh. Lin Mu snorted coldly, withdrew his gaze, and remained silent. Wow, I love this red dress. Sun Yinha stood up and held the red dress in front of her to compare it. The skirt cascaded down like a waterfall, making her skin look as white as snow. She nodded in satisfaction. It should fit perfectly. But when she opened the last bag, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at Lin Mu in disbelief. You even bought high heels? Lin Mu remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the edge of his phone. He himself was asking himself, why did I buy high heels? Why even buy her clothes? This whole thing shouldn't have happened in the first place. Seeing that he didn't answer, Sun Yinha didn't mind. She smiled as she looked at the red dress and high heels, then winked at him. I want to try on the clothes. Lin Mu replied perfunctorily, staring at his phone. But the next second, Sun Yinha raised her hand and lifted the men's pajamas she was wearing. Lin Mu was startled and rushed to her side, grabbing her hand. What are you doing? Sun Yinha looked up at him, her eyes innocent. Change clothes, why? Go to your room and change, Lin Mu said, raising an eyebrow. Trouble. Sun Yinha gave a soft hum, lightly touched the ground with her jade-like feet, and walked gracefully towards the bedroom. The moment the bedroom door closed, Lin Mu sighed softly and shook his head helplessly, hoping that these 2 days would pass quickly. A moment later, The bedroom door clicked softly, and Lin Mu casually looked up. Sun Yinhe walked gracefully out of the room. A bright red, belted long dress hugged her figure, the hem swaying gently with each step, making her slender figure even more defined with every step. Her calves, peeking out from under her skirt, were as white as jade, and her feet were clad in a pair of silver-white high heels with red soles. The crisp, melodious tap, tap, tap sound of the heels striking the ground seemed to resonate deeply within one's heart. She walked to the center of the living room, her eyebrows and eyes exquisite, her skin as white as snow, like a red rose suddenly blooming under the moon. With a single glance, one could be captivated. Lin Mu's right hand, which was holding the phone, paused slightly, but the pause lasted only a moment. Her face quickly regained its composure, her eyelids slightly lowered, as if the momentary daze had never happened. But his throat bobbed very slightly, ultimately revealing the unexpected amazement in his heart. Is it pretty? Sun Yinhe moved gracefully to stand in front of him, her toes slightly twirling as the heels of her silver-white high heels gently touched the ground. As her skirt fluttered, her snow-white calves were faintly visible, and the smile in her eyes deepened. It seemed as if she was deliberately trying to display her stunning beauty to him. Barely, but not bad. Lin Mu avoided her gaze and got up to walk towards the room the next second. It's just, all right, came Sun Yinhe's gentle question from behind. Lin Mu hummed in agreement, closed the bedroom door, and walked to the French windows. A tiny flame ignited at his fingertips, and smoke billowed from his mouth. He gazed out the window, his heart pounding unsteadily. That one glance had thrown him off balance. In the living room, Sun Yinhe chuckled and drew the curtains, then took off her red dress and high heels, and changed into the black outfit. She walked lightly to the mirror, looked at herself in the mirror, and smiled slightly. Surprisingly, the size of the clothes fit her figure perfectly. Good morning, boss. In the dust-free tavern, Xiaoman stretched and slowly walked down the stairs, her hair still carrying the languor of someone who had just woken up. Xiaoman, it's already afternoon, Sanxia reminded him from behind. I don't care. According to my biological clock, I only wake up in the morning, Xiaoman said seriously. That makes a little bit of sense. Sanxia thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Outside the tavern, Jiangxing Town Ersi's black limousine was parked steadily on the side road. The driver got out of the car the moment it came to a complete stop and respectfully opened the rear door. A man with a fierce expression slowly walked out. Director General, is this such a small matter really that you need to handle it personally? Just leave it to me. The driver bowed and flattered with a smile. The man looked at the tavern in front of him and said in a deep voice, You wait here, I'll go in myself. Yes, Director General. With a creak, the tavern door was slowly pushed open, and Xiaoman, Sanxia, and Gutsong behind the bar all looked up at the newcomer. Oh, isn't this Director Wang? What an honor to have you here. Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly teasing. The moment Chief Wang stepped into the tavern, the fierce look on his face vanished, replaced by a grinning expression. Hee, Xiaoman has become even more beautiful lately. He then turned to Sanxia. Sanxia is much stronger than before. Looks like you haven't been idle lately, have you? Sanxia glanced at him, but didn't say anything. General Manager Wang wasn't embarrassed at all. He walked straight to the bar and put on a fawning smile for Gu Tsong, whose face looked haggard. Mr. Gu, are you resting? Get to the point. Gu Tsong closed his eyes and uttered only 2 words, his voice hoarse. That's right. Last night, during the torrential rain, your Maybach sped through Jiangxing, perfectly running every red light. Don't worry, I cleared all the surveillance footage immediately for this small matter. You can absolutely trust me to get things done. General Manager Wang, slightly bowing, added, The stability of the entire Jiangxing is something others may not know, but how could I not? Without you holding the city in check, how could Jiangxing be so peaceful? Running red lights the whole time? No wonder he took off his license plate, Gutsong thought to himself. He then slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the person who had come. Startled by that look, General Manager Wang trembled all over, and sweat instantly broke out on his back. Wang Quan, you've been in Jiangxing for quite a while now. Of course, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. What instructions does Master Gu have recently? Just give the order. Wang Quan quickly straightened his back. Go back. I'll call you if anything happens. Gutsong waved his hand and closed his eyes again. All right, Mr. Gu, you're busy. Wang Quan turned around with a smile, then waved to Xiaoman and Sanxia. You two are busy too. Busy, huh? The smile vanished the moment he stepped out of the tavern, and his menacing expression returned. After getting into the car, The driver cautiously asked. Chief Director, should we tow that Maybach away? He still dares to park openly on the side of the road. He's really not taking us seriously. Wang Quan raised an eyebrow, his eyes icy. Drag what? The driver glanced at the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew he had said the wrong thing. Xiaoyang, how many years have you been with me? Wang Quan's voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of oppression. I've been following you since you came to Jiangxing, for 5 years. The driver's voice trailed off. It's been 5 years. Do you know why Jiangxing is the most stable city under the jurisdiction of Shangjing? Do you think it's Jiangxing Town's achievement? Or mine? Wang Quan laughed self-deprecatingly. Let's go back to headquarters. With that, Wang Quan closed his eyes. These words kept churning in Xiaoyang's mind the whole way, until the vehicle drove into the headquarters of Ersi in Jiangxing Town. He didn't understand what General Manager Wang meant, but he didn't dare to ask any further questions. Chapter 23 Kissed, hugged, looked at so much trouble with just a pair of chopsticks. 7 p.m. Within Jiangxing, the river that runs through the upper city ends in a pile of garbage and discarded debris, and a foul stench permeates the night. A group of figures in daytime uniforms, holding blinding flashlights, surged back and forth in the night, their footsteps crunching over the gravel. Qin Jiang stood on the bridge, his brows furrowed as he surveyed the area below. This is the end of the river. If Lu Ping is not seen here, it means it's Lu Ping, special class. A loud voice suddenly rang out, breaking Qin Jiang's thoughts. He leaped and landed steadily on the open ground below, then strode to the crowd. How is the situation? Chief, you are out of danger. A medical worker was performing a massage on Lu Ping using professional techniques, and a fine sweat was seeping from his forehead. Everyone's expressions were tense until a soft cough was heard, at which point they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ping coughed up the river water he had choked on, weakly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. What happened to me? Qin Jiang squatted down in front of him. How is it? Chief, I failed to complete your mission. Before Lu Ping could finish speaking, Qin Jiang patted him on the shoulder. It's good that you're all right. We'll talk about the rest when we get back. In the darkness, the engines of dozens of cars roared simultaneously as the convoy sped toward the capital city. Meanwhile, in the Yunjing residential area, Lin Mu cooked a bowl of noodles, poached 2 eggs, and sat alone at the dining table eating. There was also an open bag of spicy strips on the table. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful profile appeared in front of him, and Su Nianhe licked her red lips. I'm hungry too. You can eat all of this? Lin Mu asked while eating noodles. How do you feel? Su Nianhe sat gracefully beside him, dressed in a black casual outfit, her hair loosely tied up with stray hairs hanging down her neck. Okay, let's go hungry, Lin Mu said calmly. Su Nianhe frowned slightly. I'll try a bite. Lin Mu was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. I'll go get a pair of chopsticks. Su Nianhe snatched the chopsticks from his hand. We've kissed, hugged, and looked at each other. Why make such a fuss over a pair of chopsticks? After saying that, she hesitated for a moment, then picked up a noodle and slowly chewed it. But the moment he swallowed, his stomach churned, and he vomited it all back into the bowl. Lin Mu's expression instantly became fascinating. He glanced at Su Nianhe, then at the bowl, and fell completely silent. How disgusting, Su Nianhe said seriously. That's disgusting. There's a trash can right under your feet. Why would you spit into the bowl? Lin Mu retorted. Su Nianhe looked down at the trash can at her feet, her face innocent. I didn't see it. I'm going out to eat, but I'll be back tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's eyes turned cold, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. You look fierce, I don't like it. Also, you're recovering slowly, so don't do what you did last night again. Su Nianhe got up and walked to the entrance hall, putting on the white sneakers that Lin Mu had prepared. As she opened the door, she paused slightly, turned to look at Lin Mu, and a smile appeared on her lips. Under normal circumstances, I will not take action against ordinary people or awakened individuals. The moment she stepped out of the room. Wait! Lin Mu's voice rang out. The key. Come back and open the door yourself. Without turning her head, Su Nianhe caught the key that flew from behind her and slammed the door shut. Lin Mu stared at the noodles in the bowl and let out another helpless sigh. Holy capital! Inside a heavily guarded research and development base. In the closed laboratory at the bottom floor, dozens of researchers dressed in white lab coats were cheering and jumping for joy. A middle-aged man rushed into the control room, his voice trembling with excitement. Dinma, our first step has been a success. Maybe one day in the future, we can really integrate the mutants into the world, he added, his eyes full of anticipation for the future. Good, but remember, this experiment must never be known to the outside world, understand? Dean Ma's face was serious. Instead of the joy that should have been due to the breakthrough in the experiment, there was a hint of worry that was hard to detect. Dean Ma, rest assured, apart from me, no one else in this laboratory knows what the actual experiments they are conducting are, the middle-aged man solemnly promised. After he left, a tall, sweet-looking young woman standing next to Dean Ma looked puzzled. Grandpa Ma, this is clearly an experiment that could change the world. Why are you hiding it? Dean Ma's face immediately put on a kind smile. Yin Yin, this world is not as simple as you think. This experiment has taken its most difficult first step in just a few months since it began. Would those top scholars in history have not thought of this? And those lost civilizations of China? At this point, Dean Ma sighed deeply, his words filled with complex emotions. Grandpa Ma, Lin Yin still doesn't quite understand. Lin Yin tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. Haha, it's good that you don't understand. You're still young, and your future is limitless. We old guys are waiting to pass on our skills to you. Dean Ma laughed heartily and patted her on the shoulder. Yin Yin isn't that good. I'll be content if I can learn just a little bit of what the grandpas do, Lin Yin replied with a smile. It's already dark outside, and I've made you work overtime again today. Dean Ma's tone changed, and his expression became serious. But Yin Yin, you absolutely cannot mention this to anyone, not just us old folks. Lin Yin immediately straightened her back and said earnestly, Yes. Don't worry, Grandpa Ma. After returning to her dormitory, Lin Yin took off her lab coat. I changed into pink cartoon pajamas and leaned against the headboard, unconsciously recalling Grandpa Ma's words. What exactly does the lost civilization of China mean? She murmured to herself. I'll try to subtly ask Grandpa Zhu next time I work with him. In the capital city, the buildings are brightly lit during the day. Inside the special care room, Lu Ping lay weakly on the bed, his face as pale as paper, the medicine dripping slowly from the foretube. Qin Jiang sat on the leather chair by the bed, his brows furrowed. You mean, a black car suddenly appeared and hit you? It was my oversight, Chief. Lu Ping's voice was low and filled with remorse. Qin Jiang shook his head. It's not your fault. This matter is strange in every way, and it has already alarmed the major powers in the capital city. I just don't know which side it is. Also, that SS-class mutant, even without being transformed into a calamity, was able to hold out against you for so long. Qin Jiang's eyes flickered, and his fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest. He felt that there was a crucial link he hadn't grasped, but he couldn't remember it. He slowly got up and pressed down on Lu Ping, who was trying to get up. Rest well, and wait until you are fully recovered before we talk about it. Thank you, Chief. Lu Ping's voice was weak. Qin Jiang patted him on the shoulder, turned around, and walked out of the ward. His footsteps gradually faded away in the quiet corridor. Chapter 24. My memory isn't very good. Is there something you need? In a quiet, dark alley in the urban area of Jiangxing, a slender figure dressed in black casual wear and white shoes slowly walked into the depths, a faint smile on her lips, her shadow stretched long under the dim streetlights. A gust of cold wind swept past, carrying fallen leaves, and suddenly, a jumble of footsteps sounded behind the woman. Several sinister laughs followed. What a beautiful girl. We're in for a treat today. There's only one person. How do we divide them? Divide it into 4 pieces, so that no one suffers a loss. The bottom section is mine, and I can take a smaller share of the rest. For sinister voices drew closer, their breathing clearly audible. Yes, I am indeed very hungry. The woman suddenly turned around, and an extremely weak crimson tail wing phantom instantly unfolded behind her left side. A faint red light flickered like a firefly in the darkness. In an instant, the pupils of the 4 people who had surrounded them shrank, as if their souls had been ripped out. They scrambled and stumbled towards the alleyway exit, a soul-shaking fear rising wildly from the depths of their hearts. She, how could she still be alive? Before the words were even finished, the alley was already deserted. With each step the woman took, a bright red flower of blood bloomed. A moment later, the woman slowly walked out of the alley. She looked up at the bright, full moon in the sky, took a key out of her pocket, and smiled again. Go home. Yunjing residential area. With a click, the door was pushed open. Lin Mu was walking out of the room, wearing a bath towel and shirtless. The two of them stopped at the same time, and looked at each other. With a bang, Sun Yinhe quickly closed the door. Lin Mu picked up her phone from the coffee table, turned around, and went back to her room, leaving without looking back with the words, "Turn off the living room lights later." "Hey," Sun Yinha called out to him. "What?" Linmu stopped and turned to look at her. Sun Yinha parted her red lips slightly, her eyes sparkling. "You have a nice figure." Lin Mu's expression froze, and he stopped responding, walking straight back to his room and closing the door. What a boring man. Sun Yinha chuckled softly, turned off the living room light, and walked to the French windows to stand. She looked down at the neon-lit night view of Jiangqing, and after a moment, her fingertips swiped across the phone screen and dialed a number. The phone was answered instantly with a beep, but there was no sound on the other end, and the air fell into a brief silence. "Xiao Ning." Sun Yinha's cool voice broke the silence. A rapid, trembling voice came from the other end of the phone. "Wang? Is that you?" Sun Yinha replied calmly. "I'll send you my location in a bit, and you can pick me up tomorrow afternoon. Also, my news must not be leaked. We'll discuss the details tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, she hung up the phone and walked towards the bedroom. She paused slightly as she passed Lin Mu's door. He turned and glanced at the closed door, a subtle smile appearing on his lips, before pushing the door open and entering his room. Inside the room, Lin Mu stubbed out his cigarette and rubbed his temples with a helpless expression. "Tomorrow is physical education class. I can't skip it again, otherwise Mom." Thinking of this, he gave a wry smile, set his alarm, and fell asleep almost instantly. At the central square of Jiangxing College, thousands of students were running around the square. A small number of people were completely exhausted and simply laid down on the lawn, looking utterly content and resigned. "Dude, do you think the academy is crazy?" A chubby figure slumped on the grass at the finish line, panting and complaining. "The first physical education class of the new semester is a 15-kilometer run. Who can handle that? This is absolutely insane. I can't even imagine what the days ahead will be like." Lin Mu looked at him with some surprise. "I didn't realize that you could finish the race with your build." "Hey, don't let my weight fool you. I'm pretty agile." Wang Yueban sighed, as if recalling some painful memory. "Actually, it's all because of the pressure my family put me through this." Seeing Lin Mufeng's nonchalant demeanor, he immediately stood up, wiggling his round belly. "Brother? Are you a god? 15 kilometers. And you didn't even break a sweat? Are you some kind of reclusive master here to experience student life?" Lin Mu was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. "Have you ever seen a reclusive master who is a zero-level awakener?" "Hey, that's true." Wang Yueban scratched his head and patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. I can even get into the first level, so it's only a matter of time before you can do 15 kilometers without even breaking a sweat." "Thank you for your kind words. I'll strive to reach the first level as soon as possible," Lin Mu replied with a smile. As time went by, the freshmen who had finished the long-distance run collapsed on the lawn one after another. Suddenly someone pointed into the distance, their voice excited. "Look, that's Ji Weiniang, who's third on this year's school beauty list. What era are we living in that we still have a school beauty ranking? But she is indeed quite pretty." Someone chimed in. "Hey, you call that good?" "Dude, you've had too much to drink this morning, haven't you?" Another joked. "Look at the photos of your girlfriend on your phone, compare them." "Heh, once I graduate and reach the second-tier awakened state, I'll go straight to ESI Town in Jiangxing. What a sight to behold then." The man shrugged dismissively. "This is just a way to fill the void right now. It's because of people like you that the term scumbag exists." A chorus of mocking laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. At the center of the crowd's discussion, Ji Weiniang did not stop walking and headed straight for the corner of the square, as if she had not heard the noise around her. "Hey bro, there's a beautiful sight coming our way." Wang Yu squinted her small eyes, sizing up the approaching figure from afar, and blurted out a string of numbers. 90, 61, 89. "You could see that from this far away?" Lin Mu asked, somewhat surprised. "Hey, I'm not bragging, but the more you see, the more you naturally become. You know what I mean." Wang Yueban's smile was slightly lewd, but the next second he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, she's coming this way. Could it be, that he was attracted by my good looks?" "I think you're right." Lin Mu shook his head and chuckled, unable to understand the fat man's inexplicable confidence. Wang Yueban immediately puffed out his round chest, ready to strike a cool greeting pose. But Ji Weiniang walked straight past him and stood in front of Lin Mu, her voice sickeningly sweet. "Do you remember me?" Wang Yueban's smile froze, and she awkwardly touched her nose. Lin Mu looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Ji Weiniang chuckled. "I saw you in Instructor Chin's office yesterday afternoon. I didn't expect you to be so amazing." You're the first student in the Academy's history who doesn't have to attend theory classes. Holy crap, Wang Yueban exclaimed inwardly. This guy is seriously awesome. Excuse me, I have a bad memory. Is there something you need? Lin Mu asked calmly. Chapter 25. If you miss me, call me. Ji Weiniang was slightly taken aback. The plot seemed to be quite different from what she had expected. She then handed the bottled water in her hand to Lin Mu, her voice softening slightly. It's nothing. I just wanted to come and get to know you. Could you help me unscrew the bottle cap? You can't even open a bottle cap. How did you get into Jiangda College? As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, Wang Yueban silently gave him a thumbs up. He is truly a role model for us all. The nearby freshmen all stared wide-eyed, a single thought simultaneously popping into their minds. This guy is definitely single by choice. Ji Weiniang's expression was a little unpleasant, but she still forced a smile. Isn't it normal for a boy to help a girl? Or, do you not want to be friends with me? I neither want to help you, nor do I want to be your friend. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he pointed to Wang Yueban next to him. This brother is the richest man in Jiangqing. It would be more appropriate for you to befriend him. After saying that, he turned and left without the slightest hesitation. A flash of anger crossed Ji Weiniang's eyes, but when she heard the words, Jiangqing's richest man, the corners of her mouth turned up again. She immediately handed the water to Wang Yueban, her voice becoming sweet and gentle again. Hello. You can. My brother isn't interested in you, and neither am I. Wang Yueban interrupted her directly, his tone utterly impolite. Go hook up with someone else. After saying that, he quickly chased after Lin Mu. Ji Weiniang stood frozen in place, sneering in disbelief. Ji Weiniang, was rejected by 2 men in 1 day. Brother, wait for me. Wang Yueban caught up with Lin Mu, panting. Lin Mu stopped and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Wang Yueban leaned close to Lin Mu's ear and whispered, Brother, how did you know my family is the richest in Jiangqing? Lin Mu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I was just saying it casually, are you really? Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, Wang Yu narrowed her small eyes, stroked her chin, and pondered. This guy seems a bit shady. And during that 15-kilometer run, he didn't even break a sweat. Is that normal? Even 4th or 5th tier awakened beings might not be able to do that, right? When I get home tonight, I must ask my father about it. Inside the Duansha Tavern, Lin Mu was enjoying his meal. Not bad, you've been down for so many years, but your cooking skills haven't declined. Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his voice tinged with seriousness. Recently, many cities have started to descend into chaos. Lin Mu paused with his chopsticks, looked up, and asked, Where? Yu City, Luo City, Song City. The local Zhenyi division can no longer suppress them, and the high-ranking officials of the Zhenyi court and Baizhou have all dispersed. Gutsong took another drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. The most serious situation is in Jinbei City. It is known that there is 1 SS-level calamity and 4 S-level calamities. This is just what is known on the surface, you know. Jinbei City. Lin Mu put down his chopsticks, a complicated smile playing on his lips. This place really is familiar. Gutsong chuckled. Indeed, no one knows you as well as you do. A year ago, you single-handedly slaughtered all the calamities in Jinbei City. Who went to Jinbei City? Lin Mu raised his eyes. Ning Mo. Then the suppression of Jinbei City is only a matter of time. Lin Mu finished the last bite, placed his chopsticks on the empty plate, and stood up, saying, I'm off. I hope you can deliver next time. Gutsong's lips twitched. You have to charge for coming to our door. Are you short of money? Lin Mu asked with a smile. Gutsong remained silent, then quietly took out a beautifully wrapped bouquet of flowers from under the bar and handed it to Lin Mu. Lin Mu's face darkened as he stared at Gutsong. What are you doing? The shop has been simply decorated. Xiaoman bought the flowers, Gutsong said calmly. Then why did you hand it to me? Lin Mu asked, looking puzzled. Gutsong said with a hint of seriousness. You've carried too much on your shoulders these past few years. It's time to relax. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Speak your mind. A hint of gossip flashed in Gutsong's eyes, but he said in a serious tone. I think you need this bouquet of flowers. Women love them, so don't be shy. Lin Mu's voice was low and deep. Gutsong, do you believe I'll beat you up right now? I believe you, but your current strength. Before Gutsong could finish speaking, he shoved the flower into Lin Mu's hand. All right, you've been holding it up for so long, just take it. You just rented the place, so even without women, you can still enjoy the fragrance. Outside the tavern, Lin Mu stared at the bouquet in his hand, lost in thought. He shook his head helplessly and strode away. Oh well, I'll just consider it as inhaling some formaldehyde. Inside the tavern, light footsteps echoed from upstairs, and Xiaoman skipped down the stairs, saying, "Good morning, boss. You've come down just in time. Wash the dishes." Gutsong pointed to the empty plates on the bar. Xiaoman put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Which student is here to freeload again? I only ate today, not drank." Gutsong slumped back in his leather seat and closed his eyes. Xiaoman leaned closer to him, her eyes full of doubt. "Boss, you two have known each other for a long time, haven't you? But with such a special identity, how could you possibly have any dealings with students who are zero-level awakened?" She shook her head to herself. "It doesn't make sense. Go wash the dishes, don't overthink it. I get along well with him." Gutsong said in a deep voice with his eyes closed, as if he would fall asleep in another second. Xiaoman pouted, feeling like she had been given the runaround. She angrily picked up her plate and headed into the kitchen. Footsteps came from upstairs again, and Sanshur came down with a smile. "Good morning." Xiaoman immediately handed him the plate, a smile playing on her lips. "Sanshur, the boss wants you to wash the dishes." Sanshur took it with a blank look. "Guests in the middle of the day? No, we haven't even opened the door yet." "Ask the boss. I hate people who freeload the most." Xiaoman strode upstairs. "This young lady is going back to sleep. Don't disturb me." Sanshur looked at the plate in his hand, then at the sleeping Gutsong, gave a wry smile, and silently walked into the kitchen. Yunjing residential area. In the room, Su Nianhe changed into a red belted long dress, and her silver-white high heels with red soles made a soft sound as they stepped on the floor. She gently placed a piece of white paper on the coffee table. On it were 5 hastily written words. "I'm leaving. Don't worry about me." After thinking for a moment, she picked up a pen and added a phone number, followed by 6 words. "If you miss me, call me." What kind of writing is this? It's like something out of a romance novel, full of love-struck characters. How shameful. I have never done anything like this. Su Nianhe frowned slightly and instantly destroyed the note. A moment later, she took another sheet of white paper, wrote down the same content word for word, and put it back on the coffee table. Looking at the handwriting on the paper, a smile appeared on her lips. "Never mind, I'll just treat it as something I wrote for fun. He'll definitely throw it away like trash anyway, so how could we possibly have any further contact?" She turned to leave, the crisp clicking of her high heels echoing in the room. The moment she pushed open the door, Su Nianhe's eyes widened, a hint of confusion flashing across her face, but more so, shock. Chapter 26. Some people and some things deserve to pay the price. Lin Mu, holding a bouquet of flowers, bumped into her. Their eyes met, and they both stopped in their tracks, an awkward silence hanging in the air. These flowers, are they for me?" Su Nianhe gently raised her jade-like hand, pointed at Lin Mu, and then at the bouquet of flowers, her voice filled with doubt and a hint of unintentional urgency. Lin Mu frowned. "You're overthinking it. Are there other women living here?" Su Nianhe asked with a scrutinizing gaze. "No, you're blocking my way," Lin Mu said calmly. Su Nianhe chuckled softly, walked to Lin Mu's side, and their skin brushed against each other. The hem of her red dress swayed slightly with each step, and the crisp sound of her high heels echoed in the elevator entrance. "I'm leaving. You have the key. Come back and open the door yourself." Lin Mu walked towards the room. "I won't be coming back. Thank you for your hospitality these past 2 days," Su Nianhe said softly. Lin Mu paused in his steps. "Yes, I remember what I said yesterday." Su Nianhe did not respond, and walked towards the elevator in her high heels. "Wait a minute," Lin Mu's voice suddenly rang out. Su Nianhe paused, turning back with a smile in her eyes. "What? Are you reluctant to part with it?" Lin Mu took a deep breath, his brows furrowing slightly, and quickly walked up to her, handing her the bouquet of flowers. "I was thinking of absorbing some formaldehyde, but then I suddenly remembered that this rented house isn't a new one anymore, so there's no point in keeping the flowers. You can handle it for me. If you don't like it, just throw it away." Before he finished speaking, he directly grasped Su Nianhe's slender hand, placed the bouquet in her palm, and turned to walk quickly back to his room. With a bang, the door slammed shut, giving Su Nianhe no chance to speak. Su Nianhe held the bouquet for a few seconds, then couldn't help but let out a sweet, bell-like laugh. She slowly stepped into the elevator, held the bouquet to her nose, and the fresh floral fragrance instantly filled her nostrils. A gentle smile touched her lips. "The flowers are beautiful. I like them very much." Inside the room, Lin Mu walked to the coffee table, then suddenly stopped. He looked down at the blank sheet of paper and calmly remarked, The handwriting is really messy. When my gaze fell on the last phone number and the following line, "Call me if you miss me," his brows furrowed instantly, and he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the nearby trash can. A minute later, a slight sound came from the trash can. Lin Mu squatted down, picked out the crumpled paper, unfolded it, smoothed it out, and stared at the handwriting on it, whispering, "Boring." The main entrance of Yunjing residential area faces Jiangda College directly. At that moment, a powerful black SUV was parked on the side of the road, drawing gasps of surprise from the surrounding crowd. Everyone stopped to look at them, secretly envious. When will I be able to drive such a cool car? If I could drive one, I'd have to change the girl in the passenger seat every single day. Suddenly someone shouted urgently, "Holy crap, bro, this is amazing. Top tier amazing. Look over there." Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, and their eyes lit up the next second. A beautiful figure in a red dress walked in, her high heels clicking and clacking with every step, captivating everyone around her. Just then, the SUV door was pushed open with a loud bang. A beautiful figure jumped off the car, wearing black high-top Martin boots, a black short-sleeve top that revealed her slender waist, and tight jeans. She tossed her windblown pink hair, looking both cool and stylish. Su Nianhe smiled slightly at her, and the latter rushed forward, her eyes instantly reddening. "Sister, I." Su Nianhe patted her back to comfort her. "All right, Xiaoning, how old are you and still crying? Isn't your older sister standing right in front of you?" A moment later, a loud engine roared up, and the black SUV sped away, leaving trails of dust. The onlookers were still amazed, their minds still replaying the image of the two top beauties together. "Sister, I was too excited just now and forgot to ask about your flowers." Yuning couldn't help but ask cautiously. Su Nianhe looked at the flower in her hand, a smile appearing in her eyes. "It's not important. Take care of it for me from now on, don't let it die." Yuning thought to herself, "Good heavens. If it's not important, why are they keeping me alive? Can I die? My king, your logic is completely nonsensical." Of course, she dared not say it aloud. After a brief reminiscing, Yuning's voice became solemn. "The high-ranking officials of the capital city have now been dispersed to subordinate cities, but you can rest assured. Our remaining forces are all well hidden and have never harmed ordinary people." Yuning paused, then added with a puzzled look, "Sister, there's something I don't understand. Why didn't you let me join this war? If I were here..." Su Nianhe's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she interrupted directly. "This so-called final battle is a joke in itself. The tens of thousands of awakened and mutants who died in the war were all for naught. If you had gone, all that would have been left would be piles of bones." Yuning sighed softly and lamented, "This world is truly beyond saving. When will this endless fighting end? Do you remember when we stormed the central building 5 years ago?" Su Nianhe asked calmly. "Of course I remember. Back then, Zhen Yiting didn't have the white death god, the god of death. Those self-proclaimed elders would have been dead long ago if the envoy hadn't arrived in time." Yuning replied immediately. Su Nianhe's voice was tinged with the melancholy of reminiscence. The envoy who guards the country was originally still alive. Even when Black King and I joined forces, we were still unable to completely kill him. Unfortunately, he was ruined by his own people. Yuning was completely stunned. Have they gone mad? As the SUV entered the highway interchange, Yuning slowed down and asked softly, "Sister, shall we go to Yuqing or Zhenbeiking?" Su Nianhe's voice grew increasingly cold. "Zhenbei City. Some people and some things deserve to pay the price." Clear. As soon as Yuning finished speaking, she stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the black SUV sped off towards Zhenbei City. At the same time, the 9th Special District of Zhenbei City had become a living hell. The people fled in panic under the protection of the Zhenyi Division, and a young man in uniform respectfully reported, "Commander Chao? The residents of the 9th Special District have been almost completely evacuated." Chao Ming immediately retorted angrily, "Almost there? Those are lives lost, covered in blood. Keep the search and rescue." The young man hesitated before speaking, "But our casualties have already..." He was interrupted before he could finish. Chao Ming retorted coldly, "Have you forgotten the oath you took when you put on this uniform?" He then patted the young man on the shoulder. "Go to the rear and evacuate the crowd." The cigarette butt was stubbed out forcefully, and Chao Ming's eyes revealed a resolute determination. "Reinforcements will arrive soon. We cannot allow casualties to continue. General Manager Chao, I..." Before the young man could say anything more, Chao Ming had already drawn his long sword. The aura of a fifth-tier awakened being was suddenly released, and he quickly headed towards the screams in the distance. The young man gritted his teeth and finally turned around to go to the rear to assist in the evacuation. Chapter 27: The rebellious mentality of contemporary young people is really too serious. Inside a tall building, the ground was stained with bright red blood, and dozens of figures were enjoying a meal. A series of steady footsteps suddenly sounded, and Xiao Meng and his group slowly walked in. Xiao Meng, who was in the lead, said in a low voice, "An S-class calamity, huh?" He turned his head to look at the person behind him. "We might not be able to go back. Are you scared?" The only response he received was the sound of several weapons being drawn. Everyone's eyes were resolute, their expressions a calm acceptance of death. Xiao Meng laughed, his long sword pointing directly at the figure inside the high-rise building. "Xiao Meng, the chief commander of Jinbei City, has come to send you filthy creatures to your grave. Killing you would indeed be troublesome, but you insist on throwing your life away," a sinister voice rang out. The S-class figure sitting in the middle instantly began to turn into a calamity. The next second, a giant monster resembling a rhinoceros appeared before everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a monstrous roar resounded. "Leave no one alive." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures transformed into humanoid monsters of various shapes, creating an extremely terrifying scene. 1 hour later, 10 Jinerding special vehicles roared into the 9th Special District and headed straight for the center. Outside the 9th Special District, an officer from the Zhenyi Division shouted excitedly, "It's the Zhenyi Court's special car." The young driver behind him asked in confusion. "Only 10 cars in total, with a maximum of 30 or 40 people, and they just drove in like that?" The officer rolled his eyes at him. "What do you know? That's the Zhenyi Court. Any one of them could take on everyone under Chief Chao in a one-on-one fight. I wonder which chief is leading the team." He gazed in the direction the convoy had disappeared, his eyes filled with longing. After the 10 vehicles arrived at the designated location, they suddenly dispersed and sped off in different directions. Inside the high-rise building, only a dozen or so shriveled corpses remained on the ground. A middle-aged man from Zhenyi Court reported with a heavy heart, "Chief Ningyamo, this is the corpse of Chief Chao. His life force has been drained." Ningyamo slowly squatted down and sighed softly. "I knew you would try to be brave. I'm late, I'm sorry." He stood up, walked to the door, ripped off his cloak, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Erase all the calamities of the 9th Special District." "Yes, Chief." The crowd responded in unison, and the auras of several awakened ones above the 5th rank instantly spread out. To the northeast of the 9th Special District, the roar of vehicles grew increasingly intense. Zhang Huai, in the driver's seat, had a sinister expression. He floored the accelerator and shouted excitedly, "Luckily you're Lu Ping. Hold on tight." Lu Ping sighed helplessly. "We can definitely break in, Zhang Huai." He gripped the armrest tightly as he spoke. Bang! The car slammed straight through the gate, and Zhang Huai laughed loudly. "Brother, we can apply for funding to buy a new car again." Then, it drifted and came to rest in front of the 4-story building. Lu Ping's face darkened. "You just want to change cars? I'm going to tell Chief Ningyamo." After saying that, he kicked the car door open and got out of the car calmly. Zhang Huai was stunned. "Holy crap. You're doing this yourself, and you're still going to snitch. You're going to apply for funding anyway. What's the point of keeping it?" Lu Ping said matter-of-factly. Zhang Huai walked to his side, and a giant scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. Lu Ping then calmly put on his black boxing gloves. "Why don't you switch weapons? You're at a disadvantage fighting with gauntlets." No sooner had Zhang Huai finished speaking than a deafening sound of a window shattering suddenly rang out. Hundreds of humanoid monsters leaped down from the sky, their sharp claws gleaming coldly as they pounced on the two. A monster's roar suddenly came from the entrance of the stairwell. The next second, the S-class calamity, resembling a giant rhinoceros, burst forth, its thick rhinoceros horn piercing straight into Lu Ping's heart. "Wow, Lu Ping, you've hit the jackpot. It's an S-class calamity." Zhang Huai shouted excitedly, and the giant scythe suddenly swung out a silver light. Before the calamity falling from the sky even hit the ground, it was cleaved into several pieces by the scythe, with blood raining down mixed with limbs flying everywhere. At the same time, instead of retreating, Lu Ping advanced, unleashing a powerful punch with his right fist enveloped in black energy. Boom! A giant rhinoceros was punched onto a tall building, causing the wall to collapse instantly and debris to fly like a waterfall. Lu Ping shook his right hand. "I feel that these boxing gloves suit me quite well." After saying that, He leaped towards the rhinoceros, the black patterns on his gauntlets faintly glowing. You're asking for it, the rhinoceros roared, raising its horn and charging forward once more. Inside another building to the northeast. The ground was already covered with the corpses of the calamity, dark red bloodstains soaked through the bricks and stones, and the air was filled with a nauseating, fishy smell. Only 2 men dressed in the uniforms of the Zhen Yi Ting slowly walked out. The man on the left has a resolute face and a burly build, with a giant sword slung diagonally behind his back. On the right is an old man with white hair, his face deeply lined, and dark red blood still dripping from the curved long sword in his hand, but a bloodthirsty cold light flashes in his cloudy eyes. A series of loud noises came from afar. The old man looked in the direction of the sound, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. There's quite a commotion over there, Cheng Xiao. Do you know which 2 people are in that area? After a brief moment of thought, Cheng Xiao said in a deep voice, it should be Special Class Lu Ping and Special Class Zhang Huai. Ha, being targeted by these 2 is truly the worst luck imaginable. As soon as Xie Tu finished speaking, Cheng Xiao glanced at the bloody and gruesome scene inside the building behind him and muttered to himself. Meeting you is truly bad luck. Cheng Xiao, you've been stuck at the 5th rank for several years now, haven't you? The old man suddenly changed the subject. Yes, Xie Tu, Special Class. Cheng Xiao replied respectfully. The 9th Special District of Jinbei City could be a good opportunity. Xie Tu's voice was aged yet sinister. Take this opportunity and fight with all your might. For the rest of the time, I'll be behind you. I understand. Cheng Xiao paused, still looking puzzled. But I still wonder why Jinbei City would send out 5 special rank Jinyi envoys, and even Chief Ning Mo personally led the team. The 9th Special District is just the beginning. A cold glint flashed in Xie Tu's eyes. Jinbei City openly harbors an SS-level calamity, but what about those hidden in secret? He patted Cheng Xiao on the shoulder and laughed loudly. You have a long way to go. Let's go to the next place. Cheng Xiao paused in his action of opening the card door, then asked, if we encounter an SS-level calamity, should we fight it head-on? If we really run into this situation. Xie Tu's tone suddenly became serious. I'll hold him off. You go and call for reinforcements immediately, otherwise, none of them will survive. I see. Cheng Xiao responded and got into the driver's seat. With the engine roaring, the vehicle suddenly launched forward. You young people drive so recklessly, my old back is about to fall apart. Xie Tu complained, leaning back in his seat. I will try to drive slowly, Xie Tu, etc. Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Xiao floored the accelerator with a loud boom. The vehicles drifted in a series of maneuvers on the street, their tires screeching against the ground. Xie Tu's face darkened. The rebellious mentality of young people today is really too serious. Cheng Xiao's lips curled up slightly, but his tone remained serious. You flatter me. Chapter 28. I ordered takeout, and it turned out to be delivered by a D-rank calamity. 7 p.m. The city was completely enveloped in night, and neon lights lit up one after another, outlining the city's silhouette. Yunjing residential area. Lin Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The long dormant energy within him began to surge and flow, and his previously furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He gazed out the window at the dazzling night view and sighed softly. Although only one level has been restored, being able to reactivate one's energy is a good start. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly, and Lin Mu turned and walked towards the entrance. The moment the door was pushed open, a suppressed male voice came. Your main course has arrived. Thank you. Lin Mu reached out to take the lunchbox. The man outside the door gripped the box tightly, a strange smile playing on his lips, and even licked his lips at Lin Mu. Congratulations, you're the lucky one today. Remember to order less takeout in your next life. Before he could finish speaking, the man's face began to contort and distort. His hands swiftly transformed into sharp claws, and a thick, long tongue emerged from his mouth, the tip of which revealed a ferocious human face. Lin Mu calmly looked at the humanoid calamity before him and sighed helplessly. All right, I guess I'll just go to Gutsang's place for a free meal. He then raised an eyebrow and sized up the other person. What kind of look is this? It's much more disgusting than a typical low-level calamity. Calamity was clearly taken aback. It couldn't understand why the human before it could remain so calm even as death approached. Lin Mu muttered to himself, a D-rank calamity? It's been a long time since I've seen one this weak. Yeah, although I'm pretty weak right now. Roar. The calamity was completely enraged, and its claws and giant tongue attacked Lin Mu simultaneously. Just at this critical moment, Lin Mu's phone suddenly rang. He calmly took out his phone and immediately answered after seeing the caller ID. What's up? The D-level calamity suddenly turned into an ice sculpture when it was only an inch away from Lin Mu's fingertip. As Lin Mu closed the door, the ice sculpture shattered with a crack, turning into countless ice crystals that dissipated in the corridor. Gutsong's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Want to stretch your legs a bit? Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa. What do you mean? Something's not right in Jinbei City. I'm going to go check it out. Gutsong's tone became serious. Isn't Ning Mo over there? Lin Mu asked calmly. I suspect there's a sizable calamity organization hiding there. We can't let our guard down, Gutsong said in a deep voice. Have you forgotten? In my current state, I was just a burden in the past, Lin Mu said with a self-deprecating laugh. Protecting just one person is a piece of cake for me. When it comes to defense in this world, if I say I'm second, who dares to claim first? Gutsong paused, then added. Besides, don't you want to see your subordinates from afar? In addition to Ning Mo, Jinbei City also dispatched 5 special-class Jinyi envoys. Forget it. The time isn't right yet, and I have to go to class, Lin Mu refused seriously. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, Gutsong slowly uttered 2 words, skip class. No need. Let's talk when we meet in half an hour, Lin Mu conceded. You're coming? Gutsong's voice carried a hint of surprise. Yeah, I ordered takeout, and it turned out to be a D-level calamity delivered to me, Lin Mu said helplessly. A rare soft laugh came from the other end of the phone. Lin Mu's face darkened, and he hung up immediately. The 9th Special District of Jinbei City under the cover of night. After half a day of bloody fighting, the air was filled with a nauseatingly strong smell of blood. Ning Mo held the sacred artifact, Limitless Staff. He slowly walked towards the figure slumped on the ground, the gray mist swirling around him churning like waves, and the pressure of a 7th-level mid-stage cultivator suddenly erupted, causing debris to fall from the ground. He stared at the other person, his voice icy. So it was you, SS-level calamity, Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu staggered to his feet, coughing up a mouthful of blood onto his black robe. The calamity-inducing patterns that had covered his entire body had mostly faded, revealing his pale face. He swayed precariously as he looked at Ning Mo approaching, his voice hoarse. Ning Mo, haven't you seen through the true nature of this world yet? Is everything you, Jinyi, doing really right? Right or wrong is no longer important. Ning Mo's eyes were indifferent as he slowly spun the Wuji staff in his hand. The 9th Special District was ravaged by calamity and slaughter, and you just happened to appear here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Mo frowned sharply and turned around abruptly. Several blue wings gleaming with a chilling light tore through the air, like sharp battle blades aimed directly at his face. But before the wings could even touch it, they were instantly swallowed up by the surging gray mist around him, turning into tiny specks of light and dissipating. The next second, a beautiful figure shrouded in a black robe appeared like a ghost in front of Lu Jiu. 2 huge blue tail wings suddenly flapped behind it, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of even denser blue wings rained down on Ning Mo like a storm, each carrying a force powerful enough to tear steel apart. Jinbei City is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Familiar faces keep popping up one after another. Ning Mo snorted coldly, and the gray mist around him surged again. But just as countless wings were swallowed by the mist, his expression changed drastically. A blue-tail fin, several times thicker than before, broke through the fog. A fierce gust of wind pierced straight at his neck, just an inch away from his skin. Clang! The Wuji staff slammed horizontally, precisely piercing the tip of the tail fin, the metallic clang causing the air to hum. But strangely, the pierced tail fin healed instantly. Then hundreds more wings swept in like a tide, completely enveloping Ning Mo. Fog rises. Ning Mo roared, and the gray mist around him instantly spread to dozens of meters, devouring all the attacking wings like a living thing, and even completely blocking out the light. When the fog dissipated, the spot was deserted. Ning Mo frowned, gazing in the direction where the 2 had disappeared, and whispered, "Why are the forces of the former Red King gathered in Jinbei City? Didn't they participate in the final battle?" A kilometer away, the figure in black robes was carrying Lu Jiu at full speed through the buildings, rushing towards the 6th Special Zone. With each flap of its blue tail fin, several afterimages were created. Ahem. I'm sorry, Sister Ning, Lu Jiu was interrupted by Yu Ning before she could finish speaking. What do you mean, you? I warned you to move immediately, but you insisted on staying here to die. Yu Ning's voice was tinged with anger. Those lunatics from Jinitingwei been hiding well enough. But after evacuating the crowd, they indiscriminately wiped out all living things in the 9th Special District. Lu Jiu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. If I had arrived a second later, I would be collecting your corpse right now. Stop talking, save your energy. Yu Ning frowned slightly and skipped faster between the buildings. The Red King is still waiting for us in the 6th Special District. What? Lu Jiu's pupils dilated suddenly, and his voice trembled with excitement. Sister Ning, you just said, the king is still alive? She's really still alive? If you cough up blood all the way, you probably won't have a chance to see the king again. Yu Ning's voice softened slightly. Chapter 29. Something's fishy going on. This isn't like you. Lu Jiu immediately shut his mouth. Although his chest was still heaving, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy and excitement. The two quickly arrived at the border of the 9th Special District, where members of the Zhenyi Division, who were stationed there, were patrolling with weapons in hand. Sir, something has appeared ahead. Just as one of the members was about to warn someone, a blue-tail fin flashed across his neck like lightning, and blood splattered onto the stone wall beside him. His eyes were wide open, and his body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the sound of several blue wings piercing the air rang out one after another. The dozen or so members of the Zhenyi Division guarding the border didn't even have time to react before their throats were precisely slit, and their bodies collapsed straight to the ground, their blood quickly staining the ground beneath their feet. Yu Ning retracted the tail fin. Let's go, don't waste time. Jiangxing No. 1 Courtyard is one of the most prestigious luxury residential areas in Jiangxing. Each villa is nestled among lush greenery and a private courtyard. At this moment, in the study of Villa 01, two chubby figures sat facing each other across a mahogany desk. You came all this way home just to slack off and enjoy yourself again? I know what you're thinking. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke in a calm but slightly teasing tone, seeing through his son's little scheme at a glance. Wang Yueban immediately sat up straight and explained earnestly, Father, you really guessed wrong this time. I came back today because I really have something I'd like to ask you. Spit it out. You're never doing anything productive all day long. If it weren't for your talent, which allowed you to reach the first level before even entering the academy, I wouldn't have let you take the path of the academy. Wang Jinjin picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke with a hint of impatience. He knew all too well his son's insatiable laziness. Wang Yueban took a deep breath, his playful smile completely vanishing, and said seriously, Father, you said, is it normal for someone to run 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat? Wang Jinjin paused, his hand holding the teacup still, and raised an eyebrow. You little brat, are you looking for a beating? Such people certainly exist, but they are not at your level. To be honest, even I am not qualified. No, Father, please let me finish. Wang Yueban hurriedly added. In today's first physical education class at the college, one student actually ran 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat. The key point is, he's a 0-level awakener. Don't you think that's strange? Not a single drop of sweat. Wang Jinjin's brows furrowed instantly. He put down his teacup, stared into his son's eyes, and his voice deepened. Are you sure? You didn't see it wrong? Absolutely true. I was running right next to him, watching him the whole time. Wang Yu patted her chest to assure him, her round face full of certainty. The study fell silent instantly, with only the ticking of the wall clock echoing in the air. Wang Jinjin tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his eyes deep, clearly deep in thought. After a long pause, he looked up at his son and said in a serious tone, Go and befriend him. Let alone a 0-level awakener. Even a 5th-level awakener would not be able to run 15 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Even if he doesn't achieve much in the end, just for this reason alone, he's worth getting to know better. What our family has no shortage of is money. Connections are the foundation. Hey, we even greeted each other at the opening ceremony. I always thought we got along quite well. Wang Yueban scratched his head, then suddenly remembered something and quickly added something else. Oh right. He's also the first person in Jiang University's history who doesn't have to attend theoretical classes. That's incredible. Wang Jinjin fell silent again, this time for even longer than before. He stood up, walked to his son's side, patted Wang Yueban on the shoulder, and said solemnly, Son, the reason our family has achieved its current status is not because I am particularly capable or ruthless, but because we have chosen the right person to follow. If you follow the right person, Even a pig can fly high. Do you understand? After saying that, Wang Jinjin turned around, pushed open the door, and left the study, leaving Wang Yueban sitting alone in a chair, lost in thought. After a long while, he shook his head and chuckled. Why think so much? Just focus on improving yourself. Overthinking only adds to your troubles. Yunjing residential area. In the living room, Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through the disaster warning messages from the official Jinbei City website. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound popped up on the phone screen. It's a friend request. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't told anyone about this newly registered account except his family and Gutsong. Could he have added the wrong person? With some doubt, I clicked on the application, and the interface prominently displayed 3 large characters, Sunyanha. Lin Mu paused for a moment, and after thinking it over, he still clicked accept. Almost the instant the request was approved, a message popped up. Sunyanha Lin Mu? Lin Mu, how did you get my contact information? Sunyanha, guess. Lin Mu bored? What is it? Sunyanha, your people hurt my people. Lin Mu, you're in Jinbei City? Sunyanha, manage your people well. If any of my forces harm innocent people, I will handle the matter myself. If there's a next time, I'll make sure he never leaves Jinbei City. Lin Mu, we understand each other's situation very well, but you don't have that ability right now. Sunyanha, Lin Mu, are you in the 9th Special District? Sunyanha, the 6th Special Zone. If you miss me, come find me. Lin Mu, is there anything else? Sunyanha, man. Lin Mu put down his phone, his brows furrowing unconsciously. A few seconds later, he got up, walked to the entrance, put on his black coat, and pushed open the door. Half an hour later, Lin Mu sat at the bar of the Duansha Tavern, with a steaming bowl of beef noodles in front of him. As he shoveled noodles into his mouth, he mumbled, I want to discuss something. How about adding a food delivery service? Dream. Gutsong refused without looking up, then added, I'm leaving for Jinbei City tonight. It'll probably take 2 days. Why don't you find somewhere else to freeload for the next couple of days? Lin Mu paused, picking up noodles with her chopsticks, and said calmly, what did you ask me on the phone again? I forgot. Gutsong's lips twitched. I'm letting you skip class and come with me to Jinbei City, just to get some fresh air. You can't even imagine the sense of disconnect I feel when I think about how you're a student. Okay, I'll skip 2 days of classes. Lin Mu nodded calmly. Gutsong was instantly filled with question marks, and asked in surprise, didn't you say you weren't going? Didn't want to skip class? Afraid of becoming a burden? After thinking about it, it doesn't matter if I skip a couple of days. I can just treat it as a trip to clear my head. Lin Mu continued eating his noodles, his tone completely calm. Something's not right with you, Gutsong said with certainty, his eyes full of suspicion. What's wrong? Lin Mu looked up and calmly looked back at him. Gutsong lit a cigarette, staring intently at Lin Mu's face through the swirling smoke. Something's not right here. This isn't like you. People change. Lin Mu looked away and continued eating his noodles. Gutsong stubbed out his cigarette and tapped the bar counter with his fingertips. Want to leave after you finish eating? Can. Lin Mu nodded, picked up the last piece of beef with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. Chapter 30. The more you know, the more danger you face. Outside the tavern, the two had already reached the side road. Lin Mu glanced at the rear of the Maybach and asked, is it fixed? Should the license plate be removed? Gutsong's face darkened, and his tone was tinged with helplessness. We're driving responsibly. Why are we picking it? After saying that, he opened the car door and got into the driver's seat, while Lin Mu slowly walked to the passenger seat. With the roar of its engine, the black Maybach sped away into the night. Pedestrians on both sides of the road cast envious glances. Inside the tavern, only Xiaoman and Sanxia remained, looking bewildered. Xiaoman frowned, hands on her hips, and complained, Sanxia, do you think the boss has gone mad? He would rather take a student to Jinbei City than take us. We've been completely abandoned by the boss. Her voice was full of grievance as she finished speaking. Sanxia quickly comforted him. Brother Gu, don't you understand? He must have his own plans. But that doesn't make any sense. Xiaoman pouted angrily, said, remember to wash the plates on the bar, and strode upstairs. Sanxia smiled helplessly, picked up his plate, and headed to the kitchen, his mind filled with doubt. This is completely unlike Brother Gu's style, and that student's back view. It feels strangely familiar. Zenbaking, the core area of the 6th Special Zone. A magnificent 26-story building stands here. The bottom 13 floors are a hotel area open to the public, while floors 14 and above are never open to the public. At this moment, in a dimly lit room on the top floor, Sun Yinha sat upright in a dark red leather chair, her face cold and her eyes dignified, her right leg lightly crossed over her left, her high heels lightly touching the ground. She asked, "So, the mutants of the 9th Special District are a new organization led by SS-class mutants?" Lu Jiu bowed and replied, "Yes, because he didn't dare to clash with me, so I ignored him." But unexpectedly, this time Jin Yiting. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Yinha interrupted him coldly. "Go and rest." Lu Jiu bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, King Hong." After Lu Jiu left, Sun Yinha looked up at Yuning. "Xiaoning, have any unusual figures been spotted at Wunyan building recently?" Yuning gently shook her head, her tone solemn. "Your Majesty, I can guarantee that there is absolutely nothing unusual. Furthermore, the hotel area below the 13th floor is fully booked every day, making it impossible to detect." Sun Yinha nodded slightly. "Before I recover to my full strength, all actions should be taken with caution." "I understand," Yuning replied respectfully. "All right, you can go back now." Sun Yinha's voice softened. Yuning sensed her change and walked lightly to her side, her voice sweet. "Sister, is there anything I can do for you? You better give me some peace and quiet." Zhen Yiting must have heard something to send a team of 1 chief and 5 special-grade soldiers to Jinbei City. A hint of excitement flashed in Yuning's eyes as she suggested, "Then, sister, should I go over and teach them a lesson? Have you forgotten what you just said?" Sun Yinha looked up at her, and Yuning, met with that direct gaze, immediately lowered her head obediently. "I was wrong, sister. All you ever do is fight and kill. When will you ever become more mature?" Sun Yinha smiled helplessly and then asked, "Where are Xiong He and Xiu Hu?" Yuning chuckled and said, "I know, sister." His tone then turned serious. "Xiong He lives in seclusion in Yuqing and runs a restaurant. Xiu Hu has acquired a shopping mall in Yangcheng." She paused suddenly, as if remembering something important, and quickly added, "Sister, should we have them come to Jinbei City? They came to see me 3 days ago, saying they would gather in the capital city a week later to slaughter the central government and avenge you." Sun Yinha chuckled lightly. "How foolish, you have no chance of winning at all." She looked at Yuning and continued to press. "So, how did you persuade them?" Yuning's face stiffened, and she answered cautiously, "Sister, in these kinds of situations, I'm always the first to step up." Sun Yinha's face turned cold, but she laughed angrily. "Then what are we waiting for? Let them come and see me. If I had come back a few days later, would I have had to collect your corpses?" Yuning chuckled and quickly said, "I know, sister, don't be angry. Getting angry will affect your beauty." Sun Yinha lowered her right leg from her lap, stood up, walked to Yuning, and gently tapped her forehead with her delicate hand. "From now on, you'll stay by my side obediently." Yuning smiled and nodded repeatedly, her short pink hair fluttering gently with her movements. "Wherever you are, sister, I will be there." St. Capital Research and Development Base. Inside the sealed laboratory on the basement floor, 2 figures moved slowly forward. The white-haired old man laughed heartily and looked at Lin Yin beside him. "Yin Yin, you've been working so late every day lately. Your body must be taking a toll, right?" Lin Yin, dressed in a white lab coat and beige high heels, followed behind the old man with a smile. "No way, you can learn a lot of theories that will overturn your understanding by following Grandpa Zhu." The old man laughed heartily. "Yin Yan's words are always pleasant to listen to. Here's what we'll do. Once you're done with these last 2 days, take a few days off and go home to spend time with your family." "Okay, Grandpa Zhu, but there's something else Yin Yin is curious about." Lin Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. The old man stopped and turned to look at Lin Yin with a kind expression. "Is there anything you don't understand about today's experiment?" Lin Yin shook her head, her voice very low. "Grandpa Zhu, I heard Grandpa Ma mention it unintentionally. The lost truth of history. Do you know what that means?" The old man fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at her earnestly. "Yin Yin, this matter is not something you can handle right now. Listen to Grandpa Zhu. Let's stop here. The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes for you. Do you understand?" Lin Yin wanted to ask more questions, but seeing Grandpa Zhu's solemn expression, she hesitated. He suppressed his curiosity and smiled. "I know, Grandpa Zhu." But her doubts only deepened. What is the truth that was lost a century ago? It's surprising that even the deans avoided mentioning it. Lin Yin felt her mind was in complete chaos, then let out a soft sigh. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm going to take a few days off to go home and relax, and I'm also going to show off that White Grim Reaper's holy weapon to my brother." Thinking of this, The corners of her mouth turned up again, as if she could already see her brother's dumbfounded expression. A black Maybach was speeding along the highway. Lin Mu said calmly, "Wasn't that speeding a bit too much?" Gutsong stubbed out his cigarette and said casually, "I didn't notice." "Around what time will we arrive?" Lin Mu asked, looking out at the night sky. As expected, it will be 3 a.m. Chapter 31. The Zhenyi Court, once ruled by one chief minister and 18 chief ministers, is now a thing of the past. "Let's find a service area and take the sign down," Lin Mu sighed. "Need not." After Gutsong finished speaking, he pressed a button, and the license plates of the front and rear cars were instantly covered by black cloth. He then stepped on the gas pedal hard. "We should be there by about 1 o'clock. "Where are you staying tonight?" Lin Mu asked. "We'll stay in the 5th or 6th special district for today." Gutsong thought for a moment and then added, "Let's go to Jinbei City first." "The 6th special district, perhaps." 6 sounds better." Gutsong's eyes widened in confusion as he glanced at the composed Lin Mu out of the corner of his eye. "You definitely have a problem. Are you sick?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "My sixth sense is never wrong. Whether it's about things or people, something's not right about you tonight." Gutsong had complete faith in his intuition. "Watch where you're going. You either brake or fly across," Lin Mu said calmly, staring at the road ahead. Gutsong smiled and lit another cigarette. "Hold on tight." As the words fell, the Maybach was only 100 meters away from the accident scene in front of it, yet it was still sprinting at full speed under the cover of night. Just as it was about to collide with the overturned truck, a layer of soil suddenly rose up, forming an uphill slope. The Maybach leaped into the air, flew straight over the truck, and landed with a thud, sparks flying everywhere. "Is it stable?" Gutsong's lips curled up. "There was a sound of parts falling off just now. Hopefully we can drive back to Jiangqing safely." Lin Mu calmly added, "The car might fall apart before we even reach Jinbei City." Gutsong's face darkened. "Shut your mouth." Lin Mu closed his eyes to rest. "I am stating the facts." Gutsong's face darkened even more. 11 o'clock late at night. Inside a 5-story building in the core area of the 9th Special Zone. More than 20 figures dressed in Zhen-eating uniforms sat on the ground, eating a simple meal. A tall, thin man approached Ning Mo and reported, "Chief Ning Mo, there is still one group that has not yet returned." Ning Mo frowned slightly. "Who?" "Lu Ping and Zhang Huai." As soon as the tall, thin figure finished speaking, the old man in the corner let out a sinister laugh. "We're both in the northeast. Those two must be having a blast." Haha. Zhang Huai and Lu Ping acted at the same time. Those who encounter their calamities must be quite desperate. His hearty laughter caused everyone to burst into laughter. After all, the two most bloodthirsty special class members of the Zhenyi Ting are in the same group, and they can fight against even a regular SS class calamity. Ning Mo stood up and calmly instructed the tall, thin figure, "Contact them. We can't afford any accidents." "Yes, Chief." No sooner had he finished speaking than a rumbling sound came from outside, growing louder as it approached. The tall, thin figure added with a smile, "Chief, it seems we don't need to contact him anymore." The vehicle drifted and came to a steady stop outside the building. Two burly figures got out of the car at the same time, the car door already kicked open by them. The two walked side by side toward the building. Zhang Huai coldly complained, "You just had to show off. Didn't you think you'd have to drive this car all the way back to Holy City?" Lu Ping retorted calmly, "Just think of it as a convertible sports car, and didn't you kick the car door off yourself?" "I did that to maintain balance. You can't have a door on one side and no door on the other, can you?" As they spoke, the two walked up to Ning Mo and respectfully greeted him. "Chief Ning Mo, why are you so late? Is something wrong?" Ning Mo asked in a deep voice. Before Lu Ping could speak, Zhang Huai interrupted. "As expected, both S-rank calamities have been killed on the spot." Lu Ping's face darkened as he looked at Zhang Huai, who quickly added, "They were killed on the spot by the two of us." "The quantities match up." Ning Mo nodded, then walked to the center of the group. "Continue the search for another day tomorrow, return to the team at 6 p.m., and head back to the capital city." Everyone stood up at the same time. "Yes, Chief Ning Mo." Yuching. In a manor in the city center, the strong stench of blood permeated the night. The villa at the deepest part of the manor has been reduced to ruins. The fallen building debris has clean, sharp cuts, clearly indicating that it was severed by a sharp weapon. Dark red blood soaked through the ruins, not yet completely dried. A man with a sinister look slowly emerged from the ruins. The sword was covered in blood, and the wounds left by sharp claws and wings were shocking. A figure dressed in the Jin-eating uniform rushed up to him, speaking urgently. Chief Qinghe. Qinghe waved his hand to interrupt. I'm fine. Is everything cleaned up? Reporting to the chief, all calamities within the manor have been eradicated. None have survived, the man replied respectfully. Yes, bring that SS-class corpse from under the ruins back to Jin-eating. After saying that, Qinghe slowly walked away, took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the bloodstains off the sword. The long sword gleamed coldly in the night. The man stared in disbelief at the ruins. The intelligence was completely wrong. It actually hides an SS-level calamity? No wonder Chief Qinghe was so badly injured. Without further delay, he strode towards the ruins, blood still slowly dripping from his arm. They clearly went through a fierce battle. Qinghe walked straight into the shadows of the manor and chuckled. I knew you were here, so why didn't you attack me? With you in the mix, I simply wouldn't survive. A tall figure appeared behind him. Knowing I'm here, you still dare to come alone? Qinghe gave a wicked smile. If you were to make a move, that was the perfect opportunity, Xionghe. 5S rank and 1 SS rank. And Jin-eating only sent 1 chief and 1 special rank? You're still so arrogant. Xionghe sneered. A cold glint flashed in Qinghe's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Would you believe me if I said the intelligence I received only included 3 S ranks? Xionghe was stunned for a moment, then sneered. How pathetic. The Jin-eating court, which once had 1 chief and 18 chiefs, is now a thing of the past. Now there are only 3 of you left. Can you hold out? Yeah, aren't you the same? After the final battle, how many SS ranks will be left? Qinghe leaned against the wall and asked coldly. Think about your future, old rival. It's only a matter of time before the central government eliminates the 3 of you. I don't believe you can't see that, Xionghe said calmly. So what if they see it clearly? To move Jin-eating court, several elders' lives would have to be paid for, and they wouldn't dare. Qinghe looked up at the sky. My life was saved from the mass grave by Ting Shou. Jin-eating is my home, Qinghe's home. This world has become so chaotic that we can't even understand it anymore. With that, Xionghe's figure leaped and disappeared into the night. At this moment, a figure quickly walked up to Qinghe and bowed, saying, Chief Qinghe, the number of casualties this time exceeds half. Qinghe walked to his side and patted him on the shoulder. The compensation will be paid at 3 times the maximum amount. Form up the team and return to the capital. Yes, the visitor replied respectfully. Outside the manor, Xionghe sat in the back seat of a black minivan. In the driver's seat, the man with a sinister expression respectfully asked, Brother Xiong, what's the rush? Where are we going? Jinbei City, Wunyan Building, drive faster, Xionghe said in a deep voice. Understood. I guarantee I'll be there before dawn. The man slammed on the gas pedal, and with the engine roaring, the black minivan sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 32 can't be described as wonderful, it's simply amazing. A light drizzle enveloped Los Angeles. In the ancient city on the edge of the central urban area, the damp stone slabs gleamed coldly. Chief Feng Shi, all 3 S-level calamities have been killed, and the lower-level calamities that escaped were also killed on the spot by members of the Calamity Suppression Division outside the city. The woman in the Jin-eating uniform bowed her head and reported, her epaulets soaked by the rain. Feng Shi slowly raised her eyes, gazing thoughtfully at the continuous drizzle in the night, before turning to the person who had arrived. Isn't there another SS rank individual in the Central Intelligence Network? The woman paused slightly, then replied respectfully. Chief, could it be that the intelligence is wrong? Feng Shi's beautiful face was clouded with even more suspicion. Summon the chief of the Luoqing town, ESI, to see me. Yes, the woman replied and quickly left. Feng Shi walked slowly through the ancient city, which reeked of blood, stepping on the blood-stained stone slabs. A light drizzle fell on her hair, and she murmured softly, The central government, ah. Before he finished speaking, the long black whip at his waist was suddenly drawn. With a loud boom, the enclosed building in front of them collapsed instantly. Before the B-level calamity hiding inside could react, it completely lost its life. Songqing, Songshan District. Hundreds of figures in daytime uniforms were moving through the mountains and forests, the fine branches and leaves brushing against the hems of their clothes. Qin Jiang stood atop the mountain, his brow furrowed. Kongnan, are you sure the location is correct? Kongnan nodded firmly. Chief, the location is absolutely accurate. We mobilized half of our high-ranking officers during the day just to kill a few A-level calamities. Qin Jiang's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang urgently. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Jiang immediately answered, his tone becoming more respectful. Elder Gu. An aged voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Jiang, have Baizhou withdraw his troops. The report should read, 1 SS-level calamity was killed during the day, along with 5 S-level calamities and thousands of calamities below a level. Elder Gu, but this. Qin Jiang was about to ask further when Elder Ji's deep voice interrupted him. Don't you understand? Qin Jiang took a deep breath and slowly said, Qin Jiang understands. After hanging up the phone, Qin Jiang looked at Kong Nan, dismissed the team, and returned to Shengjing City immediately. Kong Nan was taken aback and asked in confusion, Chief, are we not going to the next location? No need. It was all baseless information anyway. Qin Jiang's voice was somber. He then sighed and turned to walk down the mountain. Based on false accusations? Kong Nan looked increasingly confused, but still immediately gave the Baizhou members the order to return to their posts. At 0:30 a.m., all was quiet. A black Maybach sped through the night, its engine roaring clearly through the empty streets, before finally entering the 6th Special District of Zhenbei City. We're in the 6th Special Zone. Wake up. Gutsong lit a cigarette, the sparks flickering in the darkness. I wasn't asleep. Linmu opened his eyes, his tone calm. So you kept your eyes closed and didn't say a word the whole time? Gutsong raised an eyebrow and asked. Close your eyes and rest. Linmu replied calmly. Gutsong took a deep drag on his cigarette, chuckling softly through the swirling smoke. You've become normal now. Upon hearing this, Linmu closed his eyes again and ignored him. 30 minutes later, the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of a large building. We'll stay here tonight, Gutsong said, turning off the engine. Linmu looked up through the car window and saw 4 large characters on the top of the building. He murmured to himself, Wu Nian Building? Yes, the first 13 floors are a hotel, and the floors above the 14th floor are corporate office areas. Gutsong opened the car door and added, the environment here is all right. You've been here before? Linmu slowly got out of the car. That happened a few years ago. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Gutsong's eyes. Then he stepped forward. Let's go. As the automatic doors slid open slowly, the luxurious hotel lobby was instantly revealed to the two of them. The crystal chandelier refracted a dazzling light, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Linmu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Gutsong. You call this okay? Gutsong was also somewhat bewildered. A few years ago, it wasn't like this. After checking in, the two waited in front of the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Linmu's pupils contracted slightly. Inside the elevator, a woman in a red dress and silver-white high heels with red soles walked out side by side with a girl with short pink hair. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress stopped in her tracks, and the crisp sound of her high heels abruptly ceased. Her eyes were equally shocked as she stared straight at Linmu. Yu Ning paused slightly, turned to the side, and asked in confusion, What's wrong, sister? Su Nianhe suddenly curled her lips into a charming smile, her red lips parting slightly. What a coincidence. I just messaged you last night, and you came in the middle of the night. Are you that eager to find me? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? As soon as the words were spoken, Yu Ning and Gutsong widened their eyes simultaneously. His gaze swept back and forth between Linmu and Su Nianhe, his heart churning with turmoil. Yu Ning's mouth unconsciously formed an oh my god. What did I just see? Wang is flirting with a man? Gutsong was completely stunned. Recalling Linmu's unusual behavior today, he suddenly realized. Holy crap, this is shocking gossip. More importantly, I witnessed it firsthand. Linmu and Su Nianhe locked eyes. Linmu's brows furrowed. It's none of your business. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the gossip burning in Gutsong's eyes, and he sighed helplessly. This matter is probably impossible to explain. With 2 crisp tap, tap sounds, Su Nianhe walked up to Linmu in her high heels. She raised her hand slightly, about to touch his chin, but Linmu stopped her instantly, grabbing her wrist and stopping her in midair. That's brilliant. Gutsong couldn't help but mutter to himself, almost raising his hand to applaud. It's beyond wonderful, it's amazing. Yu Ning stood beside Gutsong and echoed his sentiment. Their eyes instantly met in agreement. None of my business? Only half a day has passed, and you've already forgotten everything that happened between us. Su Nianhe withdrew her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. What else happened? The gossip in Gutsong, and Yu Ning's eyes burned even brighter. Nonsense, are we even acquainted? After finishing speaking, Lin Mu walked straight into the elevator, turned to look at Gu Song, and said in a low voice, "What are you still standing there for?" Gu Song snapped out of his daze, first giving the two beautiful women in front of him a polite smile, then quickly stepped into the elevator. Until the moment the elevator doors closed, Lin Mu vaguely caught a glimpse of Su Nianhe's gaze through the gap, her eyes carrying an indescribable meaning. As the elevator slowly rose, Gu Song finally couldn't contain himself any longer. He turned and stared at Lin Mu, his voice filled with shock. "Brother, I always told you my intuition is right. Tell me about it. How did you meet? Were you from the same college?" He suddenly shook his head. "No. If they were from the same school, she shouldn't be in Jinbei City. But I have to admit, she's absolutely gorgeous. How did you meet her? Can you satisfy my curiosity? I'm rarely curious about things, but this happened to you, and I really can't understand it. It's only been a few days since the final battle, and you've already won the heart of your sweetheart." Chapter 33 The Zhun Ting Operation Needs No Reason. Bite. The elevator arrived at the 12th floor, and Lin Mu stepped out with a dark expression. Gu Song followed behind, lit a cigarette, and asked through the swirling smoke, "Brother, don't stay silent." In the hotel lobby, upon seeing Su Nianhe and Yu Ning, the staff immediately bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Chairman Su, General Manager Yu." The two nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and walked out of the building. "It feels like it's been ages since we've seen Chairman Su," the women in black at the front desk whispered among themselves after Su Nianhe left. "Yes, I haven't seen her for months while I'm on the day shift," another person chimed in. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman walked up to the two of them and coldly rebuked them. "How dare you talk about the chairman of the board? Don't you want to quit?" The two fell silent at the same time, not daring to continue the discussion. The staff members on the 13th floor and below of the Wunyan building are all ordinary people. The night breeze outside the building was cool. Yu Ning followed Su Nianhe with small steps, took a deep breath before cautiously speaking. "Sister, that man just now." Su Nianhe suddenly stopped, her cold gaze sweeping over Yu Ning. Yu Ning immediately smiled sweetly and said, "I won't ask anymore. Sister, please don't be angry. For the past 2 days, everyone has been instructed to stay indoors." Su Nianhe frowned slightly, and the image of Gu Song beside Lin Mu flashed through her mind. The aura of a 7th-level awakened one? "Lin Mu, what brings you here all of a sudden?" "Don't worry, sister. Xiao Ning will go and inform them right away." Although Yu Ning was full of doubts, she did not hesitate at all in obeying Su Nianhe's order. The building has 12 floors. In a 70-square-meter standard room, luxurious crystal wall lamps reflect the soft carpet, and a faint woody scent wafts in the air. Gu Song sat on the bench, stubbed out his cigarette, and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Brother, how about I get a private room?" "She's already messaged you first. She's obviously throwing herself at you." Lin Mu's face instantly darkened, a chilling aura emanating from him, his voice filled with suppressed helplessness. "Is this never going to end? I can tell you for sure that we have absolutely nothing to do with each other." Gu Song felt the chill and quickly waved his hand, chuckling. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Judging from your condition, you're recovering quite well. You should expect me to recover slowly," Lin Mu said, glancing at him indifferently. Gu Song was taken aback. "Huh? What? You probably haven't felt like you've been beaten up in a long time, have you?" Gu Song sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Brother, you're being a bit petty." After the lights were turned off, Lin Mu lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, but Su Nianhe's image kept replaying in his mind. Is this Wunyan building where she hides from the world? Above the 14th floor, everyone should be a mutant. Did she just reveal her information about the 6th Special District to me so easily? Aren't you afraid I have ulterior motives? Thinking of this, Lin Mu's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. What a silly woman. Under the blazing sun, a black Maybach smoothly drove into the 8th Special Zone. "You've been circling this area for about 2 hours, haven't you? Is your intuition really that accurate?" Lin Mu joked, resting his right hand on the car windowsill. Gu Song said with certainty, "My intuition has never been wrong. There's definitely something strange going on in this place." Lin Mu smiled but didn't reply, but secretly thought to himself. His intuition was so accurate, yet he didn't find anything unusual in the Wunyan building. But the next second, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and his voice instantly turned cold. "Slow down, turn right at the next intersection, and close all the windows." "What's wrong?" Gu Song responded and slowly moved the car into the right lane, with the windows on both sides rolling up with a whoosh. "If I'm not mistaken, That old man in black in front should be the fifth seat of the Central Elder Council. Lin Mu's voice carried a hint of coldness. The fifth seat. Gu Song's eyes flashed with shock. This old bastard's appearance in Jinbei City can't be anything good. Brother, what did I tell you? My intuition was right. A moment later, the figure of the old man in black disappeared behind the gate of a manor in the old town. A few minutes later, the Maybach slowly came to a stop under the shade of trees diagonally opposite the manor. Park behind that white sedan on the side and see when he comes out, Lin Mu said in a deep voice. Gu Song turned off the cigarette, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then tilted his head to ask, should I sneak in and take a look? Lin Mu shook his head slightly. It's too risky. His gaze swept over the rusty iron gate of the manor. Wait a minute. How confident are you in facing him alone? Why don't we just take him out together in a flash? Gu Song's voice was very low. Lin Mu glanced at him helplessly, and Gu Song immediately realized and waved his hand. Sorry, I forgot again, if it were me. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, frowned, and pondered for a few seconds before finally shaking his head. No. I'm confident I can severely injure him on my own. But who knows if there are any sixth or even seventh-tier awakened individuals hidden in this manner? Then let's wait a bit. Lin Mu closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of an engine came from afar. A black sedan slowly drove past their Maybach and finally stopped in front of the manor's large iron gate. Gu Song stared at the car's license plate and suddenly sneered. This license plate number is now 100% confirmed. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron gate of the manor creaked open, and the old man in black slowly walked out. The driver immediately and respectfully opened the car door. The old man glanced around warily before bending down and getting into the car, which then started moving. After the car disappeared from the intersection, Gu Song suddenly sat up straight. Shall I go in and check out the situation inside? Lin Mu's eyes suddenly turned cold. No need. Why isn't it working yet? Gu Song raised an eyebrow. Lin Mu rolled her eyes at him. Ning Imo should still be in Jinbei City. Send him this location and tell him there's a problem with the manor. Operation Generding needs no reason. A look of sudden realization flashed in Gu Song's eyes. Holy crap. I almost forgot about that. He immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he sent his location and information to Ning Imo all at once. A few minutes later, Gu Song's phone rang. After reading the message, he waved his phone at Lin Mu and said with a smile, 6 p.m. sharp. I'll be there on time. Okay, drive the car a little further forward and park it in that alley ahead. Lin Mu gazed at the distant manor, his voice deepening. I have a feeling that this trip to Jinbei City won't be in vain. Gu Song parked the car in the shadows at the alley entrance, tilted his head and asked, are you going to wait in the car tonight, or come in with me? Do you want to meet Ning Imo and the others? Lin Mu leaned back in his seat and remained silent for a few seconds before finally sighing. Never mind. The sudden appearance of a stranger will only arouse their vigilance, even if they are with you. Chapter 34, If Only the Chief Justice Were Here. Gu Song raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile. Just say you're my distant cousin, a student at Jiang University. That's a flawless identity. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly changed his mind and said in a serious tone, no, your current identity is real. The former white Jueting chief was the fake one. He couldn't help but chuckle as he finished speaking. Wunyan Building. Two powerful figures walked out side by side. Xiaohu's face still showed lingering fear, while Xionghe remained cold and hard. Big Bear, thinking about it now, it's really scary. Xiaohu stroked his chin and chuckled self-deprecatingly. If Wang Wan had shown up a few days later, would we have? Xionghe interrupted him, his tone unusually serious. But the existence of the king must never be exposed. Not even a single word can be revealed to our most trusted confidants. That's natural. Xiaohu's smile faded, and he let out a long sigh, his voice tinged with weariness. Sigh. Of all the brothers who went through thick and thin together, only a few of us are left. Sometimes I wonder, why is it so difficult to live a simple life in this world? Because this world is rotten to the core, completely decayed. After finishing speaking, Xionghe walked straight towards the black minivan parked by the roadside, adding without turning his head. Don't die, Xiaohu. Xiaohu laughed and cursed. I'll definitely survive to the end. You're the one who should be worried. After Xionghe's car drove away, Xiaohu's smile completely disappeared. He stood on the steps of the building entrance, gazing at the distant sky for a while, before finally murmuring softly. I hope, We can all survive to the end. The central town of Yiding is on the 32nd floor. The spacious office was dimly lit. Feng Shi sat upright in the leather chair, her gaze falling on Qing He, who was shirtless and had thick bandages wrapped around his chest. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her tone was clearly concerned. How are your injuries? Qing had twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a relaxed smile. It's just a superficial injury. How did the mission in Luo City go? Judging from your expression, it seems to be going quite smoothly. Los Angeles intelligence is completely wrong. There are actually only 3 S-class targets. Feng Shi lowered his voice and added, the intelligence regarding Jinbei City also does not match expectations. Qing has sneered. The situation in Sanqing is even more outrageous. Not a single S-rank has appeared, yet they've mobilized half of Baijiu's top management. Ning Mo just received news that the 5th seat has appeared at a manor in Jinbei City, Feng Shi said calmly. Qing He paused, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes. The 5th seat? Feng Shi nodded slightly. It was Gu Tsang who gave us the information. We'll be taking action tonight. Brother Gu? It's been a long time since I've heard from him. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Qing He's eyes, followed by a question. Didn't he waste several years in Jiangqing? So he's finally awake? He couldn't help but chuckle as he finished speaking. The specifics are still unclear. Let's wait and see what they do tonight. After Feng Shi finished speaking, she stood up, but stopped abruptly at the door. She turned back to look at Qing He, her tone solemn. Be more cautious in your actions from now on, Zhen Yiding. We cannot afford to lose another chief. With that, she turned and strode away, the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor gradually fading at the end of the corridor. Qing He smiled helplessly, gazing at the ceiling and murmuring, if Chief Ting were here, how wonderful that would be. It got completely dark at 6 p.m. 2 black Zhen Erding cars quietly stopped in front of the Maybach. The remaining vehicles were scattered in hidden corners around the manor, forming a silent encirclement. You're here. Get off and meet your old friends. There are only 2 cars and not many people. As Gu Tsang spoke, he pushed open the car door, and Lin Mu sighed softly and followed him out of the car. The car door had barely closed when 4 figures in plain clothes quickly approached Gu Tsang. Old friend, long time no see. Gu Tsang's voice was a little hoarse as the cigarette between his fingers burned to the end. Haven't seen you for a long time. Ning Mo nodded, his expression remaining indifferent, his gaze sweeping over Gu Tsang without any extra emotion. Brother Gu, do you still remember me? A young man in a casual jacket stepped forward with a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Cheng Sui. Gu Tsang was somewhat surprised and looked him up and down. It's only been a few years, and you've already reached the position of first-class envoy of calamity? Not bad. Brother Gu. Zhang Huai stood to the side, a gentle smile on his face. You're more mature than before, Gu Tsang said, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Ping scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Don't look at me. We just met in Jiangqing. Gu Tsang nodded, stubbed out his cigarette on the ground, and his expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Ning Mo and explained in detail the specific circumstances of the 5th seat's appearance in this manner. But before he could finish speaking, the gazes of the 4 people in front of him kept drifting towards Lin Mu behind him, with obvious scrutiny. Ning Mo interrupted Gu Tsang and said in a deep voice, Aren't you going to introduce the person behind you before entering the manor? As soon as he spoke, the eyes of Lu Ping, Zhang Huai, and Cheng Sui all focused on Lin Mu. There was a sense of tension in the air. Hey, I forgot to mention. If it weren't for my distant cousin, I really wouldn't have been able to find out where the 5th seat is. Gu Tsang quickly spoke up, pulling Lin Mu aside to introduce him to everyone. A 0-level awakener, a freshman at Jiang University this year. After saying that, he secretly gave Lin Mu a look. Say something, standing still, is more suspicious. Lin Mu understood, stepped forward, deliberately straightened his back, and showed just the right amount of tension on his face. My name is Lin Mu. It's an honor to meet you all. I'm a little nervous, sorry. He then deliberately clenched the hem of his clothes. Jiangda College. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward in the darkness to examine him closely. Then you should have seen me before, right? Yes. Your speech at the opening ceremony really got our freshmen all fired up. Lin Mu immediately raised his voice, his tone filled with genuine admiration. We all take you as our role model, and we study theory and train our physical fitness diligently every day, just like you said in your speeches. Lu Ping was a little embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head, and chuckled sheepishly. Seeing this, Ning Mo and the others' scrutiny softened, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. The moment Lu Ping's hand touched Lin Mu's shoulder, a chilling sensation suddenly ran down his back. He abruptly withdrew his hand, chuckled dryly, and said, "Study hard. You are the future of China." "I will." Lin Mu looked directly at him, her eyes calm. As Lu Ping turned around, he shivered again, feeling the cold wind on his back grow even stronger. He was somewhat bewildered. This feeling was like, "All right, we can catch up later. Let's get started." Ning Mo interrupted Lu Ping's thoughts and looked at Gu Song, causing everyone's expressions to instantly turn serious. Chapter 35 Jinbei City, a truly worthwhile trip. We have blocked all the roads around the manor. Something is very wrong with this manor. Ning Mo stopped in front of the manor's large iron gate, his tone cold and indifferent. Gu Song lit another cigarette and spoke through the swirling smoke. "Perhaps we can discover something extraordinary." Lu Ping brandished his right hand, eager to try. "How should I put it? It's a residential area after all. Can I just punch it open? Blast it open? If there's no problem with the manor, we'll compensate you with a new gate." Ning Mo had barely finished speaking when a loud boom exploded. Lu Ping's fist had already blasted the iron gate so hard that it deformed and collapsed. The moment the iron gate shattered, a sharp, low alarm suddenly sounded, and a knowing look flashed across everyone's eyes. Upon hearing the commotion, the members of the Jinerding group surrounding the manor sprang into action, leaping over the wall with excited fighting spirit in their eyes. Then, in the darkness deep within the manor, dozens of figures dressed in gray robes slowly emerged, their powerful auras instantly pressing down. Gu Song looked at the gray-robed man in front of him and smiled disdainfully. "Tsk, this is really something. The strangeness here is even more exciting than I imagined." Lin Mu spoke thoughtfully from behind the crowd. "Let's finish this quickly to avoid them having any backup plans." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Gu Song also turned to look at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Mu's expression stiffened slightly, and he quickly tried to make amends. "These are all theories I learned from books." Just then, the aura of a sixth-tier awakened being suddenly erupted, and a man with a gloomy face appeared in front of dozens of gray-robed figures. "You're asking for it. Kill them. Burial." As soon as Gu Song finished speaking, his palms slammed into the ground. Boom! The soil beneath the gray-robed men suddenly boiled, and countless earth spikes burst forth, binding their ankles like chains. The soil rose wildly, instantly submerging knees, waist, and chest, until the entire body was sealed in a cocoon of earth, with only terrified eyes visible. "What?" The sixth-tier awakened one in the lead looked flustered and pulled out his phone as he retreated. Before the screen even lit up, a layer of gray fog had already enveloped him. Fog. Zhenyi Tingningmo. How could it be him? "Oh no, we must inform the elders immediately." Before he could finish speaking, he was completely swallowed by the gray mist, his life force extinguished. Meanwhile, the sounds of fighting had already begun throughout the manor. Beneath the northernmost high wall, Xietu gazed at the several gray-robed figures before him and let out a sinister, low laugh. "Cheng Xiao, this kind of evenly matched life-or-death battle is a rare opportunity, don't waste it." Cheng Xiao drew his longsword, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I understand, you don't need to take action." On the west and east sides of the manor, members of the Jinerding forces broke through the defensive lines layer by layer, resulting in fierce fighting. At the main gate of the manor, Ning Mo sneered, "Gu Song, protect your distant cousin. The guards here are as shrewd as if it were daytime." Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed forward, and the gray mist surrounding him killed silently in the night. Lu Ping and his two companions followed closely behind, heading straight into the depths of the manor. Inside the manor, piercing screams echoed endlessly. Lin Mu said calmly, "Gu Song, go to the building in the very center." Gu Song said firmly, "I'd rather stay by your side. If something happens to you, I'll spend the rest of my life in regret." Lin Mu looked directly at him, her tone serious. "I'm confident." As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of ice instantly appeared beneath his feet, and a chilling aura emanated from it. "Do you believe it now?" Gu Song took a deep breath and compromised. "Don't be stubborn, stay at the back." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed away and sped towards the building in the center of the manor. In the center of the manor, in a laboratory 3 levels underground at its deepest point, the various instruments were ticking away when suddenly a series of hurried footsteps sounded. The laboratory hatch slowly opened, and a figure in a gray robe, panting heavily, bowed his head. "Dean Shui, Something terrible has happened. The old man slowly turned around, his face stern as he rebuked. What kind of behavior is this? Rushing around like this. Can't you see the experiment has reached its most critical moment? The gray-robed man exclaimed in terror. It's Zhen-Yi Court. Chief Ning Mo has led his men in and stormed in. They'll be here soon. Xueli's pupils contracted slightly, and he muttered to himself. How did Zhen-Yi Ting know about this place? Elder Ge was here today. Could he have been followed? But how could that be? He forced himself to calm down, but could not hide his panic. 1 7th-level initial stage cultivator and 5 6th-level cultivators are in charge. Even if it is Ning Mo, he can hold them off for a while. Then, with a steely resolve, he looked at the figures inside the experimental chamber and shouted, Everyone, stop the experiment. Destroy everything. The researchers all looked completely bewildered. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the lab coats looked completely bewildered. Dean Xue, our experiment is 90% successful. Only the last step and a few hours left, someone said excitedly. Yes, all the data are stable. This is the result of our 3 years of hard work. Before the other person could finish speaking, Xueli interrupted sharply. It's too late, hurry. Just as everyone was reluctantly preparing to destroy the data. Boom. A sudden, violent tremor occurred. Xueli exclaimed in surprise, so fast? Are the guards all useless? The 3 5th-level awakened beings in the laboratory immediately stood guard at the door, looking tense and sweating profusely. They knew that the approaching figure was beyond their ability to stop. But the next second, the ceiling on the 3rd basement level suddenly cracked open like a spider web. Boom. The broken boulder crashed into the experimental chamber, and the researchers who were destroying data fled in panic. A madness flashed in Xueli's eyes, and he smashed the first experimental subject who had escaped with a punch, splattering blood everywhere. He roared, Who dares to escape? Continue the destruction. Not a single piece of data can be left. The boulders behind them continued to fall, and the researchers were filled with despair, unable to advance or retreat. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out. So it's Dean Xue, the one who was dismissed from the Central Research and Development Base. It's surprising that he's here. Who? Xueli's voice suddenly became disordered, and 3 gray-robed figures immediately stood in front of him to protect him. As the dust settled, a weathered man with a cigarette dangling from his lips slowly emerged. Gutsong, you were already. How are you still alive? Xueli roared as if he had seen a ghost, completely panicked. With a wave of his left hand, Gutsong instantly obliterated the experimental personnel who were destroying data, burying them completely in the thick soil. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Mu gazed in the direction of the manor, his eyes deep. Jinbei City. This trip was truly worthwhile. Behind him, several human-shaped ice sculptures shattered in the night, the people inside still staring wide-eyed before they died. They couldn't believe that the leader of Zhen-Yi Ting was still alive. The piercing screams within the manor gradually subsided, and in the 3 underground levels at the center, Ning Mo glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, Is this Xueli? Did he bite his tongue? Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke. We've really discovered an extraordinary experiment. He walked up to the experimental chamber and sneered. Is this considered human experimentation? It's insane. As members of the Zhen-Yi Ting poured into the 3rd underground level, their pupils dilated in shock at the sight before them. Chapter 36. The plan to dismantle Zhenerding must be accelerated. Lu Ping picked up the remaining lab notebook on the table, his brow furrowed. These data? I can't understand them. What can you even understand? Give it to me. Zhang Huai snatched the notebook, flipped through a few pages, then looked at Lu Ping and said helplessly, What does this say? Lu Ping's face darkened, and the people around him chuckled and sighed. At that moment, a series of steady footsteps sounded. Lin Mu silently walked to the 5th compartment and looked at the experimental subjects inside. He picked up the data on the table again and began to look at it by himself, his brows gradually furrowing. Apart from Ning Mo and the other 3, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Mu. Gutsong quickly explained, Ahem, this is my distant cousin, a student at Jiang University. He's in the theoretical field. He gave a thumbs up. Even the president of Jiangda University praised him highly. Ning Mo also looked through a lot of data, but was equally confused. Time passed by, and the air grew increasingly quiet. Suddenly, Lin Mu turned around and said calmly, Smash the makeshift hospital. Everyone was stunned, and no one responded. Just as Gutsong was about to step forward, Lu Ping walked to Lin Mu's side and said with a smile, Leave professional matters to professionals. Boom. Lu Ping unleashed several punches, instantly shattering the 5 sturdy modular shelters. The figures inside the cabin became clear. They had all stopped breathing, but their bodies were covered in tubes, and fluids were still being continuously injected into their bodies. Lin Mu remained silent for a long time, then turned to look at Ning Mo and Gu Tsong, his tone solemn. This is human experimentation. After he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but laugh. It's all so obvious, and this young man has analyzed it for so long. And this is the conclusion he came to? But when he went on to say, this is an experiment to turn ordinary people into mutants. Everyone's pupils shrank instantly, their faces filled with disbelief. Gu Tsong was the first to approach Lin Mu, put his arm around his shoulder and led him to a corner, his voice extremely low. Are you serious? Also, given your current identity, do you think they'd believe you if I told them? Lin Mu had to listen carefully to hear him clearly. Ning Mo stared at Lin Mu's retreating figure, his gaze momentarily unfocused, before shaking his head and walking up to the two, interrupting their conversation. What is your suggestion? I looked around along the way and found that there was some experimental equipment hidden in the other buildings in the manor. Lin Mu paused, looking directly into Ning Mo's eyes. Just raise this manor to the ground and destroy everything. Ning Mo pondered for a moment, then turned to the Zhenyi court and ordered, let's move out. Yes, Chief Ning Mo. No one expected that Ning Mo would adopt the student's suggestion. 10 minutes later, a black Maybach drove out of the manor. Gu Tsong flicked out his cigarette case and offered a cigarette. Want one? The moment Lin Mu took the cigarette, the flame of the windproof lighter had already ignited. He took a drag and slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth. Back to Jiancheng, Gu Tsong asked. Lin Mu nodded. Did we leave too hastily? We didn't even say goodbye. It's you, not me. They don't recognize me, Lin Mu said calmly. Gu Tsong cursed under his breath. Damn it. Just then, Lin Mu's phone rang with a message notification. He picked up his phone in confusion, and after opening the message, he was slightly taken aback. It was from Sun Yinhe. Come to Wunyan building by yourself. I'll wait for you. Send me a message when it's time, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Lin Mu. Sun Yinhe. I miss you. Lin Mu. I'm not going. Sun Yinhe. Actually, I have something to do. Come on. Also, I know where you are right now. Lin Mu following me? Sun Yinhe. Of course I'm protecting you. No one but me can take your life away. Lin Mu. Half an hour later. Sun Yinhe. I'm waiting for you. Lin Mu put down his phone and said calmly, go to Wunyan building. Once you get there, find a place to eat first and wait for my message. Gu Tsong's left hand, gripping the steering wheel, suddenly paused, and he looked at Lin Mu with a very interesting expression. Holy crap. This is considered nothing. Don't worry. I understand you. I definitely won't interfere with your time together. We don't have to go back tonight. I can just book another room. You guys do your thing. Just don't let anything interfere with your business. After saying that, Gu Tsong took a deep drag on his cigarette, and as he exhaled the smoke, the gossip fire in his eyes burned to its peak. Zhen Yitingting, the head of the town. Dating? It's amazing how these two words can be combined. He stubbed out his cigarette, flicked the pack, and another cigarette flew precisely into his mouth. Just as he was about to light the cigarette and take a deep drag, a sudden chill filled the car, and the sparks from the cigarette went out instantly. Lin Mu's face was grim, and his voice grew colder. I'll say it one last time. We have nothing to do with each other, so put away your filthy thoughts. Cough cough. Gu Tsong coughed twice to cover his embarrassment and quickly waved his hand. Brothers, we all understand. We all understand. There is absolutely no way a third person could know about this. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Lin Mu's temple throbbed, and he was about to curse, you son of a bitch. But he swallowed the words back. The holy capital, the center of power. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. A man in a black uniform stood in front of a large door and carefully knocked on the door. Enter. An aged voice rang out. The man took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and stood before the old man with his head bowed, his voice trembling. Elder Gu, the experimental base in Jinbei City, is gone. Dean Shui and the powerful experts we sent to guard the area have all perished. Bang! The sturdy solid wood table was shattered to pieces by Elder Ji's palm strike. As wood chips flew everywhere, the newcomer trembled from the loud noise. Elder Gu spoke slowly and deliberately, suppressing his overwhelming rage. What happened? Who did it? A vehicle belonging to Zhen Erding was found near the manor, but... The man paused, his voice growing even lower. The awakened ones who were sent to provide follow-up support were blocked by an SS-level calamity, and none of them have returned. Zhenyi Court? Jinbei City. Elder Ji's voice gradually turned somber. The intelligence we gave them was clearly for the 9th Special District. So why is Ning Mo in the 6th Special District? Furthermore, Zhenyi Court could never be associated with calamity. Where exactly did things go wrong? The man stood with his head bowed. Even his breathing was extremely soft. Elder Gu sighed deeply, his tone filled with resentment. Years of effort have been ruined in an instant. Elder, will those experimental data and the experimental subjects? The man asked tentatively. Unimportant. Elder Gu waved his hand, his eyes cold. The Zhenyi Court, with only 3 chiefs left, is merely clinging to life. He waved for the man to leave. The door closed softly. Elder Gu walked to the French windows, gazing down at the neon-lit cityscape of the capital, and sighed again. How am I supposed to explain this to that person? But the next second, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The plan to dismantle Zhenerding must be accelerated. So, Ning Mo, Qing He, Feng Shi, who should we target first? Chapter 37, let's get serious. In the 6th Special District of Jinbei City, the manor has been completely razed to the ground. 10 Zhenerding special vehicles cut through the night and sped toward the holy capital. Cheng Sui gripped the steering wheel and turned his head to look at the back seat. Chief Ning Mo, we just happened to accomplish something important on the way. Why are you looking even more gloomy? Ning Mo leaned back in his chair, his voice low and deep. Cheng Sui, if the Zhenyi Court were to cease to exist one day, what would you want to do? Cheng Sui was instantly dumbfounded. Huh? Zhenyi Court is the foundation of China's defense. How could it no longer exist? Ning Mo closed his eyes. Let's drive. Cheng Sui dared not ask any more questions, but his mind was filled with the profound meaning of those words. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's image kept replaying in Ning Mo's mind. Their every move is so similar, except for their faces and their zero-level strength. He suddenly opened his eyes, remembering the unlicensed Maybach. A shocking conjecture formed in his mind, but he dared not be sure. Looking out at the night sky, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Zhenyi Ting, I, Ning Mo, will protect it with my life. On another speeding Zhenerding bus, the cold wind was biting. It's all your fault. We're practically starving. Zhang Huai complained. That's the feeling of a supercar. You just can't handle the finer things. Lu Ping said coldly, arms crossed. Are they the same thing? One is wind blowing from the roof, and the other is wind blowing from the side. Are they comparable? Zhang Huai's voice became even more gloomy. Drive carefully. When we arrive in the capital, I'll treat you to a foot bath. Is that really true? Zhang Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ping nodded helplessly. Let's go to the usual place. You can extend the time as you like. Zhang Huai immediately changed his tune, patting the steering wheel and laughing. All right, brother, let me tell you, the feeling of this supercar is just amazing. Who else can experience this feeling, right? Lu Ping fell completely silent, refusing to say another word. The 6th Special Zone. A black Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the Wunyan building. Lin Mu opened the car door. It won't take long. Wait for my call. Gu Tsong's teasing voice came from inside the car. No rush. Be nice to them. Don't be too cold. Lin Mu's face darkened, and as he turned around, the Maybach roared away. A beautiful figure walked out of the building's glass doors. Yu Ning smiled and extended her hand. Mr. Lin, hello. Lin Mu hummed in agreement, shook hands briefly, and then immediately withdrew his hand. Where is she? Come with me, my sister has been waiting upstairs for a long time. Yu Ning stepped aside to lead the way, muttering to herself. Besides his good looks, what exactly about him attracts older women? Cold as ice, utterly devoid of humor. Upon entering the elevator, Yu Ning registered her fingerprint, and the button for the 26th floor lit up instantly. As the elevator ascended, she couldn't help but turn back and ask, Mr. Lin, how did you and Sister Su meet? Lin Mu said calmly, didn't she tell you? Yu Ning shook her head and said, no, I really can't figure out what about you could attract Sister Su's attention. Lin Mu said calmly, there are many things you can't understand. Go ask your sister. A flash of anger crossed Yu Ning's eyes. She truly didn't understand why her sister treated this man differently, but she suppressed her emotions and forced a smile. Okay, bite. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Yu Ning extended her right hand in a gesture of invitation. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Mu calmly strode out, and Yu Ning watched his retreating figure, her anger growing even stronger. How could my sister allow someone who puts on such an air to step into the 26th floor of the core area? During this period, Even those who had mutated above the 14th floor were ordered not to leave their rooms. Led by Yuning, Linmu walked to the room on the far right of the corridor. After Yuning knocked on the door, a clear and melodious voice came from inside. "Come in." The door was slowly pushed open, and luxurious dark red lights instantly filled the room. Sun Yinhe, dressed in a long red dress, sat gracefully on a large, dark red sofa. Her jade-like feet were clad in silver-white high heels with red soles, and her two fair legs appeared even more translucent and white under the dark red light. When she saw Lin Mu, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she parted her red lips. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He then turned to Yuning and said, "Xiaoning, you go first." Just as Yuning was about to sit down, she could only leave with a face full of curiosity and reluctance. She was so eager to know the secret between her sister and this man. Lin Mu sat down next to Sun Yinhe, his voice calm. "What is it? You've become even more indifferent in just half a day." Sun Yinhe chuckled, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going," Lin Mu said calmly. "Man." Sun Yinhe snorted coldly, her voice suddenly turning icy. "What's in that manor?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "How do you know about the existence of the manor? You've been fighting in the manor for so long, but reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Do you think that's why?" Sun Yinhe leaned against the sofa, her calves draped over Lin Mu's side, the view between her legs barely visible. "Why should we help Zhen Yiting?" Lin Mu asked rhetorically. "You haven't answered my question yet." Sun Yinhe lightly lifted her jade-like foot, just about to touch Lin Mu's arm, but he grabbed her ankle. "What are you doing grabbing someone's ankle? Trying to flirt?" As soon as Sun Yinhe finished speaking, Lin Mu put her delicate feet back on the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Be serious." Sun Yinhe chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore, tell me. Inside are human experiments that turn ordinary people into mutants. In other words, to make ordinary people like you," Lin Mu said calmly. Sun Yinhe's beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and she said incredulously, "You guys are really crazy." He then chuckled and added, "Of course, I'm talking about those people. You know who they are. Is there anything else?" Lin Mu asked her. Sun Yinhe thought carefully for a while. Then her beautiful eyes flickered. "Stay with me a little longer." Lin Mu's face darkened, and he stood up to leave. Sun Yinhe calmly asked, "Do you know about the hidden power behind the 5 elders in the central government of the holy capital?" Lin Mu abruptly stopped, staring directly into Sun Yinhe's eyes. "What do you mean? What do you know?" Sun Yinhe swung her delicate feet and smiled. "Sit down." Lin Mu sat back down on the sofa with a dark expression, while Sun Yinhe's smile faded and her expression grew serious. 5 years ago, you should have just joined Zhen Yiting, right? Do you remember when we broke into the Central Command? Lin Mu nodded. "I remember. In the end you were driven out of the holy capital by the Jinghua envoy. The story of the Guardian envoy is another matter. At that time, I was only one step away from killing the elders when 2 figures in black suddenly appeared. The elders showed them great respect. Because we were briefly held back by those 2, we suffered heavy losses after the Jinghua envoy appeared." An invisible killing intent flashed in Sun Yinhe's eyes. "Who are those 2 people? How could they possibly stop you?" Lin Mu frowned. 2 7th-tier high-level awakened beings. Do you think I can annihilate them instantly? Even in my prime, I couldn't easily send you to your grave, and by the same token, Sun Yinhe said calmly. Chapter 38, Who is secretly manipulating this world? 2 7th-tier high-level cultivators. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with shock. And then, later, the envoy of the nation appeared, but alas, humanity's pinnacle of combat power was buried by its own people. Sun Yinhe sneered, then looked at Lin Mu. "I'm very curious. How did you manage to leave the Forbidden City when you were already on your last legs? I'm very interested in the secrets you hold." After saying that, she shifted to a seductive pose and laid back on the sofa. "Is there anything else?" Lin Mu asked calmly. "Cold-hearted, I've told you such a big secret. How do you plan to repay me?" Sun Yinhe said with a light laugh. Lin Mu remained silent for a moment, then got up and walked towards the door. Sun Yinhe's voice rang out from behind. "Lin Mu, you are the first person to have seen my body. Your life can only be taken by me. You cannot die so easily, or I will be heartbroken." Lin Mu paused briefly in front of the door, then opened it and walked out. On a bench in the hallway, Yuning was scrolling through her phone when she heard the noise. She looked up and teased, "So fast? Did your sister neglect you?" Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, the door behind him opened again. "Duh-duh." The crisp sound of high heels rang out, and Su Nianhe walked to Lin Mu's side, looking at Yu Ning. Go back and rest, Xiao Ning. I'll take you there. He then turned to Lin Mu and said, What are you standing there for? Aren't you in a hurry to leave? I'll see you off. Lin Mu hummed in agreement, and the two walked side by side toward the elevator. Yu Ning's eyes widened, her mind screaming, No way? Could it be that my sister wasn't just playing around? But that's impossible. What is the sister's identity? And what is the man's identity? Just an ordinary, unremarkable person. I don't understand. Forget it. Let's go back and rest. As the elevator slowly descended, Su Nianhe suddenly took out a key and waved it in front of Lin Mu. Key. Should we put it back? You can handle it yourself. It's fine if you lose it, Lin Mu said calmly. So stubborn. Su Nianhe muttered to herself, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Bite. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, looking at the man outside. Didn't I tell you to wait for the call? Su Nianhe also looked at Gu Tsong, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Gu Tsong first waved to Su Nianhe and gave her a polite smile. Hello, beautiful lady. I hope I haven't disturbed you? Lin Mu looked speechless. I'm the one talking to you. Su Nianhe chuckled and looked at Gu Tsong. We won't bother you. We've done everything we needed to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's face darkened, and the cigarette that Gu Tsong was holding fell to the ground. He stood there stunned. Lin Mu walked up to Gu Tsong and said in a deep voice, Let's go. Gu Tsong suddenly snapped out of his daze and waved the room card in his hand. Brother, I thought you weren't leaving today, so I specially booked a room for you. Lin Mu's face darkened further. Withdraw. It's already this late. Why are you canceling? Let's just leave. Gu Tsong followed, but Su Nianhe called out to him. Wait a minute. I'll have the front desk refund you. Gu Tsong's gossip-loving nature was completely ignited, and he grinned, saying, Thank you so much, sister-in-law. My brother is truly blessed to have met you. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Mu pulled her toward the building entrance. After the two figures disappeared, Su Nianhe suddenly laughed and shook the keys in her hand. I'll definitely come back again. Outside the building, the roar of an engine filled the air as a black Maybach drove out of the main entrance of the Wunyan building. Brother, there's no need to hide this. Even if our deceased brothers knew about it from below, they would cheer and applaud for you. Really, believe me. Gu Tsong said earnestly. Gu Tsong. Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm warning you one last time. We have absolutely no relationship, Lin Mu said coldly. Sigh. Gu Tsong sighed, saying one thing and meaning another. As soon as he finished speaking, several crisp metallic clanging sounds came from under the car, clearly indicating that it wasn't just a single part that had fallen off. Gu Tsong slammed on the brakes, pulling the Maybach to the side of the road. He lit a cigarette and said, You really are a jinx. Being able to hold out until Jinbei City is already beyond my expectations, Lin Mu said calmly. A moment later, 4 columns of soil suddenly emerged from the 4 corners under the car, steadily lifting the Maybach up. Gu Tsong glanced down at the car and instantly gave Lin Mu a knowing look. Can you be a little more reliable? Lin Mu asked helplessly. Making it to Jiangxing shouldn't be a problem, Gu Tsong said confidently. The next second, Lin Mu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a layer of ice covered the bottom of the car at a visible speed. Gu Tsong smiled and said, Okay, let's go back to Jiangxing. 3 a.m. Squeak, the door was pushed open. Gu Tsong walked into the Duansha tavern with a cigarette dangling from his lips, the smoke slowly dissipating in the dim light. Good evening, boss. Xiaoman jumped up from the round stool, her voice filled with excitement. Brother Gu, you're back. Sanshur also stood up and responded, his gaze falling on Gu Tsong. Gu Tsong paused, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and asked in a hoarse voice with surprise, You guys aren't asleep yet? Of course, it's because I received news that you're returning tonight. Xiaoman walked quickly to the bar, lifted the insulated lid, and the steaming hot late-night snack was emitting white mist. Eat up, boss. Everything's ready for you. Sanshur added with a smile. Brother Gu, you haven't left Jiangxing for several years. It's really good to travel around more, so you don't become more and more decadent if you stay too long. You too. Gu Tsong chuckled softly, his eyes softening slightly, and exhaled a smoke ring, saying, Get some rest. Who knows, maybe we'll have a tough battle to fight in a few months, and our skills won't have gotten rusty yet. Wow. Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and the dagger in her hand instantly spun out a silver flower. Boss, who are we fighting? What kind of battle is it? A glint of light flashed in Sanshur's eyes. Brother Gu, your trip to Jinbei City was worthwhile. Your eyes are shining with excitement. Stop joking around. Hurry upstairs to the rest area. If you keep nagging, believe me, I'll stop your pay. Gutsong raised an eyebrow and said, feigning anger. Xiaoman and Sanshur immediately fell silent, their footsteps quickly disappearing at the top of the stairs. Gutsong watched their retreating figures with a helpless smile, walked to the bar, and looked at the still steaming food, his lips unconsciously curving upwards. On the other side, Lin Mu, having finished washing up, walked to the French windows in her slippers, and a flame suddenly flickered at her fingertips. Amidst the swirling smoke, Su Nianhe's words from the Wunyan building echoed in his mind. Above the 5 central elders, there is actually a hidden force? The envoy never mentioned it, but those old guys at the research and development base might know something. Lin Mu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Trying to get information out of them is harder than climbing to heaven. His gaze suddenly deepened. Who is secretly manipulating this world? What do they want to do? The human experimentation base discovered by chance is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Since I'm still alive. China will never be allowed to be swallowed by darkness. Chapter 39. All these years, I actually believed that he was an orphan. That nonsense. 10 a.m., Jiangnan University. Under a clear blue sky, the trainees were training hard in the central square, sweating profusely. Brother Mu, you dared to skip physical education class yesterday. I admire you. Wang Yu said, panting with her hands on her hips, her round face full of shock. Lin Mu smiled and shook his head. It's not considered absenteeism. I took leave. What? Wang Yueban's eyes widened. Holy crap. You can take leave like this? What reason did you give? I went to the outer city to pick something up, but the car broke down halfway, and I can't get back, Lin Mu said calmly. This works. Wang Yueban's eyes lit up, and he suddenly leaned closer and said, by the way, Brother Mu, I heard from the bottom of the road that a first-class Zhenyi envoy from the Zhenyi court will be stationed here for 3 months in a while. The principal's connections are just too amazing. Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang urgently. Wang Yueban tactfully stepped back a few paces, giving Lin Mu space to answer the phone. Lin Mu pressed the answer button, and a loud voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Son, what are you doing? I'm in class at the academy. What's up, Dad? Lin Mu asked. Yin Yin is home today. You should come back for lunch too. It's been a long time since our family has eaten together. The voice on the phone was full of anticipation. Lin Mu was slightly taken aback. Huh? The round trip takes 3 hours. I'll definitely be late this afternoon. What's the big deal? You can just ask for leave this afternoon and leave a little early now, right? Lin Ye's tone was as casual as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Lin Mu wondered if he had misheard. Dad, didn't you and Mom say that we should study hard in school and not skip classes? That's called asking for leave. It's not skipping class. All right, that's enough. Hurry back, or your mom will beat you if you're late, and I won't stop her. Lin Mu's face darkened, and before he could retort, the call was disconnected. In Wudong, residential area, Lin Yi hung up the phone and called out to the living room with a smile. Wife, I've notified our son. No one responded from the living room, but he didn't care. He continued scrolling through short videos, his screen filled with images of long-legged beauties. On the sofa, Jiang Shuwan held Lin Yan's hand, her face full of smiles. Yin Yin, are you tired from work lately? How many days are you staying this time? I originally wanted to stay a few more days, but the dean said there was an important experiment in 2 days, and I had to go back tonight. Lin Yin sounded reluctant, but then smiled and said, but I can come back a few more days next month. Jiang Shuan's smile faded slightly. Only 1 day? Mom, I'll definitely spend more time with you next month. Lin Yin said sweetly. Okay, then Mom will make more of your favorite dishes. Our family hasn't been together for 6 years. Jiang Shuan got up and walked to the kitchen, calling out to the bedroom. Still lying in bed? Hurry up and come to the kitchen to chop vegetables. Coming. I've been waiting for my wife to give me instructions. Lin Yi ran out happily. You have no sense at all. We'll be sleeping in separate rooms tonight. Jiang Shuan snorted and went into the kitchen. Lin Ye's face instantly fell into a grimace. No. Honey, you just finished your period. You can't sleep in separate rooms. In a pink-themed bedroom, Lin Yin opened her handbag with a smile in her eyes and carefully took out a silver-white knife handle. Her smile instantly became even sweeter, and she muttered to herself, I can't wait to see what my brother's expression will be when he sees this. They'll definitely jump up in surprise. Hee, I don't believe he can stay calm like before this time. Inside Jiangda University, Wang Yueban watched Lin Mu turn to leave and asked curiously, Brother Mu, Get out of class isn't over yet. Where are you going? Leaving early for dinner. Bye bro. Lin Mu said and strode away. Oh. Wang Yueban stood there stunned for a long time before muttering to herself. Leaving early and still so self-righteous? I've learned something new. A moment later, in the desolate tavern. Is the car fixed? Can I borrow the keys? Lin Mu asked calmly. Gu Tsang frowned. It was just repaired and brought back. Where are you going again? Take it easy this time. He then handed over the keys. Lin Mu took the keys. You're overthinking it. I'm just going home for dinner. Watching Lin Mu's figure disappear through the door, Gu Tsang suddenly chuckled. His acting is really realistic. For so many years, I actually believed that he was an orphan. 11:30. Wudong Residential Area, Omping District. A black Maybach drove into the residential area amidst envious glances from the crowd. After turning off the engine, Lin Mu got out of the car and walked quickly towards the entrance of the building. Several elderly people who were sitting downstairs basking in the sun slowly walked over to the car and looked at it. Was that Lin family kid just now? That's him. He used to visit us when we were kids. Wow, he's really something. His business must be huge. That car must have cost a fortune. Not even 1,000,000 or 200,000. 100 or 80. It can't be that little. It's probably several hundred or more. A door opened. Mom and Dad, your wonderful son is back. Lin Mu walked into the living room with a smile. I didn't see anything special about you, but you're a master at causing trouble. Jiang Shuan's voice came from the kitchen, followed by the sizzling sound of stir-frying. Lin Mu smiled, then looked at the beautiful figure on the sofa and teased. Wow, Yin Yin is really graceful and beautiful, getting more and more beautiful. He really? Then what's so pretty about me? Lin Yin asked expectantly. Lin Mu paused, looking her over carefully. Yin Yin, have you grown taller again? Brother, what does being tall have to do with being good-looking? Humph, you're just brushing me off as always. Lin Yin pouted, looking unhappy. You brat, you've just gotten back and you're already bullying your sister, huh? Lin Ye's hearty laughter echoed from the kitchen. Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. My status in the family is unmatched. Lin Yin burst out laughing, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Soon, the restaurant was filled with a delicious aroma, and the four people sat down around it. Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. Son, did you take the afternoon off? I can take Yin Yin to the station. Okay, Lin Mu said helplessly. Didn't you all say that we should study hard and not skip classes? Times have changed. Taking my sister to school is more important than going to class. Jiang Shuan picked up a piece of fish and gave it to Lin Yin. Yin Yin, eat more. Thank you, Mom. Lin Yin smiled and put a piece of pork rib into Lin Mu's bowl. Brother, eat more. Your little sister is always on your side, isn't she? At the dinner table, the family started chatting and laughing, and a long-lost warmth filled the small dining room. 4 p.m., downstairs in Wudong Residential Area. Wow, Lin Yin exclaimed beside the car. Brother, where did you get this car? You didn't go to do those or those bad things, did you? Stop imagining things. It's borrowed from a friend. Get in the car. Lin Mu had already gotten into the driver's seat and started the car. Lin Yin opened the car door with a smile, fastened her seatbelt, and sat in the passenger seat. With a roar of the engine, the Maybach slowly drove out of the residential area. Chapter 40 Brother, this was once the weapon of Chief Zheni Tingting. Lin Yin turned her head this way and that, curiously looking around the car, and finally looked at Lin Mu. Brother, actually I'm not going back to the base until tomorrow night. I'll stay at your place tonight, and you can take me to the city. Can I ask for another day off tomorrow? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Taking leave is a minor matter. Then he asked doubtfully, is the research base very leisurely? How come you take such a long vacation? Others might not be suitable, but your sister is the darling of the Central Research and Development Base. Brother, do you, this young old man, even know what group favorite means? Lin Yan's lips curled up, her tone smug. What do you mean by young old fogey? Lin Yan, I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your words. Lin Mu's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of threat. Lin Yan burst out laughing. Look at you. You're so calm even when you're angry. Bro, hasn't anyone told you you're boring? At this rate, when am I ever going to get a girlfriend? Say another word, or I'll send you back to the capital right now. No. Lin Yan quickly waved her hand, then leaned closer to Lin Mu and said mysteriously, Brother, when we get to your house tonight, I'll show you something that will make even an old fogey like you light up. Lin Mu smiled calmly and didn't reply. You won't believe it. I guarantee you'll be in for a surprise. The kind of absolutely shocking experience. Lin Yan gestured wildly and spoke in an exaggerated tone. But the next second she suddenly became serious. But it's a promise. I'm only showing this to you. You absolutely can't tell anyone else. Well, Yin Yin, you've learned about confidentiality rules since you started working? Then why did you still dare to show it to me? Lin Mu teased with a smile. Hee hee, who told you to be my brother? Of course I'd share good stuff with my brother first. Lin Yin said excitedly. Lin Mu joked. Alright, I'd like to see what amazing thing our Yin Yin can come up with. Just wait and see. If you're not surprised, I'll take your surname. Lin Yan's voice suddenly rose, her tone earnest yet adorably cute. Lin Mu? As dusk fell, a black Maybach came to a steady stop on the side road outside the Dust House Tavern. We're here, get out. Lin Mu turned off the engine and got out of the car first. Lin Yin got out of the car and looked around curiously. Suddenly, she pointed to the opposite side and said, Brother, is that Jiang University? It looks so impressive. Where should we go first? Go return the keys. Lin Mu smiled helplessly as he watched her looking around. Huh. Seeing Lin Mu walk towards the Broken House Tavern, Lin Yin began to wonder. How can the owner of a small pub afford a Maybach? Could it be that I've been tricked into joining some weird organization? The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, and she quickly followed Lin Mu's back. The two pushed open the tavern door, and Gu Tsong froze the moment he looked up. He stared intently at Lin Mu, then glanced at Lin Yin beside him, who wore a light green dress and had a slender figure. A storm raged within him. Has the world gone mad? He's even playing the field? Lin Mu walked to the bar, looked at Gu Tsong, and his face darkened. Don't overthink it. This is my younger sister, Lin Yin. He then turned to Lin Yin and introduced her. This is Gu Tsong, the tavern owner. A knowing glint flashed in Gu Tsong's eyes as he exhaled a puff of smoke. So that's how it is. I thought you. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yin interrupted him. Hello. Lin Yin greeted with a smile. But the next second, she suddenly turned serious and asked. I'd like to ask, is this tavern legitimate? Won't it corrupt my brother? Lin Mu and Gu Tsong were both somewhat taken aback. Before Lin Mu could explain, Gu Tsong interrupted. Little sister, let me put it this way. I'm with your brother. Lin Yin looked at Gu Tsong's serious expression, then at Lin Mu, her mouth agape in an O shape. Brother, what have you been doing all these years? No wonder you used to transfer me pocket money without batting an eye. Turns out you had some shady business dealings. Lin Mu's face darkened further, and Gu Tsong coughed, choked by his words, and quickly explained. It's a legitimate tavern. It's not what you think. He paused, then added seriously. I know what you want to ask. I bought the car after winning the lottery. While Lin Yin was still somewhat doubtful, Lin Mu slammed the keys on the bar. Let's go. Leaving already? Gu Tsong chuckled. What else? Lin Mu walked out without looking back, and Lin Yin quickly followed after him. 8 p.m., Yunjing residential area. Lin Yin pushed open the door and entered, her eyes scanning the room. Lin Mu smiled helplessly at her running around the room, then turned and sat down on the sofa. A moment later, Lin Yin ran up to Lin Mu with light steps and stopped in front of him, asking with a curious look. Brother, this room is so big. Are you really living alone? What do you think? Lin Mu retorted. I have a feeling you're keeping a mistress hidden away. Lin Yin said with her hands on her hips, her tone certain. Seeing that Lin Mu remained calm and ignored him, Lin Yin patted her bag again, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Brother, beg me, and I'll show you. Then I won't watch it, Lin Mu said calmly. Oh brother, please beg me. Lin Yin leaned closer and shook Lin Mu's arm coquettishly. Lin Mu remained unmoved and looked at her seriously, saying, Yin Yin, the confidentiality rules of the research and development base must be strictly implemented. I'd better not watch it. I'm afraid you'll make a mistake that violates principles. I'm not happy. If you don't beg me, I'll tell my parents that you bullied me, left me on the side of the road and told me to find my own way to the station, and also. Before Lin Yin could finish speaking, Lin Mu interrupted her with a smile, a hint of doting in his eyes. All right, stop making things up. Please, show me what it is. Hee, you should have said that earlier. It's so hard to ask for help these days. Lin Yin opened her handbag with a smile. The next second, she pulled out a silver white knife hilt, waved it in front of Lin Mu, and said mysteriously, Brother, guess what this is? As the hilt of the knife swayed, Lin Mu's pupils suddenly widened. The hilt of the knife in Lin Yan's hand seemed to sense its master's presence for a moment, and it trembled slightly. Lin Yan didn't notice these subtle changes. Seeing Lin Mu's blank stare, her expression grew even more excited. Wow, bro, that's a really rare reaction. I haven't even told you what this is yet, and you're already making that face? Do you know the origin of this hilt? As she finished speaking, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Cough, cough. Lin Mu coughed twice to cover his shock and explained, I was thinking about something else and my mind wandered. His tone then turned serious. Yin Yin, what is this? Hee. Lin Yin laughed excitedly and leaned closer to him, saying, Brother, this used to be the weapon of Chief Jin Yi Tingting. Of course, you might not have a concept of it if I put it that way. She paused, then added with admiration in her eyes. Zhan Yi Tingting Shou, that's the White Reaper we all know. Lin Mu's gaze remained fixed on the silver hilt of the sword. He took a deep breath to calm his excitement and asked in confusion, Yin Yin, how did this sacred artifact end up in your hands? And shouldn't unclaimed sacred artifacts be sealed away? Huh. Lin Yin was somewhat surprised. She never expected that her brother would know it was a sacred artifact. P.S. Dear handsome men and beautiful women readers, if you like it, don't forget to add it to your bookshelf. Your support, encouragement, donations, comments, and gifts are the biggest motivation for the author to write late into the night. Thank you so much. Chapter 41 Old friend, you're back. Brother, I didn't say the word sacred artifact. How did you know? Her eyes were questioning. The more books you read, the more you'll understand, Lin Mu said earnestly, as if he truly meant it. Lin Yin frowned slightly, half believing and half doubting, when Lin Mu suddenly looked at her with a hint of pleading. Yin Yin, could you? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yin interrupted him with a smile. Brother, you like it? You want it? Then you'll have to beg me properly. You can't just give me a perfunctory answer. Brother, please, could you leave it with me? I really like it. Lin Mu interrupted her directly with a serious tone. This scene left Lin Yin completely dumbfounded. She asked incredulously, Are you still my brother? You wouldn't have been possessed, would you? Lin Mu frowned, then relaxed. If I were possessed, you would be the first thing I'd eat. Hee. I'm just kidding. Of course you can, since you're my brother. Lin Yin smiled and said, then added seriously. But there's one thing, if the dean needs Yin Yin to hand it in again, you have to return it to me then, okay? No problem. Lin Mu nodded immediately. Uffed. Lin Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw her brother's expression. Here you go. He then handed over the knife hilt with both hands. Lin Mu suppressed his excitement, and, as he received the sword with both hands, a fleeting glint of silver light flashed across the silver hilt. Upon receiving the hilt of the sword, his body trembled involuntarily. He stared intently at the sacred artifact in his hand, silently chanting in his heart. Old friend, you're back. Seeing Lin Mu's shocked expression, Lin Yin couldn't help but tease him. Brother, although this was that great man's weapon when he was alive, it's a sacred artifact without an owner. In the end, it's just for show. You don't need to get so worked up. Lin Mu snapped out of his daze and reached out to rub Lin Yan's head. You don't understand, I just feel a connection with it. Oh, brother, you messed up my hair again. A girl's hair shouldn't be messed up. Lin Yan pouted, her tone slightly displeased. Until 10 p.m. Inside the bedroom, Lin Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the silver-white hilt of the knife in his palm humming slightly. The instant he exerted force with his fingertips, a transparent blade of light suddenly burst forth. It has no sharp edge or blade, yet it carries a piercing shriek that tears through the air. Lin Yan had just finished drying her hair in the shower room. She changed into her own pink cartoon pajamas, her long hair loosely tied back, the ends still slightly damp. Suddenly, a click sound came from the door. Lin Yan paused, then subconsciously took 2 steps back towards her brother's room, her eyes filled with vigilance as she looked towards the door. The next second, the crisp sound of high heels clicking rang out. Immediately afterwards, a woman in a red dress walked in wearing silver high heels. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Sun Yinha abruptly stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. The next second, an invisible killing intent quietly spread from the depths of her eyes. Wow, so beautiful. The wariness in Lin Yan's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a burning passion for gossip. She had already caught a glimpse of the key in the other person's hand. She walked quickly to Sun Yinha, her eyes sparkling as she looked her up and down. Can a person really be this beautiful? Sun Yinha frowned slightly at the sudden scene, and was about to speak when a familiar voice suddenly came from the bedroom. Yin Yin, what are you yelling about again? Lin Mu walked out of the bedroom, and the moment his eyes met Sun Yinha's, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing Lin Yan's excited expression, I was completely speechless. Sigh, now it's hard to explain. I see. Lin Yan put on an expression that said, I understand everything. clapped her hands, and said, "So that's why you rented such a big house, bro? You're hiding your mistress here." After saying that, she smiled, took Su Nina's hand, and walked towards the sofa, asking expectantly, "Sister-in-law, how did you and my brother meet?" "My brother is so old-fashioned. You can tolerate him. You must love him very much, right?" And also, a series of questions came out of her mouth. Su Nina, however, only grasped the words sister-in-law, a knowing glint in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Lin Yin with a smile. "Hello, are you Lin Mu's sister?" "Yes, sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I am his biological sister, sharing the same parents." Lin Yin spoke with unusual seriousness, afraid that her fairy-like sister-in-law would misunderstand her. Su Nina couldn't help but laugh out loud, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. "So that's how it is." Just as Lin Yin was about to ask another question, Lin Mu interrupted her with a dark face. "Lin Yin, don't call me that. Also, put away that curious look in your eyes and stop making things up." He then turned to Su Nina. "Why are you here?" Su Nina shook the key in her hand and asked in return, "I have the key. Why can't I come?" "Exactly. Bro, you're still embarrassed? You even gave the keys to your wife, and you still won't admit it. I despise you." As Lin Yin spoke, she stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. "Lin Yin, go back inside." Lin Mu's voice was calm, but his eyes were fixed on Su Nina. "I won't." Lin Yin gave a soft snort, then tugged at Su Nina's arm and shook it. "Sister-in-law, my name is Lin Yin. What's your name?" "Su Nina." "The name sounds nice too." Lin Yin had barely finished speaking when Lin Mu interrupted her again in a deep voice, this time with a noticeably serious tone. "Lin Yin, go back inside." "How can you talk to your sister like that?" Su Nina said with a smile, but her eyes couldn't hide her uncontainable joy. "That's right." Lin Yin quickly agreed, but after noticing Lin Mu's expression, she pouted and got up. After taking only a couple of steps, he turned back to Su Nina, his eyes sparkling, and asked, "Sister-in-law, how about we exchange contact information later?" "Okay," Su Nina replied with a smile. Lin Yan's eyes crinkled with laughter as she walked briskly back to her room, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Mu sat down next to Su Nina and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, why did you come to Jiangcheng?" Su Nina's smile remained unchanged. "It was on my way, and I thought of you, so I came to visit. I'm leaving soon, and even if you want me to stay, I can't stay with you tonight." She paused, then added, "Your sister is adorable. I like her very much." The moment the words were spoken, a chill quietly spread from Lin Mu's body. "I'll return those words to you verbatim. Don't overthink it. I genuinely like her, literally." Su Nina turned to look at Lin Mu and gave him a reassuring look. A moment later, Su Nina stood up gracefully, and as her high heels lightly touched the ground, she turned to Lin Mu, revealing her two fair legs as her skirt swayed. She bowed slightly, her red lips parted slightly. "I'm leaving. Is there anything else you want to say to me?" "Take care," Lin Mu said calmly. Chapter 42. 3 years apart. Old friends meet again. The sound of footsteps stopped in front of a bedroom door. Su Nina called softly inside. "Lin Yin, can I have your contact information?" "They must stay." A clear female voice came from the room, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps. The door opened quickly, and Lin Yin stood in front of Su Nina with a smile. The two quickly became friends. Su Nina said softly, "Then see you next time, Lin Yin." "Oh, is my sister-in-law leaving already?" Lin Yin was a little disappointed. She felt she hadn't asked many questions yet. Then she smiled and waved her hand. "Just call me Yin Yin from now on." "Okay, goodbye Yin Yin." Su Nina glanced in Lin Mu's direction with her beautiful eyes, a slight smile on her lips, and turned to leave. After the door closed, Lin Yin rushed to the sofa, looking at Lin Mu with a scrutinizing gaze. "Brother, aren't you going to explain this to your dearest sister?" "If you don't tell me, I'll tell Mom and Dad what happened today." Lin Mu paused, then said seriously, "This was an accident. I have nothing to do with her. I didn't lie to you. Get some rest." He patted Lin Yin on the shoulder, not giving her a chance to speak, and turned and quickly went back to the bedroom. Lin Yin watched her brother's retreating figure, her curiosity growing stronger. She muttered softly, "Was what brother said only half true? Even if it's not true now, it might not be in the future. Hee hee, I like this sister-in-law. She's a perfect match for my brother, a perfect score." Outside the main gate of Yunjing Residential Complex, a powerful black SUV with its headlights on stood in the night. Yuning was looking down at her phone when she suddenly heard the door open. She put down her phone, her voice tinged with doubt. "Sister, you're down so quickly?" Su Nianhe glared at her, and Yu Ning immediately changed the subject. Shall we go now? Up in the city. Su Nianhe's voice was cold. Then she closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair. Okay. As soon as Yu Ning finished speaking, the roar of an engine suddenly filled the night, and the black SUV sped away in an instant. The next day at 11 o'clock, the sun was high in the sky. A Maybach was speeding along the highway. Brother, you don't need to drive so fast. It's not like we're in a hurry. Lin Yan stared at the speedometer and pressed. Isn't this speeding? It's all right. Gutsong will handle it, Lin Mu said calmly. 3 hours later, in the holy capital, the Maybach came to a smooth stop outside a heavily guarded base. We've arrived. Let me know in advance next time you're coming home, and I'll come pick you up whenever I'm free. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes gleamed. Brother, I didn't give you directions, and you didn't use navigation, so how do you know this place so well? Lin Mu was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, Have you forgotten that your brother spent 6 years fixing screws in the capital city? I know the roads of the capital city much better than you do. Oh, I see. Lin Yan pouted, her tone tinged with disappointment. All right, go inside now. Brother, would you like to go inside for a look? You can only see the outside. Outsiders are definitely not allowed in the lab, Lin Yan invited with a smile. Lin Mu paused for a moment. Next time, I have something to do. Brother, what were you doing secretly again? Could there really be something shady going on? Lin Yan's tone suddenly became firm. My brother is definitely not simple. How could he have only been a screwdriver in the holy capital for 6 years? Your little brain is always thinking about all sorts of nonsense. It's just a trip to see an old friend, Lin Mu said, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Ugh, bro, you messed up my hair again. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lin Yan instantly lost her temper, angrily pushed open the car door and got out, striding quickly toward the solemn gate of the base. As Lin Yan walked into the base, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile as he watched her retreating figure. Then, his eyes suddenly turned deep. It's time to make some preparations in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed on the gas pedal, and the Maybach sped away with the roar of its engine. Lin Yan, who had just entered the base, suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction the vehicle had left, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Brother, what are you doing in the shadows? 6 years of screwdriving in the capital? Only your parents would believe your nonsense. She sighed softly, then shook her head. Forget it. Let's focus on building up my network first. That way, if something happens to my brother in the future, I can cover for him. Lin Mu gazed at the familiar streets of the capital, his eyes filled with reminiscence. He stopped in front of the Jean Erding building for 10 minutes, until a cigarette burned out, before stepping hard on the gas again. As he passed the center of power, he slowed down, his brow furrowed, as if deep in thought. An hour later, Lin Mu drove into the northern part of the city, and the Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of the main entrance of the Sun and Moon Cafe. This store covers an area of over 300 square meters and has 3 floors. Its exterior exudes understated elegance. Lin Mu pushed open the car door and got out, a faint smile appearing on his lips. You two, one is truly decadent, and the other is quite carefree. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode into the coffee shop. The store is spacious, yet every seat was taken. After all, Sun and Moon Cafe is extremely famous in the capital city, and people who come from far and wide often queue for hours, or even a whole day, for a cup of coffee. Many people may not understand why people are too idle these days. Life is too empty, so I drive long distances to come when I encounter something new. But if you think about it carefully, isn't the most important thing in life the very act of starting a journey? If there's a place you want to go, or you want to meet up with a few close friends, even if you don't have a specific destination in mind, you can still get together late at night. Although the ultimate destination will most likely be a foot massage parlor. Lin Mu walked to the bar and casually looked around. It's much more spacious than before. A man in his 30s, dressed in business attire, walked up to him and smiled politely. Sir, there are still more than 50 cups left to be made. If you're not in a hurry, you can scan the QR code to order. He glanced around and added, there are no seats available on the first floor right now. You can go to the second floor to rest for a while. Lin Mu looked at the familiar face in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. The man raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he was laughing at, even though he had been very polite. I need to go to the room on the far right of the third floor corridor. Could you lead the way? Lin Mu said with a smile. The third floor is an internal office area and is not open to the public. We apologize for the inconvenience. The man's voice was tinged with impatience. I know. Lin Mu suddenly patted his shoulder, making Chun Yong frown even more. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Mu's calm voice rang out again. Is Zhao Shana here? Chun Yang's pupils contracted slightly, and the next second his tone turned cold. Sir, are you here for coffee? Lin Mu smiled and said, I'll wait here for a while. Go and tell Zhao Shanha. It means that after 3 years apart in Mingqing, we met an old friend who is still alive. Thank you for your help. Chun Yong looked at him, puzzled. He knew all of the boss's old friends, but this young man in front of him seemed completely unrelated. He pondered for a moment, then said in a cold tone, Wait a moment. Lin Mu nodded. Thank you. Chapter 43 The King is waiting for you. It's on the 3rd floor of the coffee shop, in a spacious room on the far right of the corridor. Boss, this is the location where the central leadership met with the gray-robed man, which we discovered secretly. The middle-aged man respectfully placed the photo in front of the man in the main seat. Zhao Shanha picked up the photo, his brows furrowing. Just as I thought. I told you long ago, those 5 old men alone don't have that much power. He paused, then added, Mingzai, continue the investigation, but be extremely cautious. Our 7th-tier awakened beings are outnumbered, and Zhenyi Court is now. Ning Mo and the others don't know how long they can hold out. He sighed at the end. Yes, boss. Just as Lu Mingzai finished speaking, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Go in, Zhao Shana said calmly, his mind filled with doubt. Could something have happened in broad daylight? Qin Yong pushed open the door and walked up to him. Boss, there's a young man downstairs looking for you. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Mingzai chuckled. Brother, is the boss someone you can just see whenever you want? Zhao Shanha looked at Qin Yong. You came here specifically to report. What did he say? Yes, he said. Mingcheng, after 3 years apart, met an old friend who is still alive. Zhao Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked urgently, Where is he? Qin Yong and Lu Mingzai were both stunned. They never expected that this person would elicit such a strong reaction from their boss. Qin Yong quickly said, He's downstairs. Shall I bring him up now? No need. Zhao Shanha raised his hand, then stood up. I'll go myself. After he left, Qin Yong and Lu Mingzai looked at each other in bewilderment. We all know the boss's old friend. How come you don't recognize him? Lu Mingzai asked in confusion. You wouldn't recognize him even if you went there. He's just a young man in his early 20s, and you can tell at a glance that he has nothing to do with us. As Qin Yong spoke, he also walked downstairs. The 1st floor of the coffee shop. Lin Mu casually leaned against the bar counter while waiting, when a square-faced figure in a black trench coat slowly walked over. He was burly and imposing, exuding an aura of authority. His deep gaze brazenly scrutinized Lin Mu, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Your figure and demeanor are right, but your face? Long time no see. Lin Mu looked directly into his eyes, her tone flat. Qin Yong, who was coming downstairs, overheard this and his eyes widened instantly. Is this young man really the boss's old friend? Zhao Shan's brows remained furrowed. This is a matter of great importance. I cannot believe you based on just one sentence. Shall we talk on the 3rd floor? Lin Mu smiled. Zhao Shana nodded. Come with me. As soon as Qin Yong stood still at the bar, someone came over and asked, Brother Yong, who's that guy? The boss personally greeted me. I can't believe my eyes. Go about your business. If you're too curious, don't stay in the coffee shop. Go out on a mission, Qin Yong said coldly. The man immediately shut up. Most missions are fraught with peril, and just this month, 2 6th-tier awakened individuals went out and never returned. In the room on the 3rd floor, Lin Mu sat opposite Zhao Shanha, slowly picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Zhao Shanha raised an eyebrow. He was already 80 to 90% sure, but he still needed one last confirmation. He can't afford to gamble on this. He urged, Hurry up. When did you become so indecisive? You're still so impatient. That's why you got hurt the worst back then, Lin Mu teased with a smile. Wasn't that all to save you? Don't you know how weak you were back then? Zhao Shanha paused abruptly as soon as he finished speaking. Although I believe you, you have to prove that you are you. The moment he finished speaking, a chill suddenly filled the entire room, and a layer of ice quickly formed on the ground centered on Lin Mu. Zhao Shan's lips finally curled into a smile. Your current strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. But you're still alive, that's wonderful. The next moment, the silver-white hilt suddenly appeared in Lin Mu's hand, and as he exerted force with his fingertips, a transparent light burst forth. Zhao Shan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The sacred artifact is still in your hands. Lin Mu sheathed his sword and said calmly, Now you can rest assured. Several photos were tossed in front of Lin Mu as he spoke, and Zhao Shan said in a deep voice, Take a look. This is something that can overturn your understanding. Lin Mu picked up the photo, his eyes instantly turning cold. Recalling Su Nianha's words, he calmly spoke. After all these years, they have finally come to light. Yes, they used to be in the shadows while we were in the light, but now the tables have turned. Zhao Shanhe changed the subject, his face showing concern. But Jinerding is their only thorn in their side. Ningmo's strength might make them wary, but what about Qing He and Feng Shi? I'll leave the secret matters to you. I'm in a hurry now. Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. It's only a matter of time before their strength is restored. They won't make a move easily. Zhao Shanhe waved his hand. Just focus on recuperating. If the forces behind the central government find out you're still alive, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you now. He suddenly became serious. Where do you live now? What's with this face? I'll send Shen Yong to guard you. I don't feel at ease without a 7th tier awakened one by my side. No need. Gutsong is very close to me. By the way, I'm currently studying at Jiangxing Academy. Lin Mu smiled helplessly. Puff. Zhao Shanhe spat out a mouthful of tea, his eyes wide with shock. Are you kidding me? Lin Mu looked at the tea on his clothes and sighed softly. It's the real deal, a freshman from Jiang University this year. Zhao Shanhe was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Lin Mu's face turned completely dark. In the Huayan district of Shangqing, a detached villa was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the floors of each room were stained with dark red blood. Sister, where to next? Yuning walked up to Su Nianhe, licked her lips, and asked excitedly. Go to Yuqing. Su Nianhe's voice was calm. Xiang He discovered the tracks of several gray-robed men, each with an aura above the 6th rank. What are these people behind the scenes planning to do in Yu City? She frowned slightly and slowly walked away in her high heels. Let's head to Yuqing. Yuning followed with a smile. Southern District of Saint Capital. Inside an abandoned ancient city covering 3,000 square meters, dim lighting exudes a sinister atmosphere. In the central building of the ancient city, 2 elderly yet vigorous figures passed through layers of guards and headed towards the deepest room. The gates slowly opened from the inside, and a gray-robed man with an aura of profound mystery said in a deep voice, "The king is waiting for you." The old man on the left had just spoken when he said, "Left Protector, King." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted coldly. "Go in." The gray-robed man walked straight between the two of them. In the deepest room, a few candles flickered in the darkness without any wind. On the throne sat a figure in black robes with an indistinct face, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. 2 elderly men approached the throne, bowed their heads respectfully, and said, "Greetings, King Qing." "Elder Lei, Elder Go." A deep voice suddenly rang out, causing the 2 men to tremble slightly. Years of experimentation have been destroyed in an instant. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The figure on the throne spoke again, his voice carrying boundless pressure. Elder Lei quickly bowed. "King Qing, it was our oversight. We had planned everything, but we did not expect Ning Mo to discover that abandoned manor." "Heh, Ning Mo, Zhen Yiting, can't stay any longer." Elder Ge lowered his head and added, "King Qing, we have already planned to kill the 3 of them one by one." "One by one? That's too slow." The figure in black robes spoke in an icy tone. "Find an opportunity to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. At that time, I will send 4 7th-tier awakened beings to assist me. Do not disappoint me again." After saying that, the figure in black robes waved his hand and said, "You may go." Elder Gu and Elder Lei exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "Yes, King Qing." Chapter 44. Remember to make arrangements for your funeral. 1 month later, the city of Yu was shrouded in torrential rain under the cover of night. Inside an abandoned factory, the blood-stained ground was being relentlessly washed by a torrential downpour, and the stench of blood mixed with the dampness of the rain filled the air. A figure in a Zhen Yiting uniform approached quickly, holding an umbrella, and bowed respectfully. "Chief Qinghe, the team is assembled. Shall we return to the capital now?" "Yes, let's set off immediately." Qinghe's voice was calm, but his gaze swept across the depths of the rain. After the visitor left, Qinghe looked at the torrential rain pouring down overhead, and a strange unease suddenly welled up in his heart. He chuckled lightly, self-deprecatingly. Is the rain too heavy? Where does this palpitation come from? No sooner had the words left his mouth than several shrill screams rang out in the rainy night. The subordinate who had just left suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the blood that had splattered from his neck was instantly washed away by the rain. He fell with a thud not far from Qinghe, his eyes still filled with resentment. Qinghe's pupils contracted sharply, and his longsword was drawn with a whoosh. The aura of the 7th level initial stage erupted instantly, and the rain around him was scattered by the shockwave. He stared at the 3 gray-robed figures that had suddenly appeared before him, his killing intent chilling. Have the people in the central leadership finally lost their temper? The gray-robed man in the middle spoke with a mocking tone. Chief Qinghe, let me tell you some good news first. All your men are dead. The gray-robed man on the right said coldly. Give up resistance, and we will spare you from death and physical suffering. Kill me. Qinghe's voice grew even colder. Since you dare to come, be prepared to leave your life behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the longsword flashed a cold light in the rainy night, piercing towards the throat of the gray-robed man in the middle like lightning. Clang! The thunderous sound of the giant axe colliding with the longsword made the ground tremble slightly. The gray-robed man in the middle blocked the attack with his axe, shouting angrily, overestimating yourselves. Attack together, and take them alive. 3 auras of the initial 7th level realm erupted simultaneously, surrounding Qinghe completely. The gray-robed man on the left swung his curved sword, the wind from the blade carrying rain as it sliced towards Qinghe's neck. The gray-robed man on the right swung out a chain, the iron chain with sharp spikes locking onto Qinghe's wrist. The gray-robed man in the middle gripped an axe with both hands, and smashed the heavy axe into Qinghe's chest. The explosive sound of the axe blade tearing through the air drowned out the sound of the rain. Qinghe spun rapidly, his longsword flashing 3 times as he simultaneously deflected 3 weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing with axes and knives echoed through the rain, and Qinghe's figure moved like a ghost amidst the 3 attackers. He thrust his sword at the gray-robed man on his right, but the man used chains to bind the sword. Immediately afterward, the left scimitar slashed down, and the axe wind ripped a deep, bone-revealing wound into his back, instantly soaking his uniform with blood. Puff! Qinghe grunted and thrust his long sword out again, accurately piercing the chest of the gray-robed man in the middle. But the opponent ignored his wounds and smashed Qinghe's shoulder hard with his giant axe. With a cracking sound, Qinghe's shoulder instantly deformed. He endured the excruciating pain, swung his long sword horizontally, and severed the arm of the gray-robed man on the right at the shoulder. But the curved blade on the left also struck his waist and abdomen at the same time, and blood gushed out like a fountain. A moment later, Qinghe knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword. The rain washed away the wounds on his body, and blood flowed into a small stream beneath him. His consciousness gradually blurred, but he saw 3 figures approaching step by step. At the last moment, a smile appeared on Qinghe's lips. Chief Ting, wait for me. The blue crane has come down to join your conquest. With a bang, he collapsed completely into the blood. The gray-robed man in the middle clutched the piercing wound in his chest, his face grim. Everyone said he had to live. Is there any way to save him? The gray-robed man on the left checked Qinghe's breathing and breathed a sigh of relief. He's still breathing. Take it away and notify Elder Ge to prepare a medical team. Don't let this delay the king's plans. The gray-robed man on the right said coldly. You all go first. I'll deal with the corpses outside. After the 3 left, a tall figure slowly appeared in the factory yard. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, Xionghe said in a deep voice, Qinghe, even if I wanted to save you, I am powerless to do so. Including those 3 from before, there are now 5 7th-tier awakened beings gathered here. He sneered, and 2 gray tail wings suddenly unfolded behind him. I wonder who the real evil is. The figure gradually disappeared into the rain. On the outskirts of Jiangqing, a desolate plain was shrouded in night. Suddenly, a vast and powerful domain of ice swept over them. As the cold wind howled, the central area of the wasteland was instantly frozen, and even the air seemed to freeze solid. Immediately afterwards, several towering pillars of fire suddenly erupted from beneath the ice. The crimson flames illuminated the entire wasteland as bright as day, and the ice crackled and shattered under the flames. Standing in the center of the intertwined ice and fire, Lin Mu felt the surging power within his body, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. I've recovered 70% of my strength. He clenched his fist. That's enough. Even if it's a mid-stage 7th-tier cultivator, it's no longer a threat to me at my current level. 10 p.m. The silence of the Zhenerding building was shattered by a loud bang. Bang! A sharp arrow pierced through the heavy glass door and embedded itself in the wall of the hall. The guards' pupils constricted, and they rushed outside, only to find no one there. The members of the Zhenyi Ting on the first floor of the building gathered around upon hearing the noise, staring at the arrows on the wall with a puzzled look, and an inexplicable tension filled the air. The heavy atmosphere inside the 32nd floor room made it hard to breathe. Feng Shi frowned, her voice filled with anxiety. Qinghe lost contact an hour ago, and the surveillance cameras in the abandoned factory in Yuqing were all cut off 2 hours ago. Ning Mo, they can't wait any longer. She stood up and walked towards the door. I'm going to Yuqing now. Yuqing is so big. Where are you going to look? Ning Mo called out to her in a deep voice. The chief of the Yuqing commander-in-chief is from Zhenyi Ting and has already identified the suspect vehicle. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and the two of them frowned at the same time. Ning Mo said coldly, "What's the matter that you're in such a panic?" Chief Ning Mo, Chief Feng Shi. An arrow just pierced the main gate, with a note tied to it. Before the person could finish speaking, Feng Shi had already snatched the note. The moment she saw the handwriting, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and she slammed the note onto Ning Mo's desk. They've stopped even acting. Ning Mo picked up the note, and 9 large characters immediately caught his eye. U City, abandoned Black Iron Prison. The next second, gray mist surged around him, and the note was instantly swallowed up. Ning Mo's eyes were icy. This is a dead, and we have no choice but to face. So? You're scared? Feng Shi looked directly into his eyes. Too many people will only increase casualties, so let's go with just the two of us. Feng Shi's expression gradually relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. I thought you were scared. Zhenyi Ting, fear nothing. Ning Mo walked up to her, his expression solemn. Remember to make arrangements for your affairs after you're gone. Chapter 45. What kind of organization is the kingdom? And who is the Green King? Huh, I'm all alone. What do I have to do with my funeral arrangements? Feng Shi scoffed, turned around, and walked straight out of the room. Ning Mo watched her retreating figure and slowly tightened his grip on the sacred artifact, the limitless staff. Old friend, this trip is probably going to be a one-way battle. The two walked side by side to the elevator, leaving only the sound of their silent footsteps in the corridor. Ding! The elevator arrival announcement broke the silence, and the doors slowly slid open to both sides. The next second, Feng Shi and Ning Mo were both stunned. The elevator was already full of figures dressed in Zhenyi Ting uniforms. What a coincidence, Chief Ning Mo and Chief Feng Shi. Lu Ping had a slight smile on his face, but his tone concealed a hint of determination. The other 11 people in the elevator were all special class Zhenyi envoys of Zhenyi. A chilling aura simultaneously appeared on their faces, and their eyes held a resolute determination to burn their bridges. You guys, Ning Mo raised an eyebrow. If you do not return, the Zhenyi court will be littered with corpses the next day. This is a battle for the survival of Zhenyi court. Xietu's voice was sinister yet resolute. We have already given the order. From now on, all members of Zhenyi below the special rank must leave Zhenyi. If we don't come back, they will change their identities, become ordinary people, and live out the rest of their lives in peace. This dark world is no longer worth their fighting. Ning Mo and Feng Shi were instantly moved, and the air seemed to freeze in silence. After a long silence, Ning Mo said in a deep voice, Zhenyi court, take action. As soon as he finished speaking, a smile appeared on everyone's lips, a smile of resolute acceptance of death. Inside the deepest part of the laboratory in Zone C of the RD base, the young man in the white lab coat rushed into the control room and stopped in front of the tall woman, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Director Lin, the experiment has passed the final test. Lin Yin smiled slightly, her tone filled with relief. After summarizing all the data, everyone can have a good rest tomorrow. Yes, the young man replied and left. Soon after, steady footsteps came from behind, and an old voice rang out with a laugh. Haha, our Yin Yin is really amazing. She can lead the entire experiment. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yin immediately turned around with a smile. Grandpa Zhu, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am still a long way off. Don't flatter me, Dean Zhu said modestly, but his smile grew even brighter. There's no flattery involved. Yin Yin is just telling the truth. Lin Yin walked up to him, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Okay, I love hearing Yin Yin tell the truth. Dean Zhu changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. Yin Yin, we have decided to send you to St. Capital Academy to teach the students professional theoretical and experimental knowledge for 3 months. When you come back, you can drop the title of deputy and become the youngest RD director in China. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and her voice trembled with excitement. Great. Just in the capital city? Aren't we going to the major cities under our jurisdiction? Of course not. It's too chaotic outside. We feel safer in the capital city, Dean Zhu said indulgently. Hee, I know. I'll work even harder. Lin Yan nodded seriously and even gave herself a thumbs up, which made Dean Zhu burst into laughter again. In the southwest area of Yuqing, an abandoned prison covering an area of 1,000 square meters stands quietly. The underground cell on the southeast corner of the prison building was filled with a pungent, fishy stench. In the deepest, darkest cell, only a few candles flickered in the cold air. On the dark wall, a figure covered in bandages was tightly bound by 4 black iron chains. Blood seeped from the gaps in the bandages, and a dirty rag was stuffed in its mouth. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of steady footsteps approached from afar, and a man in a gray robe slowly walked over. The 2 guards immediately bowed their heads. Left protector. The gray-robed man nodded in acknowledgement, walked up to the locked figure, and said with disdain, "That's unexpected." With just a note, without even using a video, the entire Zhenerding leadership mobilized. How touching, Qinghe. He said the last 2 words with a chilling coldness. With his last remaining strength, Qinghe shook the chains, wanting to roar, but his voice was muffled by a rag. He could only let his eyes burn with silent rage. You're no longer of any use to me, but I won't let you die a quick death. After all, you injured my men. I'll make you watch the corpses of everyone in Zhenerding laid out before you, and then I'll send you all to the next gathering. After the gray-robed man finished speaking, he turned around, and Qinghe's eyes instantly erupted with anger. He hated his own incompetence and hated himself for dragging Zhenerding down. Sir, which side will we be guarding next? One of them asked respectfully. Stay here. If anything unexpected happens, kill him on the spot. The gray-robed man left these words behind and walked away with steady steps. As the sound of the hidden door closing faded, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. We're at least 6th-tier strength, and we're just doing guard work. One of them looked in the direction of Qinghe, his voice tinged with self-mockery. Are you stupid? It's perfectly safe here. What we're about to face is a clash with 7th-tier awakened beings. 6th-tier awakened beings are just cannon fodder. The other person said seriously, his tone full of relief. That's true, but our 7th-tier fighters completely overwhelm those 2 chief fighters of Zhenyi Court, right? Elder Gu sent 3, the kingdom sent 3, plus the left protector, making a total of 6 early-stage 7th-rank cultivators and 1 mid-stage 7th-rank cultivator. Is Qingwang being too cautious with this lineup? Before he could finish speaking, his companions covered his mouth and dragged him out of the dark cell. After looking around to make sure no one was watching, the other person breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, you're going to get me killed sooner or later. Are you crazy? How dare you talk about the Green King behind his back? How many lives do we have? The man immediately realized his mistake. It was my oversight. There will be no next time. In the ensuing conversation, the 2 no longer avoided mentioning Qinghe. In their eyes, he was just a man waiting to die. But Qinghe's pupils suddenly contracted. 7 7th-tier awakened beings. What kind of organization is the kingdom? And who is the Azure King? What lies behind the central authority? Ningmo Fengshi. On the north wall of Black Iron Prison, the night wind carried a chill. Are you sure that Zhenyi Court only has 2 chief warriors left at its peak? The gray-robed man appeared silently behind the black-clad elder. Elder Gus slowly turned around. Left protector, rest assured, I can guarantee that. 3 chiefs in total, and you still need us to take action? What a waste. The left protector sneered coldly. Elder Ji's face was even more gloomy in the night, but he still said politely, Ningmo is not only a mid-stage 7th-order cultivator, but also a mist-type awakener. We dare not act rashly without absolute certainty. A bunch of cowards who cling to life. As soon as he finished speaking, the left protector's figure disappeared into the night. Elder Gus stared in the direction where he had disappeared, his eyes filled with malice. Chapter 46 Departure. The person beside him respectfully inquired. Elder Gu, Qin Jiang said he's already on his way. Should we add daylight to our 7-on-2 lineup? Qin Jiang is a man of deep thoughts. Involving him is a warning to him. Elder Ji's tone returned to calm as he gazed into the distance. Tonight marks the end of the Zhenyi Court. What is the plan for the holy capital? People have already infiltrated the vicinity of the Zhenerding building. Once this battle is over, Zhenerding will cease to exist. Ha ha ha, good. Elder Ge's sinister laughter echoed on the North City wall. The top floor of the White House in the holy capital. Qin Jiang sat upright in the leather chair, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lu Ping, Kong Nan, you have followed me all this time. You are not only my confidants, but also my brothers. What do you think about this? Speak freely, don't hold back. Lu Ping stepped forward, his tone respectful. Chief, we've already delayed for half an hour. If the elders blame us, none of this matters. Qin Jiang waved his hand to interrupt, his eyes sharp. I want to hear your most honest thoughts, whether or not you should go. The air went silent for a moment. After a moment, Kong Nan broke the silence. Chief, I don't think we should go. This kind of internal strife will only make the world more unstable. Lu Ping immediately chimed in. I agree. The order itself is strange, but we have no choice but to go, Chief. Qin Jiang suddenly laughed, with a self-deprecating tone. What exactly does the Elders' Council want to do? The Zhenyi court is already a candle flickering in the wind. Why must it be wiped out completely? Why do the awakened ones kill each other to this extent? This is harmful to humanity in every way. He shook his head and sighed at the end. Then, Chief, Kong Nan asked tentatively. Go. Orders cannot be disobeyed. But there are many belated reasons for force majeure. Qin Jiang smiled and added. You guys get ready first. We'll meet in half an hour. Yes, the two replied in unison. Outside Yunjing residential area, a black Maybach was parked on the side of the road, its headlights glaring in the darkness. The passenger door was suddenly flung open, and Lin Mu got in, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He said in a deep voice, What exactly happened? How is Qinghe now? Boom. The engine roared to life, and the Maybach sped off. The front and rear license plates were quickly covered by black cloth at that moment. Gutsong exhaled a smoke ring, stubbed out his cigarette, and said with a serious expression, The specifics are still unclear. It was a message sent by Lu Ping. Ning Mo and Feng Shi originally planned to go alone. If it weren't for the huge commotion caused by that note, we might still be completely unaware of it. The fact that the elders dare not act rashly shows that the forces behind them have finally surfaced, Lin Mu said coldly. Put this on, Gutsong said, tossing a black robe in front of Lin Mu. Lin Mu looked at Gutsong in confusion, only then noticing that he was wearing a black robe, but the hood was not on. We don't know their strength yet. If we can't wipe them out in one fell swoop, we should try not to expose our identities. Lin Mu nodded, yes. Will we make it? The distance between us and Yuqing is about the same as the distance between Shengjing City and Yuqing. Drive faster, no problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Gutsong floored the accelerator. The roar of the Maybach, like the howl of a beast, pierced the night. Northern District of St. Capital. In a room on the third floor of the Sun and Moon Cafe, Lu Mingzai said solemnly, Boss, the entire top-level combat force of Zhenyi court has been mobilized. Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow, his aura authoritative. What's going on? It's not clear yet, boss. Should we follow up? Lu Mingzai asked. Just then, my phone beeped with a message notification. Zhao Shanhe picked up his phone in confusion, and his pupils contracted the moment he opened the message. He stood up and said, I'll go myself. Boss, let Xinyong and me catch up. Lu Mingzai hurried to catch up. Zhao Shanhe paused, turned around, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed. You guys stay put. It's not that serious. But Lu Mingzai's words were interrupted. Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow. What? I can't order you around anymore. Lu Mingzai lowered his head. Understood, boss. At midnight, the Maybach sped along the highway like a beast. It's starting to drizzle. I heard it's raining heavily in Yuqing, Gutsong said in a hoarse voice. This rain is a funeral rain for them. Lin Mu had just finished speaking when his phone beeped with a message notification. Linyan, brother, are you asleep? I'm planning to take a day off tomorrow. Do you want to take me out to play? Lin Mu, I'll come back in a few days. I'm busy these days. Linyan, huh? What are you busy with, bro? Lin Mu glanced at it and put the phone aside. In the independent dormitory of the RD base, Linyan lay face down on the bed, her two white legs swinging back and forth behind her, looking puzzled. It's been 30 minutes. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? She rolled over and lay flat on her back, staring at the ceiling and muttering. Wait a minute. What's so busy about my brother going to school? Tomorrow and the day after are his days off. Lin Yin became even more convinced of her guess. Her brother must be doing something shady in the dark. Humph. The next second, she smiled and opened another chat window. Lin Yin, is sister-in-law asleep? Is she home? Sun Yin, huh? Not yet. What's wrong? Lin Yin, my brother said he's been busy these past few days. Does your sister-in-law know what he's been up to? Sun Yinha, really? I don't know either. A moment later, Sun Yinha put down her phone, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She walked outside the restaurant with a red umbrella. In Yuqing, a torrential downpour was underway, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Xiong Hei's figure approached from afar. He walked up to Sun Yinha, bowed his head, and said, Your Majesty, has anything unusual happened in Yuqing recently? Sun Yinha asked in a cold voice. After a pause, Xiong Hei truthfully reported how he had followed the abandoned Black Iron prison all the way there. I see, Sun Yinha said, a look of understanding flashing in her eyes. Go ahead. Yes. After Xiong Hei left, she looked towards the southwest of Yu City, her voice cold. So impulsive. It seems your strength has almost recovered? As soon as she finished speaking, two wings suddenly appeared behind her, the left wing crimson and the right wing gold. Alas, I wonder when I will be fully recovered. Linmu, you really are a worry. Her figure disappeared silently into the rain. At 2 a.m., the roar of several cars broke through the rain curtain of Yuqing and stopped in the old town a few kilometers away from the Black Iron prison. Bang! As the car door slammed shut, Ning Mo, dressed in the Zhenyi Ting uniform, walked up to the group, his voice heavy with undisguised gravity. Everyone. Whoosh. 13 figures almost simultaneously drew their weapons from their waists or backs, the cold light flashing in the rainy night. A suffocating, chilling atmosphere instantly filled the air. A rare, faint smile appeared on Ning Mo's face. But the next second his expression returned to its usual coldness. He gripped the Wuji staff tightly in his hand, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, word by word. Set off. Chapter 47. The drama of Zhenyiting's destruction has begun. Feng Shi followed closely behind, with the 12 top-tier Zhenyiting members behind her advancing with heavy steps. 14 figures moved swiftly through the torrential rain and weeds. The mud and cold rain did not slow them down in the slightest, and each of them had a determined look in their eyes. Until they were less than 100 meters from the north gate of the prison. Ning Mo, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in a thicket of weeds. The people behind him also stopped in their tracks almost simultaneously. Everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting Chief Ning Mo's final order. As Ning Mo raised his hand, 14 figures immediately dispersed in a fan shape, weaving through the weeds, their footsteps completely masked by the sound of rain. When Ning Mo was about 100 meters away from the North City wall, a thick gray mist suddenly surged around him, flowing towards the city wall like a living thing, turning even the raindrops in its path into a dark gray. The fog quickly enveloped half of the city wall, and 14 figures quickened their pace in the fog. On the east side of the North City wall, a fifth-tier awakened being wiped the rain from his face, staring at the fogged area with a puzzled look. Why did this weather suddenly turn foggy? Fog during a downpour is really weird. Shut up if you're ignorant, the gray-robed man next to him sneered. Isn't fog normal after a heavy rain? You're just scaring yourself. Don't let your guard down. A sixth-tier awakened individual stepped out of the shadows, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Visibility is poor in the fog. Be careful of a sudden attack from Zhenyiting. Keep a close eye on any movement in the fog. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Someone muttered. With our lineup, would Zhenyiting dare to come and die? Elder Gu said that all of their high-ranking members have been mobilized. The sixth-level awakened one's eyes sharpened. Sound the alarm immediately if any unusual activity is detected. But this fog is too thick. The fifth-tier awakened one who spoke first suddenly fell silent, as if his throat had been choked. His throat had been pierced by a sharp spike formed from condensed gray mist. His body slumped to the ground, and blood flowed down the brick wall, only to be instantly washed away by the rain. Hey, why did you stop halfway through your sentence? The gray-robed man chuckled and patted his shoulder, but his hand froze before it even touched his clothes. Suddenly, a sharp staff emerged from the fog and pierced through his chest with a bang. The gushing blood splattered onto the mist, instantly swallowed by the gray fog, before it could even utter a scream. Enemy attack. The sixth-tier awakener drew his sword abruptly, and just as his finger touched the alarm button, a long silver whip suddenly shot out from the mist, coiling around his neck like a venomous snake. With a whoosh, his head rolled off the city wall, his eyes still wide open in terror. Members of the Zhenyiting emerged one after another from the gray fog, their weapons still dripping with blood. Muffled thuds rang out one after another, and the ground of the city wall was quickly stained red with blood. Rain washed over the corpses, and the stench of blood mixed with the smell of mud wafted into the air. Feng Shi's figure drifted through the mist to Ning Mo's side, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and she said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "The prison is too big inside. Should we split up and rush in? Take them down one by one." Ning Mo's voice was low, and gray mist swirled around him. "The heavy rain and fog are our cover. The advantage lies with us." In the central area of the North City Wall, a middle-aged man with a deep voice walked up to Elder Gu and whispered, "Elder, the patrolmen haven't returned yet." Elder Gu frowned, about to speak, when another powerful figure beside him suddenly pointed to the east. "Why is the fog over there so thick?" Fog. Elder Ge's heart sank, and he looked in the direction the man was pointing. The fog had completely enveloped the eastern side of the North City Wall. He pressed the alarm button in his hand almost instantly. The low beeping sound immediately echoed throughout the city wall. "It's Ningma's gray fog domain." Elder Ge's expression was sinister. He quickly covered his face with a black mask and roared, "Everyone, surround and attack the east flank." "Yes." His men behind him responded in unison. As soon as the alarm sounded, screams of agony came from the east side. The Zhenyi Ting members had begun clearing the guards from the city walls. They still found out. Ning Mo spoke in a deep voice, rapidly wielding the Wuji staff in his hand, as gray mist surged towards him like a tide. "You should have just let loose and killed them all." Feng Shi flicked the long whip in her hand. Red blood droplets splattered on her face, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Being so timid and hesitant makes me really uncomfortable." The top of the building, in the very center of the prison. A man in a gray robe bowed respectfully, rain streaming down his hood. "Left Protector. It's towards the North City Wall." "Ah, it's finally here." The Left Protector's voice was mocking. "Pass on my order. All awakened beings of the 6th rank and above, assemble immediately at the North City Wall. The drama of Zhenyi's downfall has already begun." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of a 7th-level mid-stage cultivator erupted from his body. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped towards the North City Wall like an arrow. Each rise and fall leaves a faint ripple of air between the buildings. On the battlefield beneath the North City Wall, Ning Mo stared at the black-masked man opposite him. A surge of gray mist erupted around him as he swung his staff violently at his opponent, the staff whistling through the air, black, curved blade. "So it was you, Elder Gu." Each swing of the Wuji staff forced Elder Gu to retreat repeatedly. Sparks flew as the curved blade collided with the staff, and Elder Ge's arm went numb from the impact, leaving him only able to barely parry. Ning Mo completely overpowered Elder Gu, the tip of his staff grazing the man's mask and nearly slicing his throat. Just then, two auras of the initial 7th-level realm suddenly burst out from his side. Two gray-robed men, wielding blood-stained longswords, lunged at Ning Mo's back. Whoosh! The blood-red whip suddenly lashed out, striking the backs of the two men's swords with a crack, forcefully deflecting the attack. Feng Shi flicked the blood off the whip, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he licked the blood from the corner of his lips. The slaughter has only just begun. The two awakened individuals at the initial 7th level immediately turned to Feng Shi, slashing at her throat with their long swords from the left and right. Feng Shi tiptoed backward, her long whip coiling around one of the men's knives like a living snake, while her other hand grabbed the end of the whip and yanked it sharply. But the other man's knife had already slashed her left arm, and blood instantly stained her sleeve. She engaged in a fierce battle with the two men, her long whip leaving a red afterimage in the rain. However, the wound on her left arm slowed her movements by a fraction of a second, putting her at a slight disadvantage. "Ah, Elder Gu. You will be the first elder to die by my Ningma cudgel, but you will definitely not be the last." The moment the words left his mouth, gray mist enveloped Elder Gu like a tidal wave, and the Wuji staff, with a sharp sound of wind being cut, suddenly slashed towards his face. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing tore through the rain. The moment Elder Gu roared, "Left Protector," a long sword was already positioned in front of the Wuji staff. A figure in a gray robe stood firmly in front of Elder Gu. Chapter 48. How could you possibly still be alive? Ningmo's pupils contracted slightly. Mid-stage 7th rank, huh? Almost simultaneously, the aura of another 7th-tier awakened being erupted from the Sidea long sword, gleaming with cold light, pierced towards Ningmo's back. Fog lock. Ningmo let out a low shout, and the gray mist around him instantly materialized into semi-transparent chains, tightly binding the long sword that was thrust at him. He then retreated abruptly, creating distance between himself and the two. Elder Gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, panting heavily, Left Protector, if you had arrived any later, I would have really died here. What a piece of trash. The Left Protector then focused his gaze on the gray mist surrounding Ning Mo, his voice icy. A mist-type awakener, Elder Gu. Kill that woman with your men first. As soon as he finished speaking, the Left Protector released the full pressure of the 7th level mid-stage realm, and his long sword pierced through the rain curtain, heading straight for Ning Mo's throat. The gray-robed man on the other side also brandished his sword and followed, the two attacking from the left and right. Seeing this, Elder Gu picked up his scimitar again and, together with two other 7th-tier awakened individuals, charged towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi's long whip had been slashed open, and blood was still seeping from the wound on her shoulder, dripping onto the ground along her arm. She gritted her teeth, lashed her whip around a man's neck, and with a sudden burst of strength, flung him against the city wall, where he crashed into the bricks and shattered with a loud bang. But the other two men's knives came at the same time, and she could only dodge to the side, but her side was slashed open with a deep wound that exposed the bone. TSK, this is a bit tricky. Feng Shi licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes shone with a frightening intensity. But that's what makes it exciting. She suddenly swung the long whip into the air, and the end of the whip suddenly split into 3 thin whips, which lashed out at the throats, wrists, and knees of the 3 men like venomous snakes. The battlefield behind them was even more brutal. The battle between 6th-tier awakened beings wove a bloody web in the torrential rain, with blood flowing down the cracks in the city walls, forming a winding river of blood. Lu Ping, are you even capable of this? Zhang Huai's scythe flashed with a cold light, instantly slicing the gray-robed man behind Lu Ping in half at the waist. He appeared beside Lu Ping, laughing loudly. This is even bloodier than I imagined. Bang! Lu Ping punched a man in black robes through the chest, panting as he withdrew his bloodied fist. I calculated my own fate. I'll live. How could someone survive in this condition? You should ask your dog for help. Zhang Huai's scythe danced in the rain, each swing bringing forth a spray of blood. Shut your dog mouth. Lu Ping's gaze swept over the gray-robed men surging from afar, his voice tightening. Another wave is coming. Who exactly is this force? How can they be so strong? At the foot of the east city wall, the door of an SUV slammed open. A square-faced, burly figure swung his right arm, walked to the city wall, squinted at the direction from which the sounds of battle were coming, and a smile played on his lips. Has it already started? He took a deep breath, and the wind from his right fist surged suddenly, causing his aura to instantly rise to the middle of the 7th level. The next second, the fist slammed into the city wall with a sharp, piercing sound. Boom! The deafening sound of bricks shattering shook the earth. The east city wall was blasted open with a single punch, creating a huge gap several meters wide, with rocks flying everywhere. Zhao Shanhe slowly emerged from the smoke and dust, his right fist still covered in gravel powder. The gray-robed men on guard nearby immediately surrounded them, their expressions filled with terror. Someone who can blast open a city wall with a single punch is definitely not someone they can handle. Zhao Shanhe glanced at the man in gray robes, his voice full of disdain. Is this the North City Wall? I don't have time to waste on you small fry double the power. The moment he finished speaking, he had already transformed into a blur and rushed into the crowd, slamming his right fist into the ground. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a crater half a meter deep, and the shockwave sent the gray-robed men flying several meters away. They landed coughing up blood and lost their ability to resist. The people fighting on the North City Wall also heard the loud noise. The Left Protector frowned deeply. What's going on? In the instant he was distracted, Ning Mo's Wuji staff, carrying a gray mist, slashed towards his face. The Left Protector quickly drew his sword to block and sneered. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. Unfortunately, it's far from enough. 7 against 3, you still can't turn the tide. 7. Ning Mo's heart tightened suddenly. Could there be 2 more 7th-level awakened individuals hiding in the shadows? The gray mist around him surged again, and the wind from his staff became even more ferocious. Zhao Shanhe was rushing towards the North City Wall, his footsteps splashing through the rain. Suddenly, a cold light pierced the rain. Zhao Shanhe stopped abruptly and squinted at the front of him. A man in black robes slowly walked over, gripping a giant sword. The sword left grating marks on the ground, and he exuded the aura of a 7th-tier early-stage cultivator. 7th-tier initial stage? Zhao Shanna's voice was full of mockery as he gathered his aura into his right fist once more. Power, triple. The man in black robes instantly swung his great sword and charged forward, the blade whistling as it pierced the air, aiming straight for Zhao Shanna's chest. Bang! The moment the fist collided with the greatsword was blasted into pieces. The black-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Zhao Shanna's voice rang out. You have commendable courage to fight me head-on. Power 5 times. The fist, carrying overwhelming force, slammed towards the black-robed man's forehead. Bang! Blood splattered in the downpour, and the man in black robes fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Zhao Shanna shook his blood-stained right hand and continued speeding towards the north city wall. Beneath the western wall of the prison, the roar of a Maybach's engine suddenly tore through the rain. The car drifted through the water and came to rest across the city wall. 2 figures in black robes quickly pushed open the car door and jumped out, their clothes soaked by the rain. Am I still too late? Lin Mu said in a deep voice. The sound is coming from the north. Go and support Ning Mo and the others. I will find Qing He. Gutsong's tone carried a hint of worry. Are you sure you can manage? Even at 70% strength, I could easily beat you up. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, his figure transformed into a blur and leaped onto the city wall. His brow furrowed, and the old layout of the black iron prison flashed through his mind. In the southeast corner, there is a hidden cell. The recovery was really fast. Gutsong chuckled, then his eyes turned cold. He leaped onto the city wall and sped towards the north of the prison, his figure appearing and disappearing in the rain. On the west city wall. Bang! 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 Dozens of figures in gray robes exploded into blood flowers in the rain, their eyes still filled with disbelief before they died. A figure in a black robe and silver high heels walked to the center of the corpse. Rain dripped from her hair, and her voice was cold and clear. Such a large number of high-level awakened. Has the force hidden behind the scenes resurfaced? At this moment, a 7th-rank gray-robed man who had collapsed to the ground coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bloodstains on his body unwashed by the torrential rain. He forced himself to kneel on the ground, his voice filled with extreme terror. Red, King, how could you possibly still be alive? Chapter 49. Sorry I'm late. Su Nianha's beautiful eyes swept over him, her tone tinged with amusement. As expected of a 7th-tier awakener, you're not quite dead yet. She took a light step, her high heels making a crisp sound as they slid through the puddles. The gray-robed man, who was kneeling on the ground, was completely turned into a bloody mist and exploded. On the north city wall, Feng Shi's blood-red whip was chopped in half, and she fell to the ground, spitting out blood, her consciousness beginning to fade. Seeing this, Ning Mo instantly rushed towards Feng Shi with the gray mist around him, trying to protect her. The left protector's long sword sliced through the gray mist, firmly blocking Ning Mo's path. You dare to be distracted while fighting this protector? His voice was full of mockery. Isn't it wonderful to see your comrade about to die in front of you? At the same time, a gray-robed man covered in blood circled behind Ning Mo, his long sword flashing with a cold light as he thrust it toward Ning Mo's back. Elder Gu, accompanied by 2 7th-tier awakened individuals, simultaneously slashed at Feng Shi with 3 curved blades. Feng Shi closed her eyes, a hint of relief on her lips. Qinghe, I couldn't save you, I'm sorry. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed directly onto Feng Shi's face. An old yet sinister voice reached her ears. Cheer up. How could such a young and beautiful chief die so easily? Feng Shi suddenly opened her eyes. Xie Tu's figure blocked her way, and 3 long swords pierced through his chest. Fresh blood gushed from the wound like a spring. But Xie Tu was still laughing, and that sinister laughter was so warm in Feng Shi's eyes. No! Feng Shi's roar shook the rain curtain. In the southeast corner of the prison, Lin Mu suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with boundless killing intent. The dozens of 5th-tier awakened individuals around him had been frozen into ice sculptures. The ice sculpture still bore the mark of terror, but the next second it shattered with a crack, turning into a shower of ice crystal powder. Xie Tu, Lu Ping and Zhang Huai's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Their sides and fists unleashed their strongest power at the same time, carving a bloody path as they charged towards Xie Tu. Elder Gu sneered, overestimating yourself. Kill this woman quickly. 3 curved blades were thrust at Feng Shi again. Just at this critical moment, a thick earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground and blocked Feng Shi's way. Elder Ji's pupils instantly shrank. An earth elemental awakener? How come you're not dead? I'm sorry I'm late. Gutsong appeared behind the earthen wall and caught Xie swaying body, but Xie was already lifeless. The left protector's voice instantly turned icy. Elder Gu, this is what you meant by only two. Suddenly, three figures in gray robes leaped onto the city wall. The leader said, Left protector, we have come on the orders of the Azure King. He scanned the battlefield, a hint of relief in his voice. It seems the intelligence was completely wrong. We arrived just in time. The simultaneous eruption of these three auras from the initial 7th-tier realm caused Ning Mo's expression to drastically change. Who is the Azure King? Are all these powerful awakened ones under his control? It seems I arrived just in time. A square-faced, burly figure appeared behind them. He cracked his right hand, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. This time we can finally face the forces behind the scenes head-on. The more the merrier. None of you will return alive. Ha, arrogant. Before the left protector could finish speaking, a pillar of fire suddenly shot into the sky from the southeast corner. The pillar of fire was filled with shrill screams, and even the rainwater was evaporated into white mist. What? The left protector's pupils shrank sharply, his voice filled with extreme shock. When has a fire elemental awakener ever appeared in this world? He immediately pointed at a gray-robed man. To the dark dungeon. You can't go anywhere. The gray mist surrounding Ning Mo suddenly surged, sweeping towards all the gray-robed men. He wielded the Wuji staff and brought it down with a sudden, gray mist. Power 5 times. Zhao Shana's right fist slammed into one of the gray-robed figures, the force of the punch even shaking the surrounding rain into mist. Kill them, the left protector roared, giving the order. A dense swarm of gray-robed men was pouring into the north city wall from all parts of the prison. In the underground cell on the southeast corner of the prison, water droplets seeped from the damp stone walls, and the sounds of fighting above could be clearly heard. The fighting up there is really intense. A man in a gray robe kicked at the puddles on the ground with his toe, looked at the blue crane nailed to the wall by 4 black iron chains, and spoke in a mocking tone. The glorious Jinerding is coming to a complete end today. The chains had left red marks on Qinghe's neck, and his eyes were bloodshot. Knowing it was a deadly trap, why did you still come? It is my fault that Zhenyi Ting is in trouble. Chief Ting, Qinghe has no face to face you now that he is below. Does the master say we should act now? Another man in gray robes drew a dagger from his waist. What's the rush? The former chuckled. Wait until all the people above are dead. Then let him reunite with his accomplices. Boom. A loud bang suddenly blasted through the stone door of the dark prison. Amidst the flying debris, the pupils of the 2 gray-robed men suddenly contracted. Qinghe also looked up suddenly. With such a disparity in strength, how could they have managed to get here? Boom. The second loud bang was even more intense. A pillar of crimson fire shot in through the gap in the stone door, like a burning dragon, instantly illuminating every corner of the dark prison. The water droplets on the stone wall sizzled and evaporated as they were heated, and in the firelight, a figure in a black robe slowly emerged. Kill him now. 2 men in gray robes lunged at Qinghe at the same time, their daggers aimed at his heart. But before they could finish their move, they were engulfed by 2 flames that suddenly shot up. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the dark dungeon, and flames, as if alive, enveloped their bodies, instantly filling the air with the smell of burning flesh. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were reduced to 2 charred lumps and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Qinghe stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his heart pounding. A fire-type awakener? Why have I never heard of such a powerful individual in China? The man in black robes walked towards him step by step. When he got close, he revealed an extremely young face with a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Lin Mu's gaze fell on the 4 black iron chains on Qinghe's body, and the killing intent in his eyes instantly swept across the entire dark prison. Qinghe suddenly tensed up. This killing intent. Could there be someone from another force involved? How many forces in this world are unknown to us? Just as he closed his eyes in despair, Lin Mu suddenly raised his hand and ripped the dirty rag out of his mouth. Cough, cough. Qinghe coughed violently, and several mouthfuls of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes on his chest red. Who are you? Why? He spoke weakly, his voice broken and intermittent. But before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, and his voice cracked with urgency. Behind. Thump, thump, thump. The steady footsteps came from the depths of the dark prison, breaking the brief silence. Chapter 50. The gray-robed man in the back was slaughtered by him alone. A gray-robed figure slowly emerged from the shadows, clapping his hands gently. The deep sound echoed between the stone walls. At first I didn't understand why Lord Qinglong would send me along when he was sending the left protector. He swept the charcoal off the ground. Now it seems I was foolish. It's truly admirable that Zhen Yiting, who is like a candle flickering in the wind, has managed to hold out until now under such a massive siege. He paused, a hint of regret in his voice. What a pity. The kingdom will not allow such a powerful force to exist in the world, even if you are truly doing it for the sake of world peace. Lin Mu's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice filled with undisguised contempt. Kingdom. They're nothing but a bunch of cowardly rats hiding their heads and tails. He clenched his right fist tightly, and crimson flames instantly blazed on his fist. Just as he was about to make his move, boom! A crimson wing suddenly pierced the air of the dark prison. It moved as fast as a red lightning bolt, flashing across the gray-robed man's waist as if it were cutting not flesh and blood, but a piece of tofu. The gray-robed man's pupils widened suddenly, his face still showing a dreamlike bewilderment at having replaced the left protector, but his body had already been split in two, and blood splattered on the stone wall like a fountain, staining half of the wall red. Da-da-da. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the stone slabs could be heard. A figure in a black robe slowly walked in through the gap in the stone gate. The hem of the black robe swayed gently with each step, revealing a section of fair ankle. She took off her hood, and her long, black hair cascaded down, making her stunningly beautiful face appear exceptionally radiant in the firelight. Looking at Lin Mu, she smiled slightly and said in a languid voice, "You've recovered quite well in just 1 month. Have you missed me during this time?" Red King. Qinghe's voice trembled, and the crimson wing struck the depths of his soul like a heavy hammer. Lin Mu raised his hand and waved his sleeve, his movements so fast that his afterimage was almost invisible. Clang, 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 clang. For crisp sounds rang out in quick succession, and the 4 black iron chains binding the blue crane snapped instantly. Qinghe's body suddenly lost its support and fell forward. Lin Mu steadily supported his shoulders, but the wounds wrapped in bandages on Qinghe's body still broke open, and several streams of blood gushed out from the gaps in the bandages, staining Lin Mu's black robe red. Qinghe couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. "How are you?" Lin Mu asked with concern. I'm not dead yet." Qinghe's voice was weak, and his eyes were full of doubt. A powerful fire-type expert appeared out of nowhere. The Red King suddenly showed up, and there was an ambiguous conversation between the two. Everything before him left his mind in a state of chaos. Why did you save me?" Lin Mu looked at Sun Yinhe, who chuckled and said, "No need to say anything. I know what you want to ask. I have influence in Yuqing. I can help you save him." Lin Mu nodded slightly. "Thank you." He carefully placed the blue crane on the ground and said gently, "Wait for me a moment." Puffed. Sun Yinhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It's rare to hear you say thank you. I'm temporarily entrusting Qinghe to your protection." After Lin Mu finished speaking, his body transformed into a blur, instantly rushing out of the dark prison and heading straight for the North City wall. As Sun Yinhe watched his disappearing figure, the smile on her face gradually faded, and her expression became increasingly cold. She walked up to Qinghe, who instinctively tried to shrink back, his eyes filled with wariness. "Why? Are you staying here? Who was that person just now?" He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood as soon as he finished speaking. "Just wait patiently," Sun Yinhe said in a cool voice. "The more you say, the closer you get to death." She paused, then muttered to herself, "It's quite lively up there. Someone who should be dead is actually here. Should have died? Who is it?" A sudden sharp pain shot through Qinghe's brain, and everything went black before his eyes. He fainted completely. Sun Yinhe frowned slightly, half squatting down to check his breathing. "Unconscious. If you die, someone will be angry with me, won't they?" As she said this, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly again. On the North City wall, torrential rain continued to pour down. Rivers of blood flowed down the cracks in the wall, and screams echoed endlessly. "Lu Ping, you fucking can't sleep here. Wake up!" Zhang Huai roared, still wildly swinging the giant scythe in his hand. But his arm was already trembling, and every swing felt like it was going to dislocate. Countless figures in gray robes continued to rush towards them. Puff! Lu Ping spat out another mouthful of blood onto the ground, which was instantly washed away by the rain. He gave a bitter laugh, his voice weak but stubborn. "I told you. I had my fortune told. I won't die here. Damn. I really hope your dog is right. Zhang Huai shielded Lu Ping tightly behind him, his hands gripping the sickle handle so tightly that his knuckles turned white. How the hell are there so many awakened ones? How are we supposed to fight our way out? And where is Chief Qing'e? As soon as he finished speaking, he used his last bit of strength to prepare to swing the sickle. But suddenly a heavy hand pressed down on his shoulder. A figure in black robes appeared beside him at some point, and a deep voice rang in his ear. Leave it to me. Whoosh. Lin Mu transformed into a blur and rushed out. Almost simultaneously, several pillars of crimson fire shot into the sky from the rain. The flames, though dampened by the rain, were not extinguished in the slightest. Wherever the pillar of fire reached, gray-robed men fell in droves, their screams instantly echoing throughout the entire North City wall. Zhang Huai stared at the black-robed figure's back, completely stunned. Lu Ping, who was lying on the ground, also stared wide-eyed. At this moment, several members of the Zhenyi court, covered in blood, slowly walked over. One of them was so shocked that his voice trembled. The gray-robed man in the back? He killed him all by himself. Who is he? Is he on our side? Lu Ping coughed twice, a hint of smugness in his bitter smile. I told you. I had my fortune told. Zhang Huai's lips twitched. When we get back, I'll go to your house and kowtow 3 times to that dog. The center of the North City wall. Feng Shi clutched the wound on her waist, blood seeping through her fingers. She staggered to her feet, the long whip in her hand reduced to a small fragment, blood still dripping from the tip, but her eyes grew increasingly bloodthirsty. Gutsong, stop protecting me. If this stalemate continues, we'll both die. Feng Shi, don't be impulsive. Gutsong roared and waved his right hand, and a wall of earth rose up with a boom, blocking Elder Ji's attack. The earthen wall was instantly smashed, creating a large crater. If this stalemate continues, none of them will survive. Where does your confidence come from? Feng Shi asked in a clear voice, full of doubt about Gutsong's inexplicable confidence. Just then, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Feng Shi's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could react, she was gently pushed back behind Gutsong. She stared at the man in black robes before her, her heart pounding. Friend or foe? Chapter 51, Lead the Way. The next second, the man in black robes walked to Gutsong's side. The torrential rain pounded on his black robe, the sound so low that only Gutsong could hear it. I will take Qing'e with me afterward. You should tell Ningimo. Boom. Several pillars of crimson fire shot into the sky once again. In the rain, flames, like giant crimson dragons, instantly engulfed the gray-robed man in front of him. Gutsong let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. You've finally come. Without turning his head, he shouted to Feng Shi. There's no danger behind us. After saying that, he rushed up after Lin Mu's back. As several pillars of crimson fire shot into the sky, Elder Ji's eyes were filled with terror. Who is it? You two quickly protect me. He grabbed the arms of the 2 7th-tier initial awakened beings beside him, his voice trembling. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past in the rain behind Elder Gu. Elder Gu died. Immediately afterwards, a transparent blade of light flashed through the air. Elder Ge's head flew off, and blood from his neck gushed into the sky like a fountain, only to be slammed back to the ground by the torrential rain. Even in his dying moments, he stared wide-eyed, wondering where that fire elemental awakener who had suddenly appeared had come from, and why he was helping Zhenyi Ting. Elder Gu. The other 2 gray-robed men were terrified. They exchanged a glance, turned around, and jumped off the city wall. But just as their feet left the ground, a flash of cold light suddenly exploded before their eyes. Both of their bodies froze simultaneously, then they fell to the ground with a thud, completely lifeless. It's still too slow. Lin Mu looked at the corpse on the ground. If it was at full strength. Without thinking twice, he dashed off towards the noisiest battlefield on the west side, his black robe leaving a trail of afterimages in the rain. Gutsong stared at the dismembered bodies of Elder Gu and the other 2, gasped, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. This is 70% of his strength? That's fucking freakish. After saying that, he rushed to the west, his footsteps splashing rainwater everywhere. Feng Shi staggered over, staring at the 3 corpses on the ground with her brows furrowed. Why does this clean and efficient method of killing seem so familiar? At this moment, several figures from the Zhenyi court surrounded the body. Zhang Huai, supporting Lu Ping, spat fiercely at the corpse, saying, "Pa, you dog. West side of the North City wall. Power. 6 times." Zhao Shanha's roar shook the rain curtain, and he slammed his fist on the city wall. Boom! A huge gap was smashed into the city wall, and rubble fell down like hail. The left protector dodged the rubble in an instant, and his long sword slashed toward Zhao Shanha's chest. The sword energy cut through the rain, and his voice was mocking. Brute force alone is not enough if you can't move nimbly. Boom! A pillar of crimson fire suddenly shot into the sky from behind the left protector. The left protector's expression changed, and he slashed backward with his sword. Clang! The pillar of fire was cleaved in two by a sword, and sparks splattered all over his face. He gritted his teeth, his voice sinister. Fire type awakened? It seems Elder Gu and the others. Before he could finish speaking, he turned and jumped off the city wall. Just as Zhao Shanha was about to give chase, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Lin Mu's face peeking out from under the hood. I'll go after them, Lin Mu said calmly. You can handle things here. Zhao Shanha immediately nodded. Okay, don't worry. Lin Mu leaped into the air, his black robe unfurling in the rain. Two figures darted through the rain, moving so fast that only blurry afterimages remained. West side of the city wall. After the left protector escaped, the remaining 4 7th-level awakened beings were already exhausted. As they turned to run, a solid earthen wall suddenly rose up behind them with a boom, completely blocking their escape route. Gutsong emerged from behind the earthen wall. If only the 4 of you are left, then it's too easy. Boom. The gray mist instantly enveloped the 4 gray-robed men. Ning Mo, gripping the Wuji staff, approached step by step, panting heavily. On the other side, Zhao Shanha clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The 3 formed a triangular encirclement and rushed into the gray fog at the same time. In the rain below the city, the left protector continued running forward desperately, cursing incessantly. The intelligence is utterly absurd. We must go back and report to the Azure King that it's time to change the members of the Central Elder Council. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness shot up from behind. The next second, the entire area was instantly frozen. The torrential rain froze into countless glistening icicles, hanging in midair. The water on the ground froze into a smooth ice surface, and even the left protector's hair was covered with a layer of white frost. The left protector's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart nearly stopped. Ice element. How is this possible? He turned around abruptly. A figure in black robes was already standing 3 steps behind him. Without a second thought, the left protector swung his long sword and slashed at the opponent's head. Clang! The long sword was violently deflected, making his arm go numb. A silver-white hilt suddenly flashed before his eyes, and the left protector went completely mad. Why? This is impossible. Oh! A piercing scream tore through the rain as the left protector's arms were severed. Blood gushed out, but was instantly washed away by the cold rain, leaving 2 red marks on the ice. Lin Mu's voice was icy. What is a kingdom, and who is the Azure King? The left protector let out a sinister laugh amidst the excruciating pain, his voice hoarse. Even if you're still alive, one person's strength is simply not enough to pose a threat to the kingdom. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. A transparent blade of light flashed, and the left protector's body was cleaved in 2. The next second, his 2 bodies instantly froze into ice sculptures, then shattered with a crack, and countless ice crystals scattered on the ice surface, slowly washed away by the rain. Lin Mu looked up at the sky, where lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the rain poured down even harder. His figure flickered and then disappeared into the rain, leaving only a whisper. Kingdom, Green King. Inside the underground dungeon. The moment Lin Mu stepped in, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze fixed on Sun Yinha. His aura instantly tightened, as if he were about to explode at any moment. Don't look at me like that. You fainted, but you're still breathing. Sun Yinha paused, then her red lips curved into a meaningful smile. Up there is a person who used to be. You saw it. Lin Mu interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Those who awaken with power are obvious at a glance. Sun Yinha's gaze shifted to Qinghe in the corner, and her voice suddenly turned somber. If this drags on any longer, it will be too late to save him. He has already lost too much blood. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Mu's figure flashed in front of Qinghe, gently but swiftly lifting him up on his back, and said urgently, lead the way. Chapter 52 Taking 6 Brothers Home. Duh. Sun Yinha turned around in her silver-white high heels, the sound of her heels striking the ground being particularly clear in the dark cell. Without looking back, she leaped to the ground. Don't lose them. You can go even faster. Lin Mu's voice rang out almost simultaneously behind her. He carried Qinghe on his back and steadily kept up with Sun Yinhe's pace. Sun Yinhe chuckled softly, and crimson wings suddenly unfurled behind her. Then you'd better keep up. Her figure flashed like a crimson lightning bolt, darting swiftly across the rooftops. Lin Mu, carrying Qinghe on his back, caught up instantly, and the two figures darted swiftly through the rain. On the North City Wall. The moment the four seventh-tier gray-robed men fell, the battle on the city wall turned into a one-sided massacre. Triple power. Zhao Shan's fist slammed down with a sharp, tearing sound, and the blood plasma exploded into a blood mist in the torrential rain. He surveyed the battlefield, and after confirming that the outcome was no longer in doubt, he leaped off the city wall and headed towards the east gate, his voice somber. This is only a portion of the forces hidden behind the scenes. The gray mist on the city wall gradually dissipated, and Ning Mo's gaze swept over the broken walls and ruins of the prison, his brows furrowing. Qinghe. Just as he was about to jump into the prison, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. What do you mean? Ning Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Qinghe was too badly injured and has been rescued. Gutsong's tone was unusually serious, and he then added, Don't ask me anything more, just trust me. I won't tell you even if you ask. He patted Ning Mo on the shoulder, his voice serious. Ning Mo, don't be impulsive. These forces hidden in the shadows have begun to surface. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly disappeared into the rain, giving Ning Mo no chance to ask a question. Gutsong, do you know something? Ning Mo muttered to himself, gazing in the direction where he had disappeared. Just then, a series of unsteady footsteps sounded behind them. Ning Mo turned around abruptly, but his eyes instantly dimmed. Feng Shi and his group stood in the rain, covered in blood, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge. Feng Shi clutched the bleeding wound on her waist, blood trickling down between her fingers, her voice mournful. This operation against Zhani Court involved 14 people. Her voice grew hoarse as her gaze swept over the bloodstains washed away by the torrential rain on Ning Mo's body, and tears mingled with the raindrops as they streamed down her face. 6 dead, 8 seriously injured. 8 figures stood silently in the torrential rain. Their faces were covered in blood and rain, and their eyes were filled with a mixture of heart-wrenching grief and burning rage. The grief is for the 6 brothers who died, and the anger is for the darkness of this world. The rain pelted them, making a dull thud, as if mourning the dead. After a moment, Ning Mo took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, Qin, he has been rescued by Gutsong's men. Take your 6 brothers and go home. 30 minutes later, the downpour was still continuing. A group of figures dressed in daytime uniforms appeared at the edge of the North City Wall. They stopped in their tracks, their pupils widening suddenly. The broken walls and ruins before them, the bloodstains and corpses scattered everywhere, instantly filled their faces with bewildered shock, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Ping's foot suddenly kicked a round object. He looked down and exclaimed in a trembling voice, his tone cracking. Chief Qin Jiang, this is Elder Ji's. Qin Jiang stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the mess on the ground. He gasped, his voice trembling. Just what? What scale of battle took place? His gaze fell on the densely packed corpses on the city wall, his brows furrowed, and finally he hardened his heart and made a decision, saying in a deep voice, Lu Ping, Kong Nan. Upon hearing this, the two immediately opened their umbrellas and quickly walked to Qin Jiang's side. Qin Jiang pointed to the long knife on the ground, and Lu Ping immediately bent down and picked it up. The blade was still stained with undried blood, and the cold touch made his fingers tremble. He looked up at Qin Jiang, his voice hesitant. Chief, this knife? Qin Jiang paused, then let out a heavy sigh, a bitter smile on his face. Which of you is confident, can guarantee that I won't die even though I'm seriously injured? Can you do it? Lu Ping's hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. He simply couldn't bring himself to be ruthless towards the chief. At this moment, Kong Nin suddenly stepped forward and took the long sword from Lu Ping's hand. Her eyes were serious as she said, Chief, are you really going to do this? Yes, this is to preserve the daylight. Qin Jiang's tone instantly turned serious, his eyes showing no hesitation. Come on, Kong Nan, just make sure I don't die, and you can do whatever you want. Afterwards, you should immediately return to the capital. After seeing that I am seriously injured, they will not suspect Bai Zhou. But, before Lu Ping could finish speaking, Kong Nin said in a deep voice, Chief, I'm sorry. It's all right, come on. As soon as Qin Jiang finished speaking, a mouthful of blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, splashing into the rainwater in front of him and spreading out in a glaring red. Chief, if you are in pain, you can call out. As Kong Nen spoke, his longsword swiftly swung at Qin Jiang. Lu Ping couldn't bear to look at him anymore, and turned away abruptly, his shoulders trembling slightly. After several stabs, a series of piercing screams echoed from the North City wall. Inside the Zhenerding building in the holy capital, the lights were on. The lobby on the first floor was already packed with people. They were all armed, their eyes resolute, and the air was thick with a suffocating, heavy atmosphere. Shenro, how is it outside? Cheng Xiao stood at the front of the crowd, his back to them, his voice low. Shenro sat in front of the computer, her fingers flying across the screen, which displayed surveillance footage of the building's perimeter. The building was completely surrounded by a dense mass of dark shadows. She looked up at Cheng Xiao, her tone urgent. Currently, we are completely surrounded, but there is a hidden passage that can lead us out of their encirclement. As he finished speaking, Cheng Xiao slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping heavily over all the figures in the Zhenerding uniforms in the hall, each look seeming like a farewell. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last time I'm asking you this question. If you wish to leave, this is your final chance. The air fell silent instantly, and the only response he received was the chilling silence of the crowd. No one spoke, no one moved, and everyone's eyes were filled with a resolute determination to die for their cause. Just then, a sudden voice broke the silence. Make way, excuse me. Cheng Sui walked over carrying 3 boxes of liquor. He went straight to the front of the hall, placed the boxes on the ground, and made a dull thud. He looked at Cheng Xiao with a hearty smile. What are you all standing there for? Nobody's leaving. He then pointed to the 3 cases of liquor on the ground, his tone tinged with regret. These are all fine liquors that our Zhenyi court has been storing away for a long time. It would be a shame if we didn't drink them soon. Then he shouted to the crowd, his voice booming. Brothers, a few of you come with me to the warehouse. I can't carry it all by myself. As he was leaving, he turned back and smiled at Cheng Xiao, his voice tinged with a hint of teasing. You're in charge of serving the drinks. Cheer up, maybe. This is our last time together. Cheng Xiao watched Cheng Sui's departing figure and couldn't help but smile helplessly. His smile held a hint of bitterness, yet also a touch of relief, as he bent down and opened the wine crate on the ground. Chapter 53 12 7th Tier Awaken Once. Just like that, they were defeated? 6 a.m. The torrential rain that had been pouring down in Yuqing all night finally stopped. A 5-story luxury restaurant stands at the end of the street. The 5 large characters of Boonie Bear's restaurant stood out prominently in the morning light after the rain. The top floor of the restaurant is not open to the public year-round. Cough, cough. Qing has suddenly opened his eyes. The violent cough made his chest tighten, and every breath was painful. His entire body was tightly wrapped in white bandages, and a red drip was steadily delivering blood into his body. The cold liquid flowing into his veins made him shiver involuntarily. Where am I? Qinghe's voice was weak, and his eyes were full of confusion. You're awake. A deep voice suddenly rang out, and Qinghe turned his head sharply, his eyes instantly shifting from confusion to deeper doubt. Xionghe? How did I get here? Xionghe sat on a chair by the window, an unlit cigarette between his fingers, and said in a flat tone, A young man carried you back. Then, it was the king's order that I save you. With your current body, even if you are a 7th level awakener, you won't be able to get out of bed without a month of rest. Take good care of yourself, old rival. Qinghe's brows furrowed even more, his eyes widening in disbelief. You mean, the Red King asked you to save me? I don't understand. Don't tell me you don't understand. I still can't understand why the king saved you. Xionghe's face also showed a look of confusion. During the 3 hours that Qinghe was unconscious, he kept thinking about this question. Who was that young man in black robes? Why do you seem to know Wang so well? He simply shook his head to temporarily suppress these chaotic thoughts. Qinghe tried hard to recall the scene before he fell into a coma, and fragmented memories flashed through his mind. He asked weakly, And who was the person who carried me back? Upon hearing this, Xionghe's lips twitched, and he retorted with a hint of speechlessness. You don't even know who saved you? Do you think I would know? Just then, a soft click was heard, and the door was pushed open. A woman in a red dress and high heels walked ahead. A man dressed in black casual clothes followed behind her. The woman's skirt swayed gently with her footsteps, and the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Xionghe, you can go out now. Xionghe immediately stood up, bowed his head, and replied, yes. After Xionghe left, Sun Yinhe turned her beautiful eyes to Lin Mu, and a sweet smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Does this count as you owing me a favor? Yes. Lin Mu's tone was serious, without the slightest hesitation. Let me think about how you should repay me. Sun Yinhe rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips gently tapping her cheek as she pondered earnestly. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she chuckled softly. After a while, will you come with me to a thrilling place? Can. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he walked to Qinghe's bedside, his voice filled with concern. How are you feeling? Qinghe seemed not to hear, her eyes vacant and her mind blank. The scene before him was utterly mind-blowing. The SSS rank Calamity Red King was flirting with a man? Seeing that Qinghe did not react, Lin Mu turned his gaze to Sun Yinhe, his brows furrowed. What's going on? Has it affected your mental state? Sun Yinhe shrugged, her tone tinged with helplessness. Don't ask me. I don't have any experts here when it comes to treating mental illnesses. Just then, Qinghe finally came to his senses. He coughed lightly twice, then looked at Lin Mu with gratitude, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you for saving my life. He paused, then asked doubtfully, but can I ask you why you saved me? We know each other. It seems there's nothing wrong with your mental state, you can rest assured. After Sun Yinhe finished speaking, she turned and left, her high heels making a crisp sound. As she reached the door, she paused slightly, turned around, and added, you handle your people. I will not allow an awakened one to reside here permanently. Also, regarding this location, you'd better make your subordinates forget everything about this place, otherwise. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's face darkened instantly, and his sharp gaze met Sun Yinhe's. But this glance made Sun Yinhe suddenly realize something. Her expression suddenly became a little blank and apologetic, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. My bad. I spoke too quickly. You guys chat. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. Only Lin Mu and Qinghe remained in the room, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Sun Yinhe's words bombarded Qinghe's mind again and again. Your people, you handle them. You'd better make your subordinates forget about this place. My bad, I spoke too quickly. You guys chat. Qinghe felt that the amount of information conveyed in these few sentences was terrifyingly explosive. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with boundless joy. A truth he couldn't believe yet desperately longed for was gradually becoming clear in his mind. He suddenly looked up at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and excited anticipation. He had 1,000 words stuck in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single one. Only hot tears welled up in his eyes. Lin Mu looked at him like this, shook her head helplessly, and said with a tone of exasperation towards Sun Yinhe, this woman. He then stepped forward, met Qinghe's gaze, and said in a gentle voice, Qinghe, it's been a long time. Boom. A surge of intense excitement and joy instantly overwhelmed Qinghe's mind. His eyes instantly turned red, and tears silently slid down his cheeks. Joy was an indescribable emotion in his heart. After a long silence, his voice trembled as he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, Chief Ting. As soon as he finished speaking, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The holy capital, the center of power. A round table stood silently in the center of the hall, around which 4 elderly men dressed in black sat, the air deathly still. The failed operation in Yuqing last night has created an extremely oppressive atmosphere here. We have no choice but to accept this loss. The old man in the main seat broke the silence first, his voice heavy with resentment. The issue now isn't whether we acknowledge it or not, but how exactly did Zhen Yiting manage to do it? The old man on the left side of the round table slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with disbelief and shock. The kingdom has a total of 8 7th-tier awakened ones. Including us, there are 12 in total. 12 7th-tier awakeners. Just like that. I've failed. The elder in the main seat frowned and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, the hidden strength of Zhen Yicourt has overturned our understanding. Let's wait for the Azure King's next order. When that time comes, it will be time for us to act together. From chapter 54 onwards, call me by my name. That is an order. What about Gushin? And those who died this time, did they all die in vain? The old man on the right side of the round table clenched his fist, his voice filled with suppressed rage. Otherwise what? The old man in the main seat gave him a cold glance. The Zhenerding building is only 3 blocks away from us. Are you going to go and slaughter them? Just then, thump, thump, thump. A series of steady footsteps came from outside the hall. The four elders frowned simultaneously. The next moment, the heavy palace doors were slowly pushed open, and a figure in a gray robe walked straight in. Who are you? Are you from the kingdom? Even if you are a citizen of the kingdom, this is not an area you can enter at will. The king of Qing did not instruct anyone to fill the vacancy of the 5th seat. You'd better have a reasonable explanation. The four old men in black looked at the man in gray robes at the same time, their voices icy. Oh. The man in the gray robe let out a cold laugh and, without pausing, walked straight to the empty chair next to the round table and sat down. He slowly removed his hood, revealing a familiar yet intimidating face. I'm curious, why did you only send one elder for this operation? The pupils of the four elderly men in black contracted simultaneously after they saw the face of the man in the gray robe. The elderly man in the main seat sat up abruptly and said in a deep voice, "Why is it you?" Surprised, the gray-robed man sneered. "From now on, I will assume the position of the 5th elder. Is this the Azure King's order?" The old man's voice instantly turned cold, and several streaks of lightning flickered in his palm, clearly indicating that he had already decided to kill. "The Azure King is utterly disappointed in you." The gray-robed man ignored his threat and said calmly, "When the next operation to destroy Zhenyi Court arrives, I will issue the highest order from the Central Command." What? A flash of fury appeared in the old man's eyes, and the lightning in his palm suddenly surged. In the southern part of the ancient city, a gloomy and eerie atmosphere permeates the air with a faint, lingering smell of decay. Beneath the throne, several gray-robed figures collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen, surrounded by a layer of dark purple poisonous mist. The poisonous fog, like a living thing, was slowly seeping into their 7 orifices. A figure in a gray robe approached silently. He glanced at the corpses on the ground without even moving his eyes, and walked straight to the throne. He bowed deeply and spoke respectfully. "Your Majesty, Guan Yu has gone to the central government to take over the 5th seat." On the throne, the man in black robes sat motionless, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, while the poisonous mist swirling around him grew even thicker. "What's your opinion on the situation in Yuqing?" The gray-robed man lowered his head even further. "Lord Qingwang, this matter is strange in every way. I don't think it's the power of Zhenyi. It's very likely that a third party has emerged." He paused, then added, "Fortunately, one person survived this battle. He has been stabbed dozens of times, but none of the wounds are vital. He is currently undergoing intensive care. If he can wake up, he will surely be able to solve the mystery." "Oh." The figure on the throne leaned forward slightly, his voice tinged with doubt. "There are survivors? Who are they?" "Chief of the Daytime, Qin Jiang," the gray-robed man replied immediately. Inside the lobby on the 1st floor of the Zhenerding building, the air was thick with the smell of alcohol. Shenrou stared at the computer screen, her eyes filled with confusion. "Huh?" Cheng Xiao leaned closer and asked, "What's wrong?" "The shadowy figures surrounding the building have all left." Shenrou's fingers flew across the keyboard. Cheng Sui walked over with a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, the butt still sparking. "Is it because it's getting light? Are you afraid of being seen by ordinary people?" Cheng Xiao shook his head, his eyes darkening. "No. Do you think they would care about the lives of ordinary people?" Boom. Suddenly, the roar of several engines exploded outside the door. The people in the hall tensed up instantly, and weapons flashed into view. Long swords were drawn, short blades were pressed against wrists, and everyone's eyes were filled with coldness as they stared intently at the glass door. The next second, one after another, the familiar Zhenerding limousines drove into the open space in front of the building. The car doors opened simultaneously, and Ning Mo, Feng Shi, and others stepped out. Their uniforms were stained with blood, their wounds were simply bandaged, and the edges of the bandages were still seeping red. "It's Chief Ning Mo. They're back." Cheng Sui's voice exploded instantly, and he even dropped his cigarette but on the ground. Everyone in the hall turned to look at the door, their coldness instantly turning into excitement. The glass door slid open slowly to both sides, and Ning Mo and the others looked up. The hall was filled with countless figures, each holding a weapon. A somber smile appeared on their lips at the same time. Zhenyi is their home. 11 a.m. Yuqing, Bear Piers Restaurant. After Lin Mu and Qing, he reminisced for a long time. Qing He's emotions finally calmed down from the excitement of the reunion, but his voice was still weak and hoarse. "Chief of the court, is that kingdom's power the dark force hiding behind the central government?" Lin Mu's eyes darkened. I deduce that this final battle is most likely orchestrated by them behind the scenes. He looked up at Qinghe, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't call me Chief Ting anymore. Just call me Lin Mu from now on. This is my real identity. Yes, Chief Ting. Then Qinghe's words had barely left his mouth when he met Lin Mu's helpless gaze. He quickly changed his tune, but still maintained his habitual respect. When will you return to Zhenyi Court? The current Zhenyi Ting. I already told you to call me by my name. Lin Mu interrupted with a smile. I'll go back to Zhenyi Court sooner or later. Don't worry, once my identity is brought into the open, there will be a tough battle to fight, a battle that will determine the fate of China. He sighed deeply at the end. As long as you are here, those demons and monsters hiding in the shadows are nothing but a bunch of clowns. Qinghe's eyes burned with excitement, and his voice even rose a few decibels. Lin Mu rubbed his forehead and shook his head helplessly. What you said, while it makes some sense, it shouldn't be taken too far. Click. The door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting Lin Mu's words. Gutsong casually closed the door behind him, then strode up to the two of them. His gaze immediately fell on Qinghe, and his tone was filled with obvious concern. Good, it's good that you're alive. He then turned to Lin Mu, opened his mouth, but didn't know where to begin. Qinghe looked at Gutsong and smiled weakly. Brother Gu, did you already know about Chief Ting's news? Gutsong was slightly taken aback, and before he could answer, Lin Mu's tone suddenly turned serious, his eyes fixed on Qinghe. Qinghe, I'll say it again, from now on call me by my name. This is an order. Yes, Chief Ting. I understand. Qinghe nodded seriously. Lin Mu's lips twitched again, and he sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Gutsong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, I thought you would continue to hide it, but I didn't expect you to come clean to Qinghe directly. Dear readers, please give me free gifts and 5-star reviews. Even just a simple, I like it, is the biggest motivation for me to keep writing. The author is kneeling in gratitude. The thrilling plot has only just begun. Chapter 55 You brat, remember to take safety precautions. Gutsong immediately stopped smiling and looked at Lin Mu with curiosity, his tone filled with undisguised amazement. Brother, can you tell me about it? Where did you get those incredible dual elemental abilities? Ice and fire. It's ridiculously awesome. Gutsong's words instantly snapped Qinghe out of her daze. He was so caught up in the joy of reuniting with Ting Shou that he completely forgot about Lin Mu's use of fire-based abilities in Black Iron Prison. He suddenly looked at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. In his mind, Chief Ting was omnipotent. He could do anything that others couldn't. Lin Mu paused, as if he had been thinking seriously for a moment, and then said solemnly, After the final battle, when I woke up, I found that I had a second power in my body. To be honest, I'm still completely confused. The air fell silent instantly. Gutsong raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with speculation. Is this a desperate gamble for survival? Qinghe shook his head, his tone extremely firm. I think it's quite reasonable for this situation to happen to Chief Ting. Lin Mu and Gutsong fell silent as they looked into Qinghe's burning gaze. Just then, a cell phone rang urgently. Lin Mu picked up his phone, glanced at the screen, and pressed the answer button with some confusion. Hello, Dad, what's up? You're asking what's wrong? Lin Yi roared immediately from the other end of the phone, his voice so loud it almost shattered the receiver. You skipped class again, you brat. Thank goodness your mom wasn't home, or you'd be dead for sure. Could you please not make the school call us next time we skip class? Lin Mu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I forgot to ask for leave again. He quickly explained with a smile. I've been so tired from physical education classes lately that I overslept today. But don't worry, Dad, there will definitely not be a next time. Just then, with a click, the door was pushed open again. Su Nianhe walked in, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor, the sound particularly noticeable in the quiet room. She glanced around the room and said in a cold voice, Lunch is ready. After you finish eating, take him away. Lin Mu sighed inwardly. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone before Lin Ye's serious voice came through. You brat, remember to take safety precautions. If you get along well, bring her home next time so we can meet her. No, Dad, listen to me. Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, the receiver went dead. He put down his phone and looked at Su Nianhe with a helpless expression. Could you knock first next time? Su Nianhe replied matter-of-factly. This is my territory. Why should I knock? After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes swept over Qinghe and Gutsong. Then she turned and left in her high heels, the sound of her heels gradually fading away at the end of the corridor. The moment the door closed, Gutsong took out a lighter and lit a cigarette with a click. Smoke billowed from his mouth, but the gossip in his eyes burned even brighter. Brother, what's up with this girl? What's she doing here? Are you two really together? This girl. Qinghe looked up abruptly, staring at Gutsong with astonishment in her eyes. Brother Gu, don't know who that woman was? Gutsong was slightly taken aback, then turned to look at Lin Mu, his tone slightly probing. Qinghe knows her? Could it be? Stop making things up. Lin Mu interrupted him with a dark face, then turned to Qinghe and said seriously, let's send you back to Zhen Court first. Take good care of yourself during this time. Ning Mo and the others must be very worried about you. Qinghe's eyes were filled with expectation. Chief Ting, can I stay with you for a while? I definitely won't cause any trouble. It's just a minor injury. I can still take care of myself. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Mu nodded. Okay, then call Ning Mo and tell him that you're recuperating at Gutsong's tavern during this time, so he can rest assured. Okay, I'll start now. Qinghe instantly became excited and turned to Gutsong. Brother Gu, can I borrow your phone for a moment? A moment later, the engine of the black Maybach roared to life, and the car slowly drove away from the Bear in the City restaurant, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. On the 5th floor of the restaurant, in a luxurious room, Su Nianhe stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the Maybach gradually disappear from her sight. Your strength has not fully recovered, and so have mine. Wait a while, and then it will be time for you to repay this favor. At this point, a smile suddenly appeared on her lips, and she murmured, Of course, even without favors, you would definitely have gone with me. I feel like I'm still at a disadvantage. She slowly turned around, her gaze falling on the map of the capital city hanging on the wall. Holy capital, that abandoned ancient city in the southern district. What exactly is hidden there? Her voice gradually lowered. Brother Gu, drive slowly and steadily. Qinghe said weakly, lying on the back seat. Gutsong chuckled softly, gripping the steering wheel, and glanced at the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye. All right, then you have to tell me, who was that woman just now? Why do you recognize everyone, but I've never seen them before? Qinghe paused, secretly glancing at Lin Mu in the passenger seat. Seeing that he didn't intend to speak, she said vaguely, I only met her today. She saved me because of Chief Ting. Are you kidding me? Gutsong retorted. Don't believe me then. Qinghe turned his face away, but his mind was in turmoil. This is Chief Justice Ting's secret. If the chief doesn't say, I certainly can't say. But this is truly shockingly absurd, the relationship between the chief of court and the Red King. Despite the fact that the chief minister clarified the relationship between the two. But the way the Red King looked at the chief of the court, that indescribable ambiguity, something just felt off. Gutsong exhaled a puff of smoke, then changed the subject. By the way, isn't today the weekend? Why are you still going to class? I forgot about the extra physical training class. Lin Mu leaned back in his chair, a sigh tinged with helplessness in his voice. Etc. Qinghe suddenly looked up, wincing in pain as the injury aggravated her wound. Just now at the restaurant, I heard you answer the phone saying you skipped class. What exactly happened? Gutsong burst out laughing, but a puff of smoke went straight into his throat, causing him to cough and slap the steering wheel. Lin Mu glanced at him indifferently, then turned to Qinghe. It's nothing. I'm a freshman at Jiang University now. On the day of the opening ceremony, Lu Ping was still lecturing to us on the podium. Huh? Qinghe's eyes widened instantly, and his voice changed tone. Chief Ting, you must be joking? You heard me right. It's absolutely true. Lin Mu smiled, feeling like he'd said that many times before. Qinghe was stunned for a full half-minute before he could process this explosive news, muttering to himself. If you're a freshman, then what is the chief? A substitute freshman at the Awakener Academy? Chapter 56 If you mess with my people, you'll get your revenge tenfold. Gutsong drove very slowly, until it was completely dark before slowly driving into the neon lights of Jiangqing. Yunjing residential area. Lin Mu carried Qinghe into a bedroom, gently placed him on the bed, and said in a gentle voice, Rest here for a while, and call me anytime if you need anything. If I'm not here, call Gutsong. Understood, Chief Ting, please rest assured. Qinghe nodded. Gutsong walked around the living room, looking at the spacious apartment. Brother, you rent such a big place all by yourself? Oh, you're still here? I almost forgot about you. Lin Mu casually mentioned, then turned to Qinghe. Gutsong will deliver 3 meals a day. You can order food. Wait a minute. Gutsong rushed into the bedroom in an instant. How come 3 meals a day are being delivered to my door? What do you mean, you? Lin Mu interrupted, raising an eyebrow. You're the one with the most free time. I don't trust others to deliver it. Who knows when another calamity might come and deliver the meal. Qinghe quickly waved his hand. Brother Gu, if you're busy, there's no need to trouble yourself. What are you saying? Gutsong immediately interrupted him, patting his chest with an air of righteous indignation. My brother is injured like this, how can I just ignore him? Ming City, an area called Blood Alley. The last drop of blood splattered on the ground, and the massive body of the SS-class mutant crashed to the ground, coming to a complete stop at the feet of the woman with short pink hair. Yuning licked the remaining blood from the corner of her mouth, and the blue tail fin that gleamed coldly behind her retracted into her body with a whoosh. Her beautiful eyes swept over the corpses lying haphazardly in the alley, her voice filled with excitement. Jiu, this time we've really discovered something incredible. Lu Jiu squatted beside the corpse of a gray-robed man, his brows furrowed. The mutants and awakened ones are secretly interacting. Where did these gray-robed men come from? A terrifying thought swirled in his mind, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. Yuning waved her hand. Take all these corpses back. As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of mutant figures behind her moved simultaneously. A moment later, the roar of engines grew louder as the black convoy of cars from Mingqing Town Ursi came to a steady stop at the entrance to Blood Alley. The chief of staff slowly stepped out of the car. Looking at the bloodstains scattered in the alley, he sighed. All day long, there's fierce infighting within and chaos outside. I'm afraid this world is going to never get better. The hundreds of members of the Zhenyi division behind him stood at attention, exuding an imposing aura. Let's clean up the battlefield. The chief commander waved his hand, his tone tinged with helplessness. Those who were going to leave have already left. This level of fighting is not something we can get involved in. 9 p.m. The Central Academy in the Holy Capital. Sigh, teaching awakened ones is nowhere near as interesting as conducting experiments at the base. Lin Yen sighed as she walked, heading towards the detached villa assigned to her by the academy. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the trees behind her. Then came a muffled thud, like a heavy object falling to the ground, followed by an instant silence. Lin Yen turned around abruptly, but there was nothing behind her except a few fallen leaves that were swept up by the evening breeze and slowly drifted to the ground. Huh? Is it just my imagination? She frowned and muttered to herself, feeling a little uneasy. She turned around and quickened her pace, her high heels clicking on the stone pavement. After her figure completely disappeared, a man in black slowly peeked out from behind a thick tree. At his feet lay a gray-robed man who had been knocked unconscious, with blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. The man in black quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. What's wrong? Dean, someone has attacked Director Lin. It's very likely. I understand. The old man interrupted him, his tone tinged with coldness. The base will send 2 6th-tier awakened individuals to protect her closely. You stay on the perimeter and keep watch. Don't reveal your whereabouts. Yes, Dean Zhu. The phone call ended, outside the interrogation room at the RD base. Dean Zhu looked at the 2 unconscious men in gray robes on the ground, his brows furrowed, his voice filled with boundless anger. Interrogate these people with torture. If they won't say anything, just kill them. Yes, the 2 guards replied with their heads bowed, and carried the gray-robed man toward the dimly lit interrogation room, where the faint crackling of electricity could be heard. Dean Zhu exuded a powerful aura, his eyes icy cold. They dare to extend their reach here. Do they really think we old folks are all dead? 2 a.m., St. Capital. A black Maybach with its license plate completely covered by a black cloth was parked silently on the side road outside the building. The engine shut off, the car door slowly opened, and a figure in a black robe stepped out. He looked up at the brightly lit Zhenerding building, a fleeting tenderness flashing in his eyes, as if recalling some warm scene. But the next second, that gentleness was replaced by an icy chill. He closed the car door, and his figure disappeared into the night. A moment later, outside the central power building, a figure in black robes appeared out of thin air. The building's glass doors slowly opened to both sides. The moment he stepped into the hall, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Don't you know where you are? Before he finished speaking, 4 guards dressed in black had already strode up to the man in black robes. Long swords gleamed coldly at their waists, and their eyes were filled with undisguised disdain. It was as if the black-robed man before them was nothing more than an overconfident ant. Lin Mu slowly raised his eyes, and as his gaze swept over the 4 people, a cold smile appeared on his lips. The one who killed you. Court death. The four men in black roared simultaneously and attacked the man in the black robe. Lin Mu smiled and said, "Let the show begin." The moment he finished speaking, a surge of crimson flames erupted from his body, the temperature so high that the air itself began to distort. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the crimson flames enveloped the four guards, and before they could even scream, they were burned to ashes. Immediately afterwards, crimson flames swept through the first-floor hall like a tidal wave, with fires erupting everywhere and shrill screams echoing throughout. All items melted instantly under the high temperature, turning the entire hall into a sea of fire. The next second, an even more intense burst of crimson flames erupted from Lin Mu's right fist, the flames condensing into a menacing fire dragon on his fist. He punched upwards, and the fire dragon instantly broke through the ceiling and flew upwards. The bottom 10 floors of the power building were engulfed in flames, and the sounds of the building collapsing and the glass shattering came one after another. Smoke and flames billowed from the windows on every floor. Boom. The crimson flames attacked indiscriminately from each floor, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Mu had already reached the 7th floor. His footsteps pounded across the burning floor, leaving a trail of sparking footprints, his eyes devoid of any pity. Elder Shah is in charge of the Central Command today. Go and report this immediately. A 6th-tier awakened one roared, drawing his long sword with a cold glint in its blade as he attacked the man in black robes. Behind Lin Mu, several powerful auras of awakened beings appeared simultaneously. Lin Mu sneered, a hint of regret in his voice. Breaking through to the 6th rank is already difficult enough. Why insist on associating with darkness? As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson flames around him surged again, forming a huge wall of fire that even the powerful awakened ones couldn't get close to. One of them cried out in terror, "Who are you? Do you think you can leave the central area alive today? You dared to touch my people, so of course you'll have to pay tenfold." Lin Mu's eyes flashed with endless killing intent, and crimson flames transformed into several fire dragons behind him. Chapter 57 Elder Gu is already waiting for you down there. He's all alone and very lonely. Today is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, several fire dragons simultaneously blasted towards the men in black. After another series of shrill screams, they were instantly burned to ashes by the crimson flames, leaving not even ashes behind. Lin Mu had already fought his way to the 13th floor, and the screams of those fleeing were incessant. All the figures below the 13th floor had been burned to ashes, with not a single survivor. Sandstorm. As an aged voice suddenly rang out, a sandstorm surged toward the man in black robes. Wherever the sandstorm passed, the 13-story building was instantly destroyed, with steel bars and cement torn to shreds like paper. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Mu's crimson flames surged once more, forming a towering pillar of fire that instantly blasted towards the oncoming sandstorm. The aftershocks of the two attacks swept wildly through the building, affecting the upper and lower floors. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Lin Mu's figure vanished abruptly, only to reappear instantly behind Elder Shah, unleashing a fiery fist. What? Elder Shah's expression changed drastically. He waved his hands, and a sand wall several meters high instantly rose from the ground, blocking all the crimson flames. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the central government? As Elder Shah roared, he swung his hands even more violently, and several black sandstorms swept towards the man in black robes once again. Die! As Elder Shah watched the black-robed man being swallowed by the sandstorm, a smug smile just appeared on his lips when the sandstorm that blotted out the sky was suddenly torn apart by an invisible blade of light. The blade flashed as fast as lightning, without a physical form, yet it carried a sharp sound as if it were tearing through the air. The sandstorm was split in two, and Lin Mu's figure instantly came into his view. Before Elder Shah's exclamation had even faded, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he swung his hands violently. Sansi, mass burial. The next second, centered on him, the sandstorm swept in all directions, quickly enveloping all 13 floors without leaving a single blind spot. In the sandstorm, Elder Shah's figure appeared and disappeared. He thought he could finally eliminate Lin Mu completely, but he never expected. Amidst the endless sandstorm, a silver hilt suddenly caught his eye. Elder Shah's gaze shifted from shock to terror in an instant, his voice trembling with a deep tremor. How could this be? This is impossible. Why are you still alive, Baiju? His figure instantly retreated, trying to escape this sea of sand, but he heard a cold voice behind him. Elder Shah, where are you going? Boom. A surge of crimson flames erupted from Lin Mu's body, instantly sealing off Elder Shah's escape route. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling cold surged into Elder Shah's heart. His feet were instantly frozen in the ice, and the ice spread rapidly, even freezing his calves stiff. As Lin Mu wielded the silver hilt of his sword, an invisible blade of light once again slashed toward Elder Shah's neck, so fast that Elder Shah had no time to react. Break! Elder Shah roared, and his legs, which were frozen by the ice, were instantly severed by his own sandstorm, and blood gushed out. His upper body, propelled by the sandstorm, was propelled away like a cannonball into the distance. Elder Shah, Elder Gu is already waiting for you down there. He's all alone and very lonely. The cold voice reached Elder Shah's ears again. As the invisible blade flashed, his pupils widened suddenly, and he lost his life with resentment in his eyes. His upper body was instantly split in two by the invisible blade, and the gushing blood was instantly engulfed by the flames, leaving not even ashes behind. Elder Shah has perished. As a terrified scream rang out, the large number of awakened individuals who had just poured out of the stairwell instantly fled upstairs. But Lin Mu simply raised his hand and waved it, and a crimson flame swept over, engulfing them all, and the screams came to an abrupt halt. Just as Lin Mu was about to leap to the next level, a bolt of lightning struck. Lin Mu's eyes turned cold as he dodged to the side. The lightning struck the wall behind him, instantly blasting a large hole in it. In the firelight, an elderly man dressed in black walked out with heavy steps. Purple lightning crackled in his palm. Upon seeing Elder Shah's corpse, his eyes blazed with fury, and he roared, "I'll tear you to pieces." At the same time, a jet of water shot down from the top towards Lin Mu. The water column resembled a giant white python, carrying immense force. Lin Mu unleashed a punch, and crimson flames instantly slammed into the water column. Upon impact, both attacks evaporated simultaneously, and water vapor filled the air, making the 13th floor even more blurry. Immediately afterwards, a long sword came down from beneath Lin Mu's feet, with the force of cutting through the air. Lin Mu's figure blurred into a streak as he dodged the attack in an instant, while several pillars of fire shot into the sky, forcing the swordsman back. Inside the 13th floor, crimson flames, water columns, lightning, and sword light flashed continuously. The aftershocks of the battle swept through the power building, with sounds of walls collapsing and glass shattering echoing throughout, and the entire building trembled. Boom! As the crimson flames swept across the sky, Lin Mu leaped from the 13th floor, his body transforming into a ball of crimson flame in midair, like a falling meteor, rapidly plummeting towards the ground. Elder Lei rushed to the shattered French windows, his aged voice hoarse with a tearing roar. "Chase them. Send the order to seal off Holy Capital." Before the words were even finished, the three elders had already transformed into three afterimages, rapidly traversing down the building. As soon as Lin Mu landed, the ground beneath his feet was instantly engulfed by crimson flames. He sneered, and his figure instantly blended into the thick night, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, the lower half of the central power structure has been completely engulfed by flames. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky like a black dragon, turning the night sky of the holy capital city gray-black. Not far away, a figure in black robes was speeding towards the power building. When the scene of flames engulfing the building came into his view, he stopped abruptly, his eyes widening, his voice trembling with disbelief. Who could have done this? Flame. He instantly recalled the figure of the fire elemental awakener from the black iron prison last night, and gripped the Wuji staff in his hand even tighter. After taking a deep breath, he turned and left quickly. Moments later, a Maybach on the side road of the Generding building suddenly roared to life, its headlights piercing the night. Just as Lin Mu was about to step on the gas, a figure suddenly stood in front of the car, blocking his way. Lin Mu frowned, but his expression relaxed after he saw who it was, and he rolled down the car window. Ning Imo walked to the driver's side and said in a low voice, "I know who you are." Lin Mu was slightly taken aback, because Qinghe had not told him his identity. He trusted Qinghe completely, so Ning Mo's words surprised him. Just as he was about to respond with a smile, Ning Imo spoke again. "You are the fire-type awakener who appeared in Black Iron Prison last night, although I don't know why you did such a crazy thing tonight. But I still want to thank you." Lin Mu smiled and said, "No need." With that, he stepped on the gas, and the Maybach sped away like an arrow. Ning Mo watched the Maybach gradually disappear from sight and fell into deep thought. Gutsong's car, and what Gutsong said last night. He's hiding quite a lot from me. The Maybach sped along the main road of St. John's. Lin Mu chuckled and muttered to himself. If I hadn't come, were you really planning to sacrifice yourself so heroically, Ning Mo? Chapter 58 Yin Yin. I've already set off. Half a month has passed since the burning of the power building in the capital, and the central government has yet to find the culprit. Inside the auditorium of Jiangxing College, the students were packed tightly together. Cheng Xiao stood on the main stage, his presentation nearing its end, his voice carrying throughout the venue via the microphone. I will be providing physical training instruction at Jiangxing College for a month, and one last thing. No one may request leave from my classes without special circumstances. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted instantly. The personal guidance from Zheng Ting's young fifth-tier awakened individuals ignited a flame of excitement in the students' eyes. Because Cheng Xiao reached the 5th rank at the age of 28, it was a certainty that he would become the chief in the future. If I can earn his respect, won't my future be smooth sailing? Everyone was secretly delighted, and whispers among themselves filled the air. In the last row, Wang Yu swayed his heavy body and nudged Lin Mu with his elbow. Brother Mu, this guy looks like a tough nut to crack. Lin Mu was somewhat surprised and asked with a smile, how did you figure that out? It's all based on feeling. Wang Yueban said seriously, then leaned closer. By the way, Brother Mu, are you planning to skip classes again recently? Lin Mu's face darkened. Watch your words, brother. I called that asking for leave. TSK, Coach Cheng Xiao just said that we can't ask for leave unless there are special circumstances. We can't go against the grain. Wang Yueban lowered his voice. Lin Mu smiled and patted his shoulder. Aren't special circumstances all man-made? Holy crap. That makes perfect sense. Wang Yueban's eyes lit up, his fat face scrunched up as if he were secretly plotting something. After class, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Mu walked alone towards the exit of the academy. A phone rang suddenly. Lin Mu saw the contact name on the screen and answered with a smile. Yin Yin, what's up? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, are you busy? No, get out of class is over. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Then the voice suddenly lowered. Brother, for the past 2 weeks, I've had a feeling that someone is following me. I don't know if it's just my imagination or what, but this feeling has lasted for half a month. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and slowed his pace. Where do you live now? I was assigned a private villa by Xingjing Academy, but later Dean Zhu transferred 2 people over, saying he was worried about me and wanted to protect me closely. But this makes me feel even more uneasy. Bro, I don't know who to complain to, so I just wanted to call you. If I tell my parents, they will definitely worry. Lin Mu suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression instantly turning serious. Do you have class this afternoon? What time does it end? Yes, you have to go? It's not the weekend. Classes end promptly at 5:30 p.m. What's wrong? Okay, send me your exact address, and I'll come find you tonight. Huh? Really, bro? You're coming. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became excited, and immediately added, Brother, you can bring your wife along. The villa is very big. It'll be lively with lots of people. Lin Yan, do I need to repeat myself? Oh, I know, you two are just friends. Lin Yan's voice trailed off with a coquettish tone. Then I'll send you the location. Hee hee. After saying that, she hung up the phone, quickly swiped the screen to open another chat interface, and couldn't help but smile. On the other side, Lin Mu put down his phone, his eyes gradually deepening, and muttered to himself. Dean Zhu sent people to protect Yin Yin. Does this mean someone is trying to take action against the research and development base? Those old men may work day and night in the lab, but their abilities are far from simple. Could it be that kingdom organization hiding behind the scenes again? With that thought in mind, he quickly walked out of the academy. Inside the dust-free tavern, just as Lin Mu pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Boss, that freeloader is here again. Xiaoman pouted at Lin Mu as she spoke, then turned and strode up the stairs. Gutsong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, slammed the insulated food container onto the bar. You've come at the perfect time. I was just about to deliver food to Qinghe. You can take it with you on your way. Lin Mu smiled and said, I'll have to trouble you to deliver it. I'll come to get the keys. I won't be going back tonight. Gutsong paused in his cigarette-smoking motion, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Holy crap. Bro, what are you up to now? When you borrowed the car half a month ago, who would have thought you would commit suicide and be sent to the central government alone? At that time, even with 70% of his strength, He could have killed one of the 4 elders and left with ease. What do you mean? Are you planning something big again this time? I'll go with you. Lin Mu sighed and said helplessly, You've been talking about this for half a month. I'm going to the capital to find my sister. Do you want to come along? Gu Tsang's excited expression instantly darkened, and he slammed the keys on the bar. Goodbye. Don't bother seeing me out. Lin Mu picked up the keys, turned around and left, calling out without looking back. Tell Qinghe that I won't be home tonight, so let him order his own food. The cook is right here. Why would you ask him to relay a message? Gu Tsang laughed and cursed as he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Jinbei City, Wunyan Building. Su Nianhe was dressed in black casual wear, with white shoes that accentuated her slender ankles. As soon as she stepped out of the main entrance of the building, a clear shout came from behind her. Sister, wait for me. Yuning quickly caught up. Su Nianhe paused slightly, turned around to look at her, and said in a gentle tone, Xiao Ning, I have some personal matters to attend to. You don't need to come with me. Stay home and don't go anywhere unnecessarily, okay? Huh? Yuning stopped abruptly, her big eyes filled with confusion, and asked softly, Where are you going, sister? But as soon as she spoke, she met Su Nianhe's suddenly cold gaze, and quickly shrank back, nodding repeatedly. I know. Xiaoning will definitely be good. Su Nianhe's gaze softened, and she gently tapped her forehead with her fingertips. Continue interrogating those half-dead, gray-robed men. After saying that, he turned and walked to the red SUV parked by the roadside, opened the car door, and the engine roared like a beast. The next second, the car instantly sped out of the Wunyan Building's field of vision. Yuning watched the SUV gradually disappear from sight, her mind growing increasingly puzzled. Where was her sister going? Could it be that he went to see that pretty boy again? Thinking of this, she shook her head violently and muttered to herself, Impossible, right? Even if my sister really likes someone, he can't be just an ordinary person. Inside the red SUV, Su Nianhe gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a smile she couldn't hide on her lips, and picked up her phone with her right hand, quickly typing a line of text into the chat interface. Yin, I've already set off. The message was sent and received a reply in less than 3 seconds. Hee, sister-in-law, drive carefully. Su Nianhe looked at the screen, her smile deepening. Chapter 59. I could have said I was the chief of Zhenyi Court. Jiangqing College, Central Square. The sun was blazing at 2:30 p.m. The trainees stood in neat rows on the square, their eyes fixed on the platform, their gazes filled with admiration for the speaker. In the last row of the formation, Wang Yueban craned his neck, looking left and right until his neck ached, but he still couldn't see that familiar figure. His small eyes widened instantly, and he screamed inwardly. Holy crap, Brother Mu is awesome. How dare he skip the first day of training? That's a first-class Zhenyi envoy of the Zhenyi court. How can he skip class so calmly? I'm completely in awe. Once Qing Xiao finished speaking on the platform, all the teams sprang into action and dispersed according to the training plan. Wang Yueban was still standing there in a daze, his mind filled with Brother Mu is awesome. Qing Xiao had just slowly walked down from the high platform, preparing to inspect the training progress of each team. A middle-aged man quickly approached, a friendly smile on his face. Instructor Qing Xiao, the attendance of the entire hospital has been tallied. Almost perfect attendance. Qing Xiao raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with doubt. Coach Du, what do you mean by basically perfect attendance? Coach Du explained with a smile. That's right. Only one student from the whole school was absent. He wasn't feeling well and took a day off. Not feeling well. Qing Xiao chuckled. What's his name? Is he in the dorm right now? This student's name is Lin Mu. Coach Du looked down and flipped through the student roster in his hand. The academy's registration shows that he paid the accommodation fee, but he didn't stay in the dormitory area. Instead, he rented a room in the Yunjing community, which is right across from the academy. However, the college does not require students to live on campus, so this situation is allowed. Do you have a specific address? Since it's not far, let's go take a look. Although I am only in charge of this month's training, since I am here, I have to be responsible for each trainee. I can easily fix minor problems. Qing Xiao's voice was low, but he was sneering inwardly. He was fine in the Great Hall of the People this morning, but he asked for leave this afternoon? Oh, we need to correct the thinking of students who try to be clever. Trying to avoid tough training is not a good habit. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Coach Du quickly flipped to Lin Mu's information page, pointed to a line of text, and said, Found it. Building 12, 29th floor, Yunjing Residential Complex. Would you like to go there now? Let's go and see how serious this student's illness is. Cheng Xiao said calmly. Yunjing Residential Complex, Building 12, top floor. Qinghe was standing in front of the French windows, basking in the sun, with several layers of bandages wrapped around his shoulders and chest. He shook his arm, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Although it still hurts when I move, the recovery has been pretty fast. In another 2 weeks, we'll be able to return to Zhenerding. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Qinghe frowned slightly. Chief Ting went out today, and he has a key. Who would come? He walked toward the entrance hall while thinking about it. With a click, the door opened, and 2 figures came into view. When Qinghe saw Cheng Xiao, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Coach Du stared at Qinghe's bandages, a chill running down his spine. This guy has such a fierce aura. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Cheng Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind went blank. Isn't this the Academy's residence? What's Chief Qinghe doing here? Wasn't he recuperating at Brother Gu's place? Before Cheng Xiao could react, Coach Du spoke first. Hello, I am the head physical training coach of Jiangxing Academy. Is this where Lin Mu is staying temporarily? Qinghe glanced at him sideways, and before Cheng Xiao could speak, she waved her hand to interrupt him. Come in and talk. After speaking, he turned around, walked to the sofa, and sat down. His imposing aura was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Cheng Xiao carefully closed the door and stood in front of Qinghe, not daring to move. Coach Du originally wanted to sit on the sofa, but seeing that Cheng Xiao was still standing, his bottom, which had just touched the sofa, bounced up again, and he obediently stood next to Cheng Xiao. Coach Cheng is acting strange today. 1 second he was about to lecture the students, and now he's so obedient. Speak, what is it? Qinghe's voice was calm, yet carried a strong sense of pressure. The air grew quiet. Cheng Xiao's mind went blank. He hadn't yet come to terms with this absurd situation. Seeing that Cheng Xiao remained silent, Coach Du had no choice but to speak, his voice extremely low. It's like this. Lin Mu took sick leave at noon, and Coach Cheng Xiao came specifically to inquire about his condition. Is he resting in his room now? Qinghe's sharp gaze swept over the two of them, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Coach Du felt a chill run down his spine from that look, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Qinghe looked at Cheng Xiao and asked calmly, Cheng Xiao, asking for guidance? Here. Cheng Xiao lowered his head subconsciously, his voice filled with tension. Coach Du was completely dumbfounded. Is this the Coach Cheng I know? Why is he being so respectful to this person? Lin Mu is sick and resting in his bedroom. Patients need quiet, so please don't disturb him. Qinghe said calmly. You're right. We were being presumptuous. Cheng Xiao quickly agreed, then turned to Coach Du and said, let's go back. The trainees are sick and should rest properly. We shouldn't disturb them too much. Huh? Coach Du's eyes widened. Didn't you insist on coming? You even said you wanted to be responsible for the trainees? How come you changed your mind so easily? Cheng Xiao didn't give Coach Du a chance to ask further questions, and turned to Qinghe. Sorry to disturb your rest. We'll be leaving now. After saying that, he grabbed Coach Du, who was still in a daze, and led him to the entrance. Wait! Qinghe's voice sounded from behind. Cheng Xiao stopped abruptly and immediately turned around. Coach Du was still in a daze when he was pulled around and turned around, inwardly complaining. As the chief training instructor of Jiangxing Academy, why am I so timid and hesitant when visiting a student's home? Shouldn't others treat me with respect? I'll be back in half a month, so tell them not to worry, Qinghe said in a deep voice. Cheng Xiao's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly lowered his head and replied, Yes. Take your guide with you and go back. Qinghe waved his hand. The door clicked shut, and Cheng Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Du, looking puzzled, leaned closer and asked, Coach Cheng Xiao, what exactly are we here for? If you are concerned about the student's condition, why bother him when he is resting? Cheng Xiao said sternly. Coach Du. He silently rolled his eyes. He hadn't even seen the students, and all his concern was for nothing? But he dared not ask any more questions. The first-class Genie envoy of Genie Court was not someone he could afford to offend. At 5:30 p.m., a black Maybach was parked on the side road of the main gate of St. John's College. Lin Mu opened the car door, dressed in black casual clothes and white shoes. He was stopped by the gatekeeper as soon as he walked toward the main gate. I'm looking for my sister, Lin Yan, Lin Mu said politely. Lin Yan? Director Lin of the RD base? The gatekeeper asked in return. Lin Mu was taken aback. Lin Yan has become a director? Then he smiled and said, Yes, that's her. Old Su raised an eyebrow and looked him up and down, his tone slightly teasing. Who would believe that just by talking? I could also say I'm the chief of Zhenerding. Chapter 60 My Unexpected Appearance? Or do you hate me? Do you have any identification to prove you're Director Lin's brother? Or could you call her now? Just as Lin Mu took out his phone, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. Brother! Lin Yin ran quickly to the main gate and smiled at the gatekeeper. Uncle Gong, this is my brother. The security guard's expression instantly changed, and he said with a forced smile, Oh, I knew you looked familiar. Director Lin, your family has great genes. Everyone's good-looking. Lin Mu glanced at him sideways and shook his head helplessly. His change of expression is faster than turning the pages of a book. Thank you, Uncle Gong. Brother, let's go. Lin Yin took Lin Mu's arm and pulled him toward the villa accommodation area. Brother, do you want me to show you around? Let's see what the differences are between Shengjing Academy and Jiangxing Academy. Lin Yin asked excitedly. No need. I've been here before. Lin Mu's tone suddenly turned serious. Tell me, what happened with you being followed? Lin Yin frowned and recalled. For the past 2 weeks, I've always felt strange noises behind me, but when I turn around, there's nothing there. It's eerie and quite frightening. It's all right, I'm here. No matter what kind of monsters or demons they are, I'll take care of them for you. Lin Mu smiled. The sound must have come from someone sent by the research and development base to protect Lin Yin. Lin Yin burst out laughing. Brother, you look so handsome when you're seriously bragging. You could definitely charm 1,000,000 girls. But in my heart, my sister-in-law will always be number one. Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about? Lin Mu raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Brother, you're bullying me again. Humph. I don't want to talk to you for a minute. Lin Yin said angrily, quickening her pace. Lin Mu watched Lin Yan's angry back and chuckled helplessly before quickly following her. As he walked along a shady path with dense foliage, he paused slightly and glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. A figure in black was seen darting swiftly among the treetops. These are the people the base sent to protect? But why are they targeting Yan Yan? Lin Mu frowned. Brother. Lin Yan suddenly turned around and shouted, her voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness. You're spacing out again. You're like an old relic. Lin Mu snapped back to reality and raised his hand as if to ruffle her hair. Do you still want this hairstyle? Brother, you're so annoying. I won't talk to you until we get to the villa. Lin Yan pouted and quickened her pace. Lin Mu laughed heartily, her tone softening. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. Slow down, running so fast in high heels. Be careful not to twist your ankle. Really? Lin Yin turned around immediately, her eyes sparkling. Then you promise you'll never mess up my hair again. Okay, I promise you. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, his right hand landed on her head and gently rubbed it. I'm calling my parents right now. I'll tell them you skipped class to come to Shengjing and bully me. Lin Yin instantly bristled, waving her little fists to express her anger. How can you tattle like this at the drop of a hat? Lin Mu shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of doting affection. Outside the main gate of St. John's College, a red SUV was parked behind the Maybach. The car door opened, and Sun Yina stepped out. Her long hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands falling across her forehead. She wore a black casual outfit with white shoes. Her simple outfit instantly caught everyone's attention. The boys around them all looked over, their hearts pounding. Sun Yinha walked up to the gatekeeper and gave him a sweet smile. Hello, I'm Lin Yan's sister-in-law. May I come in? The security guard's throat tightened, and he quickly swiped his card to open the gate, a smile plastered on his face. Sure. Of course. Does the young lady know where Director Lin lives? Would you like me to arrange for someone to take you there? No need. Lin Yin sent me the location. Thank you for your help. After saying that, Sun Yinha walked lightly towards the accommodation area. A simple, honest voice came from behind. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Villa number 06 in the accommodation area. With a click, the villa door was pushed open. Lin Yin pulled Lin Mu's arm and walked towards the living room, her tone light and cheerful. No need to change your shoes. What fruit would you like, brother? I'll go wash it for you. No need, just pour me a glass of water, Lin Mu said with a smile. Just then, footsteps came from the second floor. 2 women with cold expressions stepped down, their eyes sweeping over Lin Mu with undisguised wariness and scrutiny. Lin Mu also looked at them, his eyes calm and without a ripple. Sister Tian, Sister Ding, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Lin Mu. Lin Yin grabbed Lin Mu's arm and turned to him with a smile. Brother, these 2 older sisters are responsible for protecting me. After he finished speaking, the 2 women's tense expressions gradually relaxed. The woman surnamed Tian's voice softened. Yin Yin, Dean Zhu will be coming to see you tonight. Do you want to go out with your brother? Oh, Grandpa Zhu is coming. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and she added with a smile, "We'll eat at home tonight. We're just waiting for Grandpa Zhu to join us. We have another distinguished guest today. Old Man Zhu." Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the way Dean Zhu had been furious when he last saw him. But upon hearing the words distinguished guest, he frowned slightly, his tone tentative. "Yin Yin, who else is coming? Are they your friends?" Lin Yin suddenly gave him a sly, mischievous smile. "Brother, guess who it is?" Lin Mu remained silent for a few seconds, his expression gradually darkening. He hoped his guess was wrong. Ding dong, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. "Wow, we're here so fast." Lin Yin rushed to the entrance with a grin and pulled open the door. A voice that Lin Mu knew all too well floated in instantly. "Yin Yin, long time no see." Lin Mu sighed softly, his expression full of helplessness. "Yin Yin, let's see if she'll still be as excited as she is now when she finds out the other person's true identity." "Sister-in-law, Yin Yin has missed you so much. Come in, come in." Lin Yin smiled and took Sun Yinha's arm, half dragging and half pulling her towards the living room. The two women responsible for protecting her breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Sun Yinha. After all, the girl in front of him looked like she was weak and frail, as if she could be blown away by the wind. Sun Yinha was pulled by Lin Yin to sit next to Lin Mu. As soon as she was settled, Lin Yin blinked and said, "Sister-in-law, you two rest for a while. Yin Yin will go wash the fruit." After saying that, she rushed to the kitchen with a mischievous grin, afraid that if she stayed even a second longer, her brother would scold her. Only the two of them remained in the living room. Sun Yinha casually crossed her right leg over her left, her toes slightly raised, revealing a section of her fair and slender calf. She looked at Lin Mu, a slight smile playing on her lips. "What's with that expression? Are you surprised by my appearance? Or do you dislike me?" As she spoke, she reached out her delicate hand toward Lin Mu's cheek, but Lin Mu instantly grabbed her wrist. Lin Mu's voice was deep. "What are you doing here? You're hurting me again." Sun Yinha looked at her hand that was being held, her voice tinged with grievance. The two women upstairs caught a glimpse of this flirtatious scene and wisely turned and went back to their room. Lin Mu frowned and released his grip, but in that instant, Sun Yinha's fingers still lightly brushed against his cheek before quickly withdrawing, her lips curving into an even wider smile. "It was just a touch. Why are you so upset? You've touched me all over. Can I touch you back?" Chapter 61. This young couple is quite harmonious, with the husband leading the way and the wife following suit. "Sun Yinha, be serious. Tell me, why did you come here?" Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa helplessly, rubbing his temples with his fingertips. "Yin Yin invited me so kindly. How could I not come?" Sun Yinha added with a smile. "Of course, most importantly, I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you a little." Lin Mu's expression froze, and his face darkened even more. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yin came over with a plate of cut fruit, put the plate on the sofa, and asked with a smile, "Brother, sister-in-law, what are you talking about?" "Lin Yin, you want to get yourself into trouble?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "Sister-in-law, my brother is bullying me again." Lin Yin immediately hid behind Sun Yinha with a wronged expression. The next second she suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, your clothes." Lin Mu immediately interrupted, "Don't make things up. It's not the same style. It's purely a coincidence." "Humph, I don't believe what you say, brother." Lin Yin snorted and sat down next to Sun Yinha, her eyes shining. "Sister-in-law, are these matching outfits for you too?" Sun Yinha seemed to think about it seriously for a moment, then smiled and said, "It shouldn't be the same style, Yin Yin." As soon as she finished speaking, the light in Lin Yan's eyes dimmed instantly, while Lin Mu's expression gradually relaxed. But Sun Yinha glanced at their expressions and then spoke again. "But Yin Yin, the clothes and shoes I'm wearing today were bought for me by your brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu frowned again, while Lin Yin instantly jumped up from the sofa, excitedly saying, "I knew it. So my brother was just too embarrassed to buy the real couple's items, and was just burying his head in the sand. Brother, what explanation do you have now?" "Yin Yin, always remember, never believe what others say on one side," Lin Mu said calmly. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm just asking you, did you buy this outfit for your sister-in-law?" Lin Yin said, hands on her hips, her tone full of confident excitement. Lin Mu was silent for a few seconds, then sighed softly. "Although I bought the clothes, but what? I never expected that the first time you bought clothes for a girl, it wouldn't be for your dearest little sister." Lin Yin pretended to be angry and pouted, but immediately put on a cheerful face and took Sun Yinha's arm. "But if it's sister-in-law, Yin Yin will definitely be happy. Sun Yinha's eyes lit up. Really, Yin Yin? Is this the first time your brother has bought clothes for a girl? Of course. Lin Yin laughed even harder, leaned close to Sun Yinha's ear and whispered, Sister-in-law, you don't know. My brother has always been a loner since he was a child, and he doesn't even have many friends. Besides, he's definitely a lifelong single, you can rest assured. Lin Yin. Lin Mu looked at her with a stern face. Lin Yin immediately pouted and shook Sun Yinha's arm. Sister-in-law, brother is being mean to me again. Sun Yinha couldn't hide the smile in her eyes as she looked at Lin Mu and said softly, don't always give your sister a stern look. You're not acting like a proper older brother. That's right. With my sister-in-law backing me up, I'm not afraid of you at all. Lin Yin made a face at Lin Mu, which made Sun Yinha chuckle. Lin Mu looked at his sister with increasing helplessness and was about to speak when the doorbell suddenly rang. It must be Grandpa Zhu. I'll go open the door. Lin Yin smiled and got up, running to the entrance and opening the door with a click. An aged laugh immediately came from outside the door. Yin Yin, are you settling in well here? Is there anything you need? Lin Yin smiled sweetly. Grandpa Zhu, Yin Yin has everything she needs. Sister Tian and Sister Ding have taken such good care of me. Please come in. Haha, that's good. Ding Zhu walked into the entrance hall with a smile. On the sofa, Sun Yinha asked softly, who is this person? Don't ask too many questions, Lin Mu said calmly. If you don't tell me, can I just guess? How many directors are there in the RD base? Sun Yinha leaned closer to Lin Mu, her voice becoming increasingly gentle. At this moment, Lin Yin and Ding Zhu had already sat down on the sofa to the side. Grandpa Zhu, let me introduce you. Lin Yin pointed in Lin Mu's direction. This is my brother Lin Mu, and the woman next to him is my sister-in-law. Lin Mu was utterly helpless. He no longer wanted to waste any more words on the topic of his sister-in-law, since no matter how much he explained, Lin Yin would just let it go in one ear and out the other. I remember you, that girl from Jiangxing College, right? Ding Zhu said with a smile. What a perfect couple, very nice. But the air instantly became quiet. Lin Mu remained silent with a dark expression, inwardly complaining. This old man has never said anything I want to hear. Sun Yinha sat upright on the sofa, her demeanor suddenly turning cold. Aside from Lin Mu and Lin Yan, no one else deserves her to give them a kind look, especially Lin Yan's address of sister-in-law, which had already made her overjoyed. Ding Zhu's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, are all young people these days so rude? And Lin Yan's grumpy face, why does it seem so familiar? Lin Yan was also taken aback. Why did my brother and sister-in-law suddenly become cold? She quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. Grandpa Zhu, my brother is a bit shy. He then gave Lin Mu a wink. Brother, Grandpa Zhu is saying hello to you. Lin Mu slowly raised his eyes, nodded to the familiar old man in front of him, and said calmly, hello. Sun Yinha echoed softly, hello. Ding Zhu's face darkened even more. This young couple is quite the matchmaker. Lin Yin blinked her bright eyes, even more puzzled. It's normal for my brother to be indifferent, but why has my sister-in-law become indifferent as well? She quickly added, Grandpa Zhu, my brother has been like this since he was a child. He's a bit strange, so please don't take it to heart. Ding Zhu waved his hand with a smile. Hey, what are you talking about? Grandpa is so old. How could I possibly hold a grudge against two kids? Do you think I'm that petty? He suddenly changed the subject, narrowing his eyes at the two of them. Speaking of which, Grandpa hasn't been in contact with outsiders for quite some time. I happen to have some questions I'd like to hear your opinions on. Is that all right? The air seemed to freeze once again. Ding Zhu's veins bulged slightly as he thought to himself. These young people nowadays are so rude. If I were to reveal my identity, I'd scare you all half to death. Lin Yin smiled helplessly. Brother, has your brain wandered off again? Grandpa Zhu is asking you a question. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly dazed as he snapped out of his reverie. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. He turned to look at Sun Yinha and said matter-of-factly, answer this grandfather's question. I didn't hear it. You didn't hear it, but you think I could? Sun Yinha's voice was cold and clear. She then turned to the old man and smiled slightly, but her tone was somewhat teasing. Please say it again. Our hearing is actually not very good. Ding Zhu desperately searched his mind for happy memories to suppress his anger. After thinking for a long time, I couldn't find a single one. He said in a deep voice, I just have a question I'd like to hear the public's opinion on. You can just say whatever you really think, okay? Chapter 62 You old man, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa. arms crossed over his chest. Su Nianhe lightly swayed her toes, and the two of them stared at the old man with calm eyes. The air fell silent for a few more seconds. Lin Mu frowned slightly, looked at the old man, and then at Lin Yan. Yin, wasn't this old man going to ask a question? Why did he hesitate? Su Nianhe couldn't help but smile, while Lin Yan sighed and said with a wry smile, "Brother, I'm really impressed. Grandpa Zhu was asking for your opinion at the end, asking if you could answer. You should just say yes." Dean Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. They're just two young people with slightly abnormal thought processes. I don't need to get angry over it. Please speak, Lin Mu said calmly. Dean Zhu sighed. In fact, he didn't want to ask anymore. What could he possibly get out of two young people who weren't quite right in the head? But since the young man had already spoken, he still asked, Grandpa wants to ask, what is your view of the world today? Completely rotten. The two words came out at the same time, without the slightest hesitation. After saying that, Lin Mu and Su Nianhe looked at each other, and Su Nianhe smiled sweetly. We really are on the same page. Lin Mu pretended not to hear. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. The chemistry between my brother and sister-in-law is amazing. Dean Zhu's pupils also contracted sharply. He never expected that someone at such a vibrant and energetic age would give such a blunt and sharp answer. A few seconds later, his gaze turned serious as he looked at the two of them, and he sighed. You two young people have seen through so much at such a young age, but that's not a good thing. Your lives are just beginning. Lin Mu finally couldn't help but explain. Actually, we're not a couple. Before he could finish speaking, Su Nianhe suddenly put her arm around his and chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. We're doing fine. Just as Lin Mu was about to push her away, Su Nianhe hugged him even tighter and pressed herself against him. Lin Mu's arm vaguely touched the soft part of her body, and he froze instantly. Lin Yan covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother, sister-in-law, your relationship is so sweet, it's almost sickening. Just then, a female voice came from the kitchen. Dean Zhu, Yin Yan, and two more guests. Dinner is ready. Let's eat, Lin Yan said with a smile as she stood up. Lin Mu looked at Su Nianhe and was about to speak when Su Nianhe turned to Lin Yan and said gently, Yin Yan, you guys eat. I've been controlling my diet lately, and I don't eat dinner. I've been doing this for a long time, so I can't give up so easily. Huh? Lin Yan leaned closer to her, her eyes sparkling. Just a tiny bite? Just a tiny bite. Just as Su Nianhe was about to politely decline, Lin Mu stood up and ruffled Lin Yan's hair, saying, She's not going to eat. Don't try to persuade her. Ugh, bro, you messed up my hair again. Lin Yan angrily slapped his hand away. It's already evening. What hairstyle do you want? You don't understand. A girl's hairstyle can't be messed up until she's in bed. You learned some twisted logic at the base? Lin Mu walked towards the restaurant with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. These words made Dean Zhu instantly glare and bristle. Nonsense. This kid's words are truly awful. Wait until the dinner table, and see how I, this old man, use the art of language to educate you. A moment later, Lin Mu calmly got up and walked towards the living room. Dean Zhu's face was gloomy at this moment, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The two women responsible for protecting Lin Yan had their heads down, their shoulders trembling slightly. This was the first time they had ever seen Dean Zhu lose a verbal battle. Moreover, he was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his laughter after being casually rebuked by a young man. Lin Yan couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth, and her mind was completely blank as she desperately tried to recall unhappy things. She lowered her voice and defended Lin Mu. Grandpa Zhu, my brother always talks like that, like everyone owes him money. You won't take it to heart, will you? Dean Zhu took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming down, and forced a smile. How could that be? Grandpa Zhu likes people who have their own ideas. He always speaks with a rebuttal and never flatters. It reminds me of a young man who is just as annoying as your brother. Huh? Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously. There are people like this in the research and development base? I've never heard you mention them before. Sigh, it's all in the past. Dean Zhu sighed, his eyes dimming as if he were reminiscing about something. That young man is excellent in every way, but he just shouldn't speak. Once he does, he can give us old men a headache for half a day. Lin Yan's doubts deepened, but seeing Dean Zhu's dejected expression, she swallowed her question. Let's ask him another time. Don't pry into Grandpa Zhu's worries now. Lin Mu walked to the sofa diagonally opposite Su Nianhe and sat down. Finished eating? Su Nianhe smiled and patted her side, her eyes sparkling. Why didn't you sit next to me? Why did you travel all this way to the capital? Lin Mu's voice remained calm. Su Nianhe smiled slightly, her tone slightly coquettish. I already said it. Yin Yin invited me so kindly, and I miss you. Lin Mu. Since you're here, come out with me for a walk tonight, Lin Mu suddenly said. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then she raised her eyebrows and said, Did I hear that right? A stroll under the moonlight? That's quite romantic. Lin Mu said calmly, You know what I'm going to do. You've seen the situation Yin Yin is in. What an oblivious man, Su Nianhe said reproachfully, giving him a playful glare. Would it kill you to say something nice to me? Just then, Lin Yin rushed into the living room with cheerful steps, glanced at the two of them, and immediately tilted her head to ask, Hey, brother, why are you sitting so far away from your wife? Is that even a question? The young couple had a fight. Ding Zhu's voice followed. He jokingly teased Lin Mu. Young man, you need to be tactful when communicating with your girlfriend. Think more about your own problems, and don't just talk the talk. Lin Mu looked up at him, her tone calm but cutting. Old man, you talk too much. No wonder you're all alone. You brat. Ding Zhu's face darkened instantly. Lin Yin quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the sofa, soothingly saying in a soft voice, Grandpa Zhu, please sit down. That's just how my brother is, you'll get used to it. After Ding Zhu sat down, he immediately snorted coldly, speaking in a sarcastic tone like a grumpy old man. Even in the same living room, the two of you don't sit on the same sofa. Haven't you ever reflected on what's wrong with you? You old man, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Su Nianhe's voice was cold as she stood up and walked to Lin Mu. Before everyone's attention had fully focused on her, she suddenly straddled Lin Mu's lap, pressing her body tightly against his. Lin Mu subconsciously raised his hand to push her away, but Su Nianhe smiled alluringly. The next second, she wrapped her arms around Lin Mu's neck and pressed her soft red lips directly onto his. Chapter 63 Your unhappiness is my happiness. After the kiss, Su Nianhe nestled against Lin Mu like a little bird, took his arm, and smiled. Old man, we have a great relationship, I love it. The air froze instantly. Lin Mu's mind went blank. His fingertips touched the lipstick mark on his lips, and only one thought crossed his mind. This woman. Ding Zhu's lips twitched involuntarily. Are young people these days so abstract about dating? Girls are taking this much initiative? Wow. Lin Yin couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes shining like stars. The only regret is that I didn't have time to take out my phone to record a video. If I had posted it in the family group chat, I would have laughed at the shocked expressions on my parents' faces. Ahem. Ding Zhu coughed lightly twice, raised an eyebrow and asked, Young lady, I'm curious, how did you two meet? And how did you get together? That's our secret, I can't tell you. After saying that, Su Nianhe turned to Lin Mu, her voice gentle. Aren't we going for a walk under the moonlight? Let's go. She rose gracefully, and Lin Mu followed suit. He really didn't want to continue socializing in the villa. Just as he was about to say something to Lin Yin interrupted him with a smile. Brother, you and your wife are so loving and happy. Lin Mu sighed, giving up on explaining, and walked out of the villa side by side with Su Nianhe. On the sofa, Lin Yin swung her legs and tilted her head excitedly, asking, Grandpa Zhu, isn't my brother and sister-in-law's relationship super sweet? Ding Zhu frowned and did not respond. His mind was filled with Lin Mu's words, all alone. How did this kid know? Did Yin Yin tell him? No, even Yin Yin doesn't know about this. Could it be a guess? This kid. He's a bit strange, he looks too much like that person. What a pity, it's not him. Grandpa Zhu, what are you spacing out about? Lin Yin shook his arm, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Ding Zhu suddenly snapped out of his reverie, waved his hand, and laughed. It's nothing, it's nothing. Grandpa Zhu just remembered something from the past. Ring ring, the cell phone suddenly rang. Ding Zhu raised an eyebrow, and after seeing the caller ID, he immediately answered the call, his deep voice carrying its usual authority. What is it? The voice on the other end of the phone was urgent. Ding Zhu, we've spotted 3 men in gray robes. Even with 5 of us surrounding them, one of them still managed to escape. Ding Zhu was startled. With 5 of you working together, how could the person escape? The one who escaped was a mutant. The other person's voice carried a hint of guilt. Leave 2 people to guard the perimeter, the rest of you give chase. Ding Zhu said, then immediately hung up the phone. Grandpa Zhu, what happened? Lin Yin asked softly, staring at his gloomy face. It's nothing, don't worry. Ding Zhu forced a smile, then changed the subject. By the way, Yin Yin, I spoke with your principal before I came here. The next 2.5 months of courses will be compressed into half a month. Once we get back to base, you'll be China's youngest RD director. Yin Yin will definitely work even harder. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and she asked again, what about the phone call just now? The base is catching thieves. Grandpa Zhu has to go back and deal with it. Dean Zhu's smile faded slightly, and his tone became serious. Also, things haven't been peaceful outside lately. For the next 2 weeks, try not to leave the gates of St. Capital Academy. Then my brother. Before Lin Yin could finish speaking, Dean Zhu had already grabbed his coat and rushed out the door in a hurry. She was left alone on the sofa, muttering to herself, Grandpa Zhu is acting really strange today. On the tree-lined path outside the villa, 3 men in black were already waiting, with 2 unconscious men in gray robes lying at their feet. Dean Zhu said in a deep voice, is the one who escaped definitely a mutant? One of them bowed his head respectfully and replied, confirmed. If that gray-robed man hadn't suddenly turned into a calamity, we would never have let him escape. Take these 2 back to base, and the remaining 2 will guard the perimeter of the villa. After Dean Zhu finished speaking, his elderly body suddenly leaped onto the tree trunk next to him, and the next second, he stepped on the branches and headed towards the wall of Shengjing Academy. The wind whistled past his ear, and Dean Zhu's gaze grew even colder. The gray-robed man and the mutants were working together, could it be? A few kilometers away from the Holy Land Academy, deep in a dimly lit alley. Can't even handle this simple matter? Half a month has passed, and you still can't even win over a young girl. The gray-robed man's voice was hoarse. The other man was panting heavily, his chest heaving. There are 3 6th-tier awakened beings, and several 5th-tier ones too. How are we supposed to get through? What exactly is that woman's position at the research and development base? Watch your attitude. The former sneered, his tone full of disdain. It is the Azure King's generosity and your honor that an S-rank calamity can serve the kingdom. Tolerance. Honor, the latter suddenly scoffed. 80% of my men died after joining the kingdom. In your eyes, we're just cannon fodder sent to our deaths. Presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, soft footsteps came from the alley entrance. 2 figures stood side by side under the dim streetlights, their faces obscured by the backlight. This world is truly absurd, Lin Mu said calmly. Sun Yinha's lips curled into a cold smile. There are plenty of crazy things out there. You've always been standing too high and have seen too much of the light. The darkness at the bottom is 10, 100, 1,000 times more disgusting than you can imagine. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the gray-robed man in the alley, and he sneered. The kingdom is really unconventional. They've recruited all the mutants under their command. The pupils of the 2 people in the alley suddenly contracted. You didn't even clean up the tail properly? Before the words were finished, one of the men drew his long sword with a whoosh, the blade gleaming coldly in the night. The other person was instantly transformed into a calamity. His body swelled several times over, and he became a hideous humanoid monster. So what if they're tails? They're just 2 young people. What can they possibly do? Just as Sun Yinha raised her hand, Lin Mu suddenly grabbed her wrist and said in a low voice, I'll do it. Leave someone alive for interrogation. You're hurting me, how annoying. Sun Yinha laughed and shook her wrist, then changed the subject. I already have a lead on the kingdom information you want to know. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then kill him. Arrogant. You're about to die and you're still flirting. The 2 pounced at the same time. Sun Yinha's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her jade hand slightly, and a blood-red lotus flower bloomed instantly beneath her feet. Before the gray-robed man at the forefront could react, blood gushed out like a fountain. The catastrophic humanoid monster roared as it fell, its pupils still holding a final look of disbelief. A moment later, Sun Yinha licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked lightly back to Lin Mu's side, saying innocently, I only absorb nutrients from evil people. I have strong principles. Lin Mu glanced at the corpses on the ground, said nothing, and turned to leave. What? You're disgusted with me? Sun Yinha quickly caught up. It's none of my business, Lin Mu retorted calmly. Of course it's related. I'll be unhappy if you dislike me. Sun Yinha suddenly stopped and pouted, pretending to be wronged. Lin Mu paused slightly and said calmly, Your unhappiness is my happiness. Lin Mu, do you want to die? Sun Yinha's voice turned cold instantly. Chapter 64 We've already had physical intimacy. Why pretend to be so proper? You don't have this ability until you've fully recovered your strength, Lin Mu calmly added. Tell me, what news do you know about the kingdom? Sun Yinha rolled her eyes, her tone slightly arrogant. Humph. You haven't forgotten the favor you owe me, have you? This favor is a sure thing for you. What do you want me to do? Let's go to a thrilling place, which is very likely the location of the central, behind-the-scenes power. That is the headquarters of the kingdom. Su Nianha tightened her grip on his arm, and before Lin Mu could push her away, she smiled and leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. We've already had physical intimacy. Why are you pretending to be so proper? But there's only a 60% chance of that place being there, and I haven't fully confirmed it yet. Would you dare to come with me? Their fate is unknown. Lin Mu was startled. How did you know? Aren't you underestimating my power? Su Nianha asked calmly. Do you think all my men died in the final battle? Lead the way, and let go of my hand, Lin Mu said calmly. Su Nianha's lips curled up, and she deliberately tightened her grip on his arm. I won't. Soon after, an elderly but vigorous man appeared at the entrance of the alley. His back was ramrod straight, showing no signs of old age. Two men in black quickly stepped forward and crouched down to examine the corpse on the ground. One of them stood up and bowed respectfully. Dean Zhu. It's the mutual killing among the mutants. Dean Zhu frowned deeply. This holy capital city is getting more and more chaotic. Is our research and development base also going to be drawn into the next struggle? He sighed deeply, his tone tinged with a hint of hope. I hope my guess is wrong. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back, ordering, dispose of the body. It's no longer of any value. 10 p.m., on the outskirts of the southern district of Saint Capital. An abandoned ancient city covering 3,000 square meters stands quietly in the night, its walls covered with withered vines. 2 kilometers away from the main gate of the ancient city is a bustling food street, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and laughter. However, the entrance to the ancient city was crowded with middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s. They were stopped outside the iron fence by guards in black uniforms, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. This was the last place where their child had disappeared. Why won't you let us in? It's just an abandoned ancient city. What if a child gets lost inside? A man finally lost his temper and roared at the guards. That's right. Our children have all gone missing here. Why can't we search? Where is justice? A middle-aged woman roared, her voice trembling with tears. My grandson. You bad people, give me back my grandson's life. An old man sat on the ground, beating his chest and stamping his feet, wailing loudly. Heart-wrenching screams echoed at the entrance, but the guards remained indifferent. They stood there like stone statues, their empty eyes sweeping over the crowd, as if the cries were just birds singing. Only they themselves knew that these people would also lose their lives soon. At that moment, a red SUV silently stopped 100 meters away from the main gate of the ancient city. The headlights were off the whole time, and the tires made almost no sound when they drove over the gravel road. The car door opened, and 2 figures dressed in black casual were stepped out, each carrying a black robe. Lin Mu cast a questioning look at Su Nianha. Such a noisy place. Could it be the kingdom's headquarters? Su Nianha said in a flat tone, her fingertips casually twirling her hair. Yes, it's very noisy. Would you believe me if I told you that these ordinary people will all die soon? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. Don't keep me in suspense. Su Nianha's joking expression vanished, and her tone suddenly became serious. I've had people observing this place for a long time now. The same scene has been playing out every day these days. The people you see now are all here looking for missing children, while the guards at the gate of the ancient city are all awakened beings of level 3 or above. Have you ever thought about this? Why would the central authorities send awakened individuals to guard a vast, abandoned ancient city? Missing, then why did they die? Lin Mu pressed. Su Nianha chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with coldness. What do you think? What kind of person would keep a secret forever? Lin Mu's face suddenly darkened, and a chill ran through his eyes. Let's go. After saying this, the 2 simultaneously donned black robes, their figures blending into the night as they walked towards the main gate of the ancient city. Meanwhile, the crowd below the city gate continued to curse and shout, their spittle mingling with their cries as they sprayed onto the guards' faces. When Lin Mu and Su Nianha were only 100 meters away from the main gate, the ancient city gate suddenly made a muffled, rumbling sound, and the heavy door panels were slowly pushed open from the inside. A group of gray-robed men, their backs hunched, appeared in the shadows of the doorway. The gray-robed man at the head of the group said in a hoarse voice, "Shift change." An awakened guard grinned at him and said, "This amount is enough for you to have a good meal today." A bloodthirsty smile appeared beneath the gray-robed leader's hood. Indeed, It's twice as many as it was a few days ago. The ancient city is open. Let us in. A middle-aged man's roar rang out like thunder. A dilapidated city abandoned for 20 years. What right do you have to stop us? Don't you have children? The middle-aged woman's voice trembled with tears, her emotions completely out of control. You villains! Give me back my grandson's life, the white-haired old man roared, pounding his chest. Your weapons are for protecting the people, not for wielding against them. After the city gates were opened wide, the roar of curses almost lifted the night sky. But the awakened guardians and the gray-robed man simultaneously curled their lips into identical disdainful smiles. Fall back. At the command of the guard captain, the awakened began to line up and turned to walk into the ancient city. When the people saw that they were still being ignored, their pent-up anger erupted instantly, and they surged toward the city gate like a tidal wave. They just want to find their child. Why is it so difficult? But the next second, the insults stopped abruptly, the air seemed to freeze, and the anger in everyone's eyes was instantly swallowed up by endless fear. The faces of the gray-robed men began to contort and swell, their skin torn to reveal bluish-purple scales, and their arms cracked as they instantly transformed into monstrous claws, their nails gleaming with a chilling light. They are calamities. Run away. A scream pierced the deathly silence from the crowd, and everyone snapped out of their daze, turning around and fleeing in a frenzy. Some people were pushed to the ground, crawling and rolling in the opposite direction, their fingernails digging into the soil and leaving deep bloody marks. Chapter 65. Decisive and ruthless. I absolutely love it. Escape. The gray-robed leader's voice was sinister. Hurry. Not a single one can escape. Before the words were even finished, a group of humanoid monsters pounced on the crowd, their eyes filled with greed for flesh and blood, saliva dripping from their sharp claws, corroding small pits into the ground. Just then, a transparent blade of light ripped through the night like lightning. Whoosh! Without any warning, all the gray-robed men were instantly split in two, their upper bodies crashing to the ground with terrified expressions, blood splattering like a fountain. Lin Mu stared at the fleeing civilians, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Captain, look! As soon as one of the awakened guards spoke, his body suddenly exploded in the night, turning into a cloud of blood mist that splattered onto the other guards with a splat, and warm drops of blood slid down their cheeks. What? How could there be an enemy attack here? Who dares to be so lawless? Report this immediately. The guard captain's roar came to an abrupt halt. Bang! 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 A crimson lotus flower simultaneously appeared beneath the feet of all the awakened ones. The next second, the blood lotus exploded violently, and the bodies of the awakened ones turned into pools of blood rain, blooming into eerie red fireworks in the night, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Above the blood-soaked ground, two figures in black robes stood side by side, the hems of their robes billowing in the night wind. Looking out, the abandoned ancient city resembles a lurking giant beast. The dim lights of the distant buildings shimmered eerily in the night, like the eyes of a beast. Su Nianhe surveyed the eerie scene before her, then looked at Lin Mu and chuckled softly, her voice deliberately sweet. This place is really creepy. Who knows what might be hidden deeper in? She paused, then added, if you're scared, you can still leave now. Kindness is just a casual remark. Don't take it seriously. I'm pretty sure there's a 90% chance this is where the central, behind-the-scenes forces are located. Afraid? Lin Mu suddenly smiled. Haven't you heard the saying? Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. What is it? This era is called the White Death. Uffed. Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh out loud, her eyes sparkling. Lin Mu, you really are a braggart, but I like it. Her tone suddenly shifted, her voice turning cold. The final battle instigated by this mastermind has resulted in the deaths of nearly 10,000 of my men, and your Zhenyi court has also suffered 80% losses. The Zhenyi court was originally an independent entity, but because of this war, it has been trampled on by the central government. With one head, 18 chief officials, and 300 special rank officials, the once glorious Zhenyi court is now nothing short of a candle in the wind. But you are still alive, which is truly their tragedy. Stop lamenting, don't hold us back. After saying that, Lin Mu's figure disappeared into the night and headed into the city. Su Nianhe was slightly taken aback, but immediately followed up with a smile and retorted, You've got it backwards. It's you who shouldn't hold me back. She suddenly paused, her delicate hand grasping Lin Mu's arm. The night is as bright as day to me. and there are too many guards directly ahead. Let's sneak in from the outer buildings first, and take a good look at what's hidden in this ancient city before we're exposed. Follow me. After saying that, she headed southeast of the ancient city. The night is like day to her. When did mutants acquire this ability? Lin Mu murmured in a deep voice, and his figure flashed as he chased after her. The two men, dressed in black robes, moved silently through the night. The guards along the way were killed instantly before they could even make a sound. Either his throat would be slashed by a transparent blade, and blood would splatter onto his black robe. Either a blood-red lotus flower explodes beneath their feet, and before they can even scream, they are reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The ancient city, already permeated with a stench of blood, now reeked of even more, the stench of blood enveloping every inch of the air. About 100 meters from the brightly lit building in the southeast corner, the two figures quietly hid behind a wall. Su Nianhe leaned close to Lin Mu, her warm breath brushing against his neck, and whispered, "There are 2 S-level mutants and 2 6th-level awakened individuals inside. This is just one of the buildings. I can confirm it with 100% certainty." Lin Mu looked at Su Nianhe pressed against his chest, and said helplessly, "Yes, I can hear them and sense their presence. There's no need to get so close to talk. There might be a massacre tonight. Will you be able to bear it?" Su Nianhe didn't back down. Instead, she pressed herself even closer, her fingertips tracing the collar of his black robe. Lin Mu gave a faint smile. "Guess why they gave me the title of Grim Reaper? Decisive and ruthless, I love that." Su Nianhe stood on tiptoe, her jade-like hand pretending to touch his face, looking teasing. Lin Mu's face darkened, and he gently pushed her away, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Can't you even be serious in a place like this?" Su Nianhe pouted. "You don't understand romance." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's figure disappeared behind the wall. He moved through the night, the hem of his black robe cutting through the air and stirring up a cold wind. Su Nianhe snorted coldly, and the beautiful figure under the black robe immediately caught up. Outside the building in the southeast corner, 4 figures stood guard on either side of the main gate. The 2 were awakened ones dressed in black, while the other 2 were S-class mutants dressed in gray robes. Sigh, another day has passed. When will this ever end? A man in black leaned against the wall, fiddling with a dagger at his waist, his voice filled with exhaustion. "Everything will be all right." The man in black beside him patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Once Shani Ting and those cowardly cowards are wiped out, we will be able to take power, and our status will naturally be quite high." "Brother, I thought so too before." The former sighed, his voice suddenly lowering, tinged with fear. "But I feel something's off about 2 things lately. First, 11 7th-tier awakened individuals died in U City. Half a month ago, someone single-handedly killed one of the 4 elders and managed to leave unscathed. That's simply a monster. If we were to face him, could we even last one move? Those kinds of people are dealt with by the kingdom's higher-ups. It's not our place." The latter chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with a sense of relief. "If we really ran into them, wouldn't someone with our top-tier strength be instantly annihilated? You do have some self-awareness." A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind the 2 of them. The man in black felt a chill run down his spine, and his pupils instantly contracted. They didn't even hear footsteps. Just as they were about to turn around and draw their swords, a transparent blade flashed across their necks, and blood splattered onto the wall. As the 2 fell, they only caught a glimpse of a silver knife hilt flashing in the night before they lost all life. At the same moment, 2 S-class mutants guarding the other side heard the noise. Just as they were about to rush towards the source of the sound, blood-red lotus flowers suddenly exploded beneath their feet. The blood mist instantly engulfed their figures, before they could even let out a scream. Dozens of gray-robed guards surrounding the building fell silently, without even making a sound. The already eerie building was now piled high with corpses, and the stench of blood was so strong it was nauseating. Chapter 66. Of course, you are very important to me. Inside the building's laboratory, a man in a gray robe was staring at a test tube on a lab table. He suddenly frowned, raised his hand to rub his temples. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Are all the guards outside fast asleep? He gripped the long sword at his waist, and his aura as a 7th-level initial cultivator suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding air to tremble. As soon as he stepped out of the laboratory, he gasped in shock. The floor of the experimental tunnel was covered in blood, and dozens of gray-robed corpses lay scattered about. Blood flowed to his feet and soaked his shoes. "Who are you, you scoundrel? Show yourself." The gray-robed man roared and immediately reached for the red alarm in his pocket with his left hand. The instant his fingertip touched the button, a crimson wing suddenly flashed before his eyes, moving as fast as a red light. The gray-robed man felt a chill on his chest, and his body went limp as he collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Lin Mu snatched the alarm from his hand and said calmly, "It's just a building in the ancient city, yet it's guarded by a 7th-level awakened being. It's truly an eye-opener." Su Nianhe walked to the gray-robed man's corpse, her eyes filled with disdain, and sneered, "Yes, but it's a pity they ran into us. There's nowhere in this world that can hold the two of us back together, don't you think? Don't be too arrogant." Lin Mu turned and walked into the laboratory, his tone still calm. "This world is far beyond our imagination. Let's go inside and take a look." Inside the laboratory, 7 or 8 corpses dressed in white lab coats lay on the floor. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe stood at the door, both stunned. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and the space in front of them was filled with countless transparent glass containers. Each container contained the curled-up corpse of a little guy, with an 4 tube inserted into its thin arm, containing dark red liquid. The kingdom is a truly depraved organization. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the label on the container experimental subject number 001. "This is just one building in the ancient city." Su Nianhe added in a cool voice. "Think about it. What about other places? The world is sick, very sick. When the sword wielded in the name of justice is used against the innocent, the world is already rotten to the core." Lin Mu raised his hand to unleash the crimson flame, but Su Nianhe immediately grabbed his wrist. "Keep it down. The longer we are exposed, the more secrets we can uncover." Lin Mu hummed in agreement and slowly stepped forward. With each step, a layer of ice appeared beneath their feet, spreading along the ground and instantly covering all the experimental equipment. The test tubes, computer, and petri dishes were all frozen into ice sculptures, and then with a crack, they all shattered, turning into a shower of ice crystal powder. At the same time, a crimson flame ignited in his palm, burning the paper data to ashes without leaving a single spark. "I'm very curious. How can a person awaken 2 powers at the same time? Could you explain it to me?" Su Nianhe tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Why is it that nighttime is like daytime?" Lin Mu asked calmly. "You're so boring. When you encounter a difficult question, you change the subject again." Su Nianhe snorted lightly, but did not stop walking, continuing to walk north along the southeast corner of the ancient city. The guards along their route fell silently, and the stench of blood in the ancient city grew even stronger, but no one paid any attention to the smell, as if the stench of blood was something that was meant to be there. Inside another building with dim lights, the two walked on the blood-stained floor. What comes into view is a shockingly large blood bank, with each container covered with model numbers. Could it be that they want to? Lin Mu's voice was filled with disbelief and anger, but before he could finish speaking, Su Nianhe interrupted him. "Yes, that's exactly what you think. I've heard about this kind of thing before. Think about it. Where do all those people who go missing eventually go?" Lin Mu's face grew even more somber beneath his hood, and he said in a deep voice, "When did you find out?" 5 years ago. Su Nianhe sneered, and golden wings suddenly unfurled from her right side. "Moreover, according to rumors, even earlier, those people in the central government, well, it's just a rumor." Before the words were even finished, dozens of golden light blades shot towards the silver container. Boom! The container shattered instantly, and blood gushed down like a waterfall, forming a red river on the ground. The two continued forward, treading on the river of blood, their figures disappearing into the dark corridor, leaving behind only broken containers and flowing blood. Then, inside a building in the northeast corner of the ancient city, a newly renovated laboratory came into view again. Inside the transparent glass container, the experimental subjects were covered in 4 tubes, with dark red liquid slowly flowing into their bodies. Their skin was bluish purple, and their fingers were twisted into bizarre shapes. Another human experiment. This is exactly the same as the experiment in Jinbei City. It seems that after that place was destroyed, they chose the safest location instead. Lin Mu clenched his fists, his palms faintly glowing with ice blue and crimson light. Su Nianhe moved gracefully, examining the experimental subjects up close. Her delicate brows furrowed as she said, "Huh, how filthy." Lin Mu suddenly raised an eyebrow. "There's a noise outside." Outside the building, a man staggered over, holding a bottle of liquor, and drunkenly shouted, "Brother, shift change." Suddenly he stumbled, as if he had tripped over something, and sobered up considerably. He squinted at the ground. That's a severed hand. He suddenly crouched down and moved closer, his drunkenness instantly vanishing. Looking up, he saw that the building was already piled high with corpses. Holy crap! He immediately pulled out the alarm from his pocket, and just as his finger touched the button, a figure in black robes suddenly appeared before him. A flash of cold light, and his head fell to the ground. The number of awakened and mutants we've eliminated is enough to form a large army. Su Nianhe appeared beside Lin Mu. How much have you recovered now? Lin Mu asked calmly. 80% what? Su Nianhe smiled and added, if I were to recover to my full strength, I could slaughter this ancient city all by myself. What kingdom, what Qing king, are they but ants? Then her voice warmed. Of course, you are very important to me. There are 3 directions coming towards us. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he darted swiftly through the night. Su Nianhe headed in the other direction, each step she took accompanied by a blood-red lotus flower, and the black-clad guards in the ancient city instantly turned into several clouds of blood mist. Wherever the two went, blood burst forth. Buzz! A sharp alarm suddenly ripped through the silence of the ancient city. Not far away, a gray-robed man, his face ashen, trembled as he violently tossed a black, round object into the air. Bang! A scarlet signal firework exploded in the night sky. Chapter 67. You're concerned about me again. But the next second, before the gray-robed man could even scream, his body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe stood side by side, their black robes fluttering in the night wind. Su Nianhe's lips curled into a cold smile, her tone tinged with amusement. Oh dear, you've been discovered. Are you going to leave, or see the kingdom's strength? Sensing the approaching footsteps around him, Lin Mu said calmly, don't hold us back. In a dimly lit room in the heart of the ancient city, candlelight flickered with an eerie glow, and a faint, ethereal poisonous mist hung in the air. Interesting, very interesting. A deep, authoritative voice echoed in the room. There are some incredibly audacious rats that dare to sneak into this place. A gray-robed man strode to the throne, bowed deeply, and said in a trembling voice, King Qing, the experimental base on the east side of the ancient city has been completely destroyed. A chilling, eerie atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire room. The gray-robed man shuddered violently, about to explain, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Take him alive. Yes. The right protector's figure transformed into a black shadow and vanished into the darkness in an instant. On the throne, the poisonous mist surrounding the black-robed man surged and coiled around the candlesticks like living things, extinguishing the candlelight instantly. He let out a hoarse, cold laugh. For over 20 years, not a single person has dared to venture here. You weak mouse, may your ignorance cost you your life, huh? On the other side, Lin Mu and Su Nianhe stood back to back in the middle of the street, their eyes, hidden beneath their black robes, sweeping over the densely packed gray-robed figures around them. They were all awakened beings of the 4th rank or above, and there was also a large number of mutants among them. A chilling atmosphere swept in like a tide, making it hard to breathe. Su Nianhe gently raised her jade-like hand, her fingertips gleaming with a faint crimson light, and smiled brightly. It seems we've been underestimated. Those who came are just small fry. Crimson flames suddenly surged out from Lin Mu's body, sweeping around like a fire dragon. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his voice was low. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a streak of fire, instantly rushing into the gray-robed crowd. Several pillars of fire shot into the sky, illuminating the entire ancient city as if it were daytime. Be careful. Is this considered caring about me? Su Nianhe was taken aback, then nodded secretly, a smile playing on her lips. It must be. Dozens of gray-robed men had already reached her, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. Just as the blade was about to touch her neck, the gray-robed men's pupils contracted sharply. Su Nianhe waved her jade hand lightly, and a blood-red lotus suddenly bloomed beneath their feet. Bang! 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 Several plumes of blood mist exploded in the night, like shattered red roses. Su Nianhe looked at the distant firelight, her smile widening. Her figure moved swiftly through the ancient city. Wherever her black robe swept past, blood mist fell to the ground like a torrential rain, and the stench of blood instantly filled the entire street, so thick that it made people nauseous. Whoosh! A long sword suddenly pierced through the air, heading straight for Su Nianhe's face. At the same time, the auras of 4 7th-level awakened beings suddenly erupted, like 4 mountains pressing down. Su Nianhe licked her lips and sneered. Finally, I'm not a nobody anymore. She dodged the long sword to the side, her beautiful figure weaving through the crowd like a black lightning bolt. The next second, they appeared behind a 7th-tier, gray-robed man. As her jade-like hands danced, a crimson lotus suddenly bloomed behind the gray-robed man, its petals like sharp blades, instantly wrapping around his body. Oh! A mournful howl echoed through the night sky. The gray-robed man's body began to explode inch by inch. First, his legs turned into a bloody mist, then his upper body, and finally not even his bones remained. The other 3 7th-level awakened individuals' expressions changed drastically, and they all took a few steps back. One of them shouted sharply, "What are you standing there for? Kill!" Hundreds of gray-robed men suppressed their fear and charged at Su Nianhe with their weapons. The last few gray-robed figures in the crowd secretly hid in a corner and lay down, feigning death. Are you kidding me? One-hit kill of a 7th-tier character? What's the difference between this and sending someone to their death? Whoever falls in love can have their way. I'm temporarily dead. On the other side, several streaks of crimson flame swept wildly like raging dragons, burning the dense gray-robed figures to ashes before they could even get close. The piercing screams were incessant. Lin Mu walked slowly through the crimson flames. With each step he took, the ancient city buildings along the way collapsed with a roar. As bricks and stones flew, crimson flames spread along the broken walls, turning the entire street into a sea of fire. Suddenly, 5 imposing figures in gray robes burst through the wall of fire, their long swords gleaming coldly, and lunged straight at Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice as cold as ice. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Yan Jin. Boom! Crimson flames suddenly erupted from his body, sweeping outwards like a volcanic eruption, and the fire waves instantly engulfed half a street. So it was you. The fire type awakened one who attacked the central core. The Right Protector's voice came from outside the wall of fire, filled with murderous intent. You dare to break in here? You have commendable courage. Capture them alive. As soon as the words fell, the 5 7th-tier initial awakened beings simultaneously cleaved through the crimson flames, their figures flashing like ghosts as they attacked Lin Mu. The Right Protector leaped into the air, his longsword unleashing a silver slash that instantly pierced through the fire net above, heading straight for Lin Mu's head. His aura as a mid-stage, 7th-level cultivator erupted completely. At this moment, in the old residential area a few kilometers away from the ancient city, people came out of their homes and looked at the ancient city with flames soaring into the sky in the distance, their eyes filled with shock. Isn't this an ancient city that has been abandoned for decades? An elderly man rubbed his eyes, his voice hoarse. What's with the towering flames? What happened inside? I told you long ago that there were evil spirits haunting this ancient city. A middle-aged man slapped his thigh and said confidently, Look at this firelight. Someone must be exorcising evil spirits. Residents took out their phones and started taking pictures in the direction of the ancient city. The video caused an immediate uproar after it was uploaded to the internet. The number of clicks exceeded 100,000 within a minute and is still growing exponentially. Exclamations and whispers filled the air, and the entire residential area was in an uproar. Inside the ancient city, the ground beneath Su Nianhe's feet was already a river of blood, dark red blood flowing down the stone pavement. A disdainful smile curled at the corner of her lips. This is the power behind the scenes at the central level? Su Nianhe turned around abruptly, and a thick, dark purple poisonous mist was rapidly spreading towards her. Wherever the poisonous fog passed, the stone pavement was instantly corroded and pitted. She chuckled softly. The people who came this time are quite extraordinary. Boom! A burst of crimson flames suddenly rushed in from the side, instantly dispersing the poisonous mist. Where the fire wave swept past, the poisonous mist turned into white smoke and dissipated. Lin Mu's figure had already blocked Su Nianhe's path. How is it? You're concerned about me again. Su Nianhe's gentle voice came from behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu was somewhat helpless. His lips twitched, but he didn't turn around. However, the crimson flames around him intensified. At the same time, the auras of a dozen or so 7th-level awakened individuals surged in like a tide, completely surrounding Lin Mu and Su Nianhe. Chapter 68 Coward. Do you dare to start a war? The Right Protector staggered to a man in black robes, panting heavily, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, we. The Azure King swept straight past his body surging with dark purple poisonous gas. He slowly stepped forward, and his deep voice suddenly rang out. I am curious, how did two such terrifying beings suddenly appear in this world? Who are you? Do you really think you can leave here alive? As the last few words fell, the Azure King's voice grew increasingly cold, and the dark purple poison gas surged instantly, like a giant net enveloping the entire area. Immediately afterwards, 3 7th-level mid-stage awakened beings emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, their weapons gleaming coldly. Noisy. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe spoke in unison, both of them startled at the same time. Their gazes met briefly beneath their black robes before quickly shifting away. Su Nianhe chuckled softly, wrapped her arms around Lin Mu's waist, and said sweetly, we really are in sync. Upon witnessing this scene, the Azure King's veins bulged instantly, and his aura as a high-level 7th-order cultivator suddenly erupted, pressing down like a tsunami, making it difficult for people to breathe. He roared, leave no survivors. Bury them completely. Boom. A torrent of poisonous gas surged toward the two of them in an instant, and wherever it passed, the stone slabs on the ground sizzled and corroded deep pits. 4 mid-stage 7th-tier awakeners and more than 10 early-stage 7th-tier awakeners attacked simultaneously, their eyes cold, as if Lin Mu and Su Nianhe were already dead. Boom! Crimson flames erupted from Lin Mu's body without reservation, shooting straight into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The instant the crimson flames collided with the poisonous gas, the scorching heat wave spread outwards, causing nearby buildings to tremble and nearly collapse. Su Nianhe's figure darted through the crowd, the hem of her black robe leaving a trail of afterimages. Several crimson lotus flowers exploded in midair. She thought to herself, this is really troublesome. There are so many high-level awakened individuals here. If you add the kingdom's forces outside, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Heaven-shaking halberd. With a roar, the Green King swung his halberd straight at Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu retreated repeatedly until he picked up a long sword from the ground, at which point he engaged in a fierce battle with the Green King. The residual force of their collision spread like a shockwave, preventing the other gray-robed men from getting close. In an instant, they all rushed towards Su Nianhe. The figure in the gray robe screamed in agony one after another, and Su Nianhe's beautiful figure kept flashing in and out from under the black robe, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. More than 10 7th-level awakened individuals clashed their swords and flashed their blades in the night, forming a net that pressed closer and closer. Some long swords flashed with a cold light, some spears pierced vital points, and some short swords slashed at the neck. Each move carried a deadly intent. In the central urban area of Saint Capital, dozens of black commercial vehicles, like a long, inky dragon, drove out of the central building, their engines roaring as they sped towards the southern city. But after only 3 intersections, the long convoy suddenly braked, the tires screeching as they rubbed against the ground, eventually forming a fan shape across the middle of the road, their headlights piercing the night. In the back seat of the last minivan, Elder Lei frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Elder, the road ahead is blocked." The driver's voice was strained as he looked at the dense roadblocks ahead. At this moment, a person rushed to the car window. The window was rolled down, and the person bowed and said, "Elder Lei, it is the people from Zhenyi Court who have blocked the road." "Heh, Ningmo is quite something." Elder Lei waved his hand. "No time to deal with them. Turn around and take another route." "Yes." The man had barely answered when his face turned deathly pale as he glanced behind him. "Elder Lei, the back is blocked too." "What?" Elder Lei was shocked. He never expected that Zhenyi Ting would dare to openly intercept the central government's special car. Anger surged in his eyes. He pushed open the car door and got out of the car. Dozens of men in black from commercial vehicles surged out instantly, forming a dense, imposing mass, awaiting his instructions. Elder Lei walked toward the intersection ahead with a gloomy face, followed closely by nearly 100 men in black. At the intersection, nearly 100 figures dressed in Zhenyi Ting uniforms stood ready, their weapons gleaming coldly. Elder Lei walked up to Ningmo, his voice icy. "Ningmo, how dare you? Take your men back now, and I may let bygones be bygones." Ningmo sneered, his voice laced with mockery. "Elder Lei, when did the Zhenyi court become subservient to the central government?" Elder Lei's face turned completely dark. "I demand a reasonable explanation." Ning Imo stared into his eyes, his tone calm. Someone has lost a lot of property on this road, so it's closed. Ning Imo, do you even believe this yourself? Elder Lei's voice grew even more somber. Of course I don't believe it, Ning Imo replied calmly. Can I interpret your actions as Zhen Yiting declaring war on the central government? Lightning suddenly flashed in Elder Lei's palm, and the people of Zhenyi court drew their weapons at the same time, creating a tense atmosphere like a taut bowstring. Operation Zhenerding needs no reason. Ning Imo swung the Wuji staff, and the gray mist around him surged instantly. If Elder Lei wants to start a war, Ning Imo will accompany him to the end. Crack, Feng Shi's long whip struck the ground, sparks flying. She stared directly at Elder Lei and said coldly, Coward. Elder Lei's anger erupted completely, lightning crackling around him. Feng Shi, how dare you? Feng Shi sneered, insolence? How laughable. I'll say it again, you coward. Do you dare to start a war? You don't dare, so these two words are a perfect match for you. Die. Elder Lei roared, and a bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards Feng Shi. As Feng Shi dodged to the side, she glanced at Ning Imo out of the corner of her eye, and a knowing look flashed in their eyes at the same time. They had finally taken the bait. Boom. The gray mist around Ning Imo instantly spread, and he wielded the Wuji staff, smashing it straight at Elder Lei's face, the staff's wind carrying a sharp whistling sound. Damn it. I've been fed up with these bastards for a long time. Lu Ping rushed forward instantly and punched one of the men in black. Chief Feng's move is still the most reliable. We're forced to defend. Zhang Huai swung his scythe forward. In an instant, the sounds of fighting, clashing weapons, and exploding lightning rose and fell, and blood splattered on the cold road surface, quickly swallowed by the gray mist. Elder Lei swiftly dodged Ning Mo's attacks, glancing across the battlefield out of the corner of his eye. The Zhenyi court's men went berserk, each move deadly, and the central black-clad men were forced to retreat in defeat. He was horrified. They've gone mad. How dare they do this? I am the Grand Elder of the central government. From its inception to the present, Zhen Yiting has been a bunch of lunatics. Boom. Before he could react, Feng Shi's long whip suddenly wrapped around his ankle. He was shrouded in gray mist, and his vision was blurred. Ning Mo's figure leaped into the air, and the Wuji staff, glowing with gray light, smashed down on him like Mount Tai. On the other side, the fighting within the ancient city had reached a fever pitch, with the corpses of gray-robed men scattered everywhere, and the pungent stench of blood permeating every corner of the entire city. She had nowhere to escape. Surround and kill her. With a furious roar, the left protector unleashed a barrage of attacks, and more than 10 seventh-rank gray-robed figures simultaneously lunged at Sun Yanha. She was forced back into a corner, her black robe ripped open in two places amidst the flashing blades, revealing her fair skin at her calves. If that's the case, then you shall die. Sun Yanha's eyes were as cold as frost. Just as she was about to spread her wings, a fiery dragon like crimson flame suddenly swept over her. P.S. Please give me a 5-star review, dear readers. The rating system just opened today. Let's make it soar to 9 points like a rocket, okay? Love you all. The following plot will be even more exciting, and the sweet story will gradually unfold. The author is so grateful. Chapter 69, Can't you just be more open about caring for someone? Don't be all bark and no bite. In the firelight, Lin Mu suddenly appeared and tightly grasped her delicate hand. Don't expose yourself, let's go. Before he finished speaking, Lin Mu's right fist ignited with crimson flames, and he unleashed a powerful punch. An even more ferocious crimson fire dragon roared and pounced on the gray-robed men, the waves of fire carrying screams that blasted them back. The two figures darted swiftly through the night, when a deep, angry roar suddenly rang out behind them. Trying to escape from my grasp? Wishful thinking. Boom. In midair, crimson flames and poisonous mist collided wildly, exploding into a sky full of sparks and black mist. Sun Yanha led the way, and any low-level awakened beings or mutants who touched her turned into blood mist, their screams echoing throughout the ancient city. When they were less than 100 meters from the south gate, Lin Mu suddenly said, "Go to the car and wait for me. I'll change direction and shake them off. Do I need your protection?" Sun Yanha's voice was cold, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. "Stop talking nonsense, trust me." As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed backward, and his long sword, wrapped in crimson flames, slashed towards the oncoming Green King. The Azure King's pupils shrank. This fire elemental awakener actually dared to turn around and confront the kingdom's army head-on. He brandished his halberd to meet the attack, and with a clang, the loud sound of metal clashing made the air tremble. Su Nianhe paused slightly, then quickly rushed towards the city gate, a slight smile playing on her lips. You really have a mysterious confidence. Lin Mu, don't try to deceive me. If anything happens to you, I will make the entire kingdom pay with its life. Within the ancient city, buildings continued to collapse due to the intense collisions. As Lin Mu retreated, he threw the crimson flame longsword at the Azure King, then gripped the silver hilt of his own sword and chuckled. My own weapon is still the most comfortable. With a swing of his Azure King halberd, the longsword shattered instantly. He whispered coldly, Fire-type power. Who exactly are you? His figure leaped across the buildings, relentlessly pursuing him. Wherever Lin Mu went, buildings were destroyed by crimson flames and invisible blades. Amidst the ruins, he looked at the building with dim lights on the west side and smiled. Do some good deeds before you leave. Boom! The crimson fire dragon pierced through the building, and a shrill scream exploded from inside, the flames illuminating half the sky. Stop him. Don't let him go to the northwest. The Green King's eyes blazed with fury. Over 20 years of secret experiments have been utterly destroyed today. His aura surged to its peak. No matter who you are, I, the king, will shatter you into 1,000,000 pieces. The high-level awakened one who intercepted Lin Mu felt a chill on his neck before dying, and blood gushed out. No one could see the shape of the invisible blade, and within minutes, 3 seventh-tier gray-robed men lay dead in pools of blood. Lin Mu sneered and flashed towards the north of the ancient city. Tonight, it's time for a dog walk. An hour later, in a secluded corner several hundred meters from the south gate, a red SUV without license plates was parked quietly. Su Nianhe reclined the driver's seat back, casually rested her legs on the center console, and removed the tattered black robe from her body. She said with a hint of coquettishness, So slow. Why aren't you back yet? It's making me so anxious. She paused, then raised the corners of her lips and murmured to herself, Lin Mu, you wouldn't have died alone to protect me from being exposed, would you? I'm so touched. But that's probably impossible. That cold-hearted man, ugh, boring. As soon as she finished speaking, the passenger door clicked open, and Lin Mu got in, glancing at her indifferently. I didn't realize you liked to make up your own scenarios. Huh? What? Su Nianhe blinked, and then put both legs on Lin Mu's legs at the same time. Lin Mu immediately pushed her legs back into place and explained, You said what you just said. Su Nianhe sat up abruptly, her tone turning icy. I never expected you to be eavesdropping so quietly. So this is the kind of person you are. Lin Mu's lips twitched, and he helplessly pointed to the windows on both sides of the car. Your car windows aren't closed properly. It's hard for me not to hear you. Su Nianhe was taken aback, then scolded playfully. I don't care. You were eavesdropping. After quickly adjusting the seats, he smiled and asked, Where are we going? Are we going back to Yanyan's at this hour? By the way, did you have a blast in the ancient city after I left? There were fires everywhere. The kingdom's leader must be furious right now, right? Let's go back to St. King Academy first. My car is still here. Lin Mu gazed at the black smoke rising into the sky from the direction of the ancient city and said calmly, We took them on a spree, destroyed a few laboratories, and killed some 7th-tier awakened individuals. This way, we can minimize casualties in a future head-on battle. Su Nianhe suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling. You told me to come out first because you were afraid I would get hurt? Besides, my revealing my identity won't affect you, will it? Can't you be more open about caring for people? Don't be all bark and no bite. Lin Mu's face darkened, and he said helplessly, Stop imagining things, let's drive. What a rigid man. Su Nianhe snorted, stepped on the gas, and the red SUV quietly drove off without even turning on the headlights. Deep within the ancient city, the roar of the Green King shook the air. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. Nearly 27th-tier awakened beings, plus more than 1,000 awakened beings and mutants in the city. Not only could he not stop even one person, but he also managed to kill nearly 30% of them. Who are those two people? Hundreds of gray-robed figures before him knelt on one knee, their souls trembling, their breathing extremely low, for fear of angering the Green King. The left protector stepped forward with a stiff, respectful voice. King Qing, I will immediately notify the central government to seal off the capital city. Blockade. King Qing turned around abruptly, his tone full of sarcasm and anger. If a blockade were effective, we would have taken him down half a month ago. Moreover, These two can move freely throughout the heart of the kingdom. Even if their tracks are discovered, who can stop them? He paused, the killing intent in his eyes solidifying, his voice icy. Go and summon the 4 kings under his majesty's command, and tell them that the remnants of more than 20 years ago are not all dead, and I need their help. Upon hearing this, the left protector trembled, his voice shaking. King Qing. Those 4. Will they obey orders? It's been over 20 years. I don't believe they have no weaknesses. No matter what means you use, you must bring them here. Also, now that this ancient city has been exposed, it must be completely razed to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the Green King turned around with a flick of his sleeve, his black robes sweeping across the ground and creating a gust of wind. It is the Azure King. The left protector responded in a trembling voice, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. As the protector of the kingdom, he knew better than anyone the terror of the 4 kings. Those 4 were killing machines under the Lord's command, each with the blood of millions on their hands, and each of them could once slaughter an entire city. Now that he needed to invite these 4 living Yama kings, he really didn't know where to begin. Inside the Zhenerding building, a large group of people poured into the lobby on the first floor. This killing spree was exhilarating, but it still wasn't enough. Zhang Huai laughed heartily, his tone full of unfinished business. Chapter 70. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Ping patted him on the shoulder and nodded, saying, don't think too much. We've been stuck at the 6th rank for so long. Let's focus on improving our strength first. I hope to share some of the pressure with Chief Ning Mo and Chief Feng Shi in future wars. Feng Shi, standing at the forefront, frowned and said with displeasure, we could have killed him, so why did we let him go? Ning Mo paused, then said in a deep voice, killing Elder Lei now would cause even greater casualties for Zhenyi Court. The time is not yet right. Feng Shi stepped into the elevator helplessly and pressed the floor button. Then you might as well have killed him. She turned to the side, watching the elevator doors slowly close, her tone tinged with anxiety. With both his arms severed, he's already half crippled. Do you think the Central Command won't retaliate? Right now, the only thing that can make them hesitate is the Black Iron Prison incident. They would assume that the third-party force is someone hidden in the shadows by the Zhenyi Ting, but that's not actually the case at all. No, not at all. Ning Mo followed him into the elevator and added, in such an evil place, do you think an elder with both arms severed would still have any value? Moreover, those in the central government who want to rise to power might even have to thank us. Shinro has already released the surveillance footage online immediately, so he has no choice but to suffer this loss. Inside the Duansha Tavern in Jiangqing, Gutsong was scrolling through his phone when he saw the image on the screen and froze, muttering under his breath, holy shit. This sound instantly attracted the attention of Xiaoman and Sanshur, and the two of them came over. Sanshur stared at the image of flames shooting into the sky on Gutsong's phone and immediately laughed. Brother Gu, this video has already surpassed 10 million views. I really don't know who has so much free time to set an abandoned ancient city on fire. The fire is burning way too fiercely. But how did that person manage to set the entire ancient city ablaze at the same time? Xiaoman's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt. Brother Gu, what do you think? Sanshur turned to Gutsong again. Gutsong lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He then lay back in the leather chair and said in a hoarse voice, how else can I watch it? I'll just watch it lying down. All right, it's getting late, go get some rest. The two of them simultaneously pursed their lips and turned to walk towards the guest rooms upstairs. Gutsong, however, kept staring at the video of flames raging on his phone, his finger constantly tapping the replay button. He gazed at the flames engulfing the ancient city on the screen and murmured, brother, you're really something. You've been quietly working on something big again. What is hidden inside this abandoned ancient city? In the early hours of the morning, the city of St. Capital was completely silent, with only a few vehicles speeding along the main road in the darkness. On the side road outside the main gate of St. John's College, a red SUV was parked steadily next to a black Maybach. Just as Lin Mu was about to push open the car door, Sun Yinhe suddenly grabbed his arm. It's already this late. Do you still want Yin Yin to open the door for you? Before Lin Mu could respond, Sun Yinhe added with a smile, I have a villa in Shengjing. I'll rest for a night before going back, otherwise, I'll worry about you. No need, I'll go straight back to Jiangqing. As Lin Mu opened the car door and got out, Sun Yinhe's hurried voice came from behind him. Hey, stop dawdling. Get in my car. I'm not going to eat you. If you don't come, I'll come to see Yin Yin every day. I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. 60, 31, time's up. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and calmly said, lead the way. Then he turned and walked towards the Maybach. Humph, you were easily controlled by me. Sun Yinha raised a seductive smile. After Lin Mu started the vehicle, she lightly pressed the accelerator and the SUV roared onto the main road, with the black Maybach following closely behind. Lin Mu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his brows furrowing unconsciously. He muttered to himself, wait, why did I suddenly follow her? Why did I listen to her? Despite saying that, he didn't let go of the accelerator and kept close behind the red SUV in front of him. 15 minutes later, inside a luxurious detached villa in the city center, two cars slowly drove in, cutting through the night. The car came to a stop directly in front of the villa. Lin Mu got out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the brightly lit villa, his eyes filled with doubt. Sun Yinha walked lightly to his side, her voice soft. What are you looking at? Are there other people in the villa? Lin Mu asked calmly. Sun Yinha followed his gaze and chuckled. What are you thinking about? I had the butler open it in advance. It's been a long time since I've stayed in Xinjiang. After saying that, she grabbed Lin Mu's arm and walked towards the door. Don't overthink it. I've never lived with a man before, except for you, of course. Lin Mu didn't say anything, nor did he push her hand away, letting her lead him into the villa. With a click, the door was pushed open, revealing a luxurious interior. What are you standing there for? Come in. Sun Yinha smiled and casually draped her black coat over the coat rack in the entryway. The black lace camisole underneath was fully exposed, revealing her delicate collarbones, smooth shoulder lines, and clinging tightly to her waist and abdomen, perfectly highlighting her slender waist and pert curves. Lin Mu watched her retreating figure, his eyes involuntarily darting away, before walking into the living room. Sit wherever you like. Make yourself at home. Sun Yinha sat gracefully on the sofa and casually took off her black casual pants. Wait. Lin Mu quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Why didn't you go back to your room while you were changing clothes? Don't you know there's a difference between men and women? What a hassle, you've seen it before. Sun Yinha pouted, met Lin Mu's gaze, and gave in. Okay, I'll go back to my bedroom and change the subject. Why are you being so nosy in my own home? After saying that, she pulled up her pants and walked towards her bedroom. Lin Mu sat helplessly on the sofa and sighed. Why did I end up going home with her? A moment later, soft footsteps approached from afar. Lin Mu looked up and froze on the spot. Sun Yinha, wearing a super short wine red lace nightgown, with her snow-white legs exposed, walked lightly towards him. The nightgown swayed slightly with her steps, and the scenery under the hem was faintly visible. I've changed my clothes. Do I look good? Sun Yinha smiled alluringly. Lin Mu turned her head away and said calmly, which bedroom do I sleep in? You haven't answered my question yet. Sun Yinha walked to the front of Lin Mu's line of sight again, her fair legs swaying in front of him, and the scenery under her skirt became clearer. Lin Mu grabbed her arm and pressed her down on the sofa, saying helplessly, Stop making me repeat myself, be serious. Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, then she burst out laughing, her voice alluring. Lin Mu, do you want to see who's the indecent one here? The moment Lin Mu turned to look at her, his heart skipped a beat. When I pulled her arm just now, I accidentally pulled down her nightgown by the shoulder. Now, the right shoulder strap is slowly slipping down, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. He quickly reached out to help her pull up the shoulder strap, then turned his head again. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Chapter 71 Good night. Sun Yinha's smile widened. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You can stay in whichever bedroom you want. No one else has ever stayed in this villa except me. At this point, she suddenly pressed herself against Lin Mu from behind. Lin Mu could clearly feel two soft mounds pressed against his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a soft, cloying voice, Or, should we sleep together? Lin Mu immediately broke free from her embrace, his heart inexplicably racing, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, You should go to sleep early. After saying that, he turned and walked towards a bedroom. Watching his retreating figure, Sun Yinha recalled Lin Yan's words and couldn't help but laugh out loud, gently resting her chin on her hand. Never been in a relationship. Lin Mu, what am I going to do about liking you more and more? Inside the bedroom, Lin Mu took off her coat and leaned against the headboard, a faint blush rising on her face. He shook his head violently to clear his head, picked up his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, 99 messages popped up. Lin Mu was taken aback, then chuckled. You've made Yin Yin worry. He replied in the chat box. I have some other things to do tonight, so I'm going back to Jianqing first. The message was replied to instantly. Lin Yan, humph, brother, you've changed. Now that you have a sister-in-law, you're starting to deceive your dearest sister. Lin Mu. Lin Yan, stop acting, my sister-in-law has already messaged me. She took you home. Bro, you two are already living together. Lin Mu, I suggest you delete her, you're easily led astray. Lin Yan, I don't accept your suggestion. I'm so sleepy, so sleepy. I'm relieved to know you and your sister-in-law are safe. Time for bed. Lin Mu put down his phone, his face darkening, and muttered, Sun Yinhe, you really do have a loose tongue. Suddenly, with a click, the bedroom door was pushed open. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. Entering the bedroom without knocking? None of your business, this is my home. After saying that, Sun Yinhe threw a set of unopened men's pajamas in front of Lin Mu. It's brand new, still unopened. It was prepared in advance for you. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Before Lin Mu could respond, she had already closed the door again. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and changed into his pajamas. A while later, just as he turned off the light and lay down, Sun Yinhe's clear voice came from outside. Lin Mu, come to the washroom. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. What is she up to now? While thinking, the person had already stepped out of the room. As they approached the bathroom, the sound of a shower running could be heard from inside. Sun Yinhe's gentle voice rang out. Could you get me a towel from outside? It's so close, why don't you come out and get it yourself? Lin Mu retorted. Isn't this what you're here for? Hurry up and hand it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, the shower stopped. Lin Mu paused, sighed helplessly, and picked up the bath towel to walk to the bathroom door. Come and get it. After saying that, he turned his head away and closed his eyes. The moment the door opened, a layer of steam drifted out, and a fair, delicate hand reached out, first tracing its way over Lin Mu's hand before taking the towel away, saying softly, All right, thank you. Behind the door, Sun Yinhe's lips curled up slightly. Lin Mu returned to the bedroom and lay down. Just as he was getting sleepy, the click sound rang out again. The door opened again. He frowned and looked up at her. What's wrong with you now? Sun Yinhe walked gracefully to the bedside, placed her hands on the edge of the bed, and said gently, Good night, Lin Mu. Lin Mu was a little confused. You came in just to say that? Yes, I'm done talking, it's your turn. Sun Yinhe leaned even closer. Lin Mu met her gaze and said calmly, Go to sleep. I don't want that, I want good night. Good night, can you go back to sleep now? Lin Mu reluctantly gave in. Sure. As soon as she finished speaking, in the dimly lit room, Sun Yinhe's red lips went straight to kiss Lin Mu. The moment their lips touched, Lin Mu's mind went completely blank. Sun Yinhe walked away quickly, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. This kiss made Lin Mu's heart race again, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long while, he got up, walked to the window, and lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he murmured to himself, Why can't I calm my mind? Inside a special care room on the top floor of the central building, Elder Lei's roar was deafening. I want Ning Mo dead. I want to tear Jin Yiting to pieces. As the door closed, two elderly men in black walked out with grim faces, and a suffocating silence filled the air. The guards outside immediately bowed their heads. Elder Shui, Elder Yu. The two ignored them and left. Elder Shui's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with anger. What exactly does Jinyi Court rely on? Didn't Ning Mo consider that he could withstand our wrath? What do you think? What else could they be relying on? That fire elemental awakener, plus another person, just the two of them, can come and go freely in the kingdom headquarters. More than 10 7th-level awakened individuals took action, and even the Azure King personally joined the battle, but what was the result? They failed to capture anyone, and all the laboratories in the ancient city were destroyed instead. Elder Yu paused, then added in a deep voice, This must be the reason why Jinyi Court is so arrogant. If we act rashly, our fate will probably be even worse than Elder Lei's. This is too strange. How could two such powerful beings suddenly appear? Why did they never show themselves before? There are too many suspicious points, Elder Shui said in a deep voice. Elder Yu sighed. The central hub will soon no longer be our central hub. The two of us cannot afford any more accidents. Are we just going to let this go like this? Otherwise what? Are we going to send more people to Jinyi Court? Elder Yu's voice was filled with a sense of powerless exhaustion. 7 a.m. Lin Mu walked out of the bedroom half asleep and heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. He was somewhat surprised that Sun Yinhe woke up so early. As he approached the bathroom door, he was about to speak when Sun Yinhe interrupted him with a smile. Awake? Don't rush off. I've had some toiletries delivered. Please sit on the sofa for a bit. They'll be there soon. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang suddenly as soon as the words were spoken. Su Nianhe chuckled softly, her voice sweet and gentle. You've arrived just in time. Now that you're awake, go open the door. Lin Mu paused, swallowed the word leave that was on the tip of his tongue, and turned to walk towards the door. The moment the door opened, a woman in her 40s, dressed in black, had just uttered the word king when her pupils constricted and she froze on the spot. Lin Mu glanced at her and thought to himself, SS rank? He then extended his right hand and calmly said, give me the thing. The woman panicked instantly and handed over the items in a daze. Lin Mu took it and asked, do you want to come in? The woman waved her hands repeatedly, her voice urgent. No. The door slammed shut. The woman remained rooted to the spot, muttering in astonishment. My God, could Xiao Ning be telling the truth? She wasn't joking. Wang and an ordinary person? This is incredible. Chapter 72. Did you take your sister to play with fire? The sound of running water from the sink continued as Lin Mu stood beside Su Nianhe, washing up in front of the mirror. Su Nianhe changed into a sexier white lace slip dress, and Lin Mu could see her chest in an instant with just a glance. But Lin Mu certainly wouldn't do that. He stared intently into the mirror in front of him, but he still saw everything he was supposed to see in the mirror. Su Nianhe broke the silence first, her voice gentle. This feeling is quite nice, Lin Mu. What do you think? She deliberately moved closer to Lin Mu, making her stand out even more. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then said calmly, I don't understand what you're saying, but these clothes of yours are too revealing. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She looked down at her dress, then glanced at her chest, and suddenly laughed out loud. Lin Mu, this is what I wear at home, not for others to see. She tilted her head slightly and teased. What? Are you afraid that someone will see me dressed like this? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Don't overthink it. I was just saying it casually. After Lin Mu left, Su Nianhe sat on the sofa, loosely tied up her long hair, and casually put her fair legs on the coffee table. She looked down at her skirt again and muttered to herself. Is it too revealing? It seems a little revealing, but this is my own home. Why is he making such a fuss? Finally, she made up her mind. Then let's change everything. Not just here, but all the places we live, to places that are less revealing. The 22nd floor of the Baizhou building. Qin Jiang lay weakly on the bed, his chest wrapped in bandages. Lu Ping stood by the bed, his eyes blazing with anger, and said indignantly, Chief Qin Jiang, the central government's actions are simply too much. Qin Jiang waved his hand, his voice tinged with helplessness. All right, I've been sent back, haven't I? They just did a simple internal inquiry. You call this simple? You stayed in the central nervous system for a whole week after you woke up. Lu Ping was interrupted by Qin Jiang before he could finish speaking. Qin Jiang turned to Kong Nan beside him and said with a wry smile, Kong Nan, I really didn't realize you were so professional. On this trip, I practically made my way to the gates of the King of Hell. Kong Nan lowered his head, a thin layer of sweat glistening on his forehead. If we don't take this seriously, we definitely won't get past the central government. I have a medical background, so avoiding fatal wounds is relatively easy for me. Qin Jiang weakly curved the corners of his lips. I see. You're really something. Kong Nan pressed further. So, Chief, what has the central government been asking you these past few days? Why are you being delayed in returning? They had all sorts of things going on, even hiring a lie detector. They really don't trust me at all, Qin Jiang said calmly. Lu Ping's eyes widened. There are such people? Then you. Qin Jiang nodded. The world is full of wonders, and besides, I'm not afraid to ask. We really don't know anything. He paused, looking at the two of them with confusion in his eyes. So, what exactly is the situation with that fire elemental awakener? He faced 4 elders alone, and was still able to kill one of them and leave unscathed. I can't understand who in this world could do that. The only 2 people who could have done it have both perished, and this person even awakened such a powerful fire-type power. Lu Ping and Kong Nan remained silent in tacit agreement, because they had absolutely no clue about this fire-type awakener. At 1:15 p.m., a black Maybach came to a steady stop on the side road outside the Duanxia Tavern. Inside the tavern, Gucong had a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke rings rising from his weathered face, and he exuded a sense of despondency, as if saying, It doesn't matter if I live or die. As the door creaked open, he squinted, took a deep drag of his cigarette, stubbed it out, and and smiled at the newcomer, saying, "Brother, weren't you going to see your sister?" Lin Mu placed his car keys on the bar counter and sat down on a high stool. "Yeah, what's up?" Gutsong shoved his phone right in front of Lin Mu's face and pressed play. The screen showed the ancient city engulfed in flames. "So what? You took your sister to play with fire?" Lin Mu was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. The speed of information dissemination online is indeed fast. He briefly recounted what happened last night, automatically omitting Sun Yina's part. Upon hearing this, Gutsong's eyes widened, and he lit another cigarette. His voice, hoarse amidst the swirling smoke, said, "Brother, that's the power behind the scenes at the central level. You just went and charged in by yourself?" He paused, then added, "I know you're strong, but you can't just go head-to-head like that. Your confidence is a bit too much." Lin Mu smiled and waved his hand. "I know what I'm doing. By the way, Zhao Shana contacted me on the way back. I told him about the situation. He came to Jiangxing tonight and said we should have a simple get-together because there are some things we need to discuss in person. Just come to my house at 5:30 p.m. Zhao Shana. Gutsong nodded. Okay, for him to specifically say he has something to do, it must be something important. He then asked, "Where are you going later?" Lin Mu pointed behind him, a helpless look on his face. "Class begins." Gutsong's lips twitched, and he suppressed a laugh, saying, "Sorry, I always forget that you're still in school." Lin Mu. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the central square of Jiangxing College. The 3-hour extreme training session had just ended, and the trainees were panting heavily, sprawled out in various places, their clothes soaked with sweat and clinging to their skin. In a corner of the square, Wang Yu swayed her round body as she jogged over, her chest heaving. She stared blankly at Lin Mu, who wasn't even sweating a drop. "Brother Mu, are you even human? How can you train at this intensity without breaking a sweat?" Lin Mu looked up and smiled, casually replying, "Actually, I was already sweating it all out. The clothes are good quality, and they dry quickly." Wang Yueban was stunned. Brother Mu's ability to lie through his teeth is truly remarkable. He doesn't even blush. He suddenly changed the subject and leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Brother Mu, yesterday afternoon was Coach Cheng Zhao's first physical education class. You dare not come? I've never been impressed by anyone in Jiangxing, but Brother Mu, I truly admire you." Lin Mu said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. We asked for leave openly and legitimately. Whether the college approves it or not is their business, but I've already gone through the procedures and notified them." Upon hearing this, Wang Yueban's face stiffened. How could someone skip class and justify it so confidently? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Wang Yueban suddenly stopped as he turned around, his expression instantly tense. "Brother Mu, isn't that Coach Cheng Xiao? Why is he coming this way? Holy crap. Bro, you're in big trouble. Are they here to criticize you?" After he finished speaking, a hint of anticipation for watching the show flickered in his eyes. Lin Mu followed his gaze and looked up in confusion. Cheng Xiao was indeed walking straight toward him. Chapter 73. The Big Shots Out of School? When Cheng Xiao walked up to her, Wang Yueban immediately straightened her chest and raised her head. "Instructor Cheng Xiao." Cheng Xiao nodded, then looked at Lin Mu, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. "So it was you. That makes sense now." He added with a smile, "We've met in Jinbei City. Your brother Gu's distant cousin. I heard Coach Chin talk about your theoretical knowledge last night, and you are indeed very excellent." "Holy crap," Wang Yueban exclaimed inwardly. "Wow. So Brother Mu is a top-tier connections?" Lin Mu replied politely, "Yes, I remember you too." He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Unfortunately, my skills are lacking, so I can only delve into theory." Cheng Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Those theories cannot be summarized by studying alone. Without practice, I don't believe it." Before Lin Mu could explain, he continued, "But your brother Gu's cousin, so that makes sense." Lin Mu paused for a moment. He hadn't expected this person to be so kind, directly covering for him. "By the way, do you know the person living in your house?" Cheng Xiao suddenly asked. "You were the only one in the academy to take sick leave yesterday, so Coach Du and I went to your home for a home visit yesterday afternoon." "A home visit?" Lin Mu looked at Cheng Xiao and said seriously, "That person was sent to my house by Brother Gu to stay temporarily. He will leave in a while." Cheng Xiao grunted in agreement and turned to leave. But after taking only a couple of steps, he turned back, his tone serious. "I'd like to visit the patient tonight. Is that all right? Don't be nervous, it's just a quick look. I left in a hurry yesterday." Lin Mu was taken aback, then replied calmly, "Another day, we have guests coming over tonight." Cheng Xiao and Wang Yueban were both stunned. Wang Yueban's face was filled with disbelief. This is a first-class Zhenyi envoy of the Zhenyi court. My God, Brother Mu actually refused? If Coach Cheng Xiao could come to my house, my dad would be so excited he'd jump for joy. Cheng Xiao frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected his identity to be rejected. He then chuckled and patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. It's just a simple visit, just a few words. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, I'm not that scary. Lin Mu paused, then smiled helplessly. All right, get out of class is about to end, so? Instructor Cheng Xiao, why don't you come with me now? Okay, let's go. Cheng Xiao's expression instantly relaxed. After the two turned and left, only a bewildered Wang Yueban remained standing there, muttering to himself. Wait, it's not even time for get out of class to end yet. Brother Mu, you're really brave. They even took Coach Cheng Xiao with them to leave early. In the Yunjing residential complex, the elevator slowly ascends. Cheng Xiao looked at Lin Mu beside him and said in a tone of elder's advice, you are still young and have a bright future. Don't be obsessed with theory. Only strength truly belongs to you, understand? Lin Mu nodded. Yes, that makes sense. And with Brother Gu's connection, I'll give you proper guidance at the academy. As soon as Cheng Xiao finished speaking, the elevator doors opened smoothly with a ding. No need for that. You can treat everyone the same. Lin Mu said, gesturing for him to go first. Cheng Xiao smiled and stepped out of the elevator, thinking to himself, Gu Ji's distant cousin is quite the ambitious young man. It's a pity that he only has theories, which are useless. With a click, Lin Mu pushed open the door, and a deep, teasing voice immediately came from the living room. Oh, the big shot's out of school. Instructor Cheng Xiao, please come in. You don't need to change your shoes. We don't have any extra slippers at home. As Lin Mu finished speaking, the three figures in the living room stopped simultaneously, and the air instantly became quiet. Cheng Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and strode into the entryway, but as soon as he stepped into the living room, his steps suddenly froze. Three people were sitting upright on the sofa, and an invisible sense of oppression came straight at them. He recognized two of them, but the imposing presence of the square-faced man overwhelmed even the other two. Cheng Xiao's mind went blank, and for a moment he forgot what he was supposed to do. Lin Mu walked past him nonchalantly, sat down between Zhao Shanhe and Qinghe, and smiled at him, saying, Instructor Cheng Xiao, please sit wherever you like. Gu Tsang exhaled a smoke ring, his voice hoarse. It's Cheng Xiao. Qinghe looked up at him, her tone indifferent. Cheng Xiao, is there something you need? Zhao Shanhe, however, exuded an imposing aura and spoke in a deep voice. People from Zhenyi court? Chief Qinghe, Brother Gu. Cheng Xiao nodded quickly, then turned to Zhao Shanhe and said politely, hello. He paused, his mind still reeling. Chief Qinghe, I'm fine. He originally thought that the guests Lin Mu mentioned were relatives and friends, but this scene was completely beyond his expectations. Would you like to stay for a meal? Qinghe asked calmly. No need. Sorry to bother you. I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to. Cheng Xiao blurted out, then looked at Lin Mu, his tone urgent but trying to remain calm. You take good care of the guests, I'll be going now. Lin Mu smiled calmly. Won't you sit for a while longer, Instructor Cheng Xiao? I can't sit here. I really have an urgent matter. As soon as Cheng Xiao finished speaking, he slammed the door shut, rushed to the elevator, and let out a long sigh of relief. But my mind was still racing. I can understand the oppressive feeling those three people had. But why do I feel that Lin Mu is the most oppressive person here when he sits in the middle of them? The elevator doors opened, and Cheng Xiao shook his head violently, muttering to himself, Am I crazy? He's just an ordinary student. In the living room, Zhao Shanhe laughed heartily. As expected of you. You single-handedly took down their base. It seems you've almost recovered? Lin Mu nodded, 90%. Then he turned to look at Qinghe, his voice gentle. You've recovered quite well too. In a little over a week, I will be able to return to Zhenyi court. Qinghe's voice carried a hint of respect. All right, let's get down to business. Zhao Shanhe suddenly stopped laughing, and his tone instantly became serious. All three eyes turned to him. Before I came, I told the old man what happened last night while he was still lucid. He only replied with one sentence. The kingdom organization behind the central government is far more complex than that. Even the so-called Green King is just the leader in name only. The pupils of all three people contracted simultaneously, and their hearts skipped a beat. Lin Mu said in a deep voice, Go on, and then what? Zhao Shanhe sighed helplessly. If I keep asking, the old man will become delirious again. He paused, his voice tinged with a chilling intensity. But according to my deduction, the current kingdom organization is merely their newly formed force. Those mysterious and powerful figures who suddenly appeared 25 years ago were the ones who laid the foundation for central power. We were all young back then. He looked at Lin Mu and smiled. You were the youngest, you weren't even born then. Chapter 74. Please smile more, okay? After the old man escaped from them, he was confused for most of the time. When he was lucid, he would only say a few words, in a broken and intermittent way. I couldn't get the truth of what happened back then from him at all. And that battle 25 years ago directly broke the peak combat power of Jin Eating. None of those who knew the truth survived. The reinforcements that followed were all new recruits, thankfully. He looked at Lin Mu. Thankfully, you're still alive. Gu Songgong lit a cigarette, took a puff, and frowned. Why am I getting more and more confused? I've never heard you mention these things before. Qinghe was completely bewildered. He had never heard of these things before. You've said so much, but what exactly happened 25 years ago? Lin Mu pressed, his tone serious. Zhao Shanhe glanced at the three of them and said seriously, I don't know. Gu Song coughed violently from the smoke. Qin He's lips twitched, and Lin Mu's face turned dark. But what happened last night made the Green King feel threatened, and the forces behind him will definitely slowly surface. Unless absolutely necessary, our identities must not be revealed. What we lack is time, Zhao Shanhe said in a deep voice. Lin Mu sighed. Is there really no way to get the old man completely sober? Zhao Shanhe shook his head. We've tried everything. It's probably because of what happened back then. The trauma it left on him is too great. Let's leave this topic aside for now. Zhao Shanhe changed the subject. During this period, the forces formerly under the Red King have been active in various places. Two things surprised me. First, they never hurt ordinary people. Secondly, with the Red King dead, who are these forces taking orders from? Lin Mu paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, the mutants are also human beings, and they can be good or evil. Since they haven't harmed ordinary people, we can ignore them for now. That's true, Zhao Shanhe said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. All right, let's eat and chat. We'll finally get to taste Chef Gu's cooking. Gu Song looked puzzled. Me? Zhao Shanhe looked at Lin Mu with a puzzled expression. Qinghe interjected at the opportune moment. Chief, the vegetables have all been chopped. Lin Mu smiled and turned to look at Gu Song. Let's begin, Chef Gu. Make whatever you want. We'll eat whatever you make. Holy crap, Gu Song was stunned, then quickly made an excuse. I suddenly remembered I have something to do today. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mu had already placed his hand on his shoulder, his tone sincere. Brother, you're the only one of the four of us who can cook. Haha, if you have something to do, just cook the food before you leave, Zhao Shanhe added sarcastically. I second that, Qinghe nodded in agreement. Gu Song's face darkened completely. He got up and walked towards the kitchen, leaving without looking back, saying, just wait and see if I'll use some serious stuff on you. 10:30 p.m., Mingcheng, the core area of Shangyun District. The 5-story Weihu shopping mall stands quietly. The mall had just closed, and staff were leaving one after another with their bags, the glass doors slowly closing behind them. A moment later, the lights in the mall went out one floor at a time, with only the top floor still lit by a dim, warm glow. At that moment, 3 hurried footsteps echoed in the 5th-floor corridor, and the 3 people stopped almost simultaneously outside a door. Knock, knock, knock. A person quickly knocked on the door with their fingertips. I've already said, there's no need to knock if it's urgent. A deep voice came from inside the room, and the door was immediately pulled open from the inside. The 3 of them quickly squeezed in. Tiger, the mall is surrounded. One person spoke urgently, slamming their laptop down on the desk and pointing at the monitor screen, adding, judging by this, there must be several hundred people. Qiuhu's face suddenly darkened, and his eyes were fixed on the footage on the monitor. The gray-robed figures surrounding the mall were gradually approaching in a fan shape. Is this Jin Eating or Baizhou's people? He had barely finished speaking when he slammed his hand on the table. No, these people. Damn it, how did we suddenly get exposed? He glanced at the 3 men, his tone grim. Have you recruited any new members in the last few days? The man on the left quickly bowed and replied, Brother Tiger, I gained another person under my command yesterday. Get this man over here right now. Qiuhu said coldly, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Yes. The man immediately took out his phone and dialed, but after making 3 calls, his face grew even paler, and he looked at Qiuhu with guilt. Brother Hu, he's gone. The air fell silent instantly. Xiaohu stared intently at the surveillance footage as the gray-robed figures drew closer and closer to the mall. One of them broke the silence. "Brother Tiger, should we choose a way to escape?" "Escape? I'm Xiaohu." Before the words were finished, a loud bang came from outside the window. Boom. The glass main entrance on the first floor of the mall was smashed open, and amidst the flying debris, a dense group of figures in gray robes surged in. The leader exuded the pressure of a 7th-level initial realm cultivator and said in a deep voice, "This operation requires no survivors. Leave no one alive." Up there, a gray-robed man roared, pointing to the ceiling. Nearly 100 figures suddenly leaped down, their bodies twisting in midair, their skin peeling back, their fangs protruding, instantly transforming into calamities. "Leave no one alive? I'll return that to you." Xiaohu leaped down from the 5th floor, and 2 gray tail wings suddenly unfolded on his back. With the flapping of his wings, hundreds of gray light blades blasted towards the gray-robed man, but they were all blocked by the 2 people in front of him. Xiaohu's pupils contracted slightly. "Just 2 early-stage 7th-level cultivators? I'll take them on by myself. Follow me and fight your way through." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people behind him transformed into 3 giant monsters, their roars instantly echoing throughout the entire mall. "Xiaohu, a remnant of the Red King's forces, today is your death day." Boom. The longsword clashed violently with the gray tail fin, sparks flew, and the stench of blood instantly filled the entire mall. A moment later, Jinbei City, the top floor of Wunyan Building. Yuning quickly pushed open the door, her voice slightly breathless. "Sister, Xiaohu has sent back a message." She breathed a sigh of relief and added, "But only a small number of people escaped with Xiaohu's serious injuries. The rest." It was a new recruit from Mingsheng who betrayed them yesterday. Sun Yinha's face suddenly darkened, and a terrifying killing intent burst from her eyes. After Xionghe met them, he brought them to Jinbei City. The world is very unstable these days. Also, give the order that, for nearly a month. She paused, her voice cold. "In the past 2 months, all the new recruits under my command have been placed under strict control and thoroughly investigated. From now on, we will no longer admit any new people." "Yes." Yuning bowed and quietly closed the door. Sun Yinha was the only one left in the room. She slowly rose, her red dress swaying slightly with each step, her silver-white high heels clicking crisply on the marble floor. She walked to the flower stand by the window, where the bouquets were carefully tended and in full bloom, with water droplets still clinging to the petals. "It's the kingdom's doing again." Her voice was low. "What is their ultimate goal? What did the Black Queen mean by forced into a corner when she died? With the current state of the kingdom, who could possibly drive her to that point? Even a national envoy could not possibly possess such power that she would be so afraid of him." Her eyes held a complex expression. In this absurd world, truth is falsehood, and falsehood is truth. When people climb to the top, they are only stepping into another, bigger cage. She gently touched the petals with her delicate hand, her voice growing colder. There must be an even more terrifying dark hand manipulating this world. In an era where human life is as worthless as grass, only those who stand at the top and become the rule makers can truly be free. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze returned to the bouquet. The coldness in his eyes faded away, his expression softened, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Her red lips parted slightly, her tone tinged with reproach. "You, Lin Mu, always have such a stern face. Your heart is pounding so hard it's about to jump out of your chest, yet you still pretend to be calm." Humph. As she spoke, she picked up one of the flowers, which was covered in water droplets, and gently flicked the petals with her delicate hand, her voice soft. "Next time you see me, please smile at me more, okay?" "Okay." Lin Mu raised his glass. His gaze swept over the 3 people opposite him, and a smile curved his lips. "Today, I'll listen to you guys. We won't leave until we're drunk." Zhao Shanha laughed heartily. "Haha, that's right. The so-called 3 or 5 close friends, drinking and chatting happily, is one of the greatest joys in life." Gutsong smiled faintly, raised his wine glass, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are we toasting this time? How much should we drink?" Qinghe immediately raised his wine glass and said seriously, "I'll follow Chief Ting's lead. I'll drink as much as Chief Ting drinks." Chapter 75. Since ancient times, there has been nothing but life and death. Half a month later, the glass doors of the main entrance of the Jinerding building slowly opened. A man dressed in plain clothes walked in, a long sword hanging at his waist, his face exuding a faint air of evil. "Chief Qinghe, you're back." The guards on duty in the lobby on the first floor were overjoyed and rushed to stand in front of him. Qinghe smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "You're back." The loud voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Several doors opened simultaneously, and hurried footsteps rushed towards the main entrance. Everyone exclaimed in unison, "Chief Qinghe." Qinghe's gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice was gentle. "Everyone, it's been a long time." "Of course, it's not too long, just a month." A moment later, in an office on the 33rd floor, Qinghe sat upright opposite Feng Shi and Ning Yimou, a smile playing on his lips. "The way you look at each other is like you're interrogating criminals." Feng Shi's voice was filled with concern. "Has your injury fully healed?" Qinghe nodded. "Yes, I'm fully recovered." Ning Yimou crossed his arms, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "You've been with Gutsong the whole time?" "Yeah, so what?" Qinghe asked back. "Cheng Xiao said you're staying at Gutsong Yuan's cousin's house," Ning Yimou said calmly. Qinghe paused for a moment and then smiled and said, "Brother Gu's tavern is too small. Luckily, his cousin lives nearby and has a big house." After he finished speaking, the air fell silent instantly. Feng Shi's beautiful eyes darted around, seemingly lost in thought. Ning Mo's gaze deepened, and he said in a deep voice, "A month ago, the day after you were rescued, a man in black robes drove Gutsong's car and parked it on the side road outside Jinyi Court. I'm certain that he is the fire elemental awakener." He paused, then added, "Qinghe, you recuperated with Gutsong for a month. Do you know that person's true identity? Is Gutsong hiding something?" Qinghe's expression hardened slightly, and he said seriously, "I was indeed curious about it, and I talked to Brother Gu about it. He only said the time was not right, so we have no reason not to believe Gutsong. The time is not right yet." Ning Yimou frowned slightly. Feng Shi then chimed in. "Qinghe, I heard that Brother Gu's distant cousin has amazing theoretical knowledge. You live under the same roof. What kind of person do you think he is?" "Him." Qinghe pretended to think for a few seconds, then chuckled. "He's just a freshman at the Awakener Academy. To put it bluntly, he's a young man with high aspirations but little real ability, full of theoretical knowledge but lacking practical skills." He glanced at the two of them and added with a smile, "What? Are you interested in him?" The atmosphere in the air was subtly quiet. "Let's not talk about him." Ning Yimou broke the silence first. "The balance between us and the central government has been broken. We must be vigilant at all times. You guys go back first." Feng Shi was the first to get up and leave. When Qinghe reached the door, she paused slightly, turned to the side, and said, "If you're curious, why don't you go and see for yourself?" Then she strode away, not giving Ning Yimou a chance to speak. Ning Yimou was stunned for a moment. His eyes filled with increasing doubt, and he murmured, "Qinghe is somewhat different from a month ago." He pondered for a moment and made a decision. In the northern part of the city, a detached villa is located 1 kilometer away from the Sun and Moon Cafe, heavily guarded both inside and out. Each guard was a powerful awakened one. A black sedan slowly pulled up in front of the villa. As Zhao Shanhe opened the car door, a guard in black quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Boss, you've arrived." Zhao Shanhe nodded slightly, his voice low. "How has the old man been lately?" The guard paused for a moment, then answered truthfully, "As usual, boss." Zhao Shanhe sighed softly and walked towards the villa gate. Inside the living room, several guards bowed their heads simultaneously. "Boss." He nodded and walked straight to the second floor. In the bedroom on the second floor, an elderly man sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the sun, his eyes vacant as if veiled by a layer of mist. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhao Shanhe waved to the guards inside. The guards understood and quietly withdrew. The footsteps approached from afar, and the old man slowly raised his head. Zhao Shanhe squatted down and said in a very gentle voice, "Father, I'm here." "You." The old man's voice trembled, and a faint light suddenly appeared in his empty eyes. "It's Shanhe has come." Zhao Shanhe's heart skipped a beat, and his expression brightened with joy. He grabbed the old man's arms with both hands and exclaimed, "Father, you're lucid now? That's wonderful." The old man's stiff arms slowly rose, but stopped in midair, as if being pulled by an invisible force. Zhao Shanhe quickly grasped the withered hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "Father, your son is here. What do you want to say? Speak slowly, there's no rush." With all his might, the old man uttered a few words in trembling voice. They are demons, you can't defeat them. Live peacefully." Zhao Shanha's expression changed drastically, and his voice became urgent. Father, who are you talking about? What are demons? Please speak more slowly. Don't investigate any further. There's no chance of winning. This is a cage. The old man's voice grew weaker and weaker, and his words became increasingly indistinct. Father, could you please make sure I can understand something? You. Zhao Shanha hadn't finished speaking. The old man's eyes suddenly shifted, his gaze becoming unfocused, and he looked at him with a puzzled expression, asking, Who are you? Zhao Shanha suddenly tilted his head back, a bitter feeling rising in his throat. Why does it always end at the crucial moment? He suppressed his emotions, his voice still gentle. Father, I am your son. You are my son? The old man tilted his head, his eyes blank. Yes, that's me. No, you are not. Zhao Shanha smiled wryly and pressed on. Then tell me, who is your son? My son is Shanha. I am the mountains and rivers, father. How could I not recognize my own son? A moment later, Zhao Shanha sighed and stood up, his voice as soft as a breeze. Father, I will come to see you again next time. You will recover soon. The old man's eyes were vacant, and he did not respond. Zhao Shanha shook his head helplessly and turned to walk towards the door. Just as he grasped the doorknob, he suddenly heard the old man's intermittent voice behind him. Since ancient times, there has been nothing but life and death. There is no reason to surrender, to lose half the battle. Jinbei City, Wunyan Building, 25th floor. In the spacious room, Qiu Hu, whose injuries had been completely healed, was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, and looked at the visitor with a smile, saying, Brother, what brings you to Jinbei City today? Xionghe walked over and sat down beside him, saying in a nonchalant tone, Just checking to see if you're still alive. Hey, Qiu Hu waved his hand, his tone full of smugness. It's nothing. Half a month ago, I single-handedly took on 2 7th-tier awakened individuals from the kingdom and led my men to break through their encirclement. Those guys are nothing special. Chapter 76. Upon hearing that his girlfriend was in Anping district, he immediately came over. Xionghe's eyes suddenly widened, and he froze on the spot, raising an eyebrow and saying, Qiu Hu, have you forgotten something? Forgot something. Qiu Hu tilted his head and asked with a smile, You want to hear more details of my heroic deeds that day? Xionghe paused, glancing at him sideways. That day, I was the one who led the men to meet you. If I had arrived even half a quarter of an hour later, you and your fleeing brothers would have all perished without exception. The air instantly became as still as if it had frozen. Qiu Hu's lips twitched, and his previous arrogance vanished instantly. He'd been bragging about this for half a month, and he'd almost forgotten how pathetic he'd been back then. He forced a smile and said, Hey bro, just listen to this for fun. Just treat it as a joke. Click. The door was pushed open, and Yuning walked in with light steps, her short pink hair swaying slightly with each step. She looked at Qiu Hu and teased, I heard it all outside, and you still have the nerve to brag? You're really shameless. Qiu Hu was speechless for a moment, and his voice lowered. Sister Ning, does one have any plans lately? I'm so free. Xionghe also looked at Yuning and said in a deep voice, I have a feeling that this is the calm before the storm. Yuning sat gracefully opposite the two and slowly said, Wang took Sister Lan to Jiangqing. Jiangqing? Xionghe frowned slightly. Qiu Hu immediately seized the opportunity to tease. Hey, aren't you always by my side? Didn't the king bring you this time? Yuning's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blue tail fin bloomed out from her back with a whoosh. Hey, Sister Ning. Qiu Hu's face instantly plastered with a fawning smile. That's not what I meant. Let's argue, but try not to fight, right? Don't make me hit you. Yuning snorted coldly, retracted the tail fin, and added, Our hidden stronghold in Jiangsheng was completely wiped out overnight. It must be the work of the kingdom. If it was Zhen Yiting or Bai Zhou who did it, the news would have been reported long ago. Total annihilation? Xionghe frowned. What's so special about a small place like Anping district that they're keeping an eye on it? Yuning shook her head, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. These days, the kingdom's influence has spread throughout the major cities without any attempt to conceal it. It's as if he's searching for something, which is why Wang decided to go to Jiangqing in person this time. What about me? Qiu Hu's eyes lit up, his voice filled with anticipation. My injuries are all healed. Don't let me sit in this building bored to death. Don't even think about it. Yuning interrupted coldly. Qiu Hu pursed his lips, turned his head away helplessly, his face full of resentment. 9 a.m. At the central square of Jiangqing College, Cheng Xiao stood on a high platform and gave a speech, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue through the loudspeaker. In one of the team's squads offstage, Wang Yueban leaned close to Lin Mu's ear and whispered, "Brother Mu, Coach Cheng Xiao is just too outrageous." Setting aside an entire day for trainees to collectively climb the highest peak in Jiangcheng while carrying heavy loads, and even setting a time limit, is just outrageous, isn't it? Lin Mu said calmly. His intentions are good, but this kind of training does pose risks to the trainees. However, since he has already said it, it means that the academy has reached an agreement with him. If this whole force is wiped out by the calamity, TSK, just thinking about it is terrifying. Before Wang Yueban could finish speaking, the girl beside him interrupted him. "Pa, you fatso, you're such a jinx." "Hey," Wang Yueban retorted defiantly. "So what if I'm fat? Did I eat your rice? And you, a girl who's 158 centimeters tall and weighs 130 kilograms, how dare you criticize me?" "You." The girl's cheeks flushed red with anger, and she was speechless for a moment. At that moment, Lin Mu's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone with a puzzled look and answered it immediately after seeing the caller ID. Wang Yueban quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Hey, Brother Mu, your voice is too loud. Coach Cheng Xiao is still talking." Lin Mu nodded to Wang Yueban, then turned and walked towards the back of the square, his steps indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about the gazes around him. Wang Yueban exclaimed inwardly. They just openly and brazenly left the group to make a phone call. The students nearby also cast surprised glances, but quickly looked away. After all, Lin Mu's absenteeism frequency was outrageous. He had never had a full week of attendance, yet the school consistently tolerated it. There's a subconscious consensus among everyone. This person's background is definitely not simple. Lin Mu walked to the back of the square before speaking. "Hey, what's wrong?" A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. "I remember you said your home is in Anping District, right?" "That's right." A fierce battle broke out in Anping District in the early hours of the morning, and Jinyi Division discovered a large number of corpses of mutants. The ones who did it were all men in gray robes. Their faces were not visible in the surveillance footage at all. Moreover, they could be seen in all the surveillance areas of Anping District late at night. Gray robes. Lin Mu's expression suddenly turned serious. Why Anping District? What is it about there that they're keeping an eye on? It's not clear yet. I've already sent Xiaoman and Sancher over. Gutsong paused, then added, "Besides the man in gray robes, I also saw a familiar figure. If I'm not mistaken, it should be her." "Who?" A soft chuckle came from the other end of the phone. "Your girlfriend." Lin Mu was taken aback at first, wondering why she was in Anping District, then his voice turned cold. "Gutsong, shouldn't we have a proper spar?" Fine. I can't afford to mess with you." Gutsong quickly changed the subject. "Should I send you the surveillance video now?" Lin Mu said in a deep voice. "No need, I'll come find you now." After hanging up the phone, Gutsong sat in the bar and chuckled, "Still pretending? As soon as you heard your girlfriend was in Anping District, you came over right away." In the central square of the college, Lin Mu put away his phone and strode straight out of the college. The three instructors on the platform all looked at his departing figure, and their expressions instantly darkened. Cheng Xiao paused for a moment, then continued to add to his presentation. "This mountain climbing trip with heavy loads is not as difficult as you might imagine. You only need to carry 150 kilograms. As soon as he finished speaking, all the trainees gasped. Carrying 150 pounds is not difficult, but carrying it up the highest peak in Jiangcheng is a life-threatening challenge for these trainees. After all, the vast majority of awakened individuals in the academy are at the 0 level, with only a small number reaching the first level and the second level being extremely rare. Cheng Xiao continued, "The academy will deploy a strong security force to escort you. However, this training is off campus. The college does not object to family members accompanying the training, but it does not encourage it." Wang Yueban looked around in the crowd and finally spotted Lin Mu at the edge of the square. He was walking towards the school gate without stopping at all. Wang Yueban's small eyes suddenly widened, and he screamed inwardly, "No way, buddy. Coach Cheng Xiao is still speaking from the platform. You just left? You didn't even give me any face?" Chapter 77, When Did I Say I Wanted to Contact You Again? Inside the Z-Zone experimental building, the most heavily guarded part of the research and development base in St. Capital City. A tall woman in a white lab coat walked slowly into the building, her beige high heels clicking crisply in the empty corridor with each light step. A guard quickly approached and said respectfully, "Director Lin, The dean is waiting for you on the 3rd floor. Okay, how many people are there? Lin Yin asked calmly. The guard bowed his head and replied, Director Lin, all 3 deans are here. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yinmei's eyes as she silently followed the guard onto the elevator leading to the 3rd floor. The two stopped in front of a heavy metal door. The guard stepped forward and bowed, saying, This area is beyond my authority, Director Lin. Your identity information has already been entered. Please leave. Lin Yin nodded and replied with a smile. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After 3 layers of identity verification, the metal doors slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a long corridor. Lin Yin smiled faintly. Finally, she could access the base's core experiments. The crisp sound of high heels stopped abruptly at the end of the corridor. Lin Yin raised her delicate hand and gently touched the wall-mounted scanner. After another round of identity verification, the alloy door at the end slowly opened, and several hearty laughs instantly entered the ears. All right, let's stop here with the old folks teasing each other. Dean Zhu smiled and looked at Lin Yin at the door, then stood up and waved, saying, Come, Yin Yin, sit down quickly. We've been waiting for you for a long time. You're the first person who has made all 3 deans wait. Grandpa Zhu, you're teasing me again. Lin Yan's voice was sweet and soft, with a hint of coquettishness. Haha, now we have to call you Director Lin. Dean Ming laughed loudly. You're young and promising. When the 3 of us were young, we couldn't have made as much progress as you. Lin Yin smiled and sat down in an empty seat, her tone humble. Not at all. It's all thanks to the excellent guidance of my 3 grandfathers. Otherwise, how could Yin Yin have gotten to where she is today? After Lin Yin sat down gracefully, Dean Ma put away his smile and said in a solemn tone, Yin Yin, you are the pride of all 3 of us, so I won't say any more empty words. You have 2 paths for your future research, and after discussion, we've decided that you can choose for yourself. Lin Yin immediately sat up straight, her eyes serious. Grandpa Ma, which 2 are they? First, develop sacred artifacts. Second, conduct experiments to integrate mutants into humans. Dean Ming continued, pausing before adding, Actually, we recommend you choose the first option. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yin interrupted her with a firm look in her eyes. Yin Yin chooses the second option. Dean Ming paused, clearly somewhat surprised. Dean Zhu slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Haha, I knew this girl would choose this. You 2 don't understand her as well as I do. Dean Ming and Dean Ma exchanged a helpless glance, and then smiled at each other. Dean Ma looked at Lin Yin, his tone both gratified and solemn. Then you should follow me for the next few days to familiarize yourself with the experiment, and then take a good vacation to recharge your energy. This is a difficult and lengthy experiment. If it succeeds, the world's suffering can be reduced by at least 80%. A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Yan's beautiful eyes, and she asked softly, Huh? Grandpa Ma, why is it 80%? If the mutants could stop feeding on flesh and blood, wouldn't there be no more suffering in the world? The 3 elderly people smiled at the same time. Dean Zhu explained earnestly, Yin Yin, the remaining 20%, is due to the wickedness of people's hearts. Inside the dust-free tavern, Gu Tsong, a cigarette dangling from his lips, repeatedly zoomed in on the surveillance footage on his laptop. Amidst the swirling smoke, he suddenly spat out the cigarette butt, wiped his mouth, and muttered to himself, Burned up again. His brows furrowed deeper as he tapped on a map of Anping District on the screen. Is there something hidden in Jiangsheng that I don't know about? Squeak, the tavern door was pushed open. Gutsong looked up and smiled. You came really fast. Is it because your home is in Anping District, or? Where's the surveillance footage? Lin Mu strode to the bar and sat down. Gutsong pushed the laptop over, his voice hoarse. It's zoomed into the maximum. The only face I can make out is yours. Before he could finish speaking, he met Lin Mu's cold gaze and immediately added with a smile, I didn't say anything. Lin Mu quickly switched the scene, his brows furrowing slightly. How did you end up in Anping District? He then looked up and said in a deep voice, the key. I knew you'd go. Let's go together. Before Gu Tsong could finish speaking, Lin Mu interrupted. No need. I can go by myself. I can go home anyway. Gu Tsong paused, then slammed the keys on the bar. I can go with you, and then we can meet Xiaoman and the others on the way. Lin Mu had already grabbed his keys and stood up, pushing the door open without turning his head. Leave Anping District to me. Gu Tsong paused for a moment, then lit another cigarette and slumped back in his leather seat, jokingly saying, Giving it to you again? You're just trying to cover up the fact that there's another third wheel, aren't you? On the side road outside the tavern, The roar of an engine suddenly rang out as the black Maybach drove onto the main road and sped towards Omping District. Lin Mu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, slammed on the gas pedal, and swiped his phone. When his fingertips stopped on Su Nianha's number, his brows furrowed. I'm not going to see her. Why am I calling? The call was made in the next second. The call was answered after just one ring, and Su Nianha's gentle teasing came through the receiver. Did the sun rise in the west? This big ice block actually called me first. Did you miss me? Lin Mu's face darkened, and he regretted making the call, but he still asked, Are you in Omping District? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a pleasant laugh. You found out? What, you want to come see me? But I'm busy today. Oh. A piercing scream suddenly came through the receiver. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. What's going on your end? If you miss me, I'll come to your house after I've finished dealing with things, Su Nianha said gently. Lin Mu calmly said, I'm on my way to Omping District. Is it related to the kingdom? There was a pause on the other end of the phone, then the voice suddenly turned cold. My hidden forces in Omping District were wiped out by the kingdom's people last night. However, their target wasn't me. They seemed to be looking for something. Searching? Okay, I'll contact you again when you get to Omping District. My location isn't fixed. Beep, the phone was hung up. Lin Mu put down his phone, his expression pausing. When did I say I wanted to contact you again? Omping District, a suburban plain. More than 10 gray-robed corpses lay on the plain, the stench of blood mixed with dust being stirred up by the hot wind. The middle-aged woman stood with her head bowed before Su Nianha, her voice respectful. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Su Nianha interrupted her with a cold voice. Enter the city. I want to see what it is about a small Omping District that is worth the kingdom's great mobilization. She paused, then added, If you're going to make a move in the city, try to avoid ordinary people. Yes. Yulan replied respectfully. Chapter 78. This man is the one who opened the door to the king's villa that day. Meanwhile, in a dark basement in Omping District, piercing screams echoed continuously. The dagger in Xiaoman's hand gleamed coldly in the dim light as she writhed inch by inch inside the gray-robed man's body until he lost his life. She sheathed her dagger, blood dripping from the tip, and pouted helplessly, saying, Sanshur, are they really that stubborn? There's another one here, still breathing. Let's see if this last one is the toughest one. Sanshur chuckled lightly, his smile sinister like that of a demon, which made the gray-robed man tremble all over. The gray-robed man's voice trembled. Don't kill me. We really don't know anything. Don't know? That's easy. Xiaoman smiled and squatted down, looking at the gray-robed man and adding, Your companions are all very resilient. I hope you are too. As soon as she finished speaking, the dagger danced again, and screams echoed from the basement once more. Don't rush. There are still 99 cuts left. Hang in there. Xiaoman said, wielding the dagger even faster. I'll talk. Xiaoman's dagger stopped abruptly, and a glint of light flashed in both her and Sanchi's eyes. Several streams of blood flowed from various parts of the gray-robed man's body. He gasped weakly. I said, don't kill me. Xiaoman sheathed her dagger, her expression pleased. Wouldn't it have been better if we had done this earlier? It would have been so much better if everyone had been peaceful and harmonious. Why do we have to fight and kill each other? Really? Sanshur also squatted down and said in a deep voice, Don't waste time, speak. Cough, cough. The gray-robed man coughed up blood, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused, and he said weakly, We came to save me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body collapsed to the ground. Xiaoman and Sanshur were both dumbfounded. Hey! Xiaoman nudged the gray-robed man, and Sanshur quickly checked his breath before sighing. He's already cold. No way. I finally found a spineless coward. Ugh, so annoying. Xiaoman stomped her feet in frustration. Let's go. Omping District is really lively right now, Sanshur said as he walked towards the stairs. Xiaoman followed regretfully. What a pity, we were so close to finding out their purpose. 12:30 p.m. The air inside the Duansha Tavern was filled with the steam of instant noodles. Gutsong was making instant noodles while staring at his computer screen. The screen displayed real-time surveillance footage of various corners of Omping District, and his computer privileges were equal to those of the chief of staff of Jiangqing Town. Just then, the tavern door creaked open. Gutsong paused, wondering to himself, who could it be at this hour? When he saw who it was, his eyes widened slightly. Then he smiled and looked up. A rare guest indeed. What brings you here? The newcomer was burly and had a cold expression. He walked straight to the bar and sat down, saying in a deep voice, Gutsong, I have some things I want to discuss with you, my distant cousin. Cough cough. Gutsong coughed, choked by a puff of smoke, and looked puzzled. Are you joking with me? The current ruler of Zhenerding wants to discuss this with a freshman from the academy? Ning Imo nodded. Yes, I heard from Qing He and Cheng Xiao that his theoretical knowledge is very strong. Gutsong's expression instantly became interesting. He knew that Ning Imo must have guessed something, so he teased. Can I ask if there is any theoretical knowledge that requires a 7th level awakened to come here specifically to learn? Ning Imo directly avoided the question, his tone serious. Is he available? It should be after class now. I heard he lives near you. I can wait. Gutsong paused, his voice hoarse. You've come at a really bad time today. He's gone home. Why don't you come another day? Going home? Aren't you going to class? Ning Imo asked back. Well, something's come up at home. How about you? He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Where does he live? Ning Imo realized his mistake after speaking and added. I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it. Gutsong's lips twitched, and he thought to himself. Just asking? No other meaning? Your thoughts are written all over your face. He smiled and shook his head, took out a piece of paper, wrote down a phone number, and handed it over. Just call me if you want to discuss anything. You don't need to go through me. Ning Imo took the note, tucked it into his pocket as if it were a precious treasure, and then looked at Gutsong. Where does he live? Gutsong. I've given you the phone number, just ask yourself. I only remember it's in Amping district, but I forgot the specific neighborhood. You don't even know your distant cousin's address. Ning Imo retorted, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gutsong laughed to cover up his embarrassment. Hey, we're distant relatives. It's been so many years since we last visited each other. How could I remember clearly? Thanks, I have something to do. I'll head back now. Ning Imo stood up and strode away. Gutsong flicked his cigarette case, precisely flicking a cigarette into his mouth. Amidst the swirling smoke, he chuckled softly. Qinghe must have said something after he went back. Outside the tavern, Ning Imo got into a black SUV and saved the phone number into his phone. After exiting the auxiliary road, he slammed on the gas pedal, the engine roaring as he muttered to himself. Amping district. 5 p.m. On a bustling street in Amping district. Su Nianhe, dressed in black casual wear, walked lightly along the side road, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, her fair ankles appearing and disappearing with each step. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, their eyes involuntarily drawn to her beautiful face. Yulan followed silently behind her, like a quiet shadow. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash was heard, and a car on the street rear-ended another vehicle. The woman in the passenger seat instantly exploded, yelling furiously, "Red light! What the hell are you thinking?" The man in the driver's seat repeatedly apologized, but his eyes kept glancing at Su Nianhe, his gaze filled with amazement. The woman in the passenger seat followed his gaze, her anger flaring instantly. She slapped the man across the right cheek. Look, I'll show you." A red mark immediately appeared on the man's face. He snapped back to reality and said urgently, "Wife, let me explain." The driver of the car that was rear-ended got out of his car angrily, but paused briefly when he saw what was happening through the window, thinking to himself, "What a tigress, just like my husband." He felt a strange sense of sympathy for someone in the same boat. At the end of the side road, Su Nianhe walked to a relatively quiet area, stopped, and said in a cold voice, "Go north. If you find any trace of the kingdom, don't alert them. Just follow them." "Yes," Yulan replied respectfully, but suddenly froze as she turned around. A familiar figure came into view. This was the man who opened the door to the Wang's villa that day. She snapped back to her senses, smiled at Lin Mu, and quickly left, secretly wondering. Could it be that the king has really fallen in love? Or perhaps... Chapter 79 Lin Mu, take me back to your home. Lin Mu walked up to Su Nianhe and asked, "What did you find?" Su Nianhe leaned forward, stood on tiptoe, and said gently, "Guess." Lin Mu's gaze swept across the street, and he asked again, "Why did you choose to meet here?" Su Nianhe chuckled and raised her jade-like hand towards Lin Mu's chin. "Lin Mu, give me a smile, and I'll tell you." Lin Mu gently grasped her wrist and said calmly, "My home is nearby." "So, what did you discover in this area?" "Your home." A hint of surprise flashed in Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes. Then she withdrew her hand and said gently, "No wonder you care so much about Amping district." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression turned cold. A calloused hand suddenly landed on Lin Mu's shoulder. The newcomer carried a large bag of groceries in his left hand, wore a floral vest, shorts, and flip-flops, and sized up Su Nianhe with a deep, gossipy voice. Son, why did you suddenly come home instead of studying? You didn't even call when you got back. And who is this person in front of you? Lin Yi finished speaking and then gave Lin Mu a meaningful look. Lin Mu's face darkened instantly. At this point, there was no escaping it after all. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her previous aloof expression vanishing, replaced by a somewhat adorable blank look. She looked at Lin Yi, her voice saccharine. Hello, uncle. Hello. Lin Yi responded with a smile, then patted Lin Mu's shoulder with his right hand, deliberately raising his voice. Are you mute, kid? Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, Lin Yi looked at Sun Yinha first, his tone slightly teasing. Little girl, my son is just like me, a real quiet type. He wasn't much of a talker when he was young either. When you were together, his personality didn't bother you, did it? Sun Yinha quickly waved her hand and chuckled. No, uncle. I think Lin Mu is great. He's very genuine. I like him. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Yi was also stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the girl to speak so directly. He glanced at his son again, thinking to himself, how strange, how did this kid manage to get that guy under his thumb? Could it be that he has my former glory? No, wait a minute, listen to me. Lin Mu was about to explain when Lin Yi pulled her behind him. Lin Yi looked at Sun Yinha with increasing satisfaction and asked in a gentle voice, Little girl, what's your name? Uncle, my name is Sun Yinha. Sun Yinha looked even more obedient, her eyes filled with smiles. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. This name is really nice. It sounds so gentle. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Sun Yinha's voice was cloyingly sweet. Uncle, you look so young. Standing next to Lin Mu, anyone who didn't know better would think they were brothers. Haha, how could that be? Uncle's getting old. Lin Yi spoke modestly, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. His first impression of his future daughter-in-law was excellent. Lin Mu couldn't help but speak again. Dad, it's not what you think, listen to me. Get out of here. I'm not listening to you. Lin Yi interrupted directly. What good things could your dull-witted head possibly say? Seeing Lin Mu's embarrassed and questioning expression, Sun Yinha chuckled, covering her mouth. I never thought you, Lin Mu, would be suppressed by your bloodline one day. I'm really curious about what kind of person your mother is. Lin Yi, oblivious to their subtle interaction, smiled and extended an invitation. Yinha, it's almost dinner time. You must not have eaten yet, right? I bought a lot of groceries today. Why don't you come over for dinner? Your aunt's cooking is so delicious. He didn't force it. After all, girls are always shy about meeting the parents, and his son had only been back in Jiangxing for a few months, so the two of them probably hadn't been dating for very long. Sun Yinha paused upon hearing this, her expression somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately understood and smiled as he smoothed things over, saying, Uncle was being inconsiderate. You guys have to go back to the academy tonight, right? Let Lin Mu show you around Anping district. Don't go back too late. You're a girl, your uncle understands. Sun Yinha suddenly smiled and said in a sweet voice, No, uncle, I was just a little overwhelmed by your kindness and hesitated because I was afraid of troubling you and auntie. Hey, what's so troublesome about this? Lin Yi smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits, and gently patted Lin Mu on the back of the head with his right hand. I'll go home and get ready first. You take Yinha for a walk around the neighborhood. Just be home before 6 o'clock. What do you mean, you? Lin Yi interrupted him, then looked at Sun Yinha and said gently, Then your uncle and aunt are waiting for you at home. Sun Yinha smiled and nodded. Okay, uncle. After Lin Yi left, Lin Mu stared at Sun Yinha speechlessly. Are you crazy? A hint of displeasure flashed in Sun Yinha's eyes. What? You don't want me to come to your house? Fine, if you don't wanna. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mu interjected, My parents will definitely keep putting food on your plate. You'll have to come up with a reason to refuse then. Sun Yinha swallowed back the angry words that were on the tip of her tongue. She grabbed Lin Mu's arm with her delicate hand and said softly, So that's what you meant. I misunderstood, I apologize. Lin Mu was somewhat puzzled. What is there to apologize for? You can tell me now, why were you near my house? Because this area is the most suspicious. Sun Yinha smiled and grabbed his arm, pulling him forward. Her long ponytail swayed lightly with each step, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Let's go, Lin Mu. Take me home. Let's talk as we walk. What do you mean by this area is the most suspicious? Lin Mu was pulled by her in the direction Lin Yi had left, without letting go of her hand. After the two left, a burly man appeared where they had just been standing. He was wearing a gray trench coat with the brim of his hat pulled very low. Watching the flirtatious figures in the distance, he frowned, a hint of disappointment in his expression, and muttered to himself. Could he really just be an ordinary student? He glanced at Su Nianhe beside Lin Mu and sighed. Looks like I was overthinking it. As he finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowded evening rush hour crowd, and he looked in a certain direction, his brows furrowing even more. This is the third suspicious person to appear here. In Wudong residential area. The moment Lin Yi pushed open the door, he yelled into the living room. Wife, we'll have to cook a lot more dishes today. What a joyous occasion. Jiang Shuan walked out of the bedroom wearing a beige nightgown, her eyes teasing. What's up, honey? Did you win the lottery? Or do you think you're doing well again today? After changing his shoes, Lin Yi carried a large bag of groceries and approached Jiang Shuan, his eyes crinkling into slits with a smile. Wife, guess who I saw at the entrance of the community? You're making me guess again. Don't you ever learn? Jiang Shuan poked his arm reproachfully. Lin Ye's face stiffened. I won't guess. Then his tone became serious. I saw my son. Whether chapter 80 is right or wrong is no longer important. Jiang Shuan's eyes darkened instantly, filled with anger. He skipped class again? School's not over yet, is it? She then smiled helplessly. Forget it. As long as he doesn't get expelled, I don't expect him to amount to much. After saying that, she glanced at the entrance and then looked at Lin Yi. Where is my son? They're not up yet, but they'll be here soon. I'll tell them to be home by 6 o'clock. Them. Jiang Shuan was slightly taken aback. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. Wife, our son brought his girlfriend to Anping District. I was just going to politely invite her over for dinner, but the girl agreed right away. Our son has finally become successful. He knows how to date now. Jiang Shuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Really? Our dull-witted son can date. What does the girl look like? Lin Yi paused, then said seriously, Wife, let me put it this way. It's about the same as your peak. Wow. But why did this girl fall for him? Jiang Shuan's face suddenly darkened as soon as she finished speaking. Wait, what do you mean by peak period? Lin Yi, explain yourself clearly. Aren't I beautiful now? Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've stepped on my wife's landmine. He quickly smiled apologetically. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. All right, let's get ready. The kids will be up soon. I'll let you off this time for the sake of my future daughter-in-law. Hurry up and chop the vegetables. We're going to cook at least 10 dishes today. Jiang Shuan turned and walked towards the kitchen, humming a little tune in a good mood. Okay, wife. Lin Yi smiled and quickly followed. In the kitchen, Jiang Shuan looked up suddenly while washing vegetables. Honey, that young lady came to eat so readily. Do you think our son would sleep with her? Lin Ye's cleaver, which was cutting meat, clattered to a halt, and he said uncertainly, I think. Probably. I feel. It can't be, right? With that stern face of that brat, unless a girl makes the first move, I really can't imagine him taking the initiative. Qingshou Mountain, located in the northern part of Jiangxing, is the only mountain peak within the city limits. As dusk fell, tourists at the foot of the mountain gradually dispersed. At the summit, around a simple temple, countless corpses lay sprawled haphazardly. Only one gray-robed man, at the initial stage of the 7th rank, knelt on the ground, using his long sword to support his swaying body. His voice was weak and filled with fear. Monk King, we were only responsible for delivering messages. Why? Why did you have to kill us all? The monk in front of him remained expressionless and said calmly, 25 years ago, this humble monk had no further contact with the kingdom. Now that you have disturbed my peace, you deserve to die. You have no worries about the summons from the Azure King, but what about His Majesty? Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will return one day? The gray-robed man coughed up blood, his voice carrying a final threat. I'll give you one last piece of advice. Bang! The monk severed the gray-robed man's neck with a single palm strike, and blood gushed out. After doing all this, he put his hands together and said, I'm sorry. His gaze swept over the corpses scattered on the ground, and he sighed softly. What a hassle, another cleanup to do. The next second, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at the darkening sky and muttered to himself, Your Majesty is evil. Back then, I lost my true self. But this world is a cage by nature. Whether it's right or wrong is no longer important. 5:50 p.m. in Wudong residential area. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food and the sizzling sound of stir-frying. Jiang Shuan tossed the iron pot around and asked, Honey, it's almost 6 o'clock. Is it possible that the girl is too shy to come? Probably not. Lin Yi leaned against the kitchen door frame, reminiscing, and suddenly laughed out loud. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it's our son. You keep your relationship a secret. You've really grown up and have your own secrets now. Oh dear, Jiang Shuwan suddenly exclaimed. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, anxiously grabbing her wrist. What's wrong, honey? Did you burn yourself? Or? Jiang Shuwan tilted her head slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Honey, since it's their first time visiting our home, shouldn't we give them a red envelope? Lin Yi was taken aback, stroked his chin and thought for a moment before nodding. What you said makes sense, but we have no experience. How many should we pack? How about we check it out on short videos? Lin Yi added earnestly. Jiang Shuwan scolded helplessly. There's no time to check. What if the children arrive soon? Then just give them 100. She paused, then changed her mind. No, that's too much. It's not something an ordinary family can afford. Let's make it 100,000. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Wife, even 100,000 doesn't seem like much. He quickly picked up his phone and searched, speaking rapidly. Just 10,000. The internet says this isn't a small amount for a first visit to a home. All right, you go and prepare. Jiang Shuwan smiled and urged him on, her eyes filled with anticipation, and muttered softly. My son is just so outstanding. Even someone as stubborn as him can manage to win over a beautiful girl. It's all thanks to my good genes. Sons take after their mothers, no doubt about it. A moment later, the round table in the restaurant was filled with fragrant dishes. Jiang Shuwan looked at the table full of dishes and nodded in satisfaction, her smile growing even brighter. She turned to Lin Yi and said, Honey, it's 6 o'clock. Call our son. If that kid dares not to bring her back, I'll give him a good beating next time I come home. Just as Lin Yi picked up his phone, a click sound came from the entrance hall, followed by Lin Mu's voice. Dad, Mom, I'm home. What do you mean you're back? Jiang Shuwan stormed out of the restaurant in a huff, but stopped abruptly at the entrance, her anger instantly turning into surprise. She thought to herself, how did she manage to abduct such a beautiful girl? Lin Yi followed him to the entrance hall and saw two people standing at the door. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and a fatherly smile spread across his face. Lin Mu looked at his parents' shining eyes and sighed helplessly. Sun Yinha stood behind him, feeling unconsciously a little nervous. As her beautiful eyes swept over Jiang Shuwan, she thought to herself, no wonder Lin Mu is so handsome. His mother is so beautiful. She snapped out of her daze and broke the silence first, speaking in a sweet voice. Hello, uncles and aunts. My name is Sun Yinha. Jiang Shuwan's smile deepened, and she quickly stepped forward, took Sun Yinha's hand, and led her to the living room. Yinha, come in quickly. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. She looked Sun Yinha up and down carefully, her tone gentle. What a kind and gentle child. Lin Mu watched his parents fawning over Sun Yinha and muttered to himself. Gentle? Does this word even apply to her? Dear readers, please give me free gifts and urge me to update. Please recommend my work. And also, please give me a 5-star review. Love you all. And that's not all. The plot of this book has only just begun, and even the author himself is incredibly excited about what's to come. It's high-octane, thrilling, and super sweet. Chapter 81 Sun Yinha. You must swallow this. Lin Mu shook his head and walked into the living room, deliberately raising his voice. Dad, Mom, is nobody paying attention to me? However, no one in the living room responded to him. Lin Yi and Jiang Shuwan's gazes were fixed on Sun Yinha, not even sparing a glance for their son. Sun Yinha slightly raised her eyes to meet Jiang Shuwan's gaze, her voice sweet. Auntie, you're so beautiful. You look even younger than Yinha. It's amazing. How do you maintain your youthful appearance? Jiang Shuwan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then she covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Oh dear, Auntie is already so old. What's the point of talking about beauty? Despite saying that, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, thinking to herself, this future daughter-in-law is so pleasing. Impressions skyrocketed at this moment. Sun Yinha said sweetly, that's right. Auntie is only about 20 years old. Yinha is telling the truth. Lin Mu and Lin Yi were completely unable to get a word in edgewise. Lin Mu sighed softly. He wanted to explain, but seeing his parents' reaction, he swallowed his words. I doubt my parents would believe me even if I explained. They would just say I'm being dramatic. Lin Yi watched the two of them flattering each other and chuckled to himself. This child and his wife have such similar personalities. Their son will definitely be completely under their control in the future, no doubt about it. Jiang Shuwan suddenly slapped her forehead, then laughed and pulled Su Nianhe towards the restaurant. We were so busy chatting. The food's getting cold. Nianhe, and he didn't know what you like to eat, so I made a little bit of everything. Please pick what you like and don't be shy. Su Nianhe paused slightly, then smiled and said, Nianhe knows that she will treat this place as her own home. That's right. Jiang Shuan glanced at the father and son who were standing there dumbfounded and urged, What are you two standing there for? Take your seats and eat. Lin Yi nodded quickly and patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. Let's go, son. What are you thinking about? Okay. Lin Mu smiled and agreed, then looked up and met Su Nianhe's eyes. Su Nianhe winked at him, giving him a reassuring look. Inside the restaurant, the four people were already seated around a round table. Jiang Shuan picked up a piece of grilled fish and put it into Su Nianhe's bowl, her face beaming with a smile. Nianhe, eat more. Ahem. Lin Mu coughed lightly and said, Mom, actually, Nianhe didn't have a good appetite today, which is why she hesitated when Dad invited her. I'm afraid that if you don't eat anything after coming here, you'll overthink things, so please don't serve me any food. The moment she finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Lin Mu to actually help her find an explanation, and when she turned her head to look at Lin Mu, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Lin Yi suddenly realized and said, Hey, so that's how it is. It's all right. It's all right. You can eat less or not at all. Don't be shy. Jiang Shuan nodded quickly, then looked at Lin Mu and scolded. You child, you didn't even tell me beforehand that Nianhe didn't have a good appetite. If I had known, I would have cooked some porridge and made some light dishes. It was Auntie's oversight. No. Su Nianhe waved her hands repeatedly, her voice soft and sweet. Uncle and Aunt are too good to Nianhe. Nianhe is flattered and overwhelmed. This feeling is really wonderful. Lin Mu picked up his chopsticks and reached into Su Nianhe's bowl, trying to take the fish away. Don't eat it today. You can eat more next time. But as soon as the chopsticks touched the fish, they were stopped by another pair of chopsticks. He looked at Su Nianhe with a puzzled expression. Su Nianhe looked directly into his eyes, her gaze resolute. This was given to me by Auntie, so of course I'm going to eat this piece. Lin Mu was immediately stunned, while Jiang Shuan laughed even harder, teasing Lin Mu. Exactly. You're even grabbing a piece of fish? Can't you just pick up a new one yourself? Under the watchful eyes of the three, Su Nianhe picked up a piece of fish and slowly put it into her mouth. As she chewed, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. She frantically encouraged herself in her mind. Swallow it. Swallow it. Su Nianhe, you must swallow it. Don't spit it out. Lin Mu looked even more surprised. After all, the scene of that bowl of noodles was still vivid in his mind, and he was prepared to clean up the mess. As expected, nothing happened. After swallowing, Su Nianhe looked up, a smile playing on her lips, and said sweetly, Auntie, your grilled fish is so delicious. Next time I have a better appetite, I can eat one by myself. Great. Jiang Shuan's eyes lit up, and she asked again, What fruit does Nianhe want to eat? Auntie will go wash it. Just as Su Nianhe was about to shake her head, Lin Mu spoke up first. Mom, Nianhe doesn't have a good appetite. Don't let her eat anymore. Su Nianhe's eyes were practically overflowing with laughter, but Jiang Shuan rested her chin on her left hand and looked at Lin Mu, her tone teasing. I didn't realize. She then turned to Su Nianhe and asked curiously, Auntie is curious. How did you two get together? Lin Mu and Su Nianhe were both taken aback. Before Lin Mu could speak, Su Nianhe spoke first, her voice tinged with shyness. Auntie, it was Nianhe who pursued Lin Mu. She was afraid that Lin Mu, that big ice block, would start explaining all sorts of nonsense again. Jiang Shuan and Lin Yi exchanged a smile, and Jiang Shuan pressed on. So, how far have things progressed between you two? Lin Mu interrupted helplessly. Mom, please eat your food. Jiang Shuan immediately rolled her eyes at him, and Lin Yi quickly smoothed things over. Haha, let's eat. Su Nianhe's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu's profile, a faint smile playing on her lips. An hour later, night had fallen. In a narrow alley near Wudong residential area, two figures dressed in black walked one after the other. Have you heard? Those people from Qingshou Mountain have all disappeared without a trace. They've probably been killed by Zhan Yiting. The man in black on the left spoke in a low voice, tinged with lingering fear. The man on the right scoffed, but his tone betrayed his panic. We're really unlucky. Being sent on this mission is no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. King Qing really overestimates us. Those 4 living Yama kings, are they really people we can persuade to come? Sigh. The man on the left sighed deeply, pausing in his steps. I thought destroying Zhenyi Court would be a piece of cake, but look what happened. Jin Eating is doing well, but the kingdom has been forced to move its headquarters to Mingxing. I have a feeling that things won't go smoothly from now on. Don't think nonsense. The person on the right patted his companion on the shoulder, trying to bolster his courage. We know best how powerful the kingdom is. Even if we face off head-on before the final battle, Zhenyi Court is no match. We absolutely crushed the number of Awakened Ones, so what exactly is the Azure King worried about? But their hidden strength shouldn't be underestimated. The man on the left said, his voice trembling. Otherwise, why would the Azure King resort to such a desperate measure? Before he could finish speaking, a series of steady footsteps suddenly came from behind him. They stopped in their tracks at the same time and turned around abruptly. Chapter 82 Threat? Very well, that's perfect. Under the dim yellow streetlights at the alley entrance, a man wearing a gray trench coat and a baseball cap was walking slowly towards them. The brim of the cap was pulled low, obscuring his face, but he exuded a strong sense of oppression. When they were less than 5 meters apart, the man stopped and said in a deep voice, "This trip to Anping District wasn't entirely in vain. The people of the kingdom, huh?" Whoosh! 2 flashes of cold light were drawn simultaneously. The aura of a 5th-tier awakened being suddenly erupted, and the black-clad man on the left had a cold look in his eyes. You heard things you shouldn't have heard, so you can only die. Keep it down, this is the city. The moment the man on the right finished speaking, his long sword slashed towards the man with a sharp whistling sound. The blade flashed, drawing a blinding silver arc in the night. Boom! A surge of gray mist suddenly erupted from the man's body, engulfing the attacker like a living thing. Zhenyi Ting, Ningemo. The other person's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned around to retreat, but his body was as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, and he could not move. Do you think you have any chance of survival if I'm in your hands? A cold voice suddenly appeared behind him. Ningemo clenched his right fist, and a blur of gray mist pierced through his chest. Blood splattered onto Ningmo's trench coat. Another person let out a shrill scream in the gray fog, his body gradually being eroded into dust. When the gray fog dissipated, only the pungent smell of blood remained in the alley. Ningemo looked down at his blood-stained hands and said in a deep voice, "This little Anping district is really interesting. This is already the 3rd group of awakened individuals from the kingdom." As he finished speaking, his figure gradually blended into the night and disappeared at the alley entrance. Just after Ningemo left, a woman slowly emerged from the shadows at the alley entrance. She glanced at the bloodstains in the alley. Why was he here too? In Anping District. She quickly typed a message and sent it. Report this to the king first. Wudong Residential Area. Su Nianhe stood in the entryway, her voice growing sweeter. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle and aunt. Nianhe will be heading back now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi strode out of the bedroom. Clutching a thick, bulging red envelope, he approached Su Nianhe with a smile on his face. Here you go. This time it came so suddenly that your aunt and uncle didn't have time to prepare any gifts or anything. Lin Mu stood to the side, his face instantly freezing. Good heavens. He even pulled out a red envelope. Su Nianhe quickly waved her hand to decline, her voice soft. Uncle and aunt. Nianhe is already flattered. This red envelope is really. What's there to be flattered about? Jiang Shuan suddenly strode over, snatched the red envelope from Lin Ye's hand, and stuffed it directly into Su Nianhe's pocket, instantly stretching the originally flat pocket into a round shape. Come visit often next time you have time, okay? After saying that, Jiang Shuan gently held Su Nianhe's hand. Nianhe, if Lin Mu ever makes you unhappy or angry, you can tell Auntie, and Auntie will teach him a lesson for you. She paused again, her voice becoming even gentler. If one day, some unavoidable conflict does occur, as long as you love each other, all difficulties will be resolved, you know? Yes. Su Nianhe nodded emphatically, her voice sweet. I know, Auntie. Jiang Shuan nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Mu, her voice rising abruptly. Did you hear that? Lin Mu had just started to speak when Jiang Shuan interrupted him. You're stuttering when you speak. Jiang Shuan stood with her hands on her hips, her tone tinged with disappointment. If you ever dare to bully Nianhe again, see how your father and I deal with you. Auntie, Nianhe will always accommodate Lin Muda, so you can rest assured. Su Nianhe stepped forward and took Jiang Shuan's arm, her voice sweet. Jiang Shuan's smile deepened, and she gave Su Nianhe a big hug. Auntie really likes you so much. The door clicked open, and Lin Yi smiled and gestured with his chin towards the door. I'll take you downstairs. Don't refuse. I'm just going down to buy a couple of scallions on my way. The sound of the three people's footsteps gradually disappeared in the corridor. Jiang Shuan turned around and walked back to the living room, where she sat gracefully on the sofa. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Su Nianhe, this girl is really nice. Then she sighed softly. Oh, my good-for-nothing son. The girl has already taken the initiative to this extent. Why can't he understand? Judging from the son's expression, the two of them are probably not even close to getting together yet. At most, it's just a matter of extreme sparring. Father and son are just like each other. When they meet a girl they like, they often say the opposite of what they mean. I have to help them out. A moment later, a soft knock sounded on the door. Jiang Shuan paused, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She murmured, can buying scallions really take this long? Wait, he brought his keys. She put down her water glass, slowly got up, and walked to the entrance in her slippers, opening the door with a click. A middle-aged man dressed in black stood outside the door, his eyes revealing a sinister and malevolent aura. The moment he saw Jiang Shuan, his breathing suddenly quickened, the terror in his eyes almost overflowed, and he whispered in a trembling voice, Blood King. Boom. A suffocating killing intent suddenly burst forth from Jiang Shuan's eyes. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his legs went weak. I'm just here to deliver a message, you. Pass on a message? Huh. Get in here. Jiang Shuan turned and walked towards the living room, her tone icy. Just as the man was about to take a step to follow, a cold, piercing voice came from behind him. Don't make me repeat myself. Get in here. The man's expression froze, and he cursed inwardly. Why did this deadly job have to fall on my head? Everyone from Qingshou Mountain is dead. I hope things will go better here. At the very least, those 3 hostages will be in our hands soon, and there shouldn't be any unexpected problems. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and actually started rolling into the living room. In the living room, Jiang Shuan sat upright in the center of the sofa, her back ramrod straight. The man in black stood before her, trembling with fear, his voice low. A hidden force has emerged. The Green King suspects it is a remnant of the forces from 25 years ago, so he has ordered us to summon the 4 kings back. Jiang Shuan's lips curled into a cold smile. King Qin? Huh. What is he anyway? I severed all ties with the kingdom 25 years ago. Get out of here while I'm not in the mood to kill anyone. The man in black stiffened, then suddenly mustered all his courage, his voice deliberately probing. Blood King, I've heard that your family is exceptionally harmonious, and your children are all very outstanding. Whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, the man's pupils constricted, and a suffocating sensation instantly gripped his neck. Jiang Shuan's delicate hand had somehow already gripped his throat. A threat? Great, that's perfect. Jiang Shuan flicked her wrist, and the man in black was slammed to the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground. Chapter 83 Linmu, do you like me? The man in black clutched his chest, panting heavily, and roared with his last ounce of strength. I told you, I was just a messenger. Although your daughter is well protected by the research and development base, those 3 who just left were your husband, son, and daughter-in-law, right? Don't you care about their lives? Do you think that by hiding in the city, you can live a mundane life forever? You know best how much blood was on your hands 25 years ago. Even if you chase after him now, you won't be able to catch up. The man in black suddenly revealed a sinister laugh. So, Blood King, can we have a proper talk now? If you dare to lay a finger on my son and daughter-in-law, I will torture you to death and tear you to pieces. Jiang Shuan's anger reached its peak, and her voice was filled with a ruthless and destructive force. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. The man in black coughed up blood weakly, but inwardly he sneered. 3 hostages, as long as I can hold on to one, my life is saved. Everyone has a weakness, let alone a mother with both a son and a daughter. Outside the Wutong residential area, 2 figures in black casual wear walked side by side toward the fork in the road. Suddenly, Su Nianhe stopped in her tracks, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a wave of nausea washed over her. She couldn't hold it in any longer and squatted down by the roadside to start retching. A warm hand gently patted her back, and Lin Mu's voice was calmly teasing. You could have chosen not to eat that piece of fish. Why did you do it? Phew. It feels so much better to vomit it out. Su Nianhe straightened up and raised her hand to wipe her lips when a tissue was already handed to her. Lin Mu paused slightly in the hand holding the tissue. What am I doing? Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and the next second she grabbed his wrist and used his hand to wipe away the residue from the corner of her lips. The moment their eyes met, it was as if time stood still. Her voice was gentle. Lin Mu, do you like me? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mu's heart suddenly raced. He abruptly pulled his hand back, threw the tissue into a street trash can, and walked forward on his own, his mind blank as he forcibly suppressed the surging panic. Sun Yinha burst out laughing, her smile growing even brighter. She quickly caught up with Lin Mu and grabbed his arm. Lin Mu, you're always like this. When faced with a difficult question, you just stay silent. Lin Mu stopped in his tracks, turned around to meet her eyes, and his calm state of mind was disturbed again. His eyes darted around, and he remained silent for a moment before speaking. Be serious. What you're saying is too disjointed. Lin Mu, I'm asking seriously. Look me in the eye when you speak. Sun Yinha took a step forward, and the distance between the two suddenly closed, close enough that they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Lin Mu was breathing heavily. He grabbed her arm and pulled her forward, saying, All right, we're almost at the fork in the road. Your car should be over there. Sun Yinha let him pull her along, her smile deepening as her eyes sparkled. It seems even a block of ice like you can be melted. Behind them, a man in a gray trench coat and baseball cap was silently following. As he watched the interaction between the two of them, his last shred of hope was shattered, and he sighed. Indeed, I had been too optimistic. He's just a young man in love. He's definitely not the Chief Justice. Until the moment of parting at the crossroads. Sun Yinha took Lin Mu's hand with one delicate hand, and with the other, she pulled a bulging red envelope from her pocket, her eyes brimming with laughter. Lin Mu, I've already won over your parents. Lin Mu was taken aback, a slight smile curving his lips, and said calmly, My parents aren't that stupid. Even if I don't explain, they can tell what's going on with us. So, guess why they still gave me a red envelope in the end, since they figured it out? Sun Yinha waved the red envelope in her hand and said gently, Goodbye. I have a feeling that we'll meet again soon. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly lunged at Lin Mu, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with tenderness. Before Lin Mu could react, her red lips had already kissed him, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. She could clearly feel his heartbeat quicken and his breathing become rapid. The next second, she let go, turned around and strode away, calling out without looking back, Goodbye. Don't miss me too much, okay? Of course, you can't stop thinking about me either. Her figure gradually disappeared into the night. Lin Mu took a deep breath, raised his hand to lightly touch the corner of his lips, and murmured helplessly, This woman. He walked towards the other side of the fork in the road, thinking to himself, Judging from my parents' eyes, they can definitely tell. He then smiled faintly, and continued walking towards the Maybach parked in the distance. After the two left, Nang Imo walked to the crossroads and sighed. It's now 300% certain that he has absolutely no connection with the chief of the court. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Behind Lin Mu, several figures in black were quietly following. Nang Imo said in a deep voice, Are they from the kingdom again? But why are they following him? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chased after them into the night. On the other side, Sun Yinha walked lightly along the quiet side road, the smile in her eyes still lingering. Suddenly, she paused slightly, a cold smile curving her lips. This is truly beyond my expectations. You've actually come to me willingly. For men in black were slowly closing in on her from the front and back, their shadows stretching long under the streetlights. TSK, this woman is so fresh and tender. If only I could have some. One man's voice was filled with a lewd laugh. Another person interrupted in a deep voice. Don't cause trouble for yourself. We must ensure the hostage's absolute safety. She cannot be injured in the slightest, or none of us will survive. I'm just venting, but to be honest, her looks are absolutely top-notch. Sun Yinha stood quietly in place, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the four people. In the shadows beneath her feet, a blood-red lotus flower had quietly emerged, glowing with an eerie red light. Little girl, come with us obediently, and we won't hurt you. Give up resistance, or else. The leader of the men in black suddenly released the oppressive aura of a fourth-tier awakened being. For people surrounded her, and one of them sneered. She's surrounded and still doesn't make a fuss. Is this woman an idiot? Sun Yinha's smile grew even colder. I can go with you, but can you tell me why? Huh? This isn't what I expected. They don't even have the slightest thought of running away or resisting. It's rare to see someone like that. A man in black said disdainfully. All right, knock them out quickly and go meet up with the adults. The moment the leader gave the order, a hand lashed out at Su Nianha's neck like lightning. Bang! When his palm was still half an inch away from Su Nianha, his body suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist, exploding in the night, and blood droplets splashed onto the blood-red lotus on the ground. The other three's pupils constricted sharply. Holy crap! Let's retreat. Chapter 84. Do you know what it feels like to be beaten to death by a green onion? You've already come all this way. Do you think you can leave alive? Su Nianha's voice entered their ears like a ghost. Identical blood-red lotus flowers bloomed simultaneously beneath the feet of the three people. With a flash of red light, before they could even let out a shrill scream, their bodies simultaneously turned into a blood mist, scattering onto the stone slabs of the auxiliary road. At this moment, Yulan had already arrived in front of Su Nianha, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, they dared to attack you. Could it be that? Su Nianha waved her hand dismissively, her tone indifferent. No. They must have come for something else, possibly involving another faction. How are things on your end? Yulan shook her head slightly. The few people who were captured alive kept their mouths shut and have all been dealt with. Su Nianha paused, then suddenly looked in the direction Lin Mu had left, a thoughtful look flashing in her beautiful eyes. He then looked at Yulan and said, continue searching the vicinity. It's already late at night. If it's confirmed that they are from the kingdom, eliminate them immediately. Yes. Yulan replied respectfully, and with a leap, disappeared into the night. Su Nianha gazed at the distant lights, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. It seems we'll be meeting again soon after we parted. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a blur and headed towards Lin Mu's direction. On the other side, Lin Mu did not head towards the Maybach, but instead turned into a narrow alley, where only a few dim yellow lights shone from the distant streetlights. A disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips as he stopped in the middle of the alley, as if waiting for someone. The three men in black following behind laughed at the same time. That's really convenient. They walked right into this dead end and delivered themselves right into our hands. One of them sneered. Sir, you are being overly cautious. You've only sent 3 ordinary people, yet you've mobilized more than 10 fourth and 5th tier awakened individuals. It's a waste of their talents. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. The Lord might still be in deep trouble waiting for our news. The 3 walked into the alley side by side. Not far from the alley entrance, Ningmo quietly appeared and muttered, strange. What exactly does Gut Song, this distant cousin, have that makes these people want to take action? He quickly caught up, secretly chuckling to himself. Gut Song, you'd better thank me properly. In the deep alley, Lin Mu had already turned around, his eyes calmly looking at the 3 people walking towards him. Huh, he still dares to stop and look at us. One of the men in black even clapped his hands, his tone full of sarcasm. Don't dawdle, just knock him out. Remember, don't use too much force. Leave it to me. The man in black on the right suddenly unleashed the aura of a 4th tier awakened being, his fist, wrapped in a strong wind, smashing towards Lin Mu's face. Bang! When the fist was still half a foot away from Lin Mu's fist had already struck his abdomen first. The man in black crashed into the alley wall like a kite with a broken string, cracking the wall like a spider web. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other 2 men's pupils contracted sharply, and their long swords were drawn with a whoosh, their cold gleam flashing in the dim light. Ningmo, standing at the alley entrance, froze instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. A 4th tier awakened, killed in one punch? You, Gut Song, you're just making this up. Lin Mu calmly walked towards the 2 men and said indifferently, I have a question. What was your reason for attacking me? Enough with the nonsense. The leader of the men in black suddenly released his 5th tier aura. Attack together, capture him alive. Capture them alive? Lin Mu scoffed, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Forget it, you're useless to me. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned icy blue, and a chilling aura burst forth from them. The ice beneath his feet surged and roared, instantly sweeping out in all directions. The 2 men in black who rushed over had just raised their knives when they were instantly enveloped in ice. From ankle to head, before the terror in their pupils could even dissipate, they were transformed into 2 human-shaped ice sculptures. Snap! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, which then exploded into countless ice crystal powders, scattering like shattered diamonds in the dim light and disappearing into the alley wind in an instant. The ice beneath Lin Mu's feet quietly receded, and his icy blue eyes returned to deep black. He turned to leave, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the dim light at the alley entrance stood a man in a gray trench coat. He was wearing a baseball cap, the brim pulled down very low, to hide his already reddened eyes. His shoulders were even trembling slightly, as if he was suppressing some emotion. Lin Mu carefully examined him for a moment, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. Just as he was about to step forward, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere beside the man. Su Nianha's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise as she glanced at Ning Mo. Then she swept past him and walked gracefully toward Lin Mu. Ning Mo was startled, his eyes widening suddenly. He didn't even notice a trace of her presence when she walked past him. Su Nianha walked up to Lin Mu and suddenly stood on tiptoe. Her warm breath brushed against his ear, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was very low. "It seems you've been discovered." Lin Mu asked with some surprise, "Why have you come back again?" "Because I've been in the same situation as you. But why is it the two of us?" Su Nianha stepped in front of him, raising her eyebrows slightly. Lin Mu was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically as he instantly thought of that possibility. On the other side of the auxiliary road, Lin Yi held two bright green scallions in his hand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and slowly exhaled smoke from the corner of his lips. "You should have one after a meal, otherwise you always feel like something's missing." Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow as two men in black walked towards him. "Just take action. The other two sides have probably already succeeded," one of them said coldly. "How boring. He's just an ordinary person. You could crush him into the ground with a single finger." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black on the left leaped up and punched Lin Yi in the face with a powerful gust of wind. Lin Yi suddenly laughed. He casually flicked his cigarette butt, which shot towards the man in black like a red arrow. "Oh!" A scream suddenly rang out as a cigarette, but accurately struck the man in black in the left eye. He clutched his eye and rolled on the ground, blood trickling down between his fingers. The other man's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that woman's husband to be so troublesome. The aura of a fifth-tier awakened being suddenly erupted, and the air around him stirred up the fallen leaves on the ground as he instantly pounced towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi spoke calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. "Do you know what it feels like to be beaten to death by a green onion?" The man in black's eyes flashed with murderous intent, which he forcefully suppressed. "Because the person in front of you cannot die, you can only knock them unconscious." Just as his fist reached Lin Yi's chest, Lin Yi slapped the green onion in his hand onto his wrist. Snap! The sound of the wrist bone shattering was as crisp as snapping a tree branch. The man in black groaned in pain, before he could even react. Bang! Bang! After two more sounds, the two men in black were completely lifeless. The next second, their corpses seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, instantly turning into ashes without even leaving a trace of blood. Lin Yi looked at the blood-stained scallion in his hand, sighed, and threw one into the trash can. "It's stained with blood, so it's inedible." He murmured in a deep voice, "Could it be?" As he reached the entrance of the residential compound, his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Oh no, my son and his fiancée." Chapter 85. This is Yin Yan's room. "Dad." A familiar voice came from inside. "Uncle." Another gentle voice followed. Lin Yi was completely relieved and turned around with a smile. "Didn't you go back to the academy? Why are you back again?" He wasn't worried about his wife's safety at all. Since someone attacked him, they must be trying to exploit his wife's weakness and force her to do something against her will. Lin Mu was taken aback at first, his mind racing to come up with a reasonable explanation. Su Nianha spoke first, her voice gentle. "Uncle, it seems Nianha left something at home, but I'm not sure. It might be somewhere else, so I came back to check." "Oh, I see. It's good that this thing came to rest. I'm just glad you're all right." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of Lin Mu and Su Nianha. Lin Yi laughed to cover it up and quickly changed the subject. All right, let's go home. Your mom just called and said that Nianha didn't stay at home long enough and wanted to stay longer." Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the scallion in his father's hand. "Dad, you made a special trip just to buy one scallion?" Lin Yi slapped him on the back of the head, the force not too light or too heavy. "You still don't know why? Do you think I dare to smoke at home?" Lin Mu immediately burst out laughing, his eyes instantly understanding. When I arrived at my doorstep, Lin Mu, Su Nianha, and Lin Yi stopped in their tracks at the same time. The faint sounds of conversation coming from inside the room caused a flicker of doubt to cross the three people's eyes. Cough, cough. Lin Yi coughed twice, as if to alert those inside, then deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Oh dear, I forgot my keys when I went out." Lin Mu didn't reply. Instead, he took out his key, turned the doorknob, and strode towards the living room. Sun Yinha followed closely behind with light steps. Upon entering the living room, both of them froze in place. Lin Yi followed slowly in, squinting at the scene before him, and sighed helplessly. The two children still managed to see it. How could my brain forget about that? In the living room, Jiang Shuwan was sitting elegantly on the sofa, while opposite her sat a black-clad man with a bloody head, blood still streaming down his cheeks, covering half of his face. The man caught sight of the three people in the doorway. His pupils constricted sharply, a wave of desolation washed over him, and he cursed inwardly. These bunch of useless trash. They can't even take down 3 ordinary people. Mom, who is this person? Lin Mu looked at the man in black, raising her eyebrows slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Shuwan's beautiful eyes, which quickly turned into a delighted smile as she stood up and walked over to Lin Mu and Sun Yinha. Why are you back again, son and Yinha? She grasped Sun Yinha's delicate hand tightly, her voice gentle. Andy was just talking about you. She hadn't finished chatting with Yinha yet. Sun Yinha smiled sweetly and replied, Auntie, Yinha also wants to stay with you a little longer. At this moment, the man in black suddenly stood up, shaking his leg as he tried to slip out the door, but Lin Yi grabbed his shoulder. The hand felt as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down on him. The man froze on the spot, unable to move even his toes, his heart churning with turmoil. What kind of strength is that? Lin Yi chuckled and smoothed things over. Son, this is a distant relative of ours. You could say he's your distant third uncle. Just as Lin Mu was about to speak politely, Lin Yi waved his hand to interrupt him. There's no need for such formalities. No need to call me that. He turned to look at the man in black, his tone casual as if they were having a chat. Brother, what happened to the injury on your head? As soon as she finished speaking, she secretly tightened her grip on the man's shoulder. The man was in so much pain that he almost ground his teeth to powder, but he didn't dare to utter a sound. Jiang Shuwan chimed in at the opportune moment, her tone tinged with reproach. Hey, my third brother just kept nagging me about it. He crashed his car into a guardrail nearby. It's not close to our house, so he just came here. She grabbed the man's arm and pulled him into the living room, pressing him back onto the sofa. She added, Look at you, with your head injured like this, you didn't go to the hospital right away, but instead thought of coming to my house. The man's voice trembled, and his eyes darted away from Jiang Shuwan. I want to go to the hospital now. Lin Yi put the scallions in his hand into the kitchen, and when he came out, his voice was frighteningly calm. Why go to the hospital? I can treat this little injury for you simply. Lin Mu glanced at the still bleeding wound on the man's forehead and felt increasingly uneasy, but couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. She could only tentatively ask, Dad, you studied medicine, didn't you? Lin Yi smiled and said in a relaxed tone, It's just a minor cut on the head. A few band-aids will do. Lin Mu and Sun Yinha exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. The blood on the man's head was almost flowing down to his chin. This wasn't just a minor scratch. It was clearly a serious injury. Lin Mu paused, then couldn't help but ask, Dad, if I'm not mistaken, the blood on Uncle's head has started flowing down his face. Should we go to the hospital? The man in black looked at Lin Mu as if he had grasped at a straw, and immediately echoed in a trembling voice. Yes, we should go to the hospital. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi interrupted him. It's okay, your older brother has large band-aids at home. The man's voice trembled with anxiety. I really still want to go to the hospital, brother, At this moment, Jiang Shuwan looked at Lin Mu gently and smiled as she tried to smooth things over. All right, your third uncle has been mischievous since he was a child and often got into fights. This little injury is nothing, don't worry. She turned to look at Sun Yinha, her tone even gentler. Yinha, how did you get here today? Did you come by car? Sun Yinha said sweetly. Annie, my family brought me here, and they're waiting for me outside the community. Jiang Shuwan immediately replied. It's getting late. Let your uncle take you there. She turned to look at Lin Yi and added with a smile. Honey, why don't you see our son and his future daughter-in-law? And Yinha off. The moment the words future daughter-in-law left her lips, Sun Yinha's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, her joy practically written all over her face. All right, Lin Yi walked over with a smile, giving Su Nianhe a questioning look. Nianhe, weren't you looking for something? Yes. Su Nianhe immediately took Lin Mu's hand and shook it with a smile. It might have been left in your room. Let's go look for it together. Lin Mu looked at her in confusion. You've never been there at all. Hurry up. Su Nianhe pulled him towards the bedroom before he could finish speaking. As soon as Lin Mu pushed open a door, his face darkened, and he quickly stopped her. This is Yin Yan's room. Su Nianhe tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with innocence. Lin Mu pointed helplessly to the opposite side. This is the one. After saying that, Su Nianhe took Lin Mu's hand and rushed into the bedroom, the door closing with a click. In the living room, Jiang Shuwan and Lin Yi exchanged a smile, while the man in black on the sofa looked utterly dejected. He already had a premonition of his fate today. Chapter 86. Lin Mu, you're so stupid. Inside the bedroom, Su Nianhe lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and gently swayed her fair feet in front of Lin Mu. Lin Mu walked to the foot of the bed and sat down helplessly. Why did you have to come to my room? Su Nianhe opened her eyes and smiled slightly. The next second, she rolled over and placed her jade-like feet directly on Lin Mu's back. Her tone was a mix of coquettishness and domineering. I like to do it. Is that not allowed? All right, let's go. No, I want to lie down a little longer. The words had barely left his mouth when the door creaked open, and Lin Ye's booming voice rang out. Son, Nianhe, the things have been found. He paused abruptly halfway through his sentence, his eyes sweeping over Su Nianhe reclining on the bed, then glancing at the barely visible jade-like foot on Lin Mu's back. He raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Young people these days, they really know how to have fun. Su Nianhe abruptly pulled her feet off Lin Mu's back, sat up straight with a whoosh, and her cheeks instantly flushed slightly. Lin Mu's expression froze, and he quickly explained, Dad, don't overthink it. It's not like that. Tsk tisk. Lin Yi immediately interrupted with a laugh and winked at him. No rush, no rush. It's not easy to find things in a short time. You guys play a little longer? No, look around a little longer. Before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut with a loud bang, leaving the room filled with awkward silence. Lin Mu stood up and looked at Su Nianhe, unable to resist teasing. You actually have moments of embarrassment? That's rare. Humph. Su Nianhe snorted coldly and turned her head away. All right, get up and put on your shoes, we should go. Lin Mu walked towards the door, his tone becoming more serious. Nighttime is when they mainly operate. Lin Mu, you didn't wait for me. Su Nianhe quickly jumped off the bed, slipped on her slippers and hurried after him, her delicate hand gripping the hem of his clothes. Outside the main gate of Wudong residential area, the warm light of the street lights shines on the ground. Uncle, you really don't need to take us back. Su Nianhe's voice was soft, with a hint of coquetry. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. Dad, Nianhe has family members coming to pick her up. She's very safe. It's safer here with our son, so you don't need to take him. The two of them took turns politely declining Lin Ye's offer. Lin Yi paused for a moment, but his tone was very serious. It's getting late, so let me see you off. Lin Mu smiled helplessly, leaned closer to him, and lowered his voice. Dad, don't worry about it. I'll tell you a secret. The one who came back to the academy with me is actually a first-class genie envoy of Genie Court. With such an important figure around, you still don't feel at ease? Bullshit. Lin Ye's face was full of disbelief. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. You think you can get your hands on someone like that? Don't try to fool me. Just as Lin Mu was about to continue making things up, a phone suddenly rang urgently in Lin Ye's pocket. He pulled out his phone and quickly answered, his tone softening instantly. Honey, what's wrong? Okay, I understand. It just so happens that my son and Nianhe don't want me to take them, probably because they think I'm interfering with their relationship. Okay, it's all right. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi realized that he hadn't been mindful of the two children's feelings and immediately laughed heartily. Since you don't need to see me off, be sure to be careful on your way back. He looked at Lin Mu and added, remember to let me know you arrived safely, okay? Although Lin Mu was puzzled as to why his father suddenly agreed, he readily agreed. Don't worry. Su Nianhe gently echoed, goodbye, uncle. Lin Ye's face instantly lit up with a smile, and he waved to her. Remember to come often. Your uncle and auntie like you very much. Su Nianhe nodded earnestly. I will, uncle. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Lin Ye's lips unconsciously curled up, and he murmured, looks like I'll be able to hold my grandson in just a few years. That's just the kid's personality. Sigh. You should be grateful you found a girl like Nianha. If you dare not cherish it, your mother and I will be the first to object. When the two reached the fork in the road, Su Nianha suddenly chuckled and said, Am I right? We just parted ways here, and this is the second time today. Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, Su Nianha suddenly stretched out her arms and pounced on him. Lin Mu subconsciously pushed her away gently, his tone tinged with helplessness. Go back. Your person is waiting for you across the street. Even he himself didn't realize that his voice was much gentler than usual. When Su Nianha was pushed away, she pouted unhappily. She turned to look across the road, where Yulan was standing quietly. When Yulan saw Wang suddenly turn around, her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, have I messed up Wang's important business? Su Nianha turned back, looked directly into Lin Mu's eyes, and said with a hint of reproach in her voice, Lin Mu, when you pushed me just now, did you know where you pushed? Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise, and he belatedly realized that in his haste, his hand seemed to have touched two soft spots. His face stiffened, and he quickly said, I'm sorry, I snort. Before he could finish speaking, Su Nianha snorted coldly, turned around, and strode away, her voice carrying far away. Sorry, all you ever do is apologize. You don't understand anything else. Lin Mu, you're really stupid. Lin Mu watched her figure gradually disappear into the night, shook his head helplessly, and turned to walk towards the Maybach. In the shadows not far away, Ning Imo stood frozen in place, the scene and conversation from just now exploding in his mind like a thunderclap. He was completely stunned, because he had already confirmed that Lin Mu was indeed the chief of the court. The fact that Tingshuo was in a relationship shocked him more than knowing that Tingshuo was still alive. He murmured to himself, this is unbelievable. What kind of magic does this woman possess that can make the chief justice? Taking a deep breath, Ning Imo walked towards Lin Mu's direction. When he was only 5 meters away from the other person, Lin Mu suddenly stopped. Ning Imo was startled and stopped walking. Lin Mu's lips curled up slightly. He took out a cigarette case from his pocket and flicked it behind him. A cigarette flew straight towards Ning Imo. Ning Imo caught it steadily, and then Lin Mu flicked another one at himself, a tiny flame igniting at his fingertips as he lit the cigarette. Lin Mu turned around and looked at the man wearing a baseball cap, his tone slightly teasing. Ning Imo, this is really the first time I've seen you wear a hat. Ning Imo slowly raised his head and lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his eyes reddened further, and his voice trembled with a sob. Chief Ting. Chapter 87. Should we go for something big tonight? Alright, stop getting sentimental, Lin Mu interrupted with a smile. When did you arrive in Anping District? After a brief reminiscing, Lin Mu smiled and said, I knew it. Gutsong must have told you something. But it doesn't matter, I never intended to hide it from you anyway. Ning Imo nodded. I know. If you really wanted to keep it a secret, you wouldn't have let Gutsong know in the first place. When do you plan to return to Zhenerding? Lin Mu waved his hand to interrupt. Zhenyi court will need you to oversee things for the foreseeable future. Right now, Zhao Shanhe, Gutsong, and I are in the shadows. When the other side reveals their trump card, that will be the time for my return. At that time, it will be a bloody battle that will shape the future of China, and many people will surely be sacrificed in this war. Ning Imo took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Ning Imo swears to follow Chief Ting to the death. Lin Mu smiled and said in a deep voice, Ning Imo, the sky is dark right now. Ning Mo's expression was solemn, and his voice was firm and resolute. If the world is already shrouded in boundless darkness, then I will use my body to carve out a ray of light. Lin Mu raised his eyes to look at the dark sky, his voice low and solemn. If the world is already in boundless darkness, then I will use my body to carve out a ray of light. He paused for a moment, then walked forward without turning his head and said, Let's go back to Zhenyi Court, Ning Imo. This dark sky will one day be illuminated by light. On the other side, a red SUV sped along the main road in Anping District. Su Nianha sat upright in the back row, gazing at the fleeting night view outside the window. She then looked down at her chest, gently lifting her cheek with her delicate hand, and unconsciously smiled. She secretly wondered to herself, would Lin Mu have liked that touch just now? A moment later, the black Maybach slowly drove off the side road, its engine roaring loudly on the main road. Suddenly, at the next red light, the Maybach executed a nimble drift, its tires screeching as it spun along the road, and headed straight back the way it came. Lin Mu slammed on the gas pedal and stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers. Scenes from his home flashed through his mind. his third uncle's unusual behavior and his parents' attempts to cover up their feelings. His expression grew increasingly puzzled, but he ultimately decided to go home. When the door to the apartment in Wudong residential complex was pushed open, Lin Mu's brows furrowed instantly. The apartment was completely dark, with not a single light on. "Dad, Mom." He stepped into the entryway and tentatively called out, his voice echoing in the empty living room, but no one responded. The moment the switch was pressed, the crystal chandelier suddenly lit up. Lin Mu walked to the sofa and sat down. There were still traces of blood on the floor that had not been cleaned up. Beep. Lin Mu's fingers flew across the keyboard as he quickly dialed the number. The phone was answered after the third second of ringing, and the father's loud voice came through the receiver. "What's wrong, son?" Lin Mu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He suppressed his doubts and asked with a smile, "Dad, I went home to get something again. You and Mom went out at this hour." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a faint whisper from the mother, but the words were too soft to make out. Immediately afterward, Lin Ye's voice rang out, laced with laughter and scolding. "You little rascal, you're always so forgetful. We ran out of disinfectant at home, so we thought about it and decided to take your third uncle to the hospital. We were worried about him getting infected, weren't we? Oh right. Over there on the sofa, your third uncle suddenly had a massive hemorrhage after you left. We hadn't even cleaned him up properly before we rushed off with him. You can help us tidy up." Lin Mu pressed on. "Dad, who is this third uncle? A distant relative of mine. I've never heard you mention him before. Hey, if your third uncle hadn't happened to be in a car accident near our house today, you might never have met these relatives in your life. All right, be careful on your way back, and remember to let me know you're safe. And most importantly, you blockhead, open your eyes. Stop letting girls always take the initiative." Beep. Lin Yi didn't give his son a chance to interrupt and hung up the phone directly. At that moment, he was driving a black sedan at high speed on the main road. Jiang Shuan's cool voice came from the back row. "Continue. Is it Ming City or the Forbidden City?" The man in black shuddered violently, his head wrapped in layers of bandages, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "The headquarters is indeed in Ming City, but the Azure King has recently transferred his core forces to the Forbidden City. I was really just relaying messages. I told you everything I knew you." Bang! Jiang Shuan raised her hand and delivered a swift chop, instantly slumping the man in black into his seat, lifeless. Lin Yi remained calm and said, "Wife, I'll stay with you." "No need." Jiang Shuan interrupted him, but her voice suddenly softened. "Husband, you must remember that you are an ordinary person." Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "Okay, I'll do whatever my wife says." Before he finished speaking, he floored the accelerator, and the black sedan sped off like an arrow toward the Forbidden City. In the Wudong residential area, Lin Mu had already cleaned up the remaining bloodstains in the living room. He leaned back on the sofa, his brows furrowed slightly. It made sense logically, but something just felt off. After a moment, he let out a long sigh and murmured softly, "Maybe I was just overthinking it. As long as Mom and Dad are safe, that's all that matters." Exquisite verses seemed to come from heaven. "I've written 300 poems in a frenzy." The phone rang suddenly, and Lin Mu glanced at the caller ID and answered almost instantly. "What's wrong?" Gu Tsang's hoarse voice came through the receiver, mixed with the roar of vehicles. "Are you still in Anping district?" "Exist. How about we go big tonight?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Gu Tsang chuckled softly, his tone tinged with mystery. "Sanshi and Xiaoman followed those gray-robed men all the way. Guess where they ended up?" "Don't be a riddle teller." Lin Mu's voice deepened. "A city within the Forbidden Zone." Gu Tsang's words made Lin Mu's heart sink. He paused, then added, "You should be very familiar with that city now in ruins. I've already ordered them to retreat. The two of them are no longer strong enough to go any further." The Forbidden City. Lin Mu's brows furrowed even deeper. "Where are you now?" "On the way. We'll be in Anping district soon." "Brother, wait for me. Don't do what happened last time and rush straight to the heart of the enemy by yourself." As soon as Gu Tsang finished speaking, the roar of the engine on the other end suddenly intensified, as if it was about to burst through the receiver. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu walked to the French windows. The night outside was as dark as ink, and a sad memory resurfaced in his mind. Half an hour later, outside Wudong residential area, the roar of engines grew louder as a black supercar came to a steady stop to the left of the Maybach. The car windows slowly rolled down, and Gu Tsang, a cigarette dangling from his lips, let out a hoarse voice. "Brother, are we going to hurry?" Lin Mu opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, saying casually, "I can tell, you're pretty fast." Gutsong paused, his left hand holding the cigarette hanging in midair. He turned to look at Lin Mu with a strange expression. "Why doesn't this sound like a compliment?" Lin Mu urged calmly, "You're overthinking it. Let's go." "Don't rush," Gutsong said, handing a black robe and a white mask to Lin Mu. Chapter 88. Brother, you're really rude. Lin Mu looked puzzled. "Why are there masks?" Gutsong put away his joking expression and said in a serious tone, "Just in case. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons are hiding in that place. By the way, this mask has a built-in voice conversion function. I've tested it, and it works pretty well." Voice conversion? Lin Mu chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "When I get back this time, I'll take some time to make a few more human skin masks." After all, in the field of scientific research, his talent has long surpassed that of so-called experts. If he weren't so powerful, he might be on the same path as Lin Yin now. Yes, it's about automatically using your own voice. Gutsong paused mid-sentence, then slapped his forehead and added with a laugh, "I was drunk too, and I ended up explaining all this to you. You're the real expert in this area. Walking around with a human skin mask for 6 years. TSK, that's really something. You're the ultimate sixth man." Lin Mu's face darkened instantly. "Once we enter the restricted area, if we encounter any uncontrollable situations, you must retreat immediately. Otherwise you'll only hold me back." Gutsong lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and floored the accelerator, instantly feeling a strong surge of acceleration. He curled his lip and said, "Dude, you're really rude." Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed on the rapidly receding night view outside the window. "It's just the truth. It sounds even worse now. If you think it sounds awful, then drive faster." Boom. The black supercar roared like a beast as it sped toward the Forbidden City. 11 o'clock late at night. Several months have passed since that final battle, and the corpses in the Forbidden City have been gradually cleared away. But the entire city remained a desolate ruin, with a lingering, nauseating stench permeating the air. Outside the restricted area, the Central Guard forces remained stationed, strictly preventing any ordinary people from approaching the battlefield of the final battle. Deep within the restricted area, amidst endless ruins, a 500-square-meter wall quietly rose up. Inside the walled compound stood several buildings resembling courtyard houses, but not a single one emitted light, not even a faint glow. The entire area within the walls was eerily silent, with a sinister atmosphere slowly permeating the air. At this moment, the Azure King sat upright on the stone throne in the center of the besieged city, with 12 gray-robed men exuding the aura of the initial 7th-level realm, standing respectfully on both sides, heads bowed and silent. The Right Protector broke the silence first, his voice filled with awe. "Lord Qingwang, the forces sent to gather the Blood King and the Monk King have all disappeared without a trace. Although the Fiend King and the Skeleton King have agreed to come, it is already late at night." "They've arrived." The Azure King interrupted in a deep voice, his profound gaze fixed on the thick darkness ahead, his tone utterly calm. The Right Protector was startled. Just as he looked up to look ahead, a burst of wild laughter suddenly tore through the silence. "Ha ha, Zhanqing, you've really fallen on hard times. Even the kingdom's headquarters were forced to relocate, and the way you're cowering inside the walls practically screams, 'I'm afraid of dying.' You've not only disgraced the Lord, you've disgraced the entire kingdom." The 12 gray-robed men instantly felt an intense sense of oppression sweep over them, and their bodies stiffened involuntarily. A middle-aged man slowly walked towards the Azure King. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a burly build. His aura as a high-level 7th-rank cultivator erupted without reservation, pressing down on people like a whirlwind, making it hard to breathe. "King of Evil Shaoli, watch your tone when you speak to the King of Green." The Right Protector suppressed his heart palpitations and reprimanded him in a deep voice. Shaoli sneered, his gaze sweeping over the Right Protector with disdain. "Attitude? And what are you anyway? When I massacred this city, you weren't even fully grown yet. Get out of here, you have no right to speak." "You?" The Right Protector's angry shout had barely left his mouth when a chilling cold instantly surged into his heart. A rough hand slammed heavily on his shoulder, and Shaoli's voice rang in his ear, full of mockery. "This is the first time I'll spare your life for Zhanqing's sake." "Enough, Shaoli." The Azure King had appeared behind Shaoli at some point, surrounded by a faint, dark purple poisonous mist. Shaoli sneered and patted the Right Protector's shoulder heavily. Since you've chosen to be a dog, don't cause trouble for your master. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and without hesitation, he threw a punch at the person behind him. Boom! The two fists collided with a deafening roar, their residual force sweeping outwards in all directions. Amidst the flying debris, Xiaoli staggered back 2 steps, while the Green King was jolted back 3 steps, his robes fluttering in the wind. Xiaoli, what do you want to do? A suppressed rage flashed in the eyes of the Azure King, and dark purple poisonous mist churned slightly around him. Do what? Xiaoli chuckled, his eyes full of provocation. Of course, I want to see just how weak you really are, that you can leave unscathed after someone has been fighting freely at the kingdom's headquarters. King Qing took a deep breath to suppress his anger, raised his eyes, and said in a deep voice, I cannot stop them, and neither can you. Xiaoli's eyes turned cold as he looked Qing Wang up and down. Not bad. Really not bad. The greenhorn who followed us back, then has now really started to think of himself as someone important. The Azure King's eyebrows twitched sharply, and his aura as a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted. The 12 gray-robed men moved swiftly, their weapons simultaneously drawn from their waists, their cold glints flashing as they subtly surrounded Xiaoli. Oh, you invited me here, only to attack me? Xiaoli looked at the gray-robed men who were surrounding him and let out a disdainful sneer. His aura also surged, and the 2 powerful pressures collided in the air. Just as tensions were about to rise, an old yet deep voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere of confrontation and reached everyone's ears. The remnants of the previous dynasty haven't been dealt with yet, and our own people have already started fighting. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the source of the sound. An elderly man with a cane walked slowly towards them. Although his hair was gray, he was in high spirits, and every step he took was steady and powerful. He glanced at the 2 men, who were on the verge of exchanging blows, and said calmly, All right, that's enough. Then he looked at the Green King with a deep gaze. My time is precious. Tell me, what's the deal with those remnants? And what about the identities of those 2 who stormed headquarters? We still don't have a single clue. You, Zhan Qing, have ruled the kingdom for over 20 years. What exactly have you been doing? In the end, the old man unleashed his full power as a 7th-level high-ranking cultivator, slamming his cane into the ground. With a loud bang, the hard ground was instantly smashed into a deep crater, and cracks spread like a spider web. Seeing this, Xiaoli concealed his aura, casually walked to a nearby bench and sat down, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. Feng Shi, you're still alive at your age? The Azure King also concealed his aura and looked at the newcomer, saying, Skull King. The old man walked past him, slowly walked to another bench, and sat down. His voice was weathered but sharp. Xiaoli, I have calculated that you have a very bad omen this year. You should prepare for your funeral in advance. Huh. Xiaoli burst into wild laughter, his eyes filled with arrogance. Old Feng, do you believe I can twist your neck off right now? Watching the 2 engage in their heated exchange, King Qing sighed inwardly. If things hadn't gotten out of control, I truly never wanted to see them again in this lifetime. The old man ignored Xiaoli's provocation and said calmly, I don't bother with a dying man. After saying that, he squinted his cloudy eyes and looked into the darkness outside the besieged city, his expression suddenly showing some surprise. I didn't expect that you, a monk, would actually come. All eyes turned to a monk in robes who walked slowly towards them, his steps steady and exuding a subtle sense of zen. The Azure King raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a puzzled expression. The person I sent to Azure Mountain. Before he could finish speaking, the monk calmly interrupted him, his tone completely flat. Kill him. Xiaoli and Feng Shi both smiled, watching Qing Wang's reaction with great interest, as if they were watching a good show. The veins on the Green King's forehead bulged, and the poisonous mist around him grew thicker, almost solidifying. This king needs an explanation. An explanation? The monk smiled faintly. Very well, I will give you an explanation. He then clasped his hands together and murmured, Forgive me. Boom. The aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted around the monk, and his figure turned into a blur in the night, his palm aimed straight at the face of the Azure King. Chapter 89. You're really stabbing me hard. Outside the restricted area, the central guards at one of the entrances lay sprawled on the ground. All the corpses were cut in half, and the thick stench of blood permeated the night. A woman in black robes strolled leisurely into the depths of the forbidden area. She wore a blood-red mask and had 2 long swords hanging at her waist. Wherever it went, The central guards and the kingdom's forces were slaughtered, and the ground was soon covered with corpses. In the center of the restricted area, a group of awakened ones dressed in daytime uniforms stood ready. Lu Ping's voice was filled with suppressed shock. Chief Qin Jiang, those 3 people who just passed by, any one of them could wipe us out at any moment. Is there really such terrifying power in this world? Then why during the final battle? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Jiang raised his hand to interrupt. There are too many things in this world that we don't know. Even as the chief of the White Day, I only learned about the terrifying force behind the central government today. And the fact that these terrifying beings have chosen to gather here today, I suspect it must be related to that fire elemental awakener from before. Kong Nen stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Chief, do you mean that in the face of such terrifying power, the entity behind the central command still harbors fear of that fire-type awakener? Qin Jiang paused, pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, it's hard to say. I always feel that this peaceful world is about to be plunged into a bloody storm. The power of daytime is like a moth drawn to a flame compared to the 2 forces clashing in the shadows. Furthermore, Zhen Yiting's last open attack on the Grand Elder has already explained a lot of things. Now all that's needed is a trigger. Both sides are waiting for the other to reveal all their cards. Lu Ping pressed further. You mean, as long as one side reveals their hand, this war will inevitably break out? What about the final battle? There's absolutely no comparison. Qin Jiang interrupted in a deep voice. This war will only be more brutal. And once it begins, it's a fight to the death. It will never stop until the other side is completely wiped out. So both sides are waiting. Neither of them is really sure of winning. Huh? Lu Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Chief, those 3 were all terrifying beings at the high level of the 7th rank, and you still didn't have a sure chance of winning? It can't be that bad. Ning Mo of Zhenyi Court is only at the mid-stage. Anyone could easily crush them, right? Qin Jiang sighed softly. It's not that simple. Have you ever considered who was in charge of the central government before the elders took over? Why hasn't a single piece of news about what happened back then emerged until now? He paused, then continued. Let's assume. What if the power that has dominated the central government for over 20 years was destroyed by the power behind the current central government, but not completely eradicated, and there are still remnants hiding in the shadows? More than 20 years have passed. How strong is the power they have secretly accumulated? No one can guarantee it. Lu Ping and Kong Nen were astonished, feeling that Qin Jiang's reasoning was too bold. Kong Nen asked softly, Chief, if that's really the case, how will Baizhou conduct himself after the war begins? Lu Ping also held his breath and listened attentively. Qin Jiang glanced at the 2 men and gave a bitter smile. Baizhou will be the first to be destroyed. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically, and Lu Ping asked urgently, Chief, what is the reason for this? Because we are too weak. Daylight is too weak. After all, daylight has only been established for a few months, and there is no time for it to grow slowly now. Qin Jiang sighed deeply, his voice heavy. Even among the 5 elders of the central government, 2 have died, and 1 has been seriously injured in the past few months, let alone us. The fact that we've survived until now only proves one thing. In their eyes, Baizhou's existence is like that of an ant. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, but his tone suddenly became firm. But that's also the truth. What we can do now is to improve our strength as much as possible, so that we can survive until the Great War comes. As long as we are alive, it is a victory for us. What does their irreconcilable feud have to do with us? We are nothing more than insignificant pawns in their eyes, but even as pawns, we should still try to find a way out of this hopeless situation. Just as Lu Ping and Kong Nan's eyes grew increasingly shocked, Qin Jiang suddenly chuckled, and his tone became more relaxed. Of course, these are all just my own guesses, so don't worry too much beforehand. Whoosh! A flash of cold light suddenly pierced the night. Several members of the daytime faction not far away did not even have time to scream before their bodies were cleaved in 2 by the blade, blood gushing out as they collapsed to the ground. Someone has broken in. Lu Ping exclaimed in alarm. In an instant, a violent sense of oppression swept over Qin Jiang and the others. The next second, a figure in black robes wearing a blood-red mask appeared in front of them, her figure as elusive as a ghost. Qin Jiang and his group's pupils shrank suddenly as a chilling killing intent swept over them, and a strong sense of fear surged into their hearts. In a moment of urgency, Qin Jiang bowed sharply, his voice trembling with respect. I am Qin Jiang, the chief of the daytime court, and I have been ordered to wait here for the 4 lords. The man in black robe sneered, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the cold glint of his longsword was already close to Qin Jiang's throat. At the critical moment, Qin Jiang drew his longsword and plunged it into his own chest without hesitation. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth instantly. He staggered back half a step and weakly said, "Qin Jiang can do it himself. Don't dirty the master's hands." After saying that, he waved to Lu Ping, Kong Nan, and the others, his eyes conveying a signal. The members of Daylight suddenly snapped back to reality and drew their weapons, stabbing themselves in the process. Several streams of blood splattered in the night, and everyone knelt weakly on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. This scene surprised the woman in black. She sheathed her long sword, glanced disdainfully at Qin Jiang, and her clear voice, through the mask, became low and hoarse. "A coward will die from cowardice sooner or later." After the man in black robes had gone, Qin Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself in a low voice, "Cowardice? This dark world is a world where the strong prey on the weak." Before reaching the peak, the only way to survive is to live humbly and subserviently. I, Qin Jiang, also have my own way of surviving. Lu Ping quickly approached Qin Jiang, staring wide-eyed at the blood gushing from his chest, and exclaimed, "Chief, you're too ruthless to yourself. You really stabbed him with all your might." Qin Jiang gave a bitter smile. "Otherwise what? I'm right in front of the man in black. If I don't really stab him, do you think she'll let us go?" He paused, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. It seems that the forces behind the central government are not monolithic. At this moment, Kong Nan walked up to Qin Jiang, his eyes full of astonishment. Qin Jiang looked at her weakly. "What's wrong?" Chapter 90, I suspect the Red King is not dead. Kong Nan's voice was urgent. "Chief, you stabbed me in the very spot. If it's not dealt with in time, you will die." Qin Jiang's brow furrowed sharply, and another mouthful of blood gushed out. He struggled to say, "Then what? What are we waiting for? Help me." Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the side. Lu Ping quickly supported him, then turned to look at Kong Nan with a panicked expression. Why did Chief Qin Jiang suddenly faint? Inside the walls deep within the restricted area, with his face bruised and swollen, King Qing sat upright in the main seat, his knuckles clenched so tightly they turned white, but he could only forcefully suppress the surging anger in his heart. The monk sat on a bench to the side, his robe slightly dirty, but his eyes remained calm. When he looked at the Green King, his tone was completely indifferent. "Now, do you still want to explain?" The Green King's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Monk King, don't push your luck." The old man gently tapped his cane on the ground with a dull thud, and his aged voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a hint of authority. "All right, let Zhang Qing get down to business. This infighting is exactly what the enemy wants to see." Xiao Li chuckled and glanced sideways at the old man. "Old Fong, you're saying all this now, but why didn't you stop the monk from beating him up earlier?" The old man slowly raised his eyes, a deep meaning flashing in his cloudy eyes. "I just want to see if Zhang Qing will be beaten to death by the monk. But unfortunately, Zhang Qing is still quite capable. This means that none of us could stop that fire elemental awakener, so we can't blame him for this." The monk lowered his eyes, clasped his hands, and spoke softly. "In all things, harmony should be valued above all else." "Huh." Xiao Li's maniacal laughter was suddenly interrupted. "You monk, you keep talking about valuing peace, but when you actually do it, you're more ruthless than anyone else." The King of Green's face grew increasingly gloomy, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He really wanted to kick the three men in front of him like footballs, but his strength wouldn't allow it, so he could only swallow his anger for the time being. "No," the monk added calmly, his tone still indifferent. "He was the one who disturbed my peace for many years. I merely gave him a slight lesson. Don't think. All right, you two stop talking." The old man looked up at the Green King, tapping the ground lightly with his cane again. "Now that it's quiet, tell me, what did you invite us here for? Or have you made some discovery?" Just as the Green King was about to speak, he was interrupted by the monk. "If it is an internal conflict between awakened beings, this humble monk will not participate. Listen to me first," King Qing said in a deep voice. The 12 gray-robed men behind him stood with their heads bowed, not daring to even breathe, their invisible pressure enveloping them. The Azure King took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke. "First, I can now be certain that the remnants of that time have formed a considerable force. As for who was missed back then, only you and the Blood King know the truth. Secondly, The two people who infiltrated the ancient city that day were most likely not from the remnants of those forces, but from a new force. Those remnants have been biding their time for over 20 years. They would never risk exposing themselves like this. That fire elemental awakened one even dared to roam freely in headquarters. At this point, the Azure King's eyes suddenly hardened, and he continued. Thirdly, it concerns the Red King. Red King. Shaoli raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. Why bring up the deceased again? The monk asked calmly, his expression still serene. The old man's voice, heavy with the weight of time, silenced the two men's questions. Don't argue. Let Zhang Qing continue. The Azure King paused, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, and said in a deep voice, if the Red King were dead, her forces should have fallen apart. But not only have they not, they have become even more cautious in their actions. It's as if they are still taking orders from the same person, which is normally impossible. Half a month ago in Mingcheng, Xiu Hu, an SS-level mutant under the Red King, was in a hopeless situation when his hideout was infiltrated by our people. However, another group of mutants rescued him. This rescue speed is a bit too fast. The King of Qing's tone grew increasingly somber. What makes me even more uneasy is that after the rescue, all the mutants under my command who were hiding in various cities disappeared overnight. That's right, it happened overnight. The mutants deployed by all the kingdoms have yet to be heard from. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with certainty. Therefore, I suspect that the Red King is not dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell into a deathly silence. A hint of doubt flashed in the monk's eyes, and he broke the silence first. Your evidence is insufficient. If the Red King were still alive, why wouldn't she attack the central government? With no more envoys to protect the country, she should have no qualms about doing so. The envoy of the nation? A hint of reminiscence flashed in Xiao Li's eyes as he sneered. An Eighth Order Awakener who appeared out of nowhere. His appearance was already full of suspicious points. However, we have long since disappeared from the world since the era of the State Protector, and we have no interest in inquiring about these things. But now, he changed the subject, raising his eyes to look at the Azure King. Zhang Qing, since we're on this topic, let's talk about the identity of this national protector. Oh right. There's another person I'm interested in by Ju, whose title is White Reaper. The Green King met his gaze and said in a deep voice, I can tell you with certainty, they are all dead. There's no need to talk about the dead anymore. It's just a waste of time. Shaoli chuckled, but his eyes seemed to be deep in thought. The old man slowly spoke. I can also say with certainty that no one escaped from the net back then, and all the remnants of the previous dynasty died at our hands. The Azure King frowned, and the monk added calmly, there is one more person. Although he did not die in front of us, if the Blood King makes a move, that person will only die a more miserable death. Tsk tisk. Shaoli raised his eyes to look at the King of Qing. You're quite clever, only gathering the three of us. That crazy woman. The Azure King responded in a deep voice. The Blood King also called, but the people he sent, like the Monk King's side, have disappeared without a trace. Shaoli looked surprised. You dare to summon that woman? I heard she's already married. It's quite amusing to think about. I really can't imagine her looking like a little bird clinging to someone. He suddenly changed the subject, his eyes filled with curiosity. So, what method do you plan to use to invite her here? The Azure King raised his eyes to look at the Right Protector, who understood immediately and stepped forward respectfully, saying, the Blood King is now married and has both a son and a daughter. Therefore, sending someone to kidnap her family is the best course of action. As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils of all three of them suddenly contracted. The monk frowned, Xiao Li's face stiffened, and the old man's right hand, which was holding his cane, trembled slightly. The air seemed to freeze again. The Azure King's gaze swept over the three of them, his expression showing a hint of confusion. He was about to ask a question when Xiao Li interrupted him in a deep voice. When did you make your move? The Right Protector quickly replied. The last message was sent a few hours ago, when they were already preparing to take action. Xiao Li frowned even more deeply and looked at the monk. Monk, Jiangxing isn't far from here, is it? The monk replied. It's not far, just a few hours' journey. The air fell silent once more. Chapter 91 Jiangxing, get over here and kneel down. Xiao Li suddenly stood up, moved a chair from beside the Green King to between the monk and the old man. The Azure King raised an eyebrow, his tone questioning. What do you mean by this? Jiangxing, you'd better pray that the crazy woman's family is all right. Xiao Li's voice turned serious as he added, "Otherwise, if a woman with awakened berserk abilities goes berserk, we'll only be able to collect your corpse." At this moment, the monk calmly stood up, looked at the Green King, and said without the slightest ripple in his voice, "The points you mentioned are all speculation at the moment. If you find any clues that the Red King is still alive, I will take action, but for now, I must go ahead." "Don't worry, I'll go with you." The old man slowly rose, leaning on his cane, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the Azure King. "Zhanqing, this is the last time we will fight for the kingdom. If the operation fails due to your incorrect information, then let the kingdom fend for itself. Aren't you really afraid of His Majesty's return?" The Azure King's voice suddenly turned cold, and dark purple poisonous mist surged around him. Xiao Li scoffed. "If His Excellency could return, why would we have waited until now? I remember there was another person by His Excellency's side back then, Zhanqing. Did he not stay in China, but left with His Excellency?" The King of Green raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when a series of hurried footsteps suddenly approached from afar, shattering the deathly silence of the wall. All eyes turned instantly to the depths of darkness, where a gray-robed man staggered in, his voice filled with panic. "King Qing, someone has broken in." Whoosh! Before the words were finished, a cold light flashed like lightning, piercing the darkness. A long sword gleaming with chilling killing intent suddenly pierced through the messenger's chest, its tip sinking straight into the ground. As blood gushed out, the gray-robed man's body went limp and collapsed, completely lifeless. Boom! The next second, an extremely violent aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator swept in like a tsunami, and the rubble on the ground was blown up by the invisible shockwave. The 12 gray-robed men gripped their weapons tightly at their waists, their breaths taut with tension. The Azure King's pupils contracted sharply, and he quietly tightened his grip on the halberd in his hand, as dark purple poisonous mist surged around him like a living thing. Seeing this, the monk calmly sat back down in his original seat, his voice even. "Since we've already caught up, let's take a look." The old man slowly sat back down in his chair, tapping his cane lightly on the ground. "I think what you, the monk, said makes sense. Unfortunately, the madness in this aura isn't strong enough, which means we don't need to collect Zhanqing's body." Xiao Li's lips curled up, and he added in a teasing tone, "How so? Shall we open a sale? Let's gamble on whether Zhanqing lives or dies." Boom! As the violent aura continued to approach, a figure in a black robe wearing a blood-red mask suddenly came into view. Her steps were as light as a ghost, and with each step she took, the ground would explode with a spiderweb-like crack. Amidst the flying pebbles, she had already reached the gray-robed man's corpse. With a flick of her jade-like hand, the long sword was pulled from the ground with a whoosh, and blood dripped down the blade, splashing into dazzling blood flowers on the ground. She raised her eyes and swept them in the direction of the Azure King, her eyes beneath the blood-red mask flashing with endless killing intent, her voice icy cold. "Zhanqing, get over here and kneel down. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Azure King?" A gray-robed man at the initial 7th level roared and stepped forward, his aura suddenly exploding. Whoosh! The blade flashed like a startled swan, so fast that its trajectory was impossible to discern. The gray-robed man's eyes widened suddenly, and a whooshing sound came from his throat. His body had been cleaved into 3 pieces and crashed heavily to the ground, splattering blood onto the robes of those around him. "How dare you!" As the Right Protector roared, his aura as a mid-stage 7th-tier cultivator suddenly erupted, and his longsword was drawn with a clang, but a scream rang out even faster than the sound of the blade. With a clang, the Right Protector's long sword fell to the ground along with his right arm, and blood gushed from the severed arm, splattering all over his face. He staggered backward, clutching his severed arm, his body convulsing in pain, his eyes filled with terror. "Blood King, how dare you!" The aura of a 7th-level high-realm cultivator erupted from the Azure King's body, and the dark purple poisonous mist surged even more violently. Xiao Li couldn't help but sneer. TSK, as bloody as ever, she's still the same crazy woman from back then." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes turned around and looked at him. His violent aura swept towards Xiao Li like a hurricane, and the ground was instantly pressed into a shallow pit. The monk and the old man's eyes narrowed simultaneously. Almost instantly, they picked up their chairs and transformed into 2 afterimages, appearing in the open space 10 meters away with a whoosh and calmly sitting down. "I'm an old man with bones like this, I can't afford to get hurt, the old man said calmly, gripping his cane. Shaoli, how many pieces do you want to divide it into? The black-robed man's voice was cold as he slowly spun his long sword in his hand, the blade reflecting a chilling light. Shaoli glanced at the two people sitting far away beside him. His lips twitched involuntarily, and a fawning smile instantly appeared on his face. Don't get excited, I just blurted it out. I apologize to you directly. He paused, pointed in the direction of the Green King, and reminded him urgently. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Zhanqing is over there. I am not your enemy today. The old man's aged voice rang out with a hint of mockery. Shaoli, where is your backbone? Shaoli raised an eyebrow, trying to salvage his dignity. This is me respecting women. The monk's calm voice then rang out, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The man in black robes approached the Green King step by step, each step like a heavy hammer slamming into the ground. The stone slabs beneath his feet instantly shattered into a spiderweb pattern, and the rubble was tossed about in the violent aura. She raised her eyes and glanced at the Green King. Zhanqing, can't you understand what I'm saying? The Azure King's face was terrifyingly grim. You've already killed all my men, and you've even severed the arm of the right protector. What more do you want? I'll say it one last time, kneel down before your mother. The man in black robes gripped his twin swords tightly, the blades gleaming with an eerie, blood-red light in the night, his violent aura tangible as he pressed straight at the Green King's face. You crazy woman, don't go too far. As soon as the King of Qing finished speaking, Shaoli, the monk, and the old man almost simultaneously grabbed chairs, their figures transforming into three afterimages as they swiftly darted to the open ground 20 meters away, their movements so synchronized as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. Shaoli sat in his chair with his legs crossed, a mocking look on his arrogant face. I do have some respect for Zhanqing. The old man gripped his cane with both hands. He's still too young. He hasn't experienced the carnage of those years. The monk clasped his hands together and said in a calm tone, commendable courage. Boom! An even more violent aura suddenly enveloped the black-robed man. Her eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and her black robe fluttered in the air, making her look like a demon from hell. Since you won't kneel, I'll beat you to your knees. At the same level, do you think I would fear you? The aura around the Azure King suddenly surged, and the dark purple poisonous mist rushed towards the black-robed man like a tide. As he swung his halberd, a silver light was drawn through the poisonous mist, heading straight for the black-robed man's throat. Chapter 92 Seventh Order Awakened ones are too rare, we can't let her kill them all. Poison? A despicable ability, utterly worthless. The black-robed man's violent aura instantly formed a wall of energy, completely dispelling the surging poisonous mist. She swung her jade-like hand violently, and her twin blades drew two eerie streaks of blood-red light in the night. Blood slash. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed like a ghost, dodging the halberd, and her twin blades, carrying extremely violent power, slashed straight at the Green King's chest. The Azure King's pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly retracted his halberd, wielding it horizontally in front of him with both hands. Boom! Two long swords, gleaming with blood, slammed into the halberd, and an even more violent aura instantly enveloped the black-robed man's twin blades. Her voice was icy and chilling. Useless. Boom! The Green King felt a mountain-like force crash into the halberd, and he was forced to retreat like a kite with a broken string. His hands, which were wielding the halberd, were completely numb, and a bloody gash appeared between his thumb and forefinger, with blood flowing down the halberd. With each step the man in black took, the ground shattered as if a meteorite had fallen. The force of their collision swept outwards, sending stones flying and the howling wind whipping up dust from the ground. The three people in the distance watched the one-sided crushing defeat with great interest. Seeing the Green King's pathetic retreat, the monk said calmly, "Should we try to stop him? After all, he is the king who rules the kingdom. We shouldn't let him get killed." Shaoli crossed his arms and chuckled. That makes a lot of sense. Go ahead. The monk remained calm. This is merely a suggestion. It does not mean I intend to do it. Shaoli sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Monk, I'll return that to you now. The old man's cloudy eyes swept over the rubble of buildings inside the wall, which were being cut down by the flash of swords. He sighed and shook his head. There's no need to stop her. If her family is safe, she will naturally stop there. As for where that point is, none of us can guess. He abruptly changed the subject, his gaze suddenly sharpening. But if something has already happened to her family, then there's even less reason for us to stop her. This woman is truly reckless when she goes crazy. Ha ha, Xiao Li's maniacal laughter pierced the night sky. If Zhang knew this madwoman's other title back then, she would never dare to do such a thing. Yes. The old man's gaze drifted to the distant flash of the blade, a hint of longing in his eyes, and he calmly uttered 4 words, King of Decapitations. Luckily, we weren't her adversaries back then, otherwise, we would have been living in constant fear. Looking at the Green King who was being unilaterally crushed, the monk spoke up at the opportune moment. If we don't stop him, he'll probably be beaten to death. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, blood gushed from the Green King's mouth, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a courtyard wall. Amidst the deafening crash of collapsing bricks and stones, debris flew everywhere, and dust instantly billowed out. As the smoke and dust cleared, the Azure King staggered and knelt on the ground, barely managing to steady himself by bracing his palms against the cold earth. His body was covered with deep, bone-revealing knife wounds, and blood meandered along the countless wounds, pooling on the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood and foam, then slowly raised his head to look at the black-robed man approaching step by step, his pupils suddenly contracting in terror. He had a clear feeling that this crazy woman really would kill him. The ground trembled with each step Jiang Shuwan took, each step feeling like it was treading on the heart of the Green King. She held 2 swords, blood still dripping from their blades, the hem of her black robe fluttering in the night wind, her voice full of disdain. Trash. In the end, didn't he still kneel down before me? In an instant, 10 gray-robed men drew their weapons and formed a fan shape to block the Green King. Their hands, gripping the hilts of their swords, trembled slightly, their eyes filled with terror, yet they still forced themselves to hold their weapons horizontally in front of them, trying to stop the figure that resembled the Grim Reaper. On a bench in the distance, the old man stood up first, his voice calm. She's vented enough, let's go over. 7th-tier awakened ones are too rare, we can't let her kill them all. The moment the words fell, the 3 of them transformed into 3 afterimages, darting through the night like lightning and landing steadily in front of the Green King. The old man slammed his cane heavily onto the ground with a loud bang that cracked the earth. He looked at the 10 gray-robed men and said calmly, Disperse, you do have some loyalty. He then looked up at the man in black robes, his tone becoming more serious. That's enough, stop now. Jiang Shuwan sneered, the cold light from the blade reflecting off her mask. Heh, Fengshi, what are you? How dare you point fingers at me? The old man frowned, and the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted from his body, sweeping out like an invisible giant wave. If you haven't vented enough, the 3 of us can continue to keep you company. The auras of both the monk and Xiao Li surged simultaneously, and the pressure from the 3 7th-level high-level cultivators clashed violently with Jiang Shuwan's aura in the air. Meanwhile, the King of Green had been helped to a safer location further back by his subordinates, where he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Shuwan chuckled softly, and with a flick of her jade-like hand, her twin blades suddenly pointed directly at the 3 of them. A look of astonishment flashed across the 3 men's eyes simultaneously. Has this woman really gone mad? But the next second, she instantly sheathed her twin swords. With a crisp click, she looked up in the direction of the Azure King, her voice not loud but clearly reaching his ears. Zhang, this is my last warning to you. If you dare touch my family again, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces. With that, she turned and walked away gracefully, her black robe fluttering in the night wind. A cold, unwavering voice rang out without turning around. The same goes for the 3 of you. Blood King, this summons is because of the remnants of that year, and the SSS Calamity Red King may not be dead. The old man spoke in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. Jiang Shuwan paused slightly, her aura suddenly turning cold. The affairs of this world have been irrelevant to me for 25 years. But if I find out again that anyone is plotting against my family, no matter who it is, I will take your heads one by one. As she finished speaking, her figure gradually disappeared into the night. Xiao Li stared in the direction she had disappeared, raising an eyebrow, his tone full of confusion. No? Is this crazy woman insane? What does this have to do with us? The monk shook his head helplessly. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have come today. You've come at the right time. You're the most skilled doctor here. Go and see Zhang Qing. After the old man finished speaking, he turned and walked steadily toward the direction of the Green King. The monk sighed again, his tone tinged with regret. I really shouldn't have watched this spectacle. Please give me free gifts and urge me to update. And finally, please give me a 5-star review. Let the rating soar like a rocket. Love you all. Dear readers, the end of the year is approaching. Please remember to keep warm. The author is already burning up to 39 degrees Celsius. I'm completely fired up, haha. Chapter 93 White Reaper vs. Blood King. Cough, cough. The king of Qing leaned against the courtyard wall, his face as pale as paper, his chest heaving violently, and he kept coughing up dark red blood, which stained the ground in front of him. A gray-robed man was carefully treating the wound in his abdomen. All right, you can go now. The old man's voice suddenly rang out behind him, and before the gray-robed man could speak, he added, he won't die. The Azure King weakly raised his eyes to look at the 3 approaching figures, his eyes filled with resentment. That woman, I will definitely not let her go. The air fell silent for a moment. The old man remained silent. The monk sighed helplessly, and Shaoli stared blankly at the Green King, as if he were an idiot. He was beaten half to death. Where did he get the courage to say such a thing? Shaoli suddenly chuckled, his tone laced with malice. Otherwise, let him die now, so he won't implicate us later. The monk casually echoed. This humble monk agrees. If the 3 of us are of one mind. Unify my ass. The old man's veins bulged, his face filled with helplessness, and he interrupted, save people. The monk raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, there are many kinds of saving lives. Is it saving someone who is alive, or saving someone who is dead? Feng Shi. Upon hearing the conversation between the 3, the Azure King was instantly overcome with anger and rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing unconscious. A moment later, Jiang Shuwan, dressed in a black robe and wearing a blood-red mask, transformed into a blur, darting swiftly between the broken walls outside the restricted area at a speed so fast that her trail was almost invisible. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the 2 black-robed figures blocking her path. The person on the left wears a white mask, and the person on the right wears a gray mask. Both exude a faint aura. Oh, so this is a formidable character? The person on the right chuckled. Let's interrogate them first. The person on the left said calmly. Interrogation? Jiang Shuwan suddenly laughed, a disdainful smile curving her lips. How many lives do you have to dare interrogate me? She glanced at the 2 men, her voice icy. I'm too lazy to kill anyone. Get lost now, or you might still live. Gutsong was taken aback at first, then clapped his hands, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. How do you think she can be so blindly confident? Lin Mu raised his eyes to look at the black-robed figure in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. He said in a deep voice, she doesn't seem to be from the kingdom. Let's trap her first. An earthen dungeon. Gutsong's aura as a mid-stage 7th-level cultivator erupted instantly, and he suddenly raised his right foot, slamming it heavily onto the ground. With a muffled bang, the soil beneath the ruins suddenly rose from the ground, surging and coalescing like a living thing. In the blink of an eye, a closed cage several meters high was constructed, completely sealing the 3 people inside. The pitch-black soil instantly obscured the moonlight overhead, leaving only a depressing gloom. Jiang Shuwan looked at the towering earthen prison, a hint of amusement flashing in her beautiful eyes. An Earth-type ability user? That's somewhat interesting, but it's still too weak. Boom. The next second, crimson flames suddenly swept and erupted around Lin Mu. The scorching flames spread like wildfire, instantly illuminating the pitch-black earthen prison as if it were daytime. A rare look of surprise flashed across Jiang Shuwan's beautiful eyes. A 7th-tier advanced realm cultivator? And a fire-type awakener at that? There are quite a few hidden powerhouses in this world. No wonder that good-for-nothing Zhang Qing would think of summoning the former 4 kings. Gutsong stared at the black-robed man wearing a blood-red mask in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, Are you still confident now? Jiang Shuwan's lips curled up slightly, and her clear voice became low and husky through the mask. You 2 little ones are quite interesting. Hey bro, look at you. Still pretending even at a time like this? You're pretty funny. Gutsong raised his right hand slightly and shouted in a low voice. Lock. Several thick mounds of soil suddenly burst forth from the ruins beneath Jiang Shuwan's feet, rapidly winding upwards along her black robe like vines. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around her waist and arms, trying to bind her tightly. Lin Mu sized up the woman in black robes and said in a deep voice, "You who are hiding your face, take off her mask." "That's exactly what I was thinking. None of those hidden identity bastards are any good." Gu Sangong spat as soon as he finished speaking. "Of course, I wasn't talking about us." Just as the layers of soil were about to touch Jiang Shuwen's blood-red mask, a faint, mocking smile appeared on her lips. Boom! An extremely violent aura suddenly erupted from her body. An invisible shockwave spread out like a shockwave, instantly shattering the soil clinging to the black robe into dust, which fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Lin Mu and Gutsong's pupils shrank simultaneously, and their expressions changed. Gutsong exclaimed, "Holy crap! Brother, didn't you say that only the Azure King was at the high level?" "Well, Master Gu ran into a high-level match as soon as he appeared. That's really giving him face." Jiang Shuwan glanced at the two of them and chuckled. "I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but since you're asking for some torture, then I'll just play along." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her jade-like hand, and the long sword at her waist, glowing with an eerie blood-red light, was drawn. The blade pointed directly at the two of them, and the blood-red blade reflected the firelight, exuding a chilling aura. "Huh, you overestimate yourself." The crimson flames around Lin Mu blazed even more fiercely. Amidst the raging flames, he clenched his right fist, and a crimson fire dragon roared out from his palm, crashing towards the man in black. Just as the fire dragon was about to pounce on Jiang Shuwan, an even more violent wave of energy suddenly erupted from her body. An invisible wave of air sliced across like a sharp blade, cutting the fire dragon in two, which then burst into two streaks of crimson flame that crashed heavily against the inner walls of the earthen prison with a deafening roar. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his heart clenched. He never expected that he would run into a 7th-level awakened being on the outskirts of the restricted area, and that this person's aura was even stronger than that of the Azure King. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Gutsong, go and reinforce the defenses outside the earthen prison to ensure its sturdiness. You can't get involved here." After saying that, he glanced to his side, but his lips twitched suddenly, because Gutsong's figure had disappeared from the spot. Outside the earthen prison, Gutsong slammed his palm heavily into the ground, and the outer layer of soil in the entire earthen prison thickened at a visible speed, becoming as hard as iron. He gazed at the ever-growing earthen prison and muttered to himself, "People always need to recognize their own strength and listen to advice in order to have enough to eat." In this 1v1 battle, I don't believe there's anyone below the 8th rank who can be a match for Lin Mu. Inside the earthen cell, the flickering firelight illuminated the masks beneath the two men's black robes. "You're quite confident, little one," Jiang Shuwan said with a touch of lazy casualness. "Confidence stems from ability. I hope you can still be so stubborn later." Before Lin Mu finished speaking, several streaks of crimson flames erupted from his palms like fire dragons, carrying scorching waves of air as they blasted towards the man in black robes. Chapter 94. Since we're already here, let's just get to it. Whoosh. A strange, blood-red light suddenly pierced through the crimson flames. Jiang Shuwen's long sword was aimed directly at Lin Mu's white mask. "I'm also very curious about your identity. How many 7th-level high-level awakened beings are there in this world? Too much curiosity will kill you." Lin Mu's figure flashed like a ghost, dodging the long sword in the instant he did so. His right fist, wrapped in raging flames, slammed towards Jiang Shuwan, and crimson flames soared into the sky. Outside the earthen cell, cold sweat gradually seeped from Gutsong's forehead. He stared at the cracks spreading across the walls of the earthen cell, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This person can actually go toe-to-toe with Lin Mu? He slammed his palm into the earthen cell again, causing more soil to rise from the ground and firmly hold the loose walls in place. At this rate, this cage won't last long. With that woman's strength, breaking through this earthen prison shouldn't be difficult for her. So why is she not moving? Could it be that she is equally confident in her own abilities and insists on dealing with Lin Mu in the dungeon? He sighed deeply, his tone full of frustration. "We've really been living in a well and looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I thought that the strength of the middle stage of the 7th rank was already at the top, but now it seems that it is far from enough." Boom. Inside the earthen prison, Jiang Shuwan no longer held back her aura, and her violent power erupted to its extreme. She chuckled softly, her voice tinged with excitement. "Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, so your identity must be quite interesting." I had no intention of hurting you, but you've brought this upon yourself. So today, I'll reveal the answer to this mystery. Whoosh. Another long sword was suddenly drawn and held tightly in her left hand. With each step Jiang Shuwan took, wielding twin swords, the ground cracked, and a violent power, like black flames, enveloped her, making her resemble a demon. Arrogant and conceited. Lin Mu outwardly scoffed, but inwardly he was in turmoil. The black-robed figure before them was completely unfamiliar, a berserker, wielding dual swords. Who could it be? Boom. The moment the ground beneath Jiang Shuwan's feet shattered, her figure vanished from Lin Mu's sight. The next second, Lin Mu's pupils widened suddenly as an extremely violent shockwave, carrying two blood-red long swords, instantly reached his face. Clang! A beam of transparent light burst forth from the silver hilt of Lin Mu's sword, precisely blocking the twin blades. The residual force of the clash of weapons spread like a shockwave, making the walls of the entire earthen prison increasingly loose, with rubble falling down in a flurry. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu's eyes turned icy blue, and an extreme chill emanated from his body. Boom! An extreme icy domain suddenly erupted, instantly freezing Jiang Shuwan's figure into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Lin Mu's lips curled up. Nothing special. Just as he reached out to reveal the identity of the man in black. Boom! A layer of ice shattered instantly by the violent shockwave, and Jiang Shuwan emerged from it. She shook the ice shards off her black robe, and said, "I'll return those words to you. You're nothing special." A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes, her voice tinged with shock, an ice-type awakener. So the leader of Zhen Yi Tingting, the White Reaper, is still alive. Haha, this is so funny. But it's a good thing that you're alive. Now that your identity has been revealed, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Do you think you can leave my grasp? As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden burst of cold energy erupted from Lin Mu's body, instantly covering the entire interior of the earthen prison with a layer of semi-transparent, hard ice. The ice surface gleamed with a chilling light, freezing the already solid earthen prison into an ice fortress. How naive. Jiang Shuwan chuckled, her tone brimming with undisguised confidence. If it comes down to a life-or-death struggle, the outcome is hard to predict. But now, if I want to leave, you should know very well that you can't stop me. Outside the earthen prison, Gutsong sensed the sudden burst of icy cold energy from within. He was immediately shocked and couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, is this for real? They've even been forced to reveal their trump cards. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening roar shook the ground, and the solid earthen prison crumbled. Amidst the flying debris, Gutsong's pupils constricted, and he vaguely saw two strangely blood-red blade lights flash by. Immediately afterwards, the figure in black robes transformed into a black lightning bolt, swiftly traversing the ruins under the night sky, disappearing into the depths of darkness in a few leaps. The earthen prison completely collapsed, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Lin Mu appeared beside Gutsong. Gutsong gazed in the direction the black-robed man had gone, recalling the man's last words. "Don't worry, little one. I'm not interested in your secret at all, and I have no interest in spreading it." Gutsong immediately leaned closer and asked, "Brother, what's going on? You couldn't even win a 1v1 after exposing your trump card? There are still such powerful awakened ones hidden in this world. Then you." Lin Mu's eyes were deep as he raised his hand to interrupt. This person shouldn't be from the kingdom. If she were a member of the kingdom's forces, there would be no reason for her to leave, let alone say that she would not reveal the secret. He paused, then sighed softly, "So be it. Even if my identity is exposed, the kingdom will only know that I am still alive, not that I am now. It doesn't matter." Lin Mu's gaze swept over the ruins of the collapsed earthen prison, his eyes filled with contemplation, as if he were recalling the flash of the sword and the aura of the black-robed man just now. Gutsong's voice broke the silence. "Brother, the commotion here is too great. Should we continue deeper in, or?" Lin Mu snapped out of his reverie and looked at Gutsong with a serious tone. "I have a feeling that something might be hidden deep inside." "Hey, we're already here. Let's just get to it." Gutsong patted Lin Mu on the shoulder and added in a hoarse voice, "I don't believe that we can encounter another awakened person at the 7th level high realm besides the king of the kingdom." Lin Mu was silent for a moment, then nodded to Gutsong. "Then let's continue deeper. If things don't look right, you leave immediately." "Don't worry, brother." Gutsong smiled and made a gesture. "I only play high-level games, so I'm good enough to protect myself." The two figures moved swiftly into the depths of the restricted area under the cover of night, their footsteps muffled by the wind whistling through the ruins, leaving only two fading afterimages. A moment later, on a secluded tree-lined road outside the restricted area, a black sedan quietly stopped deep in the shadows of the trees. A figure in a black robe silently appeared beside the car, and her jade-like hand suddenly ripped off the wide black robe. The form-fitting black outfit underneath accentuated her figure, making her even more sexy. The driver's side door opened with a click. Lin Yi quickly got out of the car, walked up to Jiang Shuwan, and smiled as he took the black robe and blood-red mask from her hands. "Wife is back. I'll unpack your things." He then turned around and put the items into the trunk. Jiang Shuwan walked up to Lin Yi and leaned on his shoulder like a little bird, her voice gentle. "How annoying. You smell so much blood on you this time." Chapter 95. If nothing unexpected happens, we're surrounded. Lin Yi laughed loudly and put his arm around her waist. "Hey, who cares what it smells like? As long as it's my wife's scent, I love it." Never doing anything right. Jiang Shuwan playfully tapped his brow with her fingertip, then turned and walked towards the passenger seat. "Let's go, honey. We need to take a good shower when we get back to get rid of the bad luck." Lin Yi chuckled and sat back in the driver's seat. "Okay, I have to take a good shower. What happens after my wife's shower?" Hee hee. The two car doors slammed shut, the engine roared to life, and the black sedan sped off toward Jiangqing. "Honey, I discovered something quite interesting during our trip to the restricted area today." Jiang Shuwan leaned back in the passenger seat and chuckled softly, the scene of the battle just now flashing through her mind. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. There are other things that your wife finds interesting? Tell me about them." The court chief of Zhenyi Court who died in the final battle is still alive, and Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, who lives and who dies has nothing to do with their family. Jiang Shuwan suddenly changed the subject. "Honey, have you ever heard of an awakened being who awakens two abilities at the same time?" Lin Yi paused for a moment. "Two abilities? That shouldn't be possible. I've never heard of it before." Jiang Shuwan smiled slightly. "Yes, this is truly mind-blowing, but dual-element ability users do exist. When I returned to the edge of the penalty area, I was confronted by two people. One fire-type awakener, and one earth-type awakener. I didn't intend to hurt them, but these two are quite interesting. They even tried to remove my mask to check my identity. Later, I was afraid you would get impatient and not want to deal with them anymore, so I went all out. As a result, a cold ice domain suddenly erupted from the fire-type awakener's body, and a transparent blade of light was also slashed out of thin air. Today is really quite interesting." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Dual system? If someone like that can grow up, he will definitely be a terrifying existence." It seems that the head of Zhenyi Court is still too hasty, choosing today to break into the restricted area. "Yes, but it has nothing to do with us anymore. Our greatest happiness is that our children are safe and happy." Jiang Shuwan's mind drifted to the images of Lin Mu and Lin Yan, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. She murmured softly, "My son is being pursued by someone. I wonder what kind of person Yan Yan will meet in the future. If Yan Yan gets married, I really won't be able to bear it." "That's easy. Just have the man marry into the family," Lin Yi replied with a smile. Jiang Shuwan's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands. "That's right. What a great idea. You're so smart, honey." Lin Yi chuckled, feeling secretly pleased. His wife had praised him again. Tonight was definitely going to be a night of pure bliss. In the heart of the Forbidden City, two figures in black robes darted swiftly through the ruins. The gray-robed figures who had just noticed the commotion were suddenly struck on the neck by a flash of cold light, their bodies falling silently into the pile of rubble. "This feeling is really exhilarating." Gutsong's hoarse voice was filled with excitement. "By the way, wasn't it even more thrilling when you single-handedly stormed the ancient city?" Suddenly, Lin Mu stopped abruptly, pressing down on Gutsong's shoulder, his tone grave. "I have a feeling something's off here, like we're no longer in the shadows, but completely exposed to their view." "No way, bro." Gutsong lowered his voice. "We've been careful enough along the way. Was the collapse of the earthen prison too loud? But we were still outside the restricted area at that time. Haven't you noticed how quiet this road is? It's like..." Lin Mu's eyes narrowed sharply, and his tone became urgent. "Change route. Let's go." "Huh?" Gutsong was stunned for half a second. Although he was full of doubts, he still flashed and followed Lin Mu to turn onto another road. Less than a minute later, Lin Mu stopped again, his brows furrowed. Gutsong leaned closer and whispered, "What's wrong now?" Lin Mu's gaze swept over the desolate ruins around them, and his tone was serious. "If nothing unexpected happens, Gutsong, we're surrounded." Gutsong's expression changed, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. "This place is so quiet that there isn't even the sound of insects. But your sixth sense has never been wrong. Which way do we go?" "Charge straight out, and get out of the restricted area." As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, his brows twitched suddenly, and he said in a deep voice, "Too late. I haven't felt this kind of palpitation in a long time." He looked at Gutsong and said seriously, "Brother, if things go wrong later, you leave immediately. I can get away on my own." "Stop kidding." Gutsong grinned. "With the two of us together, what battle can't we take down?" Before he could finish speaking, his smile suddenly froze on his face. The sound of dense footsteps surged in from all directions like a tide, the gravel crunching underfoot and the ground trembling slightly. Lin Mu's expression hardened, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't hesitate later. I can only feel at ease if you leave first." Gutsong swallowed hard, his voice strained. "We can't possibly run into another monster like that again, can we?" Just then, a sinister laugh suddenly broke the silence. "What Zhang Qing said is true. The remnants of that year have become so arrogant that they dare to run wild deep into the heart of the kingdom. But your choice to come to the Forbidden City today is your tragedy." An elderly man leaning on a cane slowly emerged from behind the ruins, followed by nearly 100 gray-robed awakened ones lined up behind him, their chilling aura pressing down as if it were a tangible force. The old man slammed his cane heavily onto the ground. Bang! The ground was instantly smashed into a deep crater, and the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator swept out like a tsunami, sending rubble flying everywhere. Lin Mu and Gutsong's expressions darkened simultaneously. They had thought that the Azure King was already at the peak of the kingdom's combat power, but the aura of this old man was even more profound than that of the Azure King. Immediately afterward, the footsteps behind them abruptly stopped, and a wild, arrogant laugh, accompanied by an equally terrifying aura of a high-level 7th-tier cultivator, exploded out. "Ha!" With such a commotion, I thought it was a big fish, but it turned out to be 2 little mice. A burly man, 2 meters tall, appeared behind them. Beside him, a monk quietly appeared, his hands clasped together, his tone filled with helplessness. "When will this endless infighting end?" "Termination?" Xiao Li sneered. "Wherever there are people, there will be conflict, even if there are only 2 people left in this world." He looked at the black-robed man surrounded in the center, his voice full of disdain. "What? Scared out of your wits?" Lin Mu and Gutsong's pupils shrank instantly, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. The kingdom's foundation had completely overturned their understanding. The aura emanating from these 3 individuals was that of high-level 7th-tier cultivators. Including the person we faced before and the Azure King, there are a total of 5 7th-level high-level experts. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 96. The Forbidden City is quite lively tonight. "Gutsong!" Lin Mu shouted. "Understood." Gutsong took a deep breath. Burial. Ember. Boom. 4 thick earthen walls rose from the ground, like 4 giant mountains protecting them in the center. Immediately afterwards, the soil beneath the gray-robed men's feet suddenly churned up, turning into countless earth spikes that stabbed upwards. At the same time, a pillar of earth tens of meters high shot into the sky, lifting Lin Mu and Gutsong into the air. Just as the earthen pillar reached its apex, boom! Crimson flames exploded around Lin Mu, the firelight like the sun falling to the ground, instantly turning the dark ruins into daylight. Several fiery dragons roared and blasted towards the gray-robed men on both sides. Bang bang bang. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the gray-robed men screamed as they were engulfed by the flames and turned into charred remains. "Ha!" Xiao Li burst into laughter, his voice filled with excitement. "I was wrong. This is definitely a big fish. Today I can help Zhang Qing solve a big problem." As soon as he finished speaking, a jet-black longbow suddenly appeared in his right hand, and his aura surged instantly, spreading like a tidal wave of pressure from a 7th-level high-level cultivator. As the longbow was wielded, the fire dragon was cut in half before it could even get close, turning into a sky full of sparks. "We were just discussing this fire elemental awakener, and now he's come to us of his own accord." The old man slammed his cane heavily on the ground with his right hand, causing the ground to crack with a loud thud, and black lightning suddenly erupted around him. Ignorant confidence will ultimately lead to its demise. The next second, several black lightning bolts tore through the air and blasted straight toward the two people on the earthen pillar. The monk clasped his hands together and murmured, "Forgive me. I hope this is the last time I will harm an awakened one." The moment he finished speaking, a faint golden light emanated from his body, and his skin shone like gilded gold, as if his body had been covered with an indestructible golden body. Damn, this high-level game is too high. Gutsong cursed, but his eyes were fixed on the approaching lightning. Go! The moment Lin Mu finished speaking, he and Gutsong leaped up from the earthen pillar at the same time. Wherever they went, flames soared into the sky, and layers of earthen walls rose up as they rapidly broke through to the outer edge of the restricted area. Ahead, several gray-robed men at the initial 7th level had already drawn their long swords, their blades gleaming coldly, ready to defend their escape route. Behind them, an old man surrounded by black lightning and a monk with a gleaming golden body followed closely, each step causing the ground to tremble. Shaoli suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted from his body. He laughed arrogantly. "I wonder if you can withstand this arrow from me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled up the sacred artifact, Hidden Fiend Bow. The bowstring hummed, and a black arrow shot out with a roar. This arrow seemed to have its own consciousness, carrying the power to destroy everything, piercing through layers of earthen walls, and shooting straight towards Lin Mu and Gutsong. Damn it! There's even an old silver coin player who plays ranged attacks. As Gutsong cursed, he paused, then stomped his right foot on the ground. Instantly, a wall of earth several times harder than before rose up, like an impenetrable fortress blocking his way. Lin Mu led the old man and the monk down another path, where the crimson fire dragon and black lightning clashed wildly in the ruins of the night. The aftershocks swept across the area like a tsunami, sending dust and smoke billowing into the sky, and sending pebbles flying everywhere like bullets. Boom! The black arrow suddenly pierced through the earthen wall that Gutsong had just erected. Although the arrow was weak, it still carried a sharp sound of breaking the wind. It crashed down with a bang as the second earthen wall rose. Xiao Li's figure moved like a ghost through the ruins, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A mid-level cultivator actually managed to block one of my arrows. That's interesting, but nothing more. He suddenly stopped, drew back the Hidden Fiend Bow, and his aura surged. You can block one arrow, but what about 3? The next second, 3 arrows, like black meteors, locked onto Gutsong. On the other side of the penalty area, Qin Zhang slowly woke up, and Kong Nan was carefully treating his wounds. He gazed weakly at the distant battlefield ablaze with flames, his eyes filled with shock. Chief Qin Zhang, has this fire elemental awakener gone mad? Why did he have to choose the day when all 4 of you are gathered to make his move? Lu Ping said in disbelief. Qin Zhang coughed twice, his voice hoarse. I feel now that my reasoning is very likely correct. But I really can't understand what made him so confident today. Chief, then we. Kong Nin had barely opened his mouth when Qin Zhang raised his hand to interrupt him. Watch the show. He paused, then added, let's find a secluded spot to rest. It's too spacious here. On the other side, Gutsong was panting heavily as earthen walls rose up one after another behind him. Damn it. Are those arrows using auto-aiming? This is a cheat. Several earthen walls were pierced by arrows, and Gutsong barely managed to stop half of them. But the last one, carrying the aura of death, was aimed straight at his head. Damn it! Gutsong cursed as he slammed into the ground, and a circular earthen prison instantly enveloped him. Just as the arrow was about to pierce the earthen prison. Clang! The Wuji staff suddenly collided with the arrow. Ning Mo retreated 3 steps, and the arrow clattered to the ground. Stop cowering, Gutsong. Get out of here. He looked at the earthen prison, his lips twitching. The earthen prison dissipated, and Gutsong's expression brightened with joy. Brother, how did you? We don't have time for idle chatter. We'll distract Chief Ting. Ning Mo pulled Gutsong and quickly retreated towards the outer edge of the restricted area. No? Those are hundreds of gray-robed men and 3 ridiculously powerful monsters. You have so much confidence in him. Gutsong shouted as he ran. And, when did you find out? Did he confront you about it? Stop talking nonsense. The outer perimeter is relatively safe, but the Forbidden City is quite lively tonight, Ning Mo said in a deep voice. Gutsong was taken aback. What do you mean? There are other people besides you. Kill. Nearly 100 gray-robed men suddenly surged out, their weapons gleaming coldly. Damn it. Master Gu can't beat those monsters. but you lackeys dare to block his way. The soil beneath Gutsong's feet suddenly churned, and countless earth spikes burst forth, entangling and strangling the charging gray-robed man. Ningmo's body was enveloped in a surge of gray mist, which engulfed the enemy like a tidal wave. Behind them, Shaoli, holding the hidden fiend Bao, weaved through the ruins, a cold smile playing on his lips. There are so many fish today, quite a bumper harvest. On the other side, Lin Mu was surrounded by crimson flames that soared into the sky, like a burning sun. His figure blurred into afterimages as he darted through the ruins of the restricted area, each punch unleashing a raging torrent of energy. The old man holding a cane was surrounded by wildly dancing black lightning, which blasted charred marks into the broken wall. The monk was enveloped in a golden body, and each time he parried, he easily dispersed the crimson fire dragon. The three figures clashed and collided amidst the ruins, the aftershocks sweeping outwards like shockwaves, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. Lin Mu's figure darted towards the edge of the restricted area like a crimson meteor, and when his toes touched the ground, the crimson flames burned scorch marks on the ground. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It seems to be easier than expected, but why is that inexplicable feeling of palpitation still there? Gutsong shouldn't have any problem protecting himself. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he was still a little uneasy, so he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Gutsong again. At the same time, he waved his hand back, and dozens of crimson fireballs shot towards him like a meteor shower. The fireball exploded with a boom boom, creating a sea of fire. "Monk, are you just putting in the effort without contributing?" the old man shouted in a deep voice, his cane striking the ground as black lightning spread like a spider web. The monk, like a moving golden statue, heard the old man's words, and his voice came through the roar. "If he keeps running away, we really have no way to deal with him." Now it seems understandable that Zhanxing was forced to relocate the kingdom's headquarters. This person is indeed very strong, but in a head-on confrontation, I don't think he could be stronger than any of the four of us. That's not the problem now. The old man sneered, and the black lightning in his left hand suddenly surged, hurtling towards Lin Mu. If the three of us can make a move and they still leave so easily, then we've really lost face. Chapter 97. Let's go. I'll cover their retreat. Amidst the ruins surrounding the restricted area, nearly 100 gray-robed men who had been lying in ambush were now lying dead on the ground. Dark red bloodstains meandering along the cracks in the ruins, and a strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Only a few dozen men clad in black robes stood silently, exuding a chilling aura of menace. The sound of hurried footsteps grew louder as Chun Yong rushed to a square-faced man. "Boss, the gray-robed men supporting the exit of the restricted area have all been wiped out." He paused, then added, "But just now, two figures in black robes suddenly darted past us. They were so fast that we couldn't tell if they were friend or foe. Is there anyone else?" Zhao Shanha's expression hardened slightly as he turned his gaze to the direction where flames were soaring into the sky deep within the forbidden zone. He sighed softly. Just how many powerful figures are hidden in this forbidden zone? The kingdom's resources are far more terrifying than I expected. Boom! A series of booming sounds suddenly pierced the night sky, and the three of them looked into the darkness ahead. Damn it! I can't stand this kind of cunning old man. He's ridiculously strong, yet he still resorts to dirty tricks from a distance. Gutsong cursed angrily as earthen walls rose up one after another in front of him. He and Ning Mo blocked and retreated, rushing towards the outer perimeter. The ruins behind them were shattered and scattered by arrows. He's all alone, and he's using a bow and arrow. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to fight him, Ning Mo said in a deep voice as he moved through the air. 3 people? Who else? Gutsong was taken aback. Look ahead. Zhao Shanha's men have arrived. Ning Mo pointed into the distance. Gutsong followed his gaze and saw dozens of figures gradually become clearer in the distance. The corners of his mouth suddenly turned up. Then let's do it. Damn it, this escape was so frustrating. Behind them, one black arrow after another shot with pinpoint accuracy. Shaoli pressed on relentlessly, his tone calm, yet laced with sarcasm. These two rats do have some skill. They can't be so naive as to think they can escape from me, can they? As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped abruptly, drew his bow to its fullest extent, and 5 black arrows shot towards the two of them like streaks of light, instantly piercing through the earthen wall behind Gutsong. Damn it! Gutsong roared, slamming his right palm into the ground. A 3-story high earthen wall suddenly rose up, blocking the subsequent arrows. His chest heaved violently, his eyes burning with rage. 3 against 1. Take him down. Endless gray mist suddenly burst forth from Ningmo's body, surging outwards like a tide. He gripped the Wuji's staff tightly. The moment this earthen wall is breached will be the time for our counterattack. I'll throw the first punch. You guys attack from the side. Zhao Shanna's figure had landed between the two. His right fist slowly clenched, and the air around his body began to surge, clearly gathering strength. Boom! The massive earthen wall collapsed under the impact of several black arrows, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiao Li looked at the billowing smoke and dust before him, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Just as he was about to draw his bow, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Power 7 times. Zhao Shanna's figure suddenly leaped out of the dust and shot towards Xiao Li like a cannonball, his right fist carrying the force of thunder, directly hitting his face. Overestimating yourself, Xiao Li sneered, brandishing the hidden fiend bow in his hand, which collided violently with the heavy fist. With a loud bang, he was knocked back 7 steps by the punch. Xiao Li's pupils contracted sharply, filled with disbelief. This person's power. Zhao Shanna's pupils widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected that his opponent, who had taken his punch with 7 times the force of his own, would only be forced back 7 steps. The next second, the soil beneath Xiao Li's feet suddenly burst forth, turning into sharp earth spikes that attacked him. At the same time, Ningmo's endless gray fog had engulfed Xiao Li like a tidal wave. Ha ha! Xiao Li suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly, his voice filled with undisguised mockery. This is too interesting. Who gave you the courage to turn around? As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black hidden fiend bow in his hand suddenly twisted and deformed. The bow retracts, the bowstring transforms into a blade, instantly turning into a gleaming scimitar. The aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted, and the surrounding gray mist was swept away into nothingness as if by a whirlwind. The 3 of them were simultaneously shocked. The longbow in this man's hand was actually a sacred artifact. Power 7 times stronger. Fog rises. Burial. 3 loud shouts rang out almost simultaneously, and the 3 of them instantly unleashed their full power, launching another fierce attack on Xiao Li. Xiao Li calmly parried with his black sword, sparks flying as the blades clashed. He said dismissively, "The new generation of awakened ones do have some rudimentary skills. Unfortunately, none of you will survive in my hands." The sounds of collision suddenly became more frequent, and Xiao Li's swordplay shifted from defense to a fierce, storm-like attack, with each strike of the black blade accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart. His tone was tinged with impatience. "I don't have time to waste with you. There's a big fish waiting over there." Boom! A fiery dragon suddenly attacked from the side, heading straight for Xiao Li's face. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow, swung his black blade horizontally, and the fire dragon was instantly cut in half at the waist, turning into a sky full of sparks. Neither of them could restrain that fire-type awakener. Useless. The next second, several fiery fireballs hurtled toward Xiao Li like meteors, and the heat wave from the explosion instantly engulfed the ruins, turning them into a sea of fire. Lin Mu's figure flashed before the 3 like a crimson meteor, and he said in a deep voice, "Go. I'll cover your retreat." The 3 of them froze. Ning Mo was about to speak when Lin Mu interrupted him sharply. "Ning Mo, this is an order." "Yes." Ning Mo replied through gritted teeth. Gutsong stomped his foot hard, and together with Zhao Shanha and Ning Mo, they transformed into 3 afterimages and rushed towards the exit of the restricted area. "Wanna leave? Dream on." An aged voice suddenly boomed out, and as the old man slammed his cane on the ground, several black lightning bolts tore through the air and struck the 3 people directly in the back. Just as Lin Mu was about to turn around to provide support, 3 black arrows shot towards him like black meteors, their tips accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as they tore through the air. Fire blast. Endless crimson flames erupted from Lin Mu's body in an instant, forming a dazzling fire shield around him, as bright as the sun. The 3 arrows were burned to ashes the instant they pierced the fire shield, leaving not even ashes behind. An earthen dungeon. Gutsong stomped heavily on the ground, and several earthen walls rose up, but they became thin due to his panting. The earthen walls were cracked by black lightning as soon as they were formed. Whoosh! Dozens of green wings suddenly pierced through the air and accurately struck the black lightning that was attacking the 3 of them. The moment the wings collided with the lightning, a blinding green light burst forth. The next second, a figure in black robes suddenly appeared in front of them, with two pale green tail wings suddenly blooming on his back. Then, hundreds of green wings bombarded the old man like a rainstorm. The old man frowned, his eyes grave. Calamity? Judging from this aura, it's the highest level SS rank Calamity. He slammed his cane into the ground, and black lightning surged wildly around him, colliding with the green wings. The aftershocks of the explosion swept outwards, cracking the ground. Ningmo's eyes narrowed, his voice wary. Why are you helping us? Chapter 98. You have to take responsibility for me. I'm waiting for you at home. What the hell? You still have time to chat at a time like this? Gutsong grabbed Ningmo's arm and rushed towards the exit. Looking at the chaos behind him, Zhao Shanhe said with a tremor in his heart, "It's really fortunate. If it weren't for you all today, my forces would probably have been wiped out overnight." As Ningmo moved through the air, the image of the black-robed figure with pale green tail wings kept flashing through his mind. He had confirmed the other party's identity. He was one of the two strongest men under the Red King. Boom! On the other side of the battlefield, flames still raged. Lin Mu's figure moved like a ghost between the monks and Xiao Li, crimson flames surging around him as if they were alive. "What a sin," the monk uttered in a low voice, his palm gathering a pale golden light as he thrust his palm straight at Lin Mu's face. "Is it a crime to you?" Lin Mu's eyes blazed with fury as his right fist, wreathed in raging flames, met the monk's palm. Boom! The shockwave swept outwards like a shockwave, and the ground was cracked in a spiderweb pattern by the aftershocks. Both sides took 3 steps back. Lin Mu shook his numb wrist, raised an eyebrow, and thought to himself, "This bald monk does have some skill." As expected, fire magic isn't as convenient as ice magic. If I used weapons and ice abilities, I'd really like to give these 3 a good thrashing. But why is that inexplicable feeling of unease still there? These 3 people in front of me clearly don't pose a fatal threat. The monk was equally shocked. This fire elemental awakener actually dared to take his Buddha light palm head-on, and its power was even on par with his own. Xiao Li's aura surged instantly, and the black scimitar in his hand transformed into a jet-black longbow with a whoosh. He suddenly drew the bowstring taut, and 5 black arrows, radiating deathly aura, shot out with a whoosh, heading straight for Lin Mu's vitals. At the same time, several twisted black lightning bolts struck from a distance, precisely targeting Lin Mu's figure. Lin Mu smiled faintly. They should have almost all left. There's no need to continue this charade. Boom! Dozens of crimson fireballs suddenly condensed in his palm and bombarded them like a meteor shower. The ruins were instantly engulfed by a raging inferno, the scorching heat causing the bricks and stones to crackle and pop. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Mu's figure transformed into a crimson afterimage, rapidly darting towards the exit of the restricted area. And in the darkness not far from the exit, a man in a black cloak stood silently on a pile of corpses, with cold severed limbs and broken swords at his feet. He casually picked up a blood-stained longsword, his deep eyes sweeping over the distant sea of fire, his voice booming. "Fire magic, huh? Like ice-type abilities, they are annoying. There are no more than 3 people in this world whom I can personally intervene in secret. You have reason to be proud." Lin Mu gazed at the exit of the restricted area, which was just inches away, and breathed a sigh of relief. He wondered to himself, why have I never heard of these 4 people who appeared today? But it was worth the trip. There was so much information tonight. One after another, black arrows shot accurately into his back from behind. As Lin Mu dodged to the side, crimson flames surged in his palm, shattering all the arrows. He knew that if these arrows were not completely destroyed, they would continue to pursue him as if they had a mind of their own. Just as he blasted away the last arrow, a strong sense of palpitation suddenly pierced his heart. The next second, an overwhelming sense of oppression crashed down like Mount Tai. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Lin Mu's movements froze instantly, and his pupils contracted sharply in fear. There was actually a hidden power. Sure enough, that feeling of palpitation was not an illusion. A long sword, imbued with a chilling killing intent, pierced the air and pointed directly at his chest. Whoosh! The long sword slashed across his shoulder in an instant, and a stream of blood splattered like a red thread in the night, but this blood was not Lin Mu's. Lin Mu was suddenly tackled to the ground by a figure in black robes, his back slamming heavily onto the cold ground. Su Nianhe groaned, and blood trickled down her black robe from her shoulder. Her voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, clearly reached Lin Mu's ears. Lin Mu, you're such a worry. Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise, his voice filled with disbelief. How did you get here? Before he could finish speaking, Sun Yinha raised her hand and gently touched his lips with her index finger, interrupting him. Leave first, I'm injured. You have to take responsibility for me. I'll wait for you at home. As soon as they finished speaking, the two figures transformed into afterimages and sped towards the exit of the restricted area. Behind them, dozens of crimson fireballs exploded indiscriminately, completely engulfing the ruins of the restricted area in a sea of fire. The man in the black cloak frowned. The blood-red lotus that suddenly appeared beneath my feet. Why does it feel so familiar? This ability doesn't seem like something an awakened one could possess. He muttered to himself, a hint of barely perceptible confusion in his voice. Suddenly, he looked up and saw three figures, each carrying a powerful aura, rushing toward the exit of the restricted area. The man's lips curled into a cold sneer. The former four kings have truly been ruined by time. But today is a good day. Have those remnants hiding in the shadows finally revealed their hand and started testing us? After saying that, his figure disappeared silently into the darkness. Following the man in the cloak, Xiao Li, the monk, and the old man had arrived at the exit of the restricted area. They stared at the inferno that was engulfing everything before them, the broken walls crackling in the flames, thick smoke and sparks shooting into the night sky, and the veins on their foreheads bulged instantly. The old man slammed his cane heavily on the ground, and a black lightning bolt exploded on the ground like a spider web. He sighed deeply, his voice filled with frustration. We've really lost all face. The three of us couldn't even stop him. Xiao Li chuckled, his tone tinged with helplessness. TSK, it feels like I've been tricked. That kid Zhanqing really has no way to deal with fire-type ability users. You're happy that you were tricked? The old man said in a deep voice, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Otherwise what? Do you think he'd stand still and confront us head-on? Xiao Li turned and left without looking back, raising his voice. Forget it. Since the other side has already revealed their hand to this extent, war won't be far off. Let's wait for Zhanqing's news. The golden Buddhist light flowing around the monk slowly dissipated, and he put his hands together and said, This humble monk takes back what he said before. If I were to face that fire elemental awakener one-on-one, I would only have a 50% chance of success. After the two left, the old man stood alone in front of the sea of fire. He recalled the sudden appearance of the SS-level calamity and muttered to himself, that mist-type awakener is undoubtedly Ning Mo of the Zhenyi court. But why would an SS-level calamity help them? The Zhenyi court would never side with calamities. Could it be that I've overlooked something? He gazed at the burning ruins in silence for a moment, then sighed self-deprecatingly. Forget it. What's the point of me worrying about these things at my age? The new era overturns the old era's pattern. The cycle is constantly changing. Only those who survive to the end can write history. After saying that, his figure gradually faded away, eventually disappearing into the shadows of the night. That feeling in Chapter 99. It shouldn't be an illusion. Outside the restricted area, the roar of dozens of engines resounded simultaneously from different directions, deafeningly loud. Along, black convoy of vans sped toward the capital city. The convoy formed a black ribbon of light in the night, its headlights piercing the darkness with an imposing presence. Inside the van at the front, Shun Yong sat in the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator, his voice coming through the engine. Boss, should all the vehicles be destroyed? Unnecessary. Zhao Shanhe leaned back in the back seat, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingertips, and added, Ning Mo had already ordered the complete destruction of the surveillance system here before we arrived. After all, in the major cities today, the authority of the Zhenyi court still reigns supreme in the central government. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and changed his mind, saying, Never mind, let's just destroy it. There's no need to take risks if a problem can be solved with money. Yes, boss, Qin Yong replied immediately, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Lu Mingzai, in the passenger seat, said respectfully, Boss, the kingdom's resources. Aren't they terrifying? They've completely exceeded our expectations. Zhao Shanhe nodded. Indeed, I acted rashly this time. Fortunately, they were there. Lu Mingzai asked curiously, Boss, is that fire-type awakener also one of our people? I've never heard you mention him before. Yes, boss, we're really astonished to have such a powerful ally. Qin Yong chimed in, his tone tinged with excitement. Haha. Zhao Shanhe laughed meaningfully. keeping everyone in suspense. You'll find out later, and it will definitely surprise you. Chun Yong and Lu Mingzai exchanged glances, a hint of thought flashing across their faces, but they didn't press the matter further. Lu Mingzai then asked, "Boss, now that the kingdom has revealed its trump card, what should we do?" "No rush." Zhao Shana paused, his eyes dimmed, and he sighed. "The final showdown hasn't arrived yet." "I understand, boss," Lu Mingzai replied immediately. On another main road, a red SUV roared like a beast as it sped toward Jiangcheng, its engine noise particularly jarring on the empty night road. Yulan drove the vehicle, her voice respectful. "Your Majesty, your injuries." "It's just a scratch," Sun Yinhe interrupted in a cool tone. She had already removed her black robe, and there was a noticeable tear on the right shoulder of her black casual top, with bloodstains faintly visible beneath her fair skin. "Your Majesty, you're going to Jiangcheng." Before she could finish speaking, Yulan glanced at the rearview mirror and fell silent when she met Sun Yinhe's cold gaze. She immediately changed the subject, asking, "Then, for this forbidden city, do we need to send people to the outer perimeter?" "No need." Sun Yinhe interrupted again, her tone laced with sarcasm. "I suppose after they're exposed, the forces hiding here will definitely move again. What a cowardly King Qing." As she finished speaking, she looked out the window at the rapidly receding night view, her gaze growing increasingly serious. The image of the man who stood in the night and secretly attacked Lin Mu flashed through his mind, and he felt that his aura was somewhat familiar. Thinking of this, she looked down at the sword wound on her shoulder, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and asked, "Yulan, how much longer until we get to Jiangcheng?" "About 2 hours," Yulan replied immediately. Sun Yinhe closed her beautiful eyes. "Yes, under the premise of ensuring safety." "Full speed," Lin Mu said calmly, gazing at the night view outside the window. Inside the smoke-filled car, Gutsong paused, his hands on the steering wheel pausing. He asked in surprise, "Wait, what's the rush, brother? It's this late." "I've practically floored the accelerator," Lin Mu said calmly. "Well, then let it explode completely." Gutsong's eyes deepened with doubt, then a hint of gossip flashed across them. "Brother, something's not right with you. Let me think." He deliberately dragged out his words, as if he were thinking seriously, then slapped the steering wheel. "Your current feeling is exactly the same as when we went to Jinbei City." At this point, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Holy crap. Bro, is someone at home warming your bed and waiting for you?" Lin Mu's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "There are some personal matters that need to be dealt with urgently, and don't be too confident in the future." Gutsong swallowed back the sarcasm that was on the tip of his tongue. He pursed his lips and sighed. "I'm really short-sighted. I thought I was strong enough to be arrogant, but those 4 people I met tonight." He couldn't help but bring the topic back to the beginning. "Bro, what personal matter is making you so rushed so late at night? Is it really not your girlfriend warming your bed?" The moment he finished speaking, a chill swept through the car. Gutsong's lips twitched, and he quickly stubbed out his cigarette. All right. You don't need to say it, brother understands." Lin Mu fell silent, staring intently at the rapidly receding night outside the window, pondering to himself, "That feeling shouldn't be an illusion. At that moment, I did feel my movements slow down. Could it be, but how could that be?" Thinking about this, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, his eyes filled with confusion. Inside the walls deep within the restricted area. After the Green King awoke, he slowly walked into a small courtyard in the corner of the wall, his body wrapped in bandages. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. A deep voice came from inside. "Come in." Qing Wang took a deep breath, slowly pushed open the door, and walked even lighter, making almost no sound. Only a few candles flickered faintly in the darkness of the room, and in the dim light, every shadow exuded a sinister aura. As he entered the room, a man in a black cloak was walking steadily toward the central bench, the hem of his cloak sweeping across the floor and creating a faint breeze. After the man sat down, the Azure King bowed and respectfully said, "Sword Master Zhanqing, you've completely lost your composure." The man spoke in a deep voice, devoid of any extra emotion, yet carrying an invisible sense of oppression. King Qing immediately lowered his head, his tone becoming even more respectful. "My lord, Zhanqing truly has no ability to make the 4 kings under his majesty obey the kingdom's orders. Especially that Blood Queen, she's absolutely insane." A faint yet powerful aura suddenly enveloped the man, and the pressure in his voice intensified. "They are all people who have fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Being forceful will only backfire. As for your so-called threat, it's nothing but a joke in their eyes. He paused, then added in a deep voice. Also, you're too impatient. It's a mistake to rush to summon the four kings when only one remnant with some strength has emerged. You're prematurely revealing part of the kingdom's trump card. Chapter 100 Linmu. I like your current heartbeat frequency. What you say is true, but King Qing hesitated, swallowing his words as if he had some concerns. There's no need to hold back when speaking to me. The man's voice softened slightly. In this world, only you and I are the people His Majesty truly trusts. Otherwise, why do you think His Majesty would have entrusted the kingdom to you back then, given your strength? As for the four kings, they are nothing more than four killing machines. The Azure King paused, finally mustering his courage to speak. My lord, last time at the Holy Capital headquarters, I had several close-quarters battles with that fire elemental awakener. I always felt he resembled someone, but that person is already. Who? The man interrupted in a deep voice, his tone suddenly turning cold. It's the one who followed you 3 years ago. Bai Ju, the head of Zhenyi Tingting, who should have died. Zhan Qing. The man's voice suddenly turned cold, and an oppressive aura emanating from him instantly surged towards Qing Wang. Bai Ju is dead. What you say is true, sir. It must be Zhan Qing's imagination. After all, how could one person awaken two abilities? The Azure King quickly echoed, but still stubbornly pressed on. But, my lord, if I may be so bold as to ask again, did you really witness Bai Ju completely lose his life force? Is it possible? Absolutely impossible. The man interrupted coldly, his tone carrying an unquestionable certainty. He was covered in fatal wounds. When he was on the verge of death after fighting the Black King, I pierced his heart with a sword. And his sacred artifact has already been exposed to the central authorities by a dead servant who resembles me. The Green King breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head, saying, My lord, if you were to rule the kingdom, I'm sure the four kings would fear your strength and submit to you, wouldn't they? Submission? The man chuckled lightly. How could the word submission even exist in the mind of a killing machine? Zhan Qing, have you forgotten why I hid in the shadows? He paused, his voice turning colder. The final battle was a reshuffling that would benefit the kingdom. The goal is to destroy Bai Ju, Hong Wang, and the awakened and mutants under their command. At the same time, I will use this war to create the appearance of my death and hide behind the scenes. Everything should have been flawless, but I never expected that the Black King would betray me in the end. Unfortunately, she was severely injured by the high-ranking officials of the Zhenyi court, and in the end, she was left with only one arm. Otherwise, the experimental value of an SSS-level calamity far exceeds our imagination. Zhan Qing understands. King Qing nodded, but then asked with a puzzled look. But my lord, the central government is our puppet, and we have complete control over the kingdom's power. Why do you want to deceive everyone? Your idea is utterly foolish. The man's voice held a hint of impatience. Zhan Qing, you're living too comfortably. In this world, we cannot trust anyone but you and me, not even our trusted confidants who have followed us for many years. Everyone submits to strength, and if one day they believe themselves to be powerful enough, they will seize the kingdom. But to my surprise, the final battle had an unexpected effect. Those remnants of the previous dynasty, believing that there were no more eighth-order awakened beings in the world, began to stir. The man suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice filled with intense killing intent. I really look forward to these remnants hiding in the shadows speeding up their actions. The day they reveal all their trump cards will be the day I personally lead the kingdom's army to annihilate them. Go ahead, Zhan Qing. The experiment needs to continue. We don't have enough blood from ordinary people anymore. We need purer blood. The Azure King paused slightly, then looked up tentatively and asked, My lord, do you mean, if a large number of awakened ones disappear, won't the situation spiral out of control? The man suddenly sneered, his tone full of disdain. Out of control? In the face of absolute power, all public opinion will vanish. The Azure King took a deep breath, lowered his head, and replied, Zhan Qing knows what to do. After the King of Qing left, a trace of reminiscence flashed in the eyes of the envoy who was protecting the country, and he muttered to himself, What a pity. I truly admired that young man who was full of passion and enthusiasm whom I met by chance 6 years ago. He slowly walked out of the courtyard, looked at the waning moon in the sky, and said in a low voice, Bai Ju, if your talent is mediocre, I have really considered bringing you to a position of superiority. But you are too dazzling. so dazzling that it fills me with dread for the future. Therefore, you can only die. I will not allow anyone who can threaten me to grow up smoothly in this world. As your teacher and disciple, the fact that I didn't destroy your body and cover up the evidence is the last favor I can do for you. 2 a.m. On the side road outside the Duansha Tavern in Jiangqing. Before the black Maybach had even come to a complete stop, the passenger door was flung open with a whoosh. Lin Mu practically leaped out of the car, his figure instantly transforming into a blur as he sped off towards the Yunjing residential area. After Gutsong turned off the engine, he looked at the open passenger door and then at the direction where Lin Mu had disappeared, feeling somewhat bewildered. He silently lit a cigarette, muttering to himself amidst the swirling smoke. Damn, bro, don't you ever get tired? One night of fighting wasn't enough. You want to keep fighting even after you get home? Damn it, we're all single guys. How come you suddenly have a woman? Inside the Yunjing residential community. Ding, the elevator doors slowly opened to both sides, and Lin Mu's figure flashed, already appearing in front of his own door. He pushed open the door with a click and strode into the living room, but his steps suddenly stopped. He hadn't expected to be behind. Sun Yinha was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her hands supporting her chin as she stared at the door, her adorable expression remaining unchanged for a while. Only when Lin Mu appeared did a faint smile appear on her lips. She straightened up, stretched out her arms to Lin Mu, and said in a soft voice, Lin Mu, hug me. Lin Mu didn't respond, his gaze falling on the blood seeping from her shoulder, his brows furrowing instantly. Why didn't you treat your injury immediately? Didn't you consider that the sword might be poisoned? Sun Yinha was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. She withdrew her arms and stood up gracefully, her jade-like feet touching the ground as she walked step by step to Lin Mu. When you care about someone, can you not be so subtle? Before Lin Mu could speak, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist. I pressed my head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and a smile involuntarily crept onto my lips. The next second, she suddenly raised her head, looked directly into Lin Mu's eyes, and said in a gentle voice, Lin Mu, I like your heartbeat right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's heart started beating even faster than before. He took a deep breath, met her gaze, and calmly said, Take off your clothes. Huh. Sun Yinha's expression suddenly turned blank and cute, and a faint blush rose on her face. At that moment, her heart rate also began to accelerate. Lin Mu, you so suddenly. So, shall we take a shower first? Should we shower together or separately? Chapter 101. Silence means liking. I think we should shower together. What do you think, Lin Mu? Sun Yinha said haltingly, her voice trembling with nervousness. Lin Mu's face darkened, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Take off your coat. I'll treat your wound. Huh? Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Then a hint of disappointment flashed across her face as she muttered softly. Oh, so that's what it means. What else? Take it off, Lin Mu said, turning around to get the first aid kit. Sun Yinha watched Lin Mu's retreating figure, pouted, and muttered softly. Honestly, if you're going to take off your coat, just say so. Lin Mu, you're clearly just saying what's on your mind subconsciously, aren't you? When Lin Mu returned with the medicine box, Sun Yinha had already gracefully sat back on the sofa. Why haven't you taken your clothes off yet? Lin Mu walked up to her and stopped, his voice still calm. Sun Yinha raised the corners of her mouth, looked up and asked with a smile. If you don't come, who am I going to take my clothes off for? Lin Mu sighed helplessly. Be serious. Snort. Sun Yinha gave a soft snort, pinched the zipper of the black coat with her fingertips, and slowly pulled it down in front of him. The zipper made a soft, sizzling sound, and the black lace camisole underneath was gradually revealed. The snow-white skin and the faintly visible lines instantly caught Lin Mu's eye. He hastily looked away, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably, and even his breathing slowed down. She didn't stop. She slightly raised her arm, completely took off her coat, and casually draped it over the sofa armrest. The sword wound on her right shoulder was suddenly revealed, with faint red marks around the edges, creating a stark contrast with her snow-white skin. Sun Yinha looked up at him, a sly smile in her eyes. Lin Mu, weren't you going to help me treat my wounds? But why won't you look at me? Lin Mu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and moved closer to her right shoulder. Just then, Sun Yinha swayed slightly, and her stunningly beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of him. Their noses almost touched, and in the instant their eyes met, she suddenly smiled and asked softly, Lin Mu, am I beautiful? Beautiful. Lin Mu snapped back to reality, his brows furrowing instantly, his tone carrying a hint of helpless warning. Sun Yinha. Uffed. Sun Yinha suddenly laughed out loud, her eyebrows curving into crescent moons. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Hey, I've leaned my shoulder over here. You can do it. After saying that, she obediently sat up straight, turned her injured right shoulder slightly towards Lin Mu, and her faint fragrance wafted over. Just as Lin Mu reached out and touched her snow-white shoulder, she suddenly swayed and lightly pressed her red lips to his left cheek, leaving a faint lip print. Lin Mu paused, his stern face expressionless, though his ears were slightly red. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. If you move around again, you'll have to treat your wound yourself. Sun Yinha smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, I really won't tease you this time. Go ahead and do it, but be gentle. Lin Mu sighed silently to himself. In the quiet living room, his heart pounded like a drum, impossible to suppress. He lowered his head and focused on treating the sword wound on her shoulder, using extremely light pressure with his fingertips, afraid of hurting her. Sun Yinha suddenly spoke up. Lin Mu, you're blushing. Lin Mu's hand froze again. He took a deep breath, but didn't respond. He just quickened his bandaging movements. Sun Yinha stared intently at his serious profile without blinking, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her eyes brimming with laughter. A moment later, Sun Yinha's right shoulder wound had been carefully bandaged and wrapped with a clean bandage. Lin Mu calmly said, the wound isn't very deep, but judging from your healing speed. If you had arrived a few hours later, the wound might have healed on its own. He paused, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the straps of her lace camisole, his ears burning a little more, and added, I'll go get you some pajamas, the same ones you wore before. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the dressing room, his steps quickening, as if he were fleeing. Sun Yinha's gentle voice sounded from behind, with a hint of coquetry. Lin Mu, remember to prepare women's pajamas at home from now on. Of course, this can only be prepared for me alone. If I find out it's prepared for someone else, I'll kill them. Lin Mu paused slightly, without turning his head. Bring it yourself. Lin Mu, I want you to buy it for me. Sun Yinha's voice suddenly rose. Then you can wear mine. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he went into the dressing room, raised his hand to press his brow, sighed again, and then took out a set of his own black pajamas and walked towards the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, his eyes widened instantly. Sun Yinha was leaning back on the sofa, her long, snow-white legs draped over the coffee table, and the hem of her tank top had slipped up a little, revealing her slender waist. Lin Mu walked over quickly, covered her legs with his pajamas, and said in a hurried but somewhat helpless voice, Sun Yinha, next time, could you take your clothes off in your room? Sun Yinha ignored his words and slowly put on her pajama pants in front of him, waving her fair legs in front of him. Her voice was gentle, you're not an outsider. If it were anyone else, I would have already plucked out their eyes and torn them to pieces. Lin Mu rubbed his forehead, his voice weary. It's very late, let's rest. Sun Yinha got up from the sofa and took 2 light steps toward him. I want to take a shower, Lin Mu. I have a shoulder injury. I'll wash it tomorrow. You can wash below the shoulders. Then go ahead and wash, you don't need to tell me. Sun Yinha's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly leaned closer to him, lowering her voice slightly, with a hint of seduction. I want to shower with you. Lin Mu was speechless for a moment, then turned and walked towards the bedroom. Suddenly, 2 soft bumps hit his back. Sun Yinha wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her jade feet slightly raised, her warm breath brushing against his ear. By the way, Lin Mu, I have another question. Ask, let go of my hand first. Lin Mu's breathing was a little rapid. Did you like the feeling of you pushing me away back then? As soon as Sun Yinha finished speaking, Lin Mu's heart started racing, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. He abruptly broke free from her grasp, rushed into the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Watching his retreating figure, Sun Yinha's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes brimming with laughter. Silence means you like me. Lin Mu, you look so cute when you're shy. After saying that, she turned and walked into the shower room, and the sound of the shower running began. Amidst the misty air, Sun Yinha gazed at her exquisite figure in the mirror, her fingertips tracing her collarbone, a faint smile playing on her lips as she softly murmured, Lin Mu, you can only belong to me. Chapter 102. There's no other reason than that I like you. Inside the bedroom, Lin Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a faint flame flickering again at his fingertips. This was the 3rd cigarette he had lit in a row. When the first cigarette burned out, he barely managed to suppress the restlessness in his heart. From the second one onwards, his eyes gradually became deep and unfathomable, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. I am certain that it was not an illusion. If she hadn't tackled me in time, I would have been exposed to him. Lin Mu's face was terribly gloomy at this moment, and he felt that his cognition had completely collapsed. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, and as he exhaled the smoke, he said in a deep voice, "If that's really the case, then many of the doubts from before can all be explained. In this absurd world, what is real and what is fake? So it was already rotten from the top floor a long time ago." In an instant, an extreme chill surged from his body, like an invisible icy mist that instantly filled the entire bedroom. He sneered, his voice chillingly cold. "Now all the clues make sense. Countless times, I have overturned all the information I had because it was you. I once regarded you as a role model, but you stand at the top of darkness, mocking all living beings." He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and gazed at the waning moon outside the window. His self-deprecating laugh was particularly jarring in the silence. Righteousness? That's fucking ridiculous. For this false righteousness, the 15 chiefs of Zheniding, 300 special class, and nearly 10,000 awakened soldiers were all buried in the Forbidden City. As his cigarette burned halfway down, an endless killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his voice was icy. "The true mastermind behind the final battle is actually you, the guardian of the nation." After a while, Lin Mu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and lowered his voice even further. "But you are someone who stands at the top. What exactly do you intend to do by doing this? Or, what are you afraid of, envoy of the nation? Are you afraid that the strength of other people in this world can threaten you?" He chuckled self-deprecatingly again. "I should have known better about all the suspicious things you did before the final battle." Click. The door was gently pushed open, and Su Nianhe appeared in the doorway. She gazed at the bedroom, which was filled with smoke and exuded a chill. She walked lightly to Lin Mu's side, stood beside him gazing out the window, and parted her red lips slightly. "What are you thinking about? Some past events?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, and added casually, "Also, you've entered the wrong room." Su Nianhe changed the subject, her voice tinged with probing. "Are you wondering about the identity of the person who ultimately attacked you? Or perhaps, you've already guessed?" Lin Mu suddenly turned to look at her, his pupils shrinking. "You?" Su Nianhe interrupted softly, her tone firm. "On the way back, I kept having doubts, but this matter was too unbelievable, so I thought it was just my imagination. But with your gloomy expression right now, I feel like my guess is probably right." After she finished speaking, she turned to Lin Mu, raised her hand, and just as her fingertips were about to touch his cheek, Lin Mu gently grasped her wrist. His voice carried a barely perceptible tension. "It's late. Go and rest." Su Nianhe smiled charmingly, her alluring body taking a step forward, instantly closing the distance between them until their breaths mingled. Her voice was gentle and tender. "Does your wrist feel nice to touch?" Lin Mu's expression froze. Just as he released her wrist, Su Nianhe grabbed his collar and pulled him tightly against her. Lin Mu looked surprised, but her voice grew even gentler. "No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. There's no other reason than that I like you." The next second, Su Nianhe's cheek pressed against Lin Mu's chest. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat suddenly went out of control, pounding against their skin as if it were a drum. A sweet smile returned to Su Nianhe's lips, just as Lin Mu gently grasped her slender waist, preparing to push her away. She suddenly leaned down and pounced on Lin Mu on the bed. Lin Mu's pupils widened suddenly. Before he could react, her soft red lips, warm to the touch, pressed against his. "Hiss!" Lin Mu gasped, the stinging pain on his lips bringing him back to his senses instantly. With a few drops of blood on her lips, Su Nianhe quickly stood up, lightly licking the blood from the corner of her mouth with her tongue. Her voice was softer than before. "Okay, here's a goodnight kiss. I'll be gentler next time." "Are you sick?" "There won't be a next time." Lin Mu looked at her with a stern face. The wound on his lower lip was still slowly bleeding, but his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. A man who says one thing but means another. Su Nianhe turned around with a smile, her smile growing even brighter. She paused slightly as she reached the door, her fingertips resting on the doorknob. She turned to meet Lin Mu's gaze, her tone becoming more serious. "Lin Mu, actually I don't really like the smell of smoke." She paused, her eyes curving slightly. "But if it's you, I'll get used to it gradually." As soon as she finished speaking, she gently closed the door. Lin Mu sat on the bed, his mind blank. He muttered, "What is all this?" Click. The door was suddenly pushed open again, and Lin Mu's face stiffened. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Yinha interrupted him, saying, "Lin Mu, you haven't said good night to me yet." Lin Mu looked bewildered and subconsciously uttered 2 words, "Good night." Sun Yinha nodded in satisfaction, "Good night." Then she closed the door again. After calming down, Lin Mu muttered to herself, "Why did I respond to her? Why did I listen to her?" He shook his head, trying to suppress the strange feeling in his heart. "It must be because I'm too tired today." A moment later, he reached for the cigarette case, picked up a cigarette between his fingers, paused, and then put it back in the case. Lying in bed, the scene from earlier kept replaying in his mind. He murmured softly, "What is liking? And what defines liking?" Then he gave a helpless smile. "What am I thinking? I feel like my life has been completely disrupted by her." Click. The door was pushed open for the 3rd time. Lin Mu was completely speechless, and without even looking up, said, "Couldn't you have knocked first? This is our home, why should I knock?" Sun Yinha smiled and walked to the bedside, sitting down gracefully. "I already said goodnight. Why did you come back?" Lin Mu helplessly propped himself up and looked at her. The next second, Sun Yinha suddenly lay down on her side next to Lin Mu, her hair brushing against his arm, carrying a faint fragrance. Lin Mu subconsciously shifted to the other side, his brows furrowing slightly. "What are you planning now?" Sun Yinha shifted her position on the bed, resting her chin on her hands, blinking her beautiful eyes at him with a captivating smile at the corners of her eyes. "Lin Mu, let's sleep in the same bed." "No way." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and refused. Sun Yinha chuckled softly, her 2 fair legs swaying gently in the air. "You say no, so it's no?" Chapter 103. Do you like it or not? I'll be sleeping in your bed tonight. Sun Yinha suddenly trembled and let out a gasp, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Mu suddenly stood up, picked her up in his arms, and quickly walked towards another bedroom, making her heart beat faster for no apparent reason. After entering the room, Lin Mu gently placed her on the bed, the softness of the mattress making her sway slightly. He breathed heavily and uttered 4 words, "Sleep soundly." After saying that, he closed the door and left quickly. Sun Yinha was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You really are two-faced. You were very quick and efficient when you hugged me." Snort. 9 a.m. St. Capital, Research and Development Base. Lin Yin, dressed in a white lab coat, sat upright in front of the control panel, her beige high heels slightly raised, her fingertips hovering over the keyboard, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she were thinking about some complex experimental parameters. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Lin Yin raised her head, and her clear voice rang out. "Come in." The door was slowly pushed open, and a man in his 30s walked in with steady steps. He stopped just a meter in front of Lin Yin, his back ramrod straight. "Director Lin, my name is Tan Yi, and I will be your guard captain from now on." Lin Yin raised her beautiful eyes to look him over. He was dressed in a crisp black uniform, and his gaze was sharp but not ostentatious. A faint smile appeared on her lips, her tone tinged with inquiry. "Which dean were you under before?" Tan Yi shook his head, his voice calm and even. "No, I've only been at the RD base for a few months." Lin Yin frowned slightly. She hadn't expected the deans to choose someone who had only been there for a few months as the guard captain. Could such a person really be reliable? Doubts began to ripple in her heart. Tan Yi seemed to see through her thoughts and explained calmly. "I was in Jin Eating before, and I was transferred here after the final battle." Jin Eating. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as she pressed. "Then why were you transferred to the base?" Tan Yi paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Because this place is considered a pure land. Some things outside have overturned my understanding, and the former leader is no more. I want to follow my heart and take a different path." Lin Yan nodded, then suddenly chuckled. "Then you must be very capable, right? I've heard that the minimum requirement for the Genie Court is a 4th tier awakened, so you." 6th rank. Tan Yi interrupted her calmly. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with disbelief. "The special envoy of Genie Court?" Tan Yi nodded and gave a soft "hmm." Lin Yan composed herself and asked softly, "Won't you feel it's a waste of your talents to be in charge of my safety?" "Won't." Tan Yi's voice remained calm and steady. "Dean Zhu spoke with me. This was my own choice. Director Lin is young and promising. Tan Yi admires him for taking over the core laboratory independently at such a young age. Perhaps in a few years, You will be able to change the turbulent landscape of this world. Then I'll take your kind words. Lin Yin rose gracefully, her beige high heels clicking crisply on the center console. She picked up her phone, walked up to Tan Yi, and smiled as she waved the screen. Let's exchange contact information. By the way, how many people are in this team guarding me? After exchanging contact information, Tan Yi met her gaze. 70 people. Of course, apart from me. Everyone else is an awakened below the 4th rank. Lin Yin hadn't expected the difference in strength to be so great, but she simply nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Captain Tan, I'll be relying on you from now on. This is my job, it's not troublesome at all, and my phone will be available 24 hours a day. Tan Yi turned to leave, but paused slightly at the door before turning back to add, Director Lin, what I just said might not have been clear enough. This team of 70 people is directly under your command. We're not only here to protect your safety at the base, but we can also handle any personal matters you may have outside. After saying that, he gently closed the door. Lin Yin then realized that she had misunderstood at the beginning. This team is entirely her personal force. She sat back on the bench, her toes slightly raised, and suddenly chuckled softly. His own guard captain was actually a 6th-tier awakened one, someone he had once looked up to. If Mom, Dad, and my brother knew, they would probably be stunned. Just imagining their shocked expressions filled her with a thrilling excitement. Lin Yin rested her arm on the table, her delicate hand supporting her chin, and chuckled softly. Yin Yin is already starting to have the ability to protect her family. Her voice gradually turned cold. In this world, the safety of family always comes first. The experiment to save the mutants is important, but it is nothing compared to family. The next second, her tone softened again. I should take a few days off. This time, I'm going to stay home and spend a few days with my parents. 10 a.m., Yunjing residential area. The sound of running water came from the wash basin. Lin Mu walked out of the bedroom, still half asleep, her hair sticking up in a mess. As he reached the bathroom door, his steps suddenly halted, his dazed eyes instantly clearing, even showing a hint of panic. Sun Yinha, why aren't you wearing pants? Can't you pay attention to your appearance? Sun Yinha paused slightly as she squeezed toothpaste, turning to look at him. The hem of her oversized men's pajamas swayed gently with her movement, revealing a glimpse of what lay beneath. She said softly, Lin Mu, your top is already too big, so you don't need to wear pants. As she finished speaking, she raised her snow-white right leg, her jade-like foot gently rubbing against Lin Mu's knee, a captivating smile playing on her lips. Want to touch it? You can touch it. Lin Mu patted his forehead, helplessly and gently put her legs down, then turned and walked to the sink next to her, picked up his toothbrush, and began to wash his face. Humph, in the end you still touched her, didn't you? Seeing that he remained silent, Sun Yinha leaned close to his ear and pressed. How does it feel? Do you like it or not? Can't even brushing your teeth shut you up? Lin Mu asked, his voice muffled but filled with helplessness, his mouth full of toothbrush. Whoosh. Suddenly, a stream of water flew from Sun Yinha's palm and splashed precisely on Lin Mu's face. The water droplets slid down his cheeks and wet the collar of his pajamas. Uffed. Sun Yinha couldn't help but laugh out loud, her eyes curving into crescents. Lin Mu, why are your pajamas wet? Lin Mu's expression stiffened, his brows furrowed even more, and he still ignored her actions. Sun Yinha immediately put her hands on her hips, glared at him with her beautiful eyes, and her voice suddenly turned cold, as if she had a little temper. Ugh. Lin Mu, you're so boring. If you don't speak, I'll really get upset. Chapter 104. Believe it or not, I'll eat you up. Just then, the phone rang urgently. Lin Mu picked up his phone and saw that the caller ID read Dad. His eyebrows shot up. Damn, I forgot to ask for leave again. I woke up and completely forgot about going to school. This college is really unreliable. They call my parents at the drop of a hat. Couldn't they at least call me first? He tapped his phone screen, and there were already 5 missed calls. Lin Mu answered the phone and casually turned on speakerphone. The next second, Lin Ye's roar exploded out. You brat. Can't you even understand what it's like to go to school? I'm asking you, how many times has this happened already? Can't you just give your mother and me a break? Lin Yi paused suddenly, his tone softening, even carrying a hint of amusement. Given that you brought your girlfriend home yesterday, we won't hold it against you this time. Also, your mother and I have decided to increase your allowance 5-fold. What the heck? Lin Mu's toothbrush fell into the sink with a thud, and he exclaimed, Dad, has our family struck it rich? So, after all these years of buying lottery tickets, You finally won once. Don't worry about it. Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of smugness. Just remember, when you're with Nian He, don't be too casual about what you eat, drink, and have fun with her. Don't let her suffer any injustice, understand? If we find out you're bullying someone, your mom will beat you to a pulp. Su Nianhe had already quietly walked behind Lin Mu, wrapped her arms around his waist, pressed her cheek against his back, and slightly tiptoed, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Did you hear that? You can't let me suffer. Lin Mu sighed helplessly and changed the subject, saying, Dad, I'll try my best not to let the academy call you again next time. Not just try, it's a certainty. Let me tell you, it's only because your mom isn't home right now. If she were, you'd be in for a good scolding. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi paused for a moment, then added, By the way, son, there's something I need to tell you again. Lin Mu replied casually, What is it? Lin Ye's tone suddenly turned serious, yet slightly teasing. When you're with Nian He, remember to take precautions, okay? Don't end up having a child out of wedlock, or Nian He's family will lose all respect for you. Of course, if you do get pregnant, don't delay. Actually, our family's conditions are better than you think. We'll definitely marry her in a grand and proper way. Lin Mu coughed lightly, choking slightly. No? Dad, you're thinking way too far ahead. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Just as he reached out to hang up, Su Nianhe's delicate hand suddenly grabbed his arm, and a slightly reproachful voice rang in his ear, the last syllable drawn out. Lin Mu, you never consider my feelings. I'm still in pain, and you have no sense of tenderness towards me. She paused, then deliberately raised her voice, speaking slowly and deliberately into the hands-free phone. And, how many times have I told you? You never take safety precautions. Finally, her voice softened again. Even so, I won't blame you. It's because I like you. If I like you, of course I'll tolerate all your unreasonable demands. After he finished speaking, the washroom fell into a sudden silence. Even the phone, which was on speakerphone, went silent. Lin Mu's eyes widened instantly, his face darkening as he stared intently into Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes. Su Nianhe met his gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips, her voice growing even gentler. Lin Mu, kiss me. Just then, Lin Ye's tentative voice came from the phone. Hello? Son. Hello? Can you hear me? That's strange. Why did the phone suddenly go silent? Beep. Lin Yi abruptly hung up the phone. On the other side, Lin Yi lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, his expression incredibly complex, shifting from surprise to ecstasy, and finally to an incredulous murmur. My son was actually reverse raped? He actually ran into such a naive and innocent girl? Without any safety measures, wouldn't it be over very quickly? TSK. If this hits the mark on the first try, I'll be able to hold my grandson next year. But it still feels a bit unreal. This is too damn amazing. I'll have to tell my wife all about it in detail later. In the washroom, Su Nianhe looked at Lin Mu's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, chuckled, and poked his cheek with her finger. Lin Mu, are you angry? You look so silly when you're angry. Lin Mu remained silent with a cold face, quickly finished washing up, and walked back to the bedroom with a speechless expression. He leaned against the headboard and glanced at his phone. It was only 10:15. He tossed his phone onto the bedside table, sighed, and said with a hint of annoyance, Going to school is such a hassle. Maybe I should think of a way to drop out. Click. The door was gently pushed open. Lin Mu looked even more helpless and said in a low voice, How about you stay in this bedroom? Su Nianhe walked to his side, her two long, snow-white legs coming into Lin Mu's view. Her eyes were full of smiles. Okay, I apologize to you. Don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Lin Mu looked up and met her gaze. Your injuries have healed, aren't you leaving? How do you know it's ready without even looking? Su Nianhe sat down next to him and rested her head on his shoulder. Just as Lin Mu was about to move away, Su Nianhe's delicate hand grabbed his sleeve, her voice gentle. Lin Mu, answer me a question. Does my presence make you unhappy? Lin Mu paused, her lips moved, but she ultimately didn't speak, simply turning her face away. Su Nianhe smiled faintly, then suddenly moved, and sat directly on Lin Mu's lap, reaching her hands towards his neck as if to wrap them around him. Lin Mu instantly grabbed both of her wrists, his tone cold and hard. I need to rest. Go back to your room. I will not. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned forward abruptly and kissed Lin Mu's lips with a touch of domineering possessiveness. Lin Mu, Su Nianhe's body trembled, and she suddenly shook off his hand, looking at him with a face full of anger. She touched her lips with her jade hand, her fingertips stained with blood. Lin Mu met her angry gaze and said calmly, "Oh, so this is what it means to be angry. We're even now." Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then she seemed to laugh in anger. She licked the blood from her lips, her eyes filled with excitement. "Fine, Lin Mu, you've changed. You dare to bully me now, huh?" She leaned closer to him, her breath hitting his face. "Believe it or not, I'll eat you up." Lin Mu frowned. "Go back and put your pants on before we talk about anything else." "No way. If you don't buy me clothes, I won't even wear a shirt anymore." Dear readers, please give me free gifts and urge me to update. Also, please give me another 5-star review. Love you all. The later plot will be even more amazing. Chapter 105. Give him 1 million and let him leave Wang. On the top floor of the Wunyan building, in a luxurious room. "Oh my god, Sister Lan, you mean? Wang still asked you to take her to Jiangcheng so late, and then let you come back on your own?" Yu Ningmei's eyes widened, her tone full of shock. Yulan sat upright on the sofa and nodded calmly. "Yes, Wang didn't say much, and I didn't dare to ask any more questions." Yu Ning sat up abruptly, her voice rising sharply. "My god, how did that man do that?" Qiuhu leaned back on the sofa with his arms crossed, and replied in a gruff voice, "You women are so scheming, always thinking about this and that. I advise you not to make wild assumptions. How could the king fall in love with an ordinary person? This is utterly ridiculous. I absolutely do not believe it." Lu Jiu casually echoed. "I also think this can't possibly be true. Besides, that's the king's private matter, and it's not our place to discuss whether it's true or not. Everything I said before was something I saw with my own eyes, not something I made up." Yu Ning then looked at Yulan and added, "And also, Sister Lan, didn't you also see that man at Wang's villa last time? And it was early morning." A hint of reminiscence flashed in Yulan's eyes. Then she nodded gently. "Yes." Qiuhu and Lu Jiu exchanged a glance, their faces still showing disbelief. "Anyway, I don't believe it. You women just overthink things." Qiuhu curled his lip, his tone still firm. Yulan's expression instantly turned cold. She looked up at him, her voice carrying a hint of danger. "Little tiger, are you itching for a beating?" Yu Ning raised her delicate hand and gently brushed her short pink hair aside. Lu Jiu immediately moved to the side, further away from Qiuhu. The two of them had an expression of waiting to see the show. Qiuhu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hand to explain, "Hey no, Sister Lan, I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it to heart." Just then, Yulan's phone rang with a ding message notification. She picked up her phone and glanced at it, then calmly said, "Wang said he'd send someone to deliver a car to her, so it seems she probably won't be returning to headquarters for the next few days." Yu Ning suddenly stood up abruptly, her eyes shining. "I have a bold suggestion." The three of them looked at her at the same time, their eyes filled with curiosity, wondering what kind of trouble she was up to now. The next second, Yu Ning's gaze locked onto Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly said, "I suddenly remembered something urgent." "What urgent matter could you possibly have?" "Sit down," Yu Ning interrupted coldly. Yulan couldn't help but smile and asked, "Xiao Ning, what is this bold suggestion of yours?" Yu Ning immediately revealed a mysterious smile, put her hands on her hips, and said, "Then the four of us will go to deliver the car together. We'll personally test that man then." The three of them were stunned at the same time. This was indeed a bold and outrageous suggestion. Qiuhu was the first to clap his hands and cheer. "I agree. Going out for some fresh air and getting to see a good show, brilliant. Xiao Ning, let's just forget about it. What if the king blames us?" Before Yulan could finish speaking, Yu Ning interrupted her with a smile. "It's all right, Sister Lan. We went to test that man on our own, not under the king's nose. Besides, isn't this exactly what the king ordered? We can go to Jiangcheng openly and legitimately." Yulan smiled helplessly. "Do we need all four of us to go together to send someone to deliver the car?" She paused, then added, "And how do you plan to test the waters?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ning's face lit up with joy, which meant that Sister Lan was also interested. She immediately turned to Lu Jiu, her eyes gleaming. Lu Jiu's face instantly darkened. Sure enough, what I feared most came to pass. "Lu Jiu, you will pretend to be the king's suitor." Yu Ning, hands on her hips, said rapidly, "That man definitely doesn't know the king's identity, so you'll pretend to be a rich young master." She frowned and thought for a few seconds, then waved her hand. No, this feeling is too bland." She suddenly clapped her hands, her lips curving into an even wider smile. "Just say you're the king's little lover. If he gets angry, just give him a simple beating to force him to leave Wang. Of course, don't hit his face. When he begs for mercy, give him a sweet treat. Say you'll give him 1,000,000 to leave Wang. Yes, that's it. I'm a genius at writing scripts. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiu waved his hand in rebuttal, his tone filled with utmost resistance. I object. I can't withstand the king's wrath. Sister Ning, you should find someone else. Yu Ning rejected it directly, her tone resolute. Objection overruled. Besides you, Qiu Hu is the only other person here. Are you suggesting that we cast Qiu Hu, with his rugged face, as a rich young master? This kind of thing needs a pretty boy like you. You just stand there, and you look like the real deal. How did I get shot even though I was lying down? Qiu Hu turned to Lu Jiu and joked. Brother, I think you're capable of this. Besides, this was an operation involving the 4 of us. If Wang really blames us, you're not the mastermind. The mastermind is Yu Ning. Lu Jiu shook his head again, his tone tinged with grievance. I still don't dare. After all, he's just an ordinary person. It's wrong to just beat him up like that. Besides, if Wang Patian really likes him, I can imagine how miserable my fate would be. 1 minute later, Yu Ning looked at Lu Jiu with a smile. Now do you agree? Lu Jiu, bruised and swollen, slumped on the sofa, her lips moving as if she wanted to refuse. But when he caught a glimpse of the blue light shimmering on the tail fin behind Yu Ning, he finally sighed and lowered his head resignedly. I agree. That's right. Yu Ning nodded in satisfaction, and the blue tail fin behind her retracted into her body with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace. Qiu Hu stood to the side, his shoulders shaking and his face turning red, clearly trying hard to hold back his laughter. Sister Lan, when do we set off? Yu Ning turned to look at Yulan, her tone a little anxious. Look how anxious you are. Yulan smiled faintly. Let me think about it some more. If we find out that the man's feelings for the king are not genuine, we can simply apologize to the king, since we acted without permission. But if he passes the test, have you thought about how serious the consequences could be? Lu Jiu's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Yulan as if he had grasped a lifeline, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Yu Ning's expression was solemn, and her tone was firm. Sister Lan, you have to believe me. That man definitely has no feelings for Wang. Let Jiu beat him up, and we'll know. People would never dare to lie when they are in extreme fear. Yulan pondered for a long time before finally nodding slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. I hope our guess is correct. Yu Ning's expression instantly brightened, and Qiu Hu rubbed his hands together with an expectant look on his face. Only Lu Jiu remained slumped in place, head drooping, eyes vacant. He seemed to have already foreseen his own end. Whether the man's feelings for the king were genuine or not was no longer important to him, because he was sure to be the one to bear the brunt of the king's fury. Chapter 106. What you're doing is wrong. Linmu, I've already put on my pants. Come here and let me devour you. Su Nianhe braced herself on the edge of the bed with both hands, lightly licking the corner of her lips with her tongue, her beautiful eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Linmu rubbed his temples and looked at her helplessly. You were only gone for 10 minutes. Why are you back again? Can you have some peace and quiet? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nianhe jumped onto the bed. 2 fair legs were exposed beneath her black men's pajama pants. She smiled slightly and raised her jade-like foot towards Lin Mu's cheek. Su Nianhe. Lin Mu gripped her ankle, his brows furrowed, and said, Is this never going to end? Lin Mu, you hurt me again. You're always so rough. Su Nianhe looked at him with a pitiful expression. You're overacting. The moment Lin Mu released her ankle, her body went limp and she lay down next to Lin Mu. You. As soon as Lin Mu opened his mouth, Su Nianhe raised her hand and touched his lips with her index finger. Lin Mu, I'm sleepy. I want to go to sleep. After saying that, she moved her delicate body and threw herself into Lin Mu's arms, casually draping her fair legs over his lap, burying her face in his chest, feeling the sound of his heartbeat. Lin Mu's face darkened. What are you sleepy for in broad daylight? Get up now, or I'll have to take action. My body is all yours. You can move it however you want. Okay, be quiet. I want to sleep. As she spoke, Su Nianhe rubbed her cheek against his, placed her jade-like hand on his shoulder, and let her long, black hair fall casually over him. Lin Mu reached out to push her away, but his hand remained suspended in midair. He looked down at the delicate body in his arms and sighed inwardly. What's wrong with me? She has seriously affected my life, so why should I let her affect me? It seems I really am sick, and quite seriously so. After a while, Su Nianhe's breathing gradually became steady, and Lin Mu didn't know if she was really asleep or pretending to be asleep. Suddenly, she snuggled closer to him, holding him even tighter and whispered against his chest, Lin Mu, tell me, what is love? I don't really understand what liking is, but I feel very happy when you are by my side. But you always say one thing and mean another. Lin Mu, you must have fallen for me at some point, right? Lin Mu, before you, my life was as calm as still water. It was your appearance that stirred up ripples in my heart. You are the first man I, Su Nianhe, have ever loved, and you will be the only one in my life. After saying that, Su Nianhe seemed to fall asleep again, a slight smile playing on her lips. The air became completely still. Lin Mu frowned slightly, as if lost in thought. Finally, he closed his eyes and stopped thinking, letting her lie in his arms, and reached out to cover her with the blanket. Inside the main command room on the 33rd floor of the Zhenerding building. What do you think about this? Feng Shi leaned against the edge of the long table, her voice cold. Cheng Xiao is far too audacious, leading all the awakened ones of Jiangxing Academy up the mountain. Doesn't he fear any accidents? I feel that Cheng Xiao's starting point was good, and Jiangxing has always been one of the most stable main cities. Jiangxing Academy and Jiangxing Town's army will serve as guards, not to mention, Qinghe paused, then stopped speaking. Ning Mo glanced at Qing He meaningfully, then calmly said, it's just mountain climbing. If it were a premeditated accident, the students wouldn't have been able to escape even if they were in the academy. He looked up at Feng Shi. What do you plan to do? It's not too late to get Cheng Xiao to cancel the training exercise, since it's tomorrow. Feng Shi tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, pondered for a moment, and then said, there's no need to cancel. We'll send someone to Jiangcheng to oversee things and ensure the mountain climbing training goes smoothly. Ning Mo nodded. Okay. Who will go? As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them turned their gazes to the silent man standing to the side. Lu Ping's eyes widened in surprise clearly. He had been lost in thought. Feng Shi's soft laughter broke the brief silence. What's wrong, Chief Lu Ping? Not settling in yet on your first day? No. Lu Ping chuckled twice and quickly replied. I can handle Jiangxing. I recently attended the opening ceremony of Jiangxing College, and with Brother Gu in Jiangxing, Jiangxing definitely won't be in chaos. Okay, then you can set off today and patrol Qingshu Mountain tonight. Ning Mo added calmly, then looked at Feng Shi. Jiangcheng is an interesting place. You can go with Lu Ping. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Shimei's eyes, but she didn't ask any further questions. She simply smiled and replied, all right, then I'd like to see just how interesting Jiangxing is. She turned to look at Lu Ping. Let's go. It'll take another half a day to get to Jiangxing. Okay. Lu Ping followed quickly with a slightly naive air, clearly not yet fully adapted to working with the three of them. After the two left, Qinghe smiled faintly. Lu Ping's advancement to the 7th rank is truly the best news for the Zhenyi court right now. Yes, there are still 4 people stuck at the advanced 6th level. It's only a matter of time before they advance to the 7th level. But our current strength is far from enough. The power hidden behind the kingdom is too terrifying. We no longer have time to wait for them to grow. This war may break out one day in the future for any reason. Ning Mo changed the subject, raising his eyes to look at Qing He. When did you find out? On the day you were rescued. Qinghe paused for a moment, then said calmly. Yes, so that's why you sent Feng Shi to Jiangxing? Why not just tell her about Tingshu's situation? Ning Mo smiled and retorted, then why didn't you just tell us back then? Qinghe. 12:30 noon. Inside Yunjing residential area. Lin Mu opened his sleepy eyes, surprised that he had actually fallen asleep. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly remembered that Su Nianhe was still sleeping beside him. He sighed helplessly and lay back down on the pillow. Perhaps his slight movement startled the person beside him. Su Nianhe's delicate body stirred slightly, her voice soft and sweet from just waking up. Lin Mu, you're awake? Lin Mu said calmly. Now that you're awake, get up quickly. No. Su Nianhe looked up from his chest, her beautiful eyes smiling as she looked at him. The next second, she shifted her body upwards, and the moment their noses touched, her red lips suddenly kissed his. The moment their lips touched, Lin Mu's sleepiness vanished instantly. She said in a soft voice, I won't bite your lips anymore, so you can't bite me either, understand? Lin Mu frowned slightly, his tone serious. What you're doing is wrong. Chapter 107. It still has to be Brother Mu. He never makes up a reasonable excuse for brushing people off. At 5:30 p.m., it was getting dark. Nestled in the mountains at the northernmost tip of Ming City lies a small village where smoke curls from chimneys. The low, earthen houses with blue tiles stand close together. There is no deceit or treachery from the outside world here, and the relationship between neighbors is as harmonious as that of family. Even if the courtyard gate is left open late at night, there is no worry whatsoever. On the Bluestone Road at the village entrance, a burly man with dark skin, around 30 years old, was shirtless, carrying a chicken in his left hand and a black iron shovel on his right shoulder as he walked into the village, a simple and honest smile always on his lips. "Hey, the shovel's back." Several elderly people at the village entrance looked at him kindly at the same time. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, Uncle Niu, Aunt Lu, Fong Taichiao greeted with a simple smile, his steps never faltering. Aunt Lu was the first to tease him. "With such a beautiful girl at home, you still come back in the dark every day. You silly boy, aren't you afraid she'll run away one day?" "That's right, Tiao. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's lucky this is in our village. If you were outside, you definitely wouldn't have been able to keep such a pretty girl. You've been out there for 8 or 9 years. You should know how tempting it is, right?" Uncle Niu sighed with emotion. Uncle Li chuckled and said, "Shovel, you two have been living together for months now, haven't you? When are you going to do something big? If the girl makes a request that you can't fulfill, just let her know. We can't help her with anything big, but the village will cover the expenses. A decent wedding is no problem. Nowadays girls care about appearances. We older generations understand that. You can tell at a glance that she is a lady from a respectable family." "Hey, you guys are getting the wrong idea. He's just staying for a while. He won't be staying long. Look at what you're saying. It's getting more and more outrageous," Taichiao said with a simple smile. Uncle Zhang waved his hand with a laugh. "Tsk, come on, don't be shy about it. Can I stay for several months at a time while I'm just borrowing a place?" We all saw it. When you weren't home, that girl would sit in the yard, lost in thought, not moving at all. Her eyes were full of longing for you. Iron Shovel's lips twitched involuntarily, and he quickened his pace, hastily leaving. Behind me came the hearty laughter of the elderly. It's unbelievable that a shovel could keep such a beautiful girl waiting for him to come home every day. It's incredible. Speaking of which, Taichiao said he was going out to make his way in the world when he was in his early 20s, and it's been almost 10 years now, hasn't it? This kid doesn't say a word about what's going on outside. Yes, he mentioned it. I remember when he came back he said he had been working on screws in the capital for nearly 10 years, but I didn't understand. Look at you, you're out of touch with the outside world, aren't you? You think tightening screws is like going to the factory. Then why did he end up with nothing? I understand. Let me put it this way. Taichiao was probably tricked by his superiors, or he was exploited too much, or Taichiao's boss is a scoundrel, and Taichiao can no longer continue working. A moment later, the shovel had reached the front of his own mud house at the east end of the village. The courtyard gate was open, and a woman in a long black dress was sitting on a stone bench. Her long, black hair fell over her shoulders, and she had delicate features, fair skin, a slender figure, and a gentle and graceful demeanor. After the shovel entered the room, the woman slightly raised her eyes to look at him. You're back, Taichiao chuckled. I'm planning to stew a free-range chicken tonight and have a few drinks by myself. It's strange, I don't know why, but I just want to eat something more substantial today. He met the woman's beautiful eyes and asked, Have you eaten today? The woman nodded slightly. I've already eaten out. He leaned the shovel on his shoulder against the courtyard wall. Turning around, I took out the free-range chicken I had just bought from the kitchen, cleaned it quickly in the yard, and then went outside to fetch water. The woman remained seated on the stone bench, her gaze unfocused, as if lost in thought. He returned with a shovel carrying water and sat down on the stone bench opposite the woman. His honest voice broke the silence. What are your plans for the future? The woman shook her head and remained silent. The shovel asked again, Do you want to stay in this mountain village forever? The woman looked up at him. Are you trying to get rid of me? Iron Shovel quickly shook his head. You misunderstood me. I was just asking casually. Otherwise, I'd be living in this mud house by myself anyway. You're at least a human presence here, even though you basically just sit there daydreaming all day. The woman's voice was calm and undisturbed, and her lively eyes seemed to hide the weariness of having seen all the ugliness in the world. I have no plans to leave for a long time. I really like this quiet and peaceful life. Iron Shovel nodded and said, Okay, stay as long as you want, and you don't need to tell me when you want to leave. He paused, then added, Oh, right, I forgot to ask you before. Do you want me to prepare a cell phone for you? The woman calmly declined, saying, No need, it's no longer necessary. Okay. After Taichiao finished speaking, the two fell silent, and time seemed to stand still for a minute. The woman's cool voice rang out again. Didn't you want to stew chicken? Why aren't you going? It's a bit early. I usually eat late. What's wrong? Taichao asked. The woman shook her head slightly, her tone serious. I feel a bit noisy with you in front of me. Iron Shovel's lips twitched, then he stood up with a sheepish grin. You should have said so earlier. Okay, then you can continue daydreaming. I won't bother you anymore. The woman turned and went back into the house. She looked up at the sky, where the sunset had painted half the sky red. She murmured, this place is nice. I'll just stay here forever. Jiangxing College, outside the main gate. Brother Mu, wait for me. As soon as Lin Mu stepped out of the main gate, Wang Yueban's loud voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw a round figure running towards him, its fleshy face jiggling slightly with each step. Brother Mu, are you going by yourself tomorrow, or taking the academy's shuttle bus to Qingshou Mountain? Wang Yueban ran up to Lin Mu and asked. Lin Mu looked at him, her voice calm. Not necessarily, what's wrong? It's nothing, I was just asking. Wang Yueban suddenly leaned closer and asked. By the way, Brother Mu, are you free tonight? Let's have a meal together. We're all from the same year, and each one of us is incredibly good-looking. Lin Mu smiled and declined. No, I have something to do. You guys eat. Huh. Wang Yueban was slightly taken aback. Brother Mu, we're having a get-together near the academy. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you join us for a bite? Never mind, let's do it another day. I still need to go to the mall to buy clothes. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Mu strode towards the mall a kilometer away. No. Wang Yueban stood there, even more bewildered, muttering to herself, buy clothes. Buying clothes and eating don't conflict at all, right? It has to be Brother Mu. He never makes up a reasonable excuse when he's being perfunctory. Chapter 108. The lingerie was a free gift from the store. I didn't buy it myself. Inside the dust-free tavern, Gutsong remained slumped in the leather seat, looking half dead, the cigarette between his fingers burning down to the filter, smoke swirling around him. He frowned as he stared at the empty cigarette pack. Finished another pack? Damn it. These cigarettes are getting harder and harder to smoke. There must be something mixed in with them. As he spoke, he opened a drawer and took out another pack of cigarettes. Just as he unpacked it, the wooden door of the tavern creaked open. Gutsong assumed it was Lin Mu and was about to speak without even looking up, but when he caught sight of the figure at the door, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. A man and a woman were standing at the door. The man was dressed in gray casual clothes and had a tall, upright figure. The woman wore a beige shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, and a pair of tight jeans that accentuated her slender legs. Her black stilettos clicked crisply on the floor. Another rare guest, Gutsong said with a smile, raising his chin. Fengshi walked to the bar, lifted her long leg and sat on the high stool, resting her elbows on the bar, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt. Why again? Lu Ping stood beside her and greeted her politely. Brother Gu. Gutsong raised his cigarette case to him, then looked at Fengshi. Ning Mo was here yesterday, and you're here again today. Is something big going to happen in Jiangxing? Ning Mo has been here? Fengshi paused, exchanged a glance with Lu Ping, and surprise flashed in both of their eyes. She tapped the bar with her fingertips and added, it's all because of Cheng Xiao. Which other awakened academy in other cities would take the entire academy out for training like he did? Gutsong chuckled lightly. Qingshou Mountain. It's a scenic spot in the northern part of Jiangxing. The danger level is almost 0. He looked at the 2 men with a puzzled expression. Just for this matter, Zhenyi Court dispatched a chief officer and a special grade officer? Not 1 but 2. As Fengshi spoke, she turned her head and looked at Lu Ping, her tone somewhat serious. You need to get familiar with this identity as soon as possible, Lu Ping. In the future, you will often lead teams on missions independently. Gutsong suddenly sat up straight, his eyes filled with shock. Congratulations, brother. When did you reach the 7th level? Lu Ping scratched his head and smiled shyly. About last night, Brother Gu. Gutsong's gaze sharpened further. Then I understand even less why Ning Mo would send 2 top students to a training exercise for an entire academy. Who knows? Fengshi poked her cheek with her right hand and looked at Gutsong. He said Jiangxing would be an interesting place. Gutsong, do you know what he meant by that? Gutsong shook his head slightly, his tone filled with doubt. Interesting? I really don't know what's interesting about it. In his heart, however, he was laughing and cursing. You, Ning Mo, didn't tell me yourself, but let them come to me to find out. You're quite something. When are we going to Qingshou Mountain? Lu Ping asked. What's the rush? We're already planning to live in the mountains. Fengshi then looked at Gutsong with a probing gaze. By the way, I heard you have an outstanding distant cousin who studies at the academy across the street, right? If you're free, why don't you invite him over for dinner? Lu Ping's eyes flashed with surprise. Feng Shi had never liked socializing, so why would she suddenly invite a student to dinner? Gu Tsang paused for a moment, picked up a cigarette case and took a cigarette as a cover, and said perfunctorily, "Okay, he's probably just gotten out of school. I'll call him later and ask." Feng Shi's lips curled up slightly. "Okay, then Lu Ping and I will rest here for a while." Squeak! The wooden door was pushed open again. Xiaoman and Sanshir walked in and stopped at the same time. The two people at the bar turned around, and a hint of disappointment flashed in Feng Shi's eyes. Clearly, they weren't the people she was waiting for. "Oh no, Sanshir, we didn't buy enough milk tea," Xiaoman suddenly exclaimed, the 3 cups of milk tea in her hand wobbling. I'll go buy it. Sanshir said with a smile to Feng Shi and Lu Ping, then turned and ran out of the tavern. "Xiaoman, it's been a long time," Feng Shi said gently. Xiaoman walked up to her, her eyes curving into crescents. Sister Feng Shi, you're still so beautiful." In the women's clothing section on the 3rd floor of the mall, there is a shop full of dresses. As soon as Lin Mu stepped into the store, a female sales assistant in a fitted suit skirt quickly came up to him with a standard professional smile. "Sir, are you here to pick out clothes for your loved one again? Your spouse is so lucky." Lin Mu looked at her, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. He didn't recognize the face. The shop assistant added with a smile, "Sir, you must have a bad memory. I was the one who served you last time. What style would you like to pick this time? I can recommend some." Lin Mu withdrew her gaze and said calmly, "I'm here to buy pajamas. I don't need anything else." "A nightgown, right? This way, sir, please." The female shop assistant walked inside on her own. Lin Mu was about to say, "It's pajamas," but swallowed the words back and silently followed. He glanced at the dazzling array of short skirts, his brow furrowing slightly. Most of them were too revealing. They weren't suitable. Lin Mu's eyes went blank the moment she walked into the area filled with nightgowns. The nightgowns here are even more revealing than the short skirts outside, with deep V-necks and lace trims being almost standard. He looked at the shop assistant and said seriously, "The pajamas I want aren't like this." "Sir, these are your pajamas." The saleswoman chuckled softly, picked up a black lace nightgown, and handed it to him. "Girls wear this kind at home. It's so sexy and the fabric is really comfortable. Feel it?" She then casually picked up a white slip dress and handed it to her. Lin Mu's expression froze immediately, avoiding the 2 nightgowns. "They're too flashy. I want something more ordinary, the kind with a top and bottom." The shop assistant shook her head and smiled, then turned around and placed a 2-piece pajama set in front of him. "This is the most common type. But sir, you might not understand women very well. Girls don't want to wear too many clothes at home. Otherwise it's too restrictive, right? Why not just get one of each? Our store supports 7-day no-reason returns, so you can exchange it anytime." Lin Mu hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. "Then I'll take the whole set of one style." "Okay, sir." The sales clerk's smile grew even brighter. "Do you have any color preferences?" Lin Mu paused, as if thinking seriously. "All red, all white. Let's add all black too." The sales clerk's eyes lit up instantly. "Sir, you have excellent taste. Our store is having a promotion. Buy 3 sets of pajamas and get a free set of women's underwear. What color do you want for the underwear?" Lin Mu was momentarily bewildered and quickly waved his hand. No need to give it to me. No way. We'd rather take the freebies than not have them." Without a word, the shop assistant turned and walked towards the counter, saying, "A set of red underwear, 2 nightgowns, and a set of pajamas. I'll pack them up for you right away." Lin Mu stood there, slightly embarrassed, and whispered in her defense, "The underwear was a free gift from the store. I didn't buy it myself." A moment later, the shop assistant came over carrying 4 elegantly packaged bags and handed them to him with a smile. "Sir, the price after the discount is exactly 1,314 yuan. Would you like to pay by card?" Lin Mu took the bag and replied casually, "Okay, I'll pay by card." A light-hearted wish for my own birthday, hee. Chapter 109. Brother, don't panic. Where is true love in this world these days? When Lin Mu walked out of the mall, night had already fallen over Jiangqing. The streetlights on both sides of the road have already illuminated the way for people returning home. Their faces show the relaxation that comes after get off work, and their hurried steps reveal a sense of ease. After a long day of working like a beast of burden, I can finally go home and lie comfortably on my big, soft bed. On the side road directly opposite the shopping mall, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto Lin Mu, who had just walked out of the mall. "Jiu, it's that man. He's out. Yu Ning pointed in Lin Mu's direction, her voice low but unable to hide her excitement. That's right, I've seen him twice. I'm absolutely sure I'm not mistaken. Yulan nodded in agreement, a faint smile playing on her lips. You guys have such sharp eyesight, even across the street and at night? Xiaohu's gaze was fixed on Lin Mu. Then he patted Lu Jiyu on the shoulder and said in an urging tone, from a distance, he looks like a pretty boy. Jiyu, just go for it. I've got your back, brother. Lu Jiyu looked utterly dejected. Brother Tiger, stop egging us on. Our intention was to test them, not to beat them up. My heart is pounding right now. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Maybe I should just forget about it. Before Lu Jiyu could finish speaking, Yu Ning interrupted him coldly, her tone forceful. Jiyu, I'll give you two choices. First, stop him at the next less crowded intersection, test him with the words I taught you, and then give him a quick beating. Secondly, we'll beat you up now. Choose for yourself. Lu Jiyu's face instantly fell. He sighed deeply and glanced at the three expectant gazes, tears welling up in his eyes. Do I really have to die today? The three nodded in unison, their expressions as if they were seeing off a brave warrior. Xiaohu suddenly leaned over and patted his back to comfort him. Brother, don't panic. There's no such thing as true love in this world these days. Don't worry, that person has absolutely no real feelings for the king. That's right. It's settled then. Xiaohu, you and Ji will go together. You'll be his bodyguard. Just do your job as needed. Yu Ning then looked at Lu Jiyu, her tone softening slightly. Is this all right now? Leave the beating to Xiaohu. You're in charge of testing the waters with words. Huh? No. Wait a minute. Why is it my business now? Xiaohu jumped up and down, waving his hands repeatedly. He didn't want to be the one to make the move. No matter how badly he beat that person, his own fate would be grim. Little Tiger. Yulan looked at him calmly, her eyes carrying a hint of threat. Go play Jiyu's bodyguard, go. Now, the person who wanted to cry but had no tears has become two. Lu Jiyu's face darkened, and Xiaohu's face also wrinkled into a bitter gourd. However, Lu Jiyu quickly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't take action, he would definitely not be the worst off once the king's anger subsided. Hurry up. It's only a kilometer from Yunjing residential area. Just stop him at the next less crowded intersection. Don't be afraid of anything. You all know in your hearts that he has no real feelings for Wang. So why are you still hesitating? Yu Ning put her hands on her hips, her tone urging. The main thing is, Xiaohu said with a mournful face, his voice trembling slightly. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if I really beat him up and give him $1 million? What if he still doesn't want to leave Wang? Does that mean Jiyu and I are doomed? Brother Tiger, that's not what you were saying to me just now. Lu Jiyu glanced at him sideways, his face full of disdain. Xiaohu's face darkened. Times have changed. This is called watching the excitement and not caring about the consequences, but now the excitement has spread to me, and this could be the death of me. Let's go. We'll wait for him at the next intersection. There are hardly any pedestrians there. It's a good place for you to put on a show. After Yulan finished speaking, she turned around and walked quickly forward. Yu Ning followed with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation, as if waiting to see a good show. Lu Jiyu and Xiaohu exchanged a glance and sighed simultaneously, their expressions as if they were about to be executed. Xiaohu patted his shoulder again, his tone mournful. Brother, pray that person is a hypocrite. Yes, it must be him. Lu Jiyu nodded emphatically, as if trying to encourage himself, but he couldn't hide the lack of confidence in his voice. A dimly lit intersection. Lin Mu was carrying 4 exquisitely packaged bags as he walked forward, a faint smile on his lips, clearly in a good mood. The next second, his steps suddenly stopped. 2 men were blocking the way ahead. The man on the left is wearing a black leather jacket, has a rugged face, and a cigar in his mouth, the smoke slowly dissipating in the dim light. The man on the right has a handsome face, is dressed in a gray casual outfit, and has a dazzling gold watch on his wrist that looks very expensive. On the other side of the intersection, 2 women were watching this scene with great interest. Lin Mu glanced at the 2 men with a calm expression, but in his heart he was thinking, could the appearance of 2 SS-level mutants in Jiangxing be related to her? Xiaohu took a deep drag on his cigar, smoke billowing from his nostrils, and said in a fierce tone, Hey kid, my young master has something to discuss with you. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, his eyes filled with contempt. This pretty boy was calm, but even so, he was just an ordinary person. He was lucky to be noticed by Wang. Lin Mu ignored him and continued walking forward. He made up his mind. He would ask Su Nianhe later, And if these two people had nothing to do with her, then there was no need to let them live. Qiuhu suddenly appeared in front of him, his tone sinister and threatening. Kid, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Tiger, don't scare him. Lu Jiu walked steadily to Lin Mu and shook the gold watch on his wrist. Brother, there are some things I want to talk to you about. If we can reach an agreement, great. If not, then we'll have to settle things with fists. Qiuhu's veins bulged instantly, and he cursed Lu Jiu 100 times in his heart. He really took the opportunity to push his luck. Lin Mu suddenly sneered, his voice icy. Isn't it better to live a good life? Just as Qiuhu was about to make a move, a clear female voice rang out in both of their earpieces at the same time. What are you two doing? Have you forgotten what you're supposed to do? Get straight to the point. Lu Jiu first sighed softly, then straightened his collar, shook his gold watch, and looked at Lin Mu with an arrogant gaze. I know you are Su, Nian's suitor. Let me tell you, she's only with you for fun. And I am her real lover. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly turned cold, his face became terrifyingly gloomy, and his left hand, which was holding the packaging bag, unconsciously clenched tightly, with an invisible chill emanating from his body. Qiuhu and Lu Jiu both shivered, but they dismissed it as just the evening breeze and didn't pay much attention. Seeing his unpleasant expression, Lu Jiu added sarcastically, the difference between you two is like heaven and earth. Stop dreaming of being a toad trying to eat swan meat. You are not good enough for her. He glanced at Lin Mu disdainfully and added, you couldn't afford this watch of mine even if you earned it your whole life. Brother, knowing when to back down is the best choice for ordinary people. Chapter 110 immediately. Right now, you're trying to fool me. I'm here because I know about your relationship. You can probably guess what I'm talking about. She told me everything. She has absolutely no feelings for you. Of course, you won't lose out either. As long as you leave her, I'll transfer 1 million to your account right now. It'll be in your account immediately. Lu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Mu remain silent. So he's just a coward. I really don't know what Wang saw in him. He continued, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Since you're not saying anything, are you tempted? That's normal. After all, you might not earn 1 million even if you work your whole life. I understand. Lin Mu's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes grew increasingly cold, and his pupils even gradually turned ice blue. He knew that the person in front of him was probably not telling the truth, but a strange emotion still welled up in his heart. My chest feels tight and congested, as if something is blocking my breathing. Was it sadness? Disappointment? Or heartache? He didn't know. But what he couldn't understand was why he felt such overwhelming anger when he heard that she was with someone else. At that moment, all he knew was that his mind was in turmoil, so turmoil that he wanted to kill the person in front of him immediately. When Qiuhu and Lu Jiu met him, they remained silent, a cold smile playing on their lips as they thought to themselves, what a coward, still dreaming of being with the king. The next second, Qiuhu's arm was already on Lin Mu's shoulder, and when his fingertips touched Lin Mu's slightly trembling body, Qiuhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiu, did you see that? This person is trembling with fear. On the other side of the road, Yu Ning and Yulan exchanged a glance, and smiles appeared on their lips at the same time. As expected, their guess was right. This is a hypocritical man. Yu Ning's voice came through the earphone, with a confident smile. Jiu, don't waste your breath on him. Get the bank card number, transfer the money, and then take the recorded video to Wang to apologize. Hearing the urging, Lu Jiu stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Mu, looking down at him indifferently. Kid, give me your card number. The 1 million will be credited to your account instantly. From now on, get out of her sight. Lin Mu took a deep breath, looked directly into Lu Jiu's eyes, and asked in an icy voice, are you people under her command? As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible chill suddenly enveloped the two of them. Yu Ning and Yulan, standing at the other end of the road, both looked surprised, their hearts skipping a beat. Things seemed to be out of control. Lu Jiu's eyes widened in surprise, and the inexplicable feeling of unease intensified instantly, but he still forced himself to remain calm. What do you mean, under her? Are you so scared that you're talking nonsense? Stop pretending. Qiuhu growled impatiently. My young master wants your bank account number. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Before he finished speaking, he had already raised his arm, ready to slap Lin Mu on the back of the head, wanting to finish the fight quickly with force. But just then, Yu Ning's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Don't do it. But it was too late. Qiuhu's pupils contracted sharply, and a suffocating sensation instantly gripped his throat. Lin Mu's right hand was already gripping his throat without him even realizing it. It made him tremble as he tried to breathe. Call. Lin Mu suppressed her emotions and let out a soft sigh, her voice filled with overwhelming anger. I thought you were her people. That's why I didn't argue with you just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu swung his wrist violently. Bang! Xiaohu crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the cold cement floor. He clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his terrified eyes filled with disbelief. Who is he? I'm an SS-level mutant. They didn't even have the power to fight back? Brother Tiger. Lu Jiu snapped back to reality, and just as the tail fin on his back was about to unfurl, Lin Mu's fist came crashing down with a boom. He crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string, his tail fins not even fully extended before he was forcefully slammed back down. Boom. The wall was cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Almost simultaneously, the auras of two SS-level mutants suddenly erupted. Yu Ning and Yulan appeared simultaneously in front of Lin Mu. The scene before them completely overturned their understanding. The king's wrath was a story for another time. The current issue is how to quell the anger of the person in front of us. I'm sorry, this was an accident. Please let us explain. Before Yulan could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly widened. Lin Mu's figure had already swept past her, rushing straight towards Lu Jiu, who was kneeling on the ground. By the time Yu Ning and Yulan reacted, Lin Mu was already standing in front of Lu Jiu. He stared at Lu Jiu, his eyes icy, his voice laced with suppressed anger. What did you just say? What were you to her again? Lu Jiu coughed up 2 streams of blood. His brain completely shut down, and terror overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. But when his gaze fell upon Yu Ning and Yulan not far away, for some reason, as if his brain had suddenly malfunctioned, he unexpectedly added, Little lover. Boom. Lin Mu's aura as a 7th-level advanced cultivator suddenly erupted. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to smash Lu Jiu's head, and instead punched him in the chest. After all, he was her person, and he still wanted to spare Lu Jiu's life. A chance to be recognized. Yu Ning and Yulan exclaimed in surprise at the same time, and rushed forward, but it was too late. Xiaohu struggled to prop himself up. Even though he could barely stand, he wanted to do everything in his power to block the attack for Lu Jiu. Boom. At the critical moment, an even more powerful force suddenly enveloped the entire area. A delicate hand precisely grasped Lin Mu's arm, and Su Nianha's figure flashed before everyone's eyes. She was wearing an oversized men's coat, the collar loosely revealing half of her collarbone. It was clearly Lin Mu's clothes. Yu Ning and Yulan stopped in their tracks instantly, their hearts pounding with relief. They knew that Lu Jiu would be alright. Xiaohu slumped back to his spot like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. Only Lu Jiu kept his eyes closed, his face ashen, completely unaware of what had happened. Su Nianha's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she stared directly into Lin Mu's eyes. Why did you harm my people? These words pierced Lin Mu's heart like a sharp thorn. He sneered, abruptly shaking off her hand, his voice cold. Hire, person? Yes, my people. Su Nianha's voice remained cold. Lin Mu, I need an explanation. Don't take advantage of my feelings for you, and pretend this never happened. Lin Mu's agitation surged even more fiercely. He stared at her intently, his face grim. Explain. Su Nianha, how much of what you said is true and how much is false? Su Nianha frowned, her expression growing increasingly cold. Lin Mu, what do you mean? You hurt my people, and you still want to argue with me? What do you take me for? The next second, Lin Mu hurled the 4 exquisitely packaged bags in his left hand hard at her chest. Su Nianha caught it subconsciously, and when she saw the pajamas and nightgown inside, her anger immediately subsided by half. When that set of red lingerie came into view, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks. This Lin Mu. He actually bought me underwear? Isn't he ashamed? Her anger had mostly subsided, but she still looked at Lin Mu with a stern face. After all, he hurt his own people for no reason. Before she could speak, Lin Mu had already extended his right hand, his tone serious. Give me back the key. He paused, then sighed with a somber expression, turned and left with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, saying without looking back, Don't come to my house again. He paused, then added, suppressing his emotions, and don't contact me again. After saying that, he walked quickly forward, his back looking particularly lonely in the night. Lin Mu, you stop right there. Su Nianha's figure flashed into the night, instantly blocking his way, her beautiful eyes almost overflowing with anger. Did a donkey kick your head today? You dare talk to me like that after hurting my person? How dare you bully me like this? She grew angrier as she spoke, her voice tinged with grievance. Are you sick? Lin Mu, what right do you have to treat me like this all of a sudden? I'm very unhappy right now. Apologize to Zhiyu and Xiaohu right now. Then immediately. Right now? Coax me. Dear readers, there will be a title test for this book after the new year, and we need 5 titles. The author would like to ask for your opinions. If you have any suitable titles, please help the author think of them. The titles cannot exceed 15 characters. Love you all. Chapter 111. When people are on the verge of collapse, isn't it normal for them to talk nonsense? As Su Nianhe finished speaking, the 4 people behind her fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. Their high and mighty king was now acting like a spoiled little girl, throwing a tantrum at the man. The impact of this scene was so strong, like an absurd yet real dream, that it left their minds blank. Yu Ning stared at the scene before her, filled with deep regret. Oh no. Why did I suggest this? My sister will be furious. Yulan sighed silently. She was usually so composed, so why did she listen to Xiao Ning this time? But that man, a 7th-tier awakened being, one of the very few in the world, who could he be? And why is he so ambiguous with the king? Xiaohu's eyelids twitched suddenly, and his rugged face scrunched up. It's all over. After this, Wang will definitely not let me step out of the Wunyan building even once more. Once the king's anger subsides, I'm afraid I'll be in deep trouble. Ugh, this is so hard for me. Blood was still slowly flowing from the corner of Lu Zhiyu's mouth. He held his breath tightly, not daring to even cough. He had already cursed Yu Ning 1,000 times in his heart, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He should have known better than to say those 3 words, little lover. Now that's settled, I'll have to bear at least half of the king's wrath. No, it's more than half. I've been totally screwed over. Lin Mu stared coldly at Su Nianhe, his voice slightly hoarse with suppressed emotion. To coax you? Yes. You're making me very, very unhappy right now, and it's really making me feel bad. Su Nianhe's voice suddenly rose, her grievances almost overflowing. Lin Mu sneered at her, then turned and pointed at Lu Zhiyu, who was kneeling on the ground. This gesture made Lu Zhiyu's heart skip a beat, and he almost fainted on the spot. Go find your little lover and coax you. After saying that, Lin Mu brushed past her and strode away, his suppressed emotions surging within him. Lin Mu, what's wrong with you? Stop right there. This is infuriating. Su Nianhe stomped her feet in anger, but Lin Mu's figure disappeared from her sight in just a few steps. The air became deathly still at that moment. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she walked towards the 4 people, an invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloping the entire area. Her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Zhiyu and Xiaohu, her voice cool and clear. You like lying down? Upon hearing this, the 2 struggled to their feet. Xiaohu's originally fierce face turned unusually docile, and he lowered his head, not daring to utter a sound. Lu Zhiyu staggered to his feet, swallowing back the blood in his throat, not daring to even breathe. Su Nianhe's gaze swept over Yu Ning and Yulan, finally settling on Yulan. Yulan, tell me the whole story word for word. Remember, it must be exactly the same word, understand? Yulan immediately lowered her head, her voice respectful but with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Yes. Yulan understands. Inside the dust-free tavern. Gut Song, it's completely dark outside. Why aren't you calling your distant cousin? Feng Shi rested her elbows on the bar, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Seeing that Gut Song kept dodging the topic and recalling Ning Mo's words during the day, she became even more curious about the man named Lin Mu. Sister Shi, why are you so concerned about a new awakened one? Lu Ping teased with a smile. Feng Shi rolled her eyes at him and said with a faint smile, I just want to see just how interesting someone can be so highly praised by Ning Mo and Qing He. Hey, it's a blessing that my cousin has caught your eye. Gutsong picked up his phone and waved it. I'll call right now. If he knows that the chief of Zhenerding wants to see him, he'll come running over here like a puppy. Seeing this, Feng Shi's eyes showed even greater anticipation. Just as Gutsong pressed the dial button, the tavern's wooden door creaked open. Gutsong raised an eyebrow and looked towards the door in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Mu to come at this time. He immediately put down his phone and laughed. Oh, you've come at just the right time, saving me the trouble of calling. Feng Shi and Lu Ping turned around at the same time, their gazes falling on the gloomy-faced man at the door. Lin Mu glanced at the two of them indifferently, walked straight to the bar, and said in a low voice, "Gu Song, take 2 bottles of your treasured liquor and the car keys." Gu Song suddenly froze, because Lin Mu's gaze at that moment made him inexplicably afraid. He tentatively asked, "Brother, what happened to you?" "I'm fine. The wine, the keys," Lin Mu repeated, his tone devoid of any warmth. Right away, Gu Song didn't dare to delay. He jumped up from the leather seat and rushed upstairs. Fengshi looked up at Lin Mu and asked in a gentle tone, "You're Lin Mu? I've heard many people mention you, the awakened newcomer who excels in theoretical classes." "You flatter me," Lin Mu replied casually. "Brother, this is the second time we've met." Lu Ping patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Mu looked up at him, a fleeting hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, before nodding. "Congratulations." This extremely cold attitude caused both Fengshi and Lu Ping to frown. Thump, thump, thump. Hurried footsteps came from the second floor. Gu Song quickly came down with 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor and handed them to Lin Mu. "Car keys, wait a moment." Lin Mu took the wine and keys and left with heavy steps. The tavern door creaked shut again, leaving the 3 of them staring at each other in astonishment. Fengshi tapped her fingertips on the bar, her tone slightly displeased. "Gu Song, isn't your cousin's attitude a bit too impolite?" Lu Ping looked at Gu Song with a puzzled expression. "Brother Gu, he was quite polite when I saw him last time. Why is he like this today?" He paused suddenly, then added, "By the way, he just congratulated me." "What did he congratulate me on?" Fengshi pressed on. "Also, he should know your strength, right? I heard about what happened in Jinbei City last time. Why did he address you by your full name? If it were someone else, wouldn't they be more respectful when they meet such a powerful distant relative?" Gu Song looked at the 2 men's puzzled expressions, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, "Brother, what's wrong with you today? Why are you talking to them so casually?" He paused, then solemnly fabricated a reason to defend Lin Mu. "Sigh. You don't know. The reason I didn't want to contact him today is because of this. My cousin is heartbroken. He's been really hurt, and his head is spinning. Please bear with him, don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, both Fengshi and Lu Ping's eyes flashed with understanding. Considering Lin Mu's gloomy expression just now, this explanation was indeed reasonable. Lu Ping was still completely baffled. Even if he was heartbroken, it doesn't explain why he said congratulations. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Fengshi's eyes. Gu Song lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, he spoke calmly. "When someone's on the verge of a breakdown, isn't it normal for them to spout nonsense?" "Is this normal?" Lu Ping asked again. "It's normal." Gu Song looked at him seriously. Lu Ping paused for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, let's just say it's normal." Chapter 112 Sun Yina's heart will forever belong only to Lin Mu. On the side road outside the tavern, the roar of an engine suddenly rose, and the Maybach smoothly drove onto the main road. Lin Mu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, but the scene from just moments ago kept replaying in his mind. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "What am I doing? Why does she cause me such strong emotional fluctuations? And why do I still feel so upset even now? Who she has a relationship with is none of my business, is it? But why am I inexplicably angry about something? Why does the more I try to calm my mind, the more counterproductive it becomes?" In the end, even though I had confirmed that they were her people, roughly guessed their intentions, and even knew that what they said was a lie. But why can't I control my thoughts? Why can't I control my anger? At this point, Lin Mu's brows furrowed sharply, and his voice deepened. "What did I just say? What do you mean by knowing full well that what they're saying is false? Even if what they say is true, so what? What does this have to do with me? Does it matter? Is there? Damn it," he suddenly cursed under his breath in the car, his face growing increasingly gloomy. "But why do I still feel this inexplicable irritation?" He picked up the cigarette pack, flicked out a cigarette, and lit it with a small flame lit on his fingertip. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Mu took a deep drag, and the instant he exhaled, his mind was in complete turmoil. He took another deep drag, the smoke blurring his deep eyes, and murmured, "Am I really going to let a woman control my emotions?" By the time they entered the highway, Lin Mu had already lit countless cigarettes. He tried countless times to suppress his emotions with cigarettes. Unsurprisingly, it had no effect. How could a mere cigarette extinguish the burning flame of love in his heart? Lin Mu stubbed out his cigarette, took another deep breath, and floored the accelerator. The Maybach roared like a beast as it sped away into the night. On the other side, A pink SUV was driving slowly on the main road of Jiangxing. The pink color of the car body was particularly eye-catching in the night, but the atmosphere inside the car was unusually oppressive. Yu Ning gripped the steering wheel, her tone apologetic. This time it's all my fault. Xiaohu, Jiyu, please don't take it to heart. The two people in the back seat both turned pale, too exhausted to even refute. Lu Jiyu stared blankly at the roof of the car, her voice weak. Sister Ning, this is really the last time. Next time you have a good suggestion, please don't come to me again. I'm really scared. It feels like hovering between life and death twice in 1 minute. Xiaohu leaned back in his chair, let out a heavy sigh, and said with a tone full of emotion, Alas, it's even harder for Tiger. After being idle in the Wunyan building for so long, I was finally thinking I could get some fresh air, but I ended up getting beaten up for no reason. Sigh. The two looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Xiaohu patted Jiyu on the shoulder. We're really brothers in misfortune. Upon hearing this, Yulan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, gave a wry smile. Well, thankfully Wang didn't pursue the matter too much this time. She paused, her eyes filled with doubt. But who exactly is that man? 7th level awakened beings are extremely rare in this world, and those at the high level of the 7th level are even rarer. I really can't understand how the king and he became acquainted. Yeah, Sister Lan, otherwise next time. Before Yu Ning could finish speaking, Yulan interrupted her in a deep voice. Yu Ning, if you're brave enough, go ask her yourself. We don't object, but don't drag us into it. We won't get involved anymore. Xiaohu nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's right. Sister Lan is right. I'm all for Sister Lan this time. Lu Jiyu also weakly raised his hand. I second that. No? Aren't you curious about that man's identity? Yu Ning pressed. Not curious, the three said in unison, their tone resolute. Yu Ning pursed her lips, but the gossip fire in her eyes burned even brighter. Outside the Yunjing residential area, there is a flower shop filled with blooming flowers and fragrant aroma. The proprietress is a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a full figure. Her gaze had lingered for a long time on a woman with stunning beauty wearing a loose coat. She smiled and said, Young lady, you're so pretty. What kind of flowers would you like to buy? Would you like the shopkeeper to recommend some? The woman looked up, a faint smile playing on her lips. Okay, boss lady. The shopkeeper's smile widened, and she quickly walked up to her. Young lady, are you buying these flowers for your loved one, or to visit a sick person? The woman gently bit her lower lip and said softly, Boss lady, I made my boyfriend angry. I want to buy a bouquet of flowers to apologize to him and make him happy. Wow. The proprietress couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes widening in surprise. She never imagined that such a beautiful girl would come all the way to buy flowers just to win over a boy. She smiled and said, Your boyfriend is so lucky. I bet his heart will melt the moment he sees the bouquet. Really? The woman's eyes lit up with anticipation. Of course it's true. The proprietress smiled, her eyes crinkling, and leaned closer, lowering her voice. Little girl, do you know? 99% of men in this world will never receive flowers from their loved ones in their entire lives. You're so gentle and beautiful, and you even bought flowers to please him. He'll be overjoyed when he sees the bouquet. She paused, then added with the air of someone who's been there. Actually, all the little conflicts stem from two people loving each other too much. The possessiveness that comes with that love is so extreme that they can't tolerate even the slightest imperfection. The woman listened, a sweet smile playing on her lips. She looked at the room full of flowers and said earnestly, Madam, I'm dazzled by all the flowers here. Which one would you recommend? The proprietress pointed to the row of champagne-colored roses on the flower stand. My suggestion is champagne roses. She picked up a rose and handed it to the woman. The petals were like crushed moonlight, gentle and delicate. The meaning of champagne roses is, falling in love with you is the greatest happiness of my life, which means that I am only devoted to you. The woman's eyes lit up. I love the meaning of this flower. Then let's do as the proprietress says and pack up all the champagne roses in the store. Okay. The proprietress paused for a moment, then laughed at the woman's earnest expression. Silly girl, sending flowers is about the sentiment, not about sending more. The woman looked a little dazed and blinked. Is that how it is? I don't quite understand. A short while later, a beautiful bouquet of champagne roses was wrapped up, and the proprietress asked, Young lady, would you like a card? A card? The woman asked, somewhat puzzled. The proprietress nodded. Yes, you can write a few words for him on it, and when you look back on it later, it will be a wonderful memory for you both. The woman pondered for a moment, then smiled and her eyes gleamed. I will write it. Soon, she picked up her pen and wrote a line of hasty but earnest words on the card. Linmu, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? She thought for a moment, then added another line below, her cheeks flushing slightly after she finished writing. Sun Yinha's heart will always belong only to Linmu. Chapter 113 Linmu, I've decided that I won't like you anymore until I see you again. Yunjing Residential Area. Click. The door was gently pushed open. Holding a bouquet of champagne roses in her left hand and 4 elegantly wrapped bags in her right, Sun Yinha called out as soon as she stepped into the entryway. Linmu, I'm here to coax you. The sound echoed in the empty living room, but no one responded. Sun Yinha pursed her lips and muttered softly. Really, I never realized you had such a temper. Anyone with a brain would know that Lu Jiyu is lying, right? Linmu, don't be angry. She changed to a softer, more coquettish tone and continued. How do you want me to coax you? I'll do anything you want. After shouting, I waited a few seconds, but the living room remained quiet. She changed into slippers, walked to Linmu's bedroom door, and gently pushed it open. Huh? Linmu didn't come home. In the next few dozen seconds, she walked around all 5 bedrooms and finally sat down on the sofa with a pout. The roses in her arms emitted a faint, sweet fragrance. She looked down at the flower petals, then suddenly burst out laughing, her shoulders trembling slightly. What's going on? You kept saying we're not related. You kept saying to be serious, but now you're acting like this. She gently traced the petals with her fingertips, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. If it weren't for what happened tonight, I would never have imagined that you would be jealous of me. Linmu, you're such a jealous person. Now, you can finally see your own heart clearly, right? Half an hour passed before we knew it. Sun Yinha rested her chin on her hand, leaning on the sofa, her phone screen flashing on and off. That Linmu, if he's angry, why doesn't he even come home? If you don't come back soon, I'm going to start hating you. After waiting a few more minutes, she finally couldn't resist picking up her phone and dialing Linmu's number. Beep. The notification tone only lasted half a ring before it was abruptly disconnected. Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened, and she pouted, saying, Linmu, if you don't answer the phone, I won't like you anymore. She bit her lip and flicked it again. Beep. It still ended in seconds. Sun Yinha's tone was tinged with anger. Linmu, if you dare hang up on me again, I will absolutely not like you anymore. The call was connected for the 3rd time. Good news, the call wasn't disconnected. Bad news, a cold, impersonal voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Sun Yinha slammed her phone onto the sofa, her angry voice booming through the living room. Linmu, you bastard. If there's a misunderstanding, let's resolve it. What's the point of hiding? You only dare to be so indifferent to my feelings because I like you. Linmu, I've decided that I won't like you anymore until I see you again. A few seconds after she finished speaking, she slumped back onto the sofa, her fingers twirling rose petals. Fine. I'll let it go since you're jealous. Just as I finished speaking, my phone rang. Sun Yinha's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed over and grabbed the phone. But the moment he opened the chat window, the light on his face dimmed again. It wasn't a message from Linmu, but from Lin Yin. Lin Yin, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Sun Yinha, I'm resting. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Lin Yin, sister-in-law. I called my brother half an hour ago. I was planning to take a vacation and go home so he could pick me up, but he said the academy is having a mountain climbing training exercise tomorrow, and relatives can participate. Sister-in-law, has my brother told you? Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and her heart felt heavy again. So you're not answering my calls, are you? And your phone is off. She grumbled inwardly as she typed rapidly. No, Yin Yin. When you called, did you know where your brother was? He didn't answer my call. Lin Yin, huh? Sister-in-law, you two had a fight? It must be my brother who upset you. Don't take it personally with him. He's had an annoying personality since he was a child. Let me think. When I called, there was a lot of noise coming from his car. He must be driving. Oh right. He said he had something to do in Mingqing, but he didn't say what it was about. Sun Yinha. Okay, I understand. Sun Yinha tossed her phone to her side, her brows furrowed, a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes, and her red lips parted slightly. Mingqing. Even if you're angry, even if you're deliberately avoiding me, isn't Jiangxing enough for you to cause trouble? Why run so far away? As she spoke, she picked up her phone, glanced at the time on the screen, and muttered under her breath, Linmu, you're such a child. As she spoke, she quickly found a number and dialed it. Beep. The phone was answered after just one ring, and Xionghe's loud yet respectful voice came from the other end. Your Majesty. Xionghe, you're close to Ming City. Su Nianhe's voice suddenly turned cold. Send people to all the highway exits in Mingqing. If a black Maybach is spotted passing by, follow it from a distance and keep a safe distance so you don't get spotted. I'll send you the license plate number in a bit, but there's a high chance that the license plate will be obscured. Yes, I'll act immediately. Yuqing, Bear Appears Restaurant. A man stood before Xionghe with his head bowed. Brother Xiong, you were looking for me? Notify all staff at the restaurant. Assemble. The man paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Brother Xiong. Xionghe grabbed the leather jacket from the back of the chair and strode out. Outside the Yunjing residential area, the engine of a red SUV suddenly roared, its headlights piercing the night. Su Nianhe sat in the driver's seat, looking down at the bouquet in her hand, and scoffed. Humph, Lin Mu, you jealous bastard, just wait until I come to coax you. She tapped the steering wheel lightly with her fingertips, her tone sweet with a hint of threat. If you dare say anything cruel again when we meet, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. As soon as he finished speaking, the red SUV sped off like lightning, its tires screeching as they rubbed against the ground, and quickly disappeared into the night. The holy capital, the center of power. The roundtable meeting had just ended, and only Elder Yu and Elder Shui remained in the conference room. Elder Shui sat in his chair, his hands supporting his forehead, and sighed deeply. Elder Lei has been completely replaced. Who will be next among us? The five of us have held our positions in the central leadership for over 20 years, yet in just a few months, alas, his voice was filled with deep helplessness. Elder Yu leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. What can we do? In the eyes of the world, we are at the pinnacle of power, but in the eyes of the kingdom, we have always been puppets. We naively thought that our covert strength was powerful enough, but in the end, it was all a joke. The kingdom looks at us with disdain, and even the Zhenyi Ting, which has less than 20% of its strength left, doesn't take us seriously. Where will the two of us go from here? Chapter 114. This world is full of lies, isn't it? Elder Shui chuckled self-deprecatingly, a hint of sorrow in his voice. The most ridiculous thing is the establishment of daylight. We originally intended to turn it into a second Zhenying for our own use. Now it seems that the destruction of daybreak is only a matter of time. Qin Zhang's meager strength simply didn't give them time to grow. Our era has come to a complete end. He sighed again and changed the subject, saying, Let's not talk about this anymore. What are your thoughts on the meeting just now? To conclude that the Red King is not dead without a single piece of evidence is utterly absurd. Let's not even talk about whether we can find her. Even if we do, are we going to go and die? Elder Yu waved his hand, his voice tinged with weariness. Given the current situation, we don't even have the right to sit at the table anymore. Let them be. I want to enjoy my retirement. At 8:30 p.m., the small village in the northernmost mountains of Mingqiang was completely shrouded in darkness. In the courtyard of an earthen house at the east end of the village, a woman in a black dress sat gracefully on a stone bench, her skirt reaching her ankles. Her gaze remained unfocused, as if she were looking at distant mountains, or as if she wasn't looking at anything at all. At this moment, Tai Qiao came out of the earthen house, sat on the stone bench 2 meters away from her, and said to himself, In about 10 minutes, the chicken will be stewed until it's tender. What a pity, we're out of wine at home. A meal without wine just doesn't feel right. Shovel. The woman's sudden voice startled the shovel. He looked up at her stunning profile, a hint of surprise in his thug smile. You startled me. You actually took the initiative to talk to me. Huh. The woman's voice was calm. Afraid I'll eat you? Tai Qiao scratched his head. I'm not afraid of that. It's just a bit unexpected. This is the first time you've spoken up since you moved in a few months ago. The woman's expression remained aloof, but a faint smile played at the corners of her eyes. I've never asked you before, why did you save me in the first place? The shovel's smile froze, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Saving you was just a coincidence. Actually, I don't believe my brother died there. His strength is no weaker than mine. He paused, then resumed his honest and simple demeanor, adding, It's the same now, I still think he's not dead. The woman's voice was flat. By Ju? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Iron Shovel's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and an invisible aura emanated from his body. The woman added calmly, If I told you that I killed him, would you regret saving me? Are you trying to get rid of me now? Or, do you want to avenge Bai Ju? The next second, the aura around the shovel instantly subsided, and he still had that simple and honest look, but his voice turned a bit colder. What you said is half true and half false. Why are you suddenly telling me all this today? The woman chuckled softly. I've been observing you for months. You seem honest and simple, but you're actually quite shrewd. I hate people like you the most. Tai Chao's eyes darkened, and his tone became firm. Baiju and I are only half a step away from the 8th rank. You are stronger than us, but I don't believe you can destroy Baiju. The woman turned her head, revealing her bright eyes. You have so much confidence in him? The shovel shook its head. I have confidence in myself. If you don't have the ability to destroy me, you also don't have the ability to destroy Baiju. So, you brought this up today because you're planning to tell me something, right? Your honest and simple nature is still endearing. The woman gazed at the sky, where the moon was half hidden by clouds. People who are too clever will have many troubles, she said. She paused, then added softly. When Baiju was seriously injured, he was stabbed through the heart from behind by the Jinghua envoy. The ridiculous thing is that he died without ever knowing who did it. This news is my way of repaying you for staying here for a few months. I won't reveal more details. Besides, I'm not interested in the fact that you're still alive. Isn't this world full of lies? Boom. A powerful aura of a 7th-tier expert suddenly exploded out. Iron Shovel's face turned terribly gloomy, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he said in a deep voice, as expected. I told him long ago that the Jinghua envoy is no good. But he entered Jinyi court through the route of the Jinghua envoy, and he trusted that person too much. A few seconds later, his breathing gradually calmed down, and his voice was low, but I still don't believe he's dead. What's your basis? The woman looked at him with great interest. The shovel raised its head, its tone serious. The fact that we haven't seen his body is the best evidence. In this world, I only trust my own judgment. The woman smiled faintly and said, You look more pleasant when you're honest and simple. The shovel said calmly, You're more comfortable to watch when you're mute. Beyond the mountains, at the end of a winding dirt road, a black Maybach sat quietly. Behind us, a black SUV slowly drove up, its tires crunching over the gravel. The car door opened, and a burly man in a leather jacket stepped out. He glanced at the rolling mountains, then pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Beep beep. After 2 busy tones, a cool female voice came from the other end of the phone. Where is your location? Xionghe straightened his back instinctively and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the license plate was indeed obscured outside the mountains at the northernmost tip of Ming City. I'll send you my location. After hanging up the phone, Xionghe quickly sent the location information with his fingertips, then looked at the mountains again and murmured, What's so special about these mountains? He then shook his head, opened the car door, and sat back down. How could I possibly guess about the king's affairs? The off-road vehicle restarted, kicking up a cloud of dust, and returned along the dirt road. On the other side of the highway, a red SUV sped through the night. Soon Yinhe looked at the location on her phone and frowned slightly. The northernmost mountains of Mingqing? Linmu, are you just bored and have nothing better to do? Even if you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to come to such a remote place, do you? That's so unfair. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed down hard on the accelerator, flooring it. With a roar, the engine accelerated again, and the SUV sped off towards Mingqing. Deep in the mountains, as night deepens, several elderly people sit together under the old locust tree at the village entrance. The bamboo chairs creaked, the palm leaf fans gently swayed, and the conversation revolved around the everyday matters of the village, with the topic inevitably turning to the shovel at the east end of the village. On the other hand, we can't let the shovel continue to degenerate like this. Now that girl can stay with him, what about later? When she gets tired of life in the mountains, he'll still have to go out and work hard. I don't think so. The old man in the gray cloth shirt waved his hand in rebuttal. My house is right across from Tai Chao. Every day I would leave before dawn, and that girl would be sitting in his yard. When I returned in the dark that night, she was still in the yard, quietly. There are so few young people these days who can be so calm. That's right. The old man in the straw hat laughed and agreed. There's an old saying that fools are lucky, and this simple-minded lad with the shovel really got lucky. That's just fate. Suddenly, the old people stopped talking and turned their gazes to the entrance of the village. Chapter 115, This Kid's Got Some Skills. Under the moonlight, a figure slowly walked in from outside the village. He was dressed in a black tracksuit, his white shoes were spotless, and he was carrying 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor. He had a handsome face and a faint smile on his lips as he walked straight to the old locust tree. The elderly people's eyes froze instantly. He's not from the village. No one in the village has ever seen that face before. Lin Mu walked straight up to them, a gentle smile on his face. "Excuse me, sir. How do I get to Fong Tietchiao's house?" Seeing the wary look in the elderly people's eyes, he added, "I am his friend. I only know that his house is at the east end of the village, but I don't know exactly which house it is." The old men exchanged glances, their wary expressions relaxing slightly. This person knows the shovel's full name and can also give a rough location. He must be a true friend. The elderly man in the blue cloth shirt spoke first, his tone kind. "Young man, are you Tietchuo's former colleague outside?" Lin Mu nodded. "Yes, Grandpa." An old man wearing a straw hat suddenly came closer, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Then tell me, what has Taichiao been doing outside for the past 10 years? After he came back, he didn't mention a single thing about what was happening outside." "Exactly," another old man slapped his thigh. "When he left home at 20, he was so full of vigor and ambition. After 10 years, he returned home and now spends all his time lying in front of his house sunbathing, completely laid up. We're just concerned about him. Is it really that hard to get things done in this capital city?" Lin Mu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that complicated. Our previous company went bankrupt, and everyone went their separate ways. I used to be superior to the shovel. Sai, you young people have it tough, being born into this era." The old man in the gray cloth shirt stood up, patted Lin Mu's arm, and said, "Come on, young man, I'll take you there. Judging by the wine you're carrying, are you planning to drink yourself into a stupor with that shovel?" "Thank you for your help." Lin Mu followed up, adding with a smile, "There are some things on my mind that I can't express without a drink." The old man suddenly stopped and turned to look at him, his tone serious. "By the way, young man, there's a girl living in Tietchiao's house now, and she's incredibly beautiful. You can drink all you want, but don't stay out too late, lest the young couple have a falling out." Lin Mu's eyes widened suddenly, his smile froze, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "You? What did you say? There's a woman living in Tietchiao's house?" "Of course it's true." The old man laughed and continued walking. "I've been living here for months." Lin Mu stood there stunned, then quickly followed, wondering to himself, is this for real? A shovel and a woman? Do these two words even have anything to do with each other? Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed on. "Grandpa, could you tell me the story of the shovel and this woman?" This was unbelievable to him. Although Taichiao appears to be a simple and honest man, Lin Mu knows him all too well. He was a free spirit at heart, and his favorite saying was, "Women will only slow me down when I'm wielding a shovel. My iron shovel will never be trapped by a woman in its lifetime." "Huh." The old man threw his head back and laughed. "Young man, you're not the only one who's curious. To this day, no one in our village can figure out where that girl with the shovel came from. Just a few months ago, one morning, we were sunbathing at the village entrance when a shovel suddenly appeared, and the shovel was carrying a girl in its arms. You didn't see the scene back then. All of us old men were wide-eyed. After that, the girl stayed at Tietchiao's house and never left. I see him off every morning and wait for him to come home every evening. This kid is living the life of a god." Lin Mu's lips twitched, and he suddenly realized that he had been presumptuous in coming. But since we were already there, we followed the old man toward the east end of the village. In the courtyard of the earthen house at the east end of the village, the shovel and the woman in the black dress still sat on the stone bench 2 meters apart, without saying a word. The atmosphere inside the courtyard was the coldest it had been in months. A few seconds later, the woman in the black dress stood up gracefully, her voice cool and clear. "Take a rest. Don't forget your free-range chicken." After speaking, she walked lightly towards the mud house, her black skirt swaying gently with each step, revealing a section of her fair calves. Her black high heels with red soles clicked crisply on the cement ground. The shovel suddenly froze, then stood up and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, women really do make things worse. My chicken is rotten." Just as he turned around, a steady voice suddenly came from behind him, "Shovel." The shovel suddenly stopped, and even the woman in the black dress stopped in her tracks as she walked towards the door. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. This person has friends? Who could his friend be? She turned slightly to the side, but there were no lights outside the earthen house courtyard, so neither she nor Lin Mu could see each other's faces clearly. After pausing for a few seconds, she still stepped lightly into the house. "Young man, I'll see you off here. Remember what the old man said, don't interfere with the young couple's relationship. After saying this, the old man in the gray shirt laughed and quickly left. After the old man left, Lin Mu carried 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor into the courtyard. When Tai Xiao turned around, his brows were furrowed, his eyes fixed on Lin Mu, and his mind was racing. Finally, he suddenly put on a Vung Ho, honest and simple, smile and said, "Brother, you've got the wrong person. I'm not some kind of shovel, so goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left, thinking to himself, how funny. Are scammers now so brazen that they're even venturing into the mountains? Lao Tzu's anti-fraud awareness is the best in the world. Lin Mu's lips twitched slightly. He guessed that Tai Xiao had mistaken him for a fraudster. He laughed and shouted at the back of the shovel, "Fong Tai Xiao, I have a shovel, which can slap away all the injustices in the world." The shovel suddenly turned around, its eyes gleaming. Good heavens. This is a high-level scam. This kid's got some skills. Lin Mu sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, placed 2 exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor on the table with a thud, and began to unpack the liquor boxes on his own. He thought that Tai Xiao would be like Gu Song, able to instantly understand the implied meaning of a single sentence. Iron Shovel's face grew increasingly grim. He walked to the stone bench opposite Lin Mu and sat down, staring intently at him, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Are scams outside really this rampant? Is this my house or his house? He paused for a moment, then met Lin Mu's gaze. Brother, your line of work must be pretty tough, right? Is it because it's harder to fool people outside, so they've started to reach out to the deep mountains? He paused, then said in a deep voice, I don't know where you heard those things, but you think you can fool me? You're still too green. Get lost. I'm in a bad mood today. Don't force me to take action. Lin Mu's face darkened, thinking to himself, sure enough, Gu Song is still the smartest. In the bedroom of the earthen house, the woman quietly pushed open the window and listened with great interest to the conversation in the courtyard. Lin Mu met Tai Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, extended his right hand and smiled faintly. Let's shake hands. Iron Shovel thought to himself, what the hell is this guy up to? Alright, I'll play along with you today and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Chapter 116, I suspect I might have fallen for her. As he was thinking, he also stretched out his right hand. The moment they shook hands, Tie Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! Holy crap! A layer of ice instantly enveloped his right hand, then vanished with a whoosh, so fast, it was like an illusion. Releasing his grip, Lin Mu pushed the 2 bottles of baijiu, Chinese liquor, into the middle of the stone table. I brought liquor, so you have to stew a free-range chicken, right? Damn it. That woman messed things up, and you messed things up too. My chickens are all rotten. He stood up and strode towards the mud house, his eyes gleaming with an almost frighteningly bright joy. Lin Mu stared at his retreating figure, muttering in astonishment. Even you've been influenced by women? A hint of confusion flashed in the woman's beautiful eyes in the bedroom. She only heard the shovel's exclamation, but didn't see the details of the handshake, and was filled with doubt. What just happened? What is Fong Tai Xiao shouting? Why did you suddenly change your attitude? What did I miss? And who is this person? A moment later, Tai Xiao came out carrying a large iron pot, a simple and honest smile on his face. He slammed the pot down on the stone table with a bang. Brother, I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to cook a big meal today, but it turns out you were coming. Ha ha ha. You don't seem too surprised? Lin Mu smiled as he filled both glasses with wine. Of course. Iron Shovel lowered his voice to a whisper. Is that the human skin mask you were wearing before? You've become smarter now. Lin Mu handed over the wine glass. Iron Shovel took the wine glass and laughed wildly. Huh? I'm so happy today. Let's drink until we drop. Changing the subject, he leaned closer and asked, why did you suddenly come to see me? Is there something you can't handle on your own? Or do you have something on your mind that you'd like your brother to talk to? Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. Before I talk about myself, let me talk about you first. Was it too presumptuous of me to come here so suddenly? Important? What's the impertinence? Tai Xiao asked, looking puzzled. Cough cough. I didn't know my sister-in-law was here. Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, Tai Xiao's eyes widened instantly, and he interrupted with a startled cry. Stop, stop, stop. What are you talking about, brother? Lin Mu glanced at the bedroom window, which was slightly ajar, and lowered his voice. Stop pretending. The old folks at the village entrance all told me that you brought her back with you, and she's been staying for months. Iron Shovel's face darkened. Brother, that woman was an accident. An accident, you understand? As soon as she finished speaking, The woman in the bedroom frowned slightly, inwardly sneering. What a woman. Fong Taichiao, do you want to die? It's been a few months since the accident. Lin Mu asked with a smile. Taichiao felt he couldn't explain himself clearly, and there were some things he simply couldn't say in front of that woman. If they recognize each other, my mud house is sure to collapse. He paused for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. Brother, let me ask you first, is your visit here personal or official? It involves both personal matters and official business, Lin Mu said in a somber tone. Iron Shovel paused for a moment, then made the decision. All right, then we'll only talk about personal matters at the dinner table, and not a word about business. Let's talk about it when we get up on the mountain after we finish eating. I also have something to tell you. Okay. A look of understanding flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. It seemed that Tai Chiao was wary of that woman. Iron Shovel suddenly stopped smiling and said solemnly, and another thing, brother, I solemnly declare, I, Iron Shovel, will never be bound by a woman in my life. He immediately switched to a Veng Ho, honest and simple demeanor, picked up his wine glass, and said with a smile, let's eat and chat. What's this personal matter you have to say? To be honest, I'm quite curious. His eyes were probing. We're the same kind of people, our emotions are never disturbed by anything, but you're not right today, like, forcing a smile? Or perhaps, utterly distraught. But this shouldn't happen to you, okay? Go ahead, I'm listening. Lin Mu's face darkened, and he looked up at him directly, his tone serious. Because of a woman. Puff. Iron Shovel sprayed a mouthful of liquor straight onto Lin Mu's face. The women in the bedroom chuckled softly and muttered. Their conversation is quite interesting. I'm so sorry. Iron Shovel immediately stood up. I'm not usually like this, you know that, but I just couldn't help it. He rushed into the room, grabbed a brand new towel, and handed it to her, pressing. Go on, was it a female subordinate who betrayed you? Or did some woman do something you didn't like? Lin Mu wiped his face with a dark expression, took a deep breath, and said in a serious tone, I suspect that I might have fallen for her. Puff. Another mouthful of baijiu was accurately sprayed in his face. Lin Mu's face turned completely black, and she looked up at him, asking, Aren't you done yet? A woman's soft laughter could be faintly heard coming from inside the earthen house. The shock on Tieshan's face was almost palpable, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, Sorry. I really couldn't resist. Wipe it again. Lin Mu wiped his face, while Tai Chiao looked at him incredulously. Brother, how did you fall so low? I thought we were the same kind of people, but it seems I misjudged you. You've finally fallen for a woman. His eyes lit up, his face full of excitement. Wow, this is so intriguing. Who is that woman? Do I know her? How did you get caught up in this? It's only been a few months. What have you been through during this time? Tell me in detail. Meanwhile, inside the earthen house, the window of the woman's bedroom was quietly opened a little wider. Lin Mu downed the 2 ounces of baijiu in one gulp. The moment his Adam's apple bobbed, the spicy taste of the liquor burned down his throat and into his stomach. He took a deep breath, meeting the gossipy gaze of the man with the shovel burning with anger, his voice slightly hoarse from the alcohol. I can't quite explain this feeling. I couldn't control my anger when I heard rumors about her from other people tonight. I've never felt this way before. He paused, but still didn't mention Su Nianha's identity. You don't know her. If you hadn't faked your death and hidden here, I wouldn't have confided these things to you. Shovel slapped his thigh, immediately understanding. Got it. I get it perfectly. If those brothers knew that their ruthless and decisive boss was actually troubled by a woman, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. The next second, a burst of maniacal laughter suddenly erupted in the courtyard. No, I really can't hold it in anymore. You're actually upset about a woman? Brother, forgive me, let me have a laugh first. Only when he was laughing so hard he could barely breathe did Tai Chiao wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes and urge him with a simple and honest expression. Brother, I promise I won't laugh anymore. You can continue. And then what? Lin Mu glanced at him with a dark face, suddenly realizing that talking to Tai Chiao about this was a stupid thing to do, and that it would be better to just talk about serious matters. Seeing his silence, Tai Chiao urged again. Don't blame me for laughing so loudly. I really didn't expect. You actually have anything to do with women. He stopped smiling and analyzed seriously. You yourself have started to have doubts, which means that this woman already holds a significant place in your heart. If you like it, just take the initiative. But with your personality, as your brother, I really can't imagine you taking the initiative. How about we try more physical contact, like touching hands? Or even bolder, How about holding hands? Chapter 117, you haven't experienced any suffering in love at all. Shovel shook his head again and sighed. But I feel. You can't do these things. He narrowed his eyes and pressed. So, where exactly are you at now? Just tell me directly. Was there any physical contact? I'll give you a professional analysis, bro. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in the bedroom couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. What a great pair of blockheads teaching blockheads. One dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. Lin Mu frowned slightly. Physical contact? Yes. Have you held hands? Or said sweet nothings? The more detailed the better. Brother's analysis is absolutely reliable. Iron Shovel patted his chest to guarantee. Lin Mu didn't reply, and downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. He took out a cigarette case from his pocket. This time, he lit the cigarette with a lighter. Amidst the swirling smoke, he glanced indifferently at the shovel. You haven't even experienced it. What can you analyze? The man with the shovel chuckled and waved his hand. Even if you've never eaten pork, haven't you ever seen a pig run? This is called a wise man doesn't fall in love, and a strategist doesn't go to the battlefield. Understand? At this moment, the bedroom window was quietly opened wider, and the woman inside was clearly very interested in the conversation between the two wooden figures. Lin Mu pondered for a moment, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and the smoke swirled around his fingertips. His voice was deep and serious. I don't really understand what sweet talk means, but she often says things like she misses me and likes me. She would suddenly hug me from behind, and sometimes when I wasn't paying attention, she would stand on tiptoe, wrap her arms around my neck, and kiss me out of the blue. Last night she pounced on me on the bed and bit my lip. When she kissed me today, I bit her back. So we're even now, right? That's pretty much it for everyday life. Does this count as physical contact? After speaking, Lin Mu looked up at the shovel. The other person was completely stunned, their eyes wide open, their lips twitching involuntarily, and their face full of black lines. Why do you look like that? Weren't you going to analyze this? Why aren't you saying anything, strategist? Lin Mu asked, raising an eyebrow. The air inside the courtyard instantly froze. Inside the bedroom, the woman rested her elbows on the windowsill, her delicate hand supporting her chin, finding the conversation between the two increasingly interesting. But she was more curious about who was on the other side of the shovel. After all, she knew Tietjiao's past identity, and there were very few people in the world who could chat with him casually. But she had never heard of this person before, and the two of them were only talking about private matters, being very cautious. Should she follow them and take a look later? The woman shook her head slightly again. Forget it. What do the affairs of this world have to do with me? Tietjiao picked up the wine glass, downed 2 ounces of liquor in one gulp, and slammed the bottom of the glass onto the table with a thud. He looked at Lin Mu with a bewildered expression, hesitated several times before finally letting out a long sigh. Brother, I take back what I just said. Physical contact and sweet words are all unimportant now. Just let things take their course. Don't take the initiative. Just be yourself and wait to be eaten in the end. He leaned forward, his tone ridiculously serious. I really didn't expect you to be. I haven't experienced any of the bitterness of love at all. I see now. You came all this way just to show off, right? Huh. Show off? Do you think I'm the kind of person who shows off? Lin Mu asked with a questioning look in his eyes. Iron Shovel rubbed his forehead, his fingers kneading his temples. Your subtle way of showing off is the most deadly. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Are you envious? Nonsense. Who am I, Tietjiao? Even if the sky falls, I won't be swayed by women. That would only make me a weakness. Tietjiao patted his chest and swore confidently. Yes, I believe you. Lin Mu smiled faintly, then changed the subject. So when you brought that woman back with you, were you still completely unmoved? The woman in the bedroom paused, then quietly pushed the window open a little more. Tietjiao picked up the empty wine glass, his face calm and unmoved. Even if you have a beauty that could topple cities, it will not disturb my tranquil mind. Crazy. The woman muttered under her breath, then slammed the window shut, making the window frame shake. Lin Mu glanced at the closed window, then at the shovel, and said calmly, I hope that when we meet again, you will still be the same as you described. A confident glint flashed in Tietjiao's eyes. Brother, if you have no woman in your heart, you'll be a god when it comes to wielding a shovel. Lin Mu smiled without saying a word, casually twirling the empty wine glass between his fingers. The cheerful laughter of a hearty meal still lingered in the courtyard when Tietjiao was the first to stand up, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Let's go. We'll talk about serious business up on the mountain. By the way, did you bring a knife? Lin Mu was slightly taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. I brought it, why? Suddenly, Tai Chiao chuckled, hoisted the black shovel by the courtyard wall onto his shoulder, and asked in a low voice, has your injury healed? Lin Mu instantly understood his unspoken meaning, chuckled, and said with a hint of teasing, I'm afraid of hurting you. Iron Shovel raised an eyebrow. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also afraid of hurting you. How about I let you use one hand? Lin Mu calmly stood up, looking directly into the shovel's eyes, his voice now more serious. Just a friendly reminder, I won't hold back tonight. I love your confidence. Let's have a good fight today. After saying that, the two walked out of the courtyard side by side, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. Inside the courtyard, a woman in a black dress gracefully emerged from the earthen house. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she murmured softly, who could that person be? And will we be able to return to our homeland in our lifetime? She sighed softly, her fingertips tracing the cold stone table. Really, I always force myself not to think about these things. But how can time possibly heal the pain in my heart? After saying that, she glanced at the untidy iron pot on the table, but didn't move. Instead, she sat down on her usual stone bench, her gaze slowly drifting into the night. At 9:30 p.m., Qingshou Mountain, the only mountain in Jiangxing, is located in the northern part of the city. On the plaza halfway up the mountain, the corpses of nearly 100 men in gray robes lay scattered about, their dark red bloodstains appearing even more sinister under the pale moonlight. A man in a gray trench coat stood in the center of the corpse. The soil that had been pushed up from the ground was slowly receding back into the earth, as if it had never been disturbed. He flicked his cigarette pack, and a cigarette flew precisely into his mouth. With his snap, the lighter flickered, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed from his mouth. He swept his gaze across the corpses strewn across the ground, his voice hoarse. The kingdom again? Have they gone mad? After saying that, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Also, brother, what's wrong with you today? Your phone is off. The entire Qingshou Mountain is now completely covered by the people of Jiangxing Town. On the other side of the mountainside, a man dressed in the uniform of the Zhenyi Division bowed respectfully and said to Wang Quan, who was standing in front of him, Chief Commander Wang, news has come from the Central Command that we should leave quickly after clearing the battlefield. Leave? Wang Quan cursed loudly and slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk. Damn it! Doesn't the Central Command know that tomorrow is Jiangxing Academy's training ground? But, after all, it's an order from the Central Command. The person's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 118. With the two of us working together, we can easily win 40-60. Wang Quan sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Ignore him. Continue to send reinforcements to ensure that we have people at every intersection on Qingshou Mountain. The newcomer was visibly taken aback, then immediately straightened his back. Yes, Chief Commander. Wang Quan's expression was gloomy as he looked at the distant night and muttered to himself. Is this another power struggle from above? He remained silent for a moment, then turned and left, his voice carrying a hint of ruthlessness. This Jiangxing belongs to Master Gu. Disobeying central orders will at worst result in a written approval. Disobey Master Gu? I'd be dead before I see the sun rise tomorrow. The cold wind on the mountaintop cut like a knife across my face, and a simple temple stood there all alone. A man and a woman were walking side by side toward the temple when they suddenly stopped at the same time. A monk emerged from the temple, hands clasped together, his face expressionless. What brings you two benefactors here? Feng Shi's cool voice rang out in the wind. When was this temple built? It has been more than 20 years, the monk replied calmly. Is there anything unusual on the mountaintop? Feng Shi raised an eyebrow and asked, her eyes scrutinizing him. I have been practicing here for more than 20 years, and there has never been anything unusual. The monk added, do you two have anything else to say? Feng Shi ignored the monk's question and turned to leave. Let's go, Lu Ping. We'll stay on the other side of the mountain tonight. This Jiangxing is really as Ning Mo predicted. It's quite interesting. Lu Ping followed closely behind. After walking a distance, Feng Shi suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Ping with her beautiful eyes. That monk seems to have a problem. Lu Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed. I always feel there's something strange about him, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Asked Gucong later. Looking down at the night view of Jiangxing, Feng Shi added, if he doesn't even know the monk's background, then it means that the monk definitely has a problem. She paused, then asked, did you inform Ning Mo? What did he say? Lu Ping scratched his head, his tone a little confused. He said, he and Xinghe are on their way. Feng Shi's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she stopped in her tracks. Why did they come? A mountain peak in Jiangcheng, and 4 chief ministers of Zhenyi court were mobilized? Lu Ping also looked puzzled. They said they were just killing time tonight, so they came over to take a look. Feng Shi, the northernmost mountain peak of Ming City. The fierce wind swept across the mountain peak like a roaring beast. The swirling pebbles were instantly frozen in midair by the extreme cold, turning into ice crystal powder that fell down in a flurry. A icy blue domain suddenly expanded outwards from the mountaintop. Within a radius of 100 meters, the rocks, vegetation, and even the air were coated with a thick layer of solid ice, and even the howling wind was frozen into icicle-shaped air currents. In the center of the area, several hurricanes were spinning wildly. The transparent wind blades at the center of the hurricane were faintly visible, each strike accompanied by a sharp sound as if tearing through the air. 2 figures collided fiercely in the gap between the ice and the wind. The figure on the left was surrounded by an ice-type domain, while the figure on the right was enveloped by a wind-type domain. Bang! The instant the invisible blade clashed with the black shovel, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked, and rubble flew everywhere in the hurricane, only to be frozen into ice crystal powder in the next second, falling like raindrops. The battle lasted for a full half-hour. The ice and hurricane on the mountaintop finally dissipated slowly, revealing the ground riddled with holes, with rubble mixed with ice crystals covering the entire mountaintop. Haha, not bad. Bro, you haven't backed down. He slammed the black shovel into the ground, his wild laughter causing the surrounding ice crystals to fall. He wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Lin Mu opposite him. Lin Mu sheathed the silver-white hilt, and the transparent blade light suddenly dissipated. You're not bad either. A moment later, the two sat side by side on a boulder, the mountain wind carrying a chill. The shovel patted him on the shoulder, his tone disdainful. Brother, I told you long ago, that Jinghua envoy is a complete scoundrel. You wouldn't believe me back then. TSK. Not only is he terrifyingly strong, but he also always does shady things behind people's backs. I really despise people like that. Lin Mu sighed. I was foolish back then. He abruptly changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. That's not right, Iron Shovel. How did you know that in the final battle, the National Protector pierced my heart with a sword from behind? The shovel's expression suddenly froze. Then he chuckled and changed the subject. Is there anything in this world that I don't know? But don't ask me how I know the details. Everyone has their own secrets, haha. Since you know I was pierced through the heart, why aren't you surprised at all that I'm still alive? Lin Mu asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. Tai Chiao chuckled ly and scratched his head. Didn't I just say it? I have as much confidence in you as I have in myself. Even if others say you were turned to ashes, I don't believe you're dead. Everyone has secrets, right? He paused. Then his eyes suddenly hardened, and he smashed a deep hole in the ground with his shovel. So, brother? Should we take him down? So what if it's at the 8th rank? With our combined abilities, I refuse to believe I can't kill this bastard. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. It's still unclear where he's hiding, and his abilities are rather troublesome. Iron Shovel sneered, his tone laced with disdain. It was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Also, his so-called time-related abilities are fake. At most, it will only temporarily halt our operations. And the cooldown period is long. With the two of us working together, we can reliably achieve a 40-60 split. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. We can have 60%. Tai Chiao scratched his head and chuckled, lowering his voice. He's 60%. Lin Mu. Suddenly remembering something, Tai Chiao nudged Lin Mu with his elbow and asked, suppressing a laugh. By the way, now that Ning Imo knows your identity, why are you still studying at the academy? Lin Mu's face darkened instantly. Tomorrow is the last day. After tomorrow, Zhan Erding's documents will be sent directly to Jiangcheng Academy, so that I won't have to go to school and my family can rest assured. Hey, congratulations on graduating. Iron Shovel patted him on the shoulder and laughed, his voice echoing across the mountaintop. You, Bai Jueding, have used a back door to secure special privileges for yourself, haha. All right, tell me about yourself, Lin Mu interrupted him. We only met briefly last year, and you ran away, refusing to say anything when asked. Was your fake death because of the Jinghua envoy? The shovel's laughter stopped abruptly, and his tone became unusually serious. Brother, back then, I could clearly feel his murderous intent. If I don't do it this way, the outcome will be the same as yours in the final battle. So he believed it? Lin Mu pressed. A confident smile curved the corners of Iron Shovel's mouth. Of course, after all, I really went head-to-head with Red King back then. He paused, scratched his head, and added, although I suffered a crushing defeat and had to run away, that's not important. Whether it's the SSS-level Calamity King or the National Guardian Envoy, even if we can't beat them, we still have the ability to protect ourselves. Lin Mu's lips twitched. You didn't mention this before. Hey, it's not honorable to talk about something we didn't win. Shovel waved his hand, then became serious again. But to be honest, that woman is really ruthless. If you ever run into her, you'd better be extremely careful. Lin Mu choked for a moment, hesitated for a long time, and then said calmly, speak more politely. Huh. The shovel looked confused, thinking to itself, I didn't swear. Chapter 119 in Shuyao. At the village entrance at the foot of the mountain, only 2 elderly people remained, leisurely lying on bamboo chairs enjoying the evening breeze. It's almost 10 o'clock already, let's go back. The old lady patted the old man's hand. So fast. The old man smiled as he got up and leaned his bamboo chair against the wall. Life is like it's on fast forward, it's getting faster and faster. Just as the two were packing their things to leave, a beautiful figure suddenly came into view outside the village entrance under the moonlight. The old lady initially squinted warily, but as the person approached, her guarded expression instantly transformed into a kind smile, and she asked gently, what a pretty little girl. Why are you wandering into the mountains so late at night? Are you lost? The person who arrived was wearing a large black coat, black casual pants, and clean white shoes, and was holding a bouquet of champagne roses. Her features were delicate and captivating. Her long black hair was loosely tied back, with a few strands falling to the side of her neck. Her neckline revealed a section of her fair neck, and her delicate collarbone was faintly visible. She was beautiful in a quiet and stunning way. She looked at the old lady, a sweet smile curving her lips. No, Grandma, I'm here to find my boyfriend. As he spoke, he picked up his phone with his left hand and handed over a secretly taken photo. Have you seen this person before? In the photo, Lin Mu is lying on the bed with her eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. Hey, isn't this the young man who came before? The old lady leaned closer to take a look, then waved to the old man. My dear husband, come and take another look. Let me see. The old man smiled, stepped forward, and glanced at the photo on the phone screen. He said with certainty, that's right. It's the young man who came into the village an hour ago carrying 2 bottles of wine. A smile instantly spread across Su Nian's eyes as she pressed on. Grandpa and Grandma, do you know where he went? Does he have any friends in the village? A shovel, the old man suddenly said, adding, this young man is looking for a shovel. A shovel. Su Nian's voice remained gentle, but a sharp recollection flashed in her eyes. The man who ambushed her that night in Jinbei City with a shovel, and whom she chased all the way, seemed to have this name. I see. No wonder you were here. Yes, this is Fang Tietjiao's house. The old lady looked at Su Nianha with even more kindness in her eyes, and invited with a smile. We're just heading home. Young lady, can I give you a ride? Su Nianha's eyes lit up, and she smiled even more sweetly. Thank you so much, Grandma. Next time you come, Nianha will bring you a gift. The 2 elderly people smiled at each other and waved their hands, saying, no need, no need. Just having people is enough. Come on, come with Grandma. After saying that, the old lady and the old man walked slowly towards the east end of the village. Su Nianha followed behind, holding the bouquet, her steps light and graceful, a faint smile always on her lips. She would occasionally lower her head and poke at the petals, muttering softly, Lin Mu, when you see the flowers later, don't be mean to me. Be gentle. This is the first time I've ever coaxed someone. If you dare say anything that makes me uncomfortable, I'll kiss you hard. Humph. After walking for about 10 minutes, we were almost at the east end of the village. The old woman pointed to the mud house at the end of the road and said with a gentle smile, little girl, that's the house. Thank you again, Grandpa and Grandma. Su Nianha replied with a smile. You're too kind, young lady. Next time you come to the village, remember to visit Grandma's house. But don't bring any gifts. If you dare to bring any, we won't welcome you. The old lady waved with a smile and walked into the neighboring yard with the old man. Su Nianha took a deep breath. Phew, I'm a little nervous, but also a little excited. This silly Lin Mu, he's really silly. Holding the bouquet, she tiptoed toward the earthen house. The gate was open, but she frowned slightly. It's so quiet. Could it be that Lin Mu isn't here? Thinking about it, she stepped straight into the courtyard. Moonlight spilled onto the stone bench, where a woman in a long black dress sat with her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Hearing footsteps, the woman in the black dress slowly raised her eyes. Two beautiful eyes met in the moonlight, their pupils contracting simultaneously, as if the person before them was an illusion. Su Nianhe and Xu Yao, you're still alive? The two exclaimed almost simultaneously. The woman in the black dress suddenly stood up. As her skirt swayed, her voice trembled almost imperceptibly, and her cool eyes were filled with shock. You are still alive. That's good. You're not dead, so why do you think I will die? Su Nianhe sneered, her tone tinged with impatience. I don't have time to reminisce with you. Besides you, who else is in this mud house? And Xu Yao's gaze fell on the bouquet in her hand. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she pointed at the bouquet with her jade finger and said, This is the first time I've seen you holding flowers. You seem to have changed a lot in the few months I've been away. I'm asking you who else is in the room. Are you deaf? Su Nianhe took 2 steps forward, and a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from her body. And Xu Yao smiled faintly, her tone tinged with a hint of probing. Tell me first, who are these flowers for? Then I'll. Whoosh. Before she could finish speaking, a crimson wing suddenly bloomed behind Su Nianhe. The edges of its wings glowed with a fiery red light as it slashed straight at Xu Yao's neck, moving so fast that it left only a blur. And Xu Yao's pupils contracted. At the critical moment, a pair of black wings suddenly unfolded from her back, carrying a chilling aura and protecting her in front of her. Boom! The crimson gold wings slammed into the black wings, and the shockwave exploded outwards. The stone table in the courtyard was overturned by the remaining force. The windows of the earthen house rattled loudly, and even the roof tiles fell off in a rustling sound, making the whole courtyard shake as if an earthquake had struck. Su Nianhe, are you crazy? And Xu Yao's voice was filled with anger as her black wings blocked the opponent's attack. But Su Nianhe's attacks did not stop. Another golden wing unfurled from its back and pierced straight toward Xu Yao's chest. Shovel, what happened at your house? Did the pot explode? There was such a loud noise. The neighbors' cheerful shouts suddenly burst into the yard, instantly silencing the intense fighting and leaving the yard deathly quiet once more. Do you need any help? Should I go over and take a look? The man's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of unease and a tentative tone. No need. It was the shovel that caused the pot to explode, and Xu Yao shouted towards the outside of the courtyard wall. Hey, I knew it. This shovel is really something. Okay, just call out if you need help. After the man finished speaking, the courtyard fell completely silent, so quiet that you could hear the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Are you going to destroy this place? And Xu Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. Su Nianhe looked directly into her eyes, her voice calm and even. So what if it's ruined? Do you care that much? You care about that guy named Shovel? Utterly absurd. And Xu Yao retorted coldly. Su Nianhe walked to the stone bench opposite her, her tone still calm. I'll ask you one last time. Where are the other people in this courtyard? You only have 10 seconds. If you don't tell me, I'll destroy this place. 10-1. Time's up. Chapter 120. Even if one day she falls into demonic possession and becomes the enemy of the whole world. Up in the mountain. And Xu Yao's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her voice tinged with confusion and urgency. What exactly do you want, you crazy woman? Are you here to kill him? She couldn't understand why Su Nianhe would suddenly find the shovel, which had been hidden there for a long time. Did she really have to hunt him down? You're not happy if I kill him? Su Nianhe, holding a bouquet of flowers, sat elegantly on the stone bench, a playful smile suddenly appearing on her lips. Could it be that? A glint of light flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something interesting. What does it have to do with me that you killed him? And Xu Yao sat back down on the stone bench, her black skirt sweeping across the ground, stirring up a few fallen leaves. I'm just comfortable here and don't want to disrupt this peace. Su Nianhe carefully brushed away the dust from the bouquet, her voice soft yet chilling. And Xu Yao, if my flowers had fallen just now, I would have killed you. After tidying up the bouquet, she looked up at Xu Yao and asked, what did they do up the mountain? And Xu Yao glanced at her indifferently, her tone still cold. Where they go is none of my business. Su Nianhe then changed the subject, teasingly asking, Sister, do you like that man named Iron Shovel? Su Nianhe, do you want to die right now? And Xu Yao's beautiful eyes blazed with anger again, and her voice suddenly rose. And what exactly are you doing here? And what's the meaning behind this bouquet of flowers? Su Nianhe did not respond to her question, but simply looked down at the bouquet in her hand, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Then, she slowly raised her eyes to look at Shu Yao, her originally calm gaze now showing a hint of seriousness. I've come to find my man. Huh? Man? Wait. What did you say? Shu Yao's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she leaned forward, staring intently into Su Nianha's eyes, as if she had heard the most absurd joke in the world, so outrageous that she doubted her own ears. She took a deep breath to suppress her shock and pressed. Say it again? What are you here for? Su Nianha, are you kidding me? You? A man? How can those two words overlap? Do you even believe that yourself? Su Nianha didn't refute, but slowly closed her eyes, gently touching the tip of her nose to the petals, the faint fragrance of flowers spreading into her lungs with her breath. A smile spread across her lips, and when she opened her eyes again, her gaze was still calm but with a touch of tenderness. I made him angry, so I bought flowers to coax him. Shu Yao's delicate eyebrows furrowed instantly, her gaze fixed on the woman in front of her, as if she were looking at a complete madwoman. She sneered, is this your new trick? Trying to torture someone to death with a bouquet of flowers. Clearly, she didn't believe Su Nianha's words at all, and even found them extremely ridiculous. She already felt sorry for the man she had never met. Being targeted by a crazy woman like her, the ending can only be described as tragic. Su Nianha's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her gentle smile vanished instantly. Her voice was filled with chilling, killing intent as she spoke each word to Shu Yao. This is liking. This is love. You don't understand, and I don't blame you. But if you say anything more that I don't want to hear, I'll turn your body into 6 pieces. Her murderous intent lasted only a moment before she suppressed it again. She began to speak to herself, her tone regaining its previous calm. At first, I didn't understand why he came to this village deep in the mountains, until I heard that this was Tietjiao's home, and then everything made sense. After saying that, her eyes softened suddenly, and her eyebrows curved into a smile. Sister, you must have seen my man, right? Isn't he handsome? This sudden change in expression left Shu Yao completely bewildered. The conversation between the shovel and the man in the yard just now flashed through her mind, and an incredible thought exploded in her mind. Could it be that the man on the other side of the shovel was talking about was Su Nianha? But how is that possible? Would this crazy woman throw herself at a man? And all sorts of freebies? Did she even buy him flowers to appease him? Shu Yao immediately suppressed the absurd thought. I'd have to be crazy to believe her. She's definitely up to some kind of twisted humor. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, regained her composure, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Huh. Do you even remember who you are? You are the Red King, the king of calamity in the eyes of the world. Even if what you said is true, even if you have the thought of playing around with him. But have you ever thought about what that person really thinks of you? If he didn't know your identity, he might give you his most worthless sincerity because of your beauty. What if one day he discovers your true identity? Those laughable likes and loves you speak of are nothing but the sharp swords that will pierce the deepest part of your heart in the future. So what? Su Nianha met her gaze, her eyes more serious than ever before. My liking for him is my own business. I'm willing to bear all the consequences for what I love. Even if this affection turns into a sword that pierces me in the future, I, Su Nianha, will have no regrets. I don't know what liking is, and I don't understand what love is. Throughout the journey, I have been suppressing the restlessness in my heart, but the harder I try to suppress it, the more an indescribable emotion surges within me. You might not believe it, but at one point, an extremely crazy idea flashed through my mind. Even if one day she falls into demonic possession and becomes the enemy of the world, I, Lin Mu, am willing to annihilate all so-called justice in this world for her sake. Lin Mu paused after speaking, then looked up at the shovel with an unusual seriousness in his eyes. Brother, do you think this counts as liking someone? The shovel's expression instantly turned as if it had been struck by lightning. From shock to suppressing laughter, and then to forcibly maintaining a serious expression, his facial features contorted in a fascinating display. He never expected that his brother, who had once been indifferent to women like himself, would say such passionate words and ask with a blank look whether it counted as liking someone. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to laugh, and said in an absurdly serious tone, Brother, this has nothing to do with liking. Lin Mu paused for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded silently. So this doesn't count as liking someone. The next second, the shovel suddenly pointed at his nose and exclaimed, You've fallen head over heels in love. You're doomed. Brother, I've really learned something new today. You're willing to fight the whole world for her alone. and you're asking me if that counts as liking her? You're truly a remarkable person. And another thing, she's just a woman, and you've made her an enemy of the whole world? Do you think she's one of those two calamity kings? Please give me some free gifts. And please give me 5-star reviews, everyone. Let's make the rating skyrocket. Love you all. Chapter 121, Find an opportunity to push her down. Understand? So, does it count or not? Linmu asked in a deep voice. That doesn't count, Tai Xiao said with a dark face. Linmu's eyes widened for a moment. Then he nodded frankly. Yes, you're my brother. I trust you. The shovel's face instantly contorted with despair, as if to say, Kid, you're hopeless. He sighed deeply, and then sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. It won't be over until you actually push her down. Understand? Push it down. Linmu frowned slightly, his tone full of confusion. The shovel nodded emphatically, his tone serious. Yes. Just push it down. How can you say you like someone if you don't take them down? Just listen to me. There's nothing wrong with that. Find an opportunity to push her down. Understand? Are you serious? Linmu looked up at him, her confusion deepening. The shovel slapped him hard on the shoulder, so hard that Linmu swayed. 666% serious. Linmu lowered his head and remained silent, as if he was repeatedly processing the suggestion. Finally, he nodded slightly. I believe you. If I have the chance in the future, I will seduce her. Holy crap. Iron Shovel's mind exploded instantly, but he forced himself to keep a straight face and lowered his voice. Yes, you'll have plenty of opportunities. Don't be a coward when it matters, just go for it. Got it. Linmu raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly puzzled. What does pushing down have to do with what you're saying now? Don't ask. Just do as I say. Remember, your brother is your most reliable strategist. Iron Shovel patted his chest, his tone resolute. Linmu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded. I'll give it a try if I have the chance. Does pushing someone away mean you like them? What kind of logic is that? Brother, remember this. In this world, my shovel will never betray you. You can trust me without hesitation. After finishing his sentence, Tai Xiao abruptly changed the subject, leaning closer to ask, By the way, that scene you just mentioned to me, didn't you press her for more details in the end? You just stormed off. Linmu frowned, his tone cold and hard. It's just a show. What if it's not a play? It's a play. What if it isn't? Linmu paused, his eyes calm. I will kill him. After saying that, he slowly stood up and looked in the direction of Jiangqing. It's late. I should go back. Hey, what's the rush? Come on. Let's go home and chat for a while with the brothers. Of course, we won't talk about serious matters once we get home. After saying that, Tai Xiao strode down the mountain. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and grinned sheepishly. I'm getting more and more curious. What kind of stunning beauty would a woman possess to be able to control you, Baiju? Haha, brother, next time you come, be sure to bring your wife along. I'm so curious. Linmu walked beside him, her tone indifferent. You'd better not be too curious. Tai Xiao paused, sensing that there was something more to his words, but didn't think too much about it. I just assumed my brother was a bit dazed and confused because he was in love. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through the trees, and two graceful figures stood side by side at the foot of the mountain. The woman on the left is stunningly beautiful, with gentle, tender eyes. She clutches a bouquet of champagne roses tightly in her arms, gazing quietly at the winding mountain road, as if waiting for her beloved to return. The woman on the right was aloof and ethereal. Unlike the others, she was not anxious. She simply gazed calmly at the clouds and mist swirling in the mountains, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes, as if she were watching a play about to begin. I really don't understand. What is it about that man that attracts you? And Shuyao's lips curled up slightly. She paused for a moment before speaking again, her tone tinged with a playful probing. Also, you still haven't told me his identity. The villagers were able to chat with him so happily because they didn't know Fang Tietjiao's identity. But the person you like is not from this village, yet you know where he lives in seclusion. Sun Yinhe, there's only one person I can think of, but he's dead. Sun Yinhe continued to look ahead, completely ignoring her, as if she hadn't heard her words. And Shuyao chuckled softly, her red lips parting slightly. Even after you've said so much, I still don't believe you. I don't believe it. When that person appears, you'll run towards him like a little girl, holding a bouquet of flowers. And Shuyao. Sun Yinhe suddenly spoke, her tone cold. Did I guess right? And Shuyao added calmly, I knew it. How could such an absurd thing happen to you? You acted so convincingly tonight that I almost believed your lies. You're annoying, shut up. Sun Yinha glanced at her, her voice calm, but carrying a chilling edge. If you keep making noise, I won't hesitate to let you really die. Sister, you're always so crazy. How can any man truly love you? And Shu Yao raised her delicate hand and gently stroked her long hair, her tone carrying a hint of lazy disdain. At this time, I would have already fallen asleep. If they don't come back, are you going to wait here forever? Why can't we just go up? Besides, how do you know that person won't leave from the other side of the mountain? She paused, her tone suddenly becoming serious, as if stating a truth. You always think you're right. But all along, your truth has been based on killing. When you stand too high, there is no one left to confide in, and this ridiculous desire arises in your heart. I understand, but it's fine to play around with it. But going too far will only make you sink deeper into the mud. This is the last time I'll remind you. A terrifying aura erupted from Sun Yinha's body in an instant, sweeping out like a tsunami, but disappearing in the blink of an eye. She said calmly, if I like him, I will like everything about him. Treat others with sincerity. I think he likes me a lot too, and he'll definitely like everything about me. Heh. And Shu Yao sneered. You're still fantasizing about a man being sincere with you? Stop deceiving yourself. When you shed your gentleness, drop your pretense, and reveal your ruthless, murderous nature to him, will he still like you? When we face a world of enemies in the future, even if the person you like has an extraordinary background and some strength, at that time, I will definitely run away from you, hide far, far away, and disappear completely from your world. Her voice grew cold. To prevent my best friend from being troubled by love in the future, I've decided to get rid of him tonight. Boom. Two wings suddenly bloomed behind Sun Yinha, the left wing as red as blood, and the right wing as golden as the sun, carrying a world-destroying pressure. But the next second, she instantly retracted her wings. Because two powerful auras were already heading in their direction. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. You're lucky I don't have time to kill you today. A hopeless madwoman. And Shu Yao snorted coldly, her tone filled with helpless frustration. Where in this world are there any good men? Chapter 122. If you like it, I can let you kiss me forever. A moment later, two powerful auras suddenly stopped 50 meters away. Iron Shovel stroked his chin and muttered, Hiss, what's wrong with this woman today? Why did they appear at the foot of the mountain? They couldn't possibly be waiting for me to come back, could they? That's too far-fetched. He glanced at the figure beside Shu Yao, his eyes filled with doubt. Huh? Why is there someone else with her? After saying that, he walked forward leisurely, but stopped after a couple of steps. Because Lin Mu was still frozen in place, his eyes glazed over, as if his soul had drifted away. The man with the shovel leaned over and waved his hand, teasing, Hey bro, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so glazed over. The next second his eyes lit up, and his gossip-loving fire ignited. Could it be? That's the woman you've been dreaming about? TSK, your figure is amazing even from a distance, and for you to look like that, your looks must be absolutely divine. He patted Lin Mu on the shoulder and exclaimed, This woman is definitely love-struck. What are you waiting for? Go for it. Lin Mu snapped back to his senses, a strange and inexplicable emotion welling up inside him, but 99.99% of it was joy, though he couldn't quite grasp what this feeling was. This is love. 50 meters away, a beautiful figure in a loose coat was already walking towards them with light steps, holding a bouquet of flowers. And Shu Yao's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Then she silently followed, always keeping a distance of 5 meters, her eyes full of curiosity. She also thought that the bouquet of flowers was a prop used by Sun Yinha to tease men. Sun Yinha walked closer and closer, and with a shovel on her shoulder, she teased Lin Mu. Brother, even though I haven't seen your face up close, you're definitely a top-tier beauty. You're something else. Hurry up and tell me, who is she? Where did you meet her? Lin Mu's gaze was fixed on Sun Yinha, and he said calmly, You should know her, but you can pretend you don't. Iron Shovel's eyes widened. What the hell? I know this. Trying to outsmart your brother, huh? Today I'm going to have a word with your sister-in-law about how she got you. Sun Yinha walked to within 5 meters of Lin Mu, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. In the darkness, the two finally saw each other's faces clearly. Holy crap. Red King. Bro, get out of here. Iron Shovel's pupils contracted sharply. He grabbed Lin Mu with his left hand and pulled him back, while his right hand swung the Iron Shovel with a whoosh, instantly unleashing the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator. But he was dumbfounded. Su Nianhe didn't even look at him, and Lin Mu didn't move an inch, even seeming to want to move closer. Under his dumbfounded gaze, holding a bouquet of champagne roses, Su Nianhe gracefully walked up to Lin Mu, presented the flowers to his chest, and said with tender eyes, "Here, these are for you, Lin Mu. Do you like them? I'm sorry, I made you angry." She lowered her head slightly, her tone apologetic and almost coquettish. "I promise, there will never be a next time. It's all my fault. Can you let me explain?" As she spoke, she took another half step forward and placed the bouquet between the two of them. She stood on tiptoe, her eyes growing even more affectionate. "Lin Mu, please forgive me, okay? Let's clear up the misunderstanding. I don't want a cold war. I'll do whatever you want to coax you. Anything is fine with me." She gently took Lin Mu's right hand, and Lin Mu did not resist, letting her place his hand on the bouquet. Her eyes crinkled into a smile, and her voice softened even more. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes? Hey, take the flowers first. I really like the meaning behind these flowers." She shook the bouquet, her smile sweet. "Falling in love with you is the greatest happiness of my life, and I am devoted to you alone. This is also my heartfelt sentiment. Lin Mu, may I kiss you?" Su Nianhe's eyes were filled with unwavering love. "Okay, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nianhe stood on tiptoe again, gently wrapped her arms around his neck, and lightly touched Lin Mu's lips with her red lips. The kiss lasted for several seconds before ending. Lin Mu's heart suddenly raced, and her right hand, holding the bouquet, trembled uncontrollably. The shovel behind him, and Shuyao behind Su Nianhe, had the same expression. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were slightly agape. The shock of what they were seeing was even more outrageous than the end of the world. She actually did it for real? She really came to give him flowers, and coaxed him, even kissed him? And Shuyao's voice trembled, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "Sister, you've completely gone mad. This absurd feeling will definitely ruin you in the future. Otherwise, holy crap, my brother's hooked up with Red Queen." Iron Shovel exclaimed inwardly. This world is truly unbelievable. He finally understood what Lin Mu had said earlier. "I actually taught my brother how to seduce the Red King? Damn, I'm going crazy. This scene is just too damn amazing. The chief of the Zhenyi Tingting and the king of calamities. Absolutely amazing. You know what, they actually look quite good together." But the next second, an even more shocking scene assaulted their eyes. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe locked eyes. At that moment, they saw only each other, and even the air seemed to smell sweet. As if his body had lost control, Lin Mu suddenly wrapped his left arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. He used great force, yet he was also very careful. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, Lin Mu had already eagerly kissed her red lips. The kiss was passionate and domineering. As their lips touched, Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened again, but soon, the smile in her eyes spread wide. Her delicate body began to respond to his kiss, and she even deepened the kiss herself. Soon, she took the lead in the passionate kiss once again. After the kiss, Lin Mu's heart was pounding like it was on autopilot. He took a deep breath, feeling utterly insane. Why did he suddenly kiss her? But Tai Chiao said that this doesn't count as liking. Only tearing it down counts. But what does push down mean? Is it the literal meaning, or is there a deeper meaning? Su Nianhe lightly licked her red lips with her tongue, gently caressed Lin Mu's slightly flushed cheeks with her jade-like hand, and her voice became even softer. "Lin Mu, do you like the feeling of kissing me? If you like, I can let you kiss me forever. But after the kiss, you can't be angry with me anymore, okay? Also, I've been waiting for you at the foot of the mountain for a long time. Don't disappear so easily in the future." Her voice was tinged with grievance. "No matter what happens between us, we can sit down and communicate calmly. Let's never do anything that makes the other person feel bad, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes/no. Happy New Year. May you achieve great success. Wishing all my dear readers a peaceful and prosperous Lunar New Year's Eve. Love you all." Chapter 123. You all told me to get lost. Do you really think Fong Taichao is afraid of you? Bro, that's awesome. Wow, what a spectacular show. So exciting. I wonder if there's anything even more exciting coming up. Iron Shovel shouted inwardly. And Shuyao's expression grew colder and colder. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at Lin Mu. She had only one thought in her mind. "Sister, I will not let you fall into the abyss. This person must die." Lin Mu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he was about to speak. Boom! A terrifying, suffocating aura suddenly erupted from Shu Yao's body. Black wings suddenly unfurled behind her, the edges of the feathers gleaming with a cold, inky light, like a giant blade slashing fiercely at Lin Mu. The air was torn apart, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a golden wing suddenly unfolded, like an indestructible shield, and with a clang, it firmly blocked the black wing. The moment the two wings collided, the shockwave swept around like a tsunami. Dust and sand were thrown into the air, and pebbles flew like bullets. And Shu Yao, I've said it before. Anyone who touches my man, I'll kill them. Sun Yinha's voice was filled with boundless rage, and the moment she finished speaking, a crimson wing exploded from her back once again. The crimson left wing was engulfed in raging flames, while the golden right wing shimmered with dazzling golden light. Two wings simultaneously unleashed a power capable of tearing everything apart, slashing wildly towards Shu Yao. A second pair of black wings instantly bloomed behind Shu Yao, her voice icy. Sun Yinha, I'm saving you. Save. Sun Yinha's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her aura suddenly surged. The moment you touched my man, you should have thought about your fate. Boom! The two wings collided again, and the shock waves exploded outwards in layers, creating several cracks in the ground. Black wings. Lin Mu's gaze was fixed on Shu Yao. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice was filled with disbelief and shock. The Black King is not dead. The next second, his pupils turned ice blue, and an extreme chill spread out from him, instantly freezing the ground within 100 meters. Ice Domain. Ice Prison. Rain of Ice Spikes. Lin Mu's ice domain instantly erupted to its maximum, and Shu Yao's black wings were instantly encased in a layer of ice, like a frozen black sculpture. Immediately afterwards, several ice pillars, each about 2 people tall, suddenly rose up around her, trapping her in the middle like a cage. At the same time, countless ice spikes instantly condensed above her, each one gleaming with a sharp, cold light, and rained down on her like a storm. Boom! With a sudden flap of its black wings, the ice was instantly shattered, and Shu Yao's eyes widened instantly, her voice filled with disbelief. Ice type. White strike. How is that possible? You were clearly stabbed through the heart with a sword. How could you still be alive? Boom! And Shu Yao's body erupted with a monstrous aura. Her black wings suddenly flapped, and amidst the howling wind, the surrounding ice pillars shattered with a crack, and the rain of ice cones above was also blasted into powder. But she hadn't even had time to catch her breath. The next second, several blood-red lotus flowers quietly bloomed beneath her feet. The edges of the petals glowed with an eerie red light, like mouths waiting to devour them. Sun Yinha, you're utterly hopeless. Then you'll all die together. And Shu Yao's pupils instantly turned as black as ink, with 2 black flames seemingly dancing wildly in her eyes. Her aura surged again, like a ferocious beast about to go out of control. Sun Yinha's pupils also changed color at this moment. Her left eye was as red as blood, and her right eye was as bright as gold, with red and gold flames dancing in her eyes. Her wings suddenly grew several times larger at that moment, and her feathers were burning with intertwined golden and red flames, like a pair of giant wings that could burn everything. You're asking for it. Holy crap. How come everything was fine a second ago, and then suddenly it felt like the end of the world? Iron Shovel was shocked, and didn't have time to think. He suddenly unleashed the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator. He suddenly waved his hand. Storm Domain. In an instant, several hurricanes shot into the sky from the center of the 3, like roaring dragons, and the rubble and dust they kicked up blotted out the sun. Boom! The next moment, a jet-black shovel slammed down on the ground in the center of the 3 people. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, creating a huge crater, and endless debris was instantly swept into the sky by the hurricane. But before the rubble could even hit the ground, a layer of icy domain suddenly enveloped the area. The pebbles were instantly frozen into ice crystal powder, which fell like snowflakes. Fong Taichiao, holding a black shovel, stood in the middle of the 3 and shouted at the top of his lungs, Stop! Stop! How come everything was peaceful 1 second, and then the world is on the verge of destruction the next? Any problem can be resolved peacefully. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He turned to look at Shu Yao. No? I'm telling you. Woman, I kindly let you stay at my house, not for you to suddenly have a meltdown. Fong Taichiao, and Shu Yao's dark pupils erupted with rage like a volcano. If you utter those 2 words again, I will make sure you have no descendants. And what are you? Su Nianhe looked at him with disdain, her crimson wings slashing straight at Fong Taichiao. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. Boom. A black wing instantly blocked Fong Taichiao's path, and Shu Yao had already appeared beside him, her voice icy cold. Get the hell away from me. No? Who the hell do you think you are? Fong Taichiao's anger was completely ignited. Several hurricanes shot into the sky from his body and slammed straight towards Su Nianhe. You all told me to get lost. Do you really think I, Fong Taichiao, am afraid of you? Boom. An extreme ice wall instantly protected Su Nianhe, and Lin Mu's figure suddenly appeared. He held a bouquet of flowers in his left hand and raised his right hand, and a giant ice phoenix made of ice suddenly took shape. As its icy wings flapped, the entire space was enveloped in cold air. He said in a deep voice, Fong Taichiao, what do you mean? Are you very concerned about Black King? Bullshit. Who would care about a woman like that? Fong Taichiao's shovel instantly expanded 5-fold. He swung the giant, jet-black shovel with both hands, smashing it down on the ice phoenix with all his might, yelling, smash it for me. Bang. The ice phoenix was shattered into countless ice crystals by the immense force, and in Shu Yao's forehead veins bulged. Fong Taichiao, you're ignoring what I say? Your whole family are women. I think you deserve a beating. Fong Taichiao glared at her, and the storm domain erupted once more. And Shu Yao's black wings suddenly slashed out, and the two instantly engaged in battle. Fong Taichiao was forced to retreat under Shu Yao's onslaught. The giant shovel was wildly swung in the storm, but it still could not stop the sharpness of the black wings. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe, who were in the distance, were both stunned. This unexpected reversal was completely beyond their expectations. Chapter 124 The man I chose is the best no matter what. Su Nianhe retracted her wings, and her pupils returned to their original color. She walked up to Lin Mu, a captivating smile playing on her lips. Lin Mu, are you still angry with me? Lin Mu looked at her, his voice unconsciously softening. Why am I angry? Uft. Su Nianhe couldn't help but chuckle, her pink fist gently punching Lin Mu's chest, her tone soft and coquettish. Then we agree that before we get angry, we'll tell each other why we're angry, okay? Lin Mu paused, then spoke calmly. Not good. Lin Mu. Su Nianhe puffed out her cheeks instantly, her voice tinged with a hint of aggrieved reproach. You weren't like that just now. You were just like, let me think, like a little puppy, and you even kissed me first. At this point, her eyes crinkled with laughter again, and her voice was sweet. Lin Mu, I like you so much. She blinked her bright eyes, took a step closer, and asked, Lin Mu, I'll ask you one more time. Do you like me? Lin Mu's eyes widened slightly, but his tone remained serious. Not yet. Lin Mu. Su Nianhe snorted coldly, turned her back to him in a huff, her shoulders slightly tense. You've messed with me. Now I'm the one who's unhappy. Right now? Immediately. Comfort me. Why are you unhappy? Lin Mu looked somewhat confused, his brows furrowing slightly. At that moment, he suddenly realized that women are a species that is far too prone to mood swings. Ugh, I'm even angrier now. Su Nianhe suddenly turned around, pointing at him with her jade-like fingers, her beautiful face full of coquettish anger. But the words caught in her throat, and she finally let out a heavy hum, her voice suddenly softening. Oh well, what can I do? It's just the way you are that I like you. The man I chose is the best no matter what. Lin Mu looked even more confused and asked earnestly. But you just said that you should explain the reason before you get angry. So tell me why you're angry, and I'll analyze it. Lin Mu. That was just now, this is now. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened, and she said coquettishly, women get angry for no reason. I'm angry with you because I like you. Do you understand now? Still want to analyze? You've really gone too far. I think you're wrong. Getting angry isn't the same as liking someone. Push. Lin Mu stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, ultimately not uttering the word push down. Lin Mu, you've changed. You used to never argue with anything I said, even though you were usually silent. Su Nianhe poked his arm reproachfully. Did that big oaf give you bad advice? I want to know the whole conversation between you two. We were just catching up and chatting. We didn't mention you. Lin Mu met her gaze. Su Nianhe took another step forward, getting closer to him. I don't believe you. Look me in the eyes and say it again. Lin Mu paused, then suddenly turned his gaze to the fierce battle in the distance, and changed the subject. Let's talk about them first. Why didn't Black King die? And why was she traveling with you? Also, is she the woman who lives at Iron Shovel's house? Su Nianhe suddenly chuckled. What? Didn't your good brother tell you? He was the one who saved her in the final battle. Lin Mu froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The battle raged on in the distance, the aftershocks of the collisions sweeping across the surroundings like waves. Fong Taichiao suddenly swung his giant shovel, the black blade carrying an endless hurricane, and slammed it hard into Shuyao's face. That's enough. Crazy woman. Have you forgotten who saved your life? Boom. Black wings instantly blocked the shovel like a shield, and Shuyao's voice was icy cold. When did I need your help? You took me in without permission, and it's already an honor that you haven't been punished. The other wings suddenly transformed into a sharp blade, slashing straight at his face. Fong Taichiao's figure flashed away like the wind, but hundreds of feather blades shot towards him like a black rainstorm, tearing through the air with sharp whistles. Honored. You damned woman. Don't you have a shred of gratitude? As soon as he finished speaking, several hurricanes shot up in front of him, blocking all the feather blades. Shovel. Iron. Spade. And Shuyao's voice suddenly became shrill, and an overwhelming killing intent locked onto him. Just for those 2 words, you will die today. A terrifying aura erupted from her body, and her 2 black wings instantly burst into black flames. The extreme pressure caused the surrounding air to distort. Damn it. This isn't how things are supposed to go. I came here to break up a fight. How did I end up being the one getting beaten up? With that thought in mind, Tai Xiao's figure blurred into a streak in the night as he sprinted towards Lin Mu and his companion, shouting at the same time, Brothers, help me. I can't hold this woman off. Fong Taichiao, your whole family are dead women. Today, I, the king, will surely make sure you are childless and without descendants. The killing intent followed him like a shadow, and 2 wings burning with black flames were already aimed at his back. Lin Mu watched this scene indifferently, ignoring Fong Taichiao's cries for help, but secretly glanced at Su Nianhe beside him, who had a smile in her eyes. At that moment, he suddenly felt. Su Nianhe has always been very gentle, at least to herself, very gentle. A faint smile played on his lips as he secretly plotted. This demolition plan needs to be implemented as soon as possible. But how should I bring it up? Should I just ask her if she's willing to let me push her down? He sighed silently again. Why does it have to be toppled over to show liking? I always feel like this shovel is deceiving me. Or should I ask someone else? Or forget it, who can I talk to about this? The next second, Su Nianhe suddenly turned around and looked at him. Lin Mu, you've been secretly watching me. Lin Mu met her gaze and said calmly, I didn't. You have. No. Lin Mu, you're so stubborn. Just say you want to see it. She leaned her body against Lin Mu's arm, her voice soft and sweet. When we get home, I'll let you see everything I have, okay? Lin Mu's ears burned slightly, and he blurted out, You. Be serious. A little. What? You're even speaking haltingly. What are you still holding back for? Su Nianhe chuckled lightly, then suddenly raised her chin in a gesture. That person is asking you for help. Aren't you going to help? Lin Mu shook his head. There's no need. Why? Su Nianhe pressed, a sly glint in her eyes. Lin Mu said calmly. That woman was just beating him up, not trying to kill him. Su Nianhe smiled faintly. Lin Mu, if one day I want to beat you up, will you fight back? Can you? Lin Mu asked in return. Probably not. I mean, what if? What if I just wanted to beat you up? Su Nianhe's tone was coquettish. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then replied seriously, There are no what-ifs in this world. Brother, quickly lend me a hand. The shovel's roar rang out again. But the next second he was stunned. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe were already walking side by side towards the village, without even giving him a glance. Holy crap, bro. Happy New Year, everyone. May the new year bring us peace, joy, and all our wishes come true. May we all become rich. 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 Love you all. Chapter 125. It depends on you. Fong Taichiao. Die for me. And Shuyao's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, her black wings whistling as they slashed straight at his lower body. Damn. Crazy woman. Fong Taichiao felt a chill run down his spine. His storm domain instantly exploded to its maximum, with gale force winds whipping up sand and gravel to form a rotating barrier around him. He suddenly shielded himself with the giant shovel. Clang. The moment the black wings collided with the giant shovel, a shockwave exploded, sending dust flying everywhere. On the summit of Qingshou Mountain in Jiangcheng, a figure in a gray trench coat walked against the mountain wind. The man had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the crimson flame flickering in the night, as he walked toward a simple temple with peeling walls not far away. Amidst the swirling smoke, he whispered hoarsely, "This temple, I remember Wang Quan mentioning it, was just the dwelling place of a down-on-his-luck monk, but Feng Shi and Lu Ping both think there's something wrong with it." As he spoke, he had already reached the temple gate. Sparks flew as the cigarette but was stepped on, then he deftly pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and spoke in a deep voice into the temple. "I apologize for disturbing you so late at night." A steady voice came from inside the temple. "Esteemed benefactor, this humble monk has already been disturbed 3 times tonight. If you have something to do, please come again tomorrow. This humble monk will always be here." Gutsong's eyebrows shot up, his fingers holding the cigarette unconsciously clenched, and he said in a deep voice, "Damn it, you think you're so great just because I gave you a little face? You think I'm negotiating with you? Get out here, or I'll raze this temple to the ground tonight." The air suddenly became deathly still. A long sigh came from inside the temple, and then the temple door creaked open. A monk in a robe slowly stepped forward, his hands clasped together, his eyes lowered, and calmly said, "This benefactor, do you intend to use your power to intimidate others?" The moment he looked up, Gutsong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his right hand, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly uncontrollably. "Damn, isn't this bald monk one of the 3 7th-tier high-level cultivators from that kingdom in the Forbidden City the night before? Holy crap, how could someone like this have been hiding in Jiangsheng for over 20 years? He took a deep drag of his cigarette, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Sorry to bother you. Go back to sleep." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode away. This scene left the monk stunned. He frowned as he looked at the man's back, feeling that the man was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall him no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he shook his head, turned around, and walked back to the temple. The moment he stepped into the temple, he suddenly stopped, and his brows furrowed deeply. He murmured to himself, "Why do I inexplicably feel death approaching? Is there anyone in this world who can make this humble monk feel such unease?" He stood in front of the temple gate for half a minute, the night wind carrying mountain mist across his monk's robe. After a moment's thought, he finally chose to leave, his figure flashing like a phantom in the night, his sigh carried away by the wind. This humble monk is not afraid of this feeling of palpitation, but rather chooses to avoid its sharp edge. On the other side of the mountaintop, 2 tents were pitched in a sheltered spot. Gutsong had already reached the tent. When he looked at the 2 people in front of him, his eyes were serious. "Your feeling is right. That bald monk is indeed suspicious." Upon hearing this, Feng Shi swiftly drew a long whip from her waist, leaving a shallow mark on the ground with the tip of the whip. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Then what are we waiting for? Since we know he has a problem, let him go to hell. Leave it to me," Lu Ping said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "I recently learned a new interrogation torture technique, so I'll give it a try." Gutsong sighed softly. Why did Lin Mu suddenly disappear at such a crucial moment? He then said in a deep voice, "That bald monk is a 7th-level awakened being, and he is a member of the kingdom." "What?" Feng Shi and Lu Ping exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Brother Gu, are you serious?" Lu Ping took a step forward. Gutsong nodded. "Yes, absolutely true." He paused, then asked, "Ning Mo and Qin here on their way, right? Judging by the time, we won't arrive in Jiangsheng until after midnight at the earliest." Feng Shi put away her whip. "Okay, let's wait a bit and not act rashly." After Gutsong finished speaking, he picked up his phone again. When the screen lit up, he dialed Lin Mu's number again, only to be met with the same cold, unresponsive message. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently switched off." He shoved his phone back into his pocket and muttered to himself, "Could it be? Bro, you've really broken up?" He paused, then nodded to himself, thought the possibility was still quite high. "Brother Gu, what are you muttering about?" Lu Ping asked, puzzled. Gutsong waved his hand and turned to walk down the mountain. "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered a sad story. I'll go down the mountain again." By now, the people from Jiangxing town should have already laid down heavy defenses on Qingshou Mountain. After his figure disappeared into the night, Lu Ping looked at Feng Shi, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, "Why would people from the kingdom appear here? Is it really for the students of the Awakener Academy? But this doesn't make sense. If that monk was a high-ranking official in the kingdom, why didn't he stop us from annihilating those gray-robed men? He could have easily taken us both under the cover of night. There's only one possibility. This monk still has a sliver of conscience, but not much." Feng, she said, raising her hand to press her temples, a complex look flashing in her eyes. Forget it. Let's discuss it when they arrive. 7th tier advanced realm. We're far too far behind, Lu Ping. She sighed, and Lin Mu's image appeared in her mind. She thought to herself, except for that face, everything about him is too similar. Ning Mo, Qing He, you two have been hiding a huge secret from me. The courtyard of Tietjiao's house was still a mess. Lin Mu sat upright on the stone bench, holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. His expression was inexplicably unnatural, much like a young boy experiencing his first love. He glanced at the messy scene in the courtyard and vaguely guessed what had happened, but he made no move to get up and help clean up. On the stone bench opposite him, Sun Yinha sat very close. She rested her chin on her hands, a gentle smile playing in her eyes. Lin Mu, there's a card inside the bouquet. Don't you want to take a look? Lin Mu paused slightly, avoided her gaze, and said in a low voice, we'll see later. Sun Yinha pouted slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Mu, can you look me in the eye when you talk? Seriously, I'm not going to eat you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's gaze met her beautiful, gentle eyes once again. In just a moment, his emotions, which had just calmed down, surged again, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his voice carried a barely perceptible panic. Yeah, it's up to you. Puff. Sun Yinha couldn't help but chuckle softly, her shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes almost overflowing with laughter. Lin Mu, how can you be so adorably silly? Chapter 126. I will like you, but not yet. Seeing Lin Mu lower his head and remain silent, she leaned closer and said in a soft voice, Lin Mu, will you come shopping with me? Go shopping? Lin Mu asked instinctively, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sun Yinha nodded vigorously, her voice gentle. Yes, I want you to be with me. I'm going hiking tomorrow, and I need to go home the day after tomorrow. Then I'll be free. Lin Mu paused, her eyes darting around as she added, actually, I can also find some time tomorrow or the day after. Sun Yinha's smile deepened, and she muttered to herself, this blockhead, even after all this, still won't admit he likes me. I really don't know what he considers like. She deliberately downplayed it, saying, I didn't say it had to be in the next 2 days. I have to go back to Jinbei City tomorrow. Lin Mu was slightly taken aback and asked, why go back? That's my territory. What do you think you're doing there? Sun Yinha gently poked his cheek with her delicate hand, her tone soothing. Also, I'll teach them a lesson, so don't stoop to their level, okay? How should I teach him a lesson? Lin Mu's voice remained calm, but carried a hint of barely perceptible concern. Sun Yinha smiled alluringly. You tell me, I'll listen to you. You can do whatever you want with your people, Lin Mu said calmly, though a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Sun Yinha covered her mouth and chuckled, secretly delighted. This jealous man, would he kill me if he said he liked me? She deliberately leaned closer, her voice tinged with a coquettish tone. Tell me if you don't tell me. I'll assume you're not going to hold it against them, and we'll let them off the hook, okay? Lin Mu frowned, his voice lowering slightly. No need to punish him too harshly. Leave him some breathing room. Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then she smiled broadly, her eyes crinkling. Lin Mu, you're so incredibly cute. I'll do whatever you say. Lin Mu nodded slightly, and responded with an Sun Yinha's voice grew even softer. Lin Mu, you clearly kissed me first, so why won't you admit you like me? A man can't be so stubborn. She deliberately dragged out her words. And also, do you think any man in this world can just kiss a girl casually? Of course not. Lin Mu had barely finished speaking when Sun Yinha immediately interrupted him, her tone feigning anger. And what about you? What do you mean by kissing me? What do you take me for? Lin Mu, have you thought about your answer? If the answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll get very angry, and I won't be able to calm myself down no matter what I do. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then met her gaze, his tone more serious than ever before, as if making a promise. I will like you, but not yet. It doesn't count as liking you. Huh. Sun Yinha's expression instantly turned blank, her eyes widening. The next second, however, she was so angry she laughed, and said in a huff, Lin Mu, do you know what you mean? Ugh, this is killing me. How can there be such a bizarre man like you in the world? Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Just take it as a sign that you like me. Lin Mu looked at her petulant expression, a faint smile playing on his lips, silently thinking to himself. Once I push you down, that's when I'll consider it love. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard, and 2 figures came into view. and Shu Yao was dressed in a black dress, and the murderous intent in her eyes had not yet faded. Iron Shovel was bruised and swollen, but fortunately his lower body was unharmed. He was carrying the black iron shovel and walking side by side with her, swaying from side to side. Lin Mu and Su Nianhe both showed expressions of "I knew it." As soon as Tai Cha stepped into the courtyard, he waved his hand at Lin Mu with a bitter face. "Brother, we've already talked things out, so please don't resort to violence. My little family can't take it." But the next second, the scene inside the courtyard came into his view. The stone table was overturned on the ground, and the large black iron pot was firmly upside down on the ground. The chicken soup in the pot spread out like a small river, and the whole yard was a mess. "Holy crap! What are you doing in my house?" Tai Chiao suddenly exclaimed. "Noisy." Su Nianhe glanced at him, her voice cold. "It's late. Why aren't you cleaning up? The whole floor smells like chicken soup. It's disgusting." And Shu Yao said coldly beside him. "I." Qiao's face darkened. He moved closer to Lin Mu, then subconsciously moved away from Su Nianhe, and said aggrievedly, "Brother, you're not loyal." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "You made the first move. But I didn't attack you." He had barely uttered those words when he suddenly stopped. He had almost forgotten something outrageous. The Red Queen was already his brother's woman. He walked up to the large iron pot and sighed deeply. "My big iron pot. It's not broken. Well done. You're a good pot. I approve of you." Moments later, the shovel had quickly cleared the yard, and the air fell into a deathly silence. "Sister, you're really crazy." And Shu Yao's cool voice broke the silence first, her tone filled with disbelief. "You actually fell in love with the head of the Zhenyi court?" "All I know is that he is my man." A terrifying killing intent flashed in Su Nianhe's eyes as she said, word by word, "If there is a next time, you will die a terrible death. Of course, I will make him pay with his life." "No? Why are you bringing me into this?" Fong Taichiao was speechless, his face darkening even more. And Shu Yao sneered and turned to Lin Mu. "Bai Ju, I admire you quite a bit. What method did you use to deceive her into this state?" Lin Mu's eyes suddenly turned ice blue, and a chill instantly enveloped the courtyard. His voice was icy. "What do you think you are?" A murderous intent flashed in Shu Yao's eyes. "You're asking for death." And Shu Yao, "If you miss, you can try." Su Nianhe waved her jade hand lightly, and a blood-red lotus flower suddenly appeared on the ground of the courtyard. The shovel quickly stood up to stop him. "Damn it! Is this never going to end? Can't you give me some face, and let's talk calmly?" "Lin Mu, shut up." Su Nianhe, "Who do you think you are?" And Shu Yao, "Get out." "Damn it." Iron Shovel said halfway through his sentence, then sighed and sat back down, looking utterly hopeless. "Forget it. Let's just destroy it." Next, the four world's top experts began their most straightforward and direct battle in the courtyard. The argument raged for 10 minutes. This epic battle was finally forced to end when the old man next door's shouts and curses came through the wall. But everyone looked somewhat unhappy. They all felt they hadn't performed well enough in this epic battle, and some even considered replaying it. Chapter 127. "So, will I stop being angry now?" Outside the courtyard, Lin Mu said with a hint of teasing, "Shovel, your way of getting along. Well, it suits you quite well." "Huh? No. Brother, what are you talking about with the city gate tower?" Tai Chiao replied irritably, his face dark. Inside the bedroom, and Shu Yao pushed the window open halfway and listened quietly to the conversation outside. Lin Mu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. Take care, brother. Unless something major happens, I won't come over to disturb your lives anymore." "Lin Mu, it's late. Let's go home." Su Nianhe gently tugged at his arm, her voice tender. "Okay, let's go home." Lin Mu turned around and walked away with her. Under the moonlight, the two shadows gradually lengthened, leaving Fong Taichiao standing there dumbfounded. He frowned and muttered to himself, "What do you mean by disturbing our lives? Do you think I'd have a life with that crazy woman? Even if the world is destroyed, it's impossible. I'm Fong Taichiao, idiot." And Shu Yao slammed the window shut in the bedroom, the sharp sound of the glass colliding breaking the silence of the night. After walking for a short while, Lin Mu suddenly stopped and turned to look at Fong Taichiao. "I will implement your suggestion as soon as possible. It shouldn't be difficult." "Huh? Lin Mu, what are you talking about?" Su Nianhe stopped, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. The shovel was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! Brother, listen to me. This depends on the person." "What is it?" Su Nianhe looked in the direction of Fong Taichiao, her voice cold. Lin Mu also looked at him with a puzzled expression. Iron Shovel glanced at Red King beside him, hesitated for a long time, and finally said in a deep voice, "It's all right, brother, take care." Soon Yinha stopped looking at him and tugged at Lin Mu's arm. "Let's go, Lin Mu. Don't pay attention to this big idiot. He's obviously mentally ill." Lin Mu nodded. "What you said makes sense." After saying that, the two figures quickly disappeared from Fang Tietchiao's sight under the cover of night. His lips twitched, and he muttered, "Brother, take care." The next second, his expression returned to calm, his eyes became deep, and he walked into the courtyard. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, a chilling female voice suddenly rang out, "Get out. Don't stay in the same place as me tonight." The shovel's eyes widened in surprise, then it burst into a tirade towards the window. "Damn it. You crazy woman. This is my house, not yours." On the dirt road in the village, two figures were leisurely strolling under the moonlight. Soon Yinha looked at Lin Mu with a gentle voice. "Lin Mu, what was he talking about just now? You can't hide anything from me, you understand?" Lin Mu paused for a moment, then replied, "It's nothing. Didn't you notice? He might have some mental issues." Soon Yinha suddenly stopped, grabbed Lin Mu's arm, and smiled faintly. "Lin Mu, I want to hold your hand." Lin Mu met her expectant gaze and pondered for a moment. "Isn't this a bit too fast?" "Lin Mu, you." Soon Yinha stomped her foot angrily. "What haven't you done to me yet? Now, with something as simple as holding hands, you say it's too fast. Humph, I'm not happy." Lin Mu was a little confused. Why is she angry again out of the blue? He asked earnestly, "Is there a reason why you're angry this time?" "Yes." Soon Yinha declared confidently. "I get very angry if you don't hold my hand. And when I'm angry I'll..." Before she could finish speaking, a warm hand had already taken her delicate hand in mine. Lin Mu looked directly into her beautiful eyes. "Will this make you stop being angry?" Soon Yinha felt the warmth of her palm, and couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. "It's only half gone now. How can I eliminate them all?" As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, and Soon Yinha stood on tiptoe, her red lips gently touching his. After the kiss, she took Lin Mu's hand and swayed it in the air, her voice becoming even softer. "Lin Mu, I'm not angry with you anymore. Let's go home." "Okay, let's go home." At 2 a.m., all was quiet. On the summit of Qingshou Mountain in Jiangcheng, two figures exuding powerful auras stood silently in front of the tent, their gazes fixed intently on the three. "Gu Song, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" Ningmo's voice was very low. Gu Song held a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, his voice hoarse amidst the swirling smoke. "I'm sure. That bald monk was standing right in front of us." A 7th-tier high-level awakener. Qinghe's gaze swept over Ning Mo and Gu Song, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. "What are our chances of winning if the 5 of us join forces?" Gu Song took a deep drag on his cigarette, the red glow of the butt flickering in the darkness. His eyes suddenly narrowed. 40%, maybe even less. A look of astonishment flashed in Feng Shi's and Lu Ping's eyes at the same time. The 5 of them combined had less than a 40% chance of winning. Qinghe's gaze swept across the empty mountain peaks without leaving a trace, and he thought to himself, "Is Chief Ting not here?" Ning Mo echoed in a deep voice, "Indeed." He then looked at Gu Song with a questioning gaze. "So, you're the only one who came?" Gu Song understood his unspoken meaning and nodded lightly. "Yes, the phone is off. We can't reach you. This is the first time something like this has happened. It must be something important." He flicked away his cigarette butt, sparks flying, and then going out on the ground. "He's the only one here right now. This is our chance. Shall we make a move?" Ning Mo pondered for a moment, then gripped the Wuji staff at his waist tightly in his palm, the staff faintly emitting a light. "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling atmosphere suddenly filled the room, as if even the air itself had frozen. Just then, a sudden, urgent cell phone ringtone shattered the silence on the mountaintop. Gu Song was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously pulled out his phone. The name flashing on the screen made his eyes light up instantly, and he almost immediately pressed the answer button, his tone filled with barely suppressed joy. "Brother, you're finally alive." A steady voice came from the other end of the phone, with a clear female voice faintly visible in the background. "My phone died. When I turned it on, I saw 15 missed calls." "What happened?" Gu Song didn't hide anything from Lu Ping and Feng Shi beside him, and said directly, "One of the 3 7th-level high-level awakened beings from the night before last is the monk at Qingshou Mountain. He had been hiding in the temple on the mountaintop for over 20 years. If it weren't for what happened tonight, we might not have discovered him even in another 20 years. A monk? And what happened tonight?" I was only gone for a day, and Jiansheng is already in chaos. Everything else is trivial compared to this bald monk, not worth mentioning. Wait for me. Don't act on your own. Beep. The call was abruptly ended, but Gutsong's lips slowly curled into a smile, his eyes filled with certainty. Wait. This bald monk won't be able to escape tonight. Ning Mo and Qing He exchanged a glance, their eyes showing understanding, and their previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Chapter 128. Don't be in a hurry. Wait patiently for me to like you, okay? Lu Ping scratched his head, looking at Gutsong with a puzzled expression. Brother Gu, I don't understand. Who called? He said to wait, so we just wait. Fengshi stood to the side, her fingers secretly clenching the hem of her clothes. The excitement in her eyes was almost overflowing. Just one phone call had made Gutsong so compliant, and even Ning Mo and Qing He did not object. The suspicion buried deep in her heart was finally confirmed at this moment. Could it be that Chief Ting is really still alive? Great. That's wonderful. You guys were all pretending to be ignorant when you actually knew the truth. Let's wait a bit. Gutsong's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Lu Ping was even more confused. He glanced at Ning Mo and Qing He again. The two of them remained completely calm and didn't even ask a question. He was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, seriously? Aren't you curious about who made the call? Surely no one could get these people in front of them to obey the orders of the person on the phone at the same time? This doesn't make any sense at all. Yunjing residential area. In the living room, Lin Mu put away his phone, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, and murmured, the monk from the night before is a good opportunity for interrogation. With a soft click, the bedroom door was slowly pushed open. Lin Mu subconsciously looked up at the sound, and his breath hitched the moment his gaze met hers. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of long, slender, and straight legs that are as white as snow. He hurriedly looked away, but his heart was pounding wildly in his chest like an out-of-control drumbeat. Standing at the door was Sun Yinhe. She wore a striking red lace slip dress that reached just to her knees, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. Thin straps hung lightly on her smooth, fragrant shoulders, with lace trim peeking out from her skin, making her skin appear even whiter than snow, and her eyes exuding a captivating allure. Her bare feet were as smooth and lustrous as jade. Each step she took was light and gentle on the floor, and her skirt swayed gently with her movements, like a burning flame. Every step she takes is alluring, every step she takes is captivating. A faint, sweet fragrance emanated from her, and with a glance, she exuded captivating charm. When she reached Lin Mu, she paused slightly, her voice soft and sweet. Lin Mu, am I beautiful? Lin Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the heat in his heart, looked directly into her beautiful eyes, and softly uttered a single word, beautiful. Do you like it? She raised her delicate hand, her fingertips gently touching Lin Mu's chest, feeling his frantic heartbeat, and the smile on her lips became even more alluring. Lin Mu nodded unconsciously. I like it. But the next second, he suddenly added in a serious tone, but not yet. Give me some time, and I'll fall in love with you very soon. Puff. Sun Yinhe covered her mouth and laughed, gently poking his cheek with her fingertip. I really don't understand you. You clearly wouldn't let me wear this style of nightgown before, but now you're buying it for me on your own initiative. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Mu's neck, pressing her body tightly against him, her beautiful eyes meeting his evasive gaze, her voice growing even gentler. Lin Mu, just say you want to see me. Whatever style you want to see at home, I, the king, will satisfy you. Kiss me. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Yinhe gently closed her beautiful eyes, tiptoed slightly, and took the initiative to bring her soft red lips to his lips, the sweet fragrance of her breath wafting onto his face. Lin Mu's body trembled slightly, his rationality completely overwhelmed by his impulse at this moment. Looking at her soft red lips, he had only one thought in his mind, to kiss her. In a moment of impulse, he did just that. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her closer to him. Sun Yinhe's smile deepened, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She knew he was going to kiss her, and she eagerly awaited the next touch. The next second, Lin Mu hugged her body even tighter, lowered his head slightly, and kissed her red lips directly. This kiss was more domineering than the one at the foot of the mountain, filled with possessiveness. Sun Yinhe's beautiful eyes suddenly opened, filled with a surprised smile. Then she closed them again and responded affectionately to his domineering yet tender kiss. Several seconds later, Lin Mu gently released her waist. His mind went blank, his thoughts in turmoil. Had I just lost my mind? Why did you suddenly and impulsively kiss him? Isn't this pace a bit too fast? Su Nianhe lightly licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue, her eyes filled with tenderness, and her voice carried a seductive languor. Lin Mu, this king wants to devour you. Let me, may I? Lin Mu seemed to suddenly wake up, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, meeting Su Nianhe's gaze, his voice unconsciously softening. I need to go out now. Su Nianhe's expression instantly darkened, her voice filled with a coquettish anger. Lin Mu, you're leaving right after kissing me? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm unhappy. Comfort me. Lin Mu looked at her throwing a tantrum and softened his tone. People from the Kingdom of the Night have appeared at Qingshou Mountain. One of them is a 7th level high-level awakener. My people are waiting for me. Is that so? Su Nianhe's anger subsided slightly, but she still pouted. Fine, I won't be angry with you this time. But there's one thing, I have to stay with you. Lin Mu nodded. Okay, go back and change your clothes, let's go. The next second, Lin Mu's eyes widened suddenly. Su Nianhe had already started lifting her nightgown in front of him. He grabbed her wrist instantly, his voice urgent. Go back and change. Su Nianhe pouted. What? Am I not allowed to take my clothes off in front of you now? Lin Mu shook her head, her ears slightly red. Go back to your room to change. This is still not right. Su Nianhe gently interrupted, her fingertips lightly tracing the back of his hand. Lin Mu, when is it right? Lin Mu opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Okay, you're so silly. Wait for me to change. After saying that, Su Nianhe walked barefoot towards the bedroom, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, making her back view even more alluring. Lin Mu let out a soft sigh and murmured, how did it suddenly turn out like this? What kind of relationship is this? Is this what dating is? He shook his head again, as if trying to convince himself. No, I haven't pushed her down yet. It shouldn't have come to that point yet. Yeah, that's it. Lin Mu, what are you whispering about? Su Nianhe had already come out of the bedroom, her long black hair loosely tied up, and she was wearing Lin Mu's loose coat. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then said softly, it's all right, let's go. Humph, were you secretly talking badly about me? Su Nianhe changed into her brand new white shoes in the entryway and looked him straight in the eye. Lin Mu had just stepped out of the room when he suddenly stopped, turned around to look at her, and said in an unusually serious tone, Su Nianhe, I will definitely fall in love with you. Don't rush me, be patient and wait until I like you, okay? Chapter 129. In this life, I will only love you. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes lit up instantly, her pink lips parted slightly, and her face was filled with undisguised surprise. Even her breathing became a little rapid. Lin Mu, can I take this as you confessing your feelings to me? Lin Mu replied seriously. I was talking about the future, not now. Su Nianhe pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Tisich, what if I don't wait? Lin Mu frowned. You can't not wait. Su Nianhe suddenly chuckled, took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, and lightly tapped his chest with her fingertips. You don't even admit that you like me. So what right do you have to tell me what to do? What if I fall in love with someone else in the future? Lin Mu frowned even more deeply. You can't like other people. I will kill whoever you like. Puffed. Su Nianhe laughed even harder and took his arm. Lin Mu, you're so silly. She leaned closer to his ear, her voice growing even gentler. In this life, I will only love you. Could it be that you're going to kill yourself? Of course I don't count, Lin Mu said, and strode out of the room. Lin Mu, you have to hold hands when you go out from now on. Understand? Su Nianhe smiled and quickly followed after him. 2:40 a.m. Hundreds of meters from the simple temple atop the mountain, Lu Ping finally couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned close to Gu Song, whispering, Brother Gu, who exactly are we waiting for? They've arrived. Gu Song looked at the two figures approaching side by side in the distance, stepped forward to meet them, and muttered to himself. Good heavens, there are actually two people coming at this hour. Could it be that my casual guess has come true? Did they have a fight, but then made up and moved in together? But that doesn't make sense either. Why would he bring this woman to a place like this? Was the guy too confident, or did he simply not take that bald monk seriously at all? Ning Mo, Qing He, and Feng Shi followed Gu Song without saying a word. This scene left Lu Ping even more bewildered. He quickly chased after the person, but when he got closer and saw who it was, he froze on the spot. Holy crap, isn't this Brother Gu's distant cousin? Why did Brother Gu let this kid run to such a dangerous place? Isn't this just a complete burden? Brother Gu is so confused. Feng Shi's expectant gaze dimmed instantly when she saw the woman nestled beside Lin Mu. The woman was stunningly beautiful, and she was holding Lin Mu's hand affectionately, the two of them looking just like a couple deeply in love. She sighed inwardly, combining Ning Mo and Qin He's words, and that brief encounter last night. I thought I had guessed correctly. But now it seems that he is definitely not the chief of the court. When has the chief of the court ever been so gentle? Ning Mo's eyes also flashed with surprise. He knew that Ting Shou was in love, but he did not expect that Ting Shou and this woman were so inseparable that they even had to bring each other along to the dangerous mountain peak. Although he didn't understand, he had already made up his mind. If there was any real danger, he would definitely protect Ting Shou's woman. Only Qinghe's expression was exceptionally interesting at this moment. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Ting Shou and Hong Wang were living together. The next second he nodded to himself. As expected of the chief of the court, he can even easily control the king of calamity. Gu Tsang was about to greet them when Lin Mu interrupted him in a deep voice. Let's go take a look. No need to follow. Before Gu Tsang could react, Lin Mu and Su Nianhe walked side by side toward the simple temple not far away. Lu Ping was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why do I feel like this new awakened one is giving us orders when he speaks? And why aren't Ning Mo and the other three saying anything? Is it simply that you don't want to speak today? Forget it. My pig brain isn't suited for thinking too much. If they're not curious, then I'm too lazy to figure it out. Feng Shi's dim eyes lit up again, but seeing Su Nianhe nestled against her, she couldn't help but have doubts. Is it possible that Chief Minister Ting is really in love? Two figures strolled leisurely toward the temple, completely disregarding the monks inside. Su Nianhe's voice was gentle. Speaking so casually? You're not planning to hide it anymore. Lin Mu nodded, his tone frank. They are all my trusted confidants. There's no need to hide it from them. If they can't guess it, that's their problem. Besides, after tomorrow, I will return to Zhenyiding in my current capacity. Puff. Su Nianhe couldn't help but chuckle. It's interesting to think about. Zhenyi Tingting is going to return to his territory as a newcomer. Lin Mu paused, then added, It's just that my identity has been changed back. It doesn't mean I'll go. Su Nianhe blinked her bright eyes, then asked as if suddenly realizing something. This counts as a nominal appointment? A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. He hadn't expected her to understand that, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. You're really smart. Su Nianhe first raised her chin triumphantly, but the next second she realized what she had done and said coquettishly, Lin Mu, do you think I'm stupid? No, you're not stupid. You're the smartest. Real. Humph, I'll reluctantly believe you this once. As they spoke, the two had already reached the temple gate. Bang! Lin Mu lifted his foot and kicked open the old wooden door of the temple. But inside the temple, an eerie silence prevailed. Lin Mu stood in the center of the temple, his brows furrowed slightly. They escaped? That shouldn't be the case. How could a seventh-level awakened being be scared away by Gu Tsang and the others? Lin Mu, are you going to destroy this place? As Su Nianhe asked gently, a crimson wing suddenly bloomed behind her, carrying a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Lin Mu pondered for a moment, then said gently, No need, I'll come here often in the future. If it's destroyed, he might never come back, and the trail will be completely cut off. Su Nianhe instantly retracted the crimson wings behind her, and her tone softened. All right, I'll listen to you. The two walked out of the temple side by side, while 5 people not far away waited quietly with different expressions. Gu Tsang gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the temple. Ning Mo remained expressionless. Qin He crossed his arms, and Feng Shi gripped the hem of her clothes with her fingertips. Only Lu Ping paced back and forth, looking completely bewildered, as if he had long forgotten why he had come there. Lin Mu looked at the 5 people, a faint smile on his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Su Nianhe grabbed his arm under everyone's gaze. Her voice was soft and coquettish. Lin Mu, it's very late. Let's go home and go to sleep. Gu Tsang's lips twitched slightly. Ning Mo's cold face suddenly froze, and Qin Yi's mind was frantically flooded with Ting Shou is awesome. Feng Shimei's eyes widened, and she had only one thought in her mind. She had to ask him directly today. Lu Ping was even more confused. Why could Brother Gu feel at ease letting his distant cousin bring his girlfriend to the temple? At this moment, he suddenly missed the days when Zhang Huai was by his side. The two of them, who didn't use their brains, were still very happy together. Cough, cough. Lin Mu cleared his throat twice to break the awkward silence. There's no one left in the temple. That monk must have escaped. See you later. Chapter 130. Speak completely. What can you do? Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Nianhe grabbed his arm and walked down the mountain under the watchful eyes of the 5 people. They had only walked a few dozen meters when a clear voice suddenly rang out. Wait a minute. Fengshi quickly caught up, and Lu Ping was confused again. What's going on now? What does Fengshi want with them? Fengshi stood in front of Lin Mu, her voice tinged with excitement, and her eyes sparkling with anticipation, but she hesitated to speak. Lin Mu smiled faintly. Fengshi, I will be returning to Zhenyi Court soon. Boom. These words struck Fengshi like a thunderbolt. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Mu and Su Nianhe had already walked away. Her eyes instantly reddened, and the emotions that had been building up for so long burst forth at this moment. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she murmured softly, Chief Ting is really still alive. My thoughts instantly drifted back to the day before the final battle. The Zhenyi Court's army was assembled, but the court leader temporarily dispatched the 3 of them to the far north to carry out a mission. But when they returned, they received the devastating news of the army's annihilation. Fengshi snapped back to reality, but still felt it was unreal. Could the once decisive and taciturn Chief Justice really have changed so much in just a few months? She could clearly see that the way Ting Shou looked at that woman contained undisguised doting affection. Ting Shou is really in love. Thinking of this, she forcefully wiped away her tears, her expression returning to its usual coldness. As she walked back to the 4 of them, her beautiful eyes swept over Gu Song, Ning Mo, and Qing He, and she asked in a serious tone, yes or no? The 3 exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Lu Ping was bewildered again, scratching his head and unable to help but ask, can you please stop playing riddles? Can you say something I can understand? The air fell silent instantly. No one responded to him. The entrance to Qingshou Mountain. Cheng Xiao looked up at the sky with a look of utter disbelief, muttering to himself. I thought it was just a trivial training exercise. How did it turn out like this? The 4 chiefs all came to Jiangsheng in person because of my actions this time. I feel like I've really messed up a lot. After saying that, he sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. 3:50 a.m. In the living room of Yunjing Residential Community. Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa, his brows furrowed, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the edge of his phone as he muttered to himself. Since he's been hiding for over 20 years, why would he suddenly appear in the Forbidden City? With such strength, would they really obey the Azure King? Or perhaps it's related to the envoy of the state? He suddenly sat up straight, his pupils contracting slightly, as if he had grasped some crucial clue, and his brows furrowed even more. Also, when he first entered the Forbidden City, his 2 trusted confidants were always by his side. But after the war broke out, the 2 men completely disappeared from the battlefield. He took a deep breath, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. To gain absolute initiative, we must destroy their hidden strongholds one by one. We need to get Zhao Shanhe's intelligence network working against the clock. As he spoke, he picked up his phone, quickly typed a message, and sent it. In the shower room, the sound of running water continued, and the water mist enveloped Su Nianhe like a thin veil. She raised her delicate hand, her fingertips sliding down her collarbone to her chest, water droplets dripping from between her fingers. A faint smile played on her lips, her voice soft. This Lin Mu. I wonder if he's finally seen the light. He keeps saying such nonsensical things. And they told me to patiently wait for him to like me back? What kind of nonsense is that? It's so silly, but I love it so much. She walked barefoot to the glass door, and as she pushed it open, a mist of water gushed out. Her voice was soft and sweet. Lin Mu, help me get my nightgown and underwear. Lin Mu's body stiffened abruptly, and his phone almost slipped from his hand. He coughed twice, then got up and walked towards her bedroom, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, Why didn't you take it in? I deliberately wanted you to take it, what? You don't want to. Su Nianhe's voice came through the sound of running water. Lin Mu paused for a moment, then quickly took out the red lace slip dress from the closet. When he picked up the underwear again, his cheeks flushed slightly, and even the tips of his ears felt hot. He strode to the glass door of the shower room, slipped the clothes through the open door, and said in a deliberately low voice, Take it. The next second, Lin Mu's heartbeat suddenly went out of control. A moist, jade-like hand gently touched his wrist. Su Nianhe grabbed his arm, her voice becoming increasingly seductive. Lin Mu, come in and hand it to me. Almost instinctively, Lin Mu quickly stuffed the clothes into her hands, simultaneously pulling his wrist back, and slamming the glass door shut all in one fluid motion. He quickly sat back down on the sofa, his turbulent emotions making it impossible for him to calm down. A soft chuckle came from the shower room. Su Nianhe looked down at the clothes in her hands, her eyes curving into crescents. Silly, so cute. A moment later, the glass door to the shower room was gently pushed open. Su Nianhe walked out barefoot, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, with water droplets still dripping from the ends. She was wearing a burgundy lace slip dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. She sat gracefully beside Lin Mu, leaning against his shoulder, and said softly, "Lin Mu, I'm leaving for a few days tomorrow. Will you miss me?" Lin Mu's eyes dimmed for a moment, then vanished in an instant. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice carried a hint of inexplicable disappointment. "You have the key, you can come back anytime." Lin Mu. She reached out her delicate hand and placed it against his chest, feeling his accelerated heartbeat in her palm. Her tone was slightly reproachful. "Don't give me irrelevant answers. Answer me, will you miss me?" Lin Mu looked down at her, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was hesitation, seriousness, and a hint of reluctance that even he himself didn't realize. He said earnestly, "I don't know." Su Nianhe frowned slightly, her expression instantly turning displeased. But when she looked up and met his gaze, Lin Mu added, "I don't know about the future, but I have a feeling. I will." Lin Mu. From now on, speak completely at once. Su Nianhe's expression instantly relaxed, and a sweet smile returned to her lips. She gently poked his cheek with her finger. "Finish your sentence. What can you do?" "I will miss you," Lin Mu said, her eyes instinctively looking away. "Look at me." Su Nianhe moved slightly, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Lin Mu, what do we do before going to sleep?" Lin Mu looked directly into her beautiful eyes and blurted out, "Say goodnight." "No." Su Nianhe leaned even closer, her nose almost touching his, and her red lips parted slightly. "Anything else?" Chapter 131. Are women made by getting angry? Lin Mu seemed to be thinking seriously, his brows furrowing, but in the end he shook his head. "That's all. Humph, this is the last time I'll remind you. If you forget again, I'll really get angry, understand?" Before he could finish speaking, her soft red lips had already gently pressed against his. Lin Mu's eyes widened suddenly, his body stiffened for a moment, and he let her kiss him. He didn't know when it started, but he gradually began to get used to this way of getting along. But reason still held. This pace was too fast. He couldn't adjust immediately and needed time to process and adapt to this sudden change. After the kiss, Su Nianhe's breath, sweet and fragrant, brushed against his face, her voice becoming even softer. "Lin Mu, remember this forever. As long as we're together, we should have a good morning kiss and a good night kiss every day. Did you remember?" Lin Mu's eyes widened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously, and he couldn't help but utter a single word, But the next second he added seriously, "I still think it's too fast." "Lin Mu, do you want to make me angry right now? Say it again." Su Nianhe interrupted him angrily, gently poking his chest with her fingertip. Lin Mu paused, blinking her eyes in confusion. "Why do you get angry so often now? You weren't like this before." Su Nianhe's expression darkened slightly, and her tone suddenly turned cold. "What? You don't like it anymore?" "No, not at all." The words had barely left his mouth when Lin Mu realized his statement was somewhat. Su Nianhe chuckled, and the next second she suddenly raised her delicate foot and lightly kicked him in the cheek. Lin Mu subconsciously grabbed her ankle, his fingertips touching her delicate skin. He himself didn't realize that his eyes were already filled with doting helplessness. "What do you want to do now? Is my ankle nice to touch?" Su Nianhe asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lin Mu quickly and gently put her feet down, saying helplessly, "It's late, go to sleep." Su Nianhe pouted and deliberately dragged out her words. "Humph, you just touched me and then sent me to sleep. I've decided to hate you before I wake up." After saying that, her graceful figure flashed before Lin Mu's eyes, and she turned and walked towards the bedroom, not forgetting to glare at him as her hair brushed against the door frame. Lin Mu watched her retreating figure, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He then got up and walked back to his room. Inside the bedroom, Lin Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the shimmering neon lights under the night sky of Jiangqing. His heart was in turmoil, not from agitation, but from a frantic urge to prove his feelings for her. He habitually flicked his cigarette pack, and a cigarette flew precisely into his lips. The moment a faint flame ignited at his fingertips, he suddenly stopped. The next second, He took the cigarette out of his mouth and threw the whole pack into the trash can. He leaned against the headboard and murmured softly, "Mountain climbing? Or maybe I won't go." After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "I think I should sleep until I naturally wake up. After all, it's the last day at the academy." As if suddenly remembering something, he moved swiftly and picked up the bouquet of champagne roses from the bedside table. He gently pulled out the card inside, and 2 lines of hasty but warm handwriting instantly caught his eye. "Lin Mu, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay?" Sun Yinha's heart will always belong to Lin Mu. His smile deepened, and he gently traced the words "forever belong" with his fingertips, murmuring softly, "The handwriting is still so messy. What a silly woman." After saying that, he took out an exquisite wooden box from the drawer and carefully put the card inside, afraid of damaging it even a little. After doing all this, he lay back down on the bed with a smile on his face. The moment the lights went out, a soft click was heard, and the bedroom door was quietly pushed open. Lin Mu's eyes widened slightly as he looked up, his voice gentle yet tinged with doubt. "I said good night, and I gave you a good night kiss, so why are you here again?" "I've been thinking about it, and I think we should add another item later." Sun Yinha walked into the bedroom and closed the door behind her. Under his gaze, her graceful figure walked towards him step by step. Reaching the bedside, she twirled and slipped into the covers, her long, snow-white legs casually draped over Lin Mu's lap, her delicate hands lightly resting on his chest, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and her voice was soft and sweet. "Lin Mu, let's sleep in each other's arms." Lin Mu's body trembled slightly, and his heartbeat, which had just calmed down, became chaotic again. He turned his head slightly to look at the delicate body in his arms, paused for 3 seconds, and then said, "Sun Yinha, this is really not right. It's too fast. Can you wait until I like you before doing this? We should proceed step by step." "Shut up, I'm sleepy." Sun Yinha's voice grew softer and softer, her breathing gradually becoming steady, as if she were about to fall asleep at any moment. "If you dare to push me away, I will be angry. If I am angry, you won't be able to sleep." Lin Mu was taken aback, then asked earnestly in a soft voice, "I don't understand. Why would you get angry over something like this? Are women made by getting angry?" Puff. Sun Yinha couldn't help but chuckle softly, her shoulders trembling slightly. She rubbed her cheek against his earlobe again until her warm breath brushed against his earlobe before stopping. "You seem like a curious baby who doesn't know anything." She paused, then murmured, "I had decided to hate you before I woke up, but I can't help but like you. I'm so sleepy, time for bed." A few seconds later, Sun Yinha's breathing became completely steady. Lin Mu gently pulled the blanket up for her, feeling a strange impulse. He wanted to wake her up now and then, pull himself down once. But looking at her profile as she slept, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, he gave up and secretly decided in his heart, Next time, we must take the initiative to knock it down. We can't keep putting it off. This feeling of not really liking is very unpleasant." A few minutes later, his breathing also became steady, and as he turned over, he unconsciously hugged her delicate body even tighter. Sun Yinha's eyelashes trembled slightly, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and she snuggled closer to him, her soft body pressing against him even more tightly. 10 a.m. St. Capital, Sun and Moon Cafe. On the first floor, tourists who had come from far and wide had already formed a long queue. The humming of the coffee machines and the chatter of people mingled together, making it as lively as a market. The atmosphere inside the 3-story office was unusually heavy. Zhao Shana sat in the main seat, with Chun Yong and Lu Mingzai on either side. The 3 of them looked at a landscape painting that covered the long table and fell silent. The marks circled in red on the map looked like striking exclamation marks. Chapter 132. Such an outstanding person deserves Zhen Yiting to make an exception for him. After a long pause, a glint of light flashed in Zhao Shana's eyes. He tapped his fingertips heavily on the locations of several mountain ranges on the map and said in a deep voice, "We have been in a misconception all along, which is to ignore the mountains and rivers of each city." Chen Yong leaned forward respectfully and asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" Zhao Shanha raised his hand to interrupt. "Starting today, send 80% of the people to various cities and mountainous areas. If any discoveries are made, evacuate and report immediately." "Yes, boss," the 2 replied in unison. After they left, Zhao Shanha frowned and murmured, "What is the purpose of the central government's large-scale actions recently? What is the kingdom organization, operating behind the scenes, planning to do now? He sighed again, his voice tinged with weariness. It's absurd that the envoy who once championed righteousness is actually the biggest mastermind behind everything. I thought that in the final battle, with my trump cards and the forces of Zhen Yiding both overt and covert, it would be an evenly matched battle. But if we add an 8th-tier awakener, the scales will tip too far. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will be a bloody feast that will fight to the death and sweep across China. Yunjing residential area. In the bedroom, Linmu opened her sleepy eyes, subconsciously turned over, and reached for her phone on the bedside table. The screen lights up, displaying the time as 10:15. He rubbed his eyes and prepared to get up and head to Qingshou Mountain. The next second, as if he suddenly remembered something, he abruptly looked to his side. The pillow was empty, with only a faint scent of his body lingering in the air, proving that he hadn't slept alone in bed last night. He murmured softly, his eyes dimming, "Have they already left?" The moment he sat up, a white slip of paper instantly caught his eye. The above consists of 3 lines of hastily written text. "Linmu, you're sleeping like a log. I'm leaving now. If you miss me, just call me anytime. Don't be shy or hesitant, okay? Also, I've already sent you a good morning kiss." After reading it, Linmu subconsciously touched his lips with his fingertips. He shook his head and chuckled softly. "Your handwriting really needs improvement." After saying that, he put the note into the drawer. Deep inside the drawer, there was another note that had been stored for a long time, with 3 lines of hastily written handwriting. "I'm leaving, don't worry about me." A string of phone numbers. "If you miss me, give me a call." A moment later, he arrived at the entrance, put on his coat, and strode out the door. Inside the principal's office at Jiangxing College, a dignified man sat opposite Principal Song, his invisible pressure spreading like a tide, making Principal Song's already reserved expression even more tense. He carefully pushed the teacup in front of the man and sat back on the leather sofa with his back still straight. He said, "It is truly beyond my expectations. It is only a freshman with theory, but no strength who has caught the eye of Zhen Yiding. But what surprised me even more was that this was such a trivial matter, yet it brought Chief Ning Mo here in person." He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing, and finally couldn't help but lean forward to ask, "May I ask the reason?" After all, the Zhenyi court has never set a precedent for anyone below the 4th-tier awakener since ancient times, let alone someone who is a 0-tier awakener. "Of course, I was just asking casually. If it's inconvenient." "It's all right." Ning Mo looked up at him and interrupted in a deep voice. "I have personally met this student, and his theoretical knowledge is even above ours. Such an outstanding person deserves Zhen Yiding to make an exception for him." Principal Song nodded in agreement, his wrinkles crinkling into a smile. Yes, you're right. I was short-sighted." He rubbed his hands together tentatively and asked, "If there are students like this in the future, will they also have the honor of entering the Zhenyi court?" "No." Ning Mo's answer was calm and without any ripples. Cough, cough. Principal Song choked on his tea and coughed repeatedly. When he put down his teacup, there was still water on the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of question marks. He stood there for a moment, not knowing how to respond. "Let's get the paperwork done, Principal Song," Ning Mo said calmly. Principal Song replied repeatedly, Okay, don't worry, I'll prepare the graduation procedures for Lin Mu right away. This child is truly blessed. I imagine his family will throw a 3-day banquet to celebrate when they hear the news." Qingshou Mountain, the blazing sun hangs high. Looking up from the foot of the mountain, the trainees, carrying 150-pound weighted packs, resembled a wriggling dragon rushing towards the summit. My back was completely soaked with sweat, clinging damply to my back, and the winding mountain path was covered with glistening drops of sweat. Halfway up the mountain, a chubby figure was panting heavily as he moved along. He carried a heavy load on his back, held a glass of chilled, freshly squeezed juice in his left hand, and gripped a sizzling, oily grilled sausage in his right hand. Not a single part of his body was idle. As he ate the grilled sausage, he muttered to himself, "My dad always said that if a mountain sells grilled sausages, it means that the mountain is very safe." He paused, took another sip of freshly squeezed juice, and mumbled, "It has to be Brother Mo. He dares to skip such a big academy event, which will be included in the final exam. Doesn't he care at all?" At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man in a gray uniform ran up to Cheng Xiao with a friendly smile on his face. "Instructor Cheng Xiao, the last batch of students has climbed the mountain, and the attendance of the entire academy has been counted. Almost perfect attendance." Cheng Xiao's face darkened instantly. When he looked up at the middle-aged man, the coldness in his eyes made the man instinctively shrink back. Complete is complete, and incomplete is incomplete. How can it be considered basic? Coach Du, are you confusing the facts? This is the second time. Coach Du's expression stiffened, and he quickly smiled apologetically. Just like last time, it's Lin Mu who's absent again. Do you think? Is it necessary to make another home visit? Cheng Zhao's lips twitched violently, and he finally sighed helplessly. He's taken leave again? Oh well, we should be more tolerant of students who are weak and sickly. Coach Du's smile froze for a moment before he replied. Coach Cheng Zhao. This time, he didn't ask for leave. Cheng Zhao's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. After all, the shadow of the last home visit had not yet dissipated, and he felt inexplicably apprehensive whenever he thought of Lin Mu. Boom! The roar of an engine suddenly shattered the silence of the mountains. Immediately afterwards, a black Maybach sped up like lightning and came to a steady stop at the foot of the mountain. Lin Mu calmly stepped out of the car and walked up to the two men, asking in a composed tone, Coach Cheng Zhao, Coach Du, where are the weight packs? Coach Du quickly pointed to the distance, his tone urgent. It's just 100 meters ahead. We're only missing you. I'm telling you this separately. Once you reach the summit, you need to get Instructor Chen's signature. Otherwise, this assessment will be considered a failure. Understand? Cheng Zhao didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on Lin Mu, his brows furrowed slightly. The entrance to Qingshou Mountain was clearly blocked. How did Lin Mu drive in? Lin Mu simply responded with a faint and turned to leave. His back was tall and aloof, as if he were carrying some unspoken thoughts, and his whole being exuded a cold indifference that kept strangers at bay. Instructor Cheng Zhao, you had perfect attendance at this Qingshou Mountain training exercise. Instructor Du quickly put away the trainee roster and reported again with a smile. Cheng Zhao didn't respond. He stared at Lin Mu's back with a somewhat dazed look in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he saw the shadow of another person in Lin Mu. After snapping back to his senses, he laughed self-deprecatingly. How could that be? Chapter 133, A Newcomer Arrives in Jinyiding. On the mountaintop, Coach Chen sat comfortably on a smooth boulder, twirling an empty thermos cup between his fingers. The hot water inside had long since disappeared. With such a high mountain and the added weight, even the fastest group of trainees won't reach the summit until after midnight, right? He had just finished muttering to himself when his pupils suddenly contracted and the thermos in his hand clattered against the stone. Not far away, a figure carrying a black heavy bag was strolling uphill with ease, showing no signs of strain. Before Coach Chun could react, the figure had already walked up to him, saying in a calm voice, Coach Chun, sign in. Coach Chun sprang up from the boulder, his eyes filled with disbelief. I remember you, Lin Mu, right? Lin Mu nodded and said, then looked at him calmly. Coach Chun, should we put the weights back at the foot of the mountain? No need, no need. Coach Chun quickly waved his hand, his tone still tinged with shock. Just leave it here, we'll transport it down by cable car later. He paused, then couldn't help but ask, if I remember correctly, you're a level 0 awakener. How come you were the first to reach the top? With a bang, Lin Mu casually tossed his heavy pack to the ground, raising a light cloud of dust. He said casually, go straight. Is there anything else after you sign in, Coach Chen? No, that's all. Coach Chen wanted to ask more, but Lin Mu had already turned and walked to the other side of the mountain peak. He stared at the retreating figure, feeling that the student's aura was inexplicably intimidating. He shook his head and smiled wryly, about to pick up his thermos, when he suddenly froze. Go straight? This mountain road is full of curves. How can we go straight? Are you suggesting we just fly up here? A sudden, urgent ringtone interrupted his thoughts, and the words Principal Song lit up on the screen. He answered the call immediately, his tone instantly breaking into a smile. Principal, what are your instructions? Yes, I understand. What? You've graduated? What? Jinyiding? What? Chief Ning Mo? Yes, I understand. After the call ended, Coach Chen's hands were still trembling slightly. In just a few dozen seconds, he had been shocked several times. He looked up, wanting to call out to Lin Mu, but found that he had already disappeared from his sight. He looked up at the sky, his tone filled with a bewildered disbelief. That's Jinyiding. The assessment criteria have always been based on strength above all else, so why would they specially recruit a student who only has theory? What's even more incredible is that Chief Ning Mo actually came in person. He's someone who truly stands at the top. Did this kid's ancestral grave emit auspicious smoke? No, it should have been blown up. On the other side of the mountain peak, Lin Mu leaned against a flat rock, gazing blankly at the sea of clouds in the distance. He instinctively reached into his pocket to take out a cigarette, but found nothing. He smiled helplessly and muttered to himself, "Even though she's gone, why does her face still keep flashing through my mind? It's clearly not to the point of liking each other yet, but what exactly is this inexplicable longing?" He let out a soft sigh. "I thought my heart would be at peace after she left, but I didn't expect. This inexplicable emotion is making my heart even more chaotic. Shovel, are you really right? If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off easily. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore." After a while, he looked up at the sky and murmured, "Judging by the time, she should have arrived in Jinbei City by now." He suddenly felt a pang of regret, regretting his hesitation in not pushing her down. He then smiled helplessly and said, "Sun Yinhe, have you stolen my heart?" A soft footstep brought Lin Mu back to his senses. Soon, a man with a long sword gleaming coldly at his waist and a slightly sinister look on his face walked up to him and said respectfully, "Chief, you are now in the Zhenyi court." Lin Mu patted the empty seat next to him and said with a faint smile, "Sit down, Qinghe. I have something I'd like to talk to you about." "Yes, Chief Ting." Qinghe immediately went over and sat down, his back ramrod straight. Ting Shou didn't speak, and he didn't dare to say anything either. The air was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of the mountain wind rustling through the grass. Lin Mu gazed at the distant horizon and suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Qinghe, do you know what like means?" Qinghe was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He opened his mouth and then closed it again, finally managing to say with a bitter face after a long pause, "Chief Ting, I'm single." Lin Mu chuckled, waved his hand, and stood up. "Never mind, I'm free now anyway. I'll practice with you. Go all out against me and see if you've been slacking off lately." Qinghe's right hand, which was gripping the sword hilt, trembled suddenly, and his eyes were filled with confusion. How did I suddenly become a sparring partner? He stood up, tears welling in his eyes, his fingertips trembling. "It's over. I'm going to suffer another heavy blow." At 5:30 p.m., it was getting dark. St. Capital, Zhen Erding Mansion. In the lobby on the first floor, the noisy discussion was suddenly interrupted by a crisp exclamation. The woman in the Zhenyi Ting uniform clutched the documents in her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Have you heard? A newcomer has arrived in Zhenyi Court. A zero-level awakened being recruited through special recruitment based on theory. This is simply unbelievable." That can't be right. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. "The first rule of the Zhenyi Ting assessment is that you must start at the 4th rank. Sister, are you kidding me?" The woman handed the documents to the other person and said confidently, "Absolutely true. His file was just transferred from Jiangxing College, and his name is Lin Mu. He is quite handsome, but that's all he has left. He has no talent whatsoever. I still prefer the kind who is both handsome and good at fighting." "Wake up," someone joked. "If a man like that really existed, would you even be a chance?" The woman, hands on her hips and raising an eyebrow, said, "Why wouldn't it be my turn? I'm already at level 4 at 29, and I'm good looking. What kind of woman can I find?" The murmurs surged through the hall like a tide, and everyone's face was filled with curiosity and skepticism. The control room on the 32nd floor. Shinro stood with her head down in front of the desk, looking at the man sitting upright in the leather chair, exuding a powerful aura. "Chief Ningyemo, since this newcomer doesn't seem to have much ability, how about assigning him to my team as a deputy?" Shinro's voice was respectfully tentative. Ningyemo raised his eyes, his deep gaze sweeping over her, his tone indifferent. "There's no need to arrange anything for him. Just pretend he doesn't exist." Shinro's pupils contracted slightly. "Doesn't exist? Then isn't it just a nominal position? Good heavens. What kind of status does he have to be listed as an official in Zhenyi Court? No way. Even if he had extraordinary connections, there's no way he could be listed as an official in the Zhenyi Court." Chapter 134. If I ever have the chance to meet that woman again, I will definitely tear off her blood-red mask. She was full of doubts, but dared not ask, and could only respectfully reply, "I understand." After hesitating for a few seconds, she couldn't help but add, "Then, should we arrange an office area for him?" "No need." Ningyemo paused, then gave a faint smile. "His room has always been there." Shinro was completely dumbfounded, but could only suppress the question marks in her mind and leave. Walking down the corridor, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Why is Chief Ning Mo acting so strangely today? What does it mean that he's been in the room the whole time?" He's just a greenhorn fresh out of academy. Where would Jin Eating get his room? And Chief Feng Shi and Chief Lu Ping also seemed absent-minded after they came back. The strangest thing is Chief Qing He, whose face is swollen as if he had been beaten up. What happened? Jinbei City, the top floor of Wunyan Building. The dimly lit room was filled with a bone-chilling cold, and an invisible pressure enveloped the 4 people inside. 2 beautiful women knelt on the ground, their skirts soaked with cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. 2 men were hanging upside down from the ceiling, barely daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing the person on the throne. On the throne, Su Nianhe wore a flowing red dress, her silver-white high heels with red soles striking the ground with a cold, hard echo. She casually crossed her right leg over her left, and as her skirt slipped down, a section of her fair and slender calf was revealed. She rested her elbow on the armrest, her jade-like hand supporting her chin. Her beautiful face was devoid of warmth, and her gaze was filled with icy coldness. Cold sweat dripped continuously from the foreheads of the 4 men. In the deathly silent room, only the dripping sound of water pounded on their nerves. Have I been too lenient with you? A cold voice suddenly rang out, making the air in the room even colder. Yu Ning and Yu Lan immediately lowered their heads even further, while the 2 people on the ceiling dared not even breathe. They had hoped that the king would not pursue the matter further, but all their beautiful illusions were shattered the moment he returned. When did it become your place to test my man? Su Nianhe's voice grew even colder, and a chill swept over them like a tidal wave, causing the 4 of them to stop breathing instantly. Duh. She stood up in her high heels, each step sending shivers down their spines. When she reached the door, she had her back to the 4 people, and her voice was completely calm. This is the first time, and the last time. Repeat offense's death. The door slammed shut with an invisible force, and only then did the 4 people in the room dare to breathe heavily, as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. Sigh, I told you so. How could the king not hold it against us? After all, we acted on our own. Xiu Hu was tied by the rope and hung from the ceiling, looking miserable. Lu Jiu was also suspended in the same way, his body swaying back and forth in midair. He said with tears in his eyes, I told you from the beginning that this was not a good idea, but you didn't believe me. Brother Hu, are we going to be suspended for 3 more days? Hey, hanging is no better than kneeling. I feel like 3 days of kneeling is worse than 3 days of hanging. Xiu Hu said. Lu Jiu's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? Xiu Hu paused, then said seriously, you can fall asleep while hanging, but you can't fall asleep while kneeling. Lu Jiu. Yu Ning. Yu Lan. In another room, Su Nianhe casually tossed her high heels to the ground, her exquisite body leaning lazily against the sofa. She swung her jade-like feet, a faint smile playing on her lips, the coldness in her eyes melting into tenderness. What is Lin Mu doing at this hour? Should we give him a call? The next second, her red lips pouted slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of temper. Forget it. You never even bother to reach out to me. This time, I will deliberately avoid you. Let's see how long you can endure this. If you dare not contact me for more than 2 days, you're dead. You know that. Inside the Duansha Tavern in Jiangqing, Wang Quan stood in front of the bar, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Master Gu, there are so many mountains in the 11 districts under Jiangqing. Do you mean to search them all? His voice carried a hint of probing. Gu Tsang took a deep drag on his cigarette, the red glow of the butt flickering in the dim light. He slowly spoke. Yes, all of it. Especially those mountains with high danger levels that are never open to the general public. We need to search them thoroughly, understand? I understand. Wang Quan nodded repeatedly, then respectfully stepped closer. But Master Gu, the Jiangqing Town Police Station has limited manpower. If they search the entire area within half a month, I'm afraid they won't be able to maintain order in the city. In the next 2 weeks, Xiaoman and Sanshur will travel through all 11 major regions. Gu Tsang paused, his voice hoarse. Wang Quan, I'm only giving you half a month. If you can't finish searching, or if you try to play those deceptive tricks on me, your days are numbered. Wang Quan broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Don't worry, Master Gu, I, Wang Quan, will definitely complete the mission within half a month. Gu Tsang waved his hand, his tone tinged with impatience. Go, form the team and move out tonight. Understood. I'll issue the order as soon as I get back to headquarters. You can rest assured that I'll get things done. Wang Quan's smile became even more obsequious. As he turned to leave, the wooden door of the tavern creaked open. A young man dressed in black casual clothes and white shoes came into his view. Wang Quan quickly put on a smile and bowed to the young man, saying, "Please, go ahead." She quickly brushed past him and walked out of the tavern, still thinking to herself, anyone who knows Master Gu and knows his hiding place is definitely not a simple person. It's best to greet him with a smile. The tavern door clicked shut. Gutsong stubbed out his cigarette. The sharpness on his face instantly vanished, and he laughed heartily. "Hey, congratulations, brother. You've finally graduated." Lin Mu walked to the high stool in front of the bar and sat down, saying calmly, "Have you finished explaining to him?" Gutsong nodded. "Yes, half a month is enough for him. Why didn't we think of searching the mountains around the cities before? Those rugged mountains are perfect places to hide. This has been our misconception all along. We always thought that the kingdom was powerful enough that they had no need to hide in the shadows." Lin Mu's tone turned serious, and his brows furrowed slightly. "But I still can't figure it out. If the Guardian Envoy is the true behind-the-scenes leader of the kingdom, with his strength, plus the 4 7th-level high-level awakened beings he encountered that day, they could easily annihilate all the forces that do not submit. But not only did they not do that, they hid in the shadows like rats, and only the weak and vulnerable Green King appeared on the surface. Is there anyone in this world whom even the envoy of the State Guardian is wary of?" Gutsong frowned upon hearing this. Fear is one aspect, but internal discord is probably the main reason as well. That woman with the blood-red mask we encountered that day, if we hadn't taken action, she probably would have just left. Such a being probably wouldn't obey the kingdom's orders, would it? Lin Mu's eyes turned cold. "If I ever have the chance to meet that woman again, I will definitely tear off her blood-red mask." Chapter 135, A Wildfire Spreads, Bloodstained Kingdom. And that monk, who has been hiding in that dilapidated temple on the mountaintop for over 20 years. Wait, over 20 years? Lin Mu suddenly paused, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and his speech quickened abruptly. "Do you still remember what Zhao Shan has said? Those mysterious powerhouses who suddenly appeared 25 years ago. I'm certain now that these 4 are definitely from that group back then." Gutsong sat up abruptly, lit a cigarette with a snap, and said in a deep voice amidst the swirling smoke, "I have a feeling that we are getting closer and closer to the truth. If we were to confront them head-on now, what do you think our chances of winning would be?" Lin Mu was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at him. 40%. Gutsong's eyes widened in surprise, and he pressed, "Have you considered all your trump cards?" Lin Mu nodded. "Yes, so we need to eliminate their hidden forces as much as possible before they reveal their true intentions. But even if we do discover it, as long as we move one stronghold, the others will immediately be alerted. Do you want that?" Gutsong's voice suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted slightly, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. A sudden, intense killing intent flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, his tone icy cold. A prairie fire spread, staining the kingdom with blood. "Damn it, let's get them." Gutsong immediately perked up, his eyes flashing with excitement, and then asked, "So what are you planning to do next?" Lin Mu said calmly, "I'll go home tomorrow, and then I'll probably be in Zhenyiting for the next 2 weeks, serving as their sparring partners." Gutsong took a deep drag of his cigarette, the image of the 4 being tortured flashing through his mind. He suddenly chuckled and teased, "By the way, why do you look so sullen? Shouldn't it be a happy thing to not have to be a student anymore?" "It's nothing, I'm leaving," Lin Mu said as he stood up and walked steadily toward the door. Gutsong's eyes suddenly lit up, his gossip-loving nature instantly ignited, and he quickly called out to him, "By the way, bro, what exactly happened to you yesterday? Did the young couple have a fight? They were unrelated to each other before, but wow, they went up the mountain together at 3 a.m. Wow, how incredibly romantic. You had no idea how shocked we were when we saw that girl." Lin Mu paused slightly, turned around to look at him, and said in a calm but slightly authoritative tone, "Gutsong, I will also make time to train with you for the next 2 weeks." After saying that, he strode away without looking back. Gutsong's lips twitched, and he quickly stood up and waved his hand. "Hey, no, I was just asking casually. I didn't mean anything by it. Can't you just take it as a joke? Why do you have to take it so seriously?" The only response he received was the dull thud of the tavern door slamming shut. He slumped back into his leather seat, lit another cigarette, and sighed deeply as he exhaled the smoke. "This is really tough for me." Yunjing residential area. Click. The door was gently pushed open, and Lin Mu casually threw his black coat aside after entering the foyer. For some reason, he always felt that the house was too quiet. But then I thought, Isn't quiet the norm for a house where only one person lives? He walked toward the living room sofa, but his steps unconsciously slowed down, and his peripheral vision drifted uncontrollably toward the closed bedroom door Sunyan's room. Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa, tilted his head back, and sighed softly as he looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. It seems I can't let myself be too idle. When I'm too idle, a strange emotion starts to surge inside me. His gaze gradually became vacant, and every few minutes he would pick up his phone and turn on the screen. But every time the screen lights up, the notification bar is completely empty. Finally, he simply placed his phone face down on the coffee table and smiled helplessly. What am I expecting? Why do I keep looking at my phone? The next second, his brows furrowed suddenly, his eyes filled with doubt. Sunyan, why haven't you sent me any messages yet? Just as he got up, the cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang urgently. A faint smile instantly appeared on Lin Mu's lips. He quickly picked up his phone, but when he saw the caller ID showed Lin Yin, the light in his eyes dimmed for a moment, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. But he answered quickly, his voice gentle. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Huh? Lin Yin's clear, surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, why aren't you home yet? I've been here for ages. Huh? Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you not going home until tomorrow? Brother, I just called you yesterday. Have you already forgotten? I'm coming home today. Lin Yan's soft laughter came from the other end of the phone. Brother, are you crazy? You've never done this before. Lin Mu sat back down on the sofa, rubbed his temples, and then remembered that Yin Yin had indeed come home today. He replied with a smile. I've been too busy these past few days. Tell Mom and Dad I'll be back tomorrow. All right then. Dad asked me to tell you to remember to ask for leave. And another thing. I'll keep you in suspense for now, but your sister is really powerful now, so from now on, the responsibility of protecting the family will be entrusted to me. I'll tell you the details when you get back tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be in for a surprise. But, beep. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu was somewhat taken aback, his fingers unconsciously tapping the sofa armrest. Protect family? He paused, a knowing glint in his eyes. Yin Yin is already the director of the research and development base, so she should have a dedicated guard team, right? He stroked his chin, pondering. But who would those old men choose as her bodyguards? Shouldn't we at least send a 5th-tier awakened? 5th rank is still too low. Given how much those 3 old men like Yin Yin, it should be 6th rank. But are 6th-tier awakened beings, who are all proud and arrogant, willing to seriously protect a young girl who is just over 20 years old? His thoughts had barely drifted to this point when his brows furrowed again, and he murmured, Sunyan, why haven't you messaged me yet? You used to send at least 2 messages an hour ago. He leaned back on the sofa, trying to reassure himself. She's probably busy. She'll definitely contact me when she's done. Yes, you must be busy. I'll wait for you to contact me. Mingcheng, deep in the mountains at the northernmost tip. With an honest and simple look, Tai Chao walked out of his mud house, sat on the stone bench on the left side of the yard, took out something, and started fiddling with it, his eyes particularly focused. On a stone bench 2 meters away from him. And Shu Yao sat gracefully, the hem of her black dress casually draped over the cement ground, her long black hair loosely tied into a bun. She continued to gaze blankly at the horizon. Suddenly, she withdrew her gaze from the distance, her voice cold and clear, annoying. He paused in his shovel-wielding motion, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Without looking up, he said, I'm warning you one last time. This is my home. If you find it annoying, leave. I won't hold what happened last night against you, but you're really pushing your luck. And Shu Yao frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her calm eyes, her voice carrying a commanding coldness. Fong Taichiao, apologize to me. Chapter 136. Even in a world filled with filth, someone must carry the light and move forward. Bang. He slammed the shovel down on the stone table, his voice rising 8 octaves. I'll tell you your grandma's leg. How could you say something like that? And Shu Yao turned slightly to the side, looking at him with icy eyes. Get out of here. Damn it. The shovel seemed to laugh in anger, instantly standing up and walking up to her, pointing at his mud house. And Shu Yao, are you deaf to human language? The only mistake I ever made in my life was saving you. And Shu Yao met his angry gaze, her voice growing even colder. This is the last time I'm warning you. If you dare to yell at me again, I will destroy your home and then kill you. You. Tai Xiao took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and finally managed to suppress his voice, a helpless smile playing on his lips. I'm begging you. Can you go back to being mute? He sat down again and fiddled with his things, muttering to himself without looking up. Why do you seem like a completely different person the moment those two show up? You didn't want the phone when I offered it to you before, but after what happened last night, you took it. What? You're not planning on enjoying peace and quiet anymore. A rare, faint smile appeared on Shuyao's usually cool and aloof face, but it vanished in an instant. She gazed at the distant mountains, her voice softening. She is still alive. When I return to my homeland in the future, I will not be alone. Iron Shovel's lips twitched, and the thing in his hand fell thud onto the stone table. Fine, you're talking nonsense again. Go ahead and have your own tantrum. Don't bother me. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued fiddling with it, but his brows furrowed slightly. And Shuyao's gaze shifted to the mask in his hand, her tone turning cold. I saw a black robe in the room, and now you're fiddling with a mask. What are you trying to do? I wasn't doing anything, but suddenly I wanted to take it out. I made the mask because I was too bored. The shovel didn't even look up, but his fingers paused for a moment. And Shuyao sneered, her eyes full of mockery. After living in seclusion for more than a year, are you going to return to this rotten world just because of Baiju's appearance? You should know what he's going to do. You and he will both die. Your forces are too weak, too weak. Don't even think about killing all the darkness in the world with just the two of you. A single envoy can easily restrain you. But apart from you, you don't have a single person who can fight. Not a single one. The man with the shovel put down his mask, looked up at her, and suddenly gave her a simple, honest smile, his tone teasing. What? Are you afraid I'll die? And Shuyao's expression suddenly turned cold. You saved my life, and I will help you collect your body after you die. After saying that, she got up and walked towards the mud house, her high heels making a crisp clack-clack sound on the cement floor. Just as she was about to push open the door, the deep sound of a shovel came from behind her, the tone firm. The world is filthy, but someone always has to carry the light and move forward. And Shuyao, don't underestimate us. Also, I won't die, so you don't need to collect my body. And Shuyao paused slightly, her skirt swaying in the wind, before turning and walking into the room without looking back. The door creaked shut. The man with the shovel picked up the black mask, his fingertips tracing its cold edge. The Vung Ho, honest and simple, look on his face vanished, replaced by a resolute glint in his eyes. If the world is already shrouded in endless darkness, then I will use my body to carve out a ray of light. Inside the bedroom, and Shuyao leaned against the window, looking at him calmly, but her lips were secretly pursed. If you want to die, then die. I'm too lazy to collect your corpse. 11 o'clock late at night. The mountain peak closest to the village. A graceful figure exuding a powerful aura darted rapidly toward the mountain peak in the night, each leap filled with barely suppressed excitement. Upon reaching the summit, she abruptly stopped, her eyes instantly reddening, her lips trembling slightly, yet she could not utter a sound. In front of her, a woman with her back to her gazed at the sky, exuding a cool and aloof aura, her black dress fluttering in the howling mountain wind. The woman turned to look at her, a faint smile playing on her lips, her voice softening. Mou, I'm still here. Why are you crying? Mou was dressed in a gray outfit, her long hair tied up and swaying gently in the howling mountain wind. She looked at the woman in the black dress before her, her voice choked with emotion. Your Majesty, you're still here. That's so wonderful. And Shuyao walked lightly to her, her high heels clicking on the hard rocks with a tap, tap sound. She gently raised her jade-like hand and reached out to wipe away Mou's tears, her voice soft. Among my subordinates, you have grown the fastest, but at the same time, you are also the one who cries the most. As soon as she finished speaking, Mou couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and suddenly threw herself into Shuyao's arms, bursting into tears. It was as if all the pent-up grievances, repression, and despair were being poured out at this moment. And Shuyao's expression softened further as she gently patted her back. Moyu, after you've finished crying, I'll let you stay by my side forever, okay? Mou suddenly took a step back, nodded heavily, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. All right, Mou will always stay by the king's side. After a moment, Mou finally suppressed her surging emotions and told him all the information she had gathered over the past few months without reservation. When the topic turned to the central government's investigation into the surviving forces under the Red King, and Shuyao frowned slightly and interrupted, What do you mean? Why is the central government investigating the Red King? She secretly wondered, had Sun Yinhe been exposed? This crazy woman, she could be crazy about anything, but she had to fall in love with a man. Mo shook her head and replied seriously. We have interrogated people in the central government, and all we know so far is that this was a decision made by the central government's top brass. They seem to believe that the Red King is still alive. And Shu Yao frowned even more deeply and asked, how many of us who are hidden in the kingdom are left? Upon hearing this, Mo paused, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Your Majesty, after the news of your death was made public, they all lost contact. But Mo discovered their traces in secret. They should be. And Shu Yao reached out her delicate hand and patted her shoulder again, comforting her. None of that matters anymore. Besides you, who else is here? Mo's voice suddenly turned dejected. At the SS level, only Luan Shi and I are left. The remaining forces are scattered in various cities, hidden in the streets and alleys. She paused, then asked softly, Your Majesty, what should we do next? And Shu Yao said calmly, You don't need to do anything. Just rest for a while and wait for my summons. In the small courtyard of an earthen house at the east end of the village, Iron Shovel sat upright on the stone bench, his eyebrows involuntarily twitching. This woman's words are like farts. Just yesterday, she was saying that life is peaceful and serene, and today she's already making trouble. Heh, you'd better get lost as soon as possible, so I don't get annoyed seeing you every day. On the top floor of the Wunyan building, in a luxurious room, Su Nianhe lay on the soft bed, her hands supporting her cheeks, her two long, snow-white legs gently swaying in the air. Her beautiful face was filled with unhappiness. Staring at her phone, which hadn't received any messages, she pouted and snorted. Humph, Lin Mu, you big idiot. Why haven't you contacted me all day? You've made me angry again. I'm starting to hate you now. A few seconds later, she suddenly rolled over and lay flat on the soft bed, her voice tinged with coquettishness. Fine, I can't go to sleep with this feeling of dislike. I still like you. But if you dare not come to me tomorrow, I'll contact you. Lin Mu placed his phone on the bedside table, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep, but he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. From chapter 137 onwards, Yin Yin will be in charge of protecting our home. 11 a.m. Wudong Residential Area, Omping District. A black Maybach came to a smooth stop downstairs. The driver's side door opened, and Lin Mu got out and habitually took out his phone. The screen only displayed Lin Yan's message. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away his phone, and walked towards his apartment building. With a click, the key turned the door, and the sizzling sound of a wok being tossed around in the kitchen immediately filled the air. He smiled faintly and called into the house. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Go wash your hands. Time to eat. You can't even remember when your own sister will be home. You're asking for a beating. Jiang Shuan's voice drifted from the kitchen. The next second, she walked into the dining room with a fruit platter, not forgetting to glance at him sideways. Brother, you're back. Lin Yin ran up to him with a cheerful step, a mysterious smile on her lips. Later at the dinner table, I'm going to announce something that will leave you and Mom and Dad speechless. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow in agreement, feigning curiosity. Oh, something so shocking. Could it be that Yin Yin is in a relationship? Tell me, what do you think of the other person? Need me to give you my opinion? Lin Yin stomped her foot instantly, her little face puffed up with anger. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, brother? Dating and announcing something are not even in the same league. Lin Mu pretended to suddenly understand. I understand, but I still think that Yin Yin being in a relationship is the thing that shocked me the most. Lin Yin was utterly helpless and turned away with a pout. You and Mom and Dad are really. Even your talking points are exactly the same. Just wait and see when dinner is served. Yin Yin is amazing now. What are you still standing in the entryway for? Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat. Lin Yi carried 2 plates of glistening, oily dishes out of the kitchen, and the aroma instantly filled the entire living room. His eyes instantly turned doting when he looked at Lin Yin. But Yin Yin, what your brother said is absolutely right. No matter how big the problem is, nothing is more important to us than your love life. As long as you are safe and happy, that is the greatest happiness for your mother and me. Dad, you said that again, Humph. Lin Yin pouted and walked towards the dining room. Let's see if you can still stay calm after I finish speaking. Lin Mu had just come out of the washroom when Lin Yi pulled him back to the corner. He lowered his voice and said seriously, You brat, what happened with that phone call last time? You did it for them. Lin Mu's expression stiffened, and he replied seriously, Dad, would you believe me if I said I didn't? A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. He patted his shoulder and sighed. You kid, This is all you'll ever amount to. He paused, and then added, Son, there are no girls as naive as Nianhe in this world anymore. You must cherish her. If one day she really does seduce you, you must immediately tell her you'll take responsibility for her, understand? Lin Mu was stunned. Dad, what's reverse psychology? Lin Yi looked up at the sky and sighed, feeling utterly disappointed. Fine, just remember one thing I said. Whatever Nianhe wants to do to you, just let her do it, understand? Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, Lin Yi had already strode towards the restaurant, muttering to himself. Why is he so dense? Who does he take after? Lin Mu looked puzzled, feeling that his father's words were inexplicable, and quickly walked towards the restaurant. The aroma of the food on the table filled the air, making the atmosphere even more joyful. Cough, cough. Lin Yin suddenly coughed twice, her eyes sweeping over the three of them with unusual seriousness, and said solemnly, Dad, Mom, Brother, from now on, Yin Yin will protect our home. Yin Yin is now capable enough to protect you. Lin Mu paused in his act of picking up food, then continued to bury his head in his rice. Lin Ye's lips twitched, he lowered his head and took a sip of soup, and didn't reply. Only Jiang Shuan put down her chopsticks, looked at her with a smile, and said in a gentle voice, Really? Our Yin Yin is really amazing. But if Mom and Dad can protect themselves, and Yin Yin can take good care of herself outside, that's the best protection for us. She paused, then added in a gentler voice, Yin Yin, the expenses in Shengjing City must be very high, right? Are you short of money? You must tell your family if you encounter any difficulties, okay? Mom, Yin Yin doesn't lack money. After Lin Yin finished speaking, she gently placed her chopsticks on the rim of the bowl, sat up slightly, and spoke with a more solemn tone than before. What I am about to say may shock you, and even make you feel incredulous. But please believe me, it's absolutely true. Yin Yin would never lie to her family. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mu and Lin Yi put down their bowls and chopsticks almost simultaneously, leaning forward instinctively as if they were ready to listen to a story. Jiang Shuan smiled gently and put a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into her bowl. Okay, then Yin Yin, tell me quickly, could it really not be that you found a very amazing boyfriend? Of course not. It's Yin Yan's own ability. Lin Yin immediately raised her chin, her eyes gleaming with undisguised smugness. Hee, I won't keep you in suspense any longer, I'll just lay it all out. Now, everyone, please listen carefully to what I have to say. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mu, Lin Yi, and Jiang Shuan immediately sat up straighter and even blinked in unison, pretending to listen attentively as they looked at her. Seeing this, Lin Yin felt even more smug and nodded in satisfaction. She then cleared her throat, her voice tinged with barely suppressed pride. Dad, Mom, I have some good news to tell you first. Your precious daughter is now the youngest director-level official in the research and development base. And what follows is of utmost importance. You must all stay calm. Lin Yin paused deliberately for 2 seconds, her eyes sweeping over the three people. Seeing that they were still focused, she continued. The base has even set up a dedicated guard team of 70 awakened ones for Yin Yin. You all need to stay calm. What's about to happen might really surprise you. The three of them remained silent, only nodding in agreement. Seeing their silence, Lin Yin was secretly overjoyed, believing that they must be experiencing a storm of emotions at the same time. She puffed out her chest, her expression growing even more arrogant, and added, The captain of this guard team, which belongs exclusively to Yin Yin, is a 6th tier awakened. Yes, believe your ears, you didn't miss here, it's 6th rank. His strength is already incredibly close to the pinnacle of this world, so let Yin Yin protect this family in the future. After she finished speaking, the three of them continued to stare intently at her. It's like patiently waiting for a passionate orator to finish telling this wonderful story. Chapter 138. Does Zhenyi Court really want you, with your 0-level awakened strength, to clean their toilets? From Lin Yan's perspective, the three of them looked completely naive and speechless with astonishment. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, a smug look on her face saying, Dad, Mom, Brother, are you all stunned? After all, she's a 6th tier awakened. I can totally understand your expressions. Now, you can be proud of Yin Yin. After he finished speaking, the air suddenly became quiet. Lin Mu, Lin Yi, and Jiang Shuan remained as if they were waiting for the story to end, without screaming, exclaiming, or even changing their expressions. Lin Yan's expression suddenly turned strange. I know you'll be shocked, but is this really necessary? Lin Mu was the first to react. It turned out that Yin Yin had already finished speaking. He said calmly, "A sixth-level awakener. Yin Yin is really amazing." Lin Yi quickly came to his senses and smiled, echoing, "Yes, a full 70 awakened ones as Yin Yan's guards. Our Yin Yin is really amazing. Dad gives you a thumbs up." "That's right. Yin Yin is truly the pride of our family, 100 times better than your brother." Jiang Shuan looked at her with a smile. Huh. Lin Yin was completely dumbfounded. Why was this reaction so different from what she had expected? She raised her voice further, emphasizing, "Did you hear that wrong? That's a 6th-tier awakened one. Dad, Mom, brother, do you guys not quite understand how powerful a 6th-tier character is?" As soon as they finished speaking, all three of them paused simultaneously, and the air fell silent for a moment once again. "Holy crap," Lin Mu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. "My God, I just realized, she's actually a legendary 6th-tier awakened one. Yin Yin, you're this powerful now. Wow, wait a minute. Yin Yin, what did you just say? A 6th-tier awakener?" Lin Yi suddenly sat up straight, and the next second he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, "Heaven has eyes. Our Lin family's ancestral graves are truly emitting auspicious smoke." Jiang Shuan jumped up abruptly, her eyes shining brightly, her eyes instantly reddening, and her voice choked with emotion. "Yin Yin, was what you just said true? This is so unreal, Mom. It sounds like a dream. You're so accomplished. Mom is so proud of you." Lin Yin noticed the expressions on the three people's faces, and a bright and proud smile finally appeared on her lips as she cheerfully said, "Of course it's true. From now on, Yin Yin will take care of you all in this family." "It's actually true?" Jiang Shuan's eyes grew increasingly red, and tears of emotion seemed to well up in them, but she couldn't bring herself to cry them out. Her voice choked with emotion. "Yin Yin, Mommy is so happy." Lin Yi watched his wife's performance, his lips twitching slightly. He thought to himself, "My wife's acting skills are amazing. Her eyes can turn red so easily." The son, however, was a bit slow to react. He was probably genuinely frightened by Yin Yan's words. Lin Mu was also drawn to Jiang Shuan's sudden standing up. He thought to himself, "It seems that my parents must have been frightened by what Yin Yin said about the 6th-level awakener. That's normal, though. In the eyes of ordinary people, a 6th-tier awakened being is already an unattainable ceiling." "Mom, look how excited you are, please sit down." Lin Yin got up with a smile and walked to Jiang Shuan's side, gently helping her back to her seat. As Jiang Shuan sat down, she grabbed Lin Yan's wrist and then quickly let go, her voice full of excitement. "Mom is so excited and touched. Our Yin has become able to support a family without us even realizing it." She paused, then suddenly added, "If Yin Yin could bring a boyfriend home, Mom would be even happier." Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, Mom is amazing. She can steer any topic back to this. "Why are you laughing?" Jiang Shuan's expression changed instantly. "Look at your sister, and then look at you. The difference is like heaven and earth. You can't even understand the most basic thing about going to school. In the past few months, have you counted how many times the college has called home? I really don't know what you've been doing all day." She sighed again. "Never mind, I never expected you to amount to anything anyway. Just live a good life." Lin Mu looked up in bewilderment. "How come I was fine one second, and then got scolded the next?" Lin Yi silently buried his head and continued eating, trying to hide the smirk playing on his lips. After Lin Yin sat back down, Lin Mu suddenly asked curiously, "Yin Yin, what's your name as the head of the guards?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi and Jiang Shuan both pricked up their ears with curiosity. "Brother, his name is Tan Yi." Lin Yan's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer and lowered her voice. "And let me tell you, he was transferred from Zhenyi Ting to the research and development base. He used to be a special class Zhenyi envoy. He's a true powerhouse who directly confronts calamity. Isn't he impressive?" Lin Mu paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but then relaxed. If it was him, he was reliable. "By the way, bro, how's it going at the academy?" Lin Yin changed the subject, adding with a smile, "Do you need Yin Yin to lend a hand and help you get into the research and development base after graduation?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mu suddenly looked up and said earnestly, "I suddenly remembered that I also have some good news to tell you." Lin Yi and Jiang Shuan looked up at the same time, their eyes filled with scrutiny, and they began to suspect that their son had caused trouble at the academy. Lin Mu coughed lightly, met his parents' gaze, and said, word by word, "Your son has already graduated from Jiangxing Academy ahead of schedule. Moreover, he was specially recruited by Zhenyiting, and his current status is that of a member of Zhenyiting." You're talking nonsense. What are you daydreaming about? The couple spoke at the same time, their eyes filled with even more scrutiny. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with disbelief, because she felt that her brother was not the type to make such a joke. Lin Mu's face darkened. Although he had anticipated that his parents might not believe him, he hadn't expected their reaction to be so strong. Lin Yi put on a stern face and looked at him. Son, do you think we don't know Zhenerding's assessment standards? The first condition is being a fourth-tier awakened being or above. And that's just the starting condition. Do you understand what a starting condition is? Tell me, what makes you think you got special admission? Does Zhen Yiting really expect you, a mere zero-level awakened, to clean their toilets? Jiang Shuan waved her hand, signaling him to shut up, and Lin Yi dejectedly began to remain silent. She turned to Lin Mu, her voice extremely gentle. Son, you don't have that much ability, Mom doesn't blame you. As long as you and Yin Yin are happy, that's all that matters. But lying is not something a good child should do, you know? You don't need to make us happy with these unfounded words. Mom knows you were upset by Yin Yin, and you feel a lot of disappointment. Mom understands. But you can't do that again, okay? Chapter 139. Hiring such a professional team must have cost a lot of money, right? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two men, Lin Mu shook his head and sighed. He then took out the various documents he had prepared and handed them over. Why don't you take a look first? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, is this kid serious? He immediately took the documents and huddled together with Jiang Shuan to examine them carefully. Lin Yin also curiously peeked over, her eyes glued to the document. A moment later, the three of them looked up at Lin Mu at the same time. Lin Mu secretly rejoiced. Luckily I got these documents back, otherwise no matter how much I told my parents, they wouldn't believe me. Jiang Shuan's eyes flashed with displeasure, and her voice carried a hint of anger. Son, you dared to forge documents just to make us happy, didn't you? You know what? This fake certificate is pretty realistic. Honey, look at this stamp and this one. They look just like the real thing. Lin Yi teased with a smile. Lin Mu's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, Dad, Mom, is there any possibility that these things are true? Absolutely impossible, the couple said in unison, their tone resolute. Lin Yin burst out laughing. She had actually already believed her brother's words, but she was becoming more and more curious. There was a document that clearly stated that he was being recruited through theoretical means. But where did her brother, at his age, get the theoretical knowledge to be recruited by Zhen Yiting? She suddenly thought of Tan Yi and decided that she would ask him properly later if there had been any precedents for this in Zhen Yiting. Lin Mu met their gazes, her tone extremely serious. Otherwise, why don't you call and ask? The phone number is on there. The air grew quiet again. Lin Yi and Jiang Shuan exchanged a glance, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. Could it be? Their own children are all geniuses? The next second, Jiang Shuan frowned again, but in the end she still didn't believe her son's words. Her tone suddenly turned serious. Son, I'm asking you one last time. If these documents are fake, it's not too late for you to admit your mistake now, and Mom won't scold you. Otherwise. At this point, Jiang Shuan silently opened the dining table drawer and slowly lifted the still brand new frying pan. At this moment, in Lin Mu's eyes, Jiang Shuan's figure seemed to be shrouded in the oppressive feeling of a demonic orb descending to earth, and the air itself became heavy. Seeing this, Lin Yi chimed in. That's right. You hurry up, kid. He then frantically winked at his son, his eyes clearly saying, confess now and you'll be treated leniently. Lin Mu looked at his mother, who was about to enter rage mode, and shook his head with a wry smile. Mom, you should make a phone call first, and then decide whether or not to swing the frying pan. As soon as they finished speaking, Jiang Shuan and Lin Yi looked at their son, who was so confident and calm, and their eyes became more and more unsettled. Why is this kid so composed today? Jiang Shuan silently stuffed the frying pan back into the drawer, her voice as calm as the calm before a storm. Honey, make a call. Okay, Lin Yi replied, already pulling out his phone and starting to press buttons, his fingers trembling slightly. The call was answered quickly after it was dialed, and Lin Yi initially spoke politely. But as the other person responded, his voice gradually rose, his eyes widened, and he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and stared at Lin Mu, his tone slightly teasing. Son, are you running a complete counterfeiting operation? Hiring such a professional team must have cost a lot of money, right? He paused, then continued. But Dad still doesn't understand. You don't need to prove yourself to be outstanding at all. Son, remember this. Even if you're a dull stone your whole life, in your parents' eyes, You'll always shine like gold, understand? Linmu was speechless for a moment. He really didn't expect that after the phone call, his parents would think he was bragging. His gaze towards his parents became more serious. Dad, Mom, I really have no reason to lie to you about this. He suddenly had overlooked the most direct method of proof. He took a deep breath and continued. Dad, why don't you call the college again and ask? After he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Yi and Jiang Shuwan exchanged a glance, both seeing the question in each other's eyes. Is this kid still not giving up? A moment later, Lin Yi hung up the phone with Instructor Chen from the academy, looked at Jiang Shuwan in disbelief, his voice trembling. Wife, this time our son is serious. Lin Yan stared at her brother with bright eyes, feeling that he was becoming more and more mysterious. Jiang Shuwan smiled knowingly. She rested her elbow on the table, cupped her chin in her hand, and said gently, Yin Yin is exceptionally talented in scientific research. I was surprised, but I can understand. She changed the subject, looking at Lin Mu with a probing tone. Son, true theories are always forged through battles against powerful calamities. Do you think what your mother said is right? Lin Mu nodded. Yes. Jiang Shuwan's smile deepened. Then here's the question. Even you understand this principle. You have neither great strength nor have you participated in any calamity battles. Why would the Zhenyi court make an exception for a zero-level awakener? A glint of light flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, and he subconsciously took out a cigarette to light it. Jiang Shuwan's sharp gaze had already shot towards him in an instant. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stuffed the cigarette back into his pocket, scratching his head and giving an embarrassed smile. Honey, I just took it out for fun. Really. You have to believe me. Mom, there are many kinds of theories. It's normal that you don't know them, Lin Mu explained with a smile, but a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Jiang Shuwan became interested and leaned forward slightly. Oh, there's something Mom doesn't know? Tell me quickly. Mom. Lin Mu looked up and met Jiang Shuwan's gaze, explaining with a smile. You're just an ordinary person. It's normal that you don't know. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly added. Does Mom have a hidden identity? Is she some kind of hidden big shot or something? Otherwise, how could she know so much about these things? Jiang Shuwan's eyes widened in surprise, and she suddenly realized that she had said a bit too much. She chuckled and waved her hand to change the subject. Hey, Mom's just too idle. She likes to pay attention to all sorts of random things. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. She changed the subject, turning to Lin Yi, her voice tinged with excitement. Honey, today is truly a wonderful day. Our family is now blessed with two supreme figures, isn't it? The future achievements of our children are limitless. Yes, yes. Lin Yi replied with a smile, his voice full of pride. We have to celebrate properly tonight. We'll cook 20 dishes. Also, I'll go back to the Lin family's ancestral graves tomorrow to see if it's really emitting auspicious smoke. His deep gaze swept over his children, and he laughed heartily. It seems the Lin family is destined to produce two supreme figures in your generation. Huh. Chapter 140. No matter what Nianhe is like, will you all like her? Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle and waved her hand. What are you thinking, Dad? Supreme, my achievements are already beyond my wildest dreams. A thoughtful look flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. He had a feeling that his parents were hiding something from him and Yin Yan. But the next second he smiled faintly and realized that he was being too suspicious. His parents were just ordinary people. What secrets could they possibly have? You brat, what are you daydreaming about again? Lin Ye's voice suddenly interrupted Lin Mu's thoughts. He chuckled and teased. What? Are you not used to being praised for the first time? Lin Mu was about to speak when Jiang Shuwan suddenly interrupted him. Son, if you go to Zhenyi court, what will happen to Nianhe? Lin Mu was taken aback and asked in confusion. Mom, is there any conflict here? Of course. Jiang Shuwan added seriously. Zhenyi court is located in the holy capital city and has strict discipline. If you think you can ask for leave as easily as you would at the academy, that's just wishful thinking. She raised her jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Mu, speaking with the experience of someone who had been through it all. Son, do you know that you and Nianhe are about to live apart? Separation between couples can easily lead to many conflicts. Lin Mu replied with a smile. Mom, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Jiang Shuwan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, where are we at? Lin Mu paused, met her gaze, and said earnestly, she is patiently waiting for me to like her. Jiang Shuwan, ? Lin Yi. Lin Yan. The three of them widened their eyes simultaneously, looking at him with helpless expressions. Jiang Shuan hesitated for a long time before finally looking at Lin Yi and sighing. Husband, our son is truly blessed to have met such a silly girl like Nianha. Lin Yi nodded silently and sighed. It's just that Nianha has suffered, having to deal with such a stubborn son like him. Lin Yin suppressed a laugh and asked softly, Brother, Yin Yin doesn't understand something. If you like something, you like it. If you don't like something, you don't like it. What do you mean by asking your sister-in-law to patiently wait for you to like it? Lin Mu explained seriously. Yin Yin, you don't understand. I haven't slept with her yet. I don't count as liking her until I have. Brother, Lin Yan's mouth gaped open in an O shape, her eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of nonsense is this? Jiang Shuan and Lin Yi were both delighted. Although their son's words were problematic, they did not object to his interpretation. Yin Yin, your brother is right. Lin Yi immediately replied. Then a relieved smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Lin Mu. Son, push it down quickly. Don't drag it out, understand? Lin Yin looked somewhat bewildered for a moment, but Lin Mu nodded solemnly. I will push her down as soon as possible, don't worry. After saying this, Lin Yi and Jiang Shuan looked at each other, their smiles deepening, filled with the joy of soon being able to hold their grandchildren. Jiang Shuan asked gently, Son, let's bring Nianha home again sometime. Last time we were too rushed and didn't have time to chat with Nianha much. After saying that, her tone suddenly became stern. Also, we have already accepted Nianha as our daughter-in-law. If you dare to betray her in the future, you are dead. Lin Mu paused, then his tone suddenly became serious. Dad, Mom, no matter what Nianha is like, will you still like her? Of course, they both said in unison. The next second, Jiang Shuan changed the subject and asked with great interest. If in the future, for some reason, Mom and Dad don't like Nianha anymore, will you separate from her because of us? No, Lin Mu blurted out, looking at his parents with extremely firm eyes. Generding Building. Inside the central control room on the 32nd floor, Shinro stood in front of Lu Ping's desk, her voice tinged with suppressed laughter. That's how it is, Chief Lu Ping. Lin Mu's family are quite amusing. They even thought our headquarters phone was a scam call. Perhaps his family thinks this is too unbelievable. Lu Ping smiled, his tone understanding. After all, it would seem like a fantasy to anyone if their own child were suddenly recruited by Zhenyi Court. Shinro asked softly, Do you know this person? He's the first person in the history of Zhenyi Court to be officially registered. A nominal appointment? Lu Ping raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. Shinro nodded gently. Yes, Chief Ning Imo said there was no need to make any arrangements for him, and also said that his room has always been there. Shinro was completely confused. Lu Ping's eyes widened in surprise, then he smiled faintly and said, Actually, I'm just as confused as you are. Go ahead. Chief Ning Imo must have his reasons for doing this. After Shinro left, Lu Ping leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, and muttered to himself. Even if he's Gu Ji's distant cousin, he wouldn't open such a back door for him. This is Zhenyi Court. What exactly is Chief Ning Imo thinking? It was 7 p.m. in Tietcha's small courtyard. He sat alone on the stone bench, his brow furrowing from time to time, glancing out of the courtyard every now and then, occasionally uttering a few mumbled curses. Just then, the crisp tap-tap sound of high heels on the concrete floor came from afar. A few seconds later, a woman in a black dress and black high heels with red soles came into view. Her skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing glimpses of her two fair legs. The woman didn't even glance at him, and walked straight into the courtyard, heading towards the stone bench she usually sat on, about 2 meters away from the shovel. Only after she sat down gracefully did Tai Chiao calmly speak. Oh, I thought you weren't coming back all night. If you had come back any later, I would have set off firecrackers to celebrate. And Shu Yao turned her head and looked at him calmly. Why are you sitting in the courtyard at this time? Are you perhaps waiting for me? The shovel's eyes widened in surprise, then it immediately sneered. Waiting for you? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. I felt inexplicably better the day you weren't here, but then you came back. It's so annoying. After he finished speaking, and Shu Yao ignored him and simply gazed at the sky, her eyes vacant. Seeing that she didn't respond, Tai Chiao flew into a rage, got up and walked into the house, saying without turning his head, Next time I find you half dead again, I will definitely give you a final blow. The moment the door was pushed open, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. I went to see some old friends. Also, this room of yours is now permanently requisitioned by me. If you have any objections, you can get out and move out. The man with the shovel paused slightly, then slammed the door shut with a bang, muttering a curse under his breath. You can see whoever you want. What does it have to do with me? This is my house. If anyone's going to get out, it's you bitch. Chapter 141 Red King. Your life has entered its countdown. At the southernmost tip of Ming City, the hidden Dragon Mountain range lies like an ancient dragon stretching across the heavens and earth. The dragon's spine pierces the sky, and clouds surge among the rugged peaks. The dragon's belly conceals a bottomless abyss, into which mountain winds whip up pebbles that plunge in, swallowing even the echoes. The cliff face, resembling dragon scales, is covered with dark brown cracks, each one like the folds of a sleeping dragon. The dragon's tail disappeared into the misty swamp. The chilling air deep in the mountains was bone-chilling, and the underground palace beneath the dragon's spine was cold and desolate all year round, with even the air seemingly frozen into ice. At this moment, two powerful and intimidating figures were heading deeper into the underground palace. The gray-robed guards along the way held their breath and remained silent, their hands gripping the hilts of their swords tightly, not daring to utter a sound. The oppressive aura emanating from those two men was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on their backs until they stiffened, and they dared not even lift their eyes half an inch upwards. Upon reaching the deepest point, the colossal bronze gate burst open with a deafening roar. The two stepped heavily inside, and the surrounding chill instantly intensified. A figure sat upright on the throne, emanating an invisible pressure that felt like an impenetrable net, making one's chest feel heavy. The two immediately bowed their heads, concealing their auras to the extreme, and said in unison in a deep voice, "Greetings, Swordmaster." On the throne, the man slowly raised his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them, and uttered only 3 words, "Found it?" The man on the left spoke first, bowing his head even lower. "Your Excellency, traces of the Red King's remaining forces have been found in the 3 main cities of Jinbei City, Yu City, and Luonan City, but it is still uncertain whether the Red King is still alive. Moreover, her forces seem to have received a tip-off recently, and their traces have completely disappeared without leaving a single clue." Unification disappears? Huh. The Sword Master sneered, his voice filled with piercing disdain. Besides her, who else could command those mutants at the same time? Zuiyan, I'm giving you half a month. During this period, you can mobilize any of the kingdom's awakened ones. You must find the location where the Red King is hiding. If she were alive, she would certainly be one of the variables in the future. The Sword Master's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp. This time, I will personally lead the army to annihilate the Red King and all his forces, leaving no one alive. Yes, Your Excellency, Zuiyan replied, bowing his head. The Sword Master raised his eyes and glanced at the two of them, then said in a deep voice, "Yes, go." Your Excellency, I, Yuzhong, have another matter to report. The man on the right stepped forward, his voice filled with cautious respect. Speak. The Sword Master's voice was flat, yet it made Yuzhong's back tense instantly. Yuzhong paused, then lowered his head and said, "My lord, after the Black King's death, those S-rank and above mutants under her command who had submitted to the kingdom. They all died last night, and our 3 secret strongholds were also destroyed at the same time. Could it be that those remnants intervened to achieve something like this?" He paused, then added, forcing himself to speak, "Or perhaps, the Black King." Absolutely impossible. The Sword Master's deep voice abruptly interrupted him, his oppressive aura crashing down like a tidal wave. If the Black King is still alive, why did she wait months before taking action? If she were still alive, why do you think those mutants would submit to the kingdom? He looked up at Yuzhong, who felt an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly lock onto him, and cold sweat instantly poured out of his forehead. His back was already soaked. Those mutants, once they die, they're gone. My original intention was to extract their last bit of value. I never intended to give them a way out. As for those strongholds, destroying even a few or dozens is insignificant. The Sword Master looked directly at Yuzhong with calm eyes. Yuzhong, I have been letting you investigate for more than 20 years. The remnants of those fire elemental awakened individuals have already openly declared war on the kingdom. But what about you? Over 20 years of investigation, and all you've got is a nothing unusual report. Great, that's really great. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of the early 8th level realm erupted from his body and swept outwards. The stone walls of the underground palace trembled, and dust fell in a flurry. Under this oppressive force, the two of them couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yu Zheng knelt down on one knee with a thud, his voice filled with barely concealed fear. Your Excellency, I know my crime. The oppressive aura vanished in an instant. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Their backs were soaked with cold sweat, and their breathing became rapid. Let's put aside the matter of the remnants for now. They are hidden in the world and are not easy to find. During this time, you and Zuoyin will search for the Red King's whereabouts in these three main cities with all your might. The sword master tapped his fingertips on the armrest, making a cold, hard tap sound. When he looked at the two of them, his voice was unusually gentle. Zuoyin, Yu Zheng, in this world, only the two of you are my true confidants. Do not disappoint me again. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. The two replied respectfully in unison, Yes, Your Excellency. After the two left, the man on the throne curled up a disdainful smile. That smile carried an arrogant disdain for everything, as if all things in the world were under his control. Red King, your life is already on a countdown. He muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with even more cold light. And the remnants of that time, he said with a hint of amusement, no matter how much you have secretly amassed power over the past 20 years, in my eyes you are still nothing but ants that can't be defeated. On the other side of the underground palace, the gray-robed figure with the missing arm stood with his head bowed, his voice tinged with respectful probing. Your Majesty, who were those two just now? The Azure King stared at the two figures gradually blurring in the distance, and said in a deep voice, Two people who are no weaker than me are that person's right and left arms. The right protector's pupils constricted sharply, and he said in disbelief, My lord, is the kingdom's power really that terrifying? A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Why would someone with such combat power hide like a rat in the underground palace of the mountain? I cannot guess what the sword master intends to do. The Green King chuckled, and as he turned around, a gust of cold wind swept through his robes. So be it. Now that he has taken over the kingdom in the shadows, it's not bad for us to be able to relax. The right protector followed closely behind, finally unable to resist asking in a low voice. My lord, that sword master is the only 8th Order Awakener in this world, and under his command, including you, there are a total of 7 7th Order high-level cultivators. With such power united, what remnants or the Red King could they not be wiped out with a wave of the hand? Why must we hide away in such a stifling way? The Green King paused slightly, chuckled, and continued striding away without turning his head, saying, Who knows? Maybe he's done too many wicked things and is afraid of being struck by lightning. The right protector froze on the spot, as if he had heard a fairy tale. Chapter 142 Sun Yinhe, I miss you. He stared in astonishment at the back of the Green King, wondering to himself, My lord, we've done quite a few wicked things, haven't we? No, we've never done anything good. Outside the underground palace, a cold, damp wind howled past, carrying withered leaves. Two powerful figures stood side by side on the edge of the cliff, their robes fluttering in the wind. Looking towards the main city shrouded in dark clouds in the distance, Yu Zheng said in a deep voice, Zuoyin, I don't think that fire-type awakener is a remnant of the forces from back then. You think it's useless. Zuoyin leaned against an ancient tree on the edge of the cliff, his tone calm. You need to make the envoy think so too. Yu Zheng shook his head and sighed, pinching a withered leaf that had drifted down in front of him between his fingers. Your Excellency is just too cautious. What forces in this world are there that we should be wary of? 25 years have passed. If those remnants were still alive, would they have endured until now? Even if they weren't all killed back then, 25 years have passed. Even if they were still alive, they would be on their last legs. And the two who could threaten the envoy in the future would have already perished. I really don't know what the point of acting so suffocatingly is. Don't oversimplify the world. Zuoyin looked up at the dark clouds on the horizon, his eyes calm. Yu Zheng, in your heart, do you really believe that His Majesty left on his own? Yu Zheng was taken aback, his brows furrowing. What do you mean by that? Zuoyin paused for a moment, then continued. Is it possible that His Excellency was forced to leave? To put it bluntly, they were driven away. You're insane. Yu Zheng grabbed his wrist abruptly, lowering his voice to stop him. There's absolutely no way that's possible. Back then, His Excellency was already at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. Looking across the world, who could withstand even a single move from him? Zuoyin smiled, pulled his hand away, and calmly asked, Then why did Your Excellency leave in such a hurry back then? How do you explain that? He patted Yuzhing on the shoulder, his tone relaxed. And, don't take it seriously, I was just saying it casually. You have a mouth that's truly fearless. Yuzhing smiled helplessly. Let's go. The envoy has only given us half a month. We must find the Red King's whereabouts in these 3 main cities, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Zhao Yin nodded, then suddenly asked as if remembering something. I heard that Zhang Qing summoned those 4. Is that true? Is he that brave? I heard he was beaten half to death by the Blood King. Yuzhing replied calmly. Hiss. Zhao Yin gasped. Zhang Qing is really something. That crazy woman kills like she's out of her mind. I never want to run into her again in my life. Indeed. Yuzhing's voice carried a hint of unease. But your excellency has decided to summon them in half a month. I suppose those 4 have already received the news. I'm really afraid that the madwoman will swing her knife at your excellency at the slightest provocation. Although those 4 were killing machines, they were also terrifyingly united in some ways. Wudong residential area. After dinner, Lin Mu had already returned to his bedroom. He leaned against the headboard, his expression inexplicably displeased. He spun the phone around in his hand more than a dozen times, but the screen remained dark, without a single message notification. He sat up straight, turned on his phone, and hovered his fingertip over Sun Yinha's number repeatedly, murmuring softly, Sun Yinha, you haven't contacted me for 2 days. You've made me unhappy. If I'm unhappy, you have to comfort me. After a few more seconds, Lin Mu took a deep breath and decided to make the call, because the 2 days of waiting had made him extremely anxious. Just as his fingertip touched the dial button, he suddenly trembled. A rapid ringtone suddenly sounded, and the caller ID displayed the name he had been longing for. A faint smile appeared on his lips, his mood instantly improving. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Before he could even speak, a sharp, angry roar came from the other end. Lin Mu, are you dead? Speak. Don't be mute. I'm asking you again. Are you dead? Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise, and his smile froze abruptly. Why is she angry again? Isn't it me who's unhappy? He subconsciously softened his voice and asked with a hint of confusion. I'm here. I can hear your voice. Are you angry again? Lin Mu, you big idiot. Sun Yinha's voice suddenly rose, her anger almost overflowing from the receiver. How dare you ask that? Tell me, why haven't you contacted me these past 2 days? Just yesterday you were so confident that you would patiently wait for me to like you. But what about now? It's been 2 days already. Where have you been? Speak up. Why are you being mute again? Lin Mu was stunned for a moment by the shout, and quickly explained, his tone somewhat innocent. I've been waiting for you to finish. Also, didn't I tell you about my schedule for the past 2 days? And I've been waiting for you to contact me. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, with only soft breathing sounds coming through, as if an even fiercer anger was brewing. Lin Mu subconsciously moved his phone further away, and sure enough, the next second a crisp roar rang out, until the voice on the other end of the phone gradually subsided. Lin Mu then put the phone back to his ear, speaking softly and earnestly. I know you're unhappy right now, but I've also been unhappy these past 2 days since you contacted me. So, let's call this even, okay? Sun Yinha on the other end of the phone seemed to laugh in exasperation. Her anger subsided, and her voice softened. Of course not. Since I'm unhappy and you're unhappy too, let's comfort each other, understand? Lin Mu paused, his brows furrowing slightly, but his tone remained serious. I think it's more reasonable to even things out. Lin Mu, Sun Yinha's gentleness instantly turned cold. You need to listen to your girlfriend, understand? But I don't like you yet, so it doesn't count. Lin Mu blurted out, but regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. The other end of the phone went silent, like the stillness before a storm. But the expected outburst did not come. Instead, a calm yet aggrieved voice rang out. Lin Mu, your words hurt me. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Lin Mu hurriedly tried to explain, but was interrupted by the words. All right, I'll settle these scores with you when we meet. Now, check up on them. Lin Mu was stunned again, looking completely bewildered. Checking up on someone? What's that now? Oh dear. You need to explain clearly what you're doing right now, who's with you, and the more detailed the better. Sun Yinha's voice carried a hint of coquettish urging. Lin Mu paused, then replied earnestly. I just finished dinner. Only my parents and Yin Yin are at home. We just had grilled fish, stewed meat, and dry pot potato slices. All right. A helpless laugh came from the other end of the phone. Just tell me what you're doing right now. Lin Mu suddenly asked in a deep voice. Then what are you doing now? Hmm? Why the sudden seriousness? I'm currently reclining on the sofa. Su Nianhe added with a smile. Now I've changed positions again. It's the position I'm in when I miss you. So you're not busy right now, right? Lin Mu pressed on, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her phone. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by a soft laugh. Not busy, Lin Mu? Why are you suddenly acting a little strange? Say what you want to say. What? Do you still consider me an outsider? Then I'll say it. Lin Mu took a deep breath, his heart pounding like a drum. Su Nianhe chuckled, her voice full of anticipation. Then tell me. I'm listening attentively. Lin Mu took another deep breath and finally blurted out what he had kept in his heart for 2 days. Su Nianhe, I miss you. Chapter 143, I didn't want to come either, but the three of us drew lots, and I was chosen. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, so quiet that you could hear each other breathing. Just as Lin Mu was wondering, a slight noise came from the receiver. The next second, the crisp clack-clack of high heels suddenly rang out, the rhythm getting faster and faster, followed by Su Nianhe's gentle yet urgent voice. Lin Mu, wait for me. I miss you too so much. No need. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, the footsteps on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. He tightened his grip on the phone, his tone serious. I'm coming to find you now, you. Wait for me. No. Su Nianhe's voice softened. I won't be able to wait. Wait for me at our house, okay? Okay, I'll wait for you at home. A hint of a smile finally appeared in Lin Mu's voice. Lin Mu, when we meet, I want a deep hug and a passionate kiss. Su Nianhe's voice was a little domineering, but it couldn't hide her sweetness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu could no longer hide his smile, his lips curving into a wide grin as he got up and quickly walked out of the room. In the living room, Lin Yi, Jiang Shuwan, and Lin Yan were chatting and laughing together when he suddenly appeared, instantly attracting the attention of all three of them. Why do you look like you're on fire? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, still holding a freshly peeled orange in his hand. Lin Mu glanced at the three of them, and finally met Lin Ye's gaze and nodded. I have to go out for a while, and I won't be back tonight. Dad, I'd appreciate it if you could take Yin Yin tomorrow. Excitement flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Hey, where are you going, brother? If you're going out to play, can you take Yin Yin with you now? Jiang Shuwan frowned, her voice tinged with displeasure. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. What could be more important than sending your sister away? Seeing his wife about to get angry, Lin Yi quickly made an excuse for his son. Yes, son, does Jing Ting need you to report for duty early? Lin Mu shook his head and said calmly. Nianhe said she misses me. I'm going to go find her. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the eyes of the three people flashed with a sharp light at the same time. Jiang Shuwan's anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a smile that made her eyes crinkle. Mom loves this reason. Go on your way, and be careful on the road. Lin Yan grinned and made a gesture. Brother, good luck. And also, remember to buy a bouquet of flowers. Girls love flowers. You brat, remember what I told you, understand? Lin Yi looked at him earnestly. Lin Mu walked to the entrance, put on his coat, paused, then turned to look at the three of them, his tone extremely serious. I'm going to try and seduce Nianhe today. I want to fall in love with her as soon as possible. After saying that, he strode away, and the door slammed shut behind him. The three of them opened their mouths slightly, as if they hadn't yet recovered from his lewd words. Wow! Jiang Shuwan exclaimed excitedly, shaking Lin Ye's arm, and saying with emotion, Honey, our son has really grown up. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Wife, we're just waiting to hold our grandson. Only Lin Yin was still in shock, muttering to herself. Push her down. Brother is going to push his sister-in-law down. Wouldn't that mean we'd have to take that sacred step? My brother is so powerful and domineering. 8:15 p.m. Outside the Yunjing residential area, there is a flower shop filled with blooming flowers and fragrant aroma. The proprietress's gaze had lingered on the handsome young man in black casual wear for quite some time. She greeted him with a smile. Young man, you're really handsome. Are you buying flowers for your girlfriend? Would you like the shopkeeper to recommend some? The young man looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, but she's not my girlfriend yet. But she will be soon. Puffed, the proprietress couldn't help but chuckle. So you're still in the ambiguous stage? What is ambiguity? The young man looked at her, a serious look of doubt flashing in his eyes. The proprietress was slightly taken aback. Well, so he's just a naive and innocent young man. But people like him are the most serious when they fall in love. She was rather curious. What kind of girl would this blockhead young man like? She smiled and waved her hand. That's not important. Since we're going to be girlfriends soon, let's keep it simple and direct. Listen to the boss lady and choose red roses. Before she could explain the meaning of the flowers, the young man nodded. Okay, then let's do as the proprietress says and wrap up all the red roses in the shop. Okay. The proprietress was stunned for a moment. Looking at the young man's serious eyes, she felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. The next second, she suddenly remembered the girl who bought flowers for her boyfriend at the store a couple of days ago. At that moment, she suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was a good match for her. She shook her head and chuckled. Young man, sending flowers is about the sentiment, not about sending more. The young man was slightly taken aback. Is that so? I don't quite understand. 10 minutes later, a huge bouquet of 999 red roses came into the young man's view. He reached out and touched a petal, his smile deepening. Young man, this bouquet is too big for you to carry by yourself. Where do you live? If it's nearby, we can deliver it to your door, the proprietress asked with a smile. All right, the young man added with a smile. It'll be in Yunjing residential area. Thank you for your help, landlady. Hey, it's so close. The proprietress immediately picked up her phone and called someone. I'll deliver it to you right away. Lin Mu's gaze remained fixed on the bouquet, thinking to herself, she should like it, right? Yes, it definitely will. Wudong residential area. Lin Yi, Jiang Shuwan, and Lin Yan were still on the sofa, chatting enthusiastically about the topic of Lin Mu pushing Nian He down. Thump, thump, thump. A light but urgent knocking sounded suddenly, and the three of them froze, their eyes filled with surprise. Jiang Shuwan raised an eyebrow. This brat, did he chicken out and turn around halfway through the drive? After saying that, she glanced at Lin Yi, her tone filled with disappointment and frustration. Yeah, just like you back then. You're neither proactive nor reactive. I'm really too lazy to talk to you anymore. With that, she got up and walked towards the entrance. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth but couldn't find any words to refute it. He awkwardly touched his nose. Lin Yan covered her mouth and chuckled. So Dad and my brother were the same type of player back then. Click. Jiang Shuwan pushed open the door, and a middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall with a fierce face immediately came into view. But the moment he saw Jiang Shuwan, that fierce face suddenly broke into a fawning smile. Good evening. I have some serious business to attend to, and I didn't want to come, but the three of us drew lots, and I was chosen. Jiang Shuwan calmly ignored him, uttering only one word. Get out. Then she raised her hand to close the door. Wait a minute. I didn't come here for nothing. Look, I'm showing you my sincerity. The middle-aged man quickly wedged an exquisite gift box through the crack in the door and added with a smile. This is all the sincerity I have for you. Should I go in and talk? Or should you come out and talk? Chapter 144, Swordmaster Envoy. What is that? Jiang Shuwan glanced at the gift box stuck in the door crack and said coldly, leave the things here. You can get out. Wife, isn't this our son? Lin Ya's voice suddenly came. He slowly walked to the entrance, glanced at the man outside the door, and didn't pay much attention. Oh, this must be your brother-in-law. Taking advantage of the moment, the middle-aged man gently pushed open the door, smiled at Lin Yi, and said with exaggerated admiration, you're truly better off seeing me than hearing about you. You're a man I admire from the bottom of my heart. Wife, is this person your colleague? Lin Yi asked casually, still not taking the other person seriously. Jiang Shuwan nodded. Yes, one of the three I mentioned to you. Dad, Mom, isn't that my brother? Lin Yan walked over with light steps, but the moment she saw the man outside the door, she subconsciously took a step back because the man looked too fierce. You scared my daughter. Jiang Shuwan's voice remained calm, but it carried a chilling edge. It's all my fault. Next time I come, I'll wear a cute mask. I promise I won't scare the kids. The middle-aged man immediately put on an even brighter smile. Get in here. After Jiang Shuwan finished speaking, she turned around and immediately put on a gentle expression as she looked at Lin Yan. Yin Yan, go back to your room and rest for a while. This is your mother's colleague, and she has something urgent to discuss. Yin Yan knows. If there are any problems you can't solve, Yin Yan can help you, Lin Yan said with a smile. Jiang Shuwan chuckled. Okay, our Yin is the pillar of our family. If we ever encounter any difficulties, Mom will definitely ask Yin Yan for help. Just as Lin Yan turned around, the middle-aged man hurriedly walked in, pulling out 2 bulging red envelopes from his pocket that looked like small pillows, and called out to Lin Yan. That is your name, Yin Yan? Uncle came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything else. Here's a red envelope for you and your brother. Don't think it's too little. Lin Yin looked at the red envelope in astonishment. It was so thick, it must have contained a lot of money. Yin Yin, keep your brother's share too, Jiang Shuwan said calmly. Thank you so much, uncle. Lin Yin accepted the 2 red envelopes, turned and walked towards the bedroom, but a question arose in her mind. She had never seen this uncle before. After the bedroom door was closed, the middle-aged man handed the exquisite gift box to Lin Yi, smiling as he said, "Brother-in-law, this is for you. It's all highly nourishing. I wish you both a blissful night." Lin Yi looked at his wife in confusion, and Jiang Shuwan met his gaze. "Take it, honey, it's not poisonous." The middle-aged man's lips twitched. "What are you saying? I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 8 lives." Lin Yi accepted the gift box and replied with a smile, "Thank you then. You can talk in the study if you have something to discuss." Lin Yi calmly sat back down on the sofa only after Jiang Shuwan and the middle-aged man entered the study. He knew about his wife's relationship with those 3 men, which is why he greeted them with a smile earlier. The next second, his eyes suddenly became deep, as if he were recalling distant memories. Inside the study, Jiang Shuwan looked up at Xiao Li opposite her. "Swordmaster? What is that?" Xiao Li lowered his voice. "I speculate that it should be the person who was by the side of the Venerable One back then. The only 8th Order Awakener in this world possesses unfathomable strength, yet he hides it better than anyone else." Jiang Shuwan sneered, her tone full of disdain. "Heh, an 8th-level expert hiding in the hidden Dragon Mountains. What a cowardly coward." Xiao Li's lips twitched, then his smile vanished, and his tone suddenly became serious. "This summons is because of the Red King." "The Red Queen?" Jiang Shuwan's delicate brows furrowed instantly. "Didn't she die in the final battle?" Xiao Li slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It is said that traces of her being alive have been discovered. This is the kingdom's last summons to us. Of course, you can do as you please. If you don't want to go, then you don't have to go." Jiang Shuwan lowered her eyes and remained silent for a moment before her tone returned to calm. "Fine. Since we're dealing with a calamity, then let's do it one last time." Xiao Li suddenly changed the subject, his tone tinged with a teasing smile. "All right, it's just a small matter. Don't blame me for coming here so abruptly. The 3 of us didn't want to come in the first place, but we had no other choice. You blocked all our phone numbers." He paused, then added with a smile, "But honestly, you have the most fulfilling life. You and your husband are loving, and your children have a bright future ahead of you. The 3 of us are genuinely happy for you." Finished, Jiang Shuwan raised her eyes, her gaze still calm and unwavering. "Get lost." Xiao Li's expression stiffened, and he stood up helplessly. "All right, see you in half a month." He strode out of the study, and when he reached the living room, he waved to Lin Yi on the sofa. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll head back now. No need to see me off. Take care." Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa and responded with a smile, showing no intention of getting up at all. The moment the door clicked shut, Jiang Shuwan gracefully walked to Lin Yi's side and sat down, her long hair falling over his shoulder. Lin Yi gently brushed his fingertips against her hair. "Do you want to go?" Jiang Shuwan leaned against his shoulder and said gently, "Yes, this is the last time we're gathering people, and it's to deal with the calamity. If it's infighting among the awakened ones, I won't bother getting involved." Lin Yi pulled his arm around her slender waist and said, "I'll stay with you." Jiang Shuwan gently shook her head. "No need, it's just a formality. The real life or death struggle lies between the people behind the kingdom and the Red King." "Red King?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise. "Yes, I heard she didn't die." Jiang Shuwan's voice remained gentle. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "If she is not dead, I think that the Black King may not really be dead either. Whatever, who lives or dies is none of our business." Jiang Shuwan sighed, her tone filled with obvious worry. "It's just that my children are all making a name for themselves in their respective fields, and I'm always afraid that they'll become too dazzling. So dazzling that they'll inevitably get involved in those dangerous struggles. Don't worry about it." Lin Yi reached out and patted her shoulder, a hint of invincible arrogance flashing in his eyes. "No matter where our children go in the future, we will always be there to support them." 11:30 p.m. A sudden roar of an engine, like the howl of a beast, pierced the night. As the roar subsided, a red SUV came to a steady stop on the auxiliary road outside the Yunjing residential area. The moment the engine was turned off, the driver's side door was suddenly pushed open, and a woman in a red dress with stunning beauty quickly got out of the car. She held a bouquet of 99 red roses in her hands. Her long black hair was loosely tied up, and her silver-white high heels with red soles clicked on the ground. Her steps were filled with eager anticipation, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Tap, tap. The rhythm of the high heels tapping on the ground grew faster and faster. Su Nianhe suddenly chuckled and murmured softly, "Lin Mu, this is the first time you've ever said you missed me. But in my heart, my longing for you far surpasses your longing for me." Chapter 145. Su Nianhe, I want to push you down, is that okay? Inside the room, a huge bouquet of 999 red roses sits quietly in the entryway, its petals layered upon each other, immediately catching the eye as soon as the door is opened. In the living room, Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa, her heart pounding wildly again, her eyes filled with tension and excitement, but even more so with anticipation. He silently encouraged himself. I can't delay any longer today. I must make myself fall in love with her. Every second of waiting felt like it was being stretched out. He checked his phone countless times to see the time, and repeatedly told himself not to rush. The journey was long, and even if he floored the gas pedal, he wouldn't arrive until after midnight at the earliest. Click! The soft sound of the door being pushed open instantly reached Lin Mu's ears, causing her breath to catch in her throat. She involuntarily sat up abruptly, her gaze fixed on the entrance hall. At the entrance, Su Nianhe abruptly stopped in her tracks as she stepped into the room. She held the bouquet, her mouth slightly open, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, for the enormous bouquet of 999 red roses had come into view. She snapped out of her daze and looked at Lin Mu with tender eyes. Lin Mu's gaze was fixed on her ever since she entered the room. The words I wanted to say were stuck in my throat, and the urge to rush over and hug me surged within me, but my body remained frozen in place. Was he nervous or excited? He couldn't say for sure. I could only let my heart pound wildly in my chest. Their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze, and only the love that filled the room flowed through them. Without uttering a word, the emotions in his eyes spoke volumes. A few seconds later, Su Nianhe gently placed the 99 red roses in her arms next to the giant bouquet of roses. She casually took off her coat and walked lightly toward Lin Mu. Tap, tap, tap. Each tap of the high heels felt like a blow to Lin Mu's heart. Her fiery red dress swayed with her steps, her two fair legs peeking out from under the hem, until she stood before him. She reached out her delicate hand to touch his cheek, her voice as tender as water. Lin Mu, do you still remember what I asked you on the phone? Lin Mu suddenly came to his senses, his eyes filled with deep affection. I remember. Su Nianhe smiled even more alluringly, and with her other hand, she stroked his other cheek, her fingertips gently brushing against his chin. Then let me ask you again, how much do you miss me? I have no idea. Lin Mu's breathing became a little rapid, and she said softly, but I feel like you've stolen my heart. Your image keeps flashing through my mind, as if it's out of my control. Upon hearing this, Su Nianhe took another step forward, the stiletto heels of her high heels making a crisp sound on the ground. She tiptoed slightly, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said in a softer voice, Lin Mu, you missed me so much. But now that I'm nestled right in your arms, are you still unmoved? Warm breath brushed against his cheek, and Lin Mu's mind went completely blank at that moment. The impulse in his heart overwhelmed reason, leaving only one thought in his mind. Respond to her with the most domineering kiss. Su Nianhe suddenly let out a soft moan, her beautiful eyes widening in an instant before filling with joy. Lin Mu had already pulled her delicate body tightly into his arms, his domineering actions concealing a hint of careful tenderness. The moment their noses touched, Su Nianhe slowly closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes even higher. Another soft moan escaped her lips, and her delicate body trembled violently. She hadn't expected Lin Mu's kiss to be so intense this time. She tried to take the lead, but after more than 10 seconds, he not only didn't let go, but kissed her even more tightly. Their bodies moved back and forth in the living room, the clack-clack of their high heels growing more and more rapid with each movement. The kiss lasted a full minute, until both of them were breathless before they separated. Su Nianhe's cheeks were flushed, while Lin Mu's ear tips were already bright red. They remained in each other's arms, quietly feeling each other's breath and heartbeat. Su Nianhe's body grew even softer. She tiptoed again and kissed his cheek with her soft red lips, her voice languid and alluring. Lin Mu, I want more. As soon as she finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around Lin Mu's neck and pushed his body backward. In the living room, The rhythm of high heels clicking on the floor grew faster and faster. The two forgot everything in the world and were lost in their passionate kiss. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of silver-white high heels with red soles were carelessly thrown on the ground. Su Nianhe pushed Lin Mu onto the sofa, then threw herself into his arms, her voice slightly breathless. Lin Mu, you still won't admit you like me. Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Looking at the delicate body in his arms, he said seriously, it's not counted yet, but if nothing unexpected happens, it will be counted soon. Puff. Su Nianhe chuckled softly in his arms, poking his chest with her fingertip. All right, then you'd better keep your word. I want to see what it means for you to like someone. She rose from his embrace, her bare feet touching the ground, and walked seductively towards the bedroom. I'm going to change into my nightgown, Lin Mu. Do you prefer red or black? Lin Mu stared blankly at her back and blurted out, you'll look good in anything. Uff. Su Nianhe turned around and laughed, her eyes sparkling. Then, black it is, I wore red last time. Her figure disappeared behind the bedroom door. Lin Mu stared at the door, clenched his fist, and murmured softly, Su Nianhe, from today onwards, I will love you forever. He took a deep breath, quietly got up, and walked towards her bedroom. As he stopped in front of the bedroom door, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he asked softly, Are you done changing? A soft, cheerful voice immediately came from inside the bedroom. Just dressed? What's up? Have you already started missing me after only a few seconds apart? Lin Mu, why don't you come in? What haven't you seen of my body? Now you're pretending to be shy, humph. Okay, he replied, placing his fingertips on the doorknob and gently pushing it open. Warm yellow light spilled out, and Su Nianhe was kneeling on the soft bed, her snow-white ankles resting on the edge of the bed. The straps of her black lace slipped down to her arms, revealing her slender collarbone. She looked up at him, leaned back slightly, her long hair spread out on the pillow, and the breathtaking scenery once again filled his eyes. Lin Mu's cheeks turned bright red, as expected. Lin Mu, I love your silly look the most. Why aren't you saying anything? She raised her delicate hand, her fingertips lightly touching her red lips, and asked gently, Would you like to kiss me again? Lin Mu took 2 steps forward to the bedside, looking at her with utmost seriousness. Su Nianhe, I want to push you down. Is that okay? Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her eyelashes trembled, and her expression was both adorable and shy. She even doubted if she had misheard, and gently replied, Lin Mu, do you know what you're saying? Chapter 146. The conquest is complete. Lin Mu nodded emphatically, his Adam's apple bobbing again, his tone still serious. I know. I said, I want to push you down. Can you let me do it just once? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mu's heart pounded even harder, his eyes filled with the urge to immediately prove that he liked her. The intense gaze caused Su Nianhe's delicate body to tremble violently, her jade-like hand freezing in midair, her heart rate soaring, and her breathing suddenly becoming rapid. Looking into the seriousness in his eyes, she could clearly sense that he wasn't joking, but genuinely wanted to seduce her. Her cheeks were completely flushed, and she braced herself on the soft bed with both hands, leaning her body back slightly. The hem of her nightgown slipped down to her thighs, revealing her snow-white skin, and an even more alluring posture was displayed before him. Lin Mu, come on. She pursed her red lips, her eyes filled with both anticipation and nervousness, and looked at him shyly. Lin Mu, you, be gentle. I have no experience in this area either, but I will try my best to please you. Come on. As she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes drooping down, adopting a posture of surrender, her breathing becoming more and more rapid, her mind wildly imagining what would happen next. You come down first. Lin Mu's gentle voice rang out again. Huh. She slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She leaned forward slightly and said gently, Lin Mu, do you like being on the ground? She rose gracefully from the soft bed and walked elegantly to the floor, looking at him with tender affection. The floor is fine. Anywhere is fine. I will fulfill all your requests. She closed her eyes again, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. You can continue. Lin Mu took a deep breath and stepped in front of Su Nianhe. When his palm touched her soft, fragrant shoulder, both of their bodies trembled slightly at the same time, and even their heartbeats were perfectly synchronized. His hand slid slowly down her shoulder line, his fingertips brushing along the curve of her back, finally stopping at her slender waist. His warm breath brushed against her ear, and his voice was gentle. I'm going to push you down. Sun Yinha's delicate body swayed again, her voice trembling. I know. Ew. Just push. No need to repeat myself. Her fingertips gripped the hem of her skirt. Come on. I'm ready. The next second, Lin Mu suddenly gently pushed her waist. Sun Yinha's body instantly fell backward, and she exclaimed inwardly. So Lin Mu likes this kind of wildness? I was really fooled by his appearance before. Just when she thought she was going to fall to the ground, Lin Mu's right hand steadily supported her waist, and she slowly fell to the ground with him. Until she lay flat on the carpet, breathing heavily, her hair scattered in the soft down. Looking at her flushed cheeks, Lin Mu thought to himself, that guy Taicha didn't explain clearly. Shouldn't it be me who pushed her down? Yes, it must be. He leaned down and gently pressed himself against her, unable to resist kissing her soft red lips. Sun Yinha raised her head slightly and responded enthusiastically. She knew Lin Mu was about to take the next step, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and tried her best to accommodate him. At that moment, Lin Mu's eyes blazed with boundless joy. From this moment on, he finally truly loved her. At this point, the demolition is complete. Just as Sun Yinha was about to take the initiative to please him, Lin Mu suddenly got up, leaving her lying alone on the ground. Her beautiful eyes snapped open instantly, her stunning face filled with question marks. Just as she was about to speak gently, Lin Mu's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Sun Yinha, I like you. From this moment on, I, Lin Mu, will always, forever and ever love you. After saying that, he ran out of the bedroom as if fleeing in panic, and the door clicked shut. Sun Yinha was suddenly stunned, not realizing what was happening. She sat up slightly, her black lace slipped dress outlining her shapely figure. Her fingertips lightly touched her still warm red lips, her face blank. Seconds later, a raging fire ignited in her eyes, and her cold voice exploded. Lin Mu, get back here for me. What do you mean? Are you playing with me? I'm absolutely furious. I'm explosively furious. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Click, the door was suddenly pushed open again. Before she could react, Lin Mu strode to her side, swept her into his arms, and gently placed her on the soft bed. After saying, good night, he forcefully kissed her lips. Sun Yinha was even more confused. 1 minute she was on the floor, the next she was on the bed. What was going on? But the next second Lin Mu stepped back. He met her gaze and said in an extremely serious tone, I said good night, and I gave you a good night kiss. Now you, go to sleep. He paused, his eyes becoming more serious. Tai Chiao said that only when you knock it down can you say you like it. Sun Yinha, I've already slept with you, and I will love you forever. After saying that, he fled again, closing the door behind him. Sun Yinha was completely stunned, once again unable to process the situation before her. Seconds later, her eyes flashed with a mixture of murderous intent and joy. She had never understood Lin Mu's inexplicable words until now, when everything made sense. But at the same time, her murderous intent toward Fang Taichao reached its peak, and she gritted her teeth and said, and Shu Yao, what kind of bullshit and twisted logic has your dead man taught my man? In another bedroom, Lin Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the neon lights of Jiangqing. He let out a soft sigh, the inexplicable restlessness that had been lingering in his chest for days finally dissipating. As he murmured to himself, a faint smile unconsciously curved his lips. What the shovel said was indeed true. Sun Yinha, I've finally fallen for you. This feeling is really great. Click, the door was pushed open with a thud, and Sun Yinha walked in quickly with her bare feet. Her black slip dress swayed slightly with her steps, and her eyes held a hint of lingering resentment. Lin Mu turned around with a smile. Even though he had already confirmed that he liked her, his heart still raced the moment he saw her. Especially now, she was wearing an alluring black slip dress, the straps of which had slipped slightly, and she was walking towards him barefoot, her graceful curves particularly clear in the warm light. As she walked up to him, Sun Yinha suddenly raised her delicate hand and grabbed his collar, her knuckles turning slightly white, her eyes filled with even more resentment. Lin Mu, you big idiot. It's true that you like me, but taking me down isn't what you think at all. That big oaf is lying to you. Her voice was tinged with anger as she pouted. How could you be so stupid? Lin Mu was stunned for a moment, then looked blankly at Lin Mu and said seriously, but pushing down. Doesn't that just mean pushing down? Could it be that it has another meaning? Pushing it down is of course. Sun Yinha paused mid-sentence, her cheeks flushed as if by the sunset. Then she gave a soft snort and turned her face away. I don't care. I'm angry now. Why are you angry again? Lin Mu was completely baffled. They had just been kissing passionately, so what was it that made her angry? Chapter 147. Please don't be angry, okay? Su Nianhe looked at his silly expression and seemed to laugh in exasperation. She lightly stomped her jade-like feet, causing the hem of her nightgown to sway. Humph. Considering that enormous bouquet of flowers that was taller than me, and your confession to me today, I've decided to let it go. After saying that, she turned back, her eyes softening with tenderness once more, and looked straight at him. Lin Mu, today is the happiest day of my life. I will try my best to make you happy forever. Lin Mu's tone was more serious than before. Uft. Su Nianhe couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes brimming with unwavering affection. How do you plan to make me happy forever? Lin Mu seemed to have been thinking seriously for a long time before finally looking directly into her beautiful eyes. I don't know. Lin Mu, you're making me angry right now. Su Nianhe gently punched his chest with her pink little fist. Lin Mu felt his brain completely fried. Su Nianhe, I feel your anger. Really has no reason. Before she could finish speaking, her slender fingers were already pressed against his lips, the warmth of her fingertips carrying a soft touch. Lin Mu, you just said you liked me, and you're already upset about me being angry? If I'm angry and throw tantrums at you all the time, will you stop liking me? As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned forward again, her nose almost touching his chin. She wanted to know the answer. If he didn't like her domineering personality, she was willing to change for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mu blurted out, No. He paused, then said more solemnly, I like you, and I like everything about you. Just be your most authentic self in front of me. Upon hearing this, Su Nianhe's eyes curved into crescent moons. She threw herself into his arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and said in a soft voice, Lin Mu, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. I want to sleep in your arms. Lin Mu instinctively grasped her slender waist with both hands, then gently released her when his fingertips touched her warm skin, saying earnestly, I think we should take it one step at a time, for example. For example, my foot. Su Nianhe suddenly let go of his hand, put her hands on her hips, and said coquettishly, Really? You still have to make me angry before going to bed. Hug me. Lin Mu pondered for 3 seconds, then looked at her gently, his voice very soft. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Su Nianhe. 8 a.m. The roar of engines suddenly tore through the morning mist of Jinbei City, and nearly 100 daytime special vehicles drove into the 9th special zone like a long steel dragon. The convoy slowly gathered in front of a 12-story hotel and finally drove orderly into the plaza in front of the hotel. The car doors opened simultaneously, and hundreds of figures in daytime uniforms filed out, instantly filling the air with a chilling and murderous aura. Their gazes were fixed on the 3 figures stepping out of the lead car, their eyes filled with awe. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, Qin Jiang walked to the center of the square, his Adam's apple bobbing, and said in a deep voice, Daylight, move out. Yes, Chief Qin Jiang. Hundreds of people responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with the light of justice. No sooner had the words been spoken than the roar of engines resounded once more, and the convoy sped off like arrows in all directions of Jinbei City. Inside the luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel, Kong Nan and Lu Ping sat on either side, their gazes fixed on Qin Jiang by the window. Chief Qin Jiang, shall we not move? Kong Nan asked softly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lu Ping immediately nodded in agreement, his voice tinged with caution. Yes, Chief, this search in Jinbei City, besides our Baizhou, the central government also dispatched 2 elders. Moreover, the commander-in-chief in charge of Jinbei City this time is a very important figure whom even the elders treat with utmost respect. How can we stay in a hotel like this? Qin Jiang raised his hand to interrupt, looking at the traffic flowing below and sighing. The central government has dispatched 2 elders, and there's also a powerful figure hiding behind the scenes. What does this mean? The Red King must still be alive. He paused, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. Let alone the Red Queen herself. Even if you encountered one of her SS-rank calamities, could you survive 3 moves? If we really hit the jackpot and run into the Red King, then we'll have to work together again in 18 years. Lu Ping and Kong Nan exchanged a glance and fell silent at the same time. Because what Chief Qin Jiang said was true, compared to true peak combat power, their strength was at best a speed bump, or even less. Qin Jiang suddenly smiled and said, but we have to put on a show. Let's just treat this as a tourist trip to Jinbei City. I've heard the roast duck here is good. Have you tried it? Kong then stood up and replied, I've eaten there once, and it's definitely authentic. Lu Ping's eyes lit up with anticipation. Following Chief Qin Jiang was the key to stability, always prioritizing survival. Haha, let's go, it's my treat today. Qin Jiang strode towards the door, then paused at the doorway, his voice becoming somewhat subdued. By the way, subtly informed the people below not to push themselves too hard. In this level of combat, those who aspire to be heroes are always the ones who die the fastest. Understood, the two replied in unison. In Mingcheng, in the courtyard of Tietjiao's house, and Shuyao sat gracefully on the stone bench, her black dress trailing down to her ankles, exuding a cool and aloof aura. Mou, dressed in a gray outfit, stood in front of him, bowing his head respectfully as he reported. A series of steady footsteps came from outside the courtyard, and Mou's words suddenly stopped as she looked in the direction of the sound. A tall, dark-skinned man walked in shirtless, carrying a black iron shovel on his shoulder. The moment he saw Mou, his honest face immediately darkened, and his brows furrowed. And Shuyao, the man slammed the shovel into the ground and roared angrily. You think you're treating my house like a guest house? This is your last warning. Don't let me see any more outsiders here. And Shuyao frowned slightly, looked up at him, and said in an icy voice, Get out of my way. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Damn it. I can't stand it for another second. He suddenly swung the shovel, its iron tip pointing directly at Shuyao. Damn it. Come up the mountain with me. Today I'm going to beat you to death, you bitch. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Shuyao's body, and an invisible killing intent instantly enveloped the shovel. And Shuyao's voice was chilling. Fong Taichiao, do you really think I won't make sure you have no descendants? Go back to your room. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying atmosphere vanished. With a raging fire burning in his eyes, he finally leaned the shovel against the courtyard wall, strode towards the mud house, and coldly shouted without turning his head. This is the last time. If I see any outsiders again, I'll definitely kill you, you damn woman. Screwed? Useless. A cold voice came from behind. The shovel stopped in his tracks, and the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator instantly swept through the courtyard. But 3 seconds later, he walked into the mud house with a sullen face, and a low muttering came from inside. You bitch! Just wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. Chapter 148. This is Zhenyi Court. You. Just bear with it. Mou stared in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape. One was actually living with a man? This man looks like a rough guy, but he has the strength of a 7th-level high-level cultivator. How many people in the whole world have such strength? In their conversation, they seem like enemies, yet there's an inexplicable awkwardness about it, as if there's something ambiguous about it. Mou, continue. And Shuyao's voice brought her back to her senses, and Mou quickly lowered her head. Yes, Your Majesty. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she forgot where she was in her sentence, and an awkward silence fell over the courtyard. 2 p.m., Saint Capital. The black Maybach smoothly drove onto the side road outside the Zhen Erding building. The moment the engine shut off, Lin Mu turned his head to look at the passenger seat. Su Nianhe was curled up in the seat, her red dress slipping down to her knees, her long black hair cascading down her neck, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her breathing even. His gaze softened unconsciously, then shifted to the Zhen Erding building outside the car window. A faint smile played on his lips, and a silent sigh welled up inside him. Time flies. Several months have passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a soft moan escaped from her lips. Su Nianhe opened her eyes with a slight tremor in her eyelashes. Her sleepy gaze first swept across the window, and when the outline of the Zhen Erding building came into view, her sleepiness instantly vanished by more than half. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the man in the driver's seat, a faint smile playing on her lips, her voice soft and sweet. Lin Mu, we've arrived. Why didn't you wake me up? Lin Mu met her gaze and replied gently. I wanted you to sleep a little longer. I'm awake now, I want a kiss. As Su Nianhe spoke, her jade-like hands formed an embracing gesture, and her fingertips gently hooked his sleeve. Okay. Lin Mu leaned forward with eyes full of doting affection, his warm breath brushing against her cheek, and gently kissed her soft red lips. In just a second, he quickly retreated, still looking slightly shy. Su Nianhe's smile deepened as she turned her head to look at the buildings outside the window. Will my insistence on coming to Zhenyi Ting with you cause you trouble? After all, you're a newcomer to Zhenyi Ting now. Lin Mu replied calmly. No, that won't happen. Has there ever been a precedent for outsiders visiting Jinyi Pavilion? Su Nianhe turned to the side, rested her elbow on the armrest, and asked with a smile. Lin Mu shook his head, his tone serious. Never, not even immediate family members are allowed to go above the second floor. So, you've made an exception for me? Su Nianhe leaned closer to him, blinking her beautiful eyes. Lin Mu paused, then asked seriously, if I hadn't brought you along, would you have been angry with me again? Su Nianhe's warm breath brushed against his face. Yes, but I will understand you. If you change your mind now, I can wait for you patiently in the car. I've said it before, I'll try my best to make you happy forever. In my heart, you're the exception that can break all the rules. After saying that, Lin Mu's cheeks flushed slightly, as if she had been burned by her own words. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She never expected these words to come from this emotional blockhead, and the love in her eyes instantly overflowed. She suddenly made a heart shape with her hands in front of him, her voice becoming even gentler. Lin Mu, my heart will always belong to you. Cough, cough. Lin Mu coughed twice, his eyes darting towards the window. The unexpected heart gesture made his heart race again, and he quickly changed the subject. Didn't you want to visit Jinyi? Let's get off the bus. As he spoke, he opened the driver's side door and quickly got out of the car, taking a deep breath to try to calm the agitation in his chest. Puff. Looking at his slightly flustered back, Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. That silly Lin Mu, he always changes the subject. Inside the first floor of the building, the receptionist, dressed in the Jinyi Ting uniform, sat upright at the table, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the time on the screen. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes as she murmured, It's already 2 p.m. Why hasn't the new recruit that Chief Ning Mo instructed arrived yet? This person is truly incredible. He has no strength whatsoever, yet he has managed to attract the attention of the chief himself. Buzz. The glass automatic door slid open slowly, and two figures walked in against the light. The man on the left was dressed in simple black casual wear and white shoes, his handsome face expressionless. The woman on the right wore a fiery red, belted long dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps. Her silver-white, red-soled high heels clicked on the ground, the crisp tap-tap sound suddenly breaking the silence of the hall. The receptionist looked up, and when her gaze swept over Su Nianhe, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Why is it that I don't have such a beautiful face? Su Nianhe looked around the hall with great interest, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lin Mu, this is my first time entering Jinyi Court. Lin Mu walked side by side with her to the front desk and said calmly, Well, it's fortunate that this is your first time here. Su Nianhe understood the implication and gave him a sweet smile. The receptionist had already walked up to the two of them, looking at Lin Mu with a scrutinizing gaze. So you're Lin Mu, the new recruit specially recruited in theory? It's me. Lin Mu's gaze remained calm. This little brother is quite something. The woman raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly teasing. You're the first person to enter the Jinyi court without any real strength. There's no one like you before or since. Let's go. I'll take you to Chief Ning Mo to report for duty. He already gave the instructions. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Lin Mu remained unmoved. She had only taken 2 steps when the woman suddenly turned around, her gaze landing on Su Nianhe. Are you a family member? Su Nianhe smiled sweetly and took Lin Mu's arm. I'm Lin Mu's girlfriend. The woman's brows furrowed instantly, and her tone suddenly became serious. Family members can only stay in the lobby on the first floor at most. You're a newbie. How dare you bring your girlfriend to Jinyi? What do you think this place is? Su Nianhe chuckled softly and looked at Lin Mu gently. Never mind, I'm not actually that curious. I'll wait for you in the car. She then started to let go of his hand. But the next second, Lin Mu suddenly took her hand and looked at the woman calmly. Chief Ning Mo knows about this. You can ask him. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. She looked down at her clasped hands and felt even sweeter in her heart. The woman at the front desk looked on in disbelief. How could Chief Ning Mo allow such a thing? She said in a deep voice, Little brother, you'd better pray that what you're saying is true, otherwise. Before she could finish speaking, she turned and took a few steps forward, preparing to give her report. Su Nianhe suddenly leaned close to Lin Mu's ear, her voice so soft that only the two of them could hear. Lin Mu, I want to kiss you. Lin Mu was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said in a low voice, Su Nianhe, this is Jinyi Court. You, bear with it. Chapter 149, Bringing a Girlfriend? He thinks Jinyi is his backyard? Puff. Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh out loud, gently poking his chest with her fingertip and whispering in response, "All right, I'll endure it." Ahead of them, the receptionist gripped her phone tightly amidst several gasps of shock. She walked silently to Lin Mu and Su Nianhe, the smile on her lips more stiff than a grimace. "Little brother, Chief Ningmo said you know this place well and don't need to lead the way. But I'm really curious. Have you been here before?" "But that's impossible. I've never even been above the 32nd floor." By the end, the confusion in her eyes was almost overflowing. "Can we go up now?" Lin Mu's voice remained calm, as if he hadn't heard her question. It's okay now." The woman's voice was tinged with uncertainty as she followed Lin Mu's retreating figure until he led Su Nianhe by the hand toward the elevator. Only then did she murmur to herself, "He really knows the way?" At that moment, a figure with a sinister expression appeared behind her, his voice calm. "Is that kid a specially recruited newcomer?" The woman snapped back to her senses, turned around, and said respectfully, "Yes, Zhang Huai, special class." What's the deal with that woman next to him?" Zhang Huai's gaze swept towards the elevator, his brows furrowing slightly. The woman recounted the whole story in a very fast voice. Zhang Huai raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Bringing his girlfriend? Does he think Zhenyi Court is his backyard?" After saying that, he strode towards the elevator. Ding! The elevator door on the left side of the first-floor corridor slowly slid open, and Lin Mu led Su Nianhe in, pressing the button for the 33rd floor with his fingertips. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Zhang Huai squeezed in. He casually pressed the button for the 30th floor, and his gaze swept over the button for the 33rd floor that was lit up in red. He suddenly paused for a moment, then stood in front of Lin Mu and Su Nianhe, deliberately exuding the aura of a 6th-level awakened one, and a sense of oppression filled the elevator room. Without turning his head, he said in a deep voice, "Kid, new here?" Lin Mu smiled faintly and said, "Yes. I don't know why Chief Ningmo specially recruited you, but I'm warning you, this is the Zhenyi Court, the Zhenyi Court that guards China." Zhang Huai's voice was chilling, and his tone suddenly became more serious. "Zhenyi Court does not support useless people, especially those who corrupt the morals." Lin Mu paused for a moment, then calmly replied, "That makes sense." Zhang Huai's lips twitched. This kid is really... Ding! The elevator arrived at the 30th floor. Zhang Huai gave him a cold look, turned around, and walked out of the elevator. In the elevator, Su Nianhe finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, poking Lin Mu's arm with her fingertip. "Lin Mu, he's obviously talking about you, isn't he?" Lin Mu smiled helplessly. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be." Bite. The elevator ascended to the 33rd floor, the top floor, and the doors slowly opened. Lin Mu led her out, his voice gentle. "We're on the top floor. Wanna go?" Before he could finish speaking, Su Nianhe waved her hand to interrupt him, her eyes sparkling. "I'm going to your room." "Okay." Lin Mu smiled and agreed, leading her towards the end of the corridor. "Lin Mu, are there any secrets in your room? If so, it's not too late to admit your mistake." Su Nianhe's voice was soft and sweet, and her skirt swayed gently with her steps. Lin Mu turned his head to look at her in confusion. "A secret?" Su Nianhe blinked, then suddenly waved her hand, her tone tinged with a helpless smile. "Never mind. Seeing your silly look, just pretend I didn't say anything." Reaching the end of the corridor, Lin Mu looked at the metal door in front of him and smiled faintly, then gently pressed his index finger against it. With a soft click, the door opened automatically. Su Nianhe's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked into the room and looked around. A few seconds later, she said with a hint of surprise, "Lin Mu, your room must be at least 200 square meters, right?" A little over 200. Lin Mu casually closed the door, his gaze falling on her. Su Nianhe suddenly turned around and leaned close to him, slightly tiptoeing, and parted her red lips. Kiss. Meanwhile, in the central control room on the 32nd floor, a crisp, startled cry suddenly rang out. "Holy crap! It's come back to life! It's come back to life!" Shinro stared intently at the fingerprint information flashing on the screen, rubbed her eyes hard, and even slapped herself. "Ouch, it hurts. This isn't a hallucination. But how can the system display Chief Ting's fingerprints? Is it a malfunction?" Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and the data stream on the screen scrolled wildly. A minute later, her eyes lit up, and she nodded with absolute certainty. "The system is working. The 33rd floor is Chief Ting's room." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped up and rushed out the door. The moment the door opened, she abruptly stopped in her tracks. A man dressed in the chief's uniform of Zheniting was standing outside the door. Qinghe looked at her, who looked flustered, and asked calmly, "What happened?" Shinro took a deep breath, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her throat, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Chief Qinghe?" "The door to Chief Ting's room on the 33rd floor has been opened. The fingerprints belong to Chief Ting." Qinghe raised an eyebrow, stepped into the control room and closed the door behind him, his tone suddenly becoming serious. "Shinro, this is top secret. It's not time to make it public yet, understand?" Shinro's eyes widened instantly as she looked up at Qinghe, her voice trembling. "Chief Qinghe? You mean, Chief Ting really still?" Qinghe patted her shoulder to interrupt. "Yes, remember, this is top secret." Shinro's eyes instantly lit up with ecstasy, and she nodded emphatically. "Shinro understands." The next second, as if remembering something, she respectfully asked, "Then, that newcomer named Lin Mu is?" Qinghe smiled faintly. "You're always so smart. Then Shinro can go up." Before she could finish speaking, Qinghe calmly interrupted her. "You'll see him often in the future, but not today. Chief Ting is here with his girlfriend." After saying that, Qinghe turned and left, muttering to himself, "Chief Ting. Awesome." He then chuckled softly. "When you all find out who Chief Ting's girlfriend is one day, you'll see how interesting your expressions will be." Inside the control room, Shinro stood there, completely bewildered. In just 2 minutes, her mind experienced 3 explosive shocks. After a long while, she slowly came to her senses and murmured in disbelief. How could someone like Chief Ting fall in love? What kind of magic does that woman possess? Chapter 150 Lin Mu, I Want to Marry You. The research and development base, inside the core laboratory in Zone D. Lin Yin had changed into a crisp white lab coat and was sitting upright in front of the control panel. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, her rhythm unhurried, her mind still replaying the story of her brother being exceptionally recruited by Zheniting. The next second, she rested her elbow on the table, her delicate hand supporting her cheek, her fingertips unconsciously twirling the stray hairs behind her ear, and murmured softly, "I feel like my brother is getting more and more mysterious." Then she smiled gently, her lips curving upwards. "But that's how it should be. How could my brother, Lin Yan's brother, be mediocre?" Thump, thump, thump. A series of regular knocks interrupted her thoughts. Lin Yin withdrew her hand, sat up straight, and said with a smile, "Come in." The metal door slid open, and Tan Yi, dressed in a black uniform, walked steadily to her and stopped. "Director Lin, what do you need me to do?" Lin Yin rose from her leather seat, her fingertips tracing the touch screen on the center console. After the screen went dark, she smiled faintly and said, "Captain Tan, there's a personal matter I'd like to ask you." Tan Yi paused for a moment, then calmly replied, "Please go ahead." Lin Yin looked at him with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Will Zheniting really make an exception and specially recruit a 0-level awakener? Absolutely impossible, Tan Yi said without the slightest hesitation, his voice resolute. Lin Yan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she pressed further, "What if there is?" Tan Yi looked up and stared directly at her, his tone more solemn than before. "Director Lin, Zheniting has never had such a precedent since its establishment, and it will be the same in the future." Lin Yin smiled knowingly and leaned forward slightly. "But now that it's already happened, how is Captain Ting going to explain this situation?" "Impossible. Who is he?" A look of disbelief flashed across Tan Yi's eyes. He asked in a deep voice, his breathing quickening. After Lin Yin briefly described her brother's situation, Tan Yi was completely stunned. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched unconsciously as he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Lin Yin crossed her arms over her chest, a calm smile always on her lips, quietly watching him, her fingertips lightly tapping her arm. After a long pause, Tan Yi looked up at her directly and said in a serious tone, "Director Lin, your brother could not possibly have been specially recruited by Zheniting just because of his theory. But the specific reasons are probably only known to those chief executives." "Captain Tan, so you mean, the theoretical percentage is only a negligible part of my brother's special recruitment?" Lin Yin immediately pressed for more information, her curiosity growing even stronger. Tan Yi shook his head. "That's not right." Just as Lin Yin was about to speak, Tan Yi added in a deep voice, "Director Lin, the proportion of theory is 0. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her lips moved, and she hesitated several times before finally asking, "Captain Tan, is this your personal deduction?" "Director Lin, your brother, is far more complex than you think. Tanny paused, then lowered his voice even further. The Zhenyi court also has an unwritten, hidden rule, which is the final assessment in the true sense. A complex look flashed in his eyes. It means that your hands must be stained with the blood of calamity. Director Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Let's go back. As soon as Lin Yin finished speaking, Tan Yi turned around and strode away. His eyes flickered with endless speculation just before he left, clearly not telling her all his guesses. After the metal door closed, Lin Yin leaned back in the leather seat, her body tilted back and her hands behind her head. A glint of excitement suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the smile on her lips deepened. Brother, are you really a zero-level awakener? You can keep mom and dad in the dark forever, but you can't keep your little sister in the dark. She chuckled softly, her fingertips tapping a light rhythm on the table, her eyes full of anticipation. Now I'll have to work even harder. I can't let my brother's achievements catch up to me so easily in the future. 5 p.m. Outside a luxury shopping mall. Lin Mu, his hands full of exquisitely packaged bags, gazed tenderly at the woman before him and murmured softly, "It feels so good to like you." At that moment, Su Nianhe suddenly turned around, her red dress fluttering with her movements. She walked quickly to him in her high heels, tiptoed slightly, and her nose almost touched his chin. Her voice was soft and coquettish. "Lin Mu, kiss me." Lin Mu was stunned for a moment, then glanced around. The plaza outside the mall was packed with people. Couples were taking photos together, children were chasing balloons, and the noise of the crowd surged in like a tide. Is Adam's apple bobbed here? Otherwise, let's go home and wait. No, I must return tonight, Su Nianhe interrupted softly, her fingertips gently tugging at his sleeve. Why? He just arrived last night. Lin Mu's eyes dimmed instantly. Su Nianhe raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness, and gently tapped his chest with her fingertips, because something small suddenly happened. All right, hurry up and kiss me. I want the most domineering kind. The next second, Lin Mu carefully placed the packaging bag in his hand on the ground beside his feet. Su Nianhe's smile deepened, and as soon as she tiptoed, Lin Mu reached out and pulled her slender waist into his arms. His palm was pressed against her back, and he could feel her warm body temperature through the thin veil. She looked up, he looked down, and the two kissed amidst the surging crowd. The surrounding noise seemed to freeze instantly, with only their breaths mingling together. They were so deeply in love with each other that even the setting sun seemed to slow its descent. Until it got dark. The streetlights in the distance cast a warm yellow glow, and a pink SUV silently stopped on the main road opposite the Jean Erding building. On the side road, two figures were walking slowly toward the off-road vehicle. Lin Mu, you must think of me often, understand? Su Nianhe paused slightly, turning to look at him with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Lin Mu met her gaze and said earnestly, I will definitely miss you. Then what should be the first thing you do when you miss me? Su Nianhe asked with a smile. Lin Mu pondered for a few seconds, then frowned slightly. Think of you with all your might. Puff. Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh out loud, raising her delicate hand to poke his cheek. Lin Mu, how can you be so adorably silly? Am I wrong? Lin Mu's eyes became more serious. If it's wrong, just tell me, and I can change it. Su Nianhe laughed even harder at his serious expression, her eyes curving into crescents. Lin Mu, the first thing you think of is of course making a phone call. Lin Mu nodded as if suddenly realizing something. I understand. I'll definitely call you when I miss you. How stupid. Su Nianhe suddenly tiptoed and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek, leaving a faint lipstick mark. She then nodded in satisfaction, her gaze deepening as she looked directly into his eyes. Lin Mu, I want to marry you. I will marry you. Lin Mu did not hesitate for a moment, his tone firm. Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to overflow. She cupped his face in her hands, her fingertips gently tracing his jawline. All right, but I have things I must do in the future. If the wait is long, will you lose patience? A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Why should I wait? What are you going to do? I'll go with you. Chapter 151. Before the lamp goes out, it must always light up once. Uft, Su Nianhe chuckled, her eyes filled with even deeper love. All right, I was just saying it casually. Well, it's a deal then. I will only marry you in this life, and you can only marry me in this life. Lin Mu nodded solemnly. Okay, the agreement is established. Inside the pink SUV, Yu Ning stared intently at the scene, her eyes filled with shock. She murmured, Xiao Ning dares not be curious about this person anymore. Sister loves this man too much. A moment later, the back door was gently opened. Sun Yinha got into the car carrying 6 exquisitely packaged bags. She casually tossed the packaging bag aside, her beautiful eyes gazing affectionately at the man outside the car. Lin Mu, remember what I said. Whenever you miss me, call me immediately, understand? Lin Mu nodded, his voice a little naive. If I miss you, I'll call you. I understand. Silly. As she finished speaking, Sun Yinha raised her delicate hand, and the instant her fingertips touched her red lips, she blew a kiss to Lin Mu, her voice saccharine sweet. Love you. The car door closed gently, and Yu Ning lightly pressed the accelerator, deliberately slowing down the car to give the two of them enough time to look at each other. Lin Mu stood there, watching the pink SUV disappear from sight. Suddenly, he felt empty inside. He murmured, "This feeling, is it longing?" Inside the pink SUV, Sun Yinha's expression suddenly turned cold, as if the tenderness and affection from before had been covered by a layer of ice. Xiao Ning, what's wrong? Yu Ning respectfully replied, Sister, the 2 elders from the central government and the people from Baizhou all entered Jinbei City today. Could it be that they discovered? Heh. Sun Yinha sneered, a sharp glint in her eyes. You've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Before he could finish speaking, a rapid telephone ring suddenly broke the silence. Sun Yinha frowned slightly, but her expression instantly relaxed when she saw the caller ID, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. She answered the phone immediately, her voice gentle. Why did you call me so soon after I left your sight? Lin Mu's voice came clearly from the other end of the phone. Didn't you say that if I miss you, I should call you? I miss you right now. Buffed. Sun Yinha covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes filled with joy. Even her voice was brimming with excitement. Think about it, I miss you too. Outside a detached villa in the North District, 1 kilometer away from the Sun and Moon Cafe, a black sedan slowly pulled up at the main entrance. As Zhao Shanha opened the car door, a guard in black was already waiting beside the car with his head bowed. Boss, you've arrived. Zhao Shanha nodded slightly, his voice low. How has the old man been lately? The guard paused for a moment, then answered truthfully. I've been conscious more often lately than before, but each time it only lasts for about 10 seconds, and I can't even utter a complete sentence. Zhao Shanha sighed softly and walked towards the villa's gate. Inside the living room, several guards in black bowed their heads simultaneously. Boss. He nodded and went straight to the 2nd floor. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, an elderly man sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly at the neon lights outside. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhao Shanha waved his hand to signal the guards inside to quietly retreat. The footsteps approached, but the old man remained unmoved, his eyes still vacant. Zhao Shanha walked to his side, knelt down on one knee, and said in a very soft voice, Father, Shanha has arrived. The old man's body trembled violently, his empty eyes slowly turning to him. His lips moved for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, mountain, river. Zhao Shanha grasped the old man's withered hand, his voice even softer. Yes, your son has come to see you. Grandson, you have arrived, the old man said in a trembling voice. Zhao Shanha was taken aback. Father, I am your son. The old man shook his head, his gray hair swaying with the movement, and his empty eyes looked at him again. Son? No, you are my grandson. Zhao Shanha gave a helpless bitter laugh, a low sigh escaping his throat. Fine. Whatever you say. From now on, I'm your grandson. The old man nodded in satisfaction, his withered hand slowly rising and hovering in midair, not falling on his face. Son. Why? Why did you pretend to be his grandson? Zhao Shanha's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh. He gently patted the old man's hand and said, Father, so I'm a son now, right? The old man stopped looking at him, his empty gaze continuing to stare out the window. You are my son? Shanha, are my grandson. Zhao Shanha looked up helplessly at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, lowering his voice even further. I understand what you mean. From now on, I will be both your son and your grandson. Seeing that the old man no longer responded, Zhao Shanha sighed again. Just as he stood up, a withered hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Zhao Shanha's heart skipped a beat, his expression suddenly filled with joy, and he gently returned the handshake. Father, you. A faint glimmer of light appeared in the old man's empty eyes, like a candle flickering in the wind. He looked out the window and spoke in a trembling voice. Mountains and rivers. Father, I'm here. Zhao Shanha's voice trembled with excitement. The old man still didn't look at him, but instead, facing the neon lights outside the window, he mustered all his strength to utter a few words. Live well. The older generation isn't quite dead yet. Father, Shanha doesn't understand. Could you explain in more detail? Zhao Shanha was extremely anxious, but he kept his voice very soft, afraid of disturbing this rare moment of clarity. The old man's chest heaved violently as he uttered a few more words, each one seemingly squeezed from his throat. The real enemy comes from north of China. Zhao Shanha's expression changed drastically. He leaned forward and said urgently, Father, could it be that there really is something else outside of China? Before he could finish speaking, the old man's gaze suddenly became unfocused again. He looked at Zhao Shanha and asked in confusion, Who are you? Zhao Shanha closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Why did it break down at the crucial moment again? He took a deep breath, suppressed his surging emotions, and spoke even softer. Father, I am your son. You are not. Then I am your grandson. Grandson, you're impersonating my son. After a moment, Zhao Shanha gently squeezed the old man's withered hand. Father, I will come again in half a month. You will definitely get better. The old man's eyes were vacant, and he did not respond. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still awake. Zhao Shanha walked out of the room, and the door closed gently. The old man's intermittent voice finally rang out inside the room, accompanied by a few suppressed coughs. Cough, cough, cough. My body has been rotting away for a long time. This old life should have been buried long ago. Before the lamp goes out, it must always be lit one last time. But it's not the time yet. Chapter 152. Half a month later, the first sword pierced the heart of the kingdom. Nanjing District. On the desolate outskirts, the night wind swirled withered grass and debris, while the distant city neon lights blurred across the horizon. 3 figures radiating terrifying auras were being unilaterally crushed by a black figure, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Boom. Ning Imo, Qing He, and Feng Shi were sent flying backwards like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. The Wuji staff trembled violently in Ning Mo's palm, and Xinghe's longsword clattered to the ground as he barely managed to stand up. Blood dripped from Feng Shi's lips onto the cracked earth, and it took her a long time to regain her balance. Several months have passed, and your strength has not improved at all. A man dressed in black casual clothes walked slowly over, and the oppressive aura emanating from him was like an invisible mountain, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. At that moment, a sound of wind breaking came from afar, and a powerful aura tore through the night sky. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was finally Lu Ping's turn to get beaten up. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping's figure landed in the center of the wasteland. He scratched the back of his head, looking at Ning Mo and the other 2 with a blank expression. Why did you suddenly call me here for a gathering? And what happened to your injuries? The 3 stood side by side, ignoring his question and even deliberately looking away. Lu Ping was even more confused. They called me to this desolate place in the middle of the night, and now they're ignoring me? What's going on? You're a bit late. Put on your boxing gloves and go all out against me. Lin Mu's voice suddenly rang out. Only then did Lu Ping notice the 4th person. When he looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Isn't this Brother Gu's distant cousin? He adopted a mysterious air, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Kid, we really have a connection. Haven't we met several times in just a few months? Yes, you'll see him every day for the next 2 weeks. Lin Mu added calmly. Lu Ping, put on your boxing gloves and attack me with all your might. Lu Ping's eyebrows shot up. This kid dares to call me by my full name? Are you trying to force me to bully you? He was about to speak to Ning Mo when he saw Ning Mo, Qing He, and Feng Shi turn around at the same time, their shoulders twitching slightly. Lu Ping, don't you understand? Lu Ping. Lin Mu's voice remained calm. A chill ran through Lu Ping's heart, as if he were being watched by something. But he didn't think much of it, only that this kid was too arrogant and needed to be taught a lesson. Kid, today I'll teach you a lesson on how to be a decent human being on behalf of your cousin. Puffed. 3 suppressed chuckles came from afar, disappearing in an instant. Lu Ping, you talk too much nonsense. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, the ultimate icy domain suddenly erupted from his body. Visible icy blue chill swept around him, instantly freezing the wasteland within 100 meters. Lu Ping was completely dumbfounded and exclaimed in shock. Ice element. Court chief. Before he could react, Lin Mu's figure transformed into a blur in the night, instantly appearing in front of him. Lu Ping felt a blur before his eyes, and then a tremendous force struck his chest. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out, and he was hit as if by a cannonball. His body flew backward in an arc and crashed heavily onto the ice, cracking the ice beneath him with spiderweb-like patterns. Ning Mo and the other two glanced at the direction Lu Ping had flown backward and nodded in unison. We'll share the burden. Minimalist Tavern. The tavern, usually quiet and deserted, was packed to capacity today. The guests were dressed in various styles, each exuding a calm and collected aura, their sharpness concealed. Xiaoman and Sanshur sat at the front, and everyone's eyes were focused on the bar, their eyes flashing with awe. Smack! The sound of the lighter was exceptionally clear in the quiet pub. Inside the bar, Gutsong slumped in a leather chair, a lit cigarette between his fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, he spoke in a hoarse voice. For the past 2 weeks, you have been scattered across the 11 districts under Jiangqing, assisting the Zhenyi Division in its operations. The strength of the Zhenyi Division is ultimately too weak. In just one day, nearly 100 awakened ones have been lost in various mountain ranges. Yes, everyone responded in unison. It will be a tough battle in half a month. Gutsong exhaled a smoke ring. After so many years of decadence, most of you have happy families with both sons and daughters. If you want to withdraw now, I, Gutsong, fully understand and respect that. As soon as he finished speaking, a resolute glint flashed in the eyes of everyone in the tavern, and a chilling aura swept through the entire space. A few seconds later, Gutsong smiled faintly and gently extinguished the cigarette between his fingers in the ashtray. 11 o'clock late at night. Mingsheng, in the courtyard of Taichao. Shovel emerged from the mud house, sweeping across the empty yard, his brow furrowed. She didn't come home all night again. She'll wake me up in the middle of the night. I really want to kill her. Who do you want to kill? A clear, cold voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, the tap-tap sound of high heels hitting the concrete floor became clearer, and Shu Yao, dressed in a black dress, walked into the courtyard. Moonlight shone on her aloof and ethereal face as she stared at the shovel with a hint of murderous intent. What are you doing back at this hour? Don't you know you're disturbing people's rest? Iron Shovel looked up to meet her gaze and said in a deep voice, if you come back late at night next time, don't bother coming back. Go somewhere far away from me. And Shu Yao's expression grew increasingly cold. She walked lightly towards the shovel, each tap of her high heels carrying an endless killing intent that swept through the courtyard. Tai Xiao raised an eyebrow, clenched his fists, and suddenly unleashed the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator from his body. When dealing with women, a gentleman never strikes first. He waited, and the moment she made her move, his right fist slammed towards her cold, aloof face. But the expected outcome did not occur, and Shu Yao walked straight past him, her cool voice uttering 2 words, "What the hell?" The shovel froze for a moment, then turned around and pointed at her back, cursing, "Damn it, you dead woman. I'm telling you this, I'll beat you to death sooner or later." And Shu Yao paused slightly, her graceful figure still, and repeated those 2 words once more. Iron Shovel's face instantly turned red, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Jinbei City, Wunyan Building. In the most luxurious room on the top floor, a huge bouquet of 999 red roses is quietly placed in the center, with glistening water droplets still clinging to the petals, and a rich floral fragrance filling the air. Yu Lan, Yu Ning, Qiu Hu, and Lu Jiu stood respectfully behind the bouquet, heads bowed, awaiting orders. Da-da. The crisp sound of high heels broke the silence as Su Nianhe walked gracefully to the bouquet. Her fiery red dress swayed gently with each step, like a burning flame. Her fingertips lightly touched the petals, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. The moment she turned around, her gentleness vanished, replaced by extreme coldness. A cold voice suddenly rang out. "How is the interrogation going?" Yulan immediately responded respectfully. "Your Majesty, we have only captured some mid-level prisoners. They only know that they are to search for your whereabouts in Jinbei City, Yu City, and Luonan City within half a month. They know nothing else." Luonan City. Su Nianhe sneered, walked to the throne, and sat down gracefully. "They have tacitly accepted the remaining forces under the Black King as my people. Your Majesty, those survivors." Before Yulan could finish speaking, Su Nianhe interrupted her calmly. "Let them die in the most painful way." After the 4 left, Su Nianha's eyes blazed with crimson and golden flames, and a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of her lips. My strength has been restored to its full glory. Kingdom, Guardian Envoy, I await your arrival. Half a month. Fleeting. On the 33rd floor of the Zhenerding building, Lin Mu sat upright in a leather chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. His eyes remained calm as he continued. Half a month from now, the first sword will pierce the heart of the kingdom. Time flies, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Half a month has passed. Chapter 153. If he loses, the whole game is lost. Half a month later. At 5:30 p.m., it was getting dark. Near the Sun and Moon Cafe in St. Capital. The air in the detached villa was filled with an inescapable stench of blood. Inside the 4-story villa, medical staff hurried between the hospital beds. The wounded soldiers, with severed limbs, gritted their teeth and suppressed their groans, as blood seeped through the gauze. The awakened ones, barely clinging to life, were covered in penetrating wounds. The rise and fall of their chests grew weaker and weaker. Most of them had completely lost their breath, their eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. On the 4th floor of the villa, a gentle and elegant lady in a white medical uniform was squatting by the bed. She clung tightly to the edge of the bed with both hands, her shoulders trembling violently, her cries hoarse and desperate. Suddenly, the man's right hand on the hospital bed trembled violently. The noblewoman's sobs stopped abruptly, her eyes flashing with intense light. She rushed forward and tightly grasped the hand, her voice cracking with surprise as she exclaimed, "Mingzai, you're finally awake." Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, landing on the back of the man's hand. The man slowly opened his eyes, his face as white as paper, blood seeping from the bandages wrapped around his body, and several grotesque stitches from penetrating wounds crawling across his skin. With all his remaining strength, he weakly murmured, "Little Rome. I'm here. I've always been here." The noblewoman responded, her voice choked with emotion, her fingertips gently stroking his cheek. "Mingzai, what exactly happened in that mountain range of Mingcheng? You led the team yourself. How did you get injured like this?" Lu Mingzai's voice was broken and intermittent, each word sounding like it was being drained of all his strength. "Xiaorong, where are the brothers?" The noblewoman's words caught in her throat, her eyes dimmed, and she shook her head and sighed softly. "Mingzai, more than 90% of the team that went to Mingcheng this time were left there forever. If it weren't for Chun Yang's timely rescue, even the few of you who survived would have." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mingzai closed his eyes, a tear sliding down his cheek, his inner sorrow like a boulder falling into an abyss. Those brothers who risked their lives together will never come back. At this moment, a tall, square-faced man walked to the bedside. He glanced at the 4 floors filled with seriously injured people, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his chest filled with suppressed rage. "Boss, you've arrived." The lady rose gently, her voice still trembling with tears. Zhao Shanha nodded slightly. Upon hearing the word boss, Lu Mingzai's eyes snapped open, and he excitedly raised his trembling right hand. "Boss." Zhao Shanha immediately grasped his hand, his voice low yet firm. "Mingzai, how are you? What exactly happened in the hidden dragon mountains of Mingcheng?" Lu Mingzai tried to speak urgently, but the more he tried, the less he could say. Suddenly, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, which stained the gauze on his chest. "Well said." Zhao Shanha and the noblewoman exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with worry. Lu Mingzai's breath grew weaker, and he said in a trembling voice, "Boss, hidden dragon mountains are definitely not something we can force our way through. We didn't even have time to venture deep into the mountains before. It's clear that our brother's blood will not have been shed in vain." Zhao Shanha patted his shoulder gently, his tone firm. Lu Mingzai suddenly gripped his arm with all his might, his knuckles turning white. "Boss, that place must belong to the kingdom. We absolutely cannot go. The disparity in strength is too great. Rest assured, Mingzai, someone will go to the hidden dragon mountains." Zhao Shanha turned around, his back to him, and said in a deep voice, "This is our first battle in which we have taken the initiative. Some people have said that this battle was the first sword to pierce the heart of the kingdom. Focus on your recovery and wait for our triumphant return." Before Lu Mingzai could respond, Zhao Shanha strode downstairs with steady steps, his back view resolute. Lu Mingzai tried his best to get up and dissuade him, but his body felt like it was filled with lead. He could only weakly murmur, "Boss, with my strength at the initial 7th level, I can't even break through the outer edge of the mountain range. Can the person you're talking about really break into that hellish mountain range?" "Mingzai, you've finally woken up, You absolutely mustn't have any more strong emotional fluctuations. The noblewoman quickly sat back down on the edge of the bed, her eyes reddening as she held his blood-stained left hand. Lu Mingzai forced a smile onto his pale face, his lips cracked and chapped. I know what Xiaorong's son is doing. During this period, all of his classes were cancelled. He would catch his breath after every few words, and the bandage on his chest rose and fell slightly with each breath. The lady nodded gently. I know, don't worry. My son is already 6 years old. Yesterday, he was saying that he wanted to be as good as his dad. He is very sensible and will stay at home obediently and wait for you to get better. As soon as the villa's main gate was pushed open and Zhao Shanhe took a step out, Chen Yong strode forward with heavy steps. His eyes were blazing with fury, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor. Boss, the army is fully assembled. Zhao Shanhe nodded, his black trench coat billowing in the night wind, a murderous glint in his eyes. Go. Yes. Chen Yong replied. 10 seconds later, a sudden roar of engines erupted near the Sun and Moon Cafe. The headlights of hundreds of off-road vehicles pierced the night, like a lurking herd of beasts speeding in different directions at the same time. Outside the villa, a black SUV was already parked. The moment Zhao Shanhe and Chen Yong sat in the back seat, the driver immediately started the vehicle and slammed his right foot on the accelerator as he drove off the auxiliary road. The car sped towards the center of Yuqing like an arrow released from a bow, the shadows of trees and streetlights outside the window rushing past into blurry streaks of light. Zhao Shanhe leaned back in the seat, his brows furrowing unconsciously, his fingertips tapping his knees absently. Boss, what about the hidden Dragon Mountains in Ming City? Chen Yong's voice was filled with barely concealed unease. Even Mingzai's strength could only stop at the periphery, and he even suffered the fate of being completely wiped out. The people of Zhen, Yiting they really can. His voice grew weaker and weaker as he spoke, his confidence almost completely worn away by worry. Zhao Shanhe paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Chen Yong, only one person can go to that hidden Dragon Mountain range. What? Chen Yong sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was about to ask more questions when Zhao Shanhe raised his hand to interrupt him. This is not the final battle. Zhao Shanhe's voice remained calm. His strength is more than enough to protect himself. But Chen Yong wanted to say more, but Zhao Shanhe interrupted him again, his tone firm. We have no choice but to believe him. If he loses, he will lose everything. In this battle, our mission with Zhenerding is very clear. If we destroy more than half of their hidden strongholds, that will be our victory. Chen Yong's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Boss, he single-handedly stormed into the hidden Dragon Mountains. Can he really come out alive? A fleeting hint of worry crossed Zhao Shanhe's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, This is his decision, and we can only trust him. Chapter 154 Envoy of the Nation. Your nightmare has only just begun. Jiangsheng, Duansha Tavern. Under the dim light, Xiaoman held a gleaming dagger between her fingertips. With a light twist of the knuckles, the blade traced a silvery arc, its edge gleaming with a chilling sharpness in the light and shadow. Sanshur stood to his side, a massive long sword slung over his shoulder. His gaze swept across the bar, his voice low and laced with barely perceptible tension. Brother Gu, all the brothers are here, not one missing. A figure was embedded in the leather chair behind the bar. Gu Tsong held the cigarette case between his fingers, flicked his knuckles, and a cigarette landed precisely between his lips. With a click, the lighter's flame shot up. Smoke slowly escaped from his throat, and his previously limp body gradually straightened as the smoke rose. His dejected eyes suddenly lit up, like a sleeping beast opening its eyes. By the time he exhaled the third puff of smoke, the cigarette but had burned down to the filter, and sparks flickered on his fingertips. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, a faint smile playing on his lips, his voice hoarse. It's been a long time since we've had a proper fight. Xiaoman's dagger suddenly stopped spinning, and the blade snapped against her palm. She licked her lips, a flash of excited red light in her eyes. Sanshur unconsciously gripped the sword hilt, and the two of them simultaneously became scorching hot, like hunters waiting for their prey, their blood boiling. As the three walked out of the tavern, the sidewalk outside was filled with figures dressed in various styles, their eyes filled with determination. The leading man stepped forward, his voice low yet respectful. Brother Gu, the rest of our brothers are scattered across other regions, awaiting your orders at any time. Gu Tsong nodded, lit another cigarette, and as the smoke swirled around him, his gaze swept over the crowd. He said in a deep voice, "Let's set off and wipe out this cancer in Jiangcheng." Yes. The crowd's response was like a rumble of thunder, startling pedestrians during the evening rush hour who hurriedly took detours and kept their distance. These days, nobody wants to mess with this group of menacing people. Even the stray cats on the street tuck their tails between their legs and scurry into the alleyway. Holy Capital, Zhenerding headquarters. In the enclosed plaza behind the building, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air like a thick fog, almost freezing it in place. Thousands of awakened ones in uniform stood ramrod straight, each with their hands on their weapons, knuckles white, their eyes showing no fear, only resolute determination. Each of them knew in their hearts what this action represented. They sacrificed themselves without fear, hoping that one day, light would return to this dark world. Directly in front of the square, four powerful figures stood side by side. Feng Shi looked at Ning Mo beside her, her voice as cold as ice. "It's almost time. Shall we split into 4 groups as originally planned?" Ning Mo nodded coldly, his tone firm. "This is our first offensive battle. Chief Ting said that it must spread like wildfire and stain the kingdom with blood." He took 3 steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of people in front of him. "This is the only remaining fighting force of Zhenyi Court, all of whom are awakened beings of the 4th rank or above, and the word fearless is engraved on the face of each of them." Ning Mo's aura as a mid-stage 7th-order cultivator suddenly erupted, his robes fluttering in the wind, and his voice boomed like thunder. "Everyone!" Thousands of people gripped their weapons at the same time, and a chilling aura swept across the square. Ning Mo and the other 3 smiled simultaneously, their confidence and victory evident. The next second, his voice became even deeper, carrying a power that pierced the heart. "This battle will be our first sword strike against the darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura exploded without reservation, and his voice was resolute. "Zhenyi Court, all personnel move out. If the world is already shrouded in boundless darkness, then I will use my own body to carve out a ray of light." Amidst the deafening shouts, everyone unleashed their full power, reaching the peak of the chilling atmosphere. Inside the Zhenerding building, apart from the staff on duty in the lobby and a few people in the control room, the rest of the members had already boarded special vehicles and headed to the battlefield in the major cities. At this moment, Lin Mu stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 33rd floor, his gaze sweeping over the Zhenyi Ting special cars below, which sped off in an orderly fashion like silver dragons in different directions. The neon lights outside the window flickered, reflected in his deep eyes, and his calm voice revealed a chilling killing intent. "This is only the first sword piercing the heart of the kingdom. Envoy of the nation, your nightmare has only just begun." He casually draped his black coat over his shoulders, grabbed the black robe and white mask from the table, and turned to walk out the door. Click. The moment the door opened, Lin Mu paused slightly. A woman dressed in the uniform of the Zhenyi Ting stood in the corridor, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes shining with reverence, her lips moving for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single word. Lin Mu smiled faintly at her. "Shenro, you'll be very busy tonight too. Keep an eye on the central control room." As soon as she finished speaking, Shenro instinctively straightened her back and respectfully replied, "Yes, Chief Ting." On the other side, in the lead car heading to Jinbei City, long-lost laughter filled the carriage. Zhang Huai, with one hand on the steering wheel, suddenly burst into laughter. "Hey, Chief Lu Ping, it's been a long time since we've had this old duo." Lu Ping leaned back in the passenger seat, shook his head and scoffed. "Long time no see, my foot. It's only been a little over half a month, hasn't it? After this battle, I'll make time to train with you every day. I guarantee your strength will increase dramatically, trust me." Lu Ping's voice was full of confidence. "All right, you still think of your brother. Don't worry, reaching the 7th rank is just a matter of time for me." A confident glint flashed in Zhang Huai's eyes, and she changed the subject. "By the way, every time I've seen you these past 2 weeks, you've always had a bruised and swollen face?" Lu Ping's lips twitched, as if recalling something unpleasant. He sighed helplessly and replied, "It's nothing. I'll definitely practice with you more later. We're brothers in my heart, no need for thanks." Zhang Huai raised an eyebrow and smiled, then casually suggested, "How about we get a foot massage at our usual spot after this battle? We have to wash it." Lu Ping nodded, then sighed. I really miss the days when we were partners. We didn't have to use our brains. We just did exactly what we were told." After becoming the chief, my mind couldn't keep up with their train of thought at all. Zhang Huai laughed loudly. Brother, when I reach the 7th level, let's keep each other company and become brainless idiots together. With that, he floored the accelerator, and the car sped off towards Junbei City like an arrow. At 10 p.m., at the entrance of Mingqing Village, surrounded by mountains, several elderly people leaned leisurely on their homemade benches, cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping, but the topic always revolved around the girl from the Taichiao family. Let me tell you, that silly shovel guy definitely made the girl angry. I live next door, and for the past 2 weeks, I've often heard the couple arguing late at night. Sigh, he's just too honest and doesn't know how to comfort people. An old man slapped his thigh in exasperation. Hey, what couple doesn't argue? Which of us here hasn't been through that? These couples always fight in bed and make up before they get out of bed, an old woman said with a gentle smile. What era are we living in? Fast food relationships are all the rage now. You fight in bed, and then it's over. There's no such thing as a last-minute breakup. Another person chimed in with a laugh, their tone laced with a hint of teasing. All right, maybe that girl just likes the honesty and straightforwardness of the shovel, an old man with thinning hair said casually, holding a hoe. Village chief, are there really such foolish girls in this world? An old man's question had just been uttered. Everyone fell silent instantly and turned to look into the village. Because they are the main characters in the gossip. He was carrying a black shovel on his back, and in his left hand, he was holding a black robe that covered a gray mask. He still had that honest and simple look as he slowly walked towards the village entrance. Chapter 155 by Ju. It's been a long time since we've joined forces. Taichiao looked at the elderly men and women chatting in 2s and 3s, nodded and greeted them one by one, and his smile became more and more honest. When he reached the old man carrying a hoe, he paused slightly and revealed his signature simple smile. Ho, village chief. The village chief looked up at him, his cloudy eyes revealing a calm understanding of everything. Shovel, going out so late? Did you upset your wife again? Taichiao's lips twitched, and he scratched the back of his head, laughing. I'm going out to run some errands with a friend. I'll be back later. You can rest. After saying that, he left with a simple, honest smile. As soon as he stepped out of the village, the smile on his face vanished abruptly, replaced by a cold arrogance in his eyes. His voice was deep and resonant. The hidden dragon mountains, the ravines are truly well hidden. Then a faint smile appeared on his lips. By Ju, it's been a long time since we've joined forces. No, Linmu is your real name. Never mind, names aren't important. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and sighed helplessly at the air. I'm really fed up. Why am I called Iron Shovel? It sounds so silly. Sigh, never mind. My parents are gone now. I'll ask them why they named me when I get down here. The shovel had barely left when the chatter of the village elders at the entrance abruptly ceased once again. A woman in a black dress walked by, wearing black high heels with red soles. The tap-tap sound of heels striking the cement ground was particularly clear in the quiet village road. She possessed a cool and aloof demeanor, radiating an aura that kept strangers at bay. The elderly people didn't dare to speak because her eyes were too cold. Just as she was about to leave the village chief, carrying a hoe, suddenly spoke up, his voice deliberately gentle. The shovel just went out. He said he was afraid you would worry, afraid you would wait too late. So he will be back in the village soon. He paused, then added, and he said he's bad with words and often makes you angry. Every time you get angry, he feels terrible inside. The woman paused slightly, her cool eyes staring directly at the village chief. Her long eyelashes trembled, but she offered no response. The next second, she looked away and continued walking out of the village. Until her figure disappeared at the end of the mountain road, an old man looked at the village chief in confusion. Village chief, you're making this up out of nothing. When did Taichiao ever say such nauseating things? That's right, Taichiao never lies. Are you teaching him to lie? Another old man chimed in. The village chief slammed his hoe on the ground, raised an eyebrow, and said, Pa, you know nothing. If I didn't say that, would you believe that this woman would never come back after leaving? He sighed, his voice turning somber. Taichiao has worked hard for 10 years and ended up with nothing. If he can't even keep his own woman, I'm really afraid this kid won't be able to handle it. Everyone fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, they all nodded. The first half of Tiao's life was indeed very tough. He lost his parents when he was young, and after struggling to make a name for himself as an adult, he finally found a girl willing to be with him, but she wants to leave him. Beyond the mountains, at the end of the winding mountain road, A black SUV is steadily parked on the gravel beach. Mou respectfully opened the back door. After Shuyao got in, Mou quickly walked around to the driver's side and started the car, asking respectfully, "Your Majesty, are we going to Luonan City?" And Shuyao leaned back in her chair, gazing at the mountains to the north. "Let's go to Jinbei City." Mou was stunned for a moment, and although she had doubts, she did not dare to ask any more questions. The roar of the off-road vehicle suddenly rang out, its wheels kicking up dust as it sped along the winding dirt road toward the outside of the mountains. At the southernmost tip of Ming City, the hidden Dragon Mountain range lies like a giant dragon across the sky, its ridges casting shadows that weigh down the clouds. Deep within the mountains, beneath the dragon's spine, lies an underground palace that exudes a chilling, bone-deep cold. Water droplets condensed on the stone walls slid down the cracks, making a soft drip-drip sound in the dead silence. At this moment, four powerful and imposing figures walked towards the deepest part of the underground palace, and the gray-robed guards along the way held their breath and remained silent. They had only heard rumors about the killings committed by the four kings of the kingdom. When these four people actually appeared before them, none of them dared to raise their eyes and look directly at the overwhelming pressure that crushed their souls. Their heads drooped even lower the moment they passed by. Their fingertips trembled uncontrollably, and they even deliberately softened their breathing, for fear of disturbing these menacing figures. An old man dressed in black, holding a cane, calmly swept his eyes over the guards along the way, his deeply lined face showing no emotion. It's ridiculous that the only Eighth Order awakened person in the world is hiding in this perpetually cold underground palace. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant-looking man beside him sneered, a mocking smile curving his lips. No wonder Zhang Qing is so cowardly. It turns out he has received the true teachings of this sword master. Be careful what you say. The monk on the far left, dressed in a robe, clasped his hands together, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of reminder. This sword master has the strength of the 8th rank, yet he hides here. He must have a deeper purpose. Shaoli raised an eyebrow and sneered, his tone full of disdain. Be careful, my ass. We're just keeping our promise to make one last move. You monk, do you really take him seriously? Monk, then tell me, what's the point of him hiding here? The monk slowly raised his eyes and replied calmly. In my humble opinion, he is a cowardly, good-for-nothing. Shaoli froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter that shook the stone walls of the underground palace. Huh, that's more like you. I almost thought you were possessed by something evil. Their conversation was completely unreserved, and the cold sweat on the backs of the guards along the way soaked through their gray robes, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. That is the sword master, the only 8th Order awakener in the world. These four kings, who have been living in seclusion for over 20 years, dare to speak so recklessly in the underground palace. Are they really not afraid of the swordmaster's wrath? The next second, a clear, cold female voice sent chills down their spines, and they even instinctively wanted to cover their ears. So, who exactly is that bastard swordmaster? The woman on the far right was dressed in a black outfit, with two long swords hanging at her waist. She wore a blood-red mask, and her voice carried a chilling coldness. The three men's lips twitched slightly, and they all glanced at her out of the corner of their eyes, a thought flashing through their minds at the same time. This woman is always so irritable. The old man's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he tapped his cane on the ground. We have been living in seclusion for 20 years, not concerning ourselves with worldly affairs, but I have been guessing these past few days that this sword master is the same national protector who died in the final battle. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of all three men at that moment, clearly indicating that they agreed with his point of view. Shaoli even stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Go on. The woman retorted coldly, the scabbard of her long sword clinking lightly at her waist. We can guess his identity with just a few words, so what's the point of his hiding it? The old man chuckled and explained slowly. This is just what we can deduce. Chapter 156 Swordmaster, do you want to start a war with the four of us? The Zhenyi court and those remnant forces don't even know who the Swordmaster is. So how could they know that the hero they once admired is the person behind the kingdom now? The monk calmly replied. Moreover, even if these forces one day learn about the sword master, they would never associate him with the national protector. Why not? A violent aura suddenly erupted from the woman's body, and the strong wind stirred up the dust in the underground palace. Damn it, it's so hard to talk to you. Speak like a human being. The guards along the way retreated in unison, fearing that these men might take their anger out on them at the slightest provocation. The old man, the monk, and Xiao Li all turned pale at the same time, cursing inwardly. This crazy woman. The old man's eyes held a hint of helplessness as he slowly explained. You think too highly of people. People who have never experienced the collapse of their worldview are like nails stuck in place. They can only passively receive information from the outside world, cannot imagine things outside their knowledge, and have no ability to think independently. They believe whatever they hear. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing, and added in a deep voice. For example, if the current sword master were to one day become the ruler of the remnants, would you easily believe him? Old man Fong, you always talk in such roundabout ways. I really want to chop you up with a knife. The woman looked up at him, her voice icy. The old man swallowed back the words that were about to come out, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he silently walked deeper into the underground palace without saying another word. Xiao Li. The woman's sudden voice made Xiao Li raise an eyebrow. I didn't say anything just now. Let me ask you, if this sword master is at the initial stage of the 8th rank, how big is the gap between us and him? It's hard to say. Xiao Li added in a deep voice. If our deduction is correct, and he is indeed the envoy of the state, he possesses the ability to temporarily slow down time. He is a pseudo-time-based being, but he should not be underestimated. Whether the inference is correct or not, we'll know once we try it. As soon as the woman finished speaking, all three of them felt a jolt in their hearts, and that ominous premonition resurfaced. At the deepest part of the underground palace, the massive bronze gate burst open with a loud bang, and a bone-chilling cold swept over us. The four remained expressionless as they stepped into the hall, their gazes simultaneously fixed on the man on the throne who exuded overwhelming power. Beneath the throne, three figures stood side by side, their auras of 7th-level high-level cultivators spreading out as if they were tangible, making the air feel stuffy. When Zhang Xing saw the four people, his face instantly darkened, his eyes filled with suppressed anger, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Zui Yan and Yu Zheng caught sight of the woman wearing the blood-red mask, their brows furrowing simultaneously. They inwardly groaned. Could this madwoman have gone insane right under the sword master's nose? The man on the throne raised his eyes and swept them over the four people. Just as he was about to speak, a cold female voice pierced the deathly silence. You are the sword sovereign? The one who should have died, the guardian of the nation, and the one who was by his majesty's side back then. As soon as the words were spoken, the air suddenly froze. Xiao Li, the monk, and the old man all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Their bad premonitions had indeed come true. The three people beneath the throne froze on the spot, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the woman wearing the blood-red mask, as if they had seen a ghost. Boom. An overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from the sword master's body, sweeping towards the four of them like a tsunami. The four remained calm and showed no fear whatsoever. The sword master raised his eyes to look at the woman, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. His voice carried a condescending pressure. Blood King, I do know you somewhat. Today is the last time the kingdom summons you. Afterwards, you will have no further connection with the kingdom. The woman looked up at him directly, her voice icy. You haven't answered my question yet. Her right hand suddenly gripped the hilt of the knife at her waist. And stop with your arrogant attitude. You're nothing in my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present tensed up. The unexpected had occurred, unsurprisingly. The sword master frowned, and his aura as an 8th-tier initial cultivator exploded, causing rubble to fall from the top of the underground palace. His deep voice carried a chilling, killing intent. Blood King, if you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I will not hesitate to let you, this madwoman, die right now. The other 6 people felt a chill run down their spines. Oh no, the keyword crazy woman has been triggered. Boom. An extremely violent aura suddenly erupted from the woman's body, and her twin swords were instantly drawn, their blades gleaming with a scarlet blood-red light. Her voice was icy cold. You're asking for it. Blood slash. 2 blood-red blade lights, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, suddenly slashed towards the sword master on the throne like 2 bolts of blood-red lightning. This lightning-fast strike left the other 6 people with no time to react. Overestimating one's abilities. The sword master sneered, and with a sudden swing of his right hand, a black longsword appeared, its blade shrouded in dense black malevolent energy, and hurtled towards the woman. Boom. The aftershocks of the collision between the two forces instantly swept through the underground palace, cracking the ground with spiderweb-like patterns and sending shards of stone flying like bullets. But the black sword pierced through the blood-red blade light like a hot knife through butter, heading straight for the woman's face. Just as the woman was about to unleash her power again, she suddenly felt her body freeze for no apparent reason. She was startled. It really was the power of the envoy of the nation. Boom. At the critical moment, a black arrow shot towards the black sword with a sharp whistling sound. Immediately afterwards, a cane, wrapped in endless black lightning, slammed into the black sword that was about to reach the woman's face. Clang! The black sword was struck by both the arrow and the cane, and crashed heavily to the ground, its malevolent aura instantly dissipating. The monk appeared before the woman at some point, his usually peaceful eyes now filled with murderous intent. His aura as a high-level 7th-rank cultivator suddenly erupted, and a faint golden light emanated from his body, as if he were coated with a golden body. He calmly looked at the throne. Swordmaster, do you wish to wage war against the four of us? The next instant, the old man and Xiao Li simultaneously shielded the woman, their auras exploding outwards. The old man slammed his cane heavily on the ground, creating a deep crater. Black lightning crackled around him as he spoke in a sinister voice. I'd also like to try. Let's see if the four of us can shake your 8th-level strength together. Xiao Li drew back the hidden fiend bow, the arrowhead pointing directly at the throne, his eyes blazing with killing intent. It seems that the sword master has completely disregarded the four of us. After a brief pause, the woman recovered, looked at the three people in front of her, and said coldly, "Mind your own business." The three people under the throne suddenly snapped back to their senses, and their auras as high-level 7th-tier cultivators erupted. Sword Master frowned deeply. This scene was completely unexpected. Why were the four killing machines so united? Is your excellency hiding something from me? What is the past of the four of them? He had no time to think. Destroying the Red King today was a must, and he couldn't afford to clash with the four of them now. The terrifying aura around him suddenly receded, and he said in a deep voice, "Enough. They are all top-tier combatants in the world. With external enemies at hand, how can we allow internal strife?" The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly, and everyone simultaneously held their breath. But the woman grew angrier the more she thought about it, and her hand pressed against the hilt of the knife again. Xiao Li quickly grabbed her arm, his eyes filled with pleading, "Please, don't go crazy, Grandma." The woman raised an eyebrow and finally sheathed her twin swords. Upon seeing this, both sides breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 157 Qin Jiang in daylight. He's really weak. 11:30 late at night. The 6th Special District of Jinbei City. The entire region was sealed off like an iron barrel, and the deathly silence was suffocating. The residents had all been evacuated within half a day, and the streets were deserted, with only the wind swirling fallen leaves across the cold ground. The three central elders each led an army of awakened beings to guard the east, west, and south. Qin Jiang led his army to defend the northern border during the day, and the eerie silence made everyone uneasy. The calamities under the Red King's command could have used residents as hostages, yet they remained completely silent during the evacuation. At the northernmost point of the blockade line, a large army dressed in silver-white uniforms stood ready, their eyes gleaming with a desire to make a name for themselves. Qin Jiang stands at the forefront. Lu Ping and Kong Nen stood side by side behind him. Behind the three were 20 powerful individuals exuding the aura of 5th-tier awakened beings. Qin Jiang frowned deeply, staring at the empty street, the inexplicable palpitation in his heart growing stronger. He had even mentally rehearsed where he and his brothers should hide when the killing came. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the earpiece, simultaneously from all directions. The esteemed envoy has personally led his troops here. If we can hold out for another 3 hours, we will achieve a complete victory. Qin Jiang sighed softly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible heaviness. It seems I guessed right. The big shot behind the kingdom is coming. Kong Nen watched his retreating figure and asked in confusion, "Chief Qin Jiang, isn't this good news? Why are you sighing?" Lu Ping echoed, "Yes, Chief, if that person personally leads a large army to Jinbei City, our army during the day can avoid casualties, right?" Qin Jiang shook his head and said with a wry smile, "There are still 3 hours left, and all the residents of the area have already been evacuated. Don't you think it's too quiet? In the past 2 weeks, more than 100 of our awakened ones have gone missing, and that is even with us being extremely cautious." He paused, then added with a strong sense of unease, and the Central Army has lost nearly 1,000 men in half a month. That's almost 1,000 awakened ones. My eyelids started twitching the moment the crowd had all left, and the inexplicable fear inside me grew stronger. He suddenly turned around, looking at Lu Ping, Kong Nan, and the 20 figures behind him, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Remember, no matter what happens next, you must find a way to survive. We are too weak. Chief Qinjiang, aren't you being overly worried? Leaving aside the possibility of a powerful figure from behind the scenes arriving, do you really think that we, Bai Zhou, are no match for the armies of the three elders? Kong Nan's doubts deepened, and the others also focused their gazes on Qinjiang with a hint of doubt. Qinjiang chuckled self-deprecatingly and asked in return, "Then tell me, under what circumstances would the person behind the scenes personally lead the army here?" He turned around again, gripped the long sword at his waist with his right hand, sighed deeply, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. The Red King is definitely still alive. It may seem that we have completely sealed off the 6th Special District, but in reality, we are the prey locked in a cage, at the mercy of others. Chief, even if the Red King is still alive, she really would. Before Lu Ping could finish speaking, Qinjiang abruptly waved his hand to interrupt him because a hurried shout came through the earpiece. The West District has been attacked by a calamity. Immediately afterwards, 2 equally urgent voices rang out. The Eastern District has been struck by a calamity. The Southern District has been struck by a calamity. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qinjiang drew his long sword with a whoosh, unleashing the aura of a 7th-tier initial realm expert, his roar reverberating through the night sky. Bai Zhou, prepare for battle. Whoosh. Hundreds of weapons were drawn simultaneously, and fear flashed in some people's eyes as they thought of their wives and children at home. Some people had excitement burning in their eyes, believing that they had nothing, and that only by making contributions could they change their fate, so they gripped their weapons even tighter. Chief, that's for the other regions. Lu Ping's question was abruptly interrupted by a deafening roar. Roar? In the pitch-black night, several S-class calamities completely shed their human form, transforming into gigantic monsters with bared fangs, and suddenly pounced with a stench. Behind them, hundreds of figures with bloodshot eyes, their arms, torsos, and even heads twisted into monstrous shapes, their fingernails growing into sharp claws, swarmed toward the army of daylight. Only S-rank. Qinjiang's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. But this sense of security didn't last even a second before hundreds of gray wings suddenly exploded in midair, blasting towards the army with a sharp whistling sound. What? Qinjiang's pupils contracted sharply, and his body shot towards the front of the battle like an arrow released from a bow. The long sword drew a silvery arc in the night, each swing accompanied by a gust of wind that tore through the air, slicing the incoming wings into pieces. He looked up and saw a gray-tailed figure swooping down from midair like a falcon. Just as the tail fin was about to strike his face, Qinjiang parried with his sword, and a crisp metallic clang rang out. He was jolted back several meters by the immense force, his hands went numb, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. When he looked up, Xianghei's 2 gray tail feathers spread out behind him. His eyes were indifferent as ice, and his voice was full of disdain. Qinjiang is really weak in broad daylight. In an instant, shouts of battle filled the air within the northern blockade, a cacophony of clashing weapons and the muffled thuds of tearing flesh. Blood instantly soaked the earth, and the pungent smell of blood spread like a thick fog. On the high-rise building in the southwest, Yuning stood on the edge of the rooftop, and suddenly the blue tail fins bloomed behind her. She looked down at the bloody battlefield, lightly licked her lips, and a red light of excitement flashed in her eyes. This was the kind of battle she had been waiting for. The next second, the aura emanating from her body caused roof tiles to fall off in a flurry. She suddenly leaped down, her tail fins slicing through the night sky. The eastern part of the region. Blood splattered continuously in midair, and several jets of water shot into the sky, turning the night into an eerie aquamarine. Die! Elder Shui roared, and a roaring water dragon suddenly condensed in his palm, blasting towards the 2 attackers. Boom! The water dragon was shattered by Qiuhu's punch. Amidst the splashing water, he grinned coldly. Old man, the 6th Special Zone is not a place you can come and go as you please. Just as Elder Shui was about to condense the second water wall, a figure with twin tails suddenly descended from the sky. Lu Zhiyu's voice urged, Qiu Hu, finish this quickly. The real battle is yet to come. Get him. Before Qiu Hu could finish speaking, he had already flashed in front of Elder Shui, and his fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, smashed through the water wall and slammed into Elder Shui's chest. Chapter 158. Come on. I have been waiting for this for a long time. A moment later, the stench of blood overwhelmed the entire 6th Special District like a tidal wave. Wunyan Building. The stench of blood drifted up the night wind to the rooftop, where S-rank and above mutants gathered. Their eyes gleamed crimson, and they stood with their heads bowed, like silent killing machines, quietly awaiting the king's command. At the edge of the rooftop, a row of figures lay on the ground, their legs broken, barely alive. Leading them was Elder Yu from the Central Committee. His trouser legs were soaked in blood, and his face was ashen white. At the very front of the rooftop, wearing a fiery red dress, Su Nianhe looked down at the blood-soaked 6th Special District, a chilling smile playing on her lips. As she turned around, her skirt swayed gently, her fair legs appearing and disappearing with each step, and the silver-white, red-soled high heels on her feet made a soft tap-tap sound on the ground. Each step felt like it was landing on Elder Yu and the others' hearts, making their souls tremble. Elder Yu used his last bit of strength to crawl forward, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. He used his last bit of strength to lift his head, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Red King. I'll talk? I'll tell you everything. Your Excellency has already personally led a large army to Jinbei City. If you calculate the time, it will take another 3 hours to arrive. You have plenty of time to leave now. I've already told you, please, spare my life. I don't want to die. The sound of high heels suddenly stopped in front of Elder Yu. Su Nianhe looked down at him, her stunning face revealing a bloodthirsty madness. She gently lifted her jade-like foot, and Elder Yu's pupils instantly shrank. Just as he was about to continue begging for mercy, her high heel slammed down, blood splattered everywhere. Immediately afterwards, a series of muffled thuds rang out. A crimson lotus suddenly bloomed beneath the row of people behind Elder Yu. Their bodies instantly turned into puffs of blood mist, drifting into the air, and the stench of blood in the air grew even stronger. At this moment, a graceful figure with pale green tail feathers leaped onto the rooftop. After folding her wings, she quickly walked to Su Nianhe and bowed her head, saying, Your Majesty, a Jin-Eating army has been discovered on the outskirts of the 6th Special District, but there are only a few dozen of them. No need to worry about it. After saying that, Su Nianhe walked to the front of the rooftop. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her body, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. 2 enormous wings suddenly unfurled behind her. The left wing is crimson like a raging flame, while the right wing is golden like the blazing sun. Her eyes flashed with crimson and golden flames, and her icy voice carried endless killing intent. This bloody feast has only just begun. Come, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The region is located in the northern part. The army fled in a frenzy like a tidal wave during the day, and those awakened ones who had once shone with the light of meritorious service now only had endless fear in their eyes. Someone stumbled and fell to the ground, trampled by the crowd behind them. Some people roared and threw down their weapons, scrambling and crawling in the opposite direction, without even the courage to turn back. In the hidden ditch, rotting food scraps and discarded cloth piled up like mountains, and the pungent, sour smell was like an invisible hand choking one's throat. 3 figures lay prone on the oil-stained ground, their backs pressed against the damp wall, their breathing barely audible. Kong Nan frowned, pinching her nose tightly with her fingertips, her eyes full of confusion. Chief Qin Jiang, why are we hiding here? We could just run away. Qin Jiang's face was hidden in the shadows. Only his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his voice was low. The army that fights during the day can escape, but we cannot. If we can survive until the arrival of Your Excellency, we will be able to get through this ordeal. If we flee with the army, in the eyes of the mastermind behind the scenes, our strength is nothing more than an insignificant pawn that can be killed at will, and we will surely be purged afterward. Lu Ping shrank back, nodding repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. Chief, your thinking is truly profound. Lu Ping admires you. Qin Jiang chuckled lightly, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. These are all experiences gained along the way, nothing to mention. Kong Nan's brows furrowed even more, and even the hand pinching his nose began to tremble. Then, Chief, are we supposed to hide here for 3 hours? Isn't there anywhere else? This place is absolutely disgusting. Her stomach churned, and she barely managed to hold it in. Qin Jiang sighed helplessly, his voice tinged with weariness. I've been scouting for half a month, and this is the only place that will not be easily discovered. Holding out for 3 hours is a victory for survival. So you had already done the preliminary survey? Kong Nan and Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise at the same time, their eyes widening as they looked at Qin Jiang with admiration that was almost overflowing. Qin Jiang's chief is no ordinary person. The border between the 5th and 6th special districts of Jinbei City. Several Jinerding special vehicles were parked steadily on the side of the road. On the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, a group of figures dressed in Jin-eating uniforms all turned their gazes toward the 6th special district, and the sounds of fighting could be faintly heard like muffled thunder. Zhang Huai's fingers gripped the rooftop railing tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Such a large-scale battle. Could it be a clash between the central government and the Calamity? But that shouldn't be the case. With both kings fallen in this world, what Calamity force could possibly stand up to the central authority? His mind raced, but he couldn't come up with any reasonable explanation. He knew the strength of the central command all too well, unless impossible, since the 2 kings had clearly already fallen. He suddenly turned to look at Lu Ping beside him. Should we proceed to the mountains as originally planned, or should we venture into the 6th district to investigate? Lu Ping frowned, his mind racing. The central government and Calamity were both mortal enemies of the Zhenyi court, and the fiercer their fighting was, the more advantageous it would be for the Zhenyi court. He pondered for a moment, then said, let's report it first and let them kill each other. After all, the central government and the Calamity are our enemies. It would be better if they perished together. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this time, Chief Ting should have already arrived at the Hidden Dragon Mountains. But that place has no signal. Mingqing is located at the northernmost point of the Hidden Dragon Mountains. A figure in a black robe, carrying a black shovel on his shoulder, walked south along the outer edge of the mountain range, swept away by the night wind. Beneath the gray mask, his gaze swept across the mountain range's outline, and the aura of a 7th-tier high-level cultivator surrounding him caused the air to tremble slightly. The outer edge of the mountain range behind them was already soaked in blood, with gray-robed corpses piled up haphazardly. The stench of blood mixed with the chill of the mountain wind rushed towards them. He let out a low chuckle, his voice barely audible. Hiding in these cold, gloomy mountains, these ravines really aren't afraid of getting diarrhea every day. Who? Several gray-robed figures suddenly roared, their long swords flashing coldly in the night, and their 4th-order aura erupted from their bodies. Who? Huh. Old Man Shovel is here to take you all. The moment the shovel fell, a hurricane shot up from beneath their feet. Before the gray-robed man could even scream, his body was torn into several pieces by the wind blades, and blood rained down on the ground. Chapter 159 Life and Death, The Choice. He continued walking south at a leisurely pace, a hint of seriousness hidden in his low voice. Brother, they've really hidden themselves well. When we first arrived at the mountain range, those 3 auras of high-level 7th-tier cultivators. Could it also be a force under the kingdom's command? Let's hurry up and catch up with him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred into the night, speeding towards the outer center. Southern end of the Hidden Dragon Mountains. Lin Mu, dressed in a black robe and wearing a white mask, was traveling north at full speed. The gray-robed guards along the way were frozen solid in an instant without sensing any hostility, and eventually turned into ice crystal powder that dissipated in the wind. Lin Mu's gaze swept across the mountains, but a sense of unease welled up in his heart. Such dense guards must be the kingdom's headquarters. He immediately shook his head and chuckled, trying to suppress the inexplicable anxiety. You're overthinking it. Even if we were to face the envoy of the state, the 2 of us could certainly put up a fight. Even if we are outmatched, self-preservation should not be a problem. Halfway up the mountain, the woman with the blood-red mask did not accompany the 3 kings to Jinbei City. She wanted to go home first to prepare breakfast for her husband before fulfilling her promise. In her eyes, the trip to Jinbei City was nothing more than a final farewell. If the Red King were truly alive, she would consider joining forces with the kingdom to destroy the enemy. After all, she knew better than anyone the harm that the SSS-level Calamity King posed to the world. Her black outfit accentuated her graceful figure as she walked lightly down the mountain, a gentle smile always on her lips, murmuring softly. My son and daughter are becoming more and more successful, especially Yin Yin, who can even say that she wants to protect her family. At this point, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. her eyes almost overflowing with warmth. Yin Yin is so cute. But the most unexpected thing is still the sun. Everyone outside says that Zhenyi Court is a dying candle, so it's barely acceptable for them to recruit an awakened one who has no real strength. But I know that the head of Zhenyi Court is still alive. As long as he is alive, Zhenyi Court is still the Zhenyi Court before the final battle. How could he allow someone like my son to enter? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, sensing that something was amiss, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She could only sigh helplessly. Alas, I truly hope that you will always remain carefree, ordinary people, forever peaceful and happy, and never be tainted by the darkness of this world. Especially for my son, meeting such a beautiful and well-behaved girl like Nianhe is an incredible surprise. I wonder what that silly boy is doing now. Do you keep in frequent contact with Nianhe? As she spoke, her expression grew even more joyful, as if she could already see the future. I really look forward to them getting married soon, and having a few more children. If you can't manage, Mom will help you take care of them. Mom loves children so much. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed into the night and sped down the mountain. Lower half of the mountain. A group of gray-robed guards paced along the mountain path, their eyes filled with growing doubt as the shift change time passed. The people changing shifts down the mountain should have arrived long ago. Did they all oversleep? They gripped the weapons at their waists, exchanged uneasy glances, and their Adam's apples bobbed involuntarily. Whoosh! A figure imbued with the aura of a mid-7th-tier cultivator suddenly landed, the hem of his gray robe sweeping across the pebbles on the ground, making a soft rustling sound. The guards froze, immediately knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison, "Elder Guan." Guan Yu's sinister face remained expressionless. He merely nodded coldly and strode forward, his low muttering echoing in the night wind. Why did the envoy and Lord Qing insist on leaving me in this wretched mountain range? Could it be that my strength at the mid-7th rank is not enough to catch their eye? He abruptly stopped, chuckled, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. That was absolute confidence in his own strength, as if everything in the world should grovel at his feet. I, Guan Yu, will surely become the strongest in this world in the future. At that time, I will be in charge of setting all the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, an extreme icy domain suddenly swept across, instantly freezing the air into icy mist. Guan Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and his blood seemed to freeze instantly. Before they could react, they found themselves completely encased in a layer of transparent ice, becoming a human-shaped ice sculpture. He mustered his last strength to open his eyes a crack, only to see a black shovel gleaming coldly in the moonlight, hurtling straight toward his face. Bang! The shovel fell, and blood mixed with ice shards splattered out, shattering the ice sculpture with a crash. The guards not far away turned into a shower of ice crystals the moment they were frozen and disappeared into the night wind. Two figures in black robes walked side by side to Guan Yu's corpse. One of them, carrying a shovel, said with a mocking tone, "Brother, this guy is really funny. He claims to be the strongest in the world. He's probably drunk some fake alcohol." Iron Shovel shrugged and threw out a series of questions. So, the three people I encountered when I arrived were three of the four kings? But why is one missing? Also, what are they planning to do after leaving the Hidden Dragon Mountains at this time? Lin Mu frowned and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes, as if he were sorting through a jumble of clues. He then said in a deep voice, "Could it be that the kingdom is planning something big today?" He looked up at the mountain peak, the moonlight shining on his mask. "We've come this far. Let's explore the depths of the mountains first." Tai Chiao grinned ly, his dark face full of pride. "Fine, you name who you want to mess with, and I'll mess with them. If I really encounter the envoy who protects the country, I'll definitely give him a good whack with a shovel." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them dashed towards the mountain peak like two bolts of lightning. The gray-robed guards along the way were instantly wiped out before they could even cry out in alarm, their blood staining the rubble beneath their feet. They stopped in their tracks at the same time when they came to a wide-open mountain area. Not far ahead, a woman dressed in black, wearing a blood-red mask, stood still, the moonlight outlining her slender yet upright figure. She also paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes beneath the blood-red mask. "It's you again." Lin Mu and the woman spoke in unison. Tie Chiao's eyes widened in surprise. He leaned close to Lin Mu's ear and whispered, "So, brother? Is he friend or foe? Should we take him down?" The woman suddenly chuckled, her clear, cold voice becoming hoarse as it came through the blood-red mask. What a coincidence! Chief of the Genie Court, the White Reaper, we meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate hand was already lightly gripping the hilt of the sword, the blade seemingly ready to burst from its sheath at any moment and slash at the two of them. Lin Mu looked up at her, his voice deep and resonant as it came through the mask. You got away last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. I'm only giving you one chance to live. Tell me your identity, and whether the people behind the kingdom are here. He paused, then added in a deep voice, in the last battle, I believe that you still had a conscience. Therefore, life and death are choices you make. Chapter 160, I'd like to see what kind of shameful identity you're hiding behind that blood-red mask. The woman suddenly chuckled and abruptly gripped the hilt of a knife. The aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator slowly lingered around her, and the disdain in her voice deepened. I don't want to kill you because there's too little light in this world. If you insist on dying, I don't mind letting the White Death truly die today. As soon as she finished speaking, her blade suddenly emerged from its sheath. With a whoosh, an extremely violent aura swept around like a hurricane, sending shards of stone flying and cracking the ground. She looked at Lin Mu with a mocking expression. It's already quite an achievement that you were able to find this place. You should be glad that none of the kingdom's top combat forces are here today. Otherwise, even if you had several lives, you wouldn't have enough to die when you ventured deep into the underground palace. Suddenly, he slammed the black shovel on his shoulder heavily into the ground. With a loud bang, a deep crater was smashed into the ground. He raised an eyebrow and said, judging from this, she's an enemy. Brother, shall we kill her? Wait a minute. An extreme chill instantly erupted from Lin Mu's body. His gaze turned icy through the mask, and the murderous intent in his voice almost materialized. Explain yourself. What exactly do you mean? What is the kingdom to do today? My patience is limited. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white hilt suddenly appeared in his hand. The next second, a transparent blade shot out like lightning. The icy domain instantly swept outwards, covering an area of 100 meters in a flash, and even the air seemed to freeze into frost. That overconfident fool, does he really think he's at the top of the world? The woman's voice carried a hint of disdain. This world is far beyond your imagination. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and show you what it means to be outmatched and capable. As soon as she finished speaking, her twin swords were suddenly drawn, their blades glowing with a scarlet light, and an extremely violent domain crashed towards the two of them like a tsunami. Wherever the blade's energy passed, the ice shattered inch by inch, and the shards of stone shot out in all directions like bullets. Beneath the black robe, the muscles of the man with the shovel were taut, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes behind the mask. Damn it, brother, this time we can finally film her, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the storm domain exploded from his body and collided violently with the raging domain in midair. The aftershocks swept outwards like an invisible shockwave. Lin Mu looked up at Jiang Shuwan, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A crazy woman who's courting death. Boom. The words crazy woman seemed to ignite Jiang Shuwan's anger. Her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and a monstrous, violent domain erupted once more, distorting the surrounding air with its power. She took a step, and the ground cracked the moment she landed. Then, with a bang, a deep pit was created in the cracked ground. Her voice was filled with murderous intent as she stared intently at Lin Mu. You shameless bastard. After tonight, there will be no more White Death in this world. Die, you bastard. He swung his twin swords out with a fierce blood slash. Two blood-red blades, like lightning tearing through the night sky, slashed towards the two men, carrying a suffocating stench of blood. Shovel. Hold back. Smash her. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly turned ice blue, and the moment he raised his left hand, an ice phoenix with outstretched wings condensed and slammed into the blood-red blade light. Boom. The moment the ice phoenix clashed with the blade, the shovel-wielding figure blurred into a streak, the black shovel whistling through the air as it hurtled straight toward Jiang Shuwan's face. A vicious grin spread across his lips. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's see how I take her down. Storm domain. With a loud shout, Tai Chao unleashed several hurricane-like bursts of energy that shot into the sky, slicing towards Jiang Shuwan like spinning blades. Lin Mu's figure vanished from the spot. Ice domain. Boom. An extremely cold ice domain instantly froze the area within 100 meters. Jiang Shuwan's pupils shrank suddenly. She never expected that besides the White Reaper, there would be another powerful figure whose strength was comparable to hers. The moment her body was frozen, a violent force erupted within her, shattering the surrounding ice layers. But the next second, a pitch-black shovel was already pointed straight at his face. "I've been putting up with you for so long, die now." Clang! Two scarlet blades blocked the shovel, sparks flying everywhere. Jiang Shuan moved nimbly, instantly appearing behind the shovel, her twin blades carrying destructive power as she slashed towards his back. He suddenly swung the shovel at the twin knives and sneered. "Guess why I'm standing still and defending?" Jiang Shuan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. An extreme chill had already enveloped her from behind. Lin Mu ultimately did not choose to pierce her body with the invisible blade. Instead, he concentrated all his power into his right fist and smashed it into her back with an icy blue light. Bang! Jiang Shuan's body crashed to the ground under the heavy punch, creating a deep crater upon impact. Cough, cough. She slammed her twin swords into the ground, coughing up 2 streams of blood. The punch had seriously injured her. But a crazy smile crept onto her lips. The violent aura emanating from him not only did not diminish, but instead erupted like a volcano. Her eyes flashed with overwhelming killing intent, her gaze bloodshot as she stared at the 2 approaching figures. Her voice was hoarse yet filled with chilling ruthlessness. "Fine. Very well. You've completely enraged me. I'll cut your bodies into hundreds of pieces. Finally, throw them into the sea to feed the fish." The shovel chuckled, his voice full of mockery. "Oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. Brother, did you hear that? This woman is still pretending." He swung his shovel at the woman wearing the blood-red mask, his eyes filled with contempt as if he were looking at a clown. "If my brother hadn't held back, do you think you'd still be kneeling on the ground spouting nonsense to us?" After saying that, he couldn't help but sneer. This really amused me. This woman really thinks she's something. Lin Mu walked calmly toward her, his eyes beneath the white mask as cold as ice, his condescending posture carrying an oppressive aura. "I want to see what kind of shameful identity you're hiding behind this blood-red mask." Jiang Shuan slowly pushed herself up, wiping the blood from the corner of her lips with her fingertips. When she looked up, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and her voice was icy. "You think you can take off my mask? You're not worthy." The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly roared. "Blood frenzy." Boom. The blood-red, berserk domain suddenly exploded. Jiang Shuan was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, her eyes surging with bloodthirsty madness, and her voice cracking with ruthlessness. "You can be proud of yourselves for pushing me to this point. Your lives are now on a countdown." Whoosh! Her figure transformed into a blood-red shadow in the night. The twin blades whistled as they tore through the air, and 2 streaks of blood-red light pierced straight for Lin Mu and Tai Chiao's throats. Lin Mu and Tai Chiao remained indifferent. If it were one-on-one, this woman might put them through some trouble, but when the 2 of them worked together, there was no opponent in the world they could fear. Suddenly, Tai Chiao shouted, "Brother!" Lin Mu's eyes turned cold, and he made his decision. Kill her. Chapter 161. Ignorance is no excuse. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Suddenly, the shovel in his hand swung up, the black shovel carrying a hurricane-like violent force, and slammed down hard against the blood-red blade. Clang! The shovel clashed with the double knives, sparks flying, and the storm-like force on the shovel deflected the blade's light. At the same time, the crimson flame dragon roared out from Lin Mu's palm, while the ice phoenix flapped its wings and swept across the night sky. The 2 forces, one fire and one ice, bombarded Jiang Shuan like a strangulation formation. Boom! The violent explosion created a shockwave, and although Jiang Shuan activated blood frenzy, she was still forced to retreat steadily by the combined attack of the 2. The defense of the twin swords was torn apart time and time again, and the crimson light on his body began to dissipate. Bang! Her body was blasted away again, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. But the crimson in his eyes, like an inextinguishable wildfire, remained fixed on the 2 of them. Just as she was bracing herself with her twin swords and preparing to get up again, her pupils suddenly contracted. A transparent blade flashed coldly before his eyes, and Lin Mu's voice was icy cold. "Before I kill you, I'll first remove this shameful mask." Snap! The blood-red mask shattered instantly. Amidst the flying shards, a delicate face, one he knew so well it was etched into his very bones, was revealed in the night. Lin Mu froze instantly. His eyes behind the white mask suddenly went unfocused. His mind went blank for a moment. And then it was as if he had been struck by lightning, buzzing loudly. He looked at that face, his lips trembling, and unconsciously murmured, "Mom." The moment the first word "Mom" came out, Jiang Shuwan abruptly stopped, and the murderous intent in her eyes froze instantly. But as the second dove fell, her anger erupted, and the violent aura around her surged wildly in all directions. Lin Mu suddenly came to his senses, but because they were too close, he didn't have time to dodge. The white mask shattered from the shockwave, exposing his face to the night. He then turned and fled. The shovel spade was already slamming down towards Jiang Shuan's face, the voice filled with ruthlessness. "See if you don't die." Clang. Jiang Shuan hastily blocked with her twin swords, but was blasted dozens of meters away by the force of the shovel, crashing heavily into the rock wall, her breath instantly weakening. At the end of its strength, it's time to die. Just as Tai Xiang was about to press his advantage, a strong hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Lin Mu had already slipped behind him, his voice low and deep. "Shovel, let's go." "Oh." Tai Xiao looked puzzled, but he still turned around with Lin Mu, and the two of them sped towards the mountain peak in the night. Jiang Shuwan knelt on the ground, staring in the direction where the two had disappeared, her pupils suddenly contracting. She even forgot to wipe the blood from the corner of her lips, her twin swords planted on the ground to support her unsteady body. The face behind the mask was filled with astonishment. Just a second ago, they were fighting to the death. How could they suddenly stop? She took a deep breath, and with a click, she sheathed her twin swords, her fingertips still trembling slightly. When I looked up at the mountain peak, my initial astonishment turned into deeper confusion. The moment the white Grim Reaper's mask shattered, she caught a glimpse of half a blurry profile, the outline so familiar it made her heart stop. A weak murmur, like fragments scattered by the wind. What do these two mean? And that white Grim Reaper's face. How can they look so alike? She quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, chuckled self-deprecatingly, her laughter tinged with weakness. How could such a thought have popped into my head? How could the leader of Zhenyi Tingting, the White Reaper, possibly be my dull-witted son? She paused, her gaze drifting down the mountain, her tone becoming more resolute. Moreover, the head of Zhenyi Court is in a precarious position. How could he possibly have time to date and go to school? I must be hallucinating. After saying that, she sighed in frustration, raised her hand to gently touch her cheek, and breathed a sigh of relief as her fingertips brushed against her uninjured skin. Luckily, my face wasn't hurt, otherwise my husband would have been worried. After saying that, she dragged her heavy steps down the mountain, the violent heaving of her chest revealing her serious injuries. On the mountainside, the two stopped in their tracks. The man with the shovel leaned closer, his face practically radiating confusion. "Wait, bro? What just happened? You suddenly stopped fighting after that woman's mask shattered? Do you know that woman?" Lin Mu stood there as if he were still in shock. The face beneath that blood-red mask had a profound impact on his mind. Coupled with his mother's previous suspicious behavior, he suddenly felt that everything was traceable. "Brother?" The shovel patted him on the shoulder again, his eyes filled with even more doubt. "Why do you look like you've lost your soul?" Lin Mu snapped back to reality, forcing a stiff smile. "And nothing. I just suddenly thought of something incredible." "What's wrong?" "I'm telling you about that woman from earlier. Why did you stop when you were about to kill her?" Iron shovel pressed. Lin Mu's lips twitched, and he quickly averted his gaze to change the subject, deliberately raising his voice a few notches. "Brother, I have a feeling that what that woman said is very likely true. Of course, we can't believe everything she says. We need to find the location of the underground palace she mentioned as quickly as possible. If the kingdom's top combat forces are all absent, why are they launching such a massive all-out attack? Let's go, brother." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a blur and rushed towards the mountain ridge. "Hey, I'm telling you, you're not answering my question." Tai Chao grinned ho-ly, scratched the back of his head, and without thinking much, he flashed off and chased after them. Along the way, Lin Mu's steps were somewhat unsteady, but the moment the blood-red mask was removed kept replaying in his mind. He was filled with complex emotions. Fortunately, judging from his two encounters with his mother, she should not belong to the kingdom. But if Mom is so powerful, why does she choose to live a secluded life in the city? The father must have been kept in the dark as well. That's enough. It doesn't matter what my identity was in the past. Now, she is her mother who will always love her. But the next second, he suddenly stopped, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, my mask just shattered too. Although I dodged quickly enough, what if? He gritted his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes. If Mom really saw my face clearly, then I'll play dumb to the very end. If I were to confess, that brand new frying pan in my house would really be slapping me repeatedly. Mom, you can't blame your son for being too rough. After all, ignorance is no excuse. Chapter 162 Su Nyenha, wait for me. Holy Capital. The Research and Development Base has the most heavily guarded experimental building in Zone Z. Inside the deepest part of the control room, the four walls were covered with monitoring screens, and the flickering light reflected on the wrinkled faces of the three elderly men. The three sat upright on the bench, the air filled with a solemn atmosphere. Dean Zhu tapped his knuckles on the table, his face grim as he looked at the other two. How did the 6th Special District of Jinbei City turn out like this? The statement issued by the central government in the afternoon was just a small-scale lockdown in response to the disaster. But now, the entire 6th Special District has become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What exactly are they doing? His eyes swept over the bloody, mangled image on the screen, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Dean Ma held a burnt-out cigarette between his fingers, oblivious to the ash covering his hands. His brows furrowed. Leaving aside the central government, they are merely puppets. But what is the purpose of the entire Zhenyi Court's mobilization? Does Ning Mo intend to lead the remaining forces of Zhenyi Court to clash with the forces behind the central government? This is tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. He is prematurely burying Zhenyi Court. Not necessarily. Dean Ming said calmly. The army monitoring Shangzhen Erding is divided into 4 routes. If Ning Mo really wanted to confront the central government head-on, he wouldn't have dispersed his forces like this. Moreover, Ning Mo is not a reckless man. He would never engage in a clash with such a disparity in strength. His gaze fell on the screen, a fleeting, almost imperceptible thought flashing in his eyes. All right, let's get to the point. Dean Zhu's eyes narrowed suddenly, his voice filled with suppressed anger. You've all seen the video footage sent back from Jinbei City. It's absolutely breathtaking. Although we don't know exactly what happened, do you really think the tragedy of 25 years ago won't repeat itself? Do you really think that the RD base will remain unaffected this time? He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Zhenyi Ting is now the only light in the world. If they are destroyed, the Research and Development Base will be next. Old Zhu, you're overreacting. Dean Ma stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes calm. Hasn't the RD base always adhered to the principle of staying out of worldly affairs? And, at this point, his eyes suddenly turned fierce, and the aura of a mid-stage 7th-level cultivator emanated from his body. As long as we are still here, nothing will happen to the Research and Development Base. With the 3 of us working together, even if a 7th-tier Awakened One leads an army here, we can still fight them. Dean Zhu sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What if 2 7th-tier high-level cultivators came? Or perhaps 3, 4, or even more. What will the Research and Development Base use to defend itself? Old Zhu. Dean Ming took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and calmly replied, where in this world are there so many 7th-level high-level awakeners? You should know that the highest combat strength of the Zhenyi Court and the Central Elder Council is only at the middle level of the 7th rank, which is on par with us. You are worrying too much. That's right. We don't know what really happened in that war 25 years ago. I don't believe that the forces behind the scenes at the central level could easily destroy the Research and Development Base. If they really had that capability, they would have done it 25 years ago. Why wait until now? Dean Ma echoed in a deep voice, picking up another cigarette with his fingertips, but not lighting it. Deep down, he also harbored a sense of uncertainty. Dean Zhu's face grew increasingly gloomy. He looked up at the 2 of them, his eyes filled with disappointment. Back then, it was because our own strength was not strong enough that we chose to mind our own business. But now that the RD base is powerful enough, do we still want to choose to be cowards? Are you truly indifferent to this world stained with blood and shrouded in darkness? So what? Dean Ming looked at him calmly, a hint of weariness in his voice. Do you want the Research and Development Base to join this war to the death? Even if the 3 of us perish and the research base is completely destroyed in the end, will that change the situation? He paused, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of helplessness, Old Zhu, darkness will always exist. The world's strongest guardian of the nation and the world's only light are both dead. A single spark can start a prairie fire, let alone us. Dean Zhu abruptly stood up, strode towards the metal door, and left without looking back, his voice echoing in the empty control room. Even in the darkest of times, countless faint lights will gather together and carve a ray of light through the darkness. Wait a minute. Dean Ma suddenly called out to Dean Zhu, his voice low. Old Zhu, there's something else. Why isn't Bai Zhu's sacred artifact at the base? Dean Zhu paused, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and as he turned around, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. It's just a scrap metal hilt. Yin Yin likes it, so I'll give it to her. That's against the rules. Dean Ma's tone remained firm. Rule? Dean Zhu sighed softly, his voice tinged with a helpless sigh. It is these rules, big and small, that keep people stuck in one place for their entire lives. His tone suddenly turned cold, and he looked up at Dean Ma. I will have Yin Yin send the sacred artifact back. After saying that, he strode away, and the metal door slammed shut with a loud bang, leaving only a dull echo in the air. Dean Ming opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed. Old Ma, although he is right, once we take this step, there is no turning back, so? Dean Ma waved his hand to interrupt him, tapping his fingertips on the table, his tone calm. Let's wait and see. We can't just rely on his passion and take the entire RD base with him on his crazy escapades. Mingcheng, Yinlong Mountain Range. A chilling wind, carrying the stench of blood, swept past. The underground palace beneath the dragon's spine, already cold and desolate, was now even more shockingly stained with dark red blood. The deepest part of the underground palace, a gray-robed man, exuding the aura of the initial 7th-level realm, lay prostrate on the ground, his back riddled with deep, bone-revealing wounds, blood trickling into the ground like small snakes. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with extreme terror as he looked at the two people in front of him, and his voice was so shaky it was almost incoherent. Jinbei City, don't kill me. With a raised eyebrow, Tai Chao suddenly slammed the black shovel in his hand into the ground. With a loud bang, a deep crater was smashed into the ground, and debris flew everywhere. Jinbei City? Make yourself clear. I have hundreds of ways to torture people. Lin Mu's heart sank suddenly, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Jinbei City? Sun Yinhe was there. His eyes suddenly turned icy blue, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, as if the air itself had frozen. The gray-robed man trembled even more violently, managing to squeeze out a few words. Your Excellency, Your Majesty personally, led the army to kill the Red King. The moment the words left his mouth, whoosh, a transparent blade of light flashed past. The gray-robed man's body was instantly cleaved in two, and blood splattered onto the stone wall. The shovel was taken aback at first, then his expression changed drastically. He suddenly remembered his brother's relationship with the Red King, and was about to speak. Brother. To Jinbei City. Lin Mu's voice was icy, and the moment he finished speaking, he transformed into a blur and flashed out of the underground palace. His heart was filled with shock, anger, and anxiety, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Why did the kingdom choose to mobilize all its forces on this particular day? When did the Jinghua envoy discover Jinbei City? Sun Yinhe, did you already know you'd been discovered? But why didn't you tell me? You're making me very angry. He quickened his pace, the wind whistling in his ears, but only one thought occupied his mind. But as long as you're not hurt by the time I get there, I won't be angry with you anymore. You absolutely cannot get hurt. Sun Yinhe, wait for me. Chapter 163. Fortunately, I, Tai Chuan, will never be influenced by women in my life. Hidden Dragon Mountain Range. At the foot of the mountain, a black Maybach was parked quietly at the end of the winding dirt road. Two terrifying figures suddenly appeared beside the car. The air around Lin Mu seemed to tremble slightly because of his anxiety, and he gripped the black shovel tightly, his eyes filled with a solemn expression. Lin Mu slammed open the passenger door, his voice filled with barely suppressed urgency. Tai Cha, you drive. Just fly straight down the mountain road. I fly. Iron Shovel originally wanted to make a joke, but seeing Lin Mu's anxious expression, he swallowed his words and quickly opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. The moment the car started, he floored the accelerator, and the roar of the engine exploded in the silent night like the roar of a beast. The Maybach drove straight to the end of the hillside where there was no road at all. But Tietjiao's eyes gleamed with confidence. Brother, don't worry, we're only less than an hour late. We believe in the racing legend's abilities. We can catch up. The moment he finished speaking, a storm field suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping the entire vehicle. Boom. The Maybach suddenly leaped from the hillside into the air. The next second, lifted up by the storm, it rushed towards the main road hundreds of meters away like a black lightning bolt. Thump! The vehicle landed smoothly on the main road. The shovel floored the accelerator again, the wheels screeching against the pavement. His voice suddenly rose in pitch. "Brother, with China's #1 racing god here, you can just relax and focus on your work." Lin Mu nodded. "Yes, as long as safety isn't guaranteed, every second counts." Iron Shovel's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, "Good heavens, he's really fallen completely in love. Love really is the most deadly thing." A few seconds later, the cell phone signal was restored with a buzz, and countless notification sounds exploded instantly. But Lin Mu didn't even look at it. His fingers flew across the screen, opened the dial pad, and dialed Sun Yinha's number. Beep, beep. The notification tone kept ringing, but no one answered until the very end. Lin Mu hung up, took a deep breath, and dialed again, once, twice, 3 times, until the 5th time. His brows furrowed more and more, and the anxiety in his eyes was almost overflowing. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room on the top floor of the Wunyan building, the phone kept vibrating on the table, but no one picked it up. Lin Mu put down the phone and quickly opened the messages for Gu Song, Zhao Shanhe, and others. The screen was full of reports of the victory in destroying the kingdom's stronghold. His heart sank. How could this be? How could the kingdom's stronghold be destroyed so easily? Could it be that all the kingdom's top fighting force has gone to Jinbei City? Without giving it another thought, he quickly replied to the message inside the drifting car. Assemble in the 6th Special District of Jinbei City. Finally, he paused and opened the large internal group chat of Zhenyiding, which he had joined half a month ago. The last message in the group chat was from the day before the final battle, an order issued by Baiju. His fingertips hovered over the screen. After taking a deep breath, he quickly typed out 2 messages. Zhenyiding, all personnel mobilize. Head to the 6th Special District of Jinbei City, at full speed, and assemble. After a pause, he added, the forces of Calamity are allies. All other forces are enemies. Putting down his phone, Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, watching the rapidly receding shadows of the trees outside the window, and murmured softly, Sun Yinha, you're such a worry. The faint sound reached the spade's ears clearly. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, sighing silently to himself. This is what happens when you fall in love. Fortunately, I, Tieshua, will never be influenced by women in my life. Holy Capital. The 32nd floor of the Zhenyiding building. The control room was so quiet that you could hear the soft tapping of keyboards. Several women dressed in Zhenyiding uniforms stared at the main city's surveillance footage on their screens, occasionally sliding their fingers across the mouse to zoom in on a particular area. Then a clear, crisp female voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence of the room. Look! The woman who spoke suddenly jumped up from her seat, her finger digging into her phone screen, her eyes wide like saucers. Zhenyiding's group chat is ringing. My God, it was that newbie named Lin Mu who sent the message. Has he gone mad? How dare he send a message in a commanding tone in the general group chat? Since Chief Ting, no one has ever posted a message in this group, not even Chief Ning Mo. No way. The woman next to her scoffed without even looking up, her face clearly saying, Are you kidding me? Where did that newcomer get the courage? You must be mistaken. But when she picked up her phone and opened the group chat, her fingertips suddenly stopped, her pupils contracted sharply, and she exclaimed as if she had seen a ghost. Holy crap. It really is him. Has he gone mad? This newcomer is incredibly arrogant. They have no real strength to begin with, yet they dare to do such disrespectful things. Sister, I have a feeling that tomorrow will be the last time this handsome young man enters the gates of Zhenyiding. Chief Ning Mo will definitely kick him out. Click. The door to the control room was gently pushed open, and Shun Ro's voice drifted in softly. Sisters, have you all gone mad? I can hear you screaming all over the hallway. She was wearing the Zhenyiding uniform. Her long hair was neatly tied up in a bun, and she had a gentle smile on her face. A woman immediately raised her phone and waved it at her, her voice urgent. Shinro, quickly look at the Zhenyiding general group. That newcomer named Lin Mu actually sent a message in a commanding tone, saying something like, Calamity is an ally. Isn't this the most ridiculous thing ever? I really don't understand why Zhenyiding specially recruited this newcomer. Shinro's smile froze on her face instantly. Her eyes widened in surprise, then changed color abruptly as if burned, and she snatched the woman's phone almost as if grabbing it. Let me see this quickly. Hey, you can see the group chat on your own phone too. The woman was startled by her reaction, but then she realized that her reaction was quite normal. After all, Jin Eating had never seen such a bold newcomer since its establishment. Shinro's fingers flew across the screen, and after reading the message, she immediately shoved the phone back into the woman's hand. She turned and rushed to her seat, her high heels clicking rapidly on the floor. She grabbed the mouse, opened the Jin Eating General Group on the computer, and her fingers flew across the keyboard, tagging everyone 10 times in a row. The woman next to her stared in disbelief, asking, "My God, Shinro, what are you doing? You actually stirred up trouble for this newcomer? Won't the chief be angry with you?" After tagging her, Shinro leaned back in her chair, her chest rising and falling slightly, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. She murmured softly, "It seems that Chief Ting has decided to stop hiding it. But why today? Why so suddenly?" Chapter 164. Wife, are you injured? She sat bolt upright and asked in rapid succession, "Has the surveillance system in the 6th Special District of Jinbei City not been restored yet?" The woman paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Not yet. If nothing unexpected happens, the surveillance cameras in the entire district have been deliberately cut off." After saying that, she brought the topic back. "Shinro, you haven't answered my question yet. Why did you tag everyone for that newbie just now?" Jiangxing. At the foot of a mountain range, Gutsong's fingertip paused on his phone screen. Jinbei City? He put his phone back in his pocket, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoman, Sancher, you two come with me to Jinbei City." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the group of people behind him who were holding weapons. "The rest of you brothers, there are still some hidden strongholds in Jiangxing, which I'll leave to you. Although their main force may be gone, we still need to be extra careful. If we sense anything amiss, we should retreat immediately." "Yes," the crowd responded in unison, their eyes resolute. Yuqing. Zhao Shanha stared at his phone screen, his finger lingering on the words 6th Special District of Jinbei City, for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Qinyong, gather all the brothers and assemble in the 6th Special District of Jinbei City." Clear. Although a hint of doubt flashed in Qinyong's eyes, he immediately turned around and took action. The Zhenyi Ting army, located in other main cities, all looked down at their phones. In the Zhenyi Ting General Group, Shinro's mention message was clearly visible. Some people frowned and repeatedly swiped the screen, some unconsciously dug their fingers into their palms, and others huddled together whispering, their eyes full of doubt. What exactly is this newcomer named Lin Mu up to? Did he not take the regulations of Jin Eating seriously at all? But in the next few minutes, the 4 chiefs issued orders one after another from different main cities to rush to Jinbei City. At this moment, all the awakened ones of Jinerding who saw the news were dumbfounded. The 4 chiefs are all acting on behalf of the same newcomer? Lin Mu's figure became increasingly mysterious in their eyes. Only a few people stared at the group messages. Their lips moved, but no words came out, and a guess that even they themselves found absurd popped into their minds. Jinbei City, the 3rd Special District. Holy crap. Bro, look at the group chat. That newbie is absolutely lawless. Zhang Huai's fingers swiped across the phone screen. The messages in the Jin Eating group chat made him grind his teeth in anger. He tossed his phone aside, his tone full of disdain. "I saw this kid about 2 weeks ago. He actually dared to bring his girlfriend on his first day reporting to Jin Eating. He's just so annoying. When has Jin Eating ever kept a useless person?" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ping had calmly issued orders to the Jin Eating army inside Jinbei City. Holy crap. Zhang Huai slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as they rubbed against the pavement. Dozens of Jinerding cars behind them also stopped abruptly, their bodies swaying before they regained their balance. He stared at the newly popped up message on his phone, his eyes wide, his lips even twitching slightly, looking at Lu Ping in the passenger seat with disbelief. "Bro, are you serious? That newbie." Lu Ping raised his hand to interrupt him, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. "Let's go, brother, back to the 6th Special Zone. Don't ask, you'll find out later." But a thought raced through his mind. Is Ting Shou about to reveal his identity? But why choose today of all days? Could it be that a major battle will break out in the 6th Special District tonight? Zhang Huai opened his mouth, the words he wanted to say swirling in his throat, but he swallowed them back and said in a deep voice, "Received, Chief Lu Ping." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed on the gas, and the car drifted and turned around beautifully. The black car sped off towards the 6th Special District like an arrow. The convoy behind them also turned around in unison, the roar of engines echoing through the empty streets and kicking up a cloud of dust. Just then, Lu Ping's phone suddenly rang urgently. He glanced at the caller ID, immediately pressed the answer button, and his tone instantly became serious. Chief Ning Mo. Lu Ping, you lead the army to the 5th district and wait there until we arrive before heading to the 6th special district together. Stand by? Shouldn't we go in and scout ahead? Lu Ping frowned, his tone full of confusion. No. Remember, do not act rashly. Lu Ping, tonight will be an unprecedentedly tough battle. Ning Mo's voice carried a hint of heaviness. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ping leaned back in his chair, his mind racing but unable to make sense of anything. He took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts, and said in a serious tone, Zhang Huai, change course and go to the 5th special zone to await orders. Zhang Huai paused on the steering wheel, completely bewildered, but still nodded decisively. Okay. Wudong Residential Area, Omping District. Jiang Shuwan, with her long, black hair loosely tied into a low bun and a few stray strands hanging down her neck, was busy in the kitchen. After all, Jinbei City is very far away, and she was afraid she wouldn't be able to get back by tomorrow morning, so she had to prepare breakfast in advance. Amidst the soft clinking of the porcelain bowls, a faint smile played on her lips, and the tenderness in her eyes almost overflowed. It was as if the battle that had just taken place in the Hidden Dragon Mountains had never happened. At this moment, she is just an ordinary wife and mother. She felt very happy with her life. She has a loving husband, an excellent daughter, and a dull and unreliable son. Such days seemed like an unreal dream to her. Because 25 years ago, her memories were filled with endless bloodshed. From the time she could remember, she had been struggling in battle and escape. The Venerable One's death test was like a meat grinder, where 100 people fought and only one person remained. Whenever she thinks of those days, she unconsciously rubs the old scars on her wrist. She was grateful to heaven for allowing her to meet Lin Yi, and after their marriage, she gave birth to a son and a daughter within 2 years, pulling her back from hell to earth. She often stares at herself in the mirror, wondering, is this happiness real? If it's true, she's willing to risk her life to protect this hard-won happiness. If it's not real, she hopes this dream can continue until the moment she closes her eyes forever. With a click, the kitchen door was pushed open. A pair of warm arms wrapped around her slender waist from behind. Lin Yi chuckled softly in my ear. Is it over so quickly, wife? Is that Red King already dead? Jiang Shuwan leaned back against him, her hair brushing against his chin, and said gently, it's not that fast. We're only just setting off for Jinbei City. I'm worried that you'll be too lazy to cook breakfast in the morning and won't eat it. 3 meals a day. Not one can be missed, you know. I know. I'll obey my wife's orders. Lin Yi replied with a smile. But the next second, his hand around her waist suddenly tightened, his eyebrows shot up, and his eyes instantly turned terrifyingly dark, but his voice remained gentle. Wife, are you hurt? He turned her around, his fingertips gently brushing against the faint bloodstains on the side of her neck that hadn't been wiped away, his tone suddenly serious. What happened? Was it the kingdom's envoy who attacked you? Chapter 165. Anyone who dares to hurt my wife must die. Look at you. Your face has fallen again. Jiang Shuwan raised her delicate hand and gently tapped his forehead with her fingertips, her eyes filled with reproach. Smile first, then listen to me. Lin Yi forced a very unhappy smile. Puff. Jiang Shuwan was amused by his angry but not daring to speak out look. Then she suppressed her laughter and gently stroked his cheek with her fingertips. It was just a little accident. When I was descending the Hidden Dragon Mountains, I ran into that little white reaper again. I didn't expect that Zhen Yiting had a top-tier combatant at the 7th level high realm. The person next to him was just as strong as him. Lin Ye's face grew increasingly gloomy, his knuckles clenched so tightly they turned white. Jiang Shuwan continued softly. In the end, I was thinking of burning away all the violent power in my body, but they suddenly stopped and left, which was unexpected. Burn out. Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes surging with overwhelming killing intent, and his voice was deep. Wife, they've driven you to this point, and you call this a minor accident? He paused, his tone filled with anger. Don't get involved in this matter. Who cares whether Zhenyi Court is just or not? Anyone who dares to hurt my wife must die. That white death god, I will kill him. Look at you, you're in such a hurry again. Jiang Shuwan frowned, pretending to be angry as she glared at him, then poked his chest with her fingertip. Take back your temper and listen to me. Wife. Lin Yi wanted to argue, but when he met her serious gaze, he deflated like a punctured balloon, and his voice softened. Listen to your wife, hee. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuan's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a gentle smile spread across her eyes. That's right. Don't keep talking about killing all the time. If the two kids hear you, they might start to have all sorts of wild ideas. Also, didn't you hear me finish speaking? Those two from Jin Eating didn't kill me in the end, and I didn't burn out all the power in my body. Just consider it a friendly sparring match where I lost. Although we don't care about the chaos in the world, a world of light is always better than a world of darkness, isn't it? She looked down out the window, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Besides, our children have both entered the two best places. If the world were bright, they wouldn't have to get involved in those dark conflicts in the future. So, we can't erase the light from this world, you understand? Lin Yi was silent for a few seconds, his Adam's apple bobbed, and finally he sighed. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. He reached out and pulled Jiang Shuan into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice gentle yet tinged with stubbornness. But he did hurt you after all, and this matter won't just end like this. I'll find some time to beat up that head of the Genie court. You can't object to this. Okay. Jiang Shuan drawled out her words, a smile spreading from the corners of her mouth to her eyes, and said with a smile, Don't go too far, just let him breathe. Don't worry, I'll leave you with just a breath. Lin Yi spoke firmly, his anger surging. He had to beat this white death god half to death to vent his anger. You dare lay a hand on my wife. You're finished. Oh right, honey. A sly glint flashed in Jiang Shuan's eyes, as if she had suddenly thought of something interesting, and she abruptly broke free from his embrace. Just as Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in bewilderment, she suddenly chuckled, her tone slightly teasing. Honey, at the very last moment, that white grim reaper was very close to me. His mask shattered from my breath, but his figure flashed too fast in the night. I only saw a blurry face, but I can be sure that he was very young. And another thing, guess who he looks like? Who does she look like? Lin Yi looked at his wife's excited face and could only bite the bullet and continue the conversation, not wanting to spoil her mood. He knew all too well that if he spoiled the mood, his wife would be unhappy. If your wife is unhappy, you won't have any peace either. He deliberately frowned, lightly rubbing his chin with his fingertips, pretending to ponder for a while before suddenly raising his head and saying earnestly, Wife, he's so young. Could he look like our son? Jiang Shuan's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she said in disbelief, Husband, you're amazing. Although his face was blurry in the darkness, I could tell at a glance that he looked like my son. She couldn't help but chuckle softly again. I'm starting to wonder if I'm hallucinating from missing my son so much. Our dull and unreliable brat is completely unrelated to the Grim Reaper. Lin Yi froze on the spot, never expecting that his casual remark would actually come true. But she quickly followed up with a smile. That's right. How is it possible for my son to be both in school and dating? And wasn't he specially recruited by the Zhen Ting because of his theoretical knowledge? How could a mere soldier directly become the supreme leader of the Zhen Ting? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly darkened, and a storm raged in his heart. The fact that the theoretical special recruitment broke the precedent of Zhenerding was strange in itself. But on the day my son came home, there wasn't a single fluctuation of power. He shook his head slightly, chuckling to himself that he was being too sensitive. What am I thinking? I almost actually believed that this brat was the White Reaper. My own son. How could I not know what kind of scoundrel he is? Okay, honey, I'm going out now. This is the last time. Stay home and wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Shuan tiptoed, gently hooked her fingertips around Lin Yi's collar, and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. Lin Yi chuckled, then stopped laughing and his eyes suddenly turned serious. Wife, I'll take you. No need. Jiang Shuan's tone was reassuring. Honey, listen to me. I'm just going through the motions. Moreover, the disparity in strength between the two sides in this assassination attempt against the Red King is too great, and the King of Calamity has no chance of survival. She paused, then said confidently, Don't you trust my abilities? Even if something unexpected happens, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. This time, Lin Yi didn't listen to her. Instead, he looked at her firmly and said, Wife, I'll take you to Jinbei City and then wait for you nearby, okay? He added seriously, Otherwise, I can't even sleep well when you're not home. Puff. Jiang Shuan chuckled and tapped his forehead with her fingertip. All right, I'll let you deliver it. Honestly, he's a grown man, and he wants to follow me everywhere he goes. Hee hee, I don't want to be separated from my wife for even a moment longer. Lin Yi laughed, and pushed her toward the door, his eyes full of undisguised, doting affection. Moments later, the roar of the engine echoed through the Wutong residential area. Jiang Shuan leaned back in the passenger seat, gazing at the receding street scene outside the window. Images of her children unconsciously surfaced in her mind. A gentle smile spread across her eyes, and even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Chapter 166. Brother, did you have your dog's fortune told this time? 2 a.m. The 6th Special District of Jinbei City was stained with a shocking amount of blood, and the thick stench of blood enveloped the entire district. The empty road was filled with corpses, and the cold wind howled through it, spreading the stench of blood wildly outwards. At this moment, hundreds of Jinerding special vehicles are quietly parked in various locations outside the 6th Special District. The eerie silence and the pungent smell of blood sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. A true bloodbath is about to tear through the night. Outside the north entrance of the 6th Special Economic Zone, nearly 100 Jinerding shuttle buses converged on the unlit street, all engines turned off, their black bodies hidden in the night. Ning Imo stood at the very front of the convoy, his brows furrowed, the Wuji staff gripped tightly in his hand. His eyes were fixed on the entrance to the 6th Special District, and even his breathing was heavier than usual. Feng Shi stood beside him, her gaze also fixed on the direction of the 6th Special District. Her voice was calm, yet held a hint of doubt. Ning Imo, do you know what Tingshou means? Why is the entire Jinerding force suddenly being assembled in the 6th Special District of Jinbei City? Ning Imo shook his head slightly, his voice low. I don't know, but the Chief Justice's decision is beyond question. Of course I will not question Chief Justice. Feng Shi sighed, her gaze still fixed on the Special Economic Zone. I'm just wondering what Chief Ting meant by calamity is an ally. Ning Imo shook his head again, his tone resolute. I don't know, but Chief Ting's decision must have its reasons. We'll just do as he says. Feng Shi. Just then, footsteps came from behind. Qinghe walked to the side of the two, listening to their conversation and muttering to himself. What else could it mean? Of course, Ting Yu should help his girlfriend. However, the chief's main goal is definitely to destroy the kingdom. Helping his girlfriend was just something he did on the way. Ning Imo said calmly. Now that everyone is here, Lu Ping is the closest, so I've asked him to wait in the 5th Special Zone ahead of time. Qinghe sighed softly, a complex look flashing across his eyes. This is probably the first time in the history of Zhenyi Court that it has fought against the forces of calamity together. He paused, his voice turning somber. Now, our covert operation tonight is out in the open, which can be considered a forced showdown with the forces behind the scenes at the Central Command. Fortunately, our ally is an SSS-level Calamity King, who is terrifyingly powerful. What? Ning Imo and Feng Shi exclaimed in unison, turning around abruptly to look at Qing He, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their gazes were like two sharp blades, piercing straight at Qinghe. Ning Imo stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, Qing He, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean? Feng Shi stared intently at Qing He, her tone filled with confusion. Weren't the only two Calamity Kings in the world already dead in the final battle? Qinghe, did Chief Ting say anything to you? Forehead. Qinghe met the scrutinizing gazes of the two men, her lips twitched, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. Ning Imo frowned even more. Qing He, is there something you can't tell us? Qinghe coughed twice, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. Actually, the Red King is not dead. Both of them gasped simultaneously, their pupils shrinking to their maximum size. Feng Shi snapped back to reality, raised an eyebrow, and asked, and then? Since the Red King is not dead, what does Tingshou mean by allies? Qinghe took a deep breath, raised his eyes to meet their gaze, and his tone suddenly became extremely serious. Actually, you've already met the Red King, right here in the Blue Guardian. Beep. A hurried female voice suddenly rang in Ning Imo, Qing He, Feng Shi, and Lu Ping's ears. Chief Ning Imo, it's me, Shenro. Ning Imo said in a deep voice, speak. On the other end of the communication line, Shenro's voice was filled with barely concealed panic. Nearly 100 black vehicles have suddenly emerged from the 7th Special District of Jinbei City and are speeding towards the 6th Special District. After a half-second pause, her voice suddenly rose. No, that's not right. The number is still increasing. It's several hundred. Then came a gasp. No. Oh my god. Chief Ning Imo, nearly 1,000 vehicles are speeding toward the 6th Special Zone. Finally, he practically yelled. Holy crap. The number of vehicles is still increasing. In the control room on the 32nd floor of the Zhenerding building, Shinro stared at the dense black dots on the screen and unleashed a string of profanities into the communicator. Even through the screen, she could feel the oppressive force of thousands of black vehicles crashing down on her. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the three men changed drastically. Seconds later, thousands of Zhenyi Ting awakeners behind them simultaneously drew their weapons. A cold light flashed, and the murderous aura reached its peak. At this moment, at the border between the 5th and 6th special districts, the hundreds of Zhenyi Ting awakeners standing behind Lu Ping also exuded the same chilling aura. The veins on the backs of their hands, gripping their weapons tightly, bulged, and the blades gleamed with a chilling light in the night. Even their breathing became heavy and synchronized. Zhang Huai swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and spoke with difficulty to Lu Ping in front of him. Brother, what's going on here? Could tonight's battle be the final battle? Lu Ping stared intently at the direction of the 6th special district, his voice heavy with a hint of solemnity, but even more so with determination. Zhang Huai, don't die. I'll still be your sparring partner after the battle. Zhang Huai suddenly swung the giant scythe in his hand, the scythe cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. He chuckled and said, Brother, did you have your dog's fortune told this time? Lu Ping's face darkened instantly, and he said in a deep voice, I've calculated it. The dog says he won't die. Zhang Huai threw his head back and laughed, his voice filled with a do-or-die spirit. Haha, then we definitely won't die. On the rooftop of a tall building in the 7th special district, three figures stood side by side on the edge of the rooftop, the night wind whipping up their clothes and making them flutter. Gutsong, Sanshi, and Xiaoman all turned their gazes toward the main road below. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and they all gasped in unison. The endless stream of black vehicles sped towards the 6th special district like a long dragon. The roar of the engine exploded in the silent night, making the air tremble. Sanshi's Adam's apple bobbed, and his lips moved several times before he managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Brother Gu, this? He gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with shock. Xiaoman stood beside him, gripping the dagger in her hand even tighter. He pressed his fingertips against the cold blade, trying to suppress the panic in his heart, and said softly, It's just that there are a lot of people. It's also possible that most of these nearly 10,000 people are awakened beings below the 4th rank. Even so, her fingertips were trembling slightly. Gutsong took a step forward, looking down at the long black dragon below. He pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, and the lighter flame flickered a few times in the wind before he lit it. After taking 3 deep drags, the cigarette but burned out quickly. He flicked his cigarette butt into the night sky, his voice hoarse as he exhaled the smoke. Sanshi, Xiaoman, this is no longer a simple clash. This is a premature final battle. Chapter 167. The word love is utterly laughable. Below the 7th rank, it's very difficult to survive, even for me. He paused, turned to look at the two of them, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. You go back to Jiangxing. We swear to follow you to the death. Sanshi and Xiaoman spoke in unison, their eyes revealing a resolute determination. Gutsong looked at them, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The next second he lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and stomped it out hard under his foot, his voice solemn. Let's go. On the other side, on a street without streetlights, Zhao Shanhe suppressed the intense palpitations in his chest, turned around to look at the densely packed awakened behind him, and said in a deep voice, Those below the 4th rank, from this moment on, disperse to the major cities. If you are defeated tonight, you will live in seclusion in the city and live out your lives as ordinary people. In a war of this scale, you will be annihilated the moment you begin to fight. Boss, I'm not afraid to die. Boss, we've endured for so many years. Isn't this the moment we've been waiting for? We're not leaving. I'm not leaving either. Me too. Resolute voices of agreement rose and fell. Fearless light shone in everyone's eyes, as if death was nothing to them. Xinyong stepped forward and respectfully reported, Boss, 2 more teams haven't arrived yet. Zhao Shanhe raised his hand to interrupt him, his eyes flashing with determination, his voice firm and resolute. We're not waiting any longer. Let's set off for the 6th special zone. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall, pattering against the car window with a soft, pattering sound. A black Maybach roared into the 5th special district like a beast, speeding towards the 6th Special District at full speed. The Maybach kept drifting and sprinting at various intersections. The car body was visibly swaying, as if it would fall apart at any moment, and the loose parts under the car were covered with a layer of hard ice. Lin Mu asked urgently, "Shovel, how much longer?" He also received a message from Shun Ro that thousands of black vehicles were about to arrive in the 6th Special District. The shovel whirred as he turned the steering wheel, replying, "Brother, fast. If this car hadn't almost fallen apart halfway there, we would have arrived before them long ago. The racing god's skill is beyond doubt." After saying that, he stepped on the gas pedal again. With each drift, the Maybach's body emitted a clanging sound of parts colliding. This journey is Maybach's swan song, its final dance. Yes, the earlier we arrive, the fewer casualties we will suffer overall. Lin Mu put on a brand new white mask and added in a solemn voice, "Shovel, this battle came too suddenly. Indeed, we didn't have time to use our trump cards." Iron Shovel nodded seriously, then chuckled, "But none of that matters. After all, with your wife around, our fighting strength isn't weak either." Lin Mu swallowed his words, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said earnestly, "You're wrong. She's my girlfriend now, but she'll only be my wife after we get married." Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong froze, completely shutting his mouth. He pressed the accelerator even harder, and the Maybach sped towards the 6th Special District. At that moment, the 6th Special Zone was torn apart by the sudden roar of engines. Thousands of black cars sped like a black dragon, heading in all directions of the 6th Special District, their tires screeching as they scraped the ground, piercing the deathly silence. The central area of the Special Economic Zone. Thousands of mutants, like ghosts, occupied the rooftops of every high-rise building. Its scarlet pupils gleamed in the shadows, like a hungry wolf waiting for its prey, its breath carrying a bloodthirsty aura. Wunyan Building. The wind swirled the dust on the rooftop, and two beautiful figures stood leaning against the railing. The woman in the red dress was stunningly beautiful. When the wind lifted her skirt, it looked like a burning fire. The woman in the black dress was aloof and ethereal, and the chill emanating from her almost froze the air. The roar of engines was approaching from afar. "What are you doing here?" Su Nianhe's voice was cold and clear, her gaze fixed on the convoy in the distance. And Shu Yao's voice was calm, but a hint of seriousness flashed across her eyes. "I was bored, so I came to see how you would die." Su Nianhe gave a cold smile and did not respond. Seeing that she remained unmoved, and Shu Yao frowned slightly, her voice growing colder. "You know perfectly well that the kingdom has mobilized all its forces tonight just to kill you. So where do you get the courage to confront them head-on? Do you really want to destroy yourself and your entire force?" Seeing that Su Nianhe remained unmoved, her voice grew even colder. "Su Nianhe, do you see men for who they truly are now? You are now trapped in a deadly situation, but where is Bai Ju now? Sister, men's sincerity is utterly hypocritical. If he truly loved you, he would have come to you alone. But what about now?" She gave another cold laugh. "However, it's worth it to see a person for who they truly are through something." Boom. A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Su Nianhe's body, causing her red dress to flutter even without wind, and the surrounding air to be instantly distorted by the pressure. "And Shu Yao, I will not allow anyone to speak ill of my man." And Shu Yao turned around abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with anger and indignation for her. "Ridiculous. Su Nianhe, you will die. 1 8th-level awakener, and who knows how many 7th-level high-level awakeners will appear, as well as such a large army of awakeners. Tell me, what makes you think you can win? Even if you can restrain the National Guardian Envoy, how long can your SS-class troops hold out? You're still defending him? You're hopeless." Lin Mu's face suddenly appeared in Su Nianhe's mind, and a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her lips, her voice softening. "I didn't want him to get hurt, so I didn't tell him." And Shu Yao's beautiful eyes widened instantly. At this moment, in her eyes, Su Nianhe was nothing more than a fool who had fallen in love and was extremely ignorant. She raised her jade-like finger and pointed at Su Nianhe, her lips moving several times, but in the end it only turned into a long sigh. "The word love is utterly ridiculous." The ditch was filled with oil and the stench of decay. 3 figures lay prone on the sticky ground, the roar of engines overhead causing the trench walls to tremble slightly. Kong Nan pinched his nose and lowered his voice to a whisper. "Chief Qin Jiang, with so many convoys, it must be the forces behind the central government. Should we go out?" She frowned, unable to bear the nauseating, fishy smell any longer. Qin Jiang waved his hand, his eyes revealing a shrewd and calm demeanor. No rush. He pointed to the sky above. The war is about to break out. Going out now would be tantamount to suicide. We will continue to wait until the envoy leads his army to wipe out the Red King's forces. That will be the time for us to climb out of this quagmire. Just hang in there a little longer. Lu Ping quickly chimed in. Chief Qin Jiang's insight is brilliant. As long as I can live, it's worth waiting even one more day. Chapter 168, Let my blood set off this first blow. Kong Nin nodded in agreement, though she was still pinching her nose. Yes, it's all for survival. Being able to follow Chief Qin Jiang is truly a blessing we earned in our past lives. Qin Jiang coughed lightly twice, a hint of smugness on his face, but he feigned modesty. That's not the case. But as long as I live, I will definitely lead you to live to the end in this dark world. As time went on, thousands of black cars, like a long, lurking black dragon, converged on the center of the 6th Special Economic Zone from all directions. The wheels rolled over the wet street, splashing water mixed with blood and foam. Boom. Several streaks of lightning, like silver snakes, tore through the sky. The light drizzle suddenly turned into a torrential downpour. Large raindrops pelted the dark red bloodstains on the ground, washing away the blood to create winding, crimson streams. The corpses and dark red bloodstains piled up on the streets came into view of the kingdom's army, and the soldiers unconsciously swallowed hard, their throats tightening. An eerie silence gripped their hearts like an invisible hand, and the fear in their souls spread wildly. The 3 elders of the central government and the army of Baizhou have all been wiped out here, and they are thinking about the battle that is about to begin. Their scalps tingled, and the fear in their hearts surged like a tidal wave. They also wanted to live a peaceful life, but from the moment they joined the kingdom, their lives no longer belonged to themselves. At this moment, they can only place their hopes on the esteemed envoy and the highest power in the kingdom. I pray that the Red King's forces can be swiftly and overwhelmingly destroyed. Only in this way could they have a chance to survive. The longer the time dragged on, the more devastating the casualties would be. Look at the sky. Something is falling towards us. A cry of surprise suddenly erupted in the convoy, and the sound of thousands of car doors opening echoed through the rain. That is a fully transformed S-rank calamity. No, there are 2. The soldiers' cries of panic rose and fell. A man in black suddenly unleashed a 6th-tier aura, the cold light of his drawn longsword piercing through the rain and mist. What's all this chaos? Our strength completely overwhelms them. Prepare for battle. The soldier beside him turned pale and cried out in a trembling voice, Sir, look at the sky. Our team has such bad luck. The next second, the kingdom's army on the ground suddenly shrank their pupils. Countless black dots leaped down from the tall building one after another. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of blue wings suddenly pierced through the rain and hurtled towards the convoy like arrows. Yu Ning's voice boomed through the air, carrying a chilling edge. Kill. Let the 6th Special District be stained with the blood of the kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. Several S-class, fully formed colossal calamities crashed down on the black convoy like meteorites. A deafening explosion shattered the silence, and debris from the car and blood splattered in the rain. At the same time, a dense number of figures leaped down from high-rise buildings in different directions, their bodies undergoing instantaneous changes as they fell. Some arms transformed into giant steel claws, some grew bone spurs on their backs, and some had their heads cracked into ferocious beast faces, roaring as they pounced on the kingdom's soldiers. Inside the black van at the front, the sword master leaned back calmly in the back seat, his knuckles lightly tapping the armrest. The continuous explosions made his smile widen, and his deep voice echoed in the car. The slaughter has begun. Whoosh. An S-class mutant plummeted towards the minivan like an arrow. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hoarse voice was resolute. This is the lead wagon of the kingdom's army. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Lord Red King, thank you for taking me in all these years. Let my blood set the stage for this first strike. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly transformed into a colossal creature resembling a giant tiger in midair. Its fangs tore through the rain curtain as it charged straight at the van with a death wish. Just as he was about to fall onto the roof of the car. Boom. The giant tiger's pupils suddenly contracted, and a black sword light carrying overwhelming pressure suddenly slashed from inside the car into the air. The sword light was as dark as ink, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Before he could even scream, his body shattered instantly under the sword light, and blood mixed with the torrential rain splattered onto the ground. He felt no fear as he faced death. This was exactly the outcome he had envisioned. To die for the Red King was his final destiny. The black fin shattered suddenly under the sword energy, sending with chips and metal fragments flying everywhere. A figure with an aura as deep as an abyss appeared in the torrential rain. Dressed in black, with a silver cloak billowing in the wind, a 3-foot black sword hung at his waist, rainwater sliding down its scabbard. He glanced at the scene of corpses strewn across the ground, then at the calamity-ridden figures leaping down from the high-rise buildings, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Red King, I do have some respect for your courage. With these remaining forces, what do you have to contend with me? The rain poured down, and large raindrops pounded on the severed limbs, splashing up water mixed with blood. The entire 6th district was instantly transformed into a bloodbath. The howls of calamity were swallowed by the sound of rain, and limbs were continuously severed in the rain curtain. The bloodstains on the ground flowed into puddles, forming a winding river of blood. Washed by the torrential rain, the blood was a glaring red, like countless writhing blood snakes. The sword master stood in the center of the battlefield, his 8th order aura sweeping across the surroundings like a tsunami. His steps were slow, yet they carried a deathly pressure, causing all the calamities along the way to tremble under his oppressive aura. Before they could react, several cold glints pierced through the rain, and the kingdom's soldiers' swords and spears instantly pierced their chests, causing blood mist to explode in the rain. The sword master wiped the blood splattered on his face, a cold smile playing on his lips. Red King, where will you be hiding this time? The moment the words were spoken, an overwhelming aura erupted. He raised the black sword high, its tip locked onto a figure hundreds of meters away. Yulan was frantically slaughtering the kingdom's soldiers, her pale green tail fin tearing through the rain, leaving trails of blood like blooming red plum blossoms. Interesting. Her strength is equivalent to that of a high-level 7th-tier cultivator. The sword master sneered, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the rain. The black sword pierced towards Yulan with a sharp, whistling sound. But just as the sword tip was about to touch her neck, a beautiful figure in a red dress leaped down from midair like a shooting star. Boom! 2 giant wings suddenly unfurled behind Sun Yinhe. The left wing was crimson like a burning flame, and every feather carried an oppressive aura that could incinerate everything. The right wing was as golden as the sun, its light piercing the darkness of the rainy night and illuminating the entire sky as if it were daytime. Her left eye blazed with crimson flames, her right eye shimmered with golden light, and her wings slashed down at the sword master with a sharp, tearing sound. This is the one I've been waiting for, Red King. The sword master swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black light that clashed with the crimson and golden wings. Boom! The moment the 2 terrifying auras collided, the shockwave swept around like a giant wave. The lower-level awakened individuals and mutants coughed up blood and fainted from the aftershocks. The river of blood on the ground was lifted into the air, then turned into blood rain and fell down, making the battlefield even more crimson. Chapter 169 So Foolish. I really like you. Sun Yinhe's eyes were as cold as frost, and she suddenly raised her jade hand. Trash who only hides in the shadows. The 6th Special District will be your final resting place. The ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked open, and a giant blood-red lotus flower burst forth from the earth, its petals unfolding layer by layer. The next second, it opened its torrent of bloody maw and swallowed the sword master. Boom! A pale golden domain suddenly erupted from within the sword master's body. The domain instantly swept over Sun Yinhe, her movements suddenly stopped, and the blood-red lotus beneath her feet also froze in place. The sword master laughed wildly, his black sword sweeping across, annihilating the blood-red lotus. Red King, there are 7 7th-tier high-level awakened ones who have followed me here. You will ruin all of you because of your arrogance. Sun Yinhe's heart tightened suddenly, and her pupils contracted sharply. She thought she had overestimated the kingdom's strength, but 7 top-tier warriors, the very people under my command. She took a deep breath, the panic in her eyes instantly replaced by overwhelming killing intent, and her cold voice pierced through the rain. Once I destroy you, your kingdom will fall apart. Haha, when the Black King was alive, the 2 of you working together did indeed frighten me, but now, you alone are no match for me. The sword master's arrogant laughter had barely faded when a deafening battle cry suddenly tore through the rain. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in dark purple poisonous mist appeared behind him. The mist writhed like a living thing along with the raindrops. The newcomer's voice was urgent. Your Excellency, it's the army of Zhenyi Court. This scale, it must be an all-out effort. The sword master frowned slightly, then chuckled, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Perfect timing. This gathering of the four kings has brought an unexpected surprise, which will allow us to wipe them all out at once. Su Nianhe stood in the rain, the cold raindrops hitting her face, and a sudden warmth welled up in her heart. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she murmured softly, "So silly. I really like you." Boom. A black sword aura carrying overwhelming pressure suddenly slashed down. The sword energy tore through the rain curtain, emitting a piercing shriek. Su Nianhe's golden wings unfurled instantly, and with a clang, she blocked the sword energy head-on. Golden sparks exploded on the wings in an instant, and the aftershocks turned the surrounding water into a water wall several meters high. The sword master's disdainful voice came through the rain. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Die. Su Nianhe's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she flapped her wings violently. You do have some self-awareness. You even know your shit. Die for me. Boom. The two of them simultaneously unleashed tremendous power. Each collision produced a thunderous roar. The rain curtain was torn to shreds by the power of the two, and the devastating aftershocks swept outwards. The ground beneath my feet cracked open like a spiderweb, and the surrounding buildings swayed precariously in the aftershocks. Through the rain, three powerful figures stood on the edge of the rooftop, coldly watching the battle below. Xiao Li leaned against the railing, a sneer on his lips. Interesting. This is fucking exciting. Has the leader of the Zhenyi court gone mad? He's actually helping the Calamity side? Are they trying to get themselves killed already? The old man, leaning on his cane, frowned, his cloudy eyes filled with doubt, and his voice was hoarse. It is indeed strange. But the Zhenyi court is now like a candle flickering in the wind. Where would it get the audacity to raise its sword against the kingdom? Are they all in a hurry to be reincarnated? So, we've lost out. The monk in his robe said calmly, his hands clasped together. Xiao Li glanced at him sideways. What loss? We need to increase our workload. The monk raised his hand and pointed into the distance, where the figures of awakened beings surging from another direction could be vaguely seen through the rain. Besides Zhenyi, there is a large number of awakened beings coming from that direction. He paused, then asked seriously, Are we going to fight, or just watch the show until the end? If the sword master is no match for the Red King, it would be best for us to eliminate him as well, but the probability of that is very low. The old man slammed his cane on the ground with a dull thud. You monk have quite the clear thought process. But you forgot one thing. He still has those three under his command. Even if Zhenyi joins in, even if we don't intervene, the Red King will still be the one to lose in the end. The gap between top-tier combatants is too vast. The monk nodded. Indeed. The main forces of the Red King and Zhenyi were basically wiped out in the final battle. The kingdom, however, has been biding its time for many years, and its number of 7th-tier awakened individuals is far too small. He asked again, So, shall we fight or not? The old man said calmly, Of course we should fight. Consider it fulfilling that promise. Even with the addition of Zhenyi, they are still the weaker party. Once we join, this battle will be over soon, and then we can retire in peace. Xiao Li suddenly remembered something and raised an eyebrow. By the way, what about that crazy woman? If you say you're not coming with us, are you just going home to sleep? The monk responded calmly. She mentioned before she left that she was going home to prepare breakfast for her husband. After he finished speaking, the three of them fell silent in the pouring rain. Raindrops pattered against the rooftop railing, making a soft, pattering sound. As they watched the battle below, a hint of admiration rose in their eyes for the Blood King's man. All right, let's finish this quickly. The old man spoke again, a sharp glint flashing in his cloudy eyes. He then looked at Xiao Li, a faint smile playing on his lips. After this battle, let's have a late-night snack, it's on you. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and retorted, Why should I pay? Are you trying to act like an old man here? The old man gave a sinister smile, tapping his cane lightly on the ground with a dull thud. Because you're the richest, do you really think I don't know that the richest man in Yuqing is one of your men? We said we'd live in seclusion in the city, but you still crave worldly things. I look down on you somewhat. The monk clasped his hands together, his tone calm, yet somewhat distant, his robes fluttering gently in the night breeze. You old man, you've been living in seclusion. How could you still know these things? Do you think that's reasonable? Shaoli rolled his eyes, then glanced at the monk, his tone teasing. And you, monk, looking down on me, huh? Then you pay your own bill. The monk's face darkened, and he clasped his hands together again, calmly replying, You misheard me. I did not speak just now. The old man's lips twitched, and black lightning instantly enveloped his body. Go to different locations to join the battle. After tonight, this world will completely belong to the kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure leaped to the ground like a black lightning bolt, and the moment he landed, his aura as a high-level 7th-tier cultivator suddenly erupted. The cane slammed heavily on the ground, and black lightning bolts roared outwards, striking the surrounding calamities. The screams of agony were deafening, and the calamity struck by lightning was instantly reduced to charred remains. Whoosh! A whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Several jet-black arrows, as if possessing their own consciousness, instantly pierced through the rain and shot towards the calamity. Chapter 170. It's like two utterly ignorant fools have met. With each black arrow shot out, countless agonizing screams of calamity echoed through the air. Shaoli, holding the hidden fiend bow, had already stepped onto the battlefield. He drew his longbow again, the bowstring vibrating with a humming sound, the tone brimming with arrogance. This kind of one-sided game is really boring. Boom. A figure enveloped in a faint golden light slammed a palm into the ground the instant it leaped down. The nearby calamities were instantly blasted away, blood gushing from their mouths and raining down on the ground. The monk's gaze swept over the blood-soaked river washed by the torrential rain, a hint of pity in his eyes, and he spoke softly. This is my last act of killing. A 7th-level man in black instantly recognized the three figures and was overjoyed. He never expected that these people would actually participate in the war to kill the Red King. He suddenly roared. The kingdom's 4th legion, following in the footsteps of the three lords, will shatter the Zhenyi court and the forces of calamity. The awe-inspiring scene of the three men being unmatched instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the kingdom's army in this region. Kill! 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 Shouts of battle instantly resounded throughout the area, causing even the rain curtain to tremble slightly. On top of another tall building, a woman in a black dress was drawn to the three men's frenzied killing spree. She lightly traced the raindrops on the railing with her fingertips, her voice low and detached as she murmured, I never imagined that man would risk the entire Zhenerding for you. It's like two utterly ignorant fools have met. As she finished speaking, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes, and her black dress fluttered in the night wind. Even so, the kingdom still holds an absolute advantage in this battle. But why is Baiju nowhere to be seen when the entire Zhenyi court has mobilized its army? And where did that damn man go? Could it be that the two of them are together right now? Another one hiding in the shadows, afraid to face the battle head-on. A disdainful voice suddenly rang out from behind in Shuyao. The aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted within his body, instantly filling the air with a sense of oppression. The next second, another figure with an equally powerful aura appeared dozens of meters behind in Shuyao. He put his hands in his pockets and said in a calm tone, Zuiyin, this is the last rooftop in the central area. The four kings have entered the battlefield, and we must hurry as well. The addition of Zhenyi Ting will make things a bit more difficult. And Shuyao smiled disdainfully. Sun Yinhe, you're really overconfident. This is the true foundation of the kingdom. You owe me a favor. Zuoyin nodded, his tone tinged with emotion. I thought the four kings wouldn't come. It seems that promise was buried too deep in their hearts. How foolish. The Lord is no longer here, yet you still keep these baseless promises. He then looked up at the woman in the black dress in front of him, his eyes carrying a hint of frivolity. Judging from her back, she's a woman with a good temperament. Unfortunately, your life ends here. The moment the word woman was uttered, and Shuyao's eyes suddenly flashed with overwhelming killing intent, a coldness that could freeze the air, as if even the rain curtain was torn apart by her rage. The moment she turned around, two enormous, jet-black wings suddenly unfurled behind her. Black flames ignited in his eyes, and a destructive desire surged within his pupils. A terrifying, suffocating aura erupted from her body in an instant, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. The raindrops were pulverized into dust by an invisible shockwave 3 feet away from her. Zuiyin and Yu Zheng's pupils shrank simultaneously, Their hearts felt as if they were being gripped by an icy hand, and a chill ran down their spines to the top of their heads. The two exclaimed in unison, "Black King! How is this possible? How is it possible that both kings are still alive?" Zui Yan's longsword was drawn with a whoosh, its blade vibrating and humming. His aura, at the peak of the 7th-tier realm, surged to its limit, causing the rain around him to explode in all directions due to his imposing presence. Yu Jing suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a deep voice with his atoms apple bobbing, "The twin kings of calamity are mortal enemies who are irreconcilable. Black King, are you also here to kill Red King? If that's the case, then we are allies. Die!" Two black wings suddenly burst into dark flames, tearing through the rain with a sharp whooshing sound as they slashed straight at the two men's faces. Where the wings passed, the air was scorched and distorted, and the rain evaporated into white mist before it even got close. And Shu Yao's eyes were full of contempt. "What are you? You dare to negotiate with me?" Boom! The rooftop suddenly collapsed during the collision of the three people, and Shu Yao's wings collided with Zui Yan's longsword, creating dazzling sparks, while Yu Jing's fist slammed into the wings, producing a muffled, thunderous roar. The shattered concrete blocks, accompanied by torrential rain, crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, and the smoke and rain mixed together into a chaotic mess. The battlefield is located in the north. A graceful figure with pale green tail feathers flashed through the kingdom's army like a bolt of lightning. Every time Yulan's tail fin sliced through the rain, it was accompanied by several sprays of blood in midair, the warm blood droplets drawing enchanting arcs in the cold rain. Her breathing became rapid from the continuous fighting, her chest heaved violently, and the stray hairs on her forehead were stuck to her face with sweat and rain. She looked at the endless army of the kingdom. He glanced again at the fierce clash between the Red King and the Sword Master in the center of the battlefield, and silently prayed, "Your Majesty, the road to the north. Yulan will risk her life to protect you." Boom! Several jet-black, snake-like bolts of lightning suddenly struck towards the calamity. A series of piercing screams rang out as dozens of mutants were struck by lightning and collapsed amidst the acrid smell of burning flesh. Yulan's pupils shrank instantly. She recognized the person who had appeared in the Forbidden City earlier. Her eyes hardened, and her figure transformed into a pale green afterimage in the night. In an instant, it pierced through the rain and struck the old man holding a cane, whose body was surrounded by black lightning. The pale green tail fin, like a giant scythe, crashed into the cane with a sharp, whistling sound as it cut through the air. Clang! As the aftershocks swept through, a sinister smile appeared on the old man's face, and his hoarse voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, so it's you. No wonder the kingdom's army suffered such heavy casualties here. But, now that I'm here, your life is coming to an end. Arrogant old codger." The instant Yulan retreated, hundreds of pale green tails slashed through the rain like sharp swords, hurtling towards the old man. The old man slammed his cane on the ground with a thud, and a burst of black lightning erupted around him, completely blocking the pale green wings. The moment lightning collided with the wings, the rain was shaken and scattered in all directions. The old man sneered, and was about to retaliate when, power 8 times. A powerful punch, carrying immense force, has already come crashing down. The force of the punch tore through the rain curtain, accompanied by a muffled whooshing sound. Zhao Shanha's muscles bulged, and veins coiled around his arms like dragons, his eyes resolute. Chapter 171. Deep feelings are a good thing, but don't do this now. The old man raised an eyebrow, then chuckled dismissively. "Back in my day, I was the king of close combat." The next second, his right fist, crackling with black lightning, slammed into the air. Bang! 2 powerful punches, each carrying immense force, collided with a deafening roar. The deafening roar sent shivers down the spines of the entire northern battlefield. The aftershocks suddenly created a vacuum circle 10 meters in diameter in the rain curtain, and the ground was cracked like a spider web. Zhao Shanha was knocked back 8 steps by this punch, and he was greatly shocked. How could this old man, who seems to rely solely on his abilities, possess such incredible physical strength? The old man staggered back 7 steps after being punched, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could this kid be a pure strength-based character? And its strength can actually rival that of an old man? Yulan was about to speak when Zhao Shanha interrupted her. "There's no time to explain too much. We, like Zhenyi Ting, are here to support you." The moment he finished speaking, Qin Yong had already led his army into the northern battlefield. The shouts of battle were deafening, and blood splattered crimson in the rain. Boom. Several black lightning bolts suddenly shot towards Zhao Shanhe and Yulan. The old man's hunched figure suddenly straightened, a cruel glint in his eyes. You are too weak in front of me. He flashed and transformed into a black lightning bolt, simultaneously attacking the two of them. The battlefield is located in the west. The rain curtain was torn apart. Several jet black arrows, accompanied by a sharp whistle, pierced through the rain curtain and shot straight toward Yu Ning and Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly dodged through the rain. But the arrow was too fast. Boom. A black arrow pierced his chest with pinpoint accuracy, the arrowhead flying backwards with a drop of hot blood on it. Puff. Fresh blood suddenly gushed from Lu Jiu's mouth. His body stiffened abruptly, and then he fell heavily to his knees. Rainwater mixed with blood from his chest, spreading a dark red stain on the ground. Blood from the wound flowed uncontrollably like beads from a broken string. A chance to be recognized and appreciated. Yu Ning's voice was filled with a tearing anxiety, and two dazzling blue tail wings suddenly unfolded behind her. The tail fins sliced through the rain, creating a sharp whistling sound, and she rushed towards Lu Jiu like a blue lightning bolt. Jiu, how are you? Yu Ning rushed to his side, her fingers trembling as she tried to touch his wound, but she was afraid of aggravating his pain. Cough, cough. Lu Jiu coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Rain washed over his pale, paper-white face. His lips trembled, and his voice was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Ning, Sister Ning, don't worry about me. This person is too strong. Fart. Yu Ning's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and she gripped Lu Jiu's wrist tightly. We're family. You know that. A family never abandons another. She abruptly turned her head to look into the depths of the rain, her voice filled with overwhelming killing intent, almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. I must kill that person. Sister Ning, we are no match for her. Lu Jiu murmured, blood flowing uncontrollably from his chest. What a touching scene. Holding the hidden fiend bow, Shaoli stepped out of the rain, a haughty and mocking smile always on his lips. He drew back the black longbow once more, the bowstring vibrating with a humming sound. They're so touching, it would be such a waste if they didn't die together. Whoosh. 2 jet black arrows pierced the air once more, their tips whistling as they tore through the air. It was faster and more domineering than the previous attacks. Sister Ning, you must go. Lu Jiu roared with all his might, and shoved Yu Ning away with both hands, but Yu Ning was faster. Whoosh. Blue wings instantly enveloped the two of them completely. Just as the arrows were about to strike, Yu Ning tightly embraced Lu Jiu, her forehead pressed against his, her voice extremely soft. Don't be afraid. Your sister will always protect you. Boom. The moment the arrow pierced the tail fin, Yu Ning felt a tightness in her chest and spat a mouthful of blood onto Lu Jiu's collar. But at this critical moment, several sturdy earthen walls, each half a person high, suddenly rose from the ground, blocking their way like an impregnable fortress. A hoarse voice followed. Deep feelings are a good thing, but don't pull this stunt now. This is a battlefield, I'm telling you. Before he finished speaking, Gutsong had already appeared in front of them. He suddenly slammed his hands down on the ground, and his palms glowed with an earthy yellow light. Several more earthen walls rose from the ground, layer upon layer, protecting the two of them in the center. He then roared, "Bury in the ground." The next second, suddenly, several hard soil ridges with sharp spikes appeared beneath Xiao Li's feet, wrapping around his ankles like vines. Xiao Li scoffed disdainfully and slammed his longbow into the ground with a loud bang, shattering the soil. It's that grandson who only knows how to cower in the dirt again. Can you guys please stop being so sentimental? I'm speechless. Gutsong turned around with a helpless expression. When his gaze swept over Yu Ning, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Holy crap! Aren't you my brother's woman's sister? How could you be an SS-class calamity?" Yu Ning also looked up at him, her eyes flashing with disbelief and astonishment. "You're the one who was with that man." A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could the army of Zhen Yiting and the man in front of her be sent by the king's men? But how could he mobilize the entire army of Zhen Yiting? This doesn't make any sense at all. Gutsong suddenly turned towards the center of the battlefield. There, 2 overwhelming pressures were still colliding, distorting the air itself. When he saw that beautiful figure with a crimson left wing and a golden right wing blooming behind her, my pupils suddenly contracted, and my mind exploded with a boom. Groove. I'm so numb. Dude, you're fucking amazing. You've taken down the King of Calamities directly. No wonder that happened at Qing Shoshan. That makes perfect sense now. Dude, you're awesome. The battlefield is located in the eastern direction. The torrential rain washed away the blood, turning it into a winding red stream. A monk, radiating a pale golden light, moved through the battlefield as if it were empty. Several fully transformed S-class calamities had just reached them when he struck him with a single palm, causing his soul to be scattered and his limbs and flesh to splatter all over the ground with rainwater. He slowly walked towards the figure that had collapsed to the ground, and the pressure of a 7th-level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted. His monk's robes fluttered in the strong wind, and he clasped his hands together, saying, "Calamities are evil, and all can be killed." Dozens of meters away, Bear Black, with 2 gray tails blooming behind him, was seriously injured and fell to the ground after taking only 1 palm strike. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on the 2 imposing figures colliding at an imperceptible speed in the center of the battlefield. The weak voice was swallowed by the sound of rain. I'm still too weak. I can't share more of the burden with the king. Black Bear. A pale yellow tail suddenly ripped through the rain, and Xiaohu's scarlet pupils were bloodshot. Chapter 172. Being weak and unaware of it is a fatal folly. In just a few minutes, nearly half of their men had fallen. He grabbed Xionghe and steadied him, his voice hoarse from roaring. "Hold on. I'll hold him off. Zhou. Who? The difference in strength is too great." Xionghe struggled to lift his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You step back? I'll do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy within his body suddenly surged wildly. The once dull tail fins lit up again, this time with a burning intensity of life. "Damn it! Black Bear! Stop right there! What are you doing?" Xiaohu roared and tried to hold him down, but was blasted away by the shockwave that erupted from Xionghe's body. Xionghe smiled with relief, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Brother, I'm already at my last gasp. But some of us will have to sacrifice. I hope that person is me. Xiaohu, you must survive. Sacrificing one's own power at most raises one's cultivation level by 1 small realm." The monk smirked disdainfully. "To this humble monk, you are still nothing but ants." His figure suddenly transformed into a golden ray of light, piercing through the rain, and his palm, wrapped in a pale golden light, went straight for Xiong Haimian's face. Boom! The gray fog suddenly exploded from the ground. Ning Mo wielded the Wuji staff and charged out of the mist, the staff whistling as it struck the monk in the back. The monk frowned, suddenly turned around, and his palm shone with golden light as he forcefully took the blow. Bang! Ning Mo was instantly blasted several meters away. He steadied himself in midair, his hands numb from the impact, his heart filled with turmoil. This monk's strength is terrifying. It seems only the Chief Justice's personal presence can turn the tide. Xiaohu and Xionghe stared at this sudden scene with surprise in their eyes. Zhen Yiting Ning Mo. Why did he come? And why did he help us? Old rival, you're really in a sorry state. A voice suddenly rang out behind me. Qinghe stood in the rain, leaning against his blood-stained longsword, the blood dripping from the blade as the rain washed it down. He raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. "But we'll soon be in just as bad shape as you are. The fighting power behind this kingdom is truly terrifying." Azure Crane. What does Zhen Yiting mean by this? Xionghe looked at the Zhen Yiting army that was charging towards them from not far away, his eyes filled with even more confusion. "Who knows? We're just following orders." Qinghe responded calmly, but his gaze remained fixed on the monk, his fingers secretly tightening around the sword hilt. Xionghe was even more bewildered. "Ordered? What orders do you have to risk the lives of the entire Zhenerding to help us?" "You guess." As soon as Qinghe finished speaking, his figure suddenly turned into a blur, his long sword slicing through the rain, the tip of the sword gleaming coldly as it pierced straight for the monk's throat. At the same time, the curtain of rain above the monk's head was suddenly torn apart. Fengshi's long whip suddenly split into 3 pieces in midair, lashing towards the monk's head like 3 venomous snakes, the whip tips accompanied by a piercing sound as they cut through the air. Ningma's gray fog domain erupted once again. He flashed forward, and the Wuji staff, carrying a strong wind, slammed down on the monk again. At that moment, Xiaohu suddenly came to his senses and grabbed Xionghe's shoulder. "Brother, you don't have to rush to die." He paused, then added, "If you really can't hold on any longer, then it's not too late for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, The pale yellow-tail fins behind him suddenly unfolded, and his figure rushed towards the monk like an arrow released from a bow. Xianghei's lips twitched, something about Xiaohu's words just didn't sound right. The monk, surrounded and attacked by 4 people, smiled calmly. His robes fluttered without wind, and pale golden Buddhist light flowed around him. 3 more 7th-level ants, huh? Oh, unless you reach a higher level, you cannot imagine how vast the gap is between your strength and that of this humble monk. The moment he finished speaking, the pale golden light around him became even more dazzling, and the golden light condensed into a protective aura, as if it were a tangible substance. The moment the 4 men got close, his aura suddenly surged. Boom! The monk unleashed both palms simultaneously, golden light bursting forth from them, the palm wind like raging waves crashing against the shore, sending all 4 flying and spitting out blood. The monk remained standing calmly in place, the hem of his robe swaying gently, and an oppressive aura enveloped the 4 of them like a mountain. Ningguo suddenly ripped off his cloak, unleashing his aura as a mid-stage 7th-level cultivator to its fullest extent, his body surging with energy. He gripped the Wuji staff tightly, his eyes resolute. Only through life-or-death battles can one break through one's limits. Tonight, I, Ningguo, will truly learn the difference between us. The monk clasped his hands together, shook his head and chuckled softly, a hint of compassion in his eyes. To be weak and unaware of it is a fatal folly. Outside the battlefield, a woman dressed in black and wearing a blood-red mask slowly stepped into the battlefield. She held the knife in one hand, the blade gleaming with a cold, sharp light, and the aura of a high-level 7th-tier cultivator surrounded her. Wherever they went, blood bloomed. She makes no distinction between friend and foe. With a flash of light, both the mutants and the kingdom's people fell to the ground, blood splattering on her mask, making her look even more ferocious. With a light leap, she bounded onto the rooftop of a 5-story building. His gaze swept across the battlefield, a place filled with the deafening shouts of battle and stained with blood. Beneath the mask, his brows furrowed slightly, and the doubt in his eyes deepened as he murmured, "This is really a mess." But why would the forces of Zhenyi Ting appear here? When has the Zhenyi court ever been associated with calamity? Has that White Reaper gone mad? How could he issue such a stupid order? Is he risking the lives of the entire Zhenerding to go mad with him? She chuckled softly, her voice full of disdain for the White Grim Reaper. "I thought you would be the light that changes the world in the future. But now it seems that I misjudged him. You and the kingdom are evenly matched. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you with my own hands." As soon as she finished speaking, an endless, violent aura suddenly erupted from her body, and her black outfit fluttered wildly in the air currents. The figure blurred into a black afterimage in the rain. They charged swiftly toward the center, leaving a trail of blood mist in their wake. At this moment, at the entrance to the 6th Special District, a black sedan slowly pulled up to a stop on the side of the road in the pouring rain. After the engine was turned off, the driver's side door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged man opened a black umbrella and slowly stepped out of the car. The raindrops hit the umbrella, making a pitter-patter sound. He held up his umbrella and walked to a place where he could take shelter from the rain. He wore an eye-catching floral vest, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, which seemed completely out of place in the somber atmosphere around him. A cigarette is lit the instant it enters the mouth. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, murmured to himself, "What a heavy rain. It's quite fitting for the occasion, otherwise, the sight of rivers of blood would frighten many people the next day." That's not right either. Nearly a third of the buildings in the entire 6th district are already in ruins, so this rain won't make a difference. He took another deep drag on his cigarette, the embers flickering in the rainy night, his eyes growing thoughtful. "I wonder how long I'll have to wait for my wife. How about we take care of them all while we're at it?" Chapter 173. Remember to be humble and discreet in your next life. He sighed again, flicking the ash from his cigarette between his fingers. "Never mind, they're just insignificant people." Suddenly, Lin Yi looked up sharply at the sky. A dark figure was falling toward him at a visible speed, leaving a blurry afterimage. His fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly, his eyebrows raised high, and the cigarette dangling from his lips swayed up and down as he spoke. "Damn. I hope this kid misses the mark and doesn't smash my car." Unexpectedly, it happened. Boom. The dark figure slammed straight into the hood of the black sedan like a cannonball. With a piercing, twisting sound, the car body instantly shattered into countless parts, scattering dust and debris everywhere. At the same time, a suppressed coughing sound came from the ruins, faint yet clear. Lin Ye's face darkened completely. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. Damn it. We parked in the most secluded spot, and this kind of accident still happened? Today is a great day to buy lottery tickets. After saying that, he held up his black umbrella, trudged heavily through the puddles, and walked toward the wrecked black car with a gloomy expression. Cough, cough. Another soft cough came from the wrecked car. Yuzheng struggled to prop himself up, his breath as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his voice tinged with the shock of surviving a disaster. As expected, an SSS-level calamity. 2 awakened individuals at the 7th rank are completely no match for it. He took a deep breath, the aura of a 7th-tier high-level cultivator barely swirling around him, supporting him as he shakily stood up. We must quickly report to your excellency that the Black King is still alive. Just as he was about to stagger away, a figure holding a black umbrella stood silently in front of him. Yuzheng paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the wrecked vehicle at his feet. A knowing glint flashed in his eyes, followed by a disdainful sneer. He's just an ordinary mortal, yet he dares to block his way? You're laughing too soon. Lin Yi looked up at him, his voice calm and without a trace of emotion. You damaged my car. Oh. Yuzheng sneered again, a mocking smile curving his lips. And then? What do you, an ant, want to do? Lin Yi casually flicked the cigarette butt away. The sparks traced a brief arc in the rain, the sound remaining calm and even. This car originally cost 500,000 yuan. Since you damaged it, you should compensate 5 million yuan. Yuzheng's eyes suddenly froze. Then he laughed in anger as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. A terrifying aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator erupted from his body, and an invisible wave of air splashed the surrounding water. This is brilliant. They've even dared to try and extort money from me. I didn't want to slaughter innocent people, but you've already crossed me. His voice grew increasingly somber, his icy eyes fixed on Lin Yi as if he were looking at an ant. Remember to be a humble person in your next life. Whoosh! A sword light carrying immense power suddenly tore through the rain curtain, heading straight for Lin Ye's neck. The air was instantly sliced apart, producing a piercing shriek. Lin Yi remained calm, not even blinking. Just as the sword light was about to touch his skin, his figure suddenly turned into a blurry afterimage and disappeared from the spot. Boom! Yuzheng's pupils constricted sharply, and his blood seemed to freeze instantly. An overwhelming pressure that made his soul tremble instantly enveloped him like a sky curtain. That oppressive aura carried a world-destroying power. The pressure was so intense that even breathing became difficult for him. The power of a 7th-tier expert was as insignificant as an ant before this oppressive force. His body trembled uncontrollably. He can't even stand up straight. He could only watch helplessly as a large, calloused hand reached for his head. The next moment, the large hand had already gripped his head tightly, and a deep voice exploded in his ears like thunder. Remember to be a humble person in your next life. Bang! The blood plasma, like exploding red fireworks, splashed into the rain and was instantly diluted. Yuzheng's body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist and completely dissipated into the rain. Lin Ye's figure had returned to its original position, the black umbrella steadily held above his head, as if he had never moved. He took out a lighter and lit another cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, looking at the completely wrecked vehicle before him, a bitter expression appeared on his face. What bad luck, an undeserved disaster. But the next second, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've had a romantic stroll with my wife. How about we leisurely walk back this time? Boom. The roar of the engine grew louder and louder as it approached. Lin Yi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, slightly raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. You still dare to venture into the 6th special zone at this hour? Which force is so reckless? A few seconds later, a black Maybach suddenly burst through the rain. The tires traced a magnificent drift arc on the flooded road. The car body was already visibly broken into pieces. The front bumper was drooping, the windows were cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, and even a wisp of white smoke was rising from under the hood. It's like dancing the dance of death, on the verge of death. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then flicked the cigarette butt into the rain, the sparks going out instantly. How can a car be driven in this state? Goodness, he's got half the madness I had back in the day. He shook his head and smiled, his fingertips tracing the umbrella handle, a hint of reminiscence for his youthful arrogance flashing in his eyes. Boom. The Maybach roared toward the center of District 6 at off-the-charts speed. As the wheels rolled over the blood-soaked puddle, a cloud of murky blood suddenly shot up and flew straight into the woods. Lin Ye's smile froze on his face instantly. He hurriedly held the black umbrella in front of him, but he was still a beat too late. A drop of blood splattered on his forehead. His face suddenly darkened, and he cursed at the departing Maybach. Does the hell not know how to drive? You can't see the blood splattered all over my face. If I hadn't tempered my temper over the years, I wouldn't care who you are. I would have made you reincarnate immediately. Inside the Maybach, Lin Mu, in the passenger seat, suddenly felt a little dazed. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The figure holding the umbrella had long since shrunk to a tiny black. He murmured to himself, "Why does it feel like that person just now looked a bit like?" He then shook his head, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. I must be hallucinating from being too hasty. Why would Dad come to a place like this? In this torrential rain, even if he were stupid, he couldn't possibly stand by the roadside without his car, could he? Besides, in the current 6th Special Zone, what ordinary person would dare to venture there? The deafening shouts of battle were getting closer and closer. With a slam of his foot on the gas pedal, the Maybach's engine let out its final roar. Damn, I hope we're not too late. Chapter 170 For the people of Jin Eating always die standing up. Lin Mu clenched his fists, his eyes gradually turning icy blue, his killing intent surging. Be at the forefront, fly over there. Understand. Iron Shovel's eyes narrowed, and he patted the steering wheel. This car can only make it this far. At the same time, on the nearby high-rise buildings, two figures flashed in and out of the night, and wherever they passed, the buildings collapsed. Boom. Zui Yin swung his longsword, the sword light tearing through the rain curtain and smashing the collapsed concrete blocks in front of him. Amidst the flying debris, he fled with all his might, cursing inwardly. Damn it. That bastard Yujing. Is he probably just pretending to be dead after being knocked unconscious by a single blow? How could I possibly take on the Black King at his peak all by myself? Whoosh. Black wings, burning with dark flames, suddenly cleaved through the rain like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slashing towards his back. Zui Yan's pupils contracted sharply, and he held his long sword horizontally in front of him. With a crisp clang, he was blasted away by the force, his blood splattering in the rain, his body smashing through half a wall. He clutched his chest, inwardly screaming, "Damn it! Is the final battle a joke?" Neither the Black King nor the Red King died, and I even suspect that the White King might not have been exposed either. Behind him, and Xu Yao's two black wings unleashed towering black flames, pressing closer step by step. She glanced at the black sedan speeding down the main road, a thoughtful look flashing in her beautiful eyes. They dare to come in at this hour. Could it be Bai Ju and that dead man? A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. You arrived just in time. Any later, and the casualties would have doubled. Her eyes still burned with black flames as she locked her gaze back on Zui Yan. We can't waste any more time on him. If we can't finish this quickly, we'll have to go back to the central battlefield first. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a black meteor, tearing through the rain and rushing straight at Zui Yan. The battlefield is located in the south. It is the battlefield furthest from the central area. This is the only battlefield where the forces of Calamity and the town god have the upper hand. The kingdom's main forces were concentrated in the center and the east, west, and north, but the battlefield was still fierce. Because the kingdom's army outnumbered them several times over, their relentless offensive was overwhelming. Die! Boom! A heavy fist clad in black gauntlets suddenly smashed through the chest of a 7th-tier awakened warrior from the kingdom. As blood gushed out, the opponent completely lost his life. Lu Ping was panting heavily, his body covered in dense sword wounds that oozed blood, leaving winding red streaks washed away by the torrential rain. He gazed at the endless stream of the kingdom's army, his fingertips turning white from clenching his fists, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. This is just the outermost battlefield. I really wonder what kind of people Chief Ning Mo and his team will be facing. Whoosh! The sharp whistling sound of a giant scythe being swung exploded behind us. Zhang Huai gripped the sickle handle tightly with both hands, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving violently. Brother! Stay calm. Trust our dog's abilities. His calculations are absolutely accurate. We won't die. Lu Ping's tone was firm, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He knew the fatal impact of the numerical disparity, but he had to hold on. Haha, I have to believe it. Let's keep going. Zhang Huai grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth, and his eyes suddenly became resolute. His figure blurred into a streak, and the giant scythe sliced through the rain. Each swing of the sword brought forth several streaks of blood, and the shrill screams echoed in the rain and mist. Lu Ping took a deep breath, suppressing his exhaustion. His black gauntlets gleamed coldly as he charged toward the surging army of the kingdom on the other side. On a high-rise building, a figure enveloped in swirling dark purple poisonous mist suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Zhan Qing held his halberd, his pupils as cold as ice. He swept his gaze across the battlefield below, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What a bunch of trash. 1 7th level initial stage cultivator, 4 or 5 6th level advanced stage cultivators, plus some S-level transformation calamities, caused heavy losses to the kingdom's army. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped straight down towards Zhang Huai, who was wielding a scythe. His aura as a 7th level high-level cultivator suddenly erupted, sweeping around like Mount Tai pressing down. The halberd in his hand, imbued with boundless power, tore through the rain and pierced straight at Zhang Hui's face with a sharp whistling sound. What? Zhang Huai's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart stopped beating abruptly. A terrifying pressure bound his limbs like invisible shackles, and the gleaming halberd was almost within reach. Whoosh! Fresh blood exploded before Zhang Huai's eyes in an instant. An S-class calamity suddenly rushed forward, using its massive body to block him. The halberd pierced through the chest of the calamity, drawing a string of blood beads, yet its momentum remained undiminished, piercing through Zhang Huai's chest. Zhang Huai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. He stared at the colossal calamity before him, and weakly murmured, "Why? Why?" A sinister yet grateful smile crept across the giant calamity's lips as it mustered its last strength to speak. "Thank you for your assistance." As soon as he finished speaking, his body crashed to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Huai. Lu Ping's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. His figure blurred through the rain, and he instantly rushed to Zhang Huai's side, holding his swaying body tightly with both hands. Are we going to see this fake, hypocritical scene again? It's disgusting. A deep, resonant voice rang out from not far away, and the poisonous mist surrounding him swept outwards like a tidal wave. The nearby calamities and awakened ones of the town of calamities instantly let out a shrill scream. Their skin began to fester, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Cough, cough. Zhang Huai coughed up 2 more streams of blood, and the wound on his chest felt like it was being torn apart. He watched the Green King closing in through the rain, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. The difference in strength was too great. There was no room for resistance. His voice trembled as he gripped Lu Ping's arm tightly. "Brother, let's go. Get the hell out of here." Lu Ping suddenly picked Zhang Huai up, his voice rough. The people of Zhen court always die standing up. He carried Zhang Huai as they sped through the rain, mud and blood splattering onto their trousers, until they placed her in a dead-end corner behind a broken wall before abruptly turning around. Rain dripped down his chin, his eyes had turned bloodshot, and his pupils burned with overwhelming killing intent. He wasn't unaware of the disparity, but behind him were his brothers who had fought bloody battles, and in front of him were demons who trampled on justice. If he took a step back, he would be pushing everyone into the abyss. As the leader of this battlefield, he must stand at the forefront. Lu Ping was never a coward who was afraid of death. Zhan Qing watched as Lu Ping walked step by step out of the rain, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before he curled into a disdainful smile. "Oh? Even after knowing my strength, you still want to come and die? Is this what you call justice?" This justice is utterly laughable. He didn't even bother to look at him, as if Lu Ping in front of him was just a moth drawn to a flame. Boom! The shockwave around Lu Ping suddenly exploded, sending raindrops flying in all directions. He clenched his fists, every muscle roaring as it gathered power. Those who dwell in darkness have no right to speak of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards the Green King like an arrow released from a bow, his fist making a sharp sound as it cut through the wind. Even if it means being shattered to pieces, I will leave a mark on the other person. Chapter 175 Sunyana. I'm here. Bang! Unsurprisingly, he didn't even touch the hem of the Green King's robe before a burst of poisonous mist exploded into the sky. Lu Ping was thrown back like a kite with a broken string, his old wounds suddenly burst open, and blood mixed with rainwater splashed on the ground. "Lu Ping!" Zhang Huai roared with bloodshot eyes, trying to climb up while supporting himself against the broken wall. He staggered 2 steps and collapsed to his knees, blood seeping into his clothes from his chest, each breath carrying the stench of blood. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and propped himself up, blood and foam at the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse but resolute. As expected, the gap in cultivation levels is too great. Tonight, let my blood, Lu Ping's blood, splatter high, as a small contribution to this dark world. With that, he roared, his body seemingly burning away the last vestige of life. He gathered all his strength into his right fist and smashed it towards the Azure King again with a roar that tore through the air. Such a weak aura. The Azure King sneered. Without even moving a step, his dark purple poisonous mist instantly enveloped Lu Ping. When the poisonous fog dissipated, Lu Ping's body felt as if it had been slashed by countless knives, with blood spurting out from several wounds, and he was sent flying backward once again. No, brother, Chief Lu Ping. The roars of Zhang Huai and the Zhenyi army echoed across the southern battlefield, and even the rain could not suppress the heart-wrenching pain. The Green King sneered. No rush, one by one, none of you will survive. He suddenly raised his hand, and a dark purple poisonous mist shot towards Lu Ping in midair. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Huai's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a roar, the energy within his body surged suddenly. The next second, a powerful aura of the initial stage of the 7th rank erupted. His figure transformed into a blur as he leaped into the air, using his body to shield Lu Ping. Puff! The moment the poisonous mist pierced his chest, Zhang Huai spat out a mouthful of blood. In the rain, he used his last bit of strength to turn Lu Ping's body around so that he would crash to the ground first. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, with Lu Ping on top of him, barely breathing and glancing at him with a faint light in his eyes, weakly murmuring, Zhang Huayo Havintared, 7th rank. A hint of surprise flashed in the Azure King's eyes, but it quickly returned to its disdainful expression, breaking through to the 7th rank on the brink of life and death. That's not bad. It's a pity, this fleeting beauty, blooming only to fade away. Lu Ping knelt on the ground with difficulty, his knees hitting the wet, bloody ground, his knuckles digging into the mud to barely support his body. Zhang Huai lay completely prostrate on the ground, blood seeping from the open wounds all over his body. He was too exhausted to even lift his head and could only stare at the dark purple poisonous fog in front of him out of the corner of his eye. Whoosh! Several sharp whistles of weapons suddenly pierced through the rain. Dozens of figures in Zhenyi Yiting uniforms instantly stood in front of them, their backs ramrod straight and their eyes resolute. They stared intently at the figure shrouded in dark purple poisonous mist that was approaching them. The Azure King's laughter grew even more disdainful, the poisonous mist swirling around him like a living thing. So, is justice this kind of fearless sacrifice? Don't you understand the principles of this world that have existed since ancient times? Only the victor is righteous. As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous mist around him suddenly transformed into dozens of dark purple venomous snakes, their mouths wide open, ready to completely annihilate these ants. Boom! A roar of an engine suddenly tore through the rain, startling everyone on the southern battlefield for a moment. Boom! The next second, countless eyes simultaneously glanced into the air, their pupils widening to their maximum. A black Maybach is flying towards the battlefield. The car is flying? Someone couldn't help but murmur, rubbing their eyes, thinking that the rain was blurring their vision. But the next second, the car suddenly accelerated in midair, the roar of the engine growing louder and louder, and everyone finally confirmed. This is not an illusion. A Maybach is really flying in the sky. Inside the Maybach as it soars through the air. The veins on the shovel's hand, gripping the steering wheel, bulged as he roared, Brother, we're here. Kill! Lin Mu's deep voice rang out from the passenger seat. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the Maybach suddenly shattered. Metal fragments rained down in all directions, and 2 figures leaped out of the car in an instant. Guardian Envoy, wait for Grandpa Shovel to come and crush you. The roar of the shovel exploded in the air, and several black hurricanes suddenly surged around him, sweeping towards the kingdom's army with rain in tow. Wherever it passed, soldiers were thrown into the air, weapons were broken, and screams of agony rose and fell. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mu raised his hand. Ice Phoenix. Boom. Several giant ice phoenixes with wingspans of several meters suddenly materialized in midair. Ice feathers like sharp blades, phoenix eyes gleaming with a cold blue light, and wings flapping with a chilling aura as they bombarded the kingdom's army from different directions. Wherever the ice phoenix swept by, soldiers were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, then shattered into ice crystal powder, dissipating into the rain. A piercing scream echoed across the southern battlefield, but the soldiers of Zhenyi Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. The form of that ice phoenix and its ultimate ice-type abilities were etched into their very bones. Chief Ting. It's Chief Ting's ice-type ability, someone shouted excitedly, their voice trembling with emotion. Chief Ting is still alive. At this moment, the chilling atmosphere of the entire southern battlefield reached its peak. The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The hands of the Zhenyi Ting army gripping their weapons regained their strength, and even though their wounds were still bleeding, they roared as they charged toward the enemy. Lin Mu and the shovel leaped swiftly toward the Green King. The Azure King's pupils constricted sharply, and a chilling fear suddenly rose in his heart. Ice-type. White. How is this possible? The esteemed envoy clearly stated that Bai Ju was personally destroyed by him. Why? Why would someone who is already dead appear on the battlefield? His initial arrogance was instantly replaced by panic. Boom. Two powerful figures suddenly landed beside Lu Ping and Zhang Huai. Lin Mu raised his hand, his voice icy. Ice domain. Boom. An extreme icy domain erupted from his body, sweeping outwards like a tidal wave. The rainwater froze instantly within the area. Before the soldiers of the kingdom's army could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Then the ice sculptures shattered and turned into powder and dissipated. The chief of the court. Lu Ping knelt on the ground, his voice weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Zhang Huai's eyes widened, and he struggled to lift his head from his crawling position, only to see a figure dressed in black and wearing a white mask standing in front of him. Lu Ping, leave the rest to me. Lin Mu squatted down and gently patted Zhang Huai's shoulder, his tone full of concern. Zhang Huai, don't sleep. Zhenyi Court does not support useless people. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly, his eyes turning completely icy blue. The aura of a 7th-tier high-level cultivator erupted to its peak, and his figure transformed into a blue afterimage, rapidly heading towards the center of the battlefield. Sun Yanhe, I'm here. Chapter 176. Let this battle end as soon as possible. Boom! Just as Lin Mu's figure disappeared into the end of the rain curtain, a violent storm domain suddenly exploded from the shovel. The hurricane, accompanied by a sharp howl, instantly shattered the surrounding rain curtain. He coldly glanced at the Green King. Before I kill the National Guardian, I'll kill you first. Whoosh. His figure shot through the rain like an arrow released from a bow. The hurricane around him instantly formed a rotating wall of wind, scattering the dark purple poisonous mist surging around the Azure King. The jet-black shovel suddenly swung in his hand, making a sharp whistling sound as it slammed straight toward the Green King's face. Bang! The Azure King's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly swung his halberd in front of him. The crisp sound of metal clashing made his hands go numb. Even so, he was still sent flying several meters by the force of the shovel, his back hitting the broken wall and sending up a spray of gravel. The cold sound of the shovel pierced Qing Wang's ears. Boy, the strength difference between 7th-tier high-level awakeners is like heaven and earth. Boom. Another shovelful strike. The shovel, carrying the force of a hurricane, crashed down on the Green King like Mount Tai. The dark purple poisonous mist around the Azure King suddenly erupted, forming a poison shield, but the shield shattered the moment the shovel fell. He was sent flying more than 10 meters again, blood spilling from his mouth, as he roared. Do you really think I'm no match for you? Utterly arrogant. The two clashed fiercely in the center of the battlefield. Each swing of the shovel was accompanied by the roar of a hurricane, the crisp sound of metal clashing, the howling of the hurricane, and the hissing of the poisonous fog intertwined together. The aftershocks of the battle continued to tear through the rain curtain, sweeping outwards in all directions. The aftershocks carved deep trenches into the ground, and the broken walls collapsed with a roar, sending flying debris mixed with rainwater hurtling into the distance. Zhang Huai, watching this scene from a short distance away, was filled with disbelief, his voice trembling as he murmured, Lu Ping, wind element. He is. Incredulity also gleamed in Lu Ping's eyes. He stared at the shovel in the center of the battlefield, his Adam's apple bobbing, and said hoarsely, Yes, it's him. He was once the strongest chief of the Zhenyi court, along with the court chief, but... He paused here and then smiled. That's true. Ting Shou is still alive. So how could he possibly die so easily? At this moment, in the central area of the battlefield, two figures, exuding overwhelming power and terrifying aura, continued to clash in the rain. Each exchange caused the rain curtain to instantly shatter into a ring-shaped shockwave. The rainwater was violently hurled into walls of water several meters high, and even the ground was cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. The air rippled with distortion in the aftermath of the collision, as if even space itself was trembling. Whoosh! A series of black sword energies, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, soared into the sky and aimed directly at Sun Yinha's face. The crimson left wing, engulfed in flames, slashed towards the sword master with the power to destroy everything. The golden right wing shone with a radiant light, blocking all the black sword energy. The collision of light and darkness sparked dazzling flames in the rain. With a wave of her jade-like hand, Sun Yinha unleashed a crimson lotus that swept across the entire central area. The moment each crimson lotus flower appeared on the ground, it opened its blood-red maw and devoured the sword master like a ravenous beast. The sword master swept his black sword horizontally, and the sword energy shattered the lotus flower like a tidal wave. The aftershocks caused the ground to crack open in several deep trenches. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, his voice laced with mockery. Red King, in your current state, you can't withstand my third domain sweep. I'll take your head. As soon as he finished speaking, his domain swept towards Sun Yinha with a roar. Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. This annoying ability. Fortunately, the cooldown time for each of his domain activations was long enough. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently, and several shocking sword wounds left deep, bone-revealing cuts all over her delicate body. Fresh blood flowed slowly down the rain, dripping onto the ground and splashing up tiny blood flowers. She bit her lower lip tightly, her voice chillingly cold. A fake time system, how utterly ridiculous. Boom. The aura of an 8th order rank erupted from the sword master's body like a tsunami. It was as if those words had pierced his very soul. His body was covered with injuries of varying sizes. But compared to Sun Yinha's bloody mess, his wounds were much shallower, with only a few cuts on his clothes. His face was extremely gloomy, and the black sword hummed in the rain, its tip gathering a dark light. You still dare to spout nonsense when you're about to die. Red King, all the calamities under your command have already gone to hell. It's time for you to join them on their journey. Whoosh. He suddenly ripped off the tattered silver cloak, which tore into strips in the air. The black longsword in his hand, imbued with an overwhelming aura, pointed directly at Sun Yinha. Freeze time. Sun Yinha's pupils suddenly contracted. The third time pause has finally arrived. Her crimson left wing and golden right wing suddenly unfurled behind her, and she retreated instantly, leaving a blur in the rain. Images of her previous 2 escapes flashed through her mind. Since she was able to escape this area the previous 2 times. This time, we definitely can too. 100 meters away, on the ruins of a collapsed high-rise building, a woman dressed in black and wearing a blood-red mask coldly watched the battle between the sword master and the Red King. She gently stroked the hilt of the sword with her fingertips and murmured softly. As expected of the King of Calamity, he fought with the sword master for so long before finally gaining the upper hand. But the mutants are ultimately evil. Brush. The moment the 2 long swords were drawn, they suddenly cleaved through the rain in front of them. The blade glowed with a scarlet-red light, making the eyes beneath the mask appear bloodshot. Her voice carried a hint of impatience. Let's end this battle as soon as possible. After all, my husband is still waiting for me outside. Boom. An extremely violent aura suddenly erupted within her body. The rainwater around me was shaken away by the blast wave, creating a brief vacuum. The next instant, 2 blood-red blades suddenly tore through the rain. Her figure blurred into afterimages as she slashed towards the Red King with a thunderous roar. 100 meters away. As Sun Yinha retreated, thousands of crimson and gold wings rained down on the sword master like arrows. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves relaxing slightly. This third area where time was temporarily suspended is about to be over. The sword master unleashed several towering sword energies with his black sword in an instant. The black sword energy, like a raging torrent, shattered thousands of feathers that were coming towards them, and the feathers turned into sparks and dissipated in the air. His brows furrowed, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes, truly tenacious. This third realm immediately vanished. We can only eliminate her when the fourth domain is activated. Just then, an extremely violent aura crashed down like a tsunami. The air was torn apart with a piercing shriek, and the rubble on the ground was shaken slightly by the pressure. The sword master's lips curled up, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes, as he murmured in a low voice. It seems we don't need to wait for the fourth domain to be activated. Chapter 177. If there is an afterlife, remember that the first time you saw me, you should confess your feelings to me, okay? Sun Yinha's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and the blood-red figure rapidly approaching was reflected in her pupils. Jiang Shuan was surrounded by a blood-red light, and every step she took caused the ground to crack like a spider web. Blood slash! Jiang Shuan roared, and two blood-red blades carrying terrifying pressure tore through the rain curtain, slashing straight towards Sun Yinha's face. Where the blade flashed, the rainwater evaporated instantly, leaving two scorching bloodstains. The golden wings behind Sun Yinha suddenly unfolded, forming a shield in front of her. Clang! Sparks flew onto the golden wings. But the moment she blocked the attack, her heart sank. Oh no! The movement started to slow down. Because of this moment, she was instantly enveloped by that field that temporarily slowed down time. My body felt as if it were bound by invisible shackles, and every movement became incredibly sluggish. Blood King, your appearance is just in time. This attack will surely kill the Red King. The Swordmaster's figure shot towards Sun Yinha like a black lightning bolt. The Eighth Order aura erupted to its peak at this moment, and the power around him gathered in the black longsword. The sword hummed incessantly, as if it wanted to devour the surrounding light. The next instant, a black sword light carrying overwhelming pressure suddenly stabbed towards Sun Yinha's back. The sword wind was fierce, carrying the aura of death. Sun Yinha could clearly sense the icy, bone-chilling sword energy behind her, as if the scythe of death was already pressed against her neck. But her delicate body had no time to react at that moment. The sudden burst of crimson blade light intertwined with black sword light, plunging her into the abyss of despair. However, she felt no fear at that moment. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. The image of the man she loved so much, loved to the core, floated into her mind. His appearance was like a ray of light in her endless darkness. Before he appeared, her life consisted only of endless bloodshed and killing. His expression was always icy cold, never wavering for anything. Until he appeared. She then realized that she, too, was capable of experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. I never knew I could get angry because of a man's various actions. She would feel happy and sweet because of a man's various actions. She never imagined that she would become so obedient and gentle because of a man's appearance. Although, more often than not, she displayed rudeness and unreasonableness in front of him. In her eyes, liking someone means admitting it openly and honestly. If I'm attracted to you, then I'll tell you openly that I, Sun Yinha, like you. Even if you don't like me, I will still show you all the love I have for you. Because even if you don't like me now, you will definitely like me in the future. As it turned out, her idea was correct. The man she liked gradually realized his true feelings and admitted that he liked her. Although the way they admitted it was rather bizarre. Every time she felt angry about this way of admitting she liked her. But as she thought about it, she became so angry that she laughed. How can a man be so adorably silly? Every sweet quarrel deepened her love for him. But it is precisely this deep-seated love that makes us like it. Therefore, she didn't want him to get involved in the war. She didn't want the man she loved to get hurt because of her. But now, she suddenly feels so sad. It wasn't sadness about the impending death. The regret was that it didn't happen until I closed my eyes completely. The pain of not being able to see the one you love. At that moment, she felt a sense of resentment for the first time. Because love is the ultimate selfishness, even though he had just expressed his love for her half a month ago. But what if I die? She didn't know if he would fall in love with someone else. But life goes on, and people can't hold on to their love for a dead person forever, can they? Thinking of this, her resentment intensified. She didn't want to die, she had to live. Because of the thought of him being with other women in the future. This would be worse for her than death. Even if she dies, she will crawl out of hell and wipe out the woman who was with him. But at this moment, the terrifying sword energy from behind was already closing in, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air. She gave a sorrowful smile, rain mingling with tears as she murmured softly, "Lin Mu, I miss you so much. I like you so much. I love you so much. If there is an afterlife, remember that the first time you see me, you must confess your feelings to me, okay?" Boom. Ice domain. Ice dragon. Ice prison. Ice rain buries the sky. A massive, icy domain suddenly swept across the center of the battlefield. Everything within 100 meters was frozen solid, and even the torrential rain condensed into glistening ice pillars in midair, which then fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, two ice walls, each several meters thick, rose up simultaneously in front of the sword master and Jiang Shuan. The next instant, an ice dragon formed from ice, carrying a bone-chilling pressure, slammed towards the sword master. The air crackled and popped wherever it passed. At the same time, thousands of ice shards rained down on the sword master, each one carrying a bone-chilling cold. What? Sword master's pupils constricted sharply, his heart churning with shock. By Ju! How could he still be alive? It was clearly I who personally caused his demise in the Forbidden City. Almost instinctively, he slashed the black sword that was aimed at the Red King at the ice dragon. Boom! The moment the sword clashed with the ice dragon shattered instantly. However, the area he maintained, which had temporarily slowed down, was also fluctuating violently under the impact and was about to dissipate. He missed the best opportunity to kill the Red King. Another ice dragon blasted straight at Jiang Shuan. Jiang Shuan raised an eyebrow, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. It's the White Reaper again. He actually had a close relationship with the Red King. In the instant she retreated, she suddenly swung her twin blades, two streaks of blood-red light tearing through the rain and slashing towards the ice dragon. Boom! The moment the ice dragon shattered, the time-slowing domain that had enveloped Su Nianhe abruptly dissipated. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, bursting with endless joy and love, as if the blood in her whole body was boiling at that moment. The next moment, a warm hand embraced her slender waist, a familiar scent enveloped her, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear. Su Nianhe, you are such a silly and stupid woman. I'll be angry with you later. We made a promise that you would marry me, and neither of us can break our promise. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure dressed in black and wearing a white mask stood beside her, his eyes behind the mask filled with tenderness. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Nianhe's body. The crimson left wing and the golden right wing formed a giant shield protecting the two. This ensures that the view inside the wings is completely invisible to the outside world. She suddenly turned around. Her tattered red dress danced like flames in the rain. She tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Lin Mu's neck, and kissed him directly. Chapter 178. Together, we, husband and wife, fear nothing. The moment their lips touched, she could feel Lin Mu's body stiffen, and his breathing became erratic under the mask. After the kiss, Su Nianhe's eyes were filled with love. Lin Mu, I love you so much. Lin Mu's eyes widened suddenly, his voice serious. Can't you? Know your place. The war isn't over yet. Okay, I love you. I love you, I love you. You're right about everything. Su Nianhe responded gently, but the moment she turned to the sword master, her eyes suddenly turned icy cold. The giant wings protecting the two suddenly spread out, creating a gust of wind that sent rubble flying everywhere. Her eyes regained their crimson and golden light. No, you can't be Bai Ju, who are you? The sword master's deep voice suddenly boomed. The aura of the 8th level initial stage swept around him like a tsunami, and the ground beneath his feet cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Despite the facts before him, he still refused to believe it. Because the black sword that pierced his heart was stabbed by his own hand, Bai Ju had no chance of survival. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a silver-white hilt suddenly appeared in his right hand. The next second, as the transparent blade burst forth, the rain curtain was instantly torn apart by the flash of light. This invisible blade shattered the sword master's illusions completely. Lin Mu's icy voice rang out. Envoy of the nation, this 6th special zone will be your burial ground. The sword master scoffed, each step he took shattering the ground as he landed, his 8th rank aura exploding out. Truly my most outstanding disciple. Although I don't know how you survived, in my eyes, your strength at the half-step 8th level is far from enough. On the other side, Jiang Shuan's violent power suddenly erupted, and her twin swords hummed in the rain. Her voice was icy. Sword Master, no matter how this battle ends, the four of us are severing all ties with the kingdom. That's natural. The Sword Master responded in a deep voice, pointing his black sword at Lin Mu, his killing intent completely locked onto his target. Jiang Shuan looked up at Bai Ju and Hong Wang, who were dozens of meters away, her eyes filled with even more disdain. At this moment, Baiju's right hand was still around Hong Wang's slender waist. Their figures overlapped in the rain, which was extremely glaring in her eyes. She muttered coldly, "How absurd. The head of the Zhenyi court has such an ambiguous relationship with the king of calamity. This world has gone mad." Under the cover of night and rain, Jiang Shuan could not see the Red King's face at all. Moreover, she didn't bother to look at them. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: to join forces with the Sword Master and annihilate this disgusting couple right here. The moment this violent power erupted, Lin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He was too anxious to save Su Nianhe and didn't notice the violent energy emanating from this person. He looked up at Jiang Shuan, his mind racing. This is really bad. Mom, why are you always haunting me? Could it be that you are actually one of the high-ranking figures behind the kingdom? His Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly spoke softly to Su Nianhe, his voice extremely low. Some things can't be explained right now. But that woman is my mother, and she doesn't know who I am yet. Your mother? Su Nianhe's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she exclaimed in surprise. Even the two wings behind her trembled slightly. Lin Mu's lips twitched, and he nodded helplessly. Yes, my mom. Boom. The Sword Master took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, sending debris flying like rain. His figure flashed through the rain like a black lightning bolt, heading straight for the two of them. The black longsword in his hand was wrapped with overwhelming pressure, and the rainwater was instantly evaporated wherever the blade passed. With my husband and I working together, we fear nothing, and I will protect you. The moment Su Nianhe finished speaking, her crimson left wing and golden right wing suddenly flapped, and she leaped into the air like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Thousands of crimson and gold energy wings shot out like a rain of arrows. Each strike carried a piercing shriek that tore through the air as it hurtled toward the Sword Master. We're not married yet, so we can't call each other husband and wife. Never mind, I will definitely marry you in the future anyway. Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, boom. An extreme icy domain erupted from his body, and the surrounding rainwater instantly froze into ice crystals. He suddenly raised his hand, and a giant ice dragon 100 meters long instantly condensed. Its scales gleamed coldly in the night, and its claws tore through the rain, hurtling towards the Sword Master. At the same time, his figure transformed into a blur, and an invisible blade slashed straight at the Sword Master's vital point. Boom! The four figures clashed even more fiercely in the center of the battlefield. The aftershocks spread like a shockwave, causing the surrounding walls to collapse again. This violent collision instantly drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Under the cover of night at the center of the battlefield, several giant ice dragons and ice phoenixes continuously tore through the rain curtain, their icy blue light illuminating half the sky. At this moment, the morale of all the Zhenyi Ting army was greatly boosted. Someone shouted excitedly, "Chief Ting is not dead. Our leader is still alive." All the kingdom's armies were filled with disbelief. How could the situation, which should have been overwhelming, become increasingly stalemate? At this moment, on the battlefields in the east, west, and south, Xiao Li, the monk, and the old man all frowned deeply. They sensed the increasingly terrifying power fluctuations at the center of the battlefield. The next moment, the three figures simultaneously transformed into afterimages and sped towards the central area. As the battle situation became increasingly complex, they decided to first assist the Sword Master in eliminating the Red King. With the death of the Red King, the war naturally came to an end. After they left, the pressure on the Zhenyi Ting army and the calamity forces on the three battlefields was instantly reduced, and they finally had a chance to catch their breath. The southern battlefield. Zhang Qing had already been beaten down by the shovel and fled in disarray. He even dropped the halberd in his hand while fleeing. His back view looked as disheveled as a wild dog being chased. In a ditch on the northern battlefield, the three figures remained prostrate in the nauseating mud, the shouts of battle above deafening them, making their hearts pound and their fear grow ever stronger. Chief Qinjiang, am I hallucinating? Were the people from Zhenyi court just shouting the words court chief? Lu Ping gasped softly, his fingers gripping the mud tightly. Kong Nin stiffly raised his neck, and murky sewage flowed down his cheeks. She stared at the crack outside the gutter. You heard me right. Chief Qinjiang. From my angle, I can see him clearly. Several ice dragons formed from solidified ice circled and roared in midair. Could it be that Baiju is really still alive? Her voice trembled with disbelief, and her breathing became rapid. Qin Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm raged in his heart. How could this be? His sacred artifacts were clearly left behind on the battlefield of the final battle. Chief, several more ice phoenixes have appeared in the sky above the central area. As soon as Kong Nin finished speaking, the gutter fell into dead silence. The stench of the sludge filled my nostrils, but it paled in comparison to the shock I felt inside. They just couldn't understand it no matter how hard they tried. If Bai Ju had not perished in the final battle, why didn't he return to Zhenyi Court immediately? If news of his survival had been released at that time, the organization Daylight, supported by the Central Council of Elders, could never have existed from the beginning. That was a true god of death. Chapter 179, The Envoy of the Nation. Get over here and take this shovelful from me. Qin Zhang frowned deeply at this moment. Two thoughts raced through his mind. What path should Bai Zhou take in the future? How can Qin Zhang live a peaceful life in this world? His gaze shifted from shock to seriousness, and then slowly sharpened. He must find a way to survive for the day, and for himself. A few seconds later, Qin Zhang suddenly looked up, took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Lu Ping, Kong Nan. I believe there are no winners in this war. In the end, only one side will be defeated, and if the top expert wants to escape with all their might, the other side cannot stop them. He paused, his gaze suddenly turning serious, as if he had made a momentous decision. And we, Bai Zhou, have another chance to choose. Choose again, they both asked in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. Bai Zhou is an organization directly under the Central Elder Council, so how could it have the opportunity to make a new choice? Yes, choose again. Qin Zhang's eyes were extremely firm, as if he had already seen through the future. Now the entire Council of Elders has been wiped out. I imagine that after tomorrow, the central government will undergo an unprecedented upheaval. Since Bai Zhou chose to expose himself today, it means that he has completed all the preparations for the future. His voice carried a hint of admiration. I once met Bai Zhou. He is a decisive and ruthless man with deep foresight. He is definitely not someone who acts impulsively. Lu Ping and Kong Nin exchanged a glance, then turned to look at Qin Zhang in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Lu Ping's throat bobbed, his voice trembling slightly. Chief, then you mean? Right. Qin Zhang interrupted with a firm look in his eyes and a resolute tone. Tomorrow morning, we will go to Zhenyi Court and surrender. The two of them gasped simultaneously, their eyes widening in shock. The chief actually dared to gamble so big. But then I thought about it again, and it really was the only way out. A hint of excitement flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, while Kong Nin showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder he is Chief Qin Zhang. This is true foresight and steadiness. What do you think about this? Qin Zhang looked at the two of them and continued to press them for an answer. Lu Ping immediately responded, his tone filled with admiration and determination. Chief, your insight is brilliant. Lu Ping will always follow you. Kong Nin immediately echoed, his eyes full of admiration. Kong Nin feels the same way. You are the person Kong Nin admires most in his life. Qin Zhang smiled faintly, his tense nerves finally relaxing a little. All right, after the war. Then we will go together to Zhenyi to show our utmost sincerity. That chief. Kong Nin pinched his nose, a look of disgust on his face, and pointed to the surrounding sewage. So, are we leaving this stinking ditch now? Absolutely not. Qin Zhang waved his hand, a hint of wariness in his eyes. We can't allow any accidents to happen. We should wait until the battlefield is completely still before we go out. Always remember, play it safe and develop your strength. Don't be reckless. The two nodded simultaneously, thinking to themselves. This is the benefit of following the right leader. Inside the central battlefield, four terrifying figures vanished into afterimages in the rain. Each clash unleashed a deafening roar, as if the battlefield could be torn apart in the next second. Jiang Shuan's body was enveloped in a crimson light that surged like magma, and her berserk domain erupted to its extreme. Two blood-red longswords danced in his hands, creating an impenetrable array of blade shadows, each strike accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Wherever the blade flashed, the rainwater evaporated instantly. But her brows furrowed more and more, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, because neither the Red King nor the White King intended to kill her. Their attacks always avoided vital points. Only when her blade was close would they symbolically parry with lightning speed, as if deliberately holding back. Boom. Countless black sword lights carrying an aura of destruction tore through the rain curtain, but were all neutralized by the Red King and the White Decision with overwhelming force. The sword master's brows furrowed deeper, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, I can only wait for the fourth activation of the domain. But Bai Ju's appearance disrupted all plans. Even if they activated their domain, they might not be able to kill the two of them. But what absurd scene is this? Why would Bai Ju, whose hands are stained with the blood of calamity, associate with calamity? Could it be that they are secretly plotting against me? But how did he know that I was the one behind the kingdom? Countless doubts surged forth like a tide, and a chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. If we cannot wipe them out tonight, the chances of the future will only become slimmer. Just as he was about to unleash his fourth domain, a deafening roar suddenly pierced the rain. Envoy of the nation, get over here and take this shovelful from me. Fang Tietjiao's figure flashed like a black lightning bolt from 100 meters away. A storm suddenly erupted, and several black hurricanes shot into the sky. The jet-black shovel in his hand tore through the rain, carrying immense force as it slammed straight at the sword master. The sword master raised an eyebrow and suddenly slashed at him with his black sword. Clang! The loud clang of metal clashing shook the rain curtain. Fang Tietjiao was knocked back several meters, but he sneered. Damn it! Today I, the shovel master, will definitely crush you. The sword master's pupils constricted, his voice filled with disbelief. It's you. Shovel. Great, that's really great. You two have quite the trick of deceiving everyone. He raised his longsword high, and his 8th rank aura exploded out. Tonight, I will send you all on your way. A cold female voice suddenly rang out, filled with boundless anger. Fang Tietjiao, I will settle accounts with you later. If you can't even teach someone properly, how can you push them on the ground be considered knocking them down? Sun Yinhe glanced at him coldly, a hint of icy killing intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. Fang Tietjiao's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, Holy crap! Brother, could it be that if you just push him to the ground, that's it? You said that only liking someone means you have to take them down. Alright, we don't have time to discuss this anymore. The moment Lin Mu raised his hand, several ice phoenixes formed from condensed ice suddenly flapped their wings, blasting towards the sword master with a bone-chilling cold. Boom! In the violent collision, the ice phoenix and the black sword light exploded into a sky full of ice shards. Sword master's heart sank to the bottom. The battle situation had completely spiraled out of his control. Damn it! It's that woman again. Brother, she really doesn't know what's good for her. We gave her a chance to live, but she didn't appreciate it. Fang Tietjiao then noticed Jiang Shuwan, who was radiating a violent aura and wearing a blood-red mask. He swung the black shovel, a fierce glint in his eyes, and instantly darted toward Jiang Shuwan's location. Shovel. Lin Mu's words hadn't even finished. Fang Tietjiao's figure had already turned into a black afterimage, and several violent hurricanes rose into the sky around him. Chapter 180. Open your eyes, you old hag. You can't sleep here. The gleaming black shovel, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the rain, slammed down hard on her face. Clang! 2 blood-red blades suddenly blocked it. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Jiang Shuwan's doubts deepened. How did a battle that was clearly overwhelmingly won turn into such an out-of-control situation? She knew that Xiao Li, the monk, and Fang Shi were on other battlefields. But where did Zhang Qing and the 2 people under the swordmaster go? Could other forces be involved? But this is already a battlefield for the world's top experts. How could this be? Thinking of this, her pupils suddenly contracted. His figure blurred into a streak as he tried to escape, but he was still a step too late. A black wing, wreathed in towering black flames, suddenly ripped through her waist. Blood splattered in the rain, like clusters of poignant red flowers. Jiang Shuwan let out a muffled groan, her jade-like hand tightly covering her wound, her figure transforming into a blur as she darted rapidly through the rain. Beneath the blood-red mask, his face was as pale as paper, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Boom! And Shu Yao's 2 black wings suddenly unfurled, burning with black flames, and a terrifying aura exploded out like a tsunami. The surrounding rain was shaken apart by this oppressive force, creating a brief vacuum. The moment she appeared, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. The envoy's hand, gripping his sword, trembled violently. He roared, Black King. No, that's absolutely impossible. Why are none of you dead? Why? His eyes suddenly turned ferocious, and the long sword in his hand, filled with a crazy killing intent, slashed even more fiercely at Lin Mu and Su Nianhe. "Shovel, stop, Black King." Lin Mu's furious shout was shattered by the impact and couldn't reach Tietchao's ears at all. He was immediately thrown into a panic, and he and Su Nianhe simultaneously dashed toward Jiang Shuan's direction. But before they could even move, several sword lights carrying overwhelming power were already slashing towards them. The sword master's deep voice suddenly boomed. "You dare to be distracted in the midst of your battle with your master? You truly do not take your master seriously. I'll hold him off." Before Su Nianhe could finish speaking, several black sword energies slashed towards her like lightning, and her golden right wing suddenly appeared in front of her. Clang! Her delicate body was forced back a few steps, but her crimson left wing instantly burst into raging flames and slashed towards the sword master. At the same time, several blood-red lotus flowers quietly bloomed beneath the sword master's feet. Boom! The sword master plunged his black sword into the ground with a thunderous crash. The aura of an 8th-tier expert erupted instantly, the ground shattered abruptly, and several blood-red lotuses vanished into nothingness under this pressure. He glanced at the Blood King out of the corner of his eye, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "I am rather curious. Would you be very concerned if that woman died? This is so interesting." On the other side, Jiang Shuan's body was radiating a violent, blood-red light. Her figure moved swiftly through the rain like a ghost, the downpour constantly washing away the blood on her waist. She murmured softly, a hint of self-mockery in her voice. "My husband guessed right. Black King is indeed still alive." What exactly happened in that final battle? It's both laughable and pathetic that none of the top figures have died. Behind her, 2 figures approached at an even faster speed. The shovel moved like a blur through the rain, each step bringing with it a gust of wind. And Shuyao's black wings were burning with black flames, and her eyes were flashing with black flames that could devour everything. She was getting closer and closer to Jiang Shuan. "What are you doing here, you woman?" The shovel was imbued with wind-based abilities, and it suddenly swung the black shovel toward Jiang Shuan, who was already within arm's reach. "Shovel, after this battle, I will make sure you are childless and have no descendants. This time, it's for sure." And Shuyao suddenly turned around, her eyes flashing with black flames as she stared intently at him, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Iron Shovel's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly put on a righteous and indignant expression. "I won't argue with you today. Let's unite against the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the black shovel slammed down on Jiang Shuan with a sharp, whistling sound. Clang! 2 streaks of blood-red blade light suddenly blocked the shovel's attack, sparks flying in the rain. Taking advantage of the attack, Jiang Shuan suddenly dodged behind her, her brows furrowed. This is really troublesome. She glanced at her waist again out of the corner of her eye. Blood was still gushing out. As the torrential rain poured down, her face grew paler and her breathing more rapid, a resolute glint in her eyes. Could it be that I've been driven to this point after all? I've really messed up in Jinbei City. Boom. And Shuyao's black wings, wreathed in towering black flames, suddenly slashed down. The moment the wings tore through the rain, even the air was scorched by the black flames and made a sizzling sound. Jiang Shuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the violent power within her body, which was about to burst her blood vessels, was roaring. A moment of hesitation flashed through her mind. Should she completely extinguish the violent power within her? But in that moment of hesitation, whoosh, a black wing, wreathed in raging flames, slashed straight toward her chest like the Grim Reaper's scythe. And Shuyao uttered a single word in an icy voice, "Die." At this critical moment, a figure suddenly darted through the rain, moving so fast that its afterimage was no longer visible. His black trench coat was whipped up by the strong wind, and he almost instinctively pushed Jiang Shuan hard to the other side. The next second, the wing burning with black flames pierced through his chest without any resistance. Blood gushed out instantly, mixing with the cold rain and splashing onto the ground, creating crimson sprays. Shaoli! Jiang Shuan's heart-wrenching roar suddenly tore through the rain curtain. Her figure flashed in front of Shao Li like a ghost, her trembling hands tightly supporting his swaying body. Puff! Shao Li spat out another mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Jiang Shuan's face. His face turned ashen instantly, his lips bloodless, yet he gave Jiang Shuan a weak smile, his voice as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. "Crazy girl, there are 3 of us still here. How could we let you die before us? Shao Li, open your eyes. You can't sleep here." Jiang Shuwen's eyes suddenly flashed with a blood-red light, and a violent aura swirled around her like a tsunami, causing the rain to scatter and splash in all directions. Boom! Several bolts of black lightning suddenly blasted towards the shovel and the Black King. Fang Shi instantly appeared in front of them, protecting them. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly. Facing the two terrifying figures in front of him, there was no fear in his eyes, only the resolute determination of an elder. Even if it means death, one must protect the younger generation behind them. Cough, cough. 2 more mouthfuls of blood spurted from Xiao Li's mouth. A shocking bloody hole had been slashed open in his chest by the Black Wings. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead and could only droop slowly. Chapter 181. Little sister, my name is Xiao Li. Do you like lollipops? Xiao Li's vision gradually blurred, until he could no longer see Jiang Shuwen's face clearly, only her anxious outline. He suddenly smiled with relief and murmured with his last bit of strength. Her voice was so low it seemed only she could hear it. Crazy girl, I feel like I'm going to die. So this is what death feels like. Huh, I've been living the high life for 25 years now. I've already done everything that should and shouldn't have been done. So be it, it's better to die. I've long since grown tired of this boring world. By the end, he could no longer hear his own voice, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. He was ruthless and faced death with equanimity. Until he closed his eyes completely, his consciousness began to gradually fade away. Only the words, little chestnut, kept echoing in his ears. Upon hearing those 3 words, the corners of his mouth turned up even wider. It was as if his consciousness had returned to that time when every day was filled with killing, yet it was also the happiest time of his life. 40 years ago, an unnamed island. Endless wild beasts roamed around the island. They were originally the owners of this land, but after humans invaded, they were forced to huddle in the depths of the forest and eke out a living. In their murky, beastly eyes, those armed humans were like demons from hell, and I was nothing more than food for them. Center of the small island. A towering wall rose from the ground, completely separating humans from wild animals. The buildings inside the walls are crooked, all hastily built by the survivors. After all, no one knows when death will come. Those who can enter here are all qualified through the Venerable One's killing test. The young people who were sent there were cold-blooded enough that they showed no emotion towards the outside world. They even longed for death. I'm curious about how I'll end my life. Today, more than 10 young people were sent over the wall and then roughly stuffed into different rooms. There is no distinction between men and women here, and no right to choose. Several young and beautiful girls were thrown into a room full of men, and the outcome was self-evident. In the most luxurious building inside the walls, only 3 people lived in the 4 beds. In just 1 year, the 4th bed has been used by nearly 100 people. Half of them died during the assessment, and the other half were killed by 2 of them who didn't like them. On this island, you can't rely on anyone but yourself. At this moment, a young man with an arrogant face lay leisurely on the bed, his eyes filled with hatred for the world. Bang! The door was pushed open, and he raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at the person who entered. Little monk, you've returned to the island so soon? A younger monk stood at the entrance, his robes patched and stained with blood. Of course, most of them are not their own. His eyes were filled with shock as he quickly walked to the bedside, his voice full of disbelief. I ran into Uncle Fong on my way back, and he said we're getting another new person here. The arrogant man scoffed. Little monk, we change people in this room every 3 or 4 days on average. What's the big deal? The little monk shook his head. This time it's different, it's a girl. Xiao Li immediately sat up, intrigued. Tell me more. Is she the mature, sophisticated type? Or is she the mature woman type? Or something else? He paused, then said seriously, but I still prefer the mature, sophisticated type. Seeing that the little monk remained silent for a long time, Xiao Li said with displeasure, damn it, just say something. Do you want to get beaten up? First, you might not be able to beat me. Second, neither of your guesses applies. The little monk held up 2 fingers and made a 10 gesture. This is her age. Holy crap, sent here at such a young age? She's not even a loli, is she? Xiao Li chuckled and lay back down on the bed. Well, we don't even need to lift a finger. They'll probably die in the assessment outside the island in a couple of days. A deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. Come over here, everyone. Introduce the new roommate. Xiao Li and the little monk both looked bewildered. What's going on with this old dog? When did newcomers need to be introduced? The moment the 2 turned around, their eyes suddenly narrowed. At the door, A petite girl stood beside the middle-aged man. Her jet-black ponytail was tied tightly. Her delicate face was stained with undried blood. Her black clothes were torn in several places, and her exposed arms had abrasions. But those eyes, which should have been lively, were lifeless and cold, making Xiao Li and the little monk swallow hard. At this age, to have such eyes, what has this little girl been through? What are you standing there for? Get over here right now, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The two walked quickly to the girl. Xiao Li deliberately straightened his back and acted like an elder, even though he was just a child himself. Little sister, my name is Xiao Li. Do you like lollipops? Big brother has a way to get it for you. Please beg me. The young monk put his hands together in prayer and said in a calm tone, This humble monk has no name or surname, nor do I wish to have one. You can call me whatever you think is appropriate. He paused, then added, Little sister, what's your name? The middle-aged man looked at the girl who remained silent, his voice carrying a rare gentleness. Little girl, these two older brothers are asking you questions. You should respond politely at this time, you know? The girl's cold eyes flickered, and she nodded, first looking at the little monk. Since you have no name, then I'll just call you whatever comes to mind. Her tone was completely flat. Hello, little bald monk. The little monk's face darkened instantly, and the slight goodwill he had just felt vanished in an instant. Ta-ha! Xiao Li couldn't stop laughing wildly, and even the middle-aged man's lips curled into a faint smile. The girl turned to Xiao Li, who was laughing wildly, and said in a cool tone, Xiao Li, right? Xiao Li's laughter stopped abruptly, and he raised his head. That's right. You can call me Brother Xiao, or Brotherly from now on. If you make your brother happy, I'll get you a lollipop every day you live. How about that? I'll call you Little Chestnut. It's easier to remember. The girl looked at him calmly. Xiao Li. His eyes widened, his smile froze, and then his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This little brat is really annoying. The little monk secretly smiled. Xiao Li frowned, his tone turning serious. Little brat, you'll die if you give people nicknames like that. Don't you understand that? All right, Xiaoan, introduce yourself. The middle-aged man interrupted with a faint smile. After all, we'll be living together for many years to come. The little monk suddenly looked up. Huh? Xiao Li pointed at the girl's face, his expression full of disdain. Her? This little brat. Uncle Fong, are you joking? How about we make a bet? I bet she won't live more than 3 days. This person was personally sent by His Majesty. Chapter 182. Will I ever have happiness in the future? The middle-aged man's voice suddenly turned serious. Don't underestimate her just because she's young. Her hands are probably tainted with no less than yours. Once he becomes an awakened one, he will surely become a god of death. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Xiao Li and the little monk gasped at the same time. It was actually delivered by His Majesty himself? How pitiful. It must be one of the survivors from some other city that was massacred. Jiang Shuan ignored the middle-aged man's words and went straight to an empty bed to sit down. She sat down with her back straight, still gripping the short knife tightly in her hand. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Xiao Li and the little monk, her voice cold. My name is Jiang Shuan, and I like cleanliness. Her gaze swept across the room, a mess of clothes. Several pairs of shorts hung casually on the edge of the bed, as if silently provoking her bottom line. She paused, then added, Starting tomorrow, don't let me see these things again. It doesn't matter what you call me, you can call me Mom. The young monk raised an eyebrow, his round face filled with confusion, as if he hadn't quite grasped the abrupt request. Xiao Li, like a firecracker that had been lit, strode up to Jiang Shuan, his eyes blazing with fury. You little brat, you're in such a hurry to be reborn on your first day on this island, aren't you? Jiang Shuan raised her eyes, her dark pupils completely calm. She slowly drew her dagger, the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. I think life is meaningless. I don't want to live anymore. So, are you coming down with me? Xiao Li's hand, which was pointing at her, trembled violently. The angry curse that was on the tip of his tongue got stuck in his throat. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and in the end, he could only swallow back a mouthful of dry saliva. Seeing that he had fallen silent, Jiang Shuan slid the short knife back into its sheath with a click, her tone still calm. If you don't know what to say, just call me Mom, and I'll respond. Damn it, you little brat, don't push me. Xiao Li clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Not far away, the middle-aged man and the young monk were barely able to contain their laughter, their lips twitching as they struggled to suppress their amusement. The little monk looked at Jiang Shuan with eyes full of curiosity. The middle-aged man stepped forward, trying to ease the tension, and said in a gentle tone, Xiaowan, we'll be living under the same roof from now on, so let's be friendly with each other, okay? Jiang Shuan looked up at him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and nodded gently. Yes, I understand, old dog Fong. Puffed, Xiao Li and the little monk could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. After all, Fong Laogo was not just their roommate, but also one of the Venerable One's direct subordinates, whose strength was unfathomable. You? This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to turn pale, with veins throbbing on his forehead, his fingers clenching and unclenching, clearly trying his best to suppress his anger. The middle-aged man was named Fong Shi, and he was the person in charge of this small island. He was now a powerful expert at the middle level of the 7th rank. Xiao Li and the young monk were 7 and 5 years older than Jiang Shuan, respectively, and their faces still showed signs of immaturity. The people on this island were all brought here before they were fully awakened. They understand nothing. Their only knowledge of the world is killing. There is an assessment that takes place every few days, but only 10% of the people ever return. Countless young people are sent to the island every day. Death is as omnipresent as the air. The killing spree never stops. In the evening, Jiang Shuan made her bed spotless, with the headboard pressed against the cold wall. Although the 4 of them were under one roof, their beds were separated by walls, which barely preserved a bit of privacy. She leaned against the wall, the dagger still tightly gripped in her small, fair hand. She stared blankly at the ceiling. She seemed to be seriously contemplating the meaning of life. She felt that the world was terrible, so terrible that everyone was turning against each other. From the time she could remember, her only feeling towards the world was hatred. She couldn't understand why life was so fragile, like a candle flame in the wind, easily extinguished. In her mind, no one had ever told her that. In fact, most people in the world are pampered and cherished by their parents after birth. She often heard the word happiness from the people who died by her own hand. But what is happiness? She didn't realize that this was a blind spot in her understanding. She was very young, but her bright eyes seemed to have seen all the ugliness of the world. On some level, she was more like a little girl who knew nothing. They don't understand warmth. They don't understand love. They only know how to use a knife to protect themselves. Happiness. She murmured softly. Will I ever have happiness in the future? After a few seconds of silence, she gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of her mouth, her eyelids drooping to hide the bewilderment in her eyes. How boring. Who cares about this kind of thing? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of very light footsteps approached from afar. Her body tensed instantly, and the short knife was drawn with a whoosh, its blade gleaming coldly as it was pressed against her. Little girl, it's me, your brother Li. Xiao Li's voice came through a tattered old curtain, carrying a deliberately lowered gentleness. May I come in? No. Jiang Shuan's response was devoid of any warmth. But the curtain was still lifted directly, and Xiao Li's figure suddenly came into view. She sprang to her feet almost instinctively, the cold gleaming blade pointed directly at Xiao Li's throat, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Get out, or you'll die. Xiao Li chuckled, put his hands in his pockets, and raised an eyebrow as he sized up her tense posture. You little brat, if you lived somewhere else, you might actually be able to intimidate people with that kind of aura. But this is the very center of the walled area, and it's the most luxurious room inside the wall. His gaze swept over the drafty walls of the room again. It is indeed the most luxurious room within the walls. Then guess again, why are we 2 brothers allowed to live here? Jiang Shuan looked up at him, her voice flat. A nagging man, just like a woman. I. Xiao Li's lips twitched, and he swallowed back the curse words. Then he slowly extended his right hand. Jiang Shuan's expression hardened, and she suddenly raised the blade. At this moment, Xiao Li had already opened his palm, and in his palm lay a lollipop wrapped in colorful candy wrapper. Jiang Shuan paused, the blade hovering in midair, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. What is this? This is a lollipop. Never seen one before, have you? A hint of smugness flashed in Xiao Li's eyes, then he waved his hand dismissively, feigning magnanimity. Although your attitude during the day annoyed me. But since we live under the same roof, and your brother is 7 years older than you, of course I won't stoop to your level. Lollipop. Jiang Shuan's gaze was fixed on the candy, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the knife handle. After a moment of silence, she asked, What's a lollipop? And why give it to me? What do you want in exchange for? Oh my god. Xiao Li looked at her wary and bewildered expression and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. This child is so young. What could he have gone through to treat giving as a transaction? Chapter 183 Happiness. So sweet. Xiaoli placed the lollipop directly on her bed and chuckled under her gaze. Little girl, this is for eating. It will be very sweet. That's why it's called a lollipop. Remember to eat the candy in a little while. Even though old dog Fong said you'll live a long time. But who can say for sure about this thing? Jiang Shuwen's doubts deepened, but she still pressed on with her cool demeanor. I'm asking you again, why did you give me this lollipop for no reason? Xiao Li's smile suddenly froze, as if something sharp had pierced the darkness deep within his memory. Those dark days of my childhood came flooding back like a tide. He took a deep breath, his Adam's apple bobbing twice, before forcing out a bitter smile. I've heard people say that happy children get to eat candy, so if you eat candy, you'll be a happy child too. Also, me and that little bald monk, the nickname you came up with is very nice. As Xiaoli spoke, he gave her a thumbs up, as if deliberately emphasizing his affirmation of the nickname. As long as you live on this island, little Baldy and I will raise you as our little sister. This is a decision we both made. His eyes, unusually free of their usual nonchalant air, held a hint of seriousness. We will try our best to give you the things you didn't have when you were a child. Of course, all of this is based on one premise. You have to keep living. Jiang Shuwen seemed not to hear him, turning around and walking back to the bed to sit down, throwing out a sentence without looking up. Who wants to be your little sister? From now on, you'll call me Mom, whenever you see me, understand? I'm fucking. Xiao Li's face instantly turned bright red, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He still really wanted to strangle this sharp-tongued little brat. After Xiao Li left, Jiang Shuwen stared blankly at the brightly wrapped lollipop on the bed. She rested her chin on her hand, her little brows furrowed, her mind racing. Could such a small, round thing really be happiness? Although she is young, she is not stupid at all. She believed that the man named Xiao Lizi was lying to her, because she was young. How could happiness be something so light and fleeting? But her gaze remained fixed on the lollipop, and a strange dryness even rose in her throat. She was particularly curious about what this thing called a lollipop tasted like. I struggled with this decision for a long time. Finally, a soft, ripping sound came from the bed, the sound of the packaging bag being torn open. On the other two beds, Xiao Li and the little monk both secretly smiled. They had no idea what this little girl had been through, but they knew that as long as she stayed on the island, the days to come will only be bloodier and more brutal than before. In fact, they themselves don't know what happiness is. Even this lollipop was something I overheard someone mentioning in casual conversation. They were just so bored with things they'd never had before. But he wanted to give it to the little girl who had suddenly barged in. On the bed, Jiang Shuwen held a lollipop that had been unwrapped. First, it brought its nose close and sniffed gently for a long time, its little nose twitching while it muttered softly. Will it be poisonous? She tilted her head, deep in thought, her little face full of confusion. A few seconds later, her little fist clenched tightly. So what if it's poisonous? She just wanted to see what happiness, as described by others, really tasted like. The moment the lollipop is put in your mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up, like stars suddenly shining in the dark night, and she even paused in her breathing. She had a candy in her mouth, her voice muffled but filled with joy. Happiness, it's so sweet. The next day, holy crap, a thunderous curse shattered the tranquility of the room. Xiao Li jumped up from the bed, his sleepy face instantly scrunched up, and a pungent, burnt smell filled his nostrils. He looked up, his pupils widened suddenly, and his voice rose an octave. Holy crap, what happened to my underwear? He roared furiously at the little monk's bed. Little monk, do you want to die? What a convenient example of the guilty party accusing the innocent first. The young monk's angry shouts erupted almost simultaneously. A few seconds later he had rushed up to Xiao Li, his eyes burning like two flames. Xiao Li, you know that this is the only monk's robe I have. How dare you burn it? Today one of us must go to hell. I'll burn your sister. Xiao Li was about to speak when a deep voice from outside the door interrupted him. Do you two have a death wish? Feng Shi walked in with a dark face, his gaze sweeping across the room. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes instantly ignited with raging fury. The aura of a 7th-level mid-stage cultivator exploded in the room like an invisible giant wave. He pointed to his charred black trench coat and shouted, Get over here. Who is it? Burn my black trench coat too. The terrifying pressure made Xiao Li and the little monk stiffen, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. They were still ordinary people who had not yet awakened, and this force almost shattered their souls. The two of them ran to Feng Shui in a panic, their heads hanging low, almost touching their chests, not daring to even breathe. On the other bed, Jiang Shuwen's fingers, gripping the dagger, suddenly tightened, her knuckles turning white. She felt the soul-shaking pressure, but a burning desire flashed in her eyes. Once she becomes an awakened one, she will definitely be stronger than this old dog. Who did this? Feng Shui's gaze swept over Xiao Li and the little monk like a knife. If these two weren't promising talents being groomed for future generations, he would have loved to slap them to death. It's me. A clear female voice suddenly rang out, and Jiang Shuwan, holding a short knife, slowly lifted the curtain and walked out. Her small figure stood before the three large men without the slightest fear. The three men stared at her with grim faces. Feng Shui took a deep breath and tried to make his voice gentle. Xiaowan, tell Uncle Feng. What is the reason you did this? You'll die if you burn someone else's clothes, you know that? Jiang Shuwan met his gaze, her eyes showing no fear. I said yesterday that I don't want to see this mess. I get angry when I see them, and when I'm angry I'm unhappy, and when I'm unhappy I get rid of them. Do you know how much gold that lollipop is worth on this island? Xiao Li pointed at her nose and scolded. We treated you kindly like a younger sister, and you repay kindness with enmity. You're such an ingrate. The young monk, shirtless with his robe burned to half its original size, angrily echoed, what an ingrate. That's my only monk's robe, and it holds great significance for me. Chapter 184 With your personality, who would dare to marry you in the future? Feng Shui looked at his trench coat, which was now only half burned, and sighed helplessly. All right, everyone go back now. We have to leave the island for the assessment later. Xiao Li and the little monk could only swallow their anger. They dared not disobey Feng Laogo's words. Afterwards, Feng Shui, like a patient father, talked to Jiang Shuwan for nearly an hour. Finally, he asked gently, Xiaowan, have you memorized everything? Jiang Shuwan looked up at him, her voice tinged with grievance. Old dog Feng, I don't think I did anything wrong. Feng Shui's lips twitched. For a moment, he had the urge to strangle her, but in the end, he just sighed. Old Feng, yesterday Xiao Lizi said that eating a lollipop makes you a happy child. Is that true? Jiang Shuwan's tone suddenly became serious. Feng Shui was stunned for a moment, then reached out and patted her little head. It's true. On this island, you are the happiest child. Jiang Shuwan's eyes lit up, and she pressed, You're not lying to me? No, Feng Shui replied patiently, his tone gentle. A moment later, Jiang Shuwan exerted force with her fingertips, and the short knife flashed with a cold light. The blade made a soft, sizzling sound as it sliced through the gray bed sheet. She cut the bed sheet into several pieces, but her fingertips suddenly stopped, and her brows furrowed slightly, as if she was struggling with how to turn the fabric into clothes. She bit her lower lip, her gaze as focused as if she were carving a rare treasure, and even her breathing became lighter. After a long time, she carried two artworks sewn from bed sheets to Xiao Li and the little monk. With a reluctant look on her small face, she still handed over the clothes made from the bed sheet. Take it. I'll compensate you for the burned clothes. Both of them raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Xiao Li took it first, and the moment he unfolded the fabric, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Little girl, you burned my underwear. What are you going to compensate me for? Tell me, can something that can only be worn with one leg inside be called underwear? The young monk took his share, examining the fabric closely with his fingertips, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. You burned my robe, but what do you mean by paying for a hood instead? A flash of anger crossed Jiang Shuwan's eyes. This is all I have. If you don't want it, give it back to me. She was about to snatch the fabric back when she said that. Xiao Li quickly hid his clothes behind his back and waved his hand, saying, Hey, what's lost can't be taken back. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you, you brat. The young monk tried to put the hood on his head, but the large cloth covered half of his face. He helplessly put his hands together and sighed. Oh well, I'll modify it myself and make it barely usable. Snort. Jiang Shuwan snorted coldly, suddenly raised her eyes, and said in a still firm tone, I want to eat that lollipop that makes you happy every day. As soon as she finished speaking, her small body rushed back to the room like a gust of wind. She looked at her dirty bed and finally sat down on the floor, her little mouth slightly pouting, looking very aggrieved, because she had already turned the only bed sheet into two pieces of clothing. Evening. The giant cruise ship slowly docked, marking the end of the assessment. Jiang Shuwen's small body was covered in blood, but she walked off the boat with her back straight. The survivors on the island were slaughtering wild beasts on the outskirts. This was their only source of food, so she joined them, wielding a dagger. What she didn't know was, in the drafty, luxurious room in the center of the walled compound, someone had already roasted the wild animal meat and quietly delivered it to her room. After disembarking, she devoured the meat of a freshly slaughtered wild animal. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth after he had eaten his fill, then gripped the dagger tightly and walked toward the center of the island. I don't know how long I walked. She pushed open the rickety door, and the moment she lifted the curtain, she abruptly stopped. A whiff of roasted meat wafted over, and on the dirty bed were new bedding stained with blood. There was also a lollipop wrapped in colorful packaging in the middle. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she rushed over to tear open the packaging. The moment the lollipop went into my mouth, a satisfied sigh escaped my lips. Today's happiness is so sweet. In another room, Xiaoli stared at the blood-soaked bandage on the little monk's arm, a smirk playing on his lips, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. So, you came back to the ship carrying only a blanket? The young monk, who was adjusting his bandages, merely raised his eyes slightly upon hearing this, his tone as calm as if he were talking about something insignificant. Just something I did. He paused, then added, didn't you also fight with people from other islands over a few lollipops? Xiaoli touched his nose and gave a nonchalant smile. That was just something I did on the spur of the moment. Did you prepare the barbecue too? No. The young monk shook his head, his eyes sweeping towards the direction of the next room. It was prepared by Fong Laogo. I just saw him coming out of that little girl's room when I came back. Since Jiang Shuwen moved into this luxurious but drafty house, the once desolate space gradually became lively. Aside from the death assessments that occur every few days, their lives are like those of a family that loves and hates each other. Xiao Li's cynicism, the little monk's indifference, Fong Shi's stubbornness and soft heart, and Jiang Shuwen's unruly and domineering nature added a touch of warmth to this cold room. Jiang Shuwen, without even realizing it, became the darling of this family. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye during these chaotic days. Jiang Shuwen's petite frame had grown considerably taller, and her once delicate features had become even more refined. While the coldness in her eyes remained, she now possessed a touch of girlish liveliness. In a few years, she will surely be a beauty that could topple kingdoms. That morning, the tranquility of the room was shattered by a crisp, yet fierce female voice. You little bald monk, get over here and give me a back massage. Jiang Shuwen was dressed in a brand new black outfit, her long black hair loosely tied into a ponytail, and the long sword hanging at her waist swayed slightly with her steps. She walked up to Xiao Li and the little monk, drew her long sword with a whoosh, and plunged it into Fong Shi's bedboard with a thud, the tip of the sword causing wood chips to fly everywhere. She turned to stare at Xiao Li, her eyes filled with accusation. Little chestnut, why didn't I see lollipop last night? Xiao Li raised an eyebrow, and the oppressive aura of a fifth-tier awakened being instantly enveloped him. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Crazy girl, do you know how old you are? What kind of behavior is it to keep calling someone old lady like that? With your personality, who would dare to marry you in the future? Pooh, Jiang Shuwen spat, her eyes full of disdain. Only incompetent people would choose to get married. I will never fall for a man in this lifetime, let alone do something as incredible as having a child. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deep voice boomed from behind. You crazy girl, whether you get married or have children is another matter. Fong Shi walked over with a dark expression, pointing to the bedboard with a hole in it, veins throbbing on his forehead. Go outside and go crazy if you want to. What does it mean to stab my bed with a knife? Chapter 185. We are going to enter a country called Huaxia. Old dog Fong. I'm going to do it anyway, so what? You have a problem with that? As Jiang Shuwen spoke, she flipped her wrist. The long knife stabbed into the bedboard twice more with a thud, instantly creating 3 holes in the bedboard, and wood chips flew everywhere. The little monk beside him was surrounded by the aura of a 4th-level awakened being. Looking at Jiang Shuwen's unruly behavior, he sighed helplessly. This crazy girl is still just an ordinary person. If I become an awakened one in the future, I really can't imagine what life will be like. The air fell silent instantly. Xiao Li's smile froze on his face, and Fong Shi's anger was stuck in his throat. All 3 stared at Jiang Shuwen's slender yet ruthless figure, silently pondering the terrifying nature of her words. Jiang Shuwen has already caused enough trouble. If she becomes an awakened one, this house is probably going to be demolished and rebuilt, right? Wrong. Demolishing and rebuilding would be the best possible outcome. In the blink of an eye. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. A giant cruise ship cuts through the sea and is slowly sailing toward the island. At this moment, nearly 1,000 awakened individuals stood in formation on the beach surrounding the island. They are the elite who survived decades of trials on this island of slaughter. At the very front stood an elderly man holding a cane, his aura as tangible as a physical presence enveloping the surroundings. His cloudy eyes were fixed on the black cruise ship in the distance, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he were deep in thought. Old Fong, what exactly is His Majesty up to this time? They're actually going to summon all the awakened ones on the island? The man in the black trench coat strode to the old man's side, a hint of solemnity on his arrogant face. The black longbow in his hand gleamed coldly, and the aura of a 7th-level high-level cultivator quietly spread, causing the surrounding awakened ones to subconsciously take a half-step back. Immediately afterwards, a monk in a robe approached with his palms together, surrounded by a faint golden light, and also exuding the aura of a high-level 7th-rank cultivator. This is indeed unusual. The entire island has mobilized. We have never seen such a scene before. Just then, the hundreds of awakened figures behind them suddenly retreated to both sides with terrified expressions. Some people even stumbled and fell because they retreated too quickly. They made way for them as if avoiding a flood or a ferocious beast, barely daring to breathe, for fear of accidentally angering that old lady. Xiao Li, the monk, and the old man all turned around to look at the same time. Xiao Li chuckled. It's like a dream. This crazy girl has really become a killing god. You should say that to her face, not whisper it to us. The monk glanced at him indifferently and put his hands together in prayer. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. This crazy woman, I could joke around with her when she was weak, but now you're joking around with her? Those 2 bloody blades of hers could be slashing my forehead any second now. I can't afford to mess with her. As he spoke, he deliberately took half a step back, which made the monk unable to suppress his laughter. Sigh. The old man sighed softly, tapping his cane on the sand. Except for the first year after she came to the island, this girl still had a shred of respect for me. After that, they completely disregarded me. She really wasn't afraid that if she angered us back then, we would slap her to death. Haha, Xiao Li laughed wildly. So, this is the real her. If she weren't like this, we might have killed her long ago. To put it bluntly, we're just pathetic. We enjoy playing along with her. The monk shook his head and smiled bitterly. After playing with her for so long, I suddenly realized that I don't dare to play with her anymore. Who knows what crazy thing this crazy woman will do next? In the passageway cleared by the crowd, a woman dressed in black is slowly walking towards them. She was stunningly beautiful, with skin as white as snow, and long, jet black hair loosely tied into a bun, with a few stray strands hanging down her neck. 2 blood-red long swords hung at his waist, and the violent aura around him was like an invisible wind blade, forcing the awakened ones on both sides to take a few more steps back. She walked straight past the 3 men, stood at the very front, and looked calmly at the cruise ship. Old Dog Fong, it's about to depart. Aren't you going to tell us the location of this operation? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around to look at the old man, and the long sword at her waist was drawn half an inch from its sheath with a whoosh. The cold light reflected from the blade made the old man's pupils shrink abruptly. If you don't tell me, I'll chop you up. Whoosh. As if they had rehearsed countless times, Xiao Li and the monk simultaneously transformed into 2 afterimages and retreated to the sides. Retreat to a safe distance where you can just hear the conversation but will not be affected. The old man stared at the madwoman before him, her long sword half drawn, her brows furrowed. The cane slammed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. A deep crater was created in the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. He took a deep breath, his cloudy eyes suddenly becoming serious, and his voice held a hint of trepidation at the unknown. We want to enter a country called Huaxia. The moment the words left his mouth, all 4 of them simultaneously constricted their pupils. Xiao Li shook his head violently, thinking he was hallucinating. The monk's clasped hands trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Shouwen's knuckles turned white as she gripped the scabbard, and even her breathing slowed down. China that's one of the legendary 4 forbidden zones. Xiao Li was the first to regain his senses, his eyebrows furrowed, and his voice exploded like thunder. Old man Fong, do you want to drag us all down with you? That's China. These forbidden zones have guardians. Are you crazy? Or do you feel you've had enough of living and want to take us down with you? The monk looked up at Feng Shi, his clasped hands tightened, his eyes calm but filled with worry. Even if the four of us combine our strength, we probably won't be able to even get into the outer perimeter of this country, China. He paused, then added casually, whether we can cross that endless ice wall that surrounds the perimeter of China is another matter. We can't even break through that invisible barrier on the outside, can we? Jiang Shuwan clicked as she sheathed the blood-red longsword, her eyes more solemn than ever before. She lived on the island for 15 years and had heard countless people mention the 4 forbidden zones. And China is the closest to them. From the age of 20, she had been going off the island alone to carry out killing missions, and had heard countless rumors about China. Some say it's the darkest hell, while others say it's the happiest paradise. But she knew even better that those powerful forces that tried to seize control of China, no matter how strong, would ultimately perish on that land. Among them are many top figures at the 8th rank. She looked up at Feng Shi, her voice cold. Old dog Feng, are you mute? Give us a reason to die with you. Feng Shi's gaze swept over the 3 tense faces, and he sighed softly, his voice tinged with helplessness. This was a unified summons by His Majesty. We are just one of the teams heading to China. He paused, his tone growing increasingly heavy. Besides His Majesty personally leading the army, several important figures from Zhongzhou are also going along. Chapter 186. The word freedom, isn't that exactly what your heart desires? As for the invisible natural barriers surrounding China and the boundless ice wall, Your Majesty and those important figures will handle them. Our only responsibility is to kill. A brief silence fell over the air. The 4 of them fell silent at the same time, their brows furrowing deeper and deeper as they each pondered their own thoughts. I have another question. The monk broke the silence, his eyes calm, yet filled with inquiry. If His Majesty and those other important figures all perish in China, even if we are lucky enough to survive to the end, will we still be able to leave China? The possibility of this is 0. Feng Shi waved his hand and said in a deep voice, You don't understand how terrifying an 8th Order Awakener is, not to mention, those big shots in Zhongzhou are no weaker than Your Excellency. What if? The monk continued to press for answers, and Xiao Li and Jiang Shuwan stared at him intently. Clearly, they all care about this issue. Feng Shi took a few steps forward, gazing at the giant black cruise ship docked at the shore. His brows furrowed slightly, and his sigh carried a heavy weight. Monk, if what you say is true, with our strength China is a cage from which we can never escape. We have neither the ability to cross that boundless ice wall, nor the power to break through that invisible chasm. But, he slammed his cane heavily on the ground, his tone suddenly becoming firm. This situation is absolutely impossible. After saying that, he slowly walked towards the cruise ship, leaving without looking back with 2 words, depart. Jiang Shuwan followed closely behind with light steps, but was stopped by Xiao Li's soft call after only a few steps. She raised an eyebrow as she turned around, a hint of doubt in her eyes. What? Crazy girl. As soon as Xiao Li opened his mouth, he was met with her icy, piercing gaze. He quickly gave an awkward laugh, his tone suddenly becoming serious. My intuition tells me it's that forbidden zone in China. Even if Your Majesty joins forces with those important figures in Zhongzhou, the chances of winning are slim. And your strength is enough to protect yourself on this vast continent. He paused, his voice carrying a barely perceptible plea. Crazy girl, go find your freedom. This trip to China will be our last farewell. The monk stepped forward, looked at her calmly, and clasped his hands together, saying, This humble monk agrees. Isn't freedom exactly what your heart desires? Now is the best opportunity. Oh, Jiang Shuwan sneered, turned around and strode towards the cruise ship, her cold voice drifting on the wind. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, you'll die too quickly. The freedom I truly desire is for us to be free together. After she had walked away, Xiao Li suddenly chuckled. Monk, did I hear that right? How could such words come out of that crazy girl's mouth? A flicker of disbelief crossed the monk's eyes, then a faint smile appeared on his lips. That crazy girl has grown up a long time ago and become a crazy woman. With that, he waved his sleeve and walked towards the cruise ship. Xiao Li stood there stunned for a moment, muttering under his breath, Damn it, this bald monk has learned to give irrelevant answers too? Then he followed with a smile. Behind him, nearly 1,000 awakened individuals, exuding a chilling aura, were marching in unison toward the black cruise ship. A moment later, everyone had boarded the ship. With a roar, the The black cruise ship sailed straight into the depths of the sea. At the same time, dozens of giant cruise ships set sail from various seas, their decks filled with self-important and powerful awakened individuals. Their eyes gleamed with a wild excitement for the unknown, as if they were about to uncover a forbidden treasure. All the cruise ships sped in the same direction, heading straight for the country known as China. On the flagship at the very front, several imposing figures exchanged a knowing smile, their lips curving into confident grins. They had already finalized their plan to divide up China, and the celebratory champagne bubbled in the glasses, as if victory was within their grasp. Off the coast of China, cruise ships are gradually gathering. An endless ice wall came into view. What's even more unsettling than the ice wall is the invisible chasm that separates the inside from the outside. For figures stood at the bow of the flagship, their auras awe-inspiring. They looked at the insurmountable chasm with disdain in their eyes. In the face of absolute power, any barrier is futile. Now, on a black cruise ship behind, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Xiao Li's voice trembled with despair, and his head throbbed with excruciating pain as if it were about to explode. The next second, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in his chest, and the mangled wound was rapidly expanding. Xiao Li! Feng Shi rushed to his side in a panic, placing his hands on his shoulders, his voice trembling. What happened? What exactly happened? Two figures flashed out of the cabin and leaped in front of Xiao Li in a few steps. Jiang Shuan's face turned deathly pale instantly, her pale fingers gripping the dagger tightly until her knuckles turned white. Little chestnut. Jiang Shuan's voice was heart-wrenching. Her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and an extreme violent aura swept around like a tsunami. She grabbed Feng Shi by the collar. Feng the old dog. Tell me, why is little chestnut like this? Why is that? Puff. Xiao Li spat out blood again, his face as pale as paper, his breath as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. With his last strength, he lifted his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the three of them before finally settling on Jiang Shuan's face. His weak voice trembled as he said, "Crazy girl. I'm glad you're all right." He suddenly smiled with relief, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Is this a final flashback before death? God, Xiao Li. Thank you for letting me finish this part of my life. Little chestnut, what nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who's going to die now. Jiang Shuan suddenly turned to the monk, grabbed his robe, and her eyes reddened. You little bald monk. Your medical skills are unparalleled. You can definitely save him, right? Crazy girl, leave her to this humble monk. A faint golden light emanated from the monk, who placed his hands on Xiao Li's chest, his tone more solemn than ever before. Xiao Li, with this humble monk here, you won't die so easily. Boom. In Xiao Li's vision, a pitch-black crack was suddenly torn open in the sky, instantly swallowing the horizon and plunging the entire world into endless darkness. He revealed a chilling smile, his eyes filled with a calm acceptance of death. At the last moment, having the three of them see me off was enough. Boom. Another deafening roar that ripped through the sky followed. The next second, a voice so familiar it was etched into one's bones rang out. Xiao Li, with this humble monk here, you won't die so easily. Boom. Xiao Li suddenly opened his eyes, and before him was the familiar night and rain. The sounds of battle cries gradually reached my ears. He was shocked. Am I still alive? At that moment, that familiar voice rang in his ears again. Xiao Li, with this humble monk here, you won't die so easily. The monk carried his broken body on his back, his figure becoming a blur as he swiftly darted through the rain. Chapter 187 The Kingdom. Withdrawal. The torrential rain poured down like a celestial river, with large raindrops hitting the ground and splashing water half a foot high. For figures, exuding an aura of world-destroying power, darted rapidly through the rain. The sharp sound of clothes tearing through the air mingled with thunder, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently. The old man suddenly stopped, his withered fingers gripping his cane tightly, and as he turned around, he slammed the cane heavily on the ground. A loud bang shook the ground so badly that it cracked. Black lightning, like a spider web, burst forth from the tip of the staff, blasting towards the Black King and the shovel-wielding figure who were hot on their heels. His eyes were resolute, and his roar pierced through the rain. Crazy girl, let's go. Boom. Before the countless black lightning bolts could even get close, they were cut in half by several pitch-black hurricanes. Immediately afterwards, a pair of wings burning with black flames, like the scythe of death, slashed towards the old man with an aura of incineration. Whoosh! Two blood-red blade lights suddenly tore through the rain curtain, like two crimson lightning bolts striking the black wings. Clang! The loud crash made the air tremble. Jiang Shuan was thrown several meters away by the blow, her back slamming heavily into an old tree, the bark instantly shattering. The torrential rain washed over the wound on her waist, making the gruesome gash appear even larger. Blood mingled with the rainwater and gushed down, staining half of her body red. She groaned, her eyes turning bloodshot, and a sudden surge of crimson light erupted from her body. Old dog Fong, you're in my way. Get out of my way. You're already injured. You crazy girl, you're going to die. Before Fong Shi could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. Jiang Shuan had already rushed in front of him, her slender fingers gripping his collar, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotion, only a deathly resolute look. Fong, you old dog, I'm telling you to get lost. After she finished speaking, she didn't give the old man a chance to speak. His aura exploded to its limit, and a violent power, like a volcanic eruption, gathered in his right hand. She exerted all her strength and hurled the old man's body in the opposite direction like a cannonball. Fong Shi's figure cut through the rain and flew towards the horizon, his angry curses torn apart by the wind in the night. Jiang Shuan watched his departing figure, her gaze suddenly drifting south towards the 6th Special District. A faint, bitter smile appeared on her lips as she murmured softly, "Honey, it looks like I'll have to break my promise." Boom. Two figures with overwhelming auras appeared simultaneously in front of and behind her, locking her firmly in the middle. It was a touching scene, that he was willing to sacrifice himself so that his comrades could escape. Fong Taichiao stood behind Jiang Shuan, his giant, jet-black shovel pointing diagonally at the ground. The storm domain erupted to its limit, and the gale-force winds and rainwater swirled around him. He looked at Jiang Shuan as if she were a corpse, his voice icy. "In that case, I'll send you on your way." "Fong Taichiao, get out of my way. You're just getting in my way." And Xu Yao stood in front of Jiang Shuan, her eyes burning with black flames. Two pairs of black wings burning with raging flames suddenly unfolded, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Jiang Shuan like Mount Tai pressing down. The cold voice carried a murderous intent. "This time, you can't escape." Just as her black wings were about to sever, a deep, thunderous voice suddenly boomed across the sky, resounding throughout the entire battlefield. "Kingdom, withdraw your troops." The words had barely left his lips when the kingdom's armies on all sides of the battlefield froze, their faces contorted with disbelief and terror. "Your Excellency has been defeated." This moment, the remaining kingdom armies on the 5 battlefields retreated like a receding tide. His footsteps were so hurried, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was chasing him from behind. They were terrified that if they were even a second too late, they would perish on this blood-red battlefield. This battle, it completely shattered their confidence built up over decades. Neither the leaders of the Zhen Yiting army nor the leaders of the various battlefields of the Calamity forces issued orders to pursue their casualties were too heavy. This bloody feast wiped out half of the remaining forces of Zhen Yiting once again. The casualties under the Red King's command were far more severe than those under Zhen Yiting. Exhaustion and sorrow were etched on everyone's faces, and rainwater mixed with blood flowed into a river at their feet. Groove, the envoy in charge of protecting the nation in this ditch, is trying to escape. The roar of the shovel had barely begun when in Xu Yao's cool voice fell. She stared at Jiang Shuan, who was breathing heavily and whose mouth was bleeding, her eyes devoid of any warmth. "Kill her quickly." Before he could finish speaking, a giant, black shovel, accompanied by a fierce wind, smashed towards Jiang Shuan's skull. The two attacks carried a devastating pressure, aiming to crush her completely. Jiang Shuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the remaining power within her body instantly exploded. She stared intently at the figure holding the shovel, a resolute smile playing on her lips. "Heh. Before I die, I'm going to take someone down with me." Her aura surged wildly, and a blood-red halo enveloped her body. Clearly, it would come at the cost of burning one's life, perishing together with the shovel. Just as the two attacks were about to engulf her, buzz, an extremely cold, icy domain suddenly swept across an area of 100 meters. The torrential rain instantly froze into countless sharp icicles, which whistled as they crashed to the ground. The shovel and Xu Yao's body were encased in ice, the chill penetrating to their very bones. What? Their pupils shrank simultaneously, and their auras exploded. The ice cracked and shattered, sending ice shards mixed with rainwater flying 3 feet high. In a flash, Jiang Shuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Had they fallen into internal strife? But the next second, and Shuyao's black flame wings lashed out at her again. Just then, an ice dragon formed from frost roared and pounced on Shuyao. The ice dragon's scales gleamed coldly in the rain, and its aura was astonishing. Bang! The shovel suddenly appeared in front of Shuyao, and the giant shovel swept out, smashing the ice dragon to pieces. Ice shards mixed with raindrops pelted his face. He turned and glared at the shadows, his voice filled with bewildered roars. Damn it! Bro, what are you doing? A figure dressed in black and wearing a white mask landed in front of Jiang Shuan. His voice was urgent. I'll take you away from here, trust me. Before Jiang Shuan could react, Lin Mu had already grabbed her collar, gathering all his strength in his right hand, and swung it sharply. What do you mean? Before Jiang Shuan could finish speaking, her body shot into the sky like a cannonball, so fast that she was just a black shadow. Lin Mu watched the shadowy figure shrink, let out a soft sigh of relief, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips beneath the mask. Mom, you're just as worrying as I am. He then abruptly turned to the two of them, his urgent voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, I'll explain later. We can't let the envoy escape. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a blur and disappeared into the rain. A hint of killing intent flashed in Shuyao's eyes, and the black flame wings behind her flapped again, moving so fast that they stirred up a gust of wind. Sun Yinhe, you man, I will kill him sooner or later. The shovel followed closely behind, shouting loudly at her. If you lay a hand on my brother, I'll kill you. Chapter 188 Wife, you take a short rest. Dealing with those 5 will be quick. And Shuyao didn't stop, turning her head to gaze at him, the black flames in her eyes flickering. Your good brother has turned against you for the sake of the kingdom, and you still consider him a brother? They're even dumber than pigs during Chinese New Year. The shovel continued its movement, but its eyes shone with unwavering trust. Since Baiju is doing this, he must have his reasons. I believe he will give me a reasonable explanation afterward. He paused, his voice firm. Even without an explanation, I will believe him unconditionally. Just because we're brothers. He is my only true brother in this life. And Shuyao seemed to laugh in anger, her cold voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. This is hopeless, utterly hopeless. Groove. With a furious roar, the giant shovel streaked across the rain, leaving a trail of black light. Once I've dealt with the Jingguo envoy, I'll definitely crush you. Remember this, it's a must. On the other side, a figure in black darted through the rain, his black sword drawing a cold arc in the rain, his aura of the 8th level initial stage crushing everything in its path, like a tsunami. Wherever he went, whether it was the kingdom's army, the Genie court, or the forces of calamity, they were all indiscriminately annihilated by him, and the shrill screams were endless. His face was grim, and the blood droplets on his sword were washed away by the rain, but they could not dispel the ferocity in his eyes. Red King, Black King, they may have special methods. I am at most surprised. But Baiju, I was the one who pierced his heart with my own hands, and I watched him breathe his last before I left. What secret is he hiding? Is it possible for a dead person to come back to life? Behind her, her tattered red dress fluttered in the rain. Sun Yinhe's crimson left wing was engulfed in raging flames, while her golden right wing radiated golden light. The fiery waves from their intertwined wings evaporated the rain into white mist. Her delicate body was stained with blood, her wounds seeping continuously in the torrential rain, yet she relentlessly pursued him, the flames in her eyes almost burning through the rain curtain. The envoy who protects the nation. This heinous blood debt will not be allowed to escape from me. In midair, Jiang Shuan's figure leaped at full speed through the rain. The wound on my waist stung from the torrential rain, and blood mixed with the rainwater splashed onto the ground, spreading into dark red patterns in the mud. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with increasing confusion, and the image of Baiju standing in front of her kept replaying in her mind. Baiju, why did he save me? We fought twice, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a fight to the death. But why would he do that? What is the reason? He even attacked his own people in an attempt to get me off the battlefield. Has he gone mad? Thinking of this, her brows furrowed even deeper. Could it be that he recognizes me? But how could that be? In this world, besides the 3 of them and my family, who else does my mother know? She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, fortunately, The little bald monk said that Xiao Li's life would not be in danger. Boom! A terrifying aura, overwhelming and devastating, suddenly descended, and the rain instantly froze. A sweet smile appeared on Jiang Shuan's lips, as if even the pain from her wounds was lessened. She knew her husband had arrived. The next second, a pair of strong hands pulled her firmly into their arms, and a familiar scent wafted towards her. Lin Yi gently carried her to a pile of ruins, his voice gentle, yet filled with raging fury. Wife, this is the last time. I will never let you act alone again. China is a land of hidden talents, and every now and then a prodigy emerges. It's far more complicated than you think. Jiang Shuan wrapped her arms around his neck, pressed her forehead against his collarbone, and said softly, Okay. If the world were simple, how could all the great figures of Zhongzhou have perished in China? She looked up, a mischievous smile in her eyes, and gently poked his chest with her fingertip. Honey, how many more things are you hiding from me? Aren't you going to tell your dear wife the truth now? The destruction of those people really has nothing to do with you? Lin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Why did his wife bring this up again? He looked at the bleeding wound on her waist, and the tenderness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a chilling coldness. He quickly changed the subject. Wife, you think too highly of me. Am I never just an ordinary person to you? He paused, his gaze sweeping into the distance. 5 powerful figures were walking through the rain, each step causing the ground to tremble. I will not let any of these people live. Honey, you take a short rest. We'll deal with those 5 quickly. Husband, Jiang Shuan's voice suddenly rose, and she hugged Lin Ye's neck even tighter. It's hard to explain in a short time. Actually, I was saved by that little guy Baiju. Take me home first, and don't hurt anyone. Her cheek pressed against Lin Ye's chest, her warm breath brushing against his collar. Also, since you know you're just an ordinary person, don't do things beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. I've never been interested in your secrets. All I know is that you love me, and that's enough. But they injured you like this can't be left like this. Lin Ye's voice was filled with suppressed anger, but before he could finish speaking, Jiang Shuan gently interrupted him. She looked up and gently pressed her fingertips against his tightly pursed lips. Honey, be good. Let's go home first, and I'll tell you slowly when we get back. At this moment, she became increasingly curious about Baiju's identity. She always felt that if Baiju were to die like this, she seemed like she was about to lose something very important. This inexplicable feeling left her completely bewildered. She had already made a decision in her heart. We must remove Baiju's white mask. Her eyes suddenly deepened, and that unrealistic thought resurfaced from the depths of her mind once again. She felt that things had suddenly become interesting. That son she had always regarded as dull and unreliable, it wasn't entirely impossible. Seeing his wife's insistence, Lin Yi finally sighed helplessly. Wife, have you noticed? Your heart is getting softer and softer these days. Back then, you wouldn't have said such kind words. Do you remember? At the time, my neighbor just muttered something behind my back, but you picked up a long knife and were about to chop someone into 8 pieces. At this point, both of them couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Shuan immediately changed to a docile, clinging posture, nestled against his chest, her voice gentle. So, is this situation good or bad? Of course it's a good thing. Lin Yi laughed and hugged her tighter, saying smugly, that shows that my wife's subconscious has already been moved by my love. Snort. Jiang Shuan gave a soft snort, gently punching his chest with her small fist, but her eyes were filled with laughter. You really know how to flatter yourself. However, my husband is right. Boom. A deafening crash suddenly tore through the rain. Lin Yi and Jiang Shuan looked up at the same time. Chapter 189 Wife. Look, I won't offend others unless they offend me. In the rain, several ice dragons and ice phoenixes, formed from condensed ice, roared as they darted through the air. The dragon scales and phoenix feathers gleamed with a chilling light in the night, and wherever they passed, the torrential rain instantly froze into sharp icicles that slammed into the ground with a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, several black hurricanes carrying ice shards shot into the sky. The next second, a pair of crimson left wings and golden right wings, burning with raging flames, suddenly unfolded. The heat of the flames instantly evaporated the rain into white mist, illuminating the night as if it were daytime. Finally, a pair of wings burning with black flames suddenly flapped. The 4 attacks, carrying a devastating force, suddenly exploded into a dazzling yet deadly sea of light in the rain. At the same time, it blasted fiercely at the figure in front of them. The light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes, and even the ground beneath their feet began to crack. The sword master felt the overwhelming attacks tearing through the air behind him, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His eyes were fierce as knives, and he growled, "I am determined to leave. How can you stop me?" Then he gave a self-deprecating smile, a smile that concealed resentment and absurdity. "I never expected that this last time lapse would be for the purpose of escaping. How ridiculous. Freeze time." The moment he shouted, a layer of pale golden time domain suddenly appeared around him, sweeping outwards like ripples. Wherever the field passed, the rain stopped and the wind froze. The sword master unleashed a terrifying aura, his robes fluttering wildly, and transformed into a blur in the still rain as he fled at full speed. On the ruins not far away, Lin Yi carefully placed Jiang Shuwan on a relatively flat broken wall. He cracked his knuckles, his voice laced with undisguised disdain. "This guy is pathetic, awakening the most useless time-based ability." However, even the most useless time-based ability is still much stronger than other fancy abilities. "Honey, you just promised to come home, and now you're not listening to me again?" Jiang Shuwan raised an eyebrow at him, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Forehead. Lin Yi scratched his head, chuckled, and quickly explained, "Wife, you see, I won't bother others unless they bother me. He's charging towards us himself. Do you think he might try to take us out while he's at it? And I promised my wife I wouldn't kill anyone, and I'll definitely keep my word." At this moment, the sword master's figure had already approached the two in a few leaps. In the darkness, he glanced up at the two figures 100 meters ahead, a cold, disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Being situated on my inevitable path is simply your misfortune." Boom. The pressure of the 8th level initial realm suddenly pressed down like Mount Tai. The air seemed to freeze, and the rubble on the ruins trembled as if it would tear the two of them apart. Lin Yi suddenly burst out laughing and turned to look at Jiang Shuwan. "Wife, did I tell you what I said? We're forced into a defensive posture." Jiang Shuwan shook her head helplessly and stopped trying to stop her. Now, that illusory promise of a kingdom has long since vanished. The fate of the kingdom was no longer of any concern to them. As Lin Yi felt the oppressive aura of the early 8th-tier realm, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a faint, indifferent mockery. How weak. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. Sword Master's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart sank. Before he could even see the other party's movements, a heavy punch carrying immense pressure instantly came into view. The force of the punch tore through the air, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. He had no time to dodge at that moment. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on the swordmaster's face. The crisp sound of bones shattering rang out with a dull thud. His cheek instantly caved in, and teeth mixed with blood splattered out. Whoosh! The swordmaster's figure was smashed into the sky like a meteor with a broken string. His body traced a tragic arc of blood through the air, his consciousness plunging into complete darkness, and he fell lifelessly toward an unknown direction. Immediately afterwards, four devastating attacks suddenly turned towards the forest. That was the power that was originally aimed at the envoy of the state, but now it was rushing straight towards Lin Ye's face with the overwhelming pressure of thunder. Lin Ye stood in the rain, his clothes being whipped up by the strong wind. He smiled faintly, his voice carrying a hint of nonchalance. These four pressures are not bad, but it's still too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a palm strike forward. There was no earth-shattering light, only an invisible force spreading out. The four overwhelming attacks shattered instantly like bubbles, leaving not even a trace of aftershock. The next second, his figure appeared beside Jiang Shuwan, gently lifting her delicate body into his arms, his fingertips lightly brushing against her rain-dampened hair. In a flash, he disappeared completely into the rain, so fast that even his afterimage couldn't be caught. A few seconds later, four powerful figures landed on the ruins where the forest had disappeared, and Shuyao's black flame wings were still burning, and the giant shovel was stuck in the ground. Lin Mu's eyes were solemn beneath his white mask, while Su Nianhe's wings trembled slightly. The sword master has long since disappeared. The four remained silent, the rain pelting them but unable to extinguish the shock in their eyes. That sudden, oppressive force just now. It caused all four of them to feel a sense of dread, as if their hearts were about to stop. It felt as if we were facing an insurmountable mountain. Our offensive was not stopped by the Jinghua envoy. And Shuyao's cool voice broke the silence. She glanced at the three people, a hint of lingering fear in her dark eyes. But they certainly aren't from the kingdom. What if that oppressive aura had attacked us earlier? She didn't finish her sentence, but all three understood. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Holy crap! Are there really such terrifyingly powerful individuals in this world? Tai Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He scratched his head, looking incredulous. We're the damn envoy who guards the country. They can't just be in sight 1 second and then disappear the next, can they? But that's impossible. His ability can be used on all 4 of us at once, which can only briefly stop us for a moment. In that split second, he could still fly away like a shooting star. He paused, then turned to Lin Mu. Brother, what you just did. I'll explain the shovel to you later. Lin Mu interrupted him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Since we cannot capture the envoy tonight, then let the entire fleeing army of the kingdom perish here. Besides, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Sun Yinhe staggered toward him. The crimson left wing and golden right wing behind her slowly retracted into her body, and her silver-white high heels with red soles made a crisp tap-tap sound as they stepped on the puddles. She took another step forward with a light and graceful movement. In the rain, the two were so close they could feel each other's breath. Chapter 190 Lin Mu, I like you. She tiptoed slightly, a sweet smile playing on her lips, her voice gentle. Lin Mu, I like you. Yes, I know. Lin Mu responded earnestly, his eyes filled with tenderness. But the next second, Lin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! Sun Yinhe's soft, delicate body nestled into his arms. Her voice was weak but carried a hint of coquettish gentleness. Lin Mu, I'm sleepy. I want to go to sleep. Don't worry too much about me. It's just a minor injury. I won't die. Her voice grew softer and softer, her breathing weaker. When I wake up, I want to see you first thing, you know? Good. After saying that, she closed her eyes completely and fainted in his arms. Sun Yinhe, wake up. Don't sleep. Lin Mu panicked instantly. His breathing became rapid as if he were suffocating. He held her tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with overwhelming anger and worry. He gently shook her delicate body, but she showed no sign of waking up. Only then did he realize that her wounds were several times more serious than before. Countless gaping wounds were oozing blood, which was washed away by the rain and splattered onto the ground, staining the puddles red. Didn't you hear what she said? And Shu Yao's cool voice rang out as she looked at Sun Yinhe in Lin Mu's arms, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She's all right. Take good care of her. Leave the fleeing army of the kingdom to me. After all, you'll have to part ways sooner or later. She said this very softly, so softly that only she could hear it. She then turned around and said without looking back, Sun Yinhe, I really owe you. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly flew off in the direction where the kingdom's army was fleeing. Seeing her leave, Tai Xiao looked at Lin Mu urgently and said, Brother, I'll take care of those small fry. You look after Red. Take good care of your younger brother and sister-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous storm erupted within his body. A giant shovel cut a dark shadow in the rain, chasing after Shu Yao. Lin Mu's eyes welled up with tenderness and lingering fear. He gazed at the faintly breathing body in his arms, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. You're absolutely, incredibly stupid. He carefully held her tighter, his figure transforming into a streak as he swiftly darted through the torrential rain, the splashing water blurring the bloody battlefield behind him. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice suddenly boomed across the central battlefield. With the battle over, let's focus all our efforts on rescuing the wounded. The torrential rain had somehow turned into a fine drizzle, and the icy raindrops pelted everyone's tense faces. No one cheered for victory. Their eyes were filled only with overwhelming murderous intent towards the kingdom and the profound grief of losing their comrades. This moment, the leaders on all sides roared almost simultaneously. Do everything you can to save the wounded. Time flowed on in deathly silence. Every now and then, a piercing wail would break through the rain, the sound of someone collapsing upon seeing the remains of a close comrade in arms. On the battlefield where blood flowed like rivers, the seriously injured man held the deceased's body tightly in his arms and walked slowly forward, 2 lines of clear tears mixed with rainwater sliding down from his reddened eyes. The man with the missing arm frantically dug through the pile of corpses with his remaining arm, his fingers filled with mud and blood, but he still couldn't find the person he wanted to save. The man with the broken leg had a resolute look in his eyes. He refused his comrade's help and crawled on his hands in the mud. Those who are alive can hold on, but the dead brothers cannot be left here to freeze. They wanted to bring all the bodies of their fallen comrades home. The battlefield is located in the eastern direction. Chiu, whose body was already broken into pieces, his right arm hung limply at his sides, and blood was still seeping from the wound on his left shoulder. He staggered through the mountain of corpses, letting out hoarse roars. "Hey Xionghe, give me a shout." His bloodied hands frantically ripped through the pile of corpses, each movement aggravating his wounds, and the sound of him coughing up blood echoed continuously. "Black Bear, why don't you come out here? Didn't I tell you to wait before you die? Where the hell have you been sleeping?" Thump. His right foot got caught on something, and he fell heavily to the ground, his face covered in mud. He grumbled as he struggled to his feet, his gaze falling upon the bleeding body on the ground. My mind went completely blank with a boom. After a moment of stunned silence, he lunged forward like a madman, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot, his heart-wrenching cries making even the raindrops tremble. "Black Bear." He gently lifted Xionghe's cold body, tears mingling with the blood on his face as they streamed down his cheeks, his voice choked with sobs. "I already told you to wait and see how things went before you died. Why did you still secretly die on your own? Why don't you listen to your brother? We two brothers agreed to enjoy life to the fullest in the future, so why did you leave us so soon?" Whoosh. A graceful figure with pale green tail feathers suddenly landed. Yulan's pupils contracted sharply, and she almost instantly squatted down, her fingertips probing Xionghe's nostrils. "Sister Lan." Chiu, whose voice was choked with sobs, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. "Black Bear is gone." The next second, Yulan suddenly hoisted Xionghe's body onto her back, her movements swift and decisive. Chiu, who was instantly dumbfounded, and grabbed her clothes in a panic. "Sister Lan, what is this? Can I take a few more glances at him?" Looking at his tear-streaked face, Yulan sighed helplessly. "Chiu, next time before you start wailing, can you at least check if the person is still breathing? Even if the person isn't dead, your crying will make them die." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure, carrying Xionghe on her back, transformed into a streak of green light and disappeared into the night. "Oh." Chiu, who stood there, stunned, his mind blank for a few seconds. Then his eyes reddened even more, and his choked sobs suddenly burst into an excited cry. "Holy crap. Bro, you've wasted my feelings. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can live, I love you." He wiped his face and scrambled after him, leaving only his stumbling figure in the rain. At the edge of another ruin, Ningmo leaned against the broken wall, his body covered in dark red scabs of blood. The Wuji staff was stuck diagonally in the muddy water at his feet, and only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. Rain dripped from his hair into his eyes. He didn't even have the strength to blink, and could only let his blood-blurred vision blur the pile of corpses in front of him. Not far away, Feng Shi lay slumped on the pile of corpses, his long whip already broken into several pieces and scattered around him. Her wounds were so deep that the bone was visible. The rain washed over the exposed flesh, causing her to wince in pain, yet she didn't even have the strength to get up. She closed her eyes and murmured softly, "Is this battle over?" He then gave a self-deprecating twitch, the taste of blood mingling with the rainwater filling his throat. "We're really too weak. A bald monk at the 7th tier high realm slaughtered us without any chance to fight back." She paused, her voice tinged with lingering fear. "If the central battlefield hadn't drawn that bald monk away, we probably would have been." Pat 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 dash. Heavy footsteps echoed through the puddles. Qinghe carried his half-crippled body to Ningmo's side, his aura as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Chapter 191. Cigarettes, in many cases, have a healing effect. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood as soon as he stood up, splattering them onto Ningmo's blood-stained clothes. Ningmo struggled to open his blood-covered eyelids, and when he sensed a familiar presence, the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. That smile was more like a grimace than a cry, yet it carried the relief of surviving a catastrophe. Looking at his blood-soaked appearance, Qinghe teased in a hoarse voice. "Being able to laugh means you're not going to die." Ningmo's lips twitched, and only a dry, labored sound came from his throat. He couldn't utter a single word. "If you really can't say it, then don't say it." Qinghe crouched down and carefully carried him on her back. Although it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was much better than we expected. He carried Ningmo on his back and walked towards Feng Shi, his steps unsteady, as if he were walking on cotton. Hearing the noise, Feng Shi struggled to lift her eyes. When she saw Qinghe's figure clearly, Her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and she smiled with relief. It's so good that you're still here. Qinghe walked up to her, forcing a smile. I'm going to hug you. Feng Shi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Then she laughed in exasperation, her voice weak and teasing. Go ahead and hug me. Do you think I can move right now? Cough cough. Qinghe coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood and almost fell over when he squatted down. He gently wrapped his arms around Feng Shi's waist and carefully picked her up. He carried Ning Imo on his back and held Feng Shi in his arms, staggering as he walked out of the ruins. The 3 men's gazes swept over the blood-red ruins on both sides, their expressions growing increasingly somber. The rain washed away the blood puddles on the ground, but it couldn't wash away the stench of blood in the air. A thought simultaneously arose in their minds. If a war of this scale were to happen again, will Zhen Yiting still exist? The battlefield is located in the west. Cheng Sui's roar exploded in the night, hoarse and choked with sobs. Cheng Xiao, wake up, you bastard. He knelt on the ground, leaning on his long sword. Cheng Xiao, standing before me, was covered in blood, like a frozen, blood-red sculpture, motionless. You son of a bitch, you were engaged to my sister, but now you've gone back on your word. Cheng Sui's voice choked with sobs, and tears mixed with raindrops fell onto Cheng Xiao's face. He dared not touch Cheng Xiao, afraid that he would shatter if he did. Until his roar became hoarse, a faint cough suddenly rang out. Cheng Sui's eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing became so rapid that he seemed to be gasping for air. Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao forced out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice barely a whisper. Cheng Sui, you damn it, I'm not dead. Groove. Cheng Sui's curses were tinged with wild joy, yet the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up in a smile. Why have you been so silent all this time? Do you enjoy watching me cry at my grave? I'm tired. After Cheng Xiao finished speaking, his head tilted to the side, and he fell into a coma. Holy crap. Cheng Sui quickly caught him, frantically checking his breath. Her expression panicked. Damn it. You're unconscious right now, right? You're not completely over it, are you? Hey, even if you faint, you should at least make a sound. You can't let my sister become a widow. On the other side, on the ruins of broken walls, 2 figures covered in blood lay. Gutsong's right hand trembled like a leaf in the wind. He painstakingly pulled half a crumpled cigarette from the broken cigarette box and stuffed it into his chapped lips. The lighter clicked 3 times before it lit. He took a deep drag, the smoke choking him and causing him to cough violently. 2 streams of dark red blood mixed with wisps of smoke sprayed onto the ground. Is it really that addictive? Will you die if you don't smoke? A clear but weak voice came from beside me. Yu Ning's chest heaved violently as she tried to sit up by pushing herself up from the ground. However, several deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on her 2 fair arms, and even the slightest exertion caused her to break out in a cold sweat. Gutsong tugged at the corners of his mouth, his hoarse voice tinged with self-mockery. You don't understand, cigarettes can have a therapeutic effect in many situations. He paused, his eyes filled with absurdity. That's really unexpected. The leader of Zhen Yiting and the SSS-level Calamity Red King actually have this kind of relationship. It's really unbelievable. So you don't know how they met. A hint of curiosity flashed in Yu Ningmei's eyes, but it was quickly overwhelmed by exhaustion. I don't know. Gutsong took another drag of his cigarette, flicking the butt towards a distant pile of rubble. A spark flashed and disappeared in the rain. If it weren't for tonight's battle, I might never have thought about it on this level. It's so damn fantastical, you can't even write such a crazy plot in a storybook. A faint smile appeared on Yu Ning's lips as she gazed at the dark sky and murmured softly. Hopefully, there will never be another war like this again. Gutsong also looked up at the sky, his eyes calm. There are never any winners in war. Hello. Yu Ning suddenly called out to him, her voice carrying a barely perceptible plea. Can you still move now? Gutsong was stunned for a moment, then tentatively moved his leg. The wound on my knee was throbbing with pain, but I could still barely bear it. He mumbled, I should, maybe, barely, be able to move. There are no living people around here. Please do me a favor and lead me out of these ruins. Yu Ning's voice softened. Gutsong turned to look at her, his eyes full of doubt. How can I help? Yu Ning raised a delicate eyebrow slightly, her tone carrying a hint of matter-of-fact. Carry me on your back, or hug me, it's fine either way. A few seconds later, Gutsong gritted his teeth, stood up, and carefully carried Yu Ning on his back. He staggered, swaying with every step, yet he clung tightly to Yu Ning's leg, as if afraid she would fall. Their blood mingled and dripped onto the rubble of the ruins, leaving a trail of dark red stains. The battlefield is located in the north. With a severed arm, Chen Yong walked to the man in the ruins, his voice heavy. Boss, about 60% of our men have been killed. He paused, his throat bobbing, and added, it's very likely more than 60%. Zhao Shanha took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His fists were covered in blood, with his knuckles exposed, and blood dripped continuously from between his fingers, forming a small puddle on the ground. His tone was weary, yet tinged with relief. Chen Yong is doing much better than we expected. Chen Yong paused for a moment, then smiled with relief, but his smile was full of bitterness. Yes, after all, from the moment we stepped into the 6th Special Zone, we never thought we would leave alive. When will the medical team arrive? Zhao Shanha glanced at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around him, and sighed again, his voice filled with helplessness. They're already on their way, but the quantity is far from enough. Before Chen Yong could finish speaking, Zhao Shanha interrupted him. All the medical personnel in Jinbei City should be on their way. He paused, then added in a deep voice. Let's go. Chen Yong, take the brothers home. Chapter 192 really made Master Qiao laugh. Even if I can't beat you, I can still outrun you. The battlefield is located in the south. Lu Ping's uniform was soaked in blood. Several deep, bone-revealing wounds were dripping blood, which splashed onto the waterlogged ground, creating ripples of red. He sat cross-legged in the ruins, wincing in pain. But he looked at Zhang Huai beside him with a dark expression. The other was kowtowing on the ground, kneeling and unable to get up. Brother, I think our injuries can still be treated. You don't need to do this. Lu Ping's voice was breathy, and every word he spoke seemed to aggravate his wounds. Zhang Huai weakly raised his head, his face smeared with blood and mud, his voice broken and intermittent. Never mind. I'm just kowtowing to your dog in advance to thank it for protecting us. Lu Ping's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, then why don't you get up after kowtowing for so long? Zhang Huai was silent for a moment, his shoulders trembling slightly. Lu Ping, I can't get up. I feel like my wounds are still opening up. You, help me up. Guess why I'm sitting here and not getting up? Lu Ping rolled his eyes. Why? Zhang Huai asked, bewildered. Lu Ping sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Because I can't get up either. Zhang Huai. Outside the 6th Special Zone. Nearly 1,000 medical vehicles gathered like a long white dragon, their headlights piercing the rainy night. After a roar of engines, a black minivan suddenly stopped at the front of the convoy. The rear door was flung open with a bang. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face strode out, his sleeves damp with rain, his eyes filled with anxiety. A subordinate quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and said, Commander-in-Chief, the medical team in Jinbei City has been assembled. Damn it. What's the point of reporting after we've assembled? The commander-in-chief abruptly interrupted, his voice urgent as if he were roaring. Full speed ahead to the battlefield. If we arrive even a second earlier, we might be able to save one more high-level awakened. That's the entire power of the Zhenyi Court. If Zhenyi Court falls, this world will be in chaos long ago. A few seconds later. Boom. Nearly 1,000 medical vehicles started up simultaneously, their roaring engines echoing through the night sky as the white dragon sped toward the battlefield. On the other side, the last screams of the kingdom's army faded into the rain. Amidst the ruins strewn with corpses, only two powerful figures stood facing each other. The shovel swept coldly over the corpses scattered on the ground, and said in a deep voice, This is the best we can do. We can't pursue the kingdom's army that has entered the 5th Special Zone any further. Seeing that Shuyao did not respond, he frowned. Also, I asked you before I left, didn't you? You crazy woman, say that you weren't going out tonight? Boom. Two wings burning with black flames suddenly unfolded behind Shuyao. A terrifying pressure erupted like a tsunami, and her eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. Fong Taichiao, this is the last time I'll teach you a lesson. Whoosh. A wing engulfed in black flames suddenly slashed down at the base of the shovel. Black flames swept across the ground, instantly evaporating the accumulated water into white mist. Holy shit. You crazy woman, are you trying to kill me? What the hell are you doing to me now? Suddenly, the giant, jet-black shovel was swung up to protect the lower body, and the storm field erupted instantly. Several black hurricanes shot into the sky, carrying rain and gravel that crashed in all directions. Boom. The moment the wings collided with the giant shovel, a terrifying energy wave spread out, and the ground was shaken open with several cracks. The shovel was suddenly blasted several meters away, and Shu Yao's voice came like ice. Since you like calling women, then tonight, I will make you a woman completely. Damn, this is really funny. Even if I can't beat you, I can still outrun you. As soon as he finished speaking, the shovel disappeared in the opposite direction, leaving only a blur. He was still cursing under his breath. Damn it, this crazy woman is just a stupid ingrate. At this moment, in the stinking sewer, 3 figures emerged from the mud like loaches. The stench emanating from his body, mixed with the fishy smell of rainwater, was so strong it almost made one vomit. They swept across the blood-soaked ruins around them. The haphazardly laid limbs and dark red bloodstains on the ground gleamed eerily in the rain. The 3 of them gasped simultaneously, their eyes filled with lingering fear. Chief Qinjiang, we are now. Kong Nan's voice trembled as she was about to ask about the next step, when Qinjiang abruptly interrupted her. He wiped the mud off his face, a flicker of fear in his eyes, and whispered, back to the capital. As expected of Baiju, he must have set up this trap a long time ago, and even the real power behind the kingdom was defeated and forced to flee. He's terrifying. Chief, do you think Zhan Erding will accept our surrender? Lu Ping lowered his head respectfully, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Qinjiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it definitely will. He looked up, rain streaming down his face, his eyes hardening. As long as we keep a low profile, we can live in the daytime, and so can we. After saying that, the 3 of them strode forward like 3 clay figures, their injuries barely noticeable. The 5th Special District. Inside a simple house. Monk, is he truly out of danger? An elderly man leaning on a cane stared intently at the man on the wooden bed, a murderous intent flashing in his cloudy eyes. The shocking bloody hole in the man's chest almost pierced through his entire chest, the flesh torn open, making one's heart tighten at the sight. A monk in a robe was carefully treating the man's injuries, cold sweat constantly seeping from his forehead. A few seconds later, he let out a soft sigh and clasped his hands together in prayer. My initial assessment was correct. If the hole in Xiao Li's chest had shifted even a fraction of a distance, there would have been no way to save him. I don't understand, so just tell me directly, is your life in danger? The old man pressed on in a deep voice, tapping his cane on the ground with a thud. The monk slowly rose, a hint of relief in his voice. No. Now, we'll see when he wakes up. But given our level of cultivation, we will definitely wake up in no more than 3 days. The old man's tense expression finally relaxed, but then he unconsciously frowned again, his voice filled with confusion. This battle was truly chaotic. None of the 3 who should have died actually survived. At the last moment, when I returned, that crazy girl was actually rescued by the enemy. And the pressure exerted on the person who caught her in midair made even this old man feel a sense of fear and palpitation. He paused, then sighed. Monk, it seems that this world is far more complex than we imagined. We once thought that those protectors of China had perished together with those 3 great figures from Zhongzhou. But now it seems, we underestimated the country of China.